My family erupted with excitement. In the realm of pirates, a young nobleman unlocked a narrative-style cheat from the very beginning, and to my astonishment, my first shadow clone possessed the Sharingan. Young Master Death, having been schemed against by the aristocracy, crafted a technique reminiscent of Uchiha Madara for training. Within a week, his strength surged, and Madara himself charged towards the traitor's lair. This narrative is utterly captivating. I must tell you, I was left utterly dumbfounded. The very first shadow clone I conjured triggered a system notification, revealing that its innate ability was the Sharingan. Does anyone comprehend this? Here I am, a noble scion navigating the pirate world, and I unlock a Naruto cheat from the outset. How is this even plausible? The situation unfolded as follows. I, an unremarkable individual who had crossed over, found myself transported from Earth where I was struggling with capine-induced baldness to the world of One Piece in an instant. The silver lining is that in this life, I was reborn into a high-ranking family, becoming the sole heir of the Death lineage, one of the 5 illustrious noble families of the West Sea, specifically Death von Shio. Wealth and titles at my disposal, residing in a grand estate with a retinue of servants at my beck and call. The downside, however, is that my unfortunate parents were recently eliminated by an increasingly audacious band of pirates. Now, the vast family estate rests solely on the shoulders of a 15-year-old lad, while a cadre of cunning old foxes gaze at me, as if I were a freshly served delicacy, drool almost spilling from their lips. To make matters worse, during those initial days of my arrival, I felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. With no internet or mobile phone, my sole source of entertainment was listening to the maids read the newspaper aloud. Just as I thought I might wither away from boredom, my golden opportunity arrived. The ultimate shadow system, a name both straightforward and impactful, yet the functionality was nothing short of explosive. This system bestowed upon me 4 core abilities. Firstly, I could create permanent shadow clones, each possessing 90 of my attributes, capable of independent action, wielding weapons, and consuming fruits, the most outrageous aspect being that each clone could randomly inherit a unique talent upon creation. Secondly, I could earn experience by defeating bounty criminals, leveling up the system to create even more clones. Thirdly, and most astonishingly, all talents, growth attributes, and learned skills of the clones could be shared with me. Essentially, I could sit back and relax while a legion of helpers leveled up and honed skills on my behalf, emphasizing a companionship-driven enhancement. Fourthly, I received a rather mundane attribute panel: strength, physique, speed, and willpower, all rated at F, rendering me an utter weakling. At that moment, I pondered, was this not the key to my breakthrough? Regardless of how the other nobles schemed against me, once my shadow army was established, I could teach them a lesson in no time. Without hesitation, I commanded, "System, create one for me." The system, quite considerate, granted me a novice privilege, ensuring that my first shadow creation would yield at least a purple quality talent. Naturally, I opted for that. The sensation was indescribable. It felt as though my very soul was being torn apart, an agonizing experience that nearly caused my demise. Shortly thereafter, the shadow behind me began to twist and elongate, ultimately separating from my form, transforming into a pitch-black silhouette adorned with intricate purple patterns. Then came the system notification that sent me leaping with joy. Ding. Novice privilege activated. You have acquired a purple shadow. Its talent is Sharingan. Good heavens. At that moment, my mind buzzed, my eyes burned, and 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down my cheeks. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure before me revealed a pair of blood-red eyes, with a black magatama swirling within. Knowledge of the usage of the Sharingan flooded my mind instantaneously. This was utterly outrageous. The system prompted me to name and define the appearance of my shadow clone. Was there any need for contemplation? With the Sharingan as my talent, it had to be that man. The unruly visage of Uchiha Obito flashed in my mind, and with a decisive wave of my hand, I declared, "It shall be you, Uchiha Obito." In the next instant, the shadow before me began to morph, sprouting hair and donning crimson armor, its features sharpening into a strikingly stoic version of Uchiha Obito standing before me. I glanced at his stats. Strength, physique, and speed were all rated F, weaker than myself. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Was he not easier to nurture than an electronic cactus? As long as he could strengthen himself, that was sufficient. I attempted to issue a command, "Uchiha Obito." He replied, expressionless, "Young master." Ah, indeed, he possessed intelligence. I promptly instructed, "Go train and enhance your strength." "Understood, young master." Without further ado, Obito exited through the door. Immediately, a flurry of system notifications erupted in my mind. Ding. Uchiha Obito has received the training command and commenced his practice. Ding. Uchiha Obito has bypassed the servant, sparing you the burden of explanation. Ding. Uchiha Obito has arrived at the seaside. Ding. Uchiha Obito has begun training, throwing punches 100,000 times. Goodness, I exclaimed in astonishment. The King of Rolls could not possibly be as driven as this. The shadow clone felt no fatigue, nor pain. It was a born training fanatic. Very well, let him toil away while I address the pressing matters at home. With the death of my parents, our modest estate became as coveted as Tang Sung's flesh, with everyone eager to take a bite. Particularly the president of the Death Merchant Guild. This scoundrel was rescued by my father from the slums and nurtured from a petty thief to the position of guild president. And what transpired? No sooner had my father passed than he began colluding with outsiders, intent on devouring the entire guild. I mused to myself, was this not the quintessential tale of the farmer and the snake? My father's benevolence had truly left me with a gaping pitfall. However, I was not of his ilk. I directly contacted him, cutting to the chase. The guild has incurred a loss of 500 million this month. On the other end of the line, Guild feigned distress, lamenting the rampant piracy and his helplessness. I chuckled, too weary to engage in pretense, and retorted with a cold smirk. Enough, Guild, cease your charade. The Death Merchant Guild is beyond your reach. Do not forget your place. You are but a dog of our family. A dog that is loyal is rewarded with bones. A dog that dares to bite its master faces only a dead end. With that, I hung up, uninterested in hearing his excuses. I was well aware that my words would only provoke him further. Yet, it mattered not. I aimed to compel him to reveal his true colors. Indeed, in the subsequent week, the old dog's maneuvers grew increasingly audacious. The loyal elders within the Chamber of Commerce, who had once stood by my family's side, were replaced in rapid succession. Several prominent nobles lent their support from the shadows, and even the 7 estates owned by my family began to feign allegiance while secretly undermining us. Throughout the kingdom of Freinen, I found myself akin to a solitary commander, besieged on all fronts. These nobles, who gazed at the world through the narrow confines of their own ambitions, were utterly engrossed in their schemes and oblivious to the reality that, ultimately, power must be asserted through strength. They naively believed that by sidelining me, I would become an easy target. How foolish! A week's time was ample. When the system's notification chimed once more, I understood that the moment for my counterattack had arrived. Ding! Uchiha physique has been elevated to a rank. I smiled broadly and opened Madara's attribute panel. What a revelation! Strength E, Physique E, Speed E, with an overall evaluation reaching a rank equivalent to the prowess of a pirate with a bounty of 1 million. Coupled with the Sharingan and a lack of pain sensitivity, even against a foe with a bounty of 10 million, I could hold my own. While this strength might seem insufficient in the grand line, it was more than adequate to stir up some waves in the West Sea. I gazed out the window at those self-assured rodents, reveling in their false sense of victory. The power was in place. It was time to demonstrate to these fools who the true master of the Death family truly was. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, my distant shadow clone, Uchiha Madara, instantly received my mental signal. Without hesitation, he abandoned whatever frog-jumping training he had been engaged in on the beach and, with a swift push of his foot, darted toward the lair of the traders, the headquarters of the Death Chamber of Commerce. The rotund figure named Gilder had just finished a call with another noble, acting as an obsequious sycophant. Moments later, he was heard cursing, proclaiming that he would eventually trample all the nobles beneath his feet. Ridiculous! With such paltry aspirations, he fancied to come back? Before his words could settle, a resounding howl erupted from outside, followed by a cacophony of chaotic sounds. The screams echoed like a concert, each wave growing nearer. The portly man was instantly thrown into a panic. He grabbed the golden pistol from the table just as the office door was forcefully flung open. The scene was something to behold. A figure clad in crimson armor, with hair flowing like a shampoo advertisement, strode through the entrance. What was truly striking was his exposed left eye, of vibrant crimson hue, with a small black dust swirling within, reminiscent of a tadpole. Gilder, not one to be easily intimidated, drew his weapon and fired without hesitation. Yet, Madara seemed to move as though under some supernatural influence, tilting his head casually as the bullets whizzed past, narrowly missing him. It was as if the essence of Keanu Reeves from 2025 had manifested, exuding an elegance that was eternally timeless. After exhausting his ammunition, the barrel of Gilder's gun was left smoking, yet he had failed to graze even a corner of Madara's attire. In a state of utter trepidation, he stammered. "You, who are you?" With an air of indifference, Madara Uchiha proclaimed his name, Uchiha Madara. A piercing glare from his Sharingan unleashed a wave of mental force that left the rotund figure momentarily bewildered, uttering only, "Gilder, the master wishes to see you." The plump man was instantaneously rendered catatonic, his gaze vacant, resembling a marionette as he mechanically followed. The corridor bore witness to a gruesome scene, strewn with bodies each, either with a gaping indentation in their chests or their necks twisted grotesquely. Yet, these two, one ensnared in an illusion, the other devoid of emotion, trampled over the fallen without a flicker of concern, advancing outward with unwavering composure. By the time I awoke the following day, to my astonishment, this individual was already kneeling before me. After a sleepless night, I trembled like a sieve. Beside me stood my formidable shadow clone, Uchiha Ban. A glance at the system log revealed Ban's extraordinary combat prowess. He had penetrated the enemy headquarters and eliminated 62 minions. However, the commotion was rather excessive, causing complications. But who am I? I am nobility. The law is merely a decorative concept to me. I rose and approached Jeerd, coldly commanding, "Lift your head." He hesitated, and in response, I delivered a swift kick, sending him flying 3 meters. He, too, was a coward, scrambling back to kneel before me, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. I reiterated my demand. I said to lift your head. This time, he dared not delay, trembling as he raised his gaze to meet mine. In that moment, his face drained of color. He undoubtedly realized that I was no longer the weak, kind-hearted child he could easily manipulate. My gaze was now as frigid as ice, capable of freezing a polar bear. In a moment of sheer foolishness, he stammered, "Who are you?" Oh, how that ignited my fury. I had intended to question him further about his superiors, but his blunder rendered me speechless. I nodded to Ban, who immediately grasped the situation, his hand tightening around Jeerd's throat. Before he could finish his plea, a sharp crack echoed, and silence enveloped the world. This incident served as a stark reminder. My persona had transformed dramatically since I traversed into this realm. It was imperative to eliminate anyone who knew my true identity. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to disaster. I instructed Ban to dispose of the body swiftly and set sail, avoiding lingering within the kingdom, while also taking the opportunity to hunt monsters at sea for experience. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside due to the incident with the Merchant Guild. Over 60 lives were lost, and the atmosphere resembled that of impending doom. The witnesses, paralyzed with fear, rendered a wanted poster depicting Ban as a demon draped in crimson, humorously dubbed the Crimson Devil, with a bounty of 10 million. It was enough to send me into fits of laughter. Before the captain of the guards, I flung the wanted poster at his face, berating him to solve the case promptly or face the consequences. He, utterly intimidated, dared not utter a word. Such is the privilege of nobility. I could act with impunity. Even if his superiors arrived, they would prove inconsequential before me. My scolding was merely for show. They could investigate as they wished. My men had already set sail. My true ambition was to seize the power vacuum left by the complete dismantling of the Eyeside's Merchant Guild's upper echelon, reclaiming the printing press that generated at least 1 billion berry in profit annually. As for how to achieve this, I must express my gratitude to my late father, though rather foolish, had done one commendable deed. During his lifetime, he engaged in charitable acts, akin to a benevolent benefactor. The result? A horde of ingrates, much like Jeerd. Yet, he also left behind a loyal following. These individuals had suffered greatly under Jeerd's oppression, and upon my return, they regarded me as kin. This was nothing short of a ready-made talent pool. Without hesitation, I selected an elder named Yurxi from this group of loyalists. He was a veteran, having served in the guild for over 20 years and nearly attaining the position of vice president. His capabilities were indisputable. With Jeerd's demise, I promptly elevated him to the role of president. Who would dare oppose? Anyone with objections would find themselves accompanying Jeerd in the afterlife. As for the 3 general managers who conspired with Jeerd, they were fortunate to have escaped the headquarters and avoided disaster. But now, did they still aspire to retain their positions? A mere fantasy. I issued a dismissal order without even bothering to fabricate a reason. They were terminated, plain and simple. Without Jeerd's backing, They lacked even the right to converse with me, let alone challenge my authority. With the merchant guild under control, I contemplated revamping my household. The previous maids, who knew whether they were spies sent by others. Thus, I ventured into the slave market. Upon entering, I was immediately approached by a chubby slave trader. Grinning widely, I dismissed him with a glance, my attention drawn to a young girl cowering in the corner, her face a mask of fear. I pointed at her and inquired of the trader, "Her? Is she yours?" The trader, sensing my interest, eagerly exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed Count, she is not a slave. I kept her to assist with bookkeeping due to her mathematical skills. But if you desire her." Before he could finish, I understood. I placed 1,000,000 berry on the table. Her, along with 9 maids, delivered to my estate. You might wonder why I showed such interest in a young girl. Let me clarify. It is not some peculiar obsession. This girl is named Nico Robin. My friends, Nico Robin, the future archaeologist of the Straw Hat crew. The child of the demon from O'Hara. I was astounded. How could I encounter her here? There were nearly 20 years until Luffy set sail. The timeline was utterly bewildering. Countless thoughts raced through my mind. Should I kill her? A bounty of 79,000,000 berry would yield 79 experience points. A tremendous profit. Yet, upon further reflection, this would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. She is the sole individual capable of deciphering the true history. If I aim to upheave this world and thrive amidst the chaos, I cannot do so without this pivotal character. As I contemplated how to nurture Robin, my shadow clone, Uchiha Ban was already at work in the Grand Line. I tell you, the Grand Line is a veritable haven for pirates. Ban's merchant ship had scarcely set sail when they encountered formidable adversaries. The lookout suddenly screamed, "Pirates!" The ship descended into chaos. The captain, peering through his telescope, turned pale upon realizing they faced the 8,000,000 berry bounty-hunting pirate crew. The captain despaired, exclaiming, "It's Babakara." Yet at that moment, Ban, who had been meditating at the bow of the ship, snapped to attention upon hearing the bounty amount of 8,000,000. His eyes flew open. He slowly rose, clad in ostentatious red armor, his long hair cascading down, leaving the crew in stunned silence. They had failed to notice such a figure aboard. As the pirates leapt onto the ship, swiftly dispatching a few guards with ease, they were filled with arrogance. But then, Ban made his move. With a thunderous kick, one pirate was sent flying, meeting his demise on the spot. Babakara's expression shifted in disbelief as he shouted, "Who are you?" with an air of cool confidence. "Bon declared, Utsihobon." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a crimson blur, charging forward with ferocity. The intensity of his assault was unparalleled. Babakara found himself on the receiving end of a relentless beating, while his underlings attempted to assist, only to be met with Ban's overwhelming might. As I indulge in my lunch, my mind is inundated with system notifications. Uchiha Ban has slain Babakara, earning 8 experience points. Uchiha Ban has defeated a pirate, acquiring 3 experience points. Uchiha Ban has sustained injuries, with an estimated recovery time of 3 hours. Goodness, I have only been out for a short while and already amassed an impressive 11 points in KPI. Such efficiency is remarkable. Meanwhile, Ban, after a fierce battle, is adorned with wounds and bullet holes. Yet being a shadow, he neither bleeds nor feels pain. The surviving crew aboard the ship are left in awe as they touch Ban's body, witnessing bullets miraculously expelling themselves. They are utterly astonished, exclaiming him their savior. As for our esteemed Ban, he tilts his head, contemplating that these individuals could assist him in identifying more wanted criminals. They still hold some value. Hence he refrains from slaughtering them all. Returning to my own affairs, the slave trader swiftly delivered 10 girls adorned with explosive collars. Among them was Robin, a petite figure with a countenance full of fear. I tossed the money box, and the rotund trader promptly took his leave. Gazing upon these 10 trembling young ladies, I cleared my throat and commenced my performance. From this day forth, I am your master. Work diligently, and I shall ensure you dine lavishly and live more honorably than those outside. As I uttered the final words, I could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, I am a magnanimous master. Life thereafter became comfortable. With the likes of the formidable Welsh managing the business affairs, I need not worry. Upon settling the accounts, lo and behold, the total assets exceeded 300 billion, an annual profit of 1 billion. That scoundrel Guild had previously lamented his financial struggles, truly devoid of integrity. Meanwhile, I devoted my attention to nurturing our little Robin, not to manipulate her, but to cultivate her potential. I assured her that my intention in purchasing her was to protect her from the nefarious. You'd never guess what transpired next. This little girl, merely 8 years old and having just endured the annihilation of her family, was in the most vulnerable state. With just a few tender words, she was utterly disarmed, her gaze toward me shimmering with hope. I must tell you, this child's backstory is truly tragic. Raised in O'Hara, due to her devil fruit abilities and the absence of her parents, she was regarded as a monster by her peers, subject to relentless bullying and often forced to seek refuge in the woods. Just when she thought she found solace in the companionship of the giant Admiral Saul, calamity struck with a buster call, resulting in the loss of her friend and even her mother, leaving her with a bounty of 79 million, becoming a mobile ATM for every passerby who wished to withdraw. Thus, now, as a dashing nobleman, treating her with kindness, providing her with the finest food and clothing, while praising her intellect and potential for greatness, I even dedicated an entire room for her to read. Who among my kin understands that such a combination of kindness might melt even the most stoic heart, let alone an 8-year-old girl? It was not just her. The other young ladies I had rescued soon regarded me as a living bodhisattva, initially fearing they would be sold to grotesque old men. They were pleasantly surprised to find their master handsome, well-built, and eloquent, with no airs of superiority. I provided them with private quarters, luxury skincare products, and meals that matched my own standards. Even when they made minor mistakes, such as burning their mouths on coffee or soiling their clothes, I would merely smile and advise them to be more cautious next time. There was no punishment, no inappropriate behavior. In fact, I noticed some of them looked at me with a hint of disappointment when I did not act in a manner they expected. Of course, I am no saint. My benevolence stems solely from the fact that they have yet to cross my boundaries. Should they dare to overstep, I would swiftly educate them on the true essence of a slave's self-discipline. For now, however, my primary focus remains on nurturing our little Robin, who has proven to be exceptionally capable, executing tasks with impeccable precision. Recently, Robin approached me to inform me that the 7 rebellious landowners had arrived at the back residence. I promptly offered her a bowl of chicken soup, gently ruffling her hair as I said, "From now on, do not call me master, simply use my name. Here, you are free." At that moment, the light in her eyes transformed into that of a searchlight, leaving her momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with emotion. With the younger ones settled, it was time to confront the older ones. In the back residence, the 7 old men fidgeted restlessly, as if awaiting their execution. They had previously underestimated me due to my youth, believing I could not maintain my estate, and conspired with the scoundrel guild to seize my manor. To their utter shock, I overturned the tables in one night, reclaiming the business for myself. Now they were in a state of panic, having awaited their fate in my residence for what must have felt like an eternity. I kicked open the door, surveying the 7 quaking old men, and without any preamble, I simply asked, "Do you have any last words?" Minutes later, I wiped the blood splattered on my sleeves, collapsing into the grand chair at the head of the table, and began reviewing the battle reports of my shadow clone, Uchiha Ban, over the past several days. I must say, sending Ban to the Grand Line was akin to a dragon returning to the sea. This fellow is an experience-gathering machine, having recuperated on a merchant vessel. He acquired intelligence regarding nearby pirates and commenced his explosive journey. His prowess rendered him a fearsome force against any pirate worth less than 10 million berries. On an island named Enzo, he dispatched 3 pirates with a combined bounty exceeding 20 million, causing a stir throughout the island. The local navy even sent a captain to present him with a commendation flag in recognition of his deeds. However, the situation took a wild turn when my shadow clone, with a mind not of this realm, logged a brief entry. Navy captain discovered. Value, 10 experience points. Decision hunt. And then, with an audible chime, the Navy captain met his demise. My blood pressure soared upon reading this. This was akin to the chaotic absurdity of the cyberpunk era of 2025. As a result, he became a wanted criminal of the Navy, nicknamed Red Armor, with a bounty of 15 million. Subsequently, he set sail on a small boat, only to encounter tempest. Battling the storm for 7 hours and wrestling with a monstrous fish for 3. Would you believe it? He managed to max out his strength, physique, and speed. Adrift for 2 days, he was rescued by a notorious pirate named Iron Hand Mondor, who bore a bounty of 80 million. Sensing Ban's fierce demeanor, Mondor immediately extended an invitation to join his crew. Realizing he was outmatched, Ban chose the path of a gentleman, opting for vengeance at a later date, and readily submitted. Thus began his journey alongside the pirate crew, engaging in battles, eliminating enemy officers, and acquiring experience points at an astonishing rate. His reckless fighting style garnered the admiration of Iron Hand, who promptly promoted him to a senior position. In just over a week, he not only maximized his willpower, but also evolved his Sharingan into the double tomo. His bounty soared to 20 million berries. Upon witnessing the 102 experience points in the system, I could hardly contain my excitement and shouted without hesitation, "System upgrade." Ding. The system level ascended to level 2. I could now create a second shadow, and the attribute limit was raised to D. Consequently, my own attributes also rose, reaching D level. Most crucially, a second shadow. I rubbed my hands together in anticipation, hoping for a splendid creation. As fate would have it, the result was a green figure with the talent of gluttony, enabling temporary attribute boosts or rapid healing through consumption. Quite underwhelming, yet seemingly practical. I shaped him into a towering bald giant, standing 3 meters 4, with a waist circumference of 6 feet and weighing 800 pounds, aptly named a version, designed to evoke a sense of physical intimidation. Just in time, as I was pondering how to dispose of the 7 corpses, I waved my hand, and our newly appointed butler, a version, opened his mouth wider than a water tank, devouring them one by one with a satisfying crunch. Not only did he obliterate the evidence, but his strength attributes surged, escalating from F to E rank. Henceforth, we could offer a complete service of murder and corpse disposal, all in one. Upon resolving these matters, I introduced the figure of Zhengwu to the maids of the manor, describing him as the newly appointed butler and bodyguard, a man of utmost integrity. The sight of him rendered the young ladies pale with fright. Only our little Luo Bin, perhaps having encountered giants before, displayed remarkable courage and curiously inquired about the whereabouts of the estate owners. I affectionately ruffled her hair and nonsensically remarked, they have profoundly recognized their faults and felt too ashamed to remain, hastily departing the country under the cover of night to seek penance in distant lands. Alas, what could I do? They had erred. At dawn the following day, I summoned Wyrxi. First, I instructed him to enlist a few trustworthy individuals to take charge of the 7 vacated estates. Then, I issued him a categorical command. I declared my intention to procure every single devil fruit and famed blade available on the market, regardless of the cost, as long as the trading company could bear it. I wanted them all secured. This proclamation left Wyrxi momentarily bewildered, as he elaborated on the exorbitant prices of the devil fruits and renowned swords, with even a natural type starting at $1 billion. Our trading company's liquidity was far from sufficient to cope. I chuckled, reassuring him, do not fret over monetary concerns. In fact, I am preparing to expand our enterprise. I explained, our esteemed Eyesides Trading Company currently specializes in 3 major sectors: beverages, jewels, and spices, which have reached their pinnacle in the West Sea, rendering us unrivaled. However, this ceiling limits our growth. To ascend further, we have 2 paths: either explore new markets or reduce our original costs. I am well aware of the intricacies of industry expansion. Our products must not be confined to the West Sea. They must reach all corners of the globe and even penetrate the Grand Line. I understand that pirates pose a significant dilemma, buzzing around like incessant flies. Yet, rest assured, it will not be long before they comprehend who truly holds dominion. As for reducing costs, well, I shall reveal my ingenious tactics when the time is ripe. In truth, navigating the world of One Piece as a legitimate merchant is an arduous endeavor, akin to starting in the depths of hell. The state of global order is chaotic, rife with loopholes, and yet fraught with perilous surprises. The foremost peril is undeniably the pirates. Despite the appearance of lofty ambitions among individuals like Luffy, most pirates are merely common highway robbers, lacking the capability to conquer cities and instead targeting merchant vessels like ours. Even the future Empress Hancock must resort to plunder to sustain her vast populace, let alone the riffraff. But do you believe the pirates to be the most fearsome threat? Wrong. The true burden that suffocates all kingdoms and merchants alike is the lofty world government. Each allied nation is required to pay the celestial dragons a substantial sum annually, known as the heavenly gold, ranging from a minimum of 1 billion to upwards of 1,000 billion, all for the sake of obtaining a title, ensuring the Navy provides at least token protection. How must the kings gather such sums? They are compelled to impose exorbitant taxes, leaving the common folk to toil endlessly, while we merchants see minimal profit. Thus, the pirates and the world government are the twin mountains crushing us beneath their weight. As for me, I am somewhat fortunate, bearing the title of nobility, allowing me to enjoy a 50% reduction in taxes, which has enabled Eyeside's trading company to flourish to its current magnitude. Yet, compared to the true behemoths, I remain but a fledgling. To elevate the power of our trading company, these two mountains must be moved. The world government is temporarily beyond reach, unless I were to foolishly aspire to become a king, constantly fretting over tribute to the celestial dragons. A fate I refuse to accept. Thus, the only viable target is the pirates. Once my system levels up 2 more times, I shall possess sufficient strength to teach these pirates the meaning of order. I have devised a brilliant plan to use pirates to manage pirates, inciting them to turn against one another. Even assisting them in disposing of stolen goods seems a remarkably lucrative venture. As I pondered these strategies, the first move was already underway. I instructed Yurxie to select 7 absolutely reliable individuals and swiftly install them as the new lords of our 7 most crucial estates. These estates are the lifeblood of our beverage industry. What a handover process. Naturally, it was far from smooth. The families of the former estate owners and the villagers dependent on the estates rose in opposition. Who could blame them? The previous estate owners had held their positions for as long as 30 years, rendering me, the legitimate proprietor, an outsider in their eyes. However, that is of little concern. This world does not operate solely on public sentiment. Anyone who dares to disrupt the peace shall be met with Zhongwu's persuasive force. Those unwilling to comply can leave. The slave market is replete with individuals more obedient and capable than they. As a noble of considerable stature, I shall not be hindered by a band of commoners. This is the absolute dominion conferred by absolute power. When their livelihoods are at stake, who cares for past grievances? The harsh reality dictates that to survive, they must heed my commands. Yet, this matter is not concluded. The audacity of these unruly subjects stems from my indulgent father, who treated them too kindly, allowing them to forget who their true benefactor is. When the celestial dragons flaunt their might, the common folk bow in humility. Yet, when the dragons display even a modicum of leniency, they dare to overstep. This ingrained cowardice is embedded in their very DNA. I refuse to be that soft target. In the past, a laborer in the estate earned an astounding annual salary of 600,000 berries. What does that signify? It is sufficient for a family of 5 to feast upon meat daily, free from want. Moreover, they were affiliated with our family, exempt from taxes. Yet, they failed to remember my kindness, instead attributing their fortunes to the former estate owners. Utilizing my resources while showing disdain for my people? Such insolence cannot be tolerated. I am disinclined to elucidate my position to them. Since they cannot recall gratitude, I shall assist them in regaining their senses. My actions serve as a vivid lesson in workplace education, meticulously restructuring the environment. Salaries are to be slashed to 400,000. Tax exemptions are revoked. The tax rate for farmers in the Freynan Kingdom is a staggering 25, which I previously absorbed. Now, they shall bear that burden themselves. In an instant, the villagers who had previously been the most vocal in their dissent fell silent. No one dared to abandon their posts. They are adults, after all. A moment of impulsiveness is swiftly overshadowed by the question of sustenance. Will they rely on the cold winds of the northwest? Become pirates? That path leads only to ruin. Even with my halving of their income, as long as they labor diligently, their lives will remain far superior to those of outsiders. I dare assert that I remain the most conscientious noble in this kingdom. Human nature is indeed wretched. Though they undoubtedly curse me behind my back, it is of no consequence to me. With the estate matters resolved, I have firmly secured the Iside's family's enterprises. Subsequently, the idle nobles within the kingdom began to extol my measures, proclaiming my decisiveness and familial leadership. I found amusement in their ignorance. They comprehend nothing of the true nature of power, which is the only thing worthy of respect in this world. Nevertheless, their recognition proves advantageous, as I can now wield my noble title with impunity, unconcerned about the opinions of commoners, and even the Navy must show me deference. On the third day following the resolution of the estate affairs, the king himself dispatched an envoy bearing an invitation to a court ball. I could not refuse such an honor. Upon arrival at the ball, I discerned the true intentions of the aging monarch. It resembled a version of the 9 princes in the Tainted Land from our own lore. King Phaley, now in his 60s, appeared on the brink of death, his demise seemingly imminent. His eldest son had perished at sea in his youth, leaving only 2 remaining heirs. The second prince, shrewd and well-connected among the nobility, stood in stark contrast to the third prince, Ein, who was favored by the old king despite his apparent lack of acumen. The old king sought to secure the throne for Ein, yet the second prince, having invested years in the pursuit of kingship, would not allow his ambitions to be thwarted. The interest groups supporting him would certainly not acquiesce. Thus, the old king must find a protector for the third prince. Looking across the expanse of the Fremen kingdom, whose stature rivals that of the 5 great noble houses, the Urkin family, responsible for arms, is a staunch ally of the old king. The Maus family possesses the most formidable private army, the Helamus family manages intelligence, and the Minerva family oversees politics. All 3 have allied with the second prince. Now, it falls upon me, the Estes family. We are wealthy, prestigious, with tens of thousands of employees and 40 armed merchant ships. In simple terms, whoever I support shall emerge victorious. At the ball, I felt all eyes upon me, especially those of the second prince, whose gaze was so intense it felt as if it could ignite me. I was thoroughly vexed by this sensation. I despised being the center of attention and loathed being embroiled in such trifling conflicts. Just as I was preparing to deflect the situation with humor, the old king leaned in and whispered a phrase that piqued my interest. He said, "Do you wish to know who has been supporting Jeerd and scheming against you?" Eager to hear more, I smiled. Once he finished his rambling, I became a staunch supporter of the royal faction. Why? Because the old king revealed that the Minerva family was behind my troubles. They are allied with the second prince. Now, I had both old grievances and new vendettas to settle. I must dismantle their influence, obliterate their trading company, and I shall not spare a single one. However, while I was contemplating how to collapse my political adversaries, my other identity, in the Grand Line, orchestrated a significant event. Upon waking, I found my system log at a staggering 99. My shadow clone, known as Uchiha Ban, had encountered a pirate crew called Iron Hand, clashing with an even more formidable group, the Golden Hero Pirates. The captains of both crews were bountied at 80 million and 92 million respectively, and they engaged in fierce combat to establish their renown. The spectacle was akin to divine beings clashing. And guess what? My band, a fighter with a maximum strength of 30 million, was on the sidelines, mercilessly taking down foes, first slaying a swordsman with a bounty of 27 million, then dispatching a cadre with a bounty of 35 million. Ultimately, seizing the moment while both captains were gravely wounded, he delivered a fatal blow to the captain of the Golden Hero Pirates with a well-timed backstab. As the battle concluded, both captains lay dead. Subsequently, the remaining members of the Iron Hand Pirates unanimously elected Ban, the slayer of their adversary's leader, as their new captain. I was utterly astonished, staring at the skyrocketing experience points, now at 156, unable to comprehend the magnitude of this surprise. I hastily instructed Robin to bring me all the newspapers from that day. Flipping through the pages, I found the bounty notice, and the third page bore the cold, handsome visage of Ban. Clad in crimson armor, Uchiha Ban. I counted the zeros on the bounty. 1, 2, 3, 8 zeros. 100 million. By heaven, this immense fortune had finally come my way. Yet, a pang of dread struck me. Ban's strength could not possibly warrant such a bounty. This was a classic case of virtue not matching position. He had become the most succulent target on the Grand Line, with everyone eager to take a bite. My plans were in disarray. I had to prioritize the royal matters and quickly provide support for my Ban. I called out Zhengwu. The door burst open, and my other enforcer, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, squeezed in. I glanced at his statistics. His strength and physique were nearing D grade, sufficient to handle 10 million level pirates. Accept your mission, I commanded through the system, instructing him to gather experience for me. Understood, young master. Just as he turned to leave, I urgently called out, remember, when hunting, keep a low profile. Do not reveal your identity, and absolutely refrain from engaging the Navy. Do not be as ostentatious as Ban. Yes, young master. Alas, my worries were relentless. Meanwhile, my newly appointed Captain Ban was throwing a lavish feast, celebrating his bounty exceeding 100 million. The atmosphere was raucous, I tell you. Ban wasn't merely drinking. He was seemingly pouring the ocean into his stomach, clutching a massive barrel of wine. He downed it in mere moments without so much as a blink. The pirates below were utterly astounded, shouting in admiration for their new captain's remarkable capacity and indomitable spirit. These unsophisticated brigands had no idea that my shadow clone possessed no internal organs. All the wine consumed was converted into energy. He could drink an entire river dry. At the peak of the festivities, Ban abruptly smashed the wine barrel, causing an immediate silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was bewildered, wondering what had caused their new captain to suddenly turn hostile. Then, Ban began his impromptu, or rather, passionate speech, reciting the lines I had previously programmed into him. 100 million is nothing. His unemotional voice boomed with an air of authority. In the New World, there are monsters worth 10 billion wandering about. The former captain's ambition was to conquer the New World. Though he has perished, I, Uchiha Ban, shall inherit that dream. I assure you, the slogans he shouted about this being an era of chaos, and that the iron-fisted conquerors would never cease, left those simple-minded pirates dazed as they rallied fervently around Ban, eager to follow him in conquering the world. Alas, it seems I must handle the grand visions. While Ban was rallying the entire pirate crew, I was confined in my study, focusing on my system panel, orchestrating a dual operation. One shadow clone was progressing too slowly in gaining experience. I needed to attack on both fronts. Zhengwu was restricted from provoking the Navy and was merely allowed to operate as a bounty hunter in the West Sea, targeting only those pirates with bounties. However, he was hesitant and often faced near-fatal retaliations due to bad luck. Fortunately, his swift escape and the ability to recover rapidly due to his gluttony talent kept my experience progress on track. Compared to Zhengwu, Ban the Grand Line was like a wild beast unleashed, wreaking havoc. I commanded him to disregard the Navy, civilians, and rival pirate crews. As long as there was profit to be gained and he could overpower them, the directive was simple: attack. Consequently, Ban's Iron Hand pirates grew exponentially, expanding from just over 200 members into a colossal force. His bounty skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, soaring to 13 million. My dear friends, in this era, strength draws admiration. The more ruthless Ban became, the more desperate outlaws flocked to him. Even a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million sought to join his ranks. Just as Ban was on the verge of becoming the pinnacle of the Grand Line, with his bounty poised to break through another barrier, I received a notification. Ding. Experience bar full. System level upgraded to level 3. At long last, this was what I had been waiting for. The attribute limit increased from D to D. And more importantly, I could create a third shadow. Without hesitation, I chose to manufacture. That familiar sensation of the soul being torn asunder returned, akin to having my brain cleaved in two, yet I remained composed, my willpower now strengthened. And guess what? Ding! You have gained a white shadow. Talent, precision. I was astounded. It seemed all my luck had been bestowed upon Ban. This new companion was nothing short of a thin card of destiny. I gazed upon this glimmering white figure, silently envisioning a character, red-haired, clad in a black trench coat, exuding an air of relaxed yet striking handsomeness of a middle-aged man. Your name shall be Kurosu Marion. Initial attributes? F. All F. It was nearly unbearable to behold. Nevertheless, I resolved to give him a purpose, promptly locating the Erkin family, requesting them to craft a top-tier, custom-made Desert Eagle for Kurosu with a caliber of 15 millimeters, capable of obliterating a person's upper body. Recoil? Non-existent. The Shadow clone feels no pain and does not tire, designed to be a merciless shooting machine. While I was delighting in my new acquisition, Ban unexpectedly plunged into the sea, calmly declaring to his ship full of underlings, "This is my training." Then, at the edge of the ship, I persistently swam alongside the fleet, traversing hundreds of kilometers. The pirates looked on, utterly astonished. On the other side of the West Sea, Xing Yi received my orders, abandoning a mere 7 million target, and hastily made his way to my homeland, the Phelan Inn Kingdom. The situation here was changing rapidly. The old king was gravely ill, and the three noble families backing the second prince were subtly maneuvering to tighten their grip on my trading company, restricting my fleet. They feared me, wary of my 20,000 sailors and 40 ships. I required strength, relying solely on a newly minted Kulos, still honing his marksmanship, would be insufficient. I had to await Z's return. Days passed, and my hand grew ever stronger. Ban Yi surged forward across the sea, his attributes reaching the D-level limit, effortlessly obliterating a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 300 million, causing his own bounty to soar to 55 million. He was hailed as one of this year's most formidable newcomers alongside Moonlight Moria and Don Quixote Doflamingo, especially Doflamingo, whose bounty of 250 million marked him as a true child of destiny, surpassing even my own. Yet, I remained unconcerned. Ban Yu was merely a vanguard for me. The true significance lay in the strength surrounding me. Xingyi's attributes were also nearing their peak. His body, enhanced by the talent of gluttony, had reached a stable supernova level during his berserk state, translating to a bounty of at least 90 million. As for Kulos, despite being a blank slate, his relentless dedication allowed him to train tirelessly for 24 hours, mastering his attributes and marksmanship to E-level, hitting every target within 100 meters. Wielding his formidable weapon with ease against million-level pirates, a near supernova and a million-level enforcer, sufficient to confront the local feudal lords back home. Robin. I set aside my documents and addressed the quietly reading Robin beside me, instructing her to prepare the carriage. I needed to visit the royal palace. Within the palace, the old king was nearing his end, while the third prince, Ein, sobbed by the bedside, tears streaming down his face. How amusing. The boy's hidden schemes were barely concealed, revealing him to be far from innocent. I had no patience for their father-son theatrics and directly conveyed that if the second prince dared to cause trouble, I would be the first to eliminate him. The old king, moved by my words, grasped the third prince's hand, urging him to cling tightly to my support in the future. Subsequently, we drafted the will. Let me tell you, the old king spared no expense to pave the way for his son. He appointed me as the governor of the outer seas and even bestowed upon me the title of hereditary marquis. Such a position had never existed in their nation's history. The navy and foreign trade were entrusted to my authority. This power was akin to wielding half the kingdom. The following day, news of the old king's passing spread throughout the nation. At the reading of the will, I stood alongside the head of the Urkin family, flanking the new King Ein, confronting the second prince and his three noble allies directly, the tension palpable. The atmosphere was charged to the brink of explosion. Due to our esteemed reputation, several lesser nobles chose to side with us, leaving the second prince's expression ashen. He erupted in fury, accusing us of fabricating the will, declaring he would never acknowledge it. He stormed off with his followers, intent on rallying an army for battle. Ein and I exchanged glances, neither of us intervening. Let them act. Let them make their moves. If you do not rebel, how can I justify purging your family. The cake is finite. To indulge, one must eliminate others vying for it. Thus, by September, the Phalanine kingdom descended into chaos. The second prince openly accused Ain of usurpation, leading the armies of the three major families under the banner of restoring legitimacy. Of course, Ain was not one to sit idly by awaiting doom. The cards he held were far sturdier than the second prince anticipated. You think that boy is truly naive? I assure you, it is all an act. His performance would earn him accolades in any award ceremony. He possessed not only the power bestowed by the old king, but also the covert allegiance of over 10 middle-tier nobles, bolstered by the nation's largest arms dealer, the Urican family, supplying him with superior weaponry well ahead of the second prince's arsenal. Consequently, the entire nation erupted into turmoil. The 7 major cities were engulfed in flames of war. Nobles were coerced to take sides, and commoners were conscripted as cannon fodder. The pirates had seized the opportunity and descended upon the coast, wreaking havoc as the navy struggled to maintain order. As for me, j'adoptais la laissez-faire attitude. Observing the spectacle from the sea, my Aista trading company dominated the waters of Phalanine. The second prince was no fool. Would he dare send ships to confront me? His navy was insufficient even to fill my gaps. Thus, a peculiar situation emerged. While chaos reigned on land, the seas remained tranquil, and my business continued undisturbed. I merely floated along, biding my time. The new King Ain, nearly in tears, sent emissaries daily, almost begging for my assistance. His forces dwindled, and it was evident he could not hold on much longer. Yet I remained unmoved, patient, allowing the situation to unfold. I dragged the situation for over 10 days until the second prince's army approached the walls of the capital. Finally, I could no longer bear it, and personally came to me. I regarded his almost tearful face and leisurely inquired, "Your Majesty, how many men do you have left?" His voice trembled, "Not even 20,000. I nodded, smiling, nearly there. I informed him, "Your Majesty, the cake is finite, and there are too many seeking to share it. What shall we do?" My actions aimed to diminish the useless little fish, one less at a time. I almost suggested that they should perish first, allowing us a larger share. After all, once their kind is wiped out, their portion of the cake would naturally belong to us. The boy's face paled, and he looked at me as if I were Spectre. At merely 14, he had never encountered someone so ruthless, willing to betray even their own for gain. He found me cruel, inhumane. Yet I was acutely aware. Those nobles revered the former benevolent head, not me. Their gratitude was worth little. In a couple of years, when interests clashed, they would turn on me faster than one could turn a page. I dismissed his shattered worldview, ordering him to withdraw all remaining forces to the royal city, leaving the rest to me. With a snap of my fingers, the door swung open, revealing my 2 trump cards, Z and Kulos, one a towering muscle-bound behemoth, the other a red-haired marksman exuding an aura of restraint. I waved them on and go. Let me tell you, the second prince was quite the character. With 40,000 troops at his doorstep, he felt secure, riding a tall horse to the front lines, clearing his throat to deliver his prize-winning speech as the destined child. And what happened next? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and his head burst like a ripe watermelon. Who understands? One moment he was posturing. The next he was lifeless on the ground. The entire 40,000 were stunned, their minds frozen in shock. I sat in the Count's mansion, watching the system notifications, nearly bursting into laughter. With such intellect, he dared to engage in a power play? Immediately, the true show began. My towering muscle-bound enforcer, Zheng Yi, stormed in wielding a massive iron club. This was no battle. It was sheer mayhem. With a single swing, soldiers flew like dumplings. Some recognized him, shouting, "It's the gluttonous one." Before the words even left their lips, Z stomped the ground, causing cracks to form, then lunged forward, delivering a punch that obliterated a soldier's chest. The opposing commander panicked, shouting, "Fire! Shoot! Bring him down!" Countless bullets and shells rained upon Zheng Yi, tearing into his flesh. However, he is merely a shadow, devoid of blood. Even more bizarre, what happens when he gets injured? He simply captures a minion, devours it in one bite, and his wound heals in an instant. At that moment, the psychological defenses of the opposing soldiers completely shattered. They retreated step by step, gazing at him as if he were a monster. On the other hand, Kuluosi was even more elegant. He didn't bother with the minions, targeting solely the enemy commanders and nobles. Those pampered gentlemen had never witnessed such a spectacle. With a mere raise of his hand, Kuluosi fired a shot, and a noble's head was gone. Another shot, yet another noble fell. The gunfire was incessant, and the enemy's command system was rendered ineffective by his solitary onslaught. On the city walls, the soldiers and nobles from Ain watched in stunned silence. They had never experienced such a scene. Two individuals were taking on an army of 40,000. This utterly subverted their understanding of warfare. Finally, the last noble, the head of the Mars family, his eyes reddened with rage, charged forth, seeking a moment of heroism, only to be met with another deafening shot. The world fell silent. Thus, a grand battle involving 40,000 was quelled by just the two of us. What could a new king Ain do? He could only obediently hand over all that he had promised me: the title of Marquis, the governorship of the overseas territories, and a fortune in both money and assets. He feared me, terrified that one day I might take action against him. I proclaimed that low-key development was the way to go, yet I swiftly eradicated the Minerva family, leaving no one alive, young or old. I aimed to make the entire kingdom aware of the consequences of provoking me. Isides. From that day forth, the kingdom of Phalanon echoed with the saying, Isides, debts must be repaid. Oh, by the way, let me interject that my pirate crew, the Iron Hand Pirates, sailing the Grand Line, is now thriving. Captain Uchiha Ban, for reasons unknown, has decided to attack a kingdom called Baiji, claiming he seeks to challenge himself and never settle. Very well, let him indulge in his whims. Returning to my affairs, I found myself in a period of explosive development that even the most extravagant tales would hesitate to depict. After annexing all my opponent's assets, my trading company's annual revenue skyrocketed to 3 billion berries. My workforce approached 40,000. I invested 30 billion and recruited 5,000 elite private soldiers, all equipped with the finest gear from the Ulcan family, and even enlisted retired naval officers as trainers. Then came the extravagant spending. I scoured the world for devil fruits and famed swords, acquiring them all. In no time, I obtained 4 devil fruits and 2 famous swords. Among them were 2 Paramecia types, 2 Zoan types, and 1 unidentified Logia type. Let me tell you, each of these fruits has its own tale. First, there's the Paramecia type Jean fruit, which sounds a bit trivial, but when used correctly, it can ensnare targets as if they were stationary. Then, there's the remarkable impact fruit. It cost me a staggering 13 billion berries. 13 billion, my friends. With such an investment, its destructive potential is undoubtedly explosive. The other 2 Zoan types are equally impressive. One is the gorilla fruit, perfectly suited for humans, granting mastery over physical combat and weaponry, amplifying strength to its zenith. The other is even more astonishing. I stumbled upon an ancient species, the terror wolf fruit, which the seller mistakenly labeled as a mere ice-field wolf fruit. It was laughable. He was utterly clueless, and I acquired it for 4 billion, easily flipping it for 8 billion. As for the final Logia type, I spent 10 billion. As its identity was unknown, making it akin to a blind box, allowing me to snatch it at a bargain price. Altogether, I poured 34 billion solely into the fruits, leaving my coffers noticeably lighter. Oh, and there were 2 swords, the large blade, Red Maru, and the fine blade, Little Knight, Listening to Rain, costing just over 20 million combined, a mere trifle compared to the devil fruits. I suspect that in this era, swordsmen are so impoverished that they cannot afford a train, resulting in a lack of market for famed swords. With the goods in hand, I immediately armed my subordinates. For the hulking figure of Zhengwu, I had him swallow the gorilla fruit. With a resounding boom, the system notified him of an unlocked transformation skill. Once he transformed, his muscles nearly tore through his clothing, and his attributes soared. Upon inspecting the data, his peak state post-transformation boasted a physical strength rating of B. What does this mean? In the first half of the Grand Line, he would be invincible. The new generation of pirates would pale in comparison, and a bounty of 300 million berries would be reasonable. Next was Kuluosi, I bestowed upon him the Zhanzhan fruit. Initially, it seemed mundane, offering a variety of adhesion skills. However, I was focused on the potential for awakening. Once I elevated him to that stage, he would unleash a domain where anyone within 300 meters who touched him would be stuck, unable to move, merely waiting to become a target. The thought of such a scenario was too beautiful to fathom. As for Ban, I saved the most potent gift for him, the impact fruit, paired with the large blade, Red Maru. What manner of individual is Ban? He thrives on style and area damage. Close combat would be beneath him. Once he achieves Susanoo and combines it with the impact fruit, the scene, oh my, the sheer damage output would be overwhelming, leaving opponents bewildered. However, I wasn't in a rush to distribute the items. I glanced at my experience points, only a bit over 800. It wasn't sufficient. I aimed to accumulate a grand total of 1,000 experience points to summon a top-tier shadow. I held off until the spring of the following year. During this time, I found myself idly pretending to be a noble in my marquee residence, accompanying Robin in her studies, managing trivial matters of the trading company, and fending off the flattery of those nobles. I was nearly bored to death. All the while, Ban was out leading the charge, pillaging as a pirate, and finally managed to amass enough experience for me. 1,800 points. System. Level up. Without hesitation. Ding. The system upgraded to level 4, allowing for the creation of a new shadow. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The important part was that I had a surplus of 1,000 experience points. The system notification chimed. Would you like to expend 1,000 experience points to obtain a higher quality shadow doppelganger? You will receive a shadow doppelganger with a minimum quality of purple and a maximum quality of red. Yes, I roared internally. I had to go all in. In the next moment, a searing pain ripped through my soul. The shadow behind me twisted violently, with countless light points flooding in. Ding! It's done. You have acquired a shadow doppelganger. Talent. Sword God Red. Red light. Who understands this, my friends? A blinding crimson glow flashed, and I unlocked a red talent. Sword God. This talent is simply outrageous. Swordsmanship level permanently set to 1. Experience gain rate at 300 for every level gained. An additional sword technique is automatically comprehended. When using sword techniques, it also adds 100 sword intent damage. Moreover, whenever I engage with a swordsman, all attributes increase by 2. Staring at the shadow, radiating a crimson glow before me, a name instantly sprang to my mind. A transcendent swordsman clad in white, with only the sword in his heart. From now on, you shall be known as Shimin Chue Shui. Done. With my new subordinate acquired, the equipment must follow suit. I immediately sought out artisans, spending lavishly to forge 2 Han swords from top-tier alloy, both robust and sharp, with striking designs. One named Qinglong was for my use. The other, called Baihu, was bestowed upon Shimin Chue Shui. I then assigned him 3 tasks. First, set sail to find Ban and deliver the Red Maru and Impact Fruit. Second, practice swordsmanship fervently to elevate his level. Third, find a method to cultivate haki or locate someone proficient in it. Thus, barely a day after his birth, Shimin Chue Shui, clutching 2 swords, embarked on a small sailboat into the sea. I didn't let him consume a fruit. What a joke. The red tier talent itself is the strongest cheat. Consuming that would only give him a fear of water, a self-imposed debuff. Truth be told, what brings me the greatest joy? It is myself. I share talents with my shadow, Sharingan, Gluttony, and now the Sword God. Allow me to share that my current combat prowess stands at a minimum bounty of 300 million. This is equivalent to the esteemed captains of the New World. This does not even account for the surge in my attributes following my gluttony, nor the enhancements bestowed upon me by the elevated levels of my shadows. Should I encounter a careless swordsman with divine talent, I could further augment my attributes by 2 points, rendering me even more formidable. Upon awakening the next morning, I was greeted by a flurry of notifications from the system. Not long after setting sail, Shimin Chue Shui encountered a band of pirates, a captain with a bounty of 1 million, whom he dispatched with ease. The system indicated this was due to his sword intent. Such is the unreasonable nature of a red grade talent. Observing the logs, I felt no stirrings within my heart. I had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. My shadows are all remarkably capable. Ban Yi, a mere D-grade individual, had managed to achieve a bounty of 200 million purely by leveraging his Sharingan. Zheng Wu, who remains in his base form as a D, instantly escalates to B upon transformation. Now, with the emergence of a red-grade sword deity, is it not mere common practice to vanquish foes of higher levels? I rang the bell at my bedside, and my maids promptly entered to assist me with my morning routine before I leisurely made my way to the dining hall for breakfast. The meal consisted of marine king-class steaks paired with the finest milk, epitomizing the lavish yet unpretentious lifestyle of nobility. As I indulged, the young Robin approached me, looking quite the little adult, and thrust a letter into my hands, stating that I appeared to be in trouble. The maid, Mayer, was about to chastise her for her lack of decorum when I halted her with a smile. I broke open the letter to find it was from my trading guild president, Yurxi. The letter conveyed that we intended to establish a branch in the Lioli kingdom of the West Sea, only to be thwarted by a man named Galuo La, who had slaughtered over 100 of my employees and 50 guards, while absconding with goods valued at 150 million. The royal family of the Lioli kingdom merely dismissed it as a personal conflict, refusing to intervene. I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Galuo La, what manner of being is this? Mayer, astonished, explained that he is one of the 12 major mafia families of the West Sea, wielding immense power, with several nations under their control. Ah, a mafia family? I found amusement in their audacity. I had refrained from seeking out these vermin lurking in the shadows. Yet they dared to bite back? Did they not realize they were provoking a force to be reckoned with? I placed the letter down and, assuming a serious demeanor, declared to Robin and the gathered maids that I would personally journey to the Lioli kingdom. In the West Sea, no one dares to harm a member of the Eyesides family without facing dire consequences. Whether it be the kingdom or the mafia, the Eyesides family demands retribution. Thus, I promptly selected 2,000 elite soldiers and boarded our colossal treasure ship, reputed to have cost 30 billion, setting sail towards the Lioli kingdom. I was quite eager, as this marked my first genuine venture into the seas. However, to my dismay, the vessel glided through the waters as smoothly as if traversing solid land, rendering the journey rather dull. I found myself reclining on the deck, sipping juice to the point of boredom. Just as I was about to doze off, I learned that my other avatar, Shimen Chue Shui, had made quite a spectacle of himself. He had spent his morning pursuing a band of petty thieves in Greentown who had stolen his blade. You would not believe what followed. He eliminated all 20 of them, in the most literal sense, by the time the naval colonel and his men arrived on the scene. It was a veritable river of blood. The naval colonel, pointing a finger at him, questioned why he had committed such a massacre. Unfazed, he slowly sheathed his sword and, with an expression that seemed to say, "What do you want?" replied, "They stole my blade." The colonel was left bewildered. "So what?" And Shimen Chue Shui, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "Thus I killed them all. Who among my family understands?" I had instructed him to instill fear in the wicked. Yet is this how he interpreted it? His reading comprehension was rather concerning. He even added, "The young master is correct. To ensure no one dares touch my blade again, I have decided to eliminate anyone who comes into contact with it." He then raised his gaze to the naval colonel and calmly inquired, "And you, do you wish to possess my blade as well?" At that moment, I was still aboard my ship, sipping juice, when suddenly my system notifications erupted like fireworks. Shimen Chue Shui had slain a naval foot soldier. He had wounded the naval colonel. His swordsmanship had advanced. He had comprehended a new sword technique, Chue Shui. He had dispatched the naval colonel. I was utterly flabbergasted. How on earth did a mere D-grade character defeat a naval colonel single-handedly? Had his combat prowess truly inflated to such an extent? I hastily sent him a command via the system, instructing him to cease his antics in the West Sea and promptly rendezvous with Uchiha Ban in the Grand Line before he was encircled by the Navy. Meanwhile, the foolish son of the Galuo La family was reveling in his castle, brandishing a phone bug and boasting, "What is AIC2C? Let him come. We are the Galuo La." "Very well, I shall oblige." The next day, I appeared at his doorstep. I must tell you, The scene was akin to Godzilla invading a village. My formidable soldier, Zheng Wu, wielded a metal club and, like a whack-a-mole game, struck down the little rascals, leaving a veritable shower of tomato sauce in his wake. Within 10 minutes, the battle was concluded. The young master, named Wenj, found himself on his knees, trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a word as his legs lay broken before me. I had intended to toy with him, but he proved too feeble to withstand my intimidation, rendering the encounter utterly unamusing. I waved my hand dismissively, instructing Zheng Wu to treat him as a light snack. The situation grew even more absurd thereafter. My soldiers rescued the king of the Lioli kingdom from the dungeons, only for him to display signs of madness. Upon his rescue, he adopted an air of authority, insisting that we had invaded his kingdom and demanded reparations. I could hardly contain my laughter. Reparations? Very well. I promptly instructed my soldiers to grant him reparations by hanging him in the dungeon, declaring it the work of Galuo La. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The new king expressed profound gratitude towards me, offering discounts and warm gestures. Ah, do these nobles possess nothing but mush in their heads? Yet merely slaying a young master and a king was insufficient. I required a demonstration to deter others. The entire West Sea must understand that those who dare to cross me shall face annihilation. I led my army in a sweeping campaign against all strongholds belonging to the Galuo La family. The patriarch of Galuo La clan was no coward. Instead of fleeing after the death of his son, he gathered forces to confront me head-on. The result? A ragtag bunch that could scarcely serve as a warm-up for Zheng Wu and Ku Luosi. I took matters into my own hands, swiftly severing the patriarch's throat with a single strike, allowing me to gauge my own strength. In an instant, the West Sea erupted in chaos. A once prominent mafia family was obliterated within days. Various newspapers frantically delved into my background, labeling me the new master of the Freyna nobility and a superlative merchant, wielding two formidable experts, Zheng Wu and Ku Luosi, and gaining notoriety overnight in the West Sea. As my fame surged, my two aces in the Grand Line successfully converged. Uchiha Ban was indulging in hearty meat at a tavern when, with a glare from his Sharingan, the Iron Hand pirate crew fell silent. In the next moment, my other ace, Shimin Chue Shui, emanating an aura of frost, entered the tavern. I assure you, the atmosphere in the establishment froze solid. Ban's crew, led by Ma Shi Lang, was left bewildered, inquiring about the identity of this newcomer. Ban responded coolly, "My brother, Shimin Chue Shui." The tavern owner nearly swallowed his wanted poster in shock. The highest bounty displayed on the wall was none other than the sword deity, Shimin Chue Shui, with a bounty of 115 million. Upon my return to Freynan, Robin approached me with a newspaper, seriousness etched on her face, claiming it reported my annihilation of the mafia family. What could I say? I could only feign innocence and tell her that modern media concocts sensational tales for attention. Look at me, such a benevolent individual. Does it seem likely that I would engage in conflict? To my surprise, Robin accepted my words, nodding earnestly. At that time, I was still occupied with matters in Shihai and had no inkling that my two most formidable cards, Uchiha Madara and Shimin Chue Shui, had already joined forces. Madara inquired about the task at hand, to which Shimin Chue Shui responded, stating he was to deliver a devil fruit and was given free rein by the young master. Upon hearing this, Madara thought it fitting to propose that they team up for a similar mission to gain experience in the New World. After a moment's reflection, Shimin Chue Shui nodded in agreement. Thus, unbeknownst to me, my two most powerful allies were preparing to unleash chaos upon the Grand Line. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing on my end as well. My intention to eradicate the Garola family was initially to serve as a warning to those lurking in the shadows, compelling them to refrain from provoking me. However, it seems I had stirred a hornet's nest. The citizens of Shihai observed that the mafia was not invincible, and in an instant, the flames of rebellion ignited. Everyone began to regard me as a heroic figure opposing the mafia, with even film companies approaching me for the rights to my biopic. I was utterly bewildered. A film? This was not a talent show, but an underground expansion. To make matters worse, the The remaining 11 mafia families, initially spectators, were now on high alert. Seeing the populace emboldened to confront them, they realized the only way to stabilize the situation was to eliminate me, their leader. So much for scaring the monkeys. I had inadvertently summoned a pack of wolves. Not only the mafia, but also a horde of lone wolf assassins, eager to make a name for themselves in the underworld, were drawn to the scent of blood. In their eyes, I, a prominent noble with a notorious reputation, was the perfect stepping stone to fame. They were reckless enough to challenge me, fully aware of my capability to crush the Garola family. Though they dared not attack on my territory, the kingdom of Falanin, under the watchful eye of the Navy, they cunningly targeted my merchant ships and smashed my trade branches instead. Within mere days, my desk was cluttered with urgent letters. The market I had painstakingly built in Shihai was on the brink of collapse, and all my initial investments were about to go down the drain. Who could understand my fury at that moment? After a year of traversing this world, I finally grasped the essence of true rage. In front of Robin and Mel, I maintained the facade of a gentle nobleman, but when alone, I could no longer contain myself. How dare a pack of cowardly rats provoke me? And as for the instigator behind the scenes, should I catch you, you will face dire consequences. It was clear to me that someone was stirring the pot. But at this point, I had no interest in playing chess with them anymore. I shouted into the air, Zengwu, Quolosi, go. Eliminate everyone who dares to lay a hand on us. If they do not wish for me to develop quietly, then I shall unleash a river of blood. In mid-April of the year 1501 of the Sea Circle era, with a single command, all merchant associations withdrew to the kingdom of Falanin. Every capable sailor was drafted into the army, and my forces surged from 5,000 to 20,000. 50 merchant ships were hastily converted into war vessels. The 2 divisions of my 20,000 troops were dispatched. Zengwu, leading 10,000, targeted all mafia families in Shihai for a thorough sweep. Quolosi, commanding another 10,000, aimed to cleanse the underground world of all daring rats. Simultaneously, I sent letters to nations clamoring to resist the mafia, inviting them to join me in eradicating this malignant force from Shihai. The entire region was set ablaze. By late April, news of victories flooded in. Zengwu had decimated the Morinton family on Camanrada Island, taking down the boss along with over 3,000 elites in a little more than an hour. Concurrently, Quolosi pursued a band of thieves known as the Gopher Gang, relentlessly tracking them for 2 days and nights, ensuring that not a single one of the over 120 members escaped. All were hanged. The most absurd part was the last one. That fellow ran for a grueling 44 hours without food or water and still couldn't shake off Quolosi. By early May, Zengwu became even more ferocious, challenging the coalition of 3 major mafia families. After 3 hours of combat, his opponents were utterly routed. This battle propelled Zengwu to a new level, enhancing all his attributes to the B grade. He single-handedly dispatched numerous renowned masters. The moniker Devourer of Zengwu echoed throughout Shihai overnight, with newspapers dubbing him a devilish monster. By mid-May, Quolosi, not to be outdone, eliminated a corpse thief with a bounty of 30 million berries, racking up countless minor thieves in the process, earning the nickname Silver Lance Marion. By early June, one of the mightiest mafia families, Yagu, was obliterated. A notorious pirate, Barias, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was brutally smashed to pulp by Zengwu wielding an iron rod. This commotion reached the Navy headquarters, prompting Marshal Sengoku to express interest in recruiting Zengwu. By mid-June, 3 more mafia families were vanquished, leaving only 3 of the 12 families in Shihai struggling to survive. By late June, the Bland family was slaughtered by Zengwu, and the Pengli family, terrified, fled the region overnight. Only the Capone family remained. At this juncture, a fellow named Capone Beiji stepped forward, assuring his leader that he would procure my head within 10 days. Then, 10 days later, I found myself with my foot planted firmly on Beiji's battered face, grinding it down as I queried, "Which filthy rat are you?" In mid-July of the year 1501, this nearly 3-month-long counterattack came to a close. The sky over Shihai had transformed. Henceforth, there would be no more Esther's family of Falanin, only the Esther's family of Shihai. Not only did I triumph, but I also won the hearts of the people. The expansion of the Merchant Association surged forward, spreading rapidly across Shihai within mere days. The shadowy figure behind the scenes must be seething with rage, never anticipating that his conspiracy would propel me to power. However, this matter is far from over. I'm a person who believes in settling debts. Once I have the opportunity, it shall be time for retaliation. I return to my study, comfortably seated in my chair, and open the system panel. Over these past 3 months, my subordinates had gone on a rampage, resulting in an explosion of experience points. Level LV4 260715500. Remarkably, I had more than enough to level up. Furthermore, Shimin Shui Shui had also been impressive, pushing my swordsmanship level to LV3 and allowing me to grasp the legendary realm of the breath of all things. In simpler terms, this is the realm of a sword master, where nothing is constant. Coupled with his red tier talent, Shimin Shui Shui's bounty inexplicably soared to 270 million. Even more astonishing was Madara, who, unbeknownst to me, had managed to take down a well-established pirate crew in a new world. With his bounty skyrocketing to 355 million, I could hardly fathom how he had acquired such strength, even if he had consumed a devil fruit. It should not have endowed him with such prowess. Never mind, I would not dwell on it. After all, my avatars could resurrect, so let them have their fun. I glanced at the over 2,000 experience points and commanded, "System, upgrade." Just as I prepared for the upgrade, the scene in my mind abruptly shifted, transporting me directly to the new world. My two formidable allies, Madara and Shimin Shui Shui, stood at the bow of a ship, surrounded by 7 pirate vessels flying the Whitebeard skull flag. A colossal figure on the flagship emitted a thunderous laugh. "Ku-la-la-la-la, become my son." What? The scene instantly shifted back. Ding. Consumed 1,500 experience points. System level upgraded to LV5. You can now create new shadow avatars. No need for further words. Create shadows. Bring me 1,000 experience points, I proclaimed with an air of grandeur. Ding. Deducting 1,000 experience points. The emerging shadow has received a new boon. In the next moment, an agonizing pain tore through my soul, twisting my features, but it subsided quickly. A brand new shadow began to coalesce behind me. Ding. Shadow clone successfully created. Talent. Hero's Wish Orange. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover an orange talent. Its effect was, when facing an unwinnable battle, the next attack receives a damage amplification of over 50 times. This ability could only be used once per battle. Was this not the protagonist's halo? I was utterly dumbfounded. Without a moment's hesitation, I set the appearance of this new shadow to that of the most fitting character for this talent, the white-haired youth, Bayer Kalangni. Subsequently, I retrieved the long-saved nature-type devil fruit from my drawer and tossed it to the new shadow. Bayer, consume it. Bayer swallowed it whole. Ding. Shadow Bayer Kalangni has acquired the skill, Storm LV1. Storm LV1. Ability obtained from consuming the storm fruit. What? The storm fruit? Does anyone understand? I almost choked. This is the superior version of the wind fruit, comparable to an admiral's capability. If sold at an auction, it would fetch 5 billion berry with eager bidders. I wouldn't even lose out by consuming it myself. I stared at Bayer for a full 10 minutes, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, fine, I've given it all to him. The boy deserves it. Just as I was lamenting over the storm fruit, the system notification chimed again. Ding. A new system log has been generated. Typically, when the system prompts me, it is rarely good news. I took a deep breath, bracing for the trouble that ban might have stirred up. I opened the system log. Then, my eyes widened in disbelief. The log revealed that Ban and Shimin Shui Shui had drawn the attention of Whitebeard because they had previously defeated a pirate named Brew, who was one of Whitebeard's subordinates. Later, they had vanquished an old pirate crew in the New World, gaining notoriety that finally caught Whitebeard's attention. The following entries were a series of battle records. Ding. Uchiha Ban defeated Whitebeard's 10th Division Captain, Khalil. Ding. Shimin Shui Shui defeated Whitebeard's 9th Division Captain, Brunheim, but retreated under the assault of 2 other captains. I was astounded. They were this formidable? To hold their own against Whitebeard's captains and still manage to escape? No wonder Whitebeard took matters into his own hands. Indeed, the subsequent log entries indicated, Ding, Uchiha Ban was attacked by Edward Newgate and severely injured. Ding, Shimen Shui Shui was attacked by Edward Newgate and severely injured. All strikes resulted in instant kills. Pirate Edward Newgate invites Uchiha Ban and Shimen Shui Shui to join the Whitebeard pirates. Uchiha Ban and Shimen Shui Shui, assessing the situation, decisively submitted. This action left me utterly speechless. Just a moment ago, they were defiantly swinging their blades at the world's strongest man, and the next moment, they were surrendering? They truly embody the principle of adaptability. My two most powerful subordinates have infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates as spies. I reclined in my chair, recovering from the shock for quite some time. Once the astonishment subsided, a sudden realization struck me. This maneuver could be incredibly profitable. I had embedded two of my own within the most powerful pirate crew of the current era. The following day, I gathered my composure, donned formal attire, and prepared to depart. I introduced the newly arrived Bayer as my cousin from the countryside. Bayer, quick-witted as he was, had trained rigorously overnight and managed to perfect a level 1 acting skill, displaying an innocent and pure smile that instantly endeared him to Mayer. I pondered. The shadow prototypes I had previously created were all expressionless, which explained their lack of emotion. I must pay attention to this aspect moving forward. Once properly attired, I took my newly appointed bodyguard, Bayer Kalangni, and boarded the carriage that had been prepared outside. Today, I intended to undertake a significant mission. Our destination was the West Sea Navy Branch Fortress. I must emphasize, the visit to the Navy Branch Fortress was not urgent. First, I had a minor but bothersome matter to attend to at the Royal Palace. Upon arriving at the Freinen Palace, I was met with an opulent display. The newly appointed King Ein Freinen, upon seeing me, displayed an exuberance akin to a dog greeting its master, arms wide open as he rushed toward me. "Oh, my Lord Estes, what brings you here?" He expected a warm embrace, but guess what happened? I advanced and delivered a punch. Bang! Right on target. That fellow's physique was as fragile as paper, and he immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging like copper bells before he collapsed. The atmosphere was, I assure you, deathly silent. The guards and servants on either side were petrified, mouths agape, presumably experiencing a mental shutdown. After several seconds, a loud eunuch finally reacted, his voice piercing, "Regicide! Lord Estes has committed regicide." This outcry instantly ignited chaos in the palace. The guards, seemingly driven mad, charged at me with fervor. Unfortunately, they never even had the chance to brush against my garments. My sidekick Bayer, my new bodyguard, simply waved his hand nonchalantly. Whoosh! A whirlwind of gray and white engulfed the entire hall. The guards were tossed around like rags in a washing machine, crashing against walls and pillars until silence fell upon them. My new bodyguard excelled in clearing the scene. I glanced at the devastation and casually remarked, "Well done." My gaze then landed on the sole survivor in the hall, the unfortunate soul who had just cried regicide. Upon meeting my eyes, his legs trembled uncontrollably, an unmistakable scent of fear permeating the air. Those who understand such terror know the feeling that almost spills off the screen. I beckoned him with a finger. "Come here, look up." He was likely thinking of 1,000 refusals, yet his body betrayed him, trembling as he raised his head. I scrutinized him. He appeared to be of average age and looks perfect. I spoke. "What is your name?" "Never mind, it's not important. From now on, your name shall be Ein Freinen. Congratulations, you are now the new king of Freinen." The fellow's eyes slowly widened, bewilderment filling his pupils with 3 words. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The following day, I compelled this still trembling new king to summon the nation's nobility for a grand assembly. Standing beside him, I pointed at the visibly terrified king, addressing the confused nobles below. "Behold, our new king. Is he not handsome and dignified? Clearly the chosen one oblivious noble, lacking insight, foolishly interjected. But he is not the king." Before his words could fully escape, Bayer unleashed another windblade, and that man's head rolled onto the floor. Instantly, the hall fell into an eerie silence. I nodded in satisfaction, smiling as I inquired once more. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions? Now, who would dare to voice a question? The military might of the Freynin kingdom had already been decimated in previous internal conflicts. Currently, the entire nation was under the absolute dominion of the Estes family. Any dissent? The consequence would be akin to that of the severed head on the floor. After a few seconds of silence, an astute noble prostrated himself, utterly humbled, tears streaming as he exclaimed, "Long live His Majesty the King." Remarkably, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The remaining nobles discarded their dignity, hastening to kneel and bow, their praises overflowing, as though the one seated upon the throne was indeed their own father. This is professionalism. What does it mean to declare a deer a horse? Today, I provided them with a live demonstration. Having settled all matters, I laughed heartily and turned to leave with Bayer. Behind me knelt a multitude of nobles, alongside a puppet huddled upon the throne, too afraid to lift his head. From this day forth, though I'm not a king, all shall recognize me as one. The matter had scarcely settled when my forces dispatched to eradicate the Black Hand returned in triumph. A colossal fleet comprising 50 warships darkened the skies, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The entire populace of the port erupted in fervent cheers, calling my name and heralding me as their savior. The nobles, who had just been paralyzed with fear, turned pale at this sight. They understood well that a ruthless butcher could be perceived as a hero by the masses, a notion far more terrifying than anything else. Not far from my fleet, a dilapidated small boat bobbed upon the waves. A red-haired youth, donning a straw hat, gaped at my armada and questioned a cool gray-haired man beside him, who was casually smoking. "Hey, what on earth is that?" The gray-haired man flicked ash from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "The Estes army, the new overlord of the West Sea." "Shanks, I told you to read the papers more often." I was in my residence when news arrived that 2 self-proclaimed pirates were at the port, persuading Bayer to join their ranks, and Bayer had graciously welcomed them. Upon entering, I was taken aback. Good heavens, was that not a youthful version of red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman? The future emperor and his vice. Shanks, being straightforward, immediately introduced himself. "Hello, I am Shanks. I want Bayer to be my companion. Please agree." My heart raced with excitement. My shadow clones were indeed harbingers of fortune. First, Uchiha Madara and Shimin Shue infiltrated the Whitebeard's ship, and now Bayer had reeled in the future red-haired pirates. This was red-haired. This investment must be secured. An idea sprang to my mind, and I quickly donned a solemn expression. I looked at Shanks and inquired of Bayer, "Do you wish to join them?" Bayer, displaying remarkable acting skills, immediately professed loyalty. "I will follow the young master as command." "Excellent." I nodded and turned to Shanks. "Bayer is my cousin. You may take him, but you must do me a favor." Thus, Bayer and I, channeling our inner Oscar-winning actors, staged a dramatic performance of brotherly affection and familial separation. I embellished the tale of how the Navy sought to conscript my exceptionally gifted and kind-hearted cousin Bayer into becoming a weapon of murder, rendering listeners heartbroken and spectators in tears. Shanks, a fervent youth, had never encountered such theatrics and was immediately moved, thumping his chest in assurance that he would never allow the Navy to take Bayer away. I was overwhelmed with gratitude and presented them with a high-end warship valued at 80 million berries, along with mountains of supplies and cash. I declared, "This is an investment in your future. I believe in you." The 2 future titans, bewildered yet grateful, took Bayer and departed under the cover of night. As I watched their ship vanish into the darkness, my tears dried instantly. A figure wielding a silver spear appeared behind me. With a stoic demeanor, I commanded, "Inform Rear Admiral Torpat of the Navy that the notorious pirates Shanks and Ben Beckman have kidnapped my cousin. I initially had intentions to ally with the Navy, but if they cannot protect even the family of a noble, why should my vassals serve them?" Observe the cunning of my maneuver. Upon receiving the report, the Navy dismissed the 2 unknowns, viewing them merely as an excuse for my delay, and confidently dispatched forces for their rescue. Little did they know, the individuals they sought were destined to become the future emperors. This has now posed an insurmountable challenge for them. However, It also alerted me that my rising prominence had transformed me from a lurking serpent into an overt tiger, drawing the attention of the world government. This cannot continue. I must establish my own intelligence organization and amass wealth discreetly to secure my reign. To know oneself and one's adversaries is to secure victory in every battle. The first step is to hold the reins of public opinion firmly in my grasp. As I resolved to do so, my newly summoned SSR, Uchiha Madara and Shimin Chue Shui, initiated an expansive live broadcast in the new world. Experience points flooded into my back end as if I were using cheats, racking up over 400 points in a single afternoon. Remarkable. The new world is indeed a treasure trove of experience. I glanced at the profiles and was astounded. Madara's 3-tomo Sharingan provided a suite of services including replication, illusion techniques, and dynamic vision, with an overall strength rated at B, showcasing his versatility. Yet Shimin Chue Shui, my friends, what can I say? His quality was red. His talent, dubbed Sword God, boasted a permanent swordsmanship level of 1, an experience acquisition speed of 300, and enhanced attributes against swordsmen, positioning him as a T0 level cheat in the realm of swordsmen. However, the upgrade system requires 4,000 experience points, and crafting new high-level shadows starts at 1,000, so I must spend wisely. Low-quality shadows have reached their potential. I need assets like Madara and Shimin, who hold promise for the future. As I contemplated how to maximize my benefits, my chief steward, the old butler Wales, knocked at the door. I got straight to the point, declaring my intention to establish a newspaper and become a leading voice in the realm of public opinion. Starting from scratch would be too slow, with little recognition and no foundation. It would be akin to a gift with no return. My plan was to activate my financial prowess and acquire an existing entity. Old Wales pondered briefly and recommended the West Sea Daily. Upon hearing the name, I was intrigued. It sounded formidable. He explained that this newspaper had once been the leader in the West Sea, but had fallen on hard times, though the framework remained intact, with channels and news sources fully equipped. With our investment and a few major headlines, we could resurrect it in no time. I immediately agreed. That's the one. However, the old man chuckled sadly and stopped me. Young master, do not rush. There's a considerable complication. I inquired about the issue, and he informed me that the West Sea Daily was a state-run newspaper of the Taken Kingdom. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of anxiety. The Taken Kingdom is the jewel of the West Sea, not a mere insignificant state. They possess formidable national strength. With an army of 100,000 and over 70 warships, allies throughout the West Sea and even the Grand Line, and a voice in the world government. Most crucially, their queen, Meng Luolong, though only 12, is a prodigy who governs the nation with great success. To forcibly seize, it would unveil all my resources, akin to provoking a hornet's nest. I frowned and asked Wales if there were any alternatives. The old man firmly replied, none. The other newspapers are of poor quality. Acquiring them would be less beneficial than starting anew. Thus, my options were effectively cut off. I asked him if he had confidence in securing the purchase. He chuckled and said, not much confidence. However, if you are willing to make some sacrifices, not only a newspaper, but the entire Taken Kingdom could be within your grasp. My friends, I merely wished to buy a newspaper for intelligence purposes, yet my old butler boldly suggested seizing both the kingdom and the newspaper. He leaned closer and said, young master, you have come of age. It is time to consider marriage. Our Estes family has had 3 generations of only one heir. You must spread the branches. The Taken Queen Meng Luolong is talented and beautiful. You two are a perfect match. If you were to unite, the entire West Sea would tremble. Marriage? I mused, what is there to it? Having been reborn, who still believes in pure love. It is all about achieving success. As long as it brings me benefits, I would not mind a marriage, even if it meant moving in. I nodded to Wales with a stoic expression. Fine. As long as you can secure it, proceed with your plans, ensuring everything is foolproof. Old Wales, invigorated, dashed off to carry out the task. I must tell you, the execution power of this old man is truly remarkable. He casually revealed during various business discussions that our Eyeside's family is to be wed to the Taken Kingdom. Once this news spread, the entire West Sea erupted. Just think about it. One is a newly minted noble wielding considerable military power, and the other is a young queen of an established strong nation. Doesn't this create a compelling narrative? The topic ignited instantaneously. No one doubted its authenticity, and within 2 days, the rumors had escalated to ludicrous proportions. Major newspapers, eager to capitalize on the hype, published increasingly sensational headlines. For instance, shocking, the Queen of the West Sea has secretly given birth, and the father is me, and the overbearing Marquis and his 12-year-old bride. Good heavens! These publications should be working for the UC shocking department instead. By the time the Takan Kingdom realized what was happening, it was too late. The entire West Sea had tacitly agreed that we were already bound together, merely awaiting the naming of our child. The Queen's aunt, the Grand Minister Lincoln, was in a state of panic, while the 12-year-old Queen Mengualong feigned composure, declaring that rumors cease with the wise, and that if we did not respond, it would eventually dissipate. How naive! Did she believe this was mere gossip? This was a meticulously crafted scheme. Sure enough, no sooner had she spoken than a soldier rushed in, breathless, reporting, "Your Majesty, the head of the Isides Merchant Association, YRC, has arrived." The young queen turned pale. Her worst fears realized. I must say, old YRC's maneuver was textbook level in its audacity, compelling one to acquiesce. He went directly to the royal palace, smiling as he laid everything bare in front of the queen and her aunt. He stated, "Your Majesty, at this juncture, public opinion has become an unstoppable force. We cannot simply halt it. For the honor of our families, the only course of action is to go with the flow and turn this charade into reality." His words were delivered with impeccable politeness, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. He concluded with a chilling remark, "Tomorrow, I shall arrive with the betrothal gifts to propose. I hope your Majesty will make a rational choice and not bring calamity upon your nation. Please remember, the honor of Isides is not to be desecrated." With that, he executed an impeccable gentlemanly bow and departed. As for me, I could hardly be bothered with such trivial news. Robin brought me a pile of newspapers, which I swiftly set aside, extracting only the world economic news. Now something interesting appeared. Red-haired Shanks, bounty 25 million. Ben Beckman, bounty 15 million. It seems the age of great voyages is truly upon us. Simultaneously, my other shadow clone, Shimin Chue Shue, encountered a formidable opponent named Gyrakelmahawk, a young swordsman wielding a massive black blade, who explicitly challenged him. The aura of menace emanating from that fellow was palpable, yet he was still somewhat inexperienced before Shimin Chue Shue. Upon observing him, Shimin Chue Shue simply stated, "You do not yet understand the art of the sword. At present, you're not my match." The young eagle, I could not tolerate this and immediately prepared to strike. Shimin Chue Shue slowly drew his sword, an overwhelming sword intent soaring skyward, causing the very air of the small town to become still. He coolly declared, "I have heard you have never been defeated. Allow me to grant you your first loss. I am a sword god." Meanwhile, Ban Yu was engaged in a heartfelt camaraderie with Whitebeard aboard a ship, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, referring to each other as family, all while appearing genuinely sincere. If the old guard of the ninja world were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. His sole task at present was to remain there, drinking, slaying foes, performing, and serving as a competent undercover agent. However, while Ban Yu was basking in his performance, I must say the other side was far from relaxed. The scene shifted to the Takan Kingdom, where the royal palace chamber was in uproar, akin to a bustling marketplace, nearly tearing the roof off. The situation was as follows. A formidable noble from the West Sea, the Isides family, was insisting that the young queen of Takan marry their heir. This was not merely a union. It was an overt coercion, a blatant acquisition. An elderly man with a white beard, clearly a stubborn traditionalist, was infuriated, shaking his fists and pounding the table. No, absolutely not. This is a threat. This is a blatant threat. How can the queen marry a mere noble? Beside him, a lady minister named Eileen echoed. Exactly. Only a king may wed the queen. Who is this Isides to presume? I must say, these two were idealists, yet to be tempered by reality. Immediately, A middle-aged gentleman named Earl Yadding stood up, incredulous as he looked at the pair. Nonsense. You call him a mere noble? He is a noble more powerful than a king. He commands an army of 20,000 battle-hardened Aeside soldiers, along with 2 formidable combatants of monstrous prowess. Do you wish to confront him? Eileen, still unconvinced, retorted, We have 100,000 troops, and the mightiest knight in the West Sea, the Duke Bandel. Earl Yadding could only laugh in disbelief. 100,000? 100,000 inexperienced recruits have never seen battle. Are they enough to fill the gaps of his 20,000 veterans? And Bandel? The old man is over 60 and has not been the top knight for a decade. Do you have any idea how terrifying that creature known as the Abomination is? Have you watched the battlefield footage? He is akin to a towering mech. You would send old Bandel to face him? That would be a death sentence. Furthermore, Earl Yadding took a deep breath and launched into a tirade. Friends, do you not understand? They did not come here to negotiate. They came to deliver an ultimatum. Tomorrow, they will arrive with great fanfare to deliver the marriage proposal. And should we refuse, the whole world will know that the Taken Kingdom has humiliated the Aeside's family. Do you think these ruthless individuals will let it go? Their only option is war. They will trample our entire kingdom. Even if we are fortunate enough to win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving our nation in ruins. Do you desire to see our homeland destroyed? This outburst left the pro-war faction utterly speechless. In the midst of the dead silence that enveloped the hall, the seemingly youthful Queen Menglulong rose from her throne. Her voice was soft, yet every word struck deeply into the hearts of all present. Enough! I am the Queen of Taken. My duty is to protect my kingdom and my people. If my actions alone would bring war upon my subjects, then I would be an unworthy queen. The young queen bit her lip tightly and, summoning all her strength, declared loudly, I am willing to accept the union. My heavens, upon hearing this, I was filled with profound respect. This young girl possesses remarkable resolve. However, at the very moment the young queen made this sacrifice with tears in her eyes, guess what? Our protagonist, Feng Xiao, was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. He was at home, perusing the system's back-end battle reports as if scrolling through short videos, thoroughly amused. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, and when I saw it, the snack of my hand nearly fell. Ding! Shimin Chue Shui has engaged in a duel with the swordsman Jaira Kelmahak. Ding! Shimin Chue Shui has activated the sword god talent. All attributes too. Ding! Shimin Chue Shui's swordsmanship level has increased. He has comprehended a new skill, Solitude. I must say, the description of this skill is simply incredible. It is known as the Strike of Solitude, achieved by abandoning all thoughts, becoming one with the sword, and channeling one's spirit into a singular, overwhelming blow. In layman's terms, it condenses all energy and health into one powerful attack, clearing the battlefield in an instant. Then, the most explosive news arrived. Ding! Shimin Chue Shui utilized Solitude. Ding! Jaira Kelmahak has been defeated. I was utterly stunned. Shimin Chue Shui had brought the eagle eye to his knees. Can you believe it? The world's foremost swordsman was bested by Shimin Chue Shui with a single strike. The system log recorded that Yin exhibited an expression of disbelief as he helplessly watched his black blade being repelled. The scene I envisioned mirrors that of an elderly man on the subway gazing at his phone, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. Remarkably, Shimin Chue Shui remains an eternal legend. While Feng Xiao was still reeling from the astounding performance of his shadowy general, several years swiftly elapsed. Over in the New World, everything had drastically changed. Kaido the Beast, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, recently found himself in dire straits. Initially, he was beaten into a state of helplessness by Feng Xiao's alter ego, the God of Light, and retreated to his lair with his subordinates, the Three Disasters. Hardly had he settled in when even more distressing news arrived. Captain Yamamoto, accompanied by the Godii, 13, and the legendary Whitebeard, had formed an alliance and was advancing with great momentum to blockade him. Kaido, in a state of panic, attempted to call Big Mom for assistance, only to be met with his subordinates' cries, "Boss, it's too late. They're almost at the door." This, my friend, is what one might call a case of taking advantage of your plight to claim your life. Kaido was aware that this predicament was a consequence of his own misdeeds, as he had previously resorted to ambushing others. Thus, an epic melee erupted. The scene was so chaotic that even AI-generated art could not fully capture the abstract nature of the battle. Kaido's 500 Zoan-type users charged forward as if fueled by adrenaline. On the other side, the Godii, 13, fierce and taciturn, immediately engaged in combat. Drake and Page 1 transformed into two colossal dinosaurs, rampaging across the battlefield. Meanwhile, an orange shadow named Gongli Shi transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant, seizing both dinosaurs by their necks and tossing them away like sandbags into the distant mountains. Then there was Hitsugaya Toshiro, our little white-haired prodigy, who upon releasing his Zanpakuto, recited the iconic phrase, "Sit upon the frost sky, higher Rimuru." The temperature on the battlefield plummeted, plunging everyone into an ice age. The Zoan-type users on the opposing side, particularly the lizards and snakes, were caught off guard and swiftly frozen into ice sculptures, experiencing a physical drop in temperature. Little White's target was clear, heading straight for the leader of the three disasters, Nti Jean. One wielded ice, the other fire. A cataclysmic clash ensued. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates arrived, with Marco and Jozo launching a relentless assault on the remaining members, Drought Jack and Play Queen. The focal point of the battlefield, however, was Kaido himself. Alone, he faced the monstrous threats of Whitebeard and Captain Yamamoto. Kaido was infuriated, swinging his kanabo in a series of thunderous, intricate strikes, the shadows of his weapon filling the skies. Whitebeard laughed heartily, unleashing a punch that fractured space itself, obliterating all of Kaido's weapon shadows. Captain Yamamoto, employing Shuinpa, transformed into a flame and reappeared behind Kaido, delivering a devastating slash. Kaido, though resilient, found himself in agony, contemplating an escape route as he took severe damage but did not perish. The inevitable outcome unfolded. The Beast Pirates were utterly annihilated, except for Kaido and the three disasters, who fought their way out. The rest of the Zoan army suffered near total obliteration. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. In the world government, the office of the Five Elders was likely engulfed in smoke. Previously, the four emperors maintained a balance akin to a game of mahjong, none able to claim victory. But now, with Whitebeard, Captain Yamamoto, and the amicable red-haired Shanks forming an alliance, Big Mom stood alone, isolated. How would she contend with this? They now regarded Captain Yamamoto, Fengxiu's shadow, as their foremost concern. As for Fengxiu, upon hearing of Kaido's escape, he merely remarked on the tenacity of the strongest creature, then lost interest. He had more pressing matters at hand regarding the spoils of battle. The previously defeated Don Quixote family member, Sugar, a user of the Hobby fruit, was brought before him. The young girl, with her arms broken, appeared frail and weakened. Fengxiu raised his hand, casting a radiant spell of healing, bathing Sugar in golden light, instantly mending her injuries. He then smiled at her and said, "Little sister, you have two choices. First, death. Second," before he could finish, Sugar, driven by her will to survive, quickly interjected, "I choose the second option." Fengxiu chuckled, pleased by her strong desire to live. Without further ado, he conjured a beam of faith inscribed with angelic wings, flicking it into Sugar's forehead. This was a mental imprint. Should she ever entertain thoughts of betrayal, her soul would burn, with her life hanging by Fengxiu's will. Once settled, he entrusted Sugar to another warlord shadow, the Desert Reaper Nethersis, to serve as a helper for mundane tasks. After managing these affairs, Fengxiu quickly shifted identities, using the guise of the God of Light to contact King Riku of Dressrosa. "Hello, old Riku, prepare yourself. It's time to rally the troops. Contact all the kings displeased with the world government, from Alabasta to Fishman Island to the Land of Flowers. Everyone. It was time to visit the Holy Land, Mariewa, and have a serious discussion with those lofty, celestial dragons." On the other end of the line, King Riku trembled with excitement. The allied nations had long suffered under the oppression and incompetence of the world government, paying exorbitant tribute annually. only to find no assistance when pirates attacked. With the god of light backing them, they finally had a chance to vent their frustrations. Thus, a world meeting, which was not supposed to occur at this time, commenced ahead of schedule in the tumultuous center of the world, the Holy Land, Mariehua. As I entered the venue, the sight was astonishing. A sea of kings from various nations filled the space. Kabura from Alabasta, King Riku from Dressrosa, Neptune of Fishman Island. Everyone was present. Previously, these individuals had been oppressed by the world government to the point of not daring to breathe. Yet today, each stood tall. And why? Because I had arrived. The way they looked at me was akin to gazing upon a savior. It is no jest. My kingdom, the Holy Court, now boasts significant stature, backed by Stark Industries. Just recently, I had chased Kaido across the globe. Who would dare to underestimate me? I heard that Big Mom was even considering marrying off her daughter to me as a political alliance. If the world government did not act soon, I could be poached at any moment. Seeing the situation, Sengoku turned pale, realizing something was amiss. He hurriedly took to the stage alongside Garp, Tsuru, Zifa, and the other ancient relics of the five elders to announce the opening of the meeting. Then, the most absurd occurrence unfolded. Sengoku blathered for 2 hours, and I almost dozed off. Finally, he asked if anyone had questions. I shot a glance at King Riku, signaling him, "It's your turn, brother." King Riku, rising to the occasion, stood up and fired. "Admiral Sengoku, I, King of Dressrosa, pay you a hefty tribute every year. And yet what happens? The former warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, nearly destroyed my country. Is this how the world government protects its allied nations?" This outcry pierced the air like a hornet's nest. The entire assembly erupted in chaos. All the kings began to fervently agree, their faces flushed with anger, revealing long-held grievances. Why should the warlords be allowed to pillage us while we are forced to pay you? It was tantamount to paying someone to attack oneself. Utterly disheartening. Today, we demand an explanation. I, meanwhile, sat there like a sovereign, reclining with my legs crossed, sipping tea and munching on snacks, reveling in the sight of these typically submissive kings finally standing up for themselves, which brought me immense satisfaction. In the tumultuous assembly, Zhangguo hastily rose to his feet, bowing in apology, declaring that Don Quixote da Flamingo had been expelled from the Shichibukai and was now under a substantial bounty. Subsequently, Cobra stood up to denounce Crocodile, accusing him of having lurked in their nation for decades, sowing discord and destruction. This revelation laid bare the sordid history of the Shichibukai system. The celestial dragons, who sat nearby, wore expressions of displeasure, likely cursing these lower beings for their ingratitude. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Tsuru, an elderly lady of remarkable stature, stepped forward. She began by soothing the assembly, asserting that the Shichibukai would be strictly disciplined henceforth. However, she then shifted her tone, subtly insinuating that if Stark Industries could supply more steel battlesuits and sky motherships to the Navy, timely support would be feasible. She alluded to the Saintly Kingdom's monopoly on the latest technologies, attempting to reverse the narrative. Unbeknownst to her, I was the true source of output. I chuckled and stood, retorting, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, your words reveal a fundamental misunderstanding. This is a matter pertaining to your Shichibukai system and bears no relation to my technology. If you cannot safeguard these nations, then allow us, the Saintly Kingdom, to protect them, and rest assured, we shall do so with utmost diligence." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. I boldly proclaimed before all present, "You are incapable. I am not. I can supplant you." Zhangguo's face turned a deep shade of crimson, while Karp stifled a laugh, likely reveling in the moment. Faced with this situation, Zhangguo conceded, "Very well. State your demands." I had been awaiting this very phrase. Clearing my throat, I presented my 5 stipulations. First, should the Shichibukai dare to seize member nations, the world government must immediately dispatch forces to eliminate them. Second, no more obstructive reasoning shall be permitted to disrupt the normal trade among our member nations. Third, an immediate proclamation to the world declaring the revocation of Doflamingo's Shichibukai status. Fourth, in the future, our core allies, Saintly Kingdom, Amazon Lily, Dressrosa, Alabasta, and Fishman Island shall have a navy provide free escort by warships for all trade. The first four demands made Zhangguo break into a cold sweat. Yet seeing the fervent kings around him, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. However, when I presented the fifth demand, the elders of the Gorosei nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. Fifth, the establishment of 5 permanent members with veto power. Henceforth, any resolutions in world conferences shall be determined by us 5. This declaration rendered them utterly speechless, akin to having their very life force extracted. Ultimately, they could only feign consideration, deferring the matter while hastily concluding the meeting. Regardless, securing the first 4 demands was a tremendous victory. Once the meeting adjourned, Cobra and the others surrounded me, showering me with praise, declaring me the mightiest figure of our time for daring to confront the world government. As this news spread, it sent shockwaves across the globe. Doflamingo, upon seeing the newspaper of crocodiles, was so enraged that he overturned the table, even as his bounty increased by 2 billion, which was quite amusing. The revolutionary leaders, Dragon and Sabo, began investigating me, eager to discern my true allegiance. I paid them no mind, opting instead to pilot my ship and return Hancock to Amazon Lily, discussing matters of commercial development before heading back to my saintly kingdom. Upon my return, Tony presented me with a delightful surprise. He had successfully developed the Mark 7 battlesuit, along with an anti-devil fruit user armor. We also administered thousands of super soldier serums to elite troops, significantly enhancing our strength. The world government may have opposed my veto power, but they would soon find themselves in need of my assistance. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. During this period, the global landscape remained remarkably tranquil. The magnetic levitation trains and underwater tunnels I constructed effectively connected the world, allowing swift travel from East Blue to the New World in just 72 hours, proving immensely beneficial for all. Even the 4 emperors and the Navy tacitly acknowledged this. Anyone daring to disrupt my trains would face a united global onslaught. Meanwhile, the once maimed Kaido re-emerged, lively and vigorous, in Wano, reclaiming dominion over the land. Thus, the scenario of the 5 emperors re-established itself, albeit with him now being the weakest among them. Big Mom, seeing Kaido's revival, was rather pleased as she faced exclusion by Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and the old man Yamamoto, necessitating an ally. My network of shadows had also been industrious over the past 5 years. The 70-odd shadows embedded within the Navy had all risen to at least the rank of Rear Admiral, with several attaining the rank of Vice Admiral. The old man Yamamoto's spiritual pressure had grown monstrous, stabilizing at SS rank, easily overpowering Kaido. Shimin Chue Shui, Uchinadura, and my 2 stalwart allies, Itachi Hanzo and Itachi Genji, all soared to prominence, each attaining S rank, causing even the seasoned vice admirals at Navy headquarters to question their own existence. As for myself, the exponential growth in my followers had elevated my divine power to S rank, firmly placing me at the threshold of the 4 Emperor strength. One day, while idly passing time in the royal palace, the system suddenly chimed. My top agent embedded within CP9, Itachi Genji, sent a secret report, revealing that the Navy had unearthed a devil fruit in the extreme north. Can you guess which one? The ice fruit, the very one once wielded by Akiji. Upon discovery, the Navy treated it as a treasure, preparing to return it to headquarters and convene a meeting to determine who would consume it. Genji inquired whether we should attempt to seize it. I found myself in a quandary. To steal it posed significant risks. The Navy headquarters was heavily fortified, and should my long-placed pieces be exposed, it would spell disaster. Conversely, it was the natural ice fruit. After much deliberation, I resolved to play it safe and instructed Genji to forego the attempt. After all, our strength was sufficient, and we could afford to let this one slip. Then came the most audacious turn of events. The following day, Zhangguo summoned Itachi Genji to his office, lavishing praise upon him for his exceptional intelligence work, declaring him the future of the Navy. He then, before Genji, revealed the ice fruit and urged him to consume it. When I received the system notification, I was utterly astounded. Ding! Itachi Genji has acquired the ice fruit, and has consumed it. Ding. Body transformation complete. Itachi Genji has gained control over ice powers, elevating his strength to the level of a Navy admiral. Could it truly be this fortuitous? This was akin to a pie falling from the sky, landing directly in my lap. Observing the refresh data on my system panel, I noted that Itachi Genji's power had surged to S rank, granting me yet another trump card. I must say, the compatibility of the Ice fruit with Itachi Genji was nothing short of miraculous, aside from Akiji's bizarre Ice Age technique. He could execute all other moves with remarkable finesse. This talent left me astounded. Zhang too was taken aback, his jaw dropping to the extent that one could fit a fist inside. He promptly reported to the Gorosei, proclaiming that the Navy was on the brink of appointing a fourth admiral. The Gorosei, upon hearing this, were so exhilarated they nearly leaped from their seats. Disregarding all protocols and military qualifications, immediately approving the appointment of Itachi Genji as the new admiral, even deciding on a code name, Bluebird. Thus, an emergency high-level meeting was convened, filling the Navy headquarters conference room with attendees. Zhang Guo wasted no time, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, Itachi Genji has met the strength criteria, and we are preparing to establish 4 admirals to instill fear across the globe." As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's eyes lit up with excitement, practically radiating the desire to resume his leisurely demeanor. I tell you, his expression epitomized the reality of a contemporary worker eagerly anticipating a new colleague to share the workload. As a result, Akainu, infuriated, decided to step down. He fixed his fiery gaze on Shimada Genji and declared, "Your strength is acceptable. You may serve as my sparring partner. Let's practice shortly." Oh my, dear friends, who understands the dilemma? Just when one acquires a new toy, they are summoned by the T0 version to serve as a punching bag. One can only imagine the turmoil within Genji's heart. Sengoku quickly cleared his throat to redirect the conversation, stating that the Navy is under immense pressure. Indeed, on my end, arms are being sold worldwide. While the Yonko wield their new gear in fierce confrontation with the Navy, Kaido, the indestructible creature, has resurrected, leading the 3 calamities to dominate Wano. The Navy is indeed lacking in top-tier combatants. Just when everyone thought this matter was set in stone, Shimada Hanzo, his elder brother, stepped forward. He surprisingly stated, "I oppose this. Genji's merits are insufficient for such an exceptional promotion." I was astonished watching from backstage. This chap is truly putting on a full performance. What he is secretly contemplating is the peril of becoming an admiral. Being killed every few days and having to expend points to revive you is no trivial matter. This is quite a bold move. To save some points, he deliberately sabotaged his own brother's promotion. Utterly outrageous. With his words, the Gorosei and Sengoku found it difficult to persist, and the matter was temporarily shelved. The meeting then shifted tone as they began lamenting their financial woes. Sengoku declared a need to expand the military by 500,000, but lamented the lack of funds. Akainu interjected, directing his ire towards me. He accused me, the light god, of being unscrupulous, hoarding troops, refusing to contribute to heavenly coffers, not aiding in battles, and selling weapons to pirates and revolutionaries, playing both sides, inevitably leading to disaster. I found it amusing. This red dog possesses quite the insight. Sengoku hastily attempted to smooth things over, noting that they cannot afford to offend me and must seek my alliance. Akainu, enraged, snorted coldly, indicating that they would soon witness the repercussions. I'm mused that the Navy is in dire straits. If their financial situation worsens, my undercover agents would soon go hungry. Very well, my friends. While I may lack in many areas, I'm certainly not short on funds. I promptly set a modest target of 500 million berries, anonymously depositing it into Sengoku's account, leaving a note stating it was a contribution for world peace. Guess what? The system chimed, and the world government's favorability and trust towards me skyrocketed. Sengoku stared at the string of zeros on his phone, utterly dumbfounded, likely pondering the suddenness of this fortune. And this was merely the appetizer. Over the next 5 years, I orchestrated a grand transformation across this world. The first step involved establishing a global magnetic levitation train network, connecting all islands and facilitating soaring trade. The second step was the formation of a maritime trade alliance, uniting over 100 member nations to prosper together. With wealth flowing, who would still care about the world government? When it came time to pay heavenly dues, everyone feigned poverty, submitting false accounts, and with my undercover influence within the Navy, they could not uncover the truth. The third step involved Tony creating a global banking system, complete with ATMs and mobile banking. The final and most audacious step was the issuance of my own currency, the holy coin. With an exchange rate of 1 to 300, I rendered the world government berries worthless. Henceforth, all my transactions would only accept holy coins. If these kings wished to purchase my weaponry or utilize my banking services, they would need to exchange their currency. This move sent the world government into a state of turmoil. Celestial dragons attempting to shop found themselves with pockets full of berries, unable to purchase anything, leading to their outrage. Sengoku banged his fist on the table during the meeting, proclaiming the necessity to abolish the holy coin to demonstrate who truly held the power. Akainu, reveling in the misfortune, could hardly contain his glee, as if to say, "Were you all along? Can you handle this now?" Before Sengoku could take action, I preemptively summoned a meeting far grander than the World Conference within my Holy Court Kingdom, inviting the kings of all member nations. The atmosphere was nothing short of opulent, with a buffet and exquisite beverages flowing freely, creating a party-like ambience. Those kings now regarded me as a deity of wealth, hastening to respond to my summons. At the meeting, I wasted no time, directly announcing the establishment of 5 permanent member states with veto power. Finally, I dropped a bombshell before all the reporters and kings. I solemnly requested that the world government transfer relevant powers, ostensibly to alleviate their burdens. Upon uttering those words, the room erupted. The flashes from the reporters' cameras nearly blinded me. My dear friends, was this not a clear declaration of my intentions? I aim to convey that the tides of time have shifted, and it is time for a new ruler of these seas. After the meeting concluded, the king of Alabasta, Cobra, discreetly approached me, expressing his nation's imminent demise due to 2 years of severe drought, compounded by impostors posing as royal troops causing havoc. Upon hearing this, I realized it was a classic script of Crocodile S, using dance powder to create drought, then sending his subordinates to incite internal strife, ultimately reappearing as the savior to seize the nation. I relayed this scheme to Cobra, who trembled with rage, yet felt powerless against a warlord, finding himself compelled to seek my assistance. I chuckled. This was a straightforward dilemma. I patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, we are allies. Besides, it is time to reduce the number of warlords." Dealing with such minor characters was too trivial for me to even get my hands dirty. I summoned my treasured Sky Mother ship, a marvel that had cost me billions, to the forefront. As it soared high above, Cobra's eyes widened in astonishment. With 2,000 elite light knights aboard, each capable of single-handedly facing 100 foes, Cobra, witnessing this formidable sight, was left speechless. Those tens of thousands of traitors in his nation were no match for this divine intervention. 3 hours later, the Sky Mother ship, resembling a colossal UFO, hovered majestically over the capital, Alyabarna. Upon its descent, who did I encounter? The sand god, Nefertari, one of the warlords, standing like a sentinel, had evidently been awaiting my arrival. Cobra's face drained of color, fearing that this was surely reinforcements summoned by Crocodile, leading to a pincer attack. His demise seemed imminent. His anxious eyes were filled with heightened vigilance. Observing his demeanor, I nearly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder, reassuring him, "Brother, do not be anxious. We're on the same side." And just as I finished speaking, the illustrious warlord Nefertari knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, and declared, "Your Majesty, the underworld pirates are at your command." Good heavens, I tell you, Cobra's jaw nearly hit the ground, utterly petrified. His mind was likely racing with thoughts. What is happening? Is a warlord under your command? How many years have you been playing this game? Should this news spread? The world government would convene an emergency meeting that very night. As I disembarked from a mother ship, The desert heat enveloped me, far less comfortable than the air conditioning inside. I wiped my brow with a handkerchief, noticing that Nefertari was accompanied by a young assistant named Sugar. Upon seeing me, the girl trembled uncontrollably as if she had seen a cat, scurrying behind Nefertari, stammering out, "D-demon. Ah, dear friends, who understands? It was merely a matter of me having broken her arm last time, but I later healed her and even lifted her curse of stunted growth. It seems the psychological trauma lingers longer than one might expect." Meanwhile, our old acquaintances, Crocodile and Doflamingo, were holed up in the basement of a bar called Spider, convening a clandestine meeting. They were already aware of my personal arrival. Crocodile was genuinely feeling the pressure, puffing on his cigar, his brow furrowed as if it could crush flies. He vented to Doflamingo, "Your string fruit is impressive, controlling 600,000 traders, but it's not enough. The opponent is a monster capable of clashing with Kaido. I have been lurking here for over a decade, planning to swallow this nation whole, and I cannot afford to end up with nothing." However, stealing a glance at Doflamingo, who was leisurely watching short videos with his legs crossed, Crocodile found a flicker of reassurance. After all, the two formidable Shichibukai have allied, secretly injecting themselves with the super soldier serum, resulting in an explosive surge in combat prowess. Crocodile believes that his devil fruit ability has awakened, allowing him to command vast stretches of yellow sand, resembling a deity of sandstorms. He is resolute in his conviction that he will not be outmatched. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, having set his phone aside, gazes with an expression so sinister it could draw water. I have completely dismantled his Don Quixote family, and this blood-soaked vendetta is a dream he longs to avenge. He is still fixated on reclaiming Sugar to restore his family. Alas, he is unaware that his treasured subordinate, Sugar, now greets me as boss. This is an unparalleled information gap. The following day, a calamity indeed unfolded. Cobra rushed in a frenzy to report that the rebellious forces across the nation had gone mad overnight. Those hundreds of thousands of insurgents, like zombies besieging a city, exhibited bloodshot eyes, launching fierce assaults on the royal army and indiscriminately slaughtering anyone in their path, including unarmed civilians. The nation was instantaneously transformed into a hell on earth. Among the rebels, there were once some rational individuals, such as their leader, Koza, who, bewildered, shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, we revolted to ensure a better life for everyone, not to massacre villages." However, before he could finish, a chilling voice echoed from behind him, "Do not rush. Soon you will also take action." Upon turning around, Koza felt his body completely beyond his control, his finger inadvertently squeezing the trigger, resulting in the tragic death of an innocent civilian on the ground. He was utterly devastated, emitting a desperate scream, "No!" Within the palace, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung for water. Cobra was in a state of frantic turmoil, and Princess Vivi had also arrived. Upon seeing me, she greeted me politely. This girl remained remarkably naive. Upon hearing that the rebels were advancing, she exclaimed, "I'll go talk to Koza. We grew up together. He will listen to me." I barely suppressed a laugh as I took a sip of tea. I replied, "Little princess, if you go now, it is tantamount to delivering your head on a platter. Your childhood friend is no longer in control of himself." Upon hearing the implications of my words, Cobra quickly inquired about the situation. I narrowed my eyes and directly revealed what I had perceived through the sacred eye. Each of those rebels was connected by countless thin, intricate threads, akin to marionettes. Countless threads? Cobra suddenly realized something, his face turning pale, his lips trembling. Could it be the parasitic strings of the former Shichibukai, Doflamingo? "Congratulations, you're correct." I nodded. Cobra's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He felt fortunate to have summoned me. Otherwise, contending with Crocodile alone would have been enough to overwhelm him. And now with the addition of the even more diabolical Doflamingo, Alabasta would likely cease to exist. Nefertari Vivi stepped forward, volunteering, "My lord, leave Crocodile to me, and you can settle your grievances with Doflamingo." I nodded. In truth, the moment I stepped into this desert, I sensed a malevolent gaze scrutinizing me. I closed my eyes and activated Kenbunshiko Haki, instantaneously covering the entirety of Alabasta like a radar. Found it. That golden-haired man draped in a pink feather coat and donning ostentatious sunglasses could only be Doflamingo. Almost simultaneously, he and Crocodile detected my scrutiny, their overwhelming hockey pressing back against me. I observed clearly as Doflamingo, from a distance, flashed a wildly arrogant grin, then raised his hand to his neck, slowly mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. That fellow is signaling me to cut his throat? Huh. I cannot be bothered to engage. Let him play with Crocodile for now. I was engrossed in a grand spectacle, with protagonists far more thrilling than the two of them. I must tell you, the Navy headquarters has descended into chaos. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the legendary Dragon, has personally taken to the field. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. In the Marineford conference room, Sengoku was so agitated that smoke seemed to billow from his forehead, while the lazy Kizaru could no longer maintain his nonchalance, muttering with his hands tucked away. Oh dear, are we going to war again? Naturally, the Revolutionary Army is about to tear a hole in the sky, and you continue to laze about? Currently, the Navy has, including my alter ego, Yamato Genji, a total of 4 admirals, along with candidates like Momonosuke and Tsuru, presenting a seemingly impressive lineup. But what about the Revolutionary Army? Besides a dragon, who is practically a cheat code, there's also the Okama King Ivankov, Sabo, and not to forget the agents I infiltrated, Zengwu and Curis. This lineup, my friends, is akin to facing off against an emperor's crew. What is even more amusing, the Navy's intelligence department, led by Yamato Genji, which is me, was gravely reporting, "Report, Admiral. According to intelligence, the firearms and ammunition used by the Revolutionary Army are nearly identical to our Navy's standard equipment." Good heavens! Sengoku turned pale upon hearing this, his beard bristling in fury. He was acutely aware that this military equipment originated from my holy kingdom. Could he dare to speak of it? He cannot. Should he even dare to utter a word against me, I would promptly incite a rebellion within the holy kingdom, allowing him to experience firsthand what it means to be on the brink of collapse. Thus, he was forced to suppress his anger, directing all his frustration towards the Revolutionary Army, eager to quell this momentum swiftly. Meanwhile, the true director of this grand performance, which is me, sat comfortably on the sofa of Floating Island, observing the real-time battlefield conditions on the large screen. Indeed, this revolution was orchestrated by my very own hands. I aim to incite chaos among them, hoping they would tear each other apart, ideally diminishing the world government's military might in half to pave the way for my subsequent plans. I dispatched dozens of Iron Legion troops to the front lines, broadcasting live coverage, watching as my 2 undercover agents, Zengwu and Curis, wreaked havoc on the battlefield, my points soaring as a result. At that moment, the voice I had eagerly anticipated rang out. Ding! Consuming 5,000 points, system upgrading to LV10. Generating new shadow. Ding! Successfully generated an orange shadow. Mastering talent. Bloodline of the Dark Descendants. I must say, this time I have summoned a formidable character. I opened the panel to take a look, and good gracious. Name, Aatrox talent. Darkblade, demon enhancement quality. Orange's appearance, my word, featured a pair of menacing bat wings on his back. Wielding a dark red greatsword larger than a man, emanating a black aura, as if he had clawed his way up from the abyss. The charisma and presence he exuded were utterly stunning. Of course, the initial F-grade panel was laughably inadequate. Was this sufficient? I had to invest. Without hesitation, I poured all my remaining points into him, instantly elevating him to S-grade. Now, that was more like it. I shall name him Sword Demon Aatrox. Go forth. My Sword Demon, I commanded, join the Revolutionary Army. Your distant relatives await you there. Oh, right, his demonic appearance was too conspicuous. So I casually employed divine light to mold him into a cool and handsome human form. In normal times, he would be human, but in battle, he would transform. This is akin to a Zoan-type devil fruit user, emphasizing a low-key yet luxurious demeanor. Within days, the name of the Sword Demon exploded across the seas. This fellow, wielding that enormous sword, cut down anyone, be they navy or pirate, with effortless ease. His sword energy was even toxic. Anyone struck would suffer severe rot and die in despair, a truly gruesome sight. A group of self-proclaimed swordsmen, unwilling to concede, rushed in to challenge him. But what happened? They were all dispatched in a single blow, unable to even graze the hem of the sword demon's attire. Aatrox himself was left speechless, shaking his head and sighing as he brandished his sword. Are the swordsmen of this world truly this weak? How utterly boring. One man, still clinging to life, retorted defiantly, "What are you so arrogant about? If you have the guts, go challenge the great swordsman. Go find Dracul Mihawk. He is the opponent you will never surpass in your lifetime." Upon hearing this, Aatrox could hardly contain his mirth. Mihawk? Isn't that the very individual who is routinely trounced by another of my subordinates, Shimin Chue Shui, the so-called world's greatest swordsman? How laughable. However, since the topic has been broached, it would be acceptable to meet him if the opportunity arises in the future. Subsequently, Yatuo Kisi sought out the main forces of the Revolutionary Army. Zengwu, which is my alter ego, introduced him to Long. Upon seeing Yatuo Kisi, Long's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Those familiar with the atmosphere could sense the palpable aura of slaughter emanating from him, one that could not be concealed, as if he had risen from a mountain of corpses. Long pondered uneasily. This fellow must have claimed the lives of countless individuals to exude such a murderous aura. His demeanor bore the hallmarks of a notorious pirate, come to incite revolution among us. The Revolutionary Army upheld strict discipline, although they were not averse to killing. They would never harm innocents. Long felt a twinge of apprehension. However, with the endorsement of my other two alter egos, Zengwu and Colossi, Long felt compelled to acquiesce, waving his hand to allow Yatuo Kisi to start from the grassroots level and demonstrate his capabilities in battle. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Once on the battlefield, Yatuo Kisi was akin to a divine warrior, descending upon the fray. Armed with a single sword, he relentlessly pursued an army of tens of thousands, his sword radiating an infernal energy that obliterated entire formations with a mere stroke. Zengwu, observing from the sidelines, felt a chill, if he were not one of his own. Even in his armored form, he would struggle to withstand a single blow. The world government could no longer remain passive and dispatched 100,000 naval troops, led by Kizaru and another alter ego of mine, M.D. Qingtian Dao Tian Yuanji, to confront us with great fanfare. On board, Kizaru, the seasoned veteran, cautioned me, Dao Tian, fighting the Revolutionary Army is not the same as battling pirates. They are cunning and will employ underhanded tactics. I chuckled inwardly, unperturbed. Aren't the higher-ups on the opposing side, aside from Long, all my people? Playing roles is my forte. I maintained a facade of solemnity, expressing my gratitude. Understood. I shall rely on your guidance in the forthcoming battle. When the two sides clashed, there was no time for pleasantries. Combat erupted immediately. I, as Dao Tian Yuanji, conjured a wall of ice, ostentatiously shielding against gunfire. Yet, to my astonishment, Long, that elusive man, swiftly seized my wrist, his gaze sharp as a blade. A newly appointed admiral? What prowess is there in bullying the ordinary? If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. I responded in kind, summoning a colossal ice phoenix, a marvel of lifelike detail. Long countered with a tempestuous dragon, and the two forces collided violently in the skies, sending me hurtling backward for 100 meters, blood spewing forth, a picture of disarray. Meanwhile, Kizaru faced off against the sword demon, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, hands in his pockets, and launching rapid-fire kicks while quipping. When did such a character emerge from the seas? However, as he delivered a kick, the sword demon retaliated with a swift strike, the crimson blade energy nearly cleaving him in two. Kizaru was taken aback, realizing that his light fruit was countered by this foe. Attempting to transform and flee, he found his speed significantly hampered. The blade energy was laced with poison, capable of corroding his light particles. Those who understand can appreciate the humiliation Kizaru faced in this battle, relentlessly pursued by the sword demon with no chance to retaliate, ultimately being sent flying by a devastating attack that obliterated a naval warship. I, as Dao Tian Yuanji, attempted to assist, only to be met with a kick from Long that sent me sprawling blood spilling forth once more. Long stood there, dripping with derision. You two thought you could take me on? How naive. The naval forces, witnessing one admiral being thoroughly defeated and another rendered ineffective, quickly resorted to launching all missiles aboard. Yet, with a wave of his hand, Long summoned a tempest that rendered hundreds of missiles ineffective. Kizaru, seeing the dire situation, rose from the rubble and decisively shouted, "The situation is grim. All personnel retreat." The Navy retreated in disarray, while the Revolutionary Army's morale soared. The celestial dragons of the world government unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the Navy's high command. Ultimately, they had no choice but to enlist the legendary hero Carp's assistance. Sengoku's intent was clear. The two of you must engage without resorting to lethal force. Merely to stall Long, Carp confronted Long, and the two faced off across the ocean. "Stand down, son," Carp intoned gravely. Long shook his head. "Father, this is the tide of the era, the fury of all oppressed peoples. It is not within my power to halt." "Then there is nothing left to discuss," Carp roared, unleashing an iron fist enveloped in formidable haki that shook the heavens. "I assure you, the spectacle was akin to gods clashing. One punch unleashed a tsunami, another obliterated the clouds above. They battled from the skies down to the ocean depths, even igniting underwater volcanoes. In the end, no victor emerged, yet it was evident that Carp, despite his age, was being held back by Long, who did not wish to harm his own father. Following this confrontation, the global order was irrevocably altered. The Revolutionary Army seized over 100 nations, establishing a republic. Naturally, the systems within were crafted based on my behind-the-scenes suggestions, directly mirroring my past experiences. Provincial systems, 6 ministries of governance, and labor-based distribution all received Long's approval. We even championed the slogan of redistributing land from the wealthy to the common folk, winning the hearts of the populace. The most remarkable developments followed. Sengoku, disheveled and defeated, personally approached my holy court kingdom, seeking to procure weapons to replenish their losses. I reclined with my legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea as I informed him. "Apologies, Admiral Sengoku, but we have instituted a new business regulation." Sengoku paused. "What regulation?" I smiled and enunciated clearly. "From this day forth, our holy court kingdom will only accept holy coins. Your world government berries? Regrettably, we no longer recognize that currency." Sengoku instantly spat out his tea, his face turning an alarming shade. "Friends, this is what is known as cutting off the enemy's supply. Without my holy coins, the berries held by the world government would be no more valuable than scrap paper." And I was not finished. I issued them an ultimatum. Either convert their mountain of berries in their treasury into holy coins and swiftly hand over the minting rights, or they could cling to that worthless paper and await a naval mutiny when they failed to pay their soldiers. Those who understand the implications know that as soon as this declaration was made, the 5 elders were inundated with frantic calls. They were acutely aware that all the tax revenue from the allied nations was now in my holy coins. If they stubbornly refused to comply, they would be left watching their fortunes stagnate. Was this not the quintessential case of being both unprepared and overly ambitious? Even more pressing, the day for the Navy's payroll was fast approaching. At this critical juncture, should they dare to cut supplies, I assure you that the very next day, soldiers would defect en masse to the Revolutionary Army or turn to piracy. Once military morale crumbled, the world government would be rendered powerless. The 5 elders convened for an extended deliberation, ultimately succumbing to pressure. Though they recognized my actions as opportunistic exploitation, they had no choice. The government was on the brink of paralysis, and they had to relent. I too extended an olive branch, offering to donate several billion holy coins to aid them through their crisis, should they cooperate. With that, the sweetened pill was swallowed. The 5 elders promptly capitulated, granting me the minting rights. Sengoku was finally able to secure the funds necessary to procure arms for my supply. In this manner, the world government was thoroughly drained of its resources. The fiscal deficit reached staggering levels, to the point where even the haughty celestial dragons could no longer remain complacent, each gloomily surrendering their personal coffers to fund the Navy's survival. After all, should the Navy collapse, These ineffectual nobility would be the first to be hanged by the Revolutionary Army. Emu, that old schemer, displayed a semblance of decisiveness, even going so far as to produce the remaining treasures, compelling the celestial dragons to tighten their belts. On the Navy side, Sengoku bet everything on the project known as the Pacifista, hoping these machines could serve as cannon fodder to reduce naval casualties. Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of my household's esteemed Tony Stark, their vaunted pacifists were nothing more than a heap of worthless scrap. I must tell you, the super artificial intelligence on Tony's side had long since infiltrated the Naval Research Institute, rendering it as permeable as a sieve. The data of the pacifists? Tony cast a mere glance and discarded it into the trash, only to discover that the design was, astonishingly, plagiarized from his Iron Man suit. This was intolerable. Tony, feeling quite disgruntled, activated his "you may be strong, but I'm stronger" mode. He conquered nanotechnology and is currently contemplating the creation of liquid metal armor, akin to the T-1000 from Terminator, capable of shape-shifting and endowing each suit with a rudimentary independent consciousness. This technology far outstripped the pacifists by several leagues. In an effort to embarrass the Navy, Tony resolved to undertake a grand endeavor. He intended to amalgamate the technologies of the pacifists and Terminator to create an ultimate hybrid creature. The Navy wished to utilize the pacifists to guard against me? Very well, I shall obliterate you technologically. Yet, there was even more audacious maneuvering to come. Tony extracted a plethora of elements from nature-based devil fruits, such as stone, magma, and storms, to construct a set of anti-nature armor. Clad in this gear, even those of the Seven Warlords could contend with naval admirals, as elemental damage would be significantly mitigated. This embodies the adage, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. With this ensemble, Tony now ventures out without bodyguards, wearing his nanotechnology suit, which can arm him to the teeth within 5 seconds, rendering him invulnerable to any adversary. Subsequently, while the world government reveled in their pacifists, Tony took the lead and created his T-1000 version of a robot. The most malicious twist? To add insult to injury, he deliberately fashioned the robot to resemble a Akainu, naming it Peace Terminator. In the laboratory, the Akainu robot opened its eyes, its expression somewhat vacant, yet its appearance and form were strikingly identical to the original. It spoke in a mechanical voice. "Master, what are your commands?" I assure you, the scene felt as though the real Akainu himself was bowing before you. Immensely gratifying. Tony could not stand Akainu's foul visage, always appearing foolish in meetings. It was time to craft a fitting retribution. Go, slay a few pirates for me, and let me witness your prowess. At Tony's command, the counterfeit Akainu ignited flames beneath its feet and soared away. What happened next? This creature flew directly to the New World, obliterating a small squadron of Big Mom's pirate crew and effortlessly dispatching 2 of her sons. Before the 3 admirals could arrive, it made a hasty retreat. Big Mom exploded in fury, publicly questioning the world government if they sought to declare war on her. The higher-ups of the world government were bewildered, wondering when such orders had been issued. However, Big Mom produced a video, displaying the figure resembling Akainu, wielding abilities similar to those of the magma fruit. Sengoku summoned the real Akainu for confrontation, who turned pale with rage and vehemently denied the allegations. He swore he had never engaged in such trivial antics. He suspected that someone had imitated him, intending to frame him. The first suspect that came to mind was the shape-shifting Von Clay of Baroque works. How outrageous! The mere thought of being mimicked by a cross-dresser incensed Akainu, prompting him to roar with fury and set off to apprehend the culprit. Sengoku, however, was exasperated, realizing that regardless of whether it was him or not, they needed a scapegoat to quell Big Mom's wrath. Thus, Akainu stormed off. Poor Von Clay, blissfully enjoying a facial mask and applying lipstick on a small island, was suddenly confronted by Akainu, who accused him of impersonating a naval admiral and promptly shackled him. Von Clay was utterly bewildered, questioning his identity and location. Just as Akainu captured him, Tony convened a press conference, announcing the global debut of the liquid metal robot. I aim to showcase to the world what it means to achieve a lower dimensional strike. Representatives from the Navy, the Yonko, and the Revolutionary Army were all summoned to Floating Island. The atmosphere was charged, palpable with tension, and had it not been for my presence, a brawl would have erupted. At the onset of the conference, Tony presented a tantalizing appetizer. A colossal screen displayed a missile launch. In the next moment, a massive mushroom cloud erupted above the sea, erasing half an island from the map. I tell you, in that instant, the venue fell into utter silence. Sengoku, Big Mom, and Kaido turned pale. They understood that should such a weapon appear on the battlefield, no admiral or Yonko would stand a chance. Whoever could procure more high-tech weaponry from me would reign supreme. Following this, a price list was distributed. Upon seeing the prices, Sengoku gasped. A destroyer missile cost 30 million berries, bundled in sets of 10, not sold separately. He immediately sought to haggle, but I retorted, "This is not a marketplace. Buy it if you wish." The Navy was financially strapped, and Sengoku urgently rallied support, seeking funds from the Gorosei to appease the celestial dragons. Despite their usual stinginess, they knew that failing to provide funds would cost them their lives, ultimately begrudgingly approving a substantial sum. Kaido, on the other hand, displayed his usual extravagance, slamming the table, demanding 5 sets immediately, with Enel paying up front without hesitation. Whitebeard and Redhaired also placed their orders without reluctance. Witnessing this, Big Mom realized a military arms race had commenced and hurriedly invested in purchases. What surprised me most was the Revolutionary Army's dragon, who directly declared that he would purchase all remaining stock. Remarkably, this was the greatest dark horse of the event. Sengoku, observing this, felt his heart sink, realizing that the Navy's slight advantage was about to be overwhelmed by monetary force. Once the purchases were nearly concluded, the conference proceeded to its main event. Tony unveiled the red cloth, revealing the Peace Terminator, sporting Akainu's visage. The entire audience, especially the real Akainu, was left in shock. But that was not the end. The robot suddenly transformed into a flowing silver liquid, gliding across the stage, before swiftly morphing back into Akainu's form. Ladies and gentlemen, maintaining emotional stability was key, except for the real Akainu. The counterfeit Akainu approached Tony, exhibiting an exceedingly obedient, almost obsequious expression, and stated in a mechanical voice, "Greetings, Master. What are your commands?" Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon the genuine Akainu's dark visage. The focus was entirely on Akainu's grim face. I assure you, the expressions of the Yonko were akin to hungry predators, glaring at him with deadly intent. The atmosphere suggested that if Akainu dared to act, they would not hesitate to reduce him to ashes. After all, they had yet to engage in any confrontation over their petty squabbles with Von Clay. And here stood a naval admiral, posturing with arrogance. Sengoku, feeling the urgency, clutched Akainu's collar, urging him to halt. Consider the situation. Look at the people surrounding us. Normally, his volatility could be overlooked, but acting defiantly before the Yonko was tantamount to courting death. For this conference, Sengoku had only brought Akainu and Yamato. With this lineup, should a conflict arise with the Yonko, they would undoubtedly face a thorough beating. Clearing his throat, Sengoku attempted to calm the situation. "Everyone, please remain composed. This is merely Stark Industries' latest product, the Peace Terminator. Now, let us proceed to the detailed data." As he spoke, the large screen began displaying the experimental data of the Peace Terminator, including its functions, operational methods, and the unique properties of its liquid metal. Goodness, the mimetic capabilities of the Peace Terminator were nothing short of astonishing. Essentially, anyone who had encountered it could be flawlessly replicated, indistinguishable from the real thing. This effect surpassed that of the mimic fruit by a considerable margin. Jean Gua felt a rush of embarrassment as he realized that the pacifists they had been secretly researching in the Navy had been successfully developed and perfected by their adversaries. If Dr. Bejapanka had been present, he would likely have been utterly captivated, eager to dissect the Peace Terminator for an in-depth study. No one had anticipated the existence of the astonishing liquid memory metal. For cyborgs, this was undoubtedly a groundbreaking discovery. The more Zhang pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Had the experimental data of the pacifist been leaked? How else could Tony Stark have perfectly replicated it? Recalling the previous incident involving Big Mom's attack, Zhangguo and Akainu suddenly realized that imprisoning Von Kree in an underwater prison had been a grave mistake. Perhaps that attack had been orchestrated by Feng Xiu from behind the scenes. Suddenly, Feng Xiu revealed that the Peace Terminator had recently suffered a hacking incident, resulting in system malfunctions that caused the attack, for which he expressed his sincere apologies. Upon hearing this, Big Mom erupted with rage, realizing that it was Feng Xiu who had instigated the chaos, and she was ready to take action. However, Captain Yamamoto of the Death God Pirates, Revolutionary Dragon, and red-haired Shanks had already begun to encircle her, their expressions menacing. They argued that the incident was merely a consequence of a hacking breach, advocating for mercy. Red-haired Shanks also urged her to reconsider, suggesting that the God of Light would provide a satisfactory explanation. Revolutionary Dragon's words were intended to win favor with Feng Xiu, as the success of the Revolutionary Army relied heavily on the support of the Holy Land Kingdom. Shanks, on the other hand, wished to avoid conflict in such a significant moment, recognizing that it would only lead to misfortune for the member nations. If ordinary citizens were to perish due to the clash of the four emperors, it would undoubtedly spark a world war, resulting in even greater loss of life. Feeling targeted, Big Mom could only swallow her pride, especially in the presence of Revolutionary Dragon, whose aura was profoundly unfathomable, making her feel as though she could not even match him alongside Kaido. It was no wonder he had been able to stand against the world government for so many years, commanding millions of revolutionary troops. In truth, she had little concern for the mediocre lives lost in the previous attack. Her primary interest lay in extracting compensation from the Holy Land Kingdom. To ensure real-time monitoring of the Peace Terminator's combat effectiveness, Tony Stark had specifically invited the world's greatest swordmaster, Dracul Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai. Mihawk received the invitation with confusion, as he seldom interacted with the king of the Holy Land. His presence at the testing was purely driven by curiosity. He had heard that this liquid robot could analyze and replicate any sword style, which piqued his interest. Moreover, Tony Stark had promised to gift him a Peace Terminator after the demonstration. Mihawk's unparalleled swordsmanship rendered him needing no bodyguard. However, if the robot could indeed mimic various sword styles, it could serve as a sparring partner. It remained to be seen how well it could withstand his strikes. The video stated that the Peace Terminator was essentially immune to all physical attacks, without the need for haki, sword energy, or devil fruit abilities. The invitation of Mihawk was meant to showcase its effectiveness firsthand. The Peace Terminator emitted infrared rays, scanning Mihawk's height, weight, and appearance, subsequently downloading the data into its chip. In an instant, it transformed into a silvery liquid, mimicking Mihawk's form, even replicating his black blade, Yuru. Two identical Mihawks now stood before the audience. Should they switch places, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish between them. The mimicry technology was truly remarkable. Subsequently, Mihawk indicated that he would attack using sword techniques, warning that if he damaged the robot, it should not be held against him. This implied that the ultimate power of the Peace Terminator would depend on the rank of the devil fruit it acquired. Upon hearing this, Fleet Admiral Zhangguo recalled that the Navy's stock had several devil fruits and hurried back to apply for one to be administered to the Peace Terminator. Rather than letting the fruits gather dust, they should be utilized to enhance the Navy's overall combat capabilities. With over 100 billion Saint coins arriving, Feng Xiu immediately allocated these funds to Tony Stark for research purposes, as the Holy Land Kingdom was not currently short on finances. Excellent. Now the entire world's economy is in our hands, with only the world government left to usurp, Tony Stark mused while holding a goblet of red wine. Rest assured, we shall soon claim our rightful place as the masters of this world. Feng Xiu's eyes sparkled with ambition, clearly harboring his own plans. Acting hastily now would complicate matters with the Revolutionary Army, especially since they were preparing to designate Dragon as the new leader. Engaging in war with the world government at this juncture would leave them ill-equipped to face the formidable Revolutionary Army, not to mention Dragon's extraordinary power that was enough to instill fear. Therefore, it was prudent to bide their time and await further developments. hoping for a renewed conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the world government that could allow them to profit as a third party. Several centuries ago, following the establishment of the world government, it began to govern the globe, with countless member nations bowing in reverence, while the celestial dragons held the power to decide the fates of anyone. Over time, pirates emerged, some seeking adventure while others aimed to plunder ships. Many possessed kingly qualities, navigating the seas with the aid of devil fruits and haki. As their targets were often member nations of the world government, the marine government was officially formed, represented by the fleet admiral and marine admirals, leading countless Navy soldiers to combat the ruthless pirate factions. 40 years prior, the infamous Rocks pirates were defeated by Marine Vice Admiral Garp, marking the rise of a tripartite balance between the pirate factions of Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Pirate King Roger, which has since splintered into the current five emperor structure. The world government, once invincible, has now dwindled to a point where it cannot recklessly destroy its challengers, its territory continuously encroached upon by pirates. The emergence of the Revolutionary Army has further intensified the world government's sense of crisis, as the Celestial Dragon's dominion appears to be wavering. With the ongoing oppression and exploitation of the laboring populace on the 26th level, the Revolutionary Army has grown strong enough to no longer tolerate the world government's tyranny, leading to an inevitable confrontation. Should a conflict arise between the world government and the Revolutionary Army, it would likely result in a deadlock, with the situation remaining precariously unstable. If not for the recent influx of powerful allies into the Navy, such as Fujitora from Wano, the situation might have already escalated. After Wano was occupied by the Beast Pirates, Fujitora's strength could match any of Kaido's calamities. However, defeating Kaido seemed an impossible dream, prompting him to join the Navy in pursuit of his ideals of freedom and justice. For the world government, contending with the Revolutionary Army now requires their utmost effort, especially with the five emperors lurking ominously, having procured vast amounts of high-tech equipment from Stark Industries that rival the Navy's arsenal. The current landscape clearly places the Navy at a disadvantage. Although the Revolutionary Army and the five emperors have minimal direct conflict, they both share a common enemy in the world government, a coalition of which the higher-ups fear could one day unite against them. Anyone aware that there exists someone capable of undermining their own dominant position will inevitably experience profound unease, after relishing the superiority afforded by power and status. No one desires to be unceremoniously ousted. What particularly incenses the higher echelons of the government is that the god of light from the Shungting Kingdom has chosen to disrupt the current global dynamics. Not only has he brazenly sold weaponry to hostile forces, but he has also audaciously initiated an arms race, especially with the recent emergence of the Peace Terminator. Had Feng Xiu displayed a modicum of patience, he might have gleaned some financial gain from the contributions of various allied nations to the Celestial Treasury, potentially acquiring these robots in their entirety. However, Feng Xiu adamantly refused to adopt such a prudent approach, opting instead for a grand announcement that unequivocally showcased the might of the Peace Terminator. If he were truly loyal to the world government, such actions would have been unthinkable. Marshal Zhangguo observed Feng Xiu with a simmering resentment, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate the God of Light at an earlier juncture and to secure a military genius like Tony Stark. Otherwise, the current state of affairs would not leave the Navy in perpetual trepidation. Instead, they could have leveraged their superiority in armaments to subdue both the revolutionary forces and the five emperors. Regret, however, is now futile, as all three factions have procured nearly equivalent weaponry. The Navy, despite its wealth, is burdened with sustaining a large contingent, making it financially strained. The five emperors, while somewhat less affluent, are constrained by manpower limitations, rendering their use of advanced weaponry rather ineffective, particularly in large-scale conflicts. This situation parallels the historical possession of nuclear arms by various nations, wherein no one dares to launch them for fear of mutual annihilation, becoming mere spectators to the devastation unleashed upon their own territories. During the previous naval conflict, neither the revolutionary forces nor the world government employed weapons of mass destruction, opting instead for a posture of deterrence. Now, should any faction gain access to equivalent products from Stark Industries. An all-out confrontation would surely result in mutual destruction unless someone possesses the audacity to withstand missiles with mere flesh. As Feng Xiu prepared to depart the press conference, he sensed the disapproval radiating from Marshal Zhanghua. Nevertheless, with only himself and a Kainu present on his territory, he found it challenging to incite any significant disturbance. Though he appeared courteous toward the naval government, should his boundaries be crossed, he would not hesitate to ensure that Zhanghua and Akainu would see no dawn. Lest apart, it is too late to contemplate how to eliminate such a menace, Akainu stated first. Expressing his dissatisfaction with Marshal Zhanghua's previous indulgence of the Shengting Kingdom, his earlier advice to the government to act decisively against Feng Xiu had gone unheeded, and now, with regret, he acknowledged that the God of Light's strength had surged dramatically in recent years, now far beyond contempt. Moreover, as they remained within the sphere of the opponent's stronghold, should that individual truly wish to act against them, Akainu was certain that both he and Zhanghua would be the unfortunate casualties. Having spent several days in each other's company, he began to sense an unsettling resemblance between the God of Light's demeanor and that of Feng Xiu, the former heir of the Demon family, once sought by the Navy. Yet, despite the Navy's relentless pursuit over the years, they had been unable to locate him, as if he had vanished without a trace, leaving them perplexed. Each thought of this only heightened Feng Xiu's perceived threat in Akainu's mind. Rest assured, I have matters well in hand. I am not so foolish as to let this individual become overly arrogant. Soon enough, someone will be able to rein him in. Marshal Zhanghua did not linger, allowing the Peace Terminator, now transformed into Akainu's likeness, to follow closely behind him. After all, it had cost an exorbitant sum of Saint coins, and he could not afford any damage during transit. He remained convinced that the liquid robots harbored undisclosed weaknesses, yet Feng Xiu was unwilling to divulge such information, proving that today's merchants possess an inherent cunning. Zhanghua even speculated that the seller had retained some contingency, necessitating constant surveillance over the Peace Terminator to avoid unforeseen complications. Chapter 251. The Revolutionary War and the Coercion of Fujitora with the conclusion of the Shengting Kingdom Press Conference. And each of the three major forces having procured their desired weaponry, the Revolutionary Army soon commenced plans for a new offensive. As before, this round of revolutionary warfare was directed against non-member nations, as member states enjoyed the protection of a world government, making them more challenging adversaries. The Revolutionary Fleet, divided into three factions, advanced relentlessly toward the non-member territories, armed with advanced weaponry, successfully capturing a nation almost every few days. This success was largely attributed to the widespread endorsement of revolutionary ideals among the local populace, bolstering their cause significantly. In recognition of his stellar performance in prior battles, Moya Takisi had been elevated to the position of combat commander within the Revolutionary Army. Leading fewer than 10,000 troops, he systematically conquered multiple nations. Aside from those resisting forces that vowed to fight to the death, Moya Takisi's entry into cities typically resulted in no harm to ordinary citizens. In fact, upon witnessing the suffering and starvation of the populace, he would readily offer assistance, an action that garnered broad support from the local people, who felt no resistance toward the Revolutionary Army's governance. Faced with Moya Takisi's prowess, reminiscent of a naval admiral, many non-member nations, even before the conflict had begun, expressed intentions to surrender. As the Revolutionary Army's influence expanded, the pirates remained indifferent, yet the naval government found itself in a state of frantic disarray. They wished to deploy forces to thwart their advance, but lacked justification for intervention. Given that the Revolutionary Army's assault on non-member nations had no direct bearing on their own interests, any misstep could potentially ignite a second war between the Navy and the revolutionaries. The Navy had yet to recover from its previous losses, rendering them ill-equipped for further conflict. However, they could not simply stand idly by as the Revolutionary Army pressed forward. Perhaps we should deploy the liquid robots in a battle? Providing an opportunity to evaluate their combat capabilities, suggested Vice Admiral Crane during a naval strategy meeting. Since the Celestial Dragons had witnessed the performance and capabilities of the Peace Terminators, they had shown great interest, with some funds still available. They instructed the Naval Command to procure several units, paying in full. Aside from reserving one for testing by the Naval Research Division, the remaining Peace Terminators were ready for immediate deployment. These liquid robots, having replicated the swordsmanship of Mihawk, exhibited strength surpassing that of entire armies. Unbeknownst to Zhonghua, these Peace Terminators remained under Tony Stark's control. Should the Naval Command attempt any treachery against the Shungting Kingdom or Feng Xiu himself, a single command from Tony could incite an immediate rebellion. Thus, while the Shungting Kingdom had secured their funds, the Peace Terminators essentially belonged to Tony, ensuring Feng Xiu's substantial profit. At last, the pirates and the Revolutionary Army clashed with the world government, prompting the naval government to dispatch a multitude of iron warships to engage both factions simultaneously. The situation grew increasingly precarious as the rebels dared to rise in rebellion, sealing their fates in the depths of the sea. Tung Hu squinted his blind eye, revealing a chilling smile as he drew his katana. With the power of Kin Bunchika Haki, he immediately locked onto the falling meteorites in the void of space. Gravity ripples surged alongside his sword aura, and soon, a massive meteorite hurtled downwards, inflicting severe damage upon the Revolutionary Army's forces. One must admit, Tung Hu's smile unleashed a formidable technique perfectly suited for large-scale combat. Even the sturdiest of ironclad ships found it difficult to withstand the impact of descending meteorites. With his mere smile, Tung Hu managed to restrain a considerable portion of the Revolutionary Army, resulting in a stalemate that persisted for over half a month, with neither side gaining the upper hand. As the revolutionary uprising's momentum was thwarted by Tung Hu's smile, the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army convened an urgent meeting to address the situation. Tung Hu's smile possesses some strength, yet he is also a troublesome figure. Should I intervene, personally? In the eyes of the revolutionary leader, Long, Tung Hu's strength was at most on par with Akainu, posing little threat. Even a casual attack from him could be effortlessly deflected. If they failed to defeat him, the 3rd Combat Division of the Revolutionary Army might have to halt their advance, risking mockery from the Navy government. Do not be hasty. Tung Hu, with his strong sense of justice, may not be beyond persuasion. Allow me to take charge of this matter, Zhang Yi suggested. The high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army were taken aback by Zhang Yi's proposal, as they were contemplating how to annihilate the enemy rather than consider recruitment. Zhang Yi held a deep admiration for Tung Hu's smile, recognizing that his prolonged residence in Wano meant he was unaware of the world government's corruption and decay, thus exploited by the Navy. By directly meeting with Tung Hu, he hoped to enlighten him to the truth, potentially swaying him to join the Revolutionary Army's ranks. The Navy already had 4 admirals, and adding a powerhouse like Tung Hu would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Moya Tokes expressed support for Zhang Yi's decision, leaving it to Long's discretion. If deemed necessary, we shall proceed. Even if it fails, it matters not. I originally intended to defeat him outright, Long stated, effectively endorsing Zhang Yi's idea. Should Tung Hu betray the Navy, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the old world powers. Conversely, they could not allow the Navy to gain another admiral. On the Navy's side, dozens of Peace Terminators launched a fierce counteroffensive, unleashing a storm of sword energy that ravaged the seas. Suddenly, witnessing substantial losses among his subordinates, revolutionary leader Long descended onto the battlefield, manipulating the weather to summon violent lightning, enveloping the Peace Terminators within its range. He reasoned that, being machines, they would fear electric shocks causing a short circuit, hence his choice of lightning as an offensive strategy. However, the situation did not unfold as he desired. These liquid robots had long since overcome such vulnerabilities, enduring even 100,000 volts without issue. The arc reactors within them thrived on electrical energy, enabling the Peace Terminators to continuously absorb power, enhancing their endurance. Chapter 252. Meeting Tung Hu's smile indeed. The Peace Terminators proved to be formidable opponents, prompting the necessity to deploy their own liquid robot core into battle. Revolutionary leader Long issued a command, and numerous Peace Terminators, resembling Hawkeye, swiftly arrived, wielding exceptional swordsmanship that matched their foes. As both sides clashed, they found themselves in a stalemate, capable of rapidly regenerating even when reduced to liquid form. On Zheng Yi's side, having received permission, he boldly infiltrated the Navy warship where Tung Hu's smile resided, creating quite a stir. Attention, Revolutionary Army High Command. Remain vigilant. As Zheng Yi boarded the ship, the Navy soldiers stationed there immediately raised their weapons, surrounding him. The high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army were skeptical of Zheng Yi's recruitment endeavor, though they did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. Yet, he was determined to achieve results to prove his worth. Ridiculous. If I truly intended to make a move, could you mere mortals hope to stop me? I have a request to meet with the Navy Admiral Tung Hu's smile, he declared disdainfully to the surrounding Navy soldiers. The current firearms posed little threat to hockey users. Moreover, being wielded by these ordinary soldiers made it easy to evade their attacks. Zheng Yi's reputation within the Navy was notorious, akin to a demon, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers having perished at his hands, which rendered them hesitant to fire. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Tung Hu's smile finally made his appearance, perplexed by the presence of the Revolutionary Army's high-ranking officials, unsure of their intentions. Suddenly, an overwhelming gravitational force descended upon him, transforming the ground beneath Zheng Yi's feet as though crushed by a small mountain. Zheng Yi had anticipated that Tung Hu would strike upon seeing him, yet he was taken aback by the latter's abruptness, as Tung Hu transformed into a gorilla-like form, significantly amplifying his strength and evading the gravitational ripple's reach. With a flash of sharp, radiant swordlight, Tung Hu unleashed a formidable assault. Although blinded, he could accurately sense Zheng Yi's movements through Kin Bunchika Haki. The sword aura collided with Zheng Yi's armored body, producing a metallic clang, yet he remained unfazed, gripping the blade with an indifferent expression. Must we resort to violence upon our first meeting? Are you not concerned about destroying this iron vessel? Both were devil fruit users, and losing their ship amidst the vast ocean would place them in a precarious situation. Tung Hu sheathed his sword, having gauged that Zheng Yi's strength was comparable to his own, and considering the presence of surrounding soldiers, he deemed it inappropriate to engage in combat at that moment. You may all withdraw. He gestured for the Navy soldiers to disperse, subsequently inviting Zheng Yi into his office to ascertain his intentions. As the Revolutionary Army and Navy were currently in a state of conflict, if their superiors discovered this clandestine meeting, it could yield adverse consequences for Tung Hu, who could not afford to be too cordial with him. He entered the office and took a seat, promptly addressing the matter at hand, urging Tung Hu to abandon his current position and join the Revolutionary Army. Hearing such an overt attempt at recruitment left Tung Hu momentarily stunned, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! You rebels believe you can persuade the enemy to defect? It is utterly laughable. Tung Hu regarded Zheng Yi with a look of disdain, as if he were a fool. If Zheng Yi had come merely to jest, it would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation, for such audacity was intolerable. Tung Hu was genuinely curious as to what made Zheng Yi believe he could successfully sway him. In the land of Heziguo, the system of governance is exceptionally stringent, with no tolerance for traitors. Thus, upon deciding to serve the world government, Fujitora would hardly shift his allegiance to any other faction. What if the Navy does not embody absolute justice? Perhaps you have been in Heziguo for too long to comprehend the current circumstances. Would you dare to accompany me to the revolutionary zone and witness how the common folk live there? With genuine intent, Zhenghua extended an invitation. Fujitora hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing the sincerity in Zhenghua's eyes, which did not hint at any nefarious plots, he nodded in agreement. Within the Revolutionary Army, unless the leader Long personally intervenes, discovering an unfavorable situation would allow him to depart without anyone being able to stop him. I shall go, he declared. I wish to observe how the Revolutionary Army treats the common populace. Fujitora surmised that after the Revolutionary Army seized control of these nations, the lives of the common people must not have improved. Their food and possessions would undoubtedly be requisitioned, as defeated nations are deemed unworthy of such belongings. Throughout history, the fate of vanquished nations has been similar, regardless of any proclamations made about fighting for the oppressed laborers. Who can say such rhetoric is not merely a means of winning hearts? Fujitora fabricated an excuse to engage Jinhua in a decisive battle and then boarded the latter's speedboat to the nearest nation, Tianhai Wanghua, now part of the Revolutionary Zone. This area, once renowned for its seafood, pearls, and shells, remained largely unaffected by the Revolutionary Army's takeover. In fact, the locals sold their specialties at low prices to the station soldiers. Were these citizens attempting to curry favor with the Revolutionary Army? Indeed, a defeated nation appears to possess little dignity, Fujitora mused, observing how the locals willingly offered their goods at reduced prices to the revolutionary soldiers. Jinhua patiently explained that this arrangement stemmed from the harmonious relationship between the local populace and the soldiers. Often, when the locals witnessed the soldiers diligently performing their duties, they would voluntarily bring them drinks and food. Of course, the Revolutionary Army maintained strict regulations prohibiting alcohol during service hours. However, accepting some food was entirely reasonable. Before the Revolutionary Army arrived, the Tianhai soldiers had oppressed the common folk and even assisted local aristocrats in bullying virtuous women. It was only after the Revolutionary Army expelled them that peace and harmony were restored to the region. Yet, Fujitora remained unyielding. He believed that if he were to manage his soldiers, he could also ensure such standards, but that alone would not suffice as a reason to join the Revolutionary Army. The revolutionary leader Long, aware of Fujitora's arrival, permitted him to tour the military base, confident that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Chapter 253, Observations in the Red Zone. Fujitora's decision. Following the establishment of the Revolutionary Zone, which suffered from a lack of effective governance, Jinhua directly implemented a socialist framework from the past. The nation's development commenced with a focus on the welfare of its citizens, abolishing the previous monarchical autocracy and the privileges of the aristocracy. All noble titles, properties, and land ownership rights were surrendered and redistributed to the populace for cultivation, with each individual receiving an average of 2 acres of land. With the elimination of the former land tax system, the laboring masses naturally devoted their energies to agricultural production. Months passed, and the lower classes had essentially escaped the dire poverty of hunger and cold, each person now engaged in legitimate work to sustain their livelihoods. The days of persecution by the Tianlongren or the aristocracy were now a distant memory, thanks to the efforts of the Revolutionary Army, which garnered enthusiastic support from the locals. Furthermore, each region deployed a peace enforcer to ensure that they would no longer suffer harassment from pirate factions. In the event of encountering a formidable pirate, the revolutionary leader Long would swiftly crush them, regardless of whether their strength rivaled that of the 4 emperors. They even dared to confront the world government directly, let alone the pirates. With the opening of maritime trade routes, the non-affiliated kingdom of Shungting also established numerous mechanical factories for the production of various mechanical components, with compensation rates significantly higher than those in other regions. Hey, Lao Wang, where are you off to after work? For drinks or a movie? Of course, a movie. The recent film Titanic is quite captivating. Who would have thought such a tragic yet romantic love story could unfold on the high seas? The governance of the Revolutionary Army instilled a sense of reassurance among the populace. They worked diligently, striving to earn enough to open their own stores. The burdensome tax system had finally been abolished, a notion unimaginable prior, when it seemed no one considered the welfare of the lower classes. This year's harvest yielded a bountiful crop, largely thanks to imported land improvement liquids, which were previously accessible only to the offspring of noble families. As Fujitora strolled through the streets, he listened intently to the voices of the passers-by, sensing their aspirations for a better life and their optimistic outlook. It appeared that all these changes stemmed from the Revolutionary Army's occupation, entirely contrary to his expectations. The political philosophy, prioritizing the interests of the lower classes, did not seem to be mere rhetoric. In comparison to nations he had previously visited, it appeared that those governed under socialist principles experienced a higher degree of happiness. Could it be that his prior beliefs were misguided? Fujitora acknowledged that since leaving Heziguo, he had remained largely ignorant of the outside world, naively assuming the role of a Navy officer in pursuit of justice. However, witnessing the local populace, with innocent children playing in the streets and bustling markets where everyone lived freely and equally, was a stark contrast to the oppression once faced under aristocratic rule. Passing by a school, he could hear students diligently studying, aspiring to become valuable members of the Revolutionary Army. Education could not be neglected. Experiencing the illustrious history of Stark Industries unveiled the allure of computer programming, mechanical dynamics, physics design, and weapon manufacturing, fruits of scientific advancement. The world government had yet to recognize the significance of education, resulting in a surge of rebellious youths yearning to become pirates and seek adventure, fulfilling their violent tendencies. In this era, only individuals like Luffy, who was raised under the just guidance of Vice Admiral Garp, ventured into the world while retaining their integrity, seeking adventure without resorting to thievery. Yet, such individuals were rare. In contrast, the Revolutionary Zone emphasized not only imparting technical knowledge to the youth, but also instilling an awareness of the importance of peace and freedom. In the Revolutionary Zone, children as young as 6 could participate in the educational system. Under a 9-year compulsory education framework, graduates could emerge as talents in various fields, with outstanding individuals even having the opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army in service to the nation. Within the domain governed by the Revolutionary Army, all individuals are treated equally, devoid of any hierarchical structure. Even the sons of wealthy magnates must sincerely apologize if they inadvertently bump into a commoner, only because there exists a legal system that constantly supervises their conduct. The crime rate here has plummeted to an unprecedented low. Even if one were to open their wallet and stroll home in the dead of night, there is no cause for concern about being robbed. The remarkable achievements of the Jamaica have ignited a fervent phenomenon among the oppressed citizens of other nations, who, upon learning of this place's circumstances, have begun to relocate their families in droves. Had it not been for the local government's prompt restrictions on immigration, it is likely that the entire nation would have been left nearly empty. How peculiar! I have always possessed the ability to hear the innermost thoughts of others. Why then does this ability fail with you? The smile of Fujitora revealed a perplexed expression. For every passerby he had locked onto, he could discern their true thoughts. Yet, with Xingyi, it was as if a void existed. No sound could be perceived at all. This phenomenon typically occurred only after the targeted individual had met their demise. However, observing Z's vibrant, robust demeanor, it was evident there were no signs of death. Xingyi expressed understanding, for he was but a shadow split from Feng Xiao, a unique life form possessing independent consciousness while remaining a fragment of Feng Xiao's soul. This, undoubtedly, was the reason Fujitora could not discern Xingyi's thoughts. Of course, I'm not like ordinary beings. Not every life can be heard by you. Xingyi refrained from elaborating further, as revealing his identity as a member of the Shadow Legion could jeopardize future plans concerning Feng Xiao. Now, I have a fundamental understanding of the situation in Jamaica. I will return and contemplate it thoroughly, await my news in a few days. Fujitora noted the contact details on his phone, yet internally he was already wavering, just shy of agreeing to the rebellion. Such an act would be too embarrassing. Chapter 254, The Betrayal of the Navy by Fujitora. I intend to leave the Navy and join the ranks of the revolutionary uprising. Those who wish to follow me, come now. I will not force anyone to stay. Upon returning to the naval warship, Fujitora confined himself within his quarters, sleepless throughout the night, ultimately resolving to defect from the Navy. To maximize the realization of his ideals of justice, he was prepared to relinquish the position of Rear Admiral he had painstakingly earned. Seeing his subordinates, with whom he had shared life and death, Fujitora felt profound affection. He gathered everyone and publicly announced his decision. What? Rear Admiral Fujitora, do you understand the gravity of your words? Good heavens, this is utterly insane. I must be mishearing. So now, we are to defy the Navy and seek the opinions of the likes of us? It seems that Fujitora conferred with the enemy revolutionary leaders yesterday, hinting at many hidden intricacies. Otherwise, how could he make such a declaration? The assembled naval soldiers murmured amongst themselves, expressing their indignation and dividing into factions of those willing to follow and those unwilling. The willing faction was composed of individuals unburdened by attachments, disillusioned by the Navy's ignoble conduct. Conversely, The unwilling members exhibited blind loyalty to the Navy or held disdain for the revolutionaries, fearing repercussions for their families should they choose to follow Fujitora. After a considerable time, 800 naval soldiers resolutely chose to follow Fujitora. Most were seasoned veterans who had been saved by him multiple times or had been inspired by his character. The remaining 1,000 or so harbored desires to join Fujitora in the revolutionary cause, yet were compelled to abandon such thoughts due to familial concerns. Some fervently outspoken soldiers openly criticized Fujitora's actions, arguing that he was unworthy of the rank of Rear Admiral. Fujitora accepted their criticisms, acknowledging that he was indeed a traitor to the Navy, a crime that, in the land of Wano, would warrant seppuku as atonement. I merely wished to channel my sense of justice towards the right cause. After uttering this, Fujitora led his 800 naval subordinates away, setting sail towards the nearby revolutionary district. After a night of internal struggle, he recognized that the essence of this world lay with the common people. Without their support, the so-called governments, nobility, and monarchies were but fleeting shadows. The interests of the people transcended all. Furthermore, after witnessing the true, malevolent face of the naval government unveiled by the revolutionaries, Fujitora realized that Zheng Yi had spoken the truth. The Navy did not represent absolute justice. Rather, it exploited the guise of justice to perpetrate numerous heinous acts. Having discerned the Navy's true nature, Fujitora was filled with indignation over some of their transgressions, lamenting his prior blindness in pledging loyalty to such a governing body. Despite our efforts in countless battles, you dare to betray the world government? You deserve to die. In the midst of this, Fujitora struck down a noble rear admiral, his expression dark as he swiftly drew his sword and thrust it toward the noble's heart, catching him off guard. In the face of such a stealthy assault, Fujitora felt no need to utilize his abilities. His blade merely had to be drawn to witness the noble's body collapse, bloodied and propelled backward. Had it not been for their history as former comrades, this strike could have easily resulted in the noble's grievous injury or death. Should you wish to ambush me, perhaps train harder and return in a few years. When we meet again on the battlefield, I shall show no mercy, Fujitora remarked without glancing back. The wounded noble, now sprawled on the ground, threatened to report this incident to the world government, anticipating the wrath of its higher echelons. Zheng Yi, witnessing Fujitora arrive with his 800 naval soldiers at the revolutionary branch in Hainan, was highly pleased. After successfully persuading the enemy's leadership, the war need not continue. The revolutionary forces could proceed to conquer other non-affiliated nations, and with Fujitora's addition, the forthcoming situation appeared exceedingly promising. No one could halt their advance. Soon, the 3rd Combat Division of the revolutionaries reached the rendezvous point, establishing a camp to await the arrival of additional combat unit members. Shortly thereafter, the swordmaster Atakusi, Sabo, and Kulos arrived, and the current campaign had successfully occupied over 80 nations, swiftly deploying personnel for regional governance in each area. Upon learning that Zheng Yi had managed to sway Fujitora, the remaining revolutionary leaders expressed their admiration, offering Zheng Yi resounding applause. The revolutionary leader, Long, noted Fujitora's significant contributions in prior battles and appointed him to a leadership role, placing him at the forefront of the vanguard. Evidently, Fujitora was still adjusting to his new identity, exhibiting a serious demeanor and being rather taciturn, a trait he shared with Long. As for the 800 naval soldiers under his command, they were awarded various ranks, honors, and medals based on their battlefield performance and integrated well with the other revolutionary soldiers. Guo Mingjia alone assured them that henceforth, whether they suffered grievous injuries on the battlefield or retired from service, the revolutionary faction would provide them with unparalleled benefits and rewards. Witnessing Long's generosity towards his subordinates, Teng Hu chuckled, feeling reassured that he had not chosen the wrong path, and gradually comprehended the core tenets of the socialist system. Currently, their confrontations with the Navy had yielded a series of resounding victories, rendering the mobilization of numerous admirals from the Navy futile. With the addition of Teng Hu's laughter, the situation underwent subtle transformations, often The sight of former vice admirals openly defecting could undermine the morale of many Navy soldiers. The world government expressed outrage at this unprecedented betrayal among high-ranking Navy officials, marking a significant blow to their authority. Numerous derogatory rumors circulated within the Navy, prompting the higher echelons of the government to declare that traitors would face severe retribution, including the immediate revocation of their positions and the deployment of substantial military forces for punitive measures. Should this matter remain unresolved, it could severely undermine the people's loyalty to the world government. The news of Tung Hu's defection spread rapidly across major news agencies, leaving countless individuals in shock. The world government vowed to capture this traitor and make an example of him, demonstrating to all Navy personnel the dire consequences of betraying the government. Tung Hu's betrayal at such a juncture was a source of mockery, as it suggested that the Navy could not retain even a vice admiral of his caliber. Fleet Admiral Sengoku shattered the table before him in fury, his roar resonating throughout the Navy headquarters, underscoring the depth of his anger regarding the incident. Such a traitor, if encountered on the battlefield, would face annihilation. They would pay a heavy price for their treachery. Akainu, known for his disdain for traitors, found Tung Hu's prior relationship with him particularly distasteful, as they had rarely exchanged pleasantries. Tung Hu's rapid ascent to the rank of vice admiral within a mere few years was a source of discontent for Akainu. Before he could seek an opportunity to reprimand him, news of Tung Hu's defection emerged, a despicable act that left him feeling utterly scandalized. "Such a pity," remarked Kizuru, languidly observing from a distance. "I had hoped for a reliable ally to alleviate my burdens, yet this has transpired." In recent days, these high-ranking officers had been tasked with training the Peace Ender's combat capabilities and transmitting their battle data to him. Since the Peace Ender could not replicate Devil Fruit abilities, they had relied on their own forces to restrain the Revolutionary Army's robotic legions. With Tung Hu's defection, Fleet Admiral Sengoku realized that recruitment of soldiers would necessitate stringent vetting to prevent further betrayals. The government had already reprimanded him harshly over the phone, questioning the caliber of his recruits. Rumors suggested that high-ranking officials within the Revolutionary Army had incited this betrayal, prompting caution in future encounters with Tung Hu. The Navy's Chief of Staff, Hay, warned that anyone capable of persuading a vice admiral to defect must possess considerable skill, considering Tung Hu's origins from Wano, where loyalty to the sovereign was paramount. However, it was too late for such considerations. The immediate priority remained countering the revolutionary forces' expansion and mitigating the negative impacts of this event on the Navy and government. To prevent further betrayals, the government dispatched agents to monitor the families of higher-ranking Navy officers, ensuring that any acts of treason would result in dire consequences for their loved ones. While this approach appeared inhumane, it was deemed necessary to stabilize the current crisis, to reward the Navy soldiers who remained loyal during Tung Hu's defection. The world government allocated a bonus of 20,000 berries to each of them. Even the noble brigadier who had previously suffered due to Tung Hu's actions was promoted to general as a result of this incident. All admirals and admiral candidates were dispatched to the battlefield, and even a considerable number of soldiers from the Marvel Corps were summoned to provide support. At this moment, a large-scale conflict unfolded between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, with most pirate factions retreating to their strongholds, fearing the repercussions of this monumental clash. This situation compelled the Navy to mobilize its forces extensively. This battle was termed the Revolutionary Army's Counter-Encirclement Campaign, triggered by Tung Hu's betrayal, which had dismantled the Navy's strategic encirclement efforts. The notification of Tung Hu's successful defection earned a reward of 20,000 points in the system. Additionally, the sword demon Aatrox's slaying of over 100,000 members of the Navy garnered 5,000 points. In the Holy Kingdom, Feng Xiu was taken aback upon receiving the system's alerts, realizing that he no longer needed to intervene in the decisions of his shadows, allowing them to operate autonomously and thus saving him from issuing commands repeatedly. Their decisions were effectively synonymous with his own, albeit from different perspectives. However, he was astonished that Zheng Wu had managed to orchestrate Tung Hu's defection, a masterstroke indeed. Feng Xiu mused that he would have made a similar decision. affirming that the Shadow Army system had reached level 10, enabling the Shadows to undertake significant decisions on his behalf. To date, he had generated over 1,000 Shadows, and if each could think independently, he would conserve a considerable amount of time and energy. Considering the Navy's gathering forces, Feng Xiu resolved to exploit this opportunity to create chaos. Upon receiving Feng Xiu's orders, Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni swiftly assembled his forces and advanced towards the nearest Navy fleet, launching an assault on their warships and sinking numerous vessels. To prevent these fleets from escaping, Hitsugaya Toshiro unleashed his Bankai, enveloping the surrounding seas in frost. Assisting him, the Iceman inflicted freezing damage upon all Navy soldiers, incapacitating them without causing fatalities. Meanwhile, on the Whitebeard Pirates front, Shimen Shueishiwe and Uchihamadara led their respective teams towards the Navy fleet's path. A celestial sword beam, reminiscent of the dawn breaking through the night, cleaved through the ocean, obstructing the North Sea Navy's advance, while Uchiha Madara employed the Shinra Tensei, utilizing repulsion to drive them back towards their original direction. Red-haired Bell feigned drunkenness on this side, inadvertently attacking the naval fleet that was heading for support. After suffering a fierce counterattack from the enemy, he began to control the storm tornado, directly engaging in a heated confrontation. Shanks from the red-haired crew, though confused by the situation, rushed to assist his subordinates who were under attack, without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 256. The World Government in Disarray. Sengoku awaited the arrival of the naval fleets from the four great seas for support, only to receive news that these fleets were currently under assault from the other three emperors. It seemed as though these adversaries had conspired together to create chaos at such a critical moment. Although no significant damage was inflicted, it greatly delayed the arrival of reinforcements. In military engagements, speed is of the essence, and the prolonged absence of the naval fleets put immense pressure on the soldiers fighting at the front lines. Forced by necessity, the naval government summoned brilliant trainees stationed at military academies worldwide to join the fray. To enhance their combat capabilities, the higher echelons of the government did not hesitate to utilize the remaining stocks of the super soldier serum, thereby cultivating a substantial number of exceptional combatants. Many vice admirals who injected the super soldier serum saw their strength elevate to a level almost akin to that of a rear admiral, effectively alleviating the dire circumstances of the war. To further increase the number of naval combat personnel, the naval government would have to invest significantly more funds. Marshal Sengoku initially considered seeking assistance from the Celestial Dragons, yet they continued to dismiss his requests, seemingly unwilling to invest their last vestiges of wealth into this conflict. After all, the Celestial Dragons must maintain their noble and extravagant lifestyle. The Navy's financial struggles only underscored their own incompetence. What a wretched lot! With the dwindling number of Celestial Dragons, why hoard so much wealth if it is to be taken to the grave? Upon hearing their response, Sengoku furiously hung up the phone, cursing these self-proclaimed nobles who failed to recognize that the Navy was fighting to preserve their dominion over the world. Often, Sengoku contemplated resigning from his position, had it not been for his lifelong indoctrination in justice. He would have left the role of admiral to anyone who wished to take it. It appeared that this year, the tributes from various nations to the Celestial Dragons were insufficient, making it exceedingly difficult to sustain the Navy's operations in this battle. The Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Crane, lamented that, once upon a time, the wealth of the naval government reached the pinnacle of the world, but now, most of its economic lifeblood had been severed by the Holy Land. Even purchasing a peace ender required installment payments, a practice that offered benefits to other allied nations but was a disgrace for the Navy under the world government. Vice Admiral Ho proposed a suggestion to convene an emergency world conference to discuss increasing military tax revenue, believing that many allied nations would support the eradication of the Revolutionary Army. After all, once the Revolutionary Army occupied the territories of non-allied nations, their next target would likely be the allied nations, and compared to the survival of their political regimes, these expenditures were trivial. After this announcement, representatives from various allied nations hurried to the Holy Land of Mariehua to participate in the urgent meeting regarding the encirclement of the Revolutionary Army. Following these arrangements, Marshal Sengoku appeared to age decades in a matter of moments. Even the strongest could not withstand such unrelenting blows. No way. I did not expect things to escalate to such proportions from what seemed like a simple matter. Feng Xiu, upon receiving the Navy's notification, expressed surprise with a faint smile. Based on his years of understanding of the Navy, he anticipated that this emergency world conference would yield little good. The most likely scenario was that they sought financial assistance. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, he accepted the reality of holding the economic lifelines of the world, even possessing the power of coinage. Although reluctant, he decided to attend and see what the Navy's intentions were. News spread worldwide, and given the Navy's current disadvantage, should the Revolutionary Army's influence expand further, the world government could very well be ousted. After all, these celestial dragons had dominated for centuries. It was time for a new ruler to govern this world rife with piracy. Many scions of the world's aristocracy found themselves in peril, for their lineage destined them to stand against the Revolutionary Army. Their sole hope now rested with the Navy. If the government proposed increasing military tax revenue, they would support it as long as it meant the complete annihilation of the Revolutionary Army, no matter the cost. Days later, within the deliberation hall of the Holy Land of Mariewa, only a year had passed since the last meeting, and this time, the number of allied nation representatives had increased significantly. Non-allied nations had suffered severe oppression from the Revolutionary Army and pirates, compelling them to submit taxes in search of protection from the world government. According to the count, there were over 250 representatives from allied nations, with more than 70 being newly established kingdoms. The purpose of this gathering was primarily to collect military funds to combat the Revolutionary Army, a matter of utmost importance for their survival, and they hoped for the representative support. Marshal Sengoku directly addressed the assembly, stating the need to increase military expenditures to train more naval warriors for the fight against the Revolutionary Army. As he spoke, all eyes in the assembly turned to Feng Xiu, for the decisions of the world government were largely dictated by him. Indeed, many representatives had benefited from Feng Xiu's generosity, leading to their economic strength growing year by year. Now, with the Navy's request, they had to consider the stance of the Holy Land before voicing their opinions. Aren't those so-called celestial dragons wealthy? Why not seek their assistance in such matters? Feng Xiu jested, which left the Navy's senior officials visibly embarrassed. They well knew the temperament of the celestial dragons. Had they been willing to contribute, would they have sought help from others? Many representatives from allied nations who harbored grievances against the celestial dragons secretly reveled in their misfortune. The Navy, often a mere pawn for the celestial dragons, now received no support, and they felt it was well-deserved. Were it not for their identities and positions, they would have laughed openly. This emergency world conference was convened without the celestial dragons in attendance. Otherwise, a quarrel between them and Feng Xiu would have been inevitable. Marshal Sengoku gazed at Feng Xiu, contemplating how to embroil him in this murky situation. With a powerful army and the strength of a junior emperor, he could be of great assistance against the Revolutionary Army. However, Feng Xiu intended to remain an observer, watching the Navy and the Revolutionary Army clash, having no intention of contributing financially. He would prefer both sides to deplete their strength, thereby reducing the obstacles for the Holy Land to replace the world government. Chapter 257, I Won't Give You a Dime. Feng Xiu primarily sought to gauge the attitudes of various nations, wishing to assess their loyalty to the world government. After 10 minutes of deliberation, over 100 representatives from allied nations expressed their willingness to contribute 10% of their annual economic revenue to the Navy's campaign against the Revolutionary Army. After a thorough discussion among the Naval High Command, it was decided to wait until the funds were received before dispatching elite naval forces to the countries that pledged donations, in order to prevent incursions by revolutionary forces. Observing the palpable fear of these nations, who preferred to align themselves with the world government rather than become vassals of the Shangting Kingdom, Feng Xiu quietly noted these allied states, having led them to substantial profits. The outcome was disappointing, prompting Feng Xiu to place them on his blacklist. Although the economic income of these allied nations has doubled annually, it primarily benefits the aristocratic bourgeoisie, failing to translate into national prosperity and strong citizenry. The lower classes continue to endure lives of poverty. Thus, the next targets of the Revolutionary Army are likely to be these nations, as Feng Xiu does not believe the world government has reached a level capable of repelling revolutionary assaults. It appears the government elite are intent on deceiving these nations into relinquishing their wealth before sending a token elite force for support, merely to fulfill a formality before retreating. Surely, once these allied nations are overtaken by revolutionary forces, the first to seize their riches would be the elite naval troops. Rather than allowing the revolutionaries to benefit, it will be prudent to confiscate the national treasury of these allied states. In such dire circumstances, the nobility within these kingdoms would find themselves unable to escape, rendered helpless by their misfortune. Those present, possessing even a modicum of intellect, could foresee such a possibility, yet they remained silent to avoid attracting the ire of the naval government. It is lamentable that these allied nations have been so foolish as to fall prey to the world government's machinations. As long as they can avert a full-scale attack from the Revolutionary Army, the fates of other nations are of no concern to them. Feng Xiu, dissatisfied with the behavior of these nations, which only enriches the aristocratic class, saw an opportunity to definitively sever ties. After exchanging glances with representatives from the 5 permanent members, he felt reassured that they were aligned with his interests. While the attitudes of other nations were inconsequential, it was imperative to ensure the 5 major powers were firmly on his side. Given the lack of consensus among the monarchs present, a democratic vote by show of hands was proposed to reach a decision. Under Feng Xiu's suggestion, all representatives from the allied nations willing to support the Navy raised their hands without hesitation. These allies, primarily the Kingdom of Guya and the Kingdom of Jia Erma, have historically maintained close relations with the Navy, although they regard Feng Xiu as a benefactor. It does not imply that every decision must account for his preferences. After all, they're the ones currently suffering persecution from the Revolutionary Army. Contributing funds to secure their own defense should not pose any issue. Expressing gratitude for the support, the military leaders hoped that nations possessing military and economic strength would extend their aid in the struggle against the revolutionary forces, which the government would greatly appreciate. The Marshal of the Warring States hinted at the Shungting Kingdom contributing as well, suggesting that if the world government were to be breached, none would fare well. If Feng Xiu were aware of the Warring States' intentions, he would undoubtedly scoff at their naivety, believing they have underestimated the comprehensive national strength currently possessed by the Shungting Kingdom. The reasons presented by the 5 major powers and some allied nations for their non-support were valid. They currently engage in extensive commercial trade with the Revolutionary Army. A substantial financial contribution to the Navy during this conflict could jeopardize their relations with the revolutionaries and potentially lead to significant losses. It should be noted that these 5 major powers, as permanent members, conduct trade worth hundreds of billions with the Revolutionary Army. No one would willingly jeopardize such wealth, and even the Navy would prefer not to squander such substantial funds. I respect your decision. Since you all are so supportive, then you may provide the fund yourselves. The Shungting Kingdom shall not contribute a single coin. Even if the sky were to fall, the Revolutionary Army would not be able to defeat us, Feng Xiu declared, emphasizing that the safety of the world government should not be conflated with their own. His assertion implied that the collapse of the world government would not necessarily spell doom for the Shungting Kingdom. The God of Light, having the audacity to confront the government elite, evidently possesses ample confidence and resolve. This impromptu attendance at the World Conference was merely to afford the naval government a modicum of respect. The Naval High Command found Feng Xiu's attitude quite vexing, lamenting how difficult it was to manage the Shungting Kingdom. After all, it had grown under the protection of the world government, yet now, with newfound strength, it seemingly rejected its benefactor. In truth, it was the naval government that had misjudged the situation. Upon its establishment, the Shungting Kingdom, bolstered by the God of Light and the Silver Hand Legion, had already deterred nearby pirates and kingdoms from recklessly infringing upon its territory. In fact, the Shungting Kingdom had, in its pursuit of prestige, decisively defeated Don Quixote da Flamingo, showcasing formidable military might. Now, it was being portrayed as a creation of the naval government, a rather brazen misrepresentation. The naval government personnel conducted a preliminary assessment, determining that the allied nations present could collectively contribute up to 1 trillion shun coins, sufficient to sustain naval expenditures for some time. However, the Naval High Command remained unsatisfied, yearning for further contributions from the remaining nations. Even the smallest donations were welcome. Consequently, some newly allied nations seized this opportunity to submit taxes amounting to 500 billion shun coins, requesting increased naval reinforcements. Previously, they had been naive and affluent, ultimately becoming unwittingly exploited by the naval government. Feng Xiu felt exasperated, yet it was their money to spend as they wished. With him subtly instigating the revolutionary army, these newly allied nations were destined to squander their wealth. With the addition of the sword demon attacks to the revolutionary army, he had nearly attained the status of a harbinger of death, leaving a trail of blood and bones in his wake. Although other revolutionary leaders felt a twinge of guilt regarding his methods, they recognized that such ruthless tactics could deliver the most effective blows to the enemy at this critical juncture of war. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the world government would not dispatch naval admirals to garrison these nations. The primary need for defense lay with the naval headquarters. As long as the revolutionary army remained unbroken, the potential for victory in this conflict persisted. Chapter 258, Strike, Strike, until we discover the world government's demise. The allied nations present were astonished to hear Feng Xiu's remarks, as they had not anticipated his indifference towards the matter. Did he not fear the revolutionary army's strength? Witnessing Feng Xiu's calm demeanor, it was clear he possessed confidence in repelling the military's advances, prompting the Naval High Command and representatives from allied nations to reassess the strength of the Shungting Kingdom. In reality, the Navy's intelligence division has been unable to ascertain the true extent of the military capabilities harbored by the Shungting Kingdom on its floating islands. Whether it be steel battle suits, pacifists, or super soldiers, these formidable forces could sway the outcome of battles. However, the Shungting Kingdom has maintained a low profile, never disclosing this information to the outside world. Observing Feng Xiu's reaction, the Naval High Command refrained from pressing the matter further. They were wary of provoking the Shungting Kingdom, which might choose to disrupt their operations amidst the ongoing conflict with the Revolutionary Army. The term Guangming Shun Da Ren essentially signifies the humble servant, as the daughter island is situated in a remote area of the trade winds, making it exceedingly difficult for the Revolutionary Army to locate, let alone launch an attack. The Empress, in agreement with Feng Xiu, expressed her reluctance to squander funds unnecessarily, reminding that the waters surrounding Daughter Island are teeming with formidable sea creatures, which are not easily provoked. Should the Revolutionary Army attempt a forceful assault, they would undoubtedly suffer considerable casualties. Moreover, the island is populated solely by women, adhering to feminist policies devoid of any aristocratic class, thus negating the necessity for an attack by the revolutionary forces. The recent convening of the world government's emergency meeting was patently aimed at extorting funds. Contemplating this, the Empress felt a surge of disdain towards Sengoku and his cohorts, who sought to deceive even the women of their earnings. Presently, all living expenses on Daughter Island are covered by Feng Xiu, and upon learning that he had no plans to invest, the Empress naturally chose not to oppose him. Aren't the 5 permanent member states exempt from taxes for life? Why are they now soliciting funds from us? King Liku echoed Feng Xiu's dissatisfaction, recalling how much tax they had previously paid to the world government, only to find no support when the 7 warlords attacked. The government seemed solely interested in financial gain, neglecting its responsibilities towards the Navy. While Dressrosa is indeed profiting greatly, King Liku has no intention of contributing even a penny to the world government, preferring instead to curry favor with Feng Xiu. Indeed, we in Alabasta are currently investing all our resources into acquiring peace terminators to bolster our military strength. Even if we wish to donate, our hands are tied, Kabir stated, aligning with the group's sentiments. He believed that any expenditure to prevent further conflict was worthwhile, even if it strained the national treasury. I sincerely apologize. but we maintain extensive commercial trade with the Revolutionary Army, making it impractical to make donations. However, I must emphasize one point, Feng Xiu said, his expression darkening. His tone grave. You may engage in combat as you wish, and the loss of life is of no concern to me, but do not interfere with my goods. Whoever dares to obstruct my financial interests should brace themselves for my wrath. Sengoku, perceiving the threat in Feng Xiu's words, acknowledged his understanding, feeling a sense of miscalculation. He had anticipated smoothly drawing the Holy Kingdom into the conflict, unaware that Feng Xiu had already devised a plan to maintain his distance. Very well, that is your prerogative. The Navy will not impose, Sengoku replied, shifting the conversation towards commercial cooperation. Is your country still selling weapons? Avoiding the previous topic, Sengoku's confidence surged upon noticing an increase of 100 million Saint coins in his account, prompting him to consider purchasing more super soldier serum and iron combat suits. In the chaos of large-scale battles, the advantages of utilizing iron armor are evident, offering remarkable convenience and agility, far superior to carrying cumbersome Jericho missiles. Naturally, I welcome all who sincerely wish to procure our products, regardless of whether they are friend or foe, Feng Xiu remarked. Recognizing the other party's intent to purchase weapons and finding no reason to decline. To reject them would inevitably arouse suspicion. Sengoku instructed his aides to compile a list of desired purchases and presented it to Feng Xiu. After a series of calculations, upon seeing the astronomical figures on the invoice, he gritted his teeth and made an immediate payment. The established protocol dictated that the Holy Kingdom would deliver the goods to the Navy headquarters within a few days of receiving the invoice. Subsequently, Feng Xiu glanced at the list of over 100 nations agreeing to donate to the Navy, contemplating how to eliminate them. Those who have received his favor yet remain ungrateful are of no use, and he would rather reap the benefits for himself. This does not imply that Feng Xiu favors the Revolutionary Army. In fact, he has embedded numerous operatives within their ranks, with many of the higher-ups being his carefully cultivated assets. Figures like the Sword Demon Atox and others have acted as his pawns for nearly a decade and have proven highly effective. Thus, from a strategic standpoint, he places significant importance on the members of the Shadow faction within the Revolutionary Army, having repeatedly assisted them in evading large-scale assaults from Navy. Ideally, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy will maintain a stalemate, allowing Feng Xiu to maximize his profits. Overall, the temporary World Conference has yielded some returns for the Navy, at least securing a cash flow of 15 trillion, enabling the formal commencement of a stalemate with the Revolutionary Army. Though Feng Xiu has not directly intervened, he has identified those among the member states whom he should not support in the future, simultaneously clarifying his stance. Upon returning, he intends to sever trade relations with the nations on his blacklist, eagerly anticipating how they will be ravaged by the Revolutionary Army after paying their taxes. Of course, he must fulfill his promise regarding the weapons shipment, but this delivery will not significantly impact the conflict. It merely serves to balance the scales of victory. The three emperors have concluded their assault on the Navy's support forces, having delayed their engagement for a considerable time. To recklessly launch a consecutive offensive would undeniably suggest that they are acting under someone else's directives, a situation that even Captain Shanks and Whitebeard would find difficult to justify. Chapter 259. Three Emperors Assisting, Disgusting the World Government. Tung Hu Yixiao, now part of the Revolutionary Army, has fought alongside Long Nan in various battles, often appearing in the midst of large-scale conflicts against the Navy. Such frontline engagements are fierce, with numerous lives lost in the crossfire of gunfire and artillery, making survival on such brutal battlegrounds precarious. However, given Tung Hu Yixiao's capabilities, the level of danger posed by these assignments is negligible, and he bears no resentment towards the revolutionary leadership for assigning him such challenging tasks. Employing his signature move, he unleashed a gravitational ripple that surged skyward, swiftly summoning a plethora of meteors to rain down upon the Navy fleet. Look, it's Admiral Tung Hu's technique. Quickly abandon ship, they cried, alarmed at the traitor's ruthless assault. How could he resort to such deadly measures? I once held him in high regard, only to realize the folly of my admiration. The thunderous impact of the meteor shower struck several Navy warships, inflicting varying degrees of damage, with some on the verge of sinking. Suddenly, a multitude of molten rock projectiles surged in the opposite direction, colliding with the meteors and obliterating them into fragments. Tung Hui Xiao, the imposing figure of a Kainu, descended from above, radiating a fierce, murderous intent, his eyes reflecting an intense loathing for Tung Hui Xiao. The betrayal of a former comrade is intolerable for a Kainu, viewing it as an affront to the dignity of an admiral. Tung Hui Xiao, keenly aware of Akainu's presence through his heightened senses, perceived the latter's explosive rage, akin to a volcano poised to incinerate everything in its path. He never anticipated that his betrayal of the Navy would evoke such profound resentment from the opposing side. It appears that this individual is a steadfast and principled character, one who despises evil with fervor. As a traitor, I, the Grand Admiral, shall enact your punishment. Today, you shall perish beneath my molten fist. Akainu offers no chance for explanation. In his view, betrayal is betrayal, leaving no room for dialogue. It is best resolved through the display of strength. The gravitational shockwave and the force of magma create a cataclysmic clash upon the ocean, liberating the surrounding waters from their constraints, causing them to float and swirl around the combatants. Although seawater is the nemesis of the devil fruits, Chunhu Yixiao possesses the ability to repel all Navy forces. Therefore, should Akainu become even slightly drenched, he risks being rendered weak and powerless. Such trivial techniques, to think that you could defeat me using the seawater, is utterly laughable. Akainu unleashes a powerful blow imbued with the searing heat of fiery magma, producing a sound akin to tearing through the air, incinerating nearby seawater into vapor. As conflict erupts between two titanic figures, Navy soldiers and revolutionaries alike flee to the distance, engaging in their own battles. Seizing this opportune moment, the revolutionaries reignite armed uprisings in various locales. After expanding their influence, they refrain from further advancement, choosing instead to stabilize and consolidate their internal forces. Rapid expansion can be a double-edged sword. Without steady and sustainable development, they risk having their foundations crumble. Resentment begins to establish the Red Party, conducting thorough investigations against corruption, waste, and bureaucratic favoritism within the revolutionaries, thereby stabilizing their rule over the revolutionary zones. The Revolutionary Army now boasts millions of troops, inevitably harboring some undisciplined elements who mimic the Navy's corrupt behaviors. If these detrimental elements are not swiftly uprooted, even if the revolutionaries achieve victory, they will swiftly be brought down, jeopardizing the implementation of socialism. On the side of the world government, maintaining tens of millions of Navy personnel, coupled with the ongoing conflicts with the Five Emperors and the revolutionaries, has led to an unsustainable increase in military expenditure. Since the inception of the Navy, there has never been a simultaneous engagement of such intensity with two opposing forces. Even the troubles presented by the pirates alone were enough to cause distress. And now they face an unwarranted threat from the revolutionaries. The current high-level combat strength is evidently insufficient, necessitating reliance on tactics of sheer numbers or a concerted assault by the Navy's core forces against local commanders. The Navy's upper echelon, having resigned themselves to desperation, are willing to resort to any means necessary to secure a final victory, employing various unscrupulous tactics that, surprisingly, yield favorable results. The revolutionaries and pirates engaged in battle seek to emulate these methods, yet the Navy's tactics are so underhanded that they verge on disgraceful. It is disheartening to see representatives of the official government resorting to such rogue conduct, revealing the immense pressure the revolutionaries and pirates exert upon them. Fortunately, Kaido and Big Mom have no intention of participating. Their relations with the other three emperors are rather unfriendly, prompting them to remain within their own territories, adopting a stance of watching from the sidelines. Nevertheless, the Navy continues to bear immense pressure, following the latest offensive and retreat by red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. The Death God pirates swiftly follow suit, launching attacks on the Navy fleets with a fervor born of deep-seated enmity. Ultimately, it is Vice Admiral Carp who unleashes a blow that surpasses the four emperors' level, compelling Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, to temper his aggression. However, this ambush has still depleted considerable resources from the Navy's support forces. Toshiro Hitsugaya finds himself directly struck by Carp, losing his Bankai state and sustaining significant injuries. Witnessing his capable subordinates harmed, Yamamoto orders a full retreat. Their shadows differ from ordinary beings. To recover from injuries, they must continuously expend points from Feng Xiu. Thus they strive to avoid harm during battle. Regardless, their mission to delay the enemy's reinforcements has been accomplished, and Yamamoto leads his pirate crew in a complete withdrawal, leaving the Navy in a state of bewilderment. The current situation clearly depicts the Navy in a grueling struggle, yet the Death God pirates choose this moment to retreat, leaving all Navy soldiers perplexed. Is there truly a pirate crew that disregards the Navy? The successive assaults from the three factions convey an unmistakable message. They intend to deny the Navy any respite, relentlessly dragging them down while affording the revolutionaries greater opportunities to bolster their military strength. Chapter 260. The Dark Fruit is seized by the Sword Demon. Just as the three emperors commence their relentless assaults on the Navy fleet, an unexpected occurrence unfolds within the Whitebeard pirates. Shimin Chue Shui, as the captain of the 4th Division, leads his crew, most of whom are adept swordsmen, charging to the front lines of the battlefield. A dozen members unite to form a 4-season sword array, embodying the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each opponent struck by these 4-sword intents suffers distinct effects, often enabling them to achieve victory against greater numbers. At this juncture, Shimin Chue Shui unleashes several arcs of sword energy, exuding a potent momentum, executing a rapid assault that obliterates the attacking Navy warships. The shape of this fruit, could it be? While surveying the spoils of war, Shimin Chue Shui picks up a purplish fruit adorned with spiral rain patterns, immediately recognizing its origin. Unexpectedly, upon assuming command of the 4th Division, he has usurped Sachi's position and obtained the coveted dark fruit, a treasure that has tantalized Blackbeard for decades. Something he has longed to possess. With this ability, he could ascend to a strength comparable to that of the 4 emperors, nearly claiming the title of the world's strongest man. Given his current mastery of swordsmanship, which has reached an extraordinary level, he finds no interest in the nightmarish fruit. However, this artifact possesses the potential to propel the narrative forward and must be handled with utmost care. Ding! Shimin Chue Shui has acquired the dark fruit. Inquiring how to manage this treasure. Upon hearing the system notification, Feng Xiu realizes that the plot has unexpectedly begun to unfold. At this juncture, Luffy should have embarked on his adventure and likely just encountered Zoro. It is astonishing to see such a shift in the narrative, yet fortunately, it remains within his control. According to the original text description of the dark fruit, this powerful Logia-type fruit is capable of granting Blackbeard the strength to engage for emperors in direct combat within a short time frame. Now that it rests in his possession, he must maximize its value. Shimin Chue Shui acknowledges the directive and begins his return to the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard resides. To subtly highlight his acquisition of the dark fruit, he first visits Whitebeard, where all his sons are gathered, aligning perfectly with his intentions. He intentionally and unintentionally reports the battle situation to Whitebeard, mentioning that he has attacked numerous Navy fleets and acquired a remarkable high-tier devil fruit. I have always known that among my sons, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. How do you wish to handle this treasure? Whitebeard, having no interest in the innate fruit, first sought the opinion of Shimin Chue Shui. Shimin Chue Shui casually entrusted its management to Sachi, then sat down to enjoy drinks with the others. True to form, Blackbeard's eyes sparkled with greed upon seeing the innate fruit. Having secretly lurked within the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade, he finally discovered the devil fruit he had long desired. His initial decision to join the Whitebeard pirates was to accompany Whitebeard in his conquests, hoping to maximize his chances of obtaining such a coveted fruit. Now that Shimin Chue Shui had found it, how could he not feel exhilarated? Chef Seshi, touched by Shimin Chue Shui's trust in him to safeguard the treasure, vowed to protect the innate fruit with his life. Little did he know that he would meet his demise in his own room that very night, and the innate fruit would vanish without a trace. Uchiha Obito and Shimin Shui Shui had anticipated such an event, feigning ignorance as they joined the investigation into this murder. With the technique of Tsukuyami, Uchiha Obito activated his Rinnegan before the Whitebeard crew, directly restoring the memories of the deceased Sachi. When they discovered that the killer was none other than the usually honest and harmless Blackbeard Teach, everyone present was left in shock. Whitebeard was particularly enraged and swore to capture the instigator of this betrayal and execute him publicly. The following morning, Port Gasti, they set off on a small boat to pursue Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu had already commanded the sword demon addicts to intercept Blackbeard midway. Ha ha ha! Let Whitebeard perish. After acquiring the legendary and in fruit, it is not impossible for me to become the 6th Emperor of the Seas, Blackbeard Teach boasted, already imagining the day he would claim his title. Based on his knowledge of the yin and fruit, its power was astonishing. It could absorb and immunize against other fruit abilities, seize their powers, and create black holes to consume all. If he were to consume this fruit, he would immediately possess the potential to become the Pirate Emperor. Just as he was about to partake, a dark, foreboding sword light cleaved through the sea, accompanied by the echoing roars of demons and the howling of malevolent winds. Abruptly interrupting his actions, the sword demon addicts, emanating an aura of abyssal torment, charged forth wielding a colossal blade, unleashing a tempest of furious attacks upon Blackbeard, who was swiftly sent plunging into the ocean. Who dares to ambush me? Blackbeard bellowed, relieved that he had not consumed the yin and fruit, for being in the water would have left him vulnerable to its restraints. He then witnessed a shocking sight as the sword demon addicts secured the yin and fruit in his embrace, smirking disdainfully at him before hastily fleeing into the distance. You scoundrel! The yin and fruit is mine. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach was consumed by rage, cursing vehemently. After years of searching, he had finally found his coveted devil fruit, only to have it snatched away before he could even take a bite. In his frenzy, Blackbeard unleashed his full power, racing after addicts with the speed of a rocket. Feng Xiu observed the unfolding situation and instructed addicts to flee at all costs, for the yin and fruit must not fall into Blackbeard's hands, lest his ambitions impede the progress of the Holy Court Kingdom. Soon, Blackbeard, propelled by his desperate speed, managed to catch up to the fleeing sword demon, launching a fierce punch that blocked Addict's escape. It appeared that Blackbeard was truly prepared to exhaust all his strength to reclaim the devil fruit. How dare you take the yin and fruit that I fought so hard to acquire? Blackbeard glared at Addicts, filled with a desire for vengeance. Anyone who obstructed his path to becoming the Emperor of the Seas would face his brutal wrath. How can you speak so boldly? This treasure is one you obtained through the murder of your own comrade, Addicts replied with a hint of mockery. Such ambitious scoundrels should never be allowed to possess the yin and fruit. It would be a calamity for the world. Blackbeard was taken aback, realizing that even his stealthy assassination of Sachi had been unveiled. Yet, this revelation mattered little to him. If he could eliminate Addicts, perhaps this secret would remain buried forever. A cruel smile flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fist, a formidable aura emanating from him, causing the air around them to ripple. Even without consuming the yin and fruit, he was already formidable. If Addicts were to gain it, he would inevitably become a significant threat to all factions, especially the Navy. The current balance among the 5 emperors was already troublesome for them, and the emergence of a potential 6th emperor like Blackbeard would only exacerbate the situation. Dark Abyss Blade, the sword demon Addicts, with his flowing dark hair and swift movements, unleashed 3 powerful slashes, each imbued with overwhelming force. The ominous dark energy surrounded Blackbeard, and the sound of fierce combat reverberated through the air as waves of dark, bloodthirsty blade light could be felt from afar, causing passing ships to steer clear of the area. Addicts then struck the ground, summoning blood-red chains from the abyssal whirlpool to ensnare Blackbeard, preventing any further movement. Blackbeard struggled desperately, only to be met with a barrage of afterimages and slashes that left deep gashes across his body. Addicts, already a formidable opponent, found his strength magnified in his great annihilation form, decisively defeating Blackbeard in their confrontation. At this point, Blackbeard was utterly disheveled, forced to abandon his pursuit of the yin and fruit and flee in haste. The sword demon's strength rivaled that of the four emperors, and without the devil fruit, he feared he could not withstand the battle. If he forced a confrontation, he might not even know how he perished. Just you wait. This humiliation will be repaid tenfold. Blackbeard vowed, swiftly retreating, moving faster than a technique from the Navy's 6 styles. Seeing Blackbeard escape, and the Inen fruit in his possession, Adix ceased his pursuit. Feng Xiu's intention was clear. With the sword demon's current strength, it was best to allow him to consume the Inen fruit, thereby gaining another formidable ally comparable to the four emperors. Upon consuming the Inen fruit, Adix, being a shadow, felt no sensation. But upon tasting the devil fruit's exceptionally unpleasant flavor, he maintained a stoic demeanor. As the fruit's powers coursed through him, Adix sensed his dark aura intensifying, his eyes gleaming with an obsidian light, as if he could consume everything around him. Not only that, his strength has undergone a tremendous transformation, reaching the level of a mid-tier 4 emperor, capable of transforming into the most formidable demonic form, the Great Annihilation, which has been successfully upgraded to the Fallen Angel form. When fully unleashed, it can nearly match Yamamoto in prowess. Once the sword demon completed his mission, Long could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his strength. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that the other party had devoured Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi. Upon hearing this, Long couldn't help but admire the other's extraordinary fortune, as he had managed to obtain such a rare Logia-type fruit during a mere outing. As for Blackbeard, he is currently just a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, and any thoughts of revenge are hardly a cause for concern. To effectively develop the sword demon's fruit abilities, Revolutionary Long intends to personally provide guidance, imparting years of experience in utilizing the fruit. After all, the combat power of the current sword demon Aatrox is only second to his own, leading Revolutionary Long to contemplate taking him as a personal disciple. Meanwhile, Blackbeard intended to return to the Moby Dick, but unexpectedly learned that his assassination attempt had been exposed. Left with no choice, he decided to flee further into uncharted waters, having heard that Fire Fist Ace was already pursuing him. This news significantly accelerated Blackbeard's escape. Fire Fist Ace possesses the qualities of a conqueror, and if captured by him and brought before Whitebeard, Blackbeard would have no choice but to pay with his life. Given his understanding of Whitebeard, killing a comrade is his greatest taboo, and now that he has committed such a grave mistake, even a deep bond would not spare him. This operation to seize the Yami Yami no Mi has already revealed his strength and ambition, and ultimately the fruit was seized by the sword demon. In summary, it can be said that the chicken does not peck at the rice, although his only option is to flee desperately before being caught by Fire Fist Ace. He refuses to believe that he cannot find an even stronger devil fruit in his lifetime. When he returns with strength, his first task will be to obliterate the sword demon. Once he is completely annihilated, the power of the Yami Yami no Mi will once again coalesce into a new form, and this power will rightfully belong to him. Possessing 2 hearts, he can consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously. Otherwise, he would not have rapidly ascended to the status of the 5th emperor at sea in such a short time. What Feng Xiu is doing is akin to stifling the future tyrant Blackbeard in the cradle, thereby preventing a series of tragedies. As Fire Fist Ace pursues, upon hearing of Blackbeard's recent movements, he immediately alters course towards the direction indicated by the intelligence. The head chef, Sachi, is also one of his most important companions, whose death remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, Blackbeard must be captured and executed in front of Sachi's spirit. After all, Blackbeard's strength is not as formidable as in the original narrative, and Fire Fist Ace is confident he can decisively defeat him alone, which is the inherent advantage of a fruit user. Chapter 262, The Sword Demon's Fallen Angel Form. In the New World, Punk Hazard Island was originally the battleground for the duel between Akiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, the plot has not yet reached that stage, so it currently serves as a desolate scientific research base for the Navy. Due to the gas leak incident from earlier experiments, a faint purple gas still lingers in the air, but both Long and Aatrox are essentially immune to its effects. This is the only place where the 2 powerful fighters can truly unleash their abilities, as the island is devoid of life, making it inconsequential if it is shattered. At this moment, Fengxiu observes this trial through Sword Demon Aatrox, aiming for the full utilization of the Yami Yami no Mi's capabilities, so it can play a crucial role in future battles against the Navy and the Five Emperors. Originally, Fengxiu planned to have Aatrox utilize a shadow of red grade or above, which is already quite powerful without needing to consume a devil fruit. However, considering the immense potential of the Yami Yami no Mi, he couldn't resist urging Aatrox to consume it. In doing so, he effectively placed a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse as an undercover agent within the world government, pirate factions, and revolutionary army. If a balance can be maintained among the three forces, it would greatly benefit the development of the Holy Land and the Shadow Legion. Come now, unleash your full power and master the Yami Yami no Mi's capabilities within a short time. The future of the Revolutionary Army relies on you young warriors. While the Revolutionary Army and the Navy are in a truce, Long sees the potential in Aatrox and intends to train him as a personal disciple. As a relatively rare fruit in the Devil Fruit Compendium, honing the abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi will undoubtedly yield tremendous advantages in future warfare. Then I shall not hold back. Aatrox attempts to create a black hole in his palm, generating a powerful suction force in an attempt to draw Long in. However, Long perceives this technique as more suitable for close combat, achieving unexpected results only when the opponent is unaware. Revolutionary Long stands solemnly in the center, effortlessly extricating himself from the dark void. Subsequently, Sword Demon Aatrox begins to transform into his fallen angel form, sprouting a pair of tattered wings on his back, yet moving at an incredible speed, emanating a dark aura, with eyes filled with malice and destruction. I shall begin to exert my full strength. Once transformed, Aatrox's voice becomes hoarse and deep, his appearance reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. Is this the power that belongs to you? How peculiar. Long observes Aatrox's transformed state, feeling no trepidation whatsoever. In the world of pirates, there are plenty of Zoan-type users capable of transformation. Any Zoan user, upon transformation, tends to exhibit forms more bizarre than that of the dark-skinned sword demon, rendering this a rather commonplace occurrence. Nonetheless, they share a commonality. Their combat abilities are significantly enhanced after transformation, making them quite formidable opponents. The dark-skinned sword demon's fallen angel form releases dark sword energy that also erodes the consciousness of others. A slight lapse in awareness can lead to death beneath his blade. As Aatrox once again lunges forward, a black hole appears in his palm, drawing in the surrounding toxic gas, which he then releases violently towards Long. However, unexpectedly, Long swipes his hand to conjure a powerful hurricane, immediately dispersing the toxic gas with a forceful gale. Such an attack poses no harm to him. To be fair, compared to earlier, the sword demon has begun to grow more adept at utilizing the Yami Yami no Mi's capabilities. Long's claws strike with the might of forged steel, gripping Aatrox's blade, as the dark energy released by the sword demon swiftly spreads, as if the surroundings are being tainted by ink, causing all vegetation and flora it touches to wither and decay. This time, Long finally senses a lethal threat. It seems that Aatrox's bloodline resonates with the capabilities of the Yami Yami no Mi, appearing less human. Just how strong is your power? Why is it that even now I cannot gauge your true strength? Aatrox cannot help but inquire, feeling an immense curiosity about Long's limits. Initially, one presumed that reaching the level of the 4 emperors would allow for an assessment of the opponent's depths. However, it now appears that such thoughts were overly ambitious. To date, even when facing 2 emperors simultaneously, Long has not demonstrated his full strength. If this is indeed the case, it is an exceedingly terrifying prospect. A mere mortal managing to wield a power that surpasses that of the 4 emperors is simply unfathomable. Furthermore, the nature of the devil fruit he has consumed remains undisclosed. In the world of pirates, the Devil Fruit Compendium only catalogs known varieties, while many advanced fruits remain scattered in obscurity across the globe. Were it not for Long's formidable power instilling fear in the Marine government, the Revolutionary Army would have long since been crushed by the Navy. His strength is unequivocally worthy of the bounty of 5 billion. I shall respond to you after enduring 50 strikes under my command. Long coldly retorted, showing no intention of engaging further. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a fierce strike, sending a torrent of domineering energy surging forth, propelling the sword demon Adix over 100 meters away, though he refrained from inflicting severe harm. Otherwise, Adix would have sustained grave injuries. This trial, however, was far from over. Before departing, Long unleashed an immense power that altered the climate above the island, shrouding it in relentless storms, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to escape. He instructed that the storms over the island could only be dispelled once the powers of the Inen fruit had been fully absorbed. With that, Long made his way to a nearby revolutionary district division. The sword demon Adix, feeling helpless, brandished his colossal blade, striking at the hurricane that cut through the island as if it were steel, but was met with an overwhelming force of nature that rebounded him. To manipulate the powers of the natural element to such an extent is nearly akin to possessing divine capabilities. Ding! The sword demon Adix accepted Long's trial, elevating his Inen fruit abilities to level 3, earning him 3,000 points in the reward system. Feng Xiu was well aware of the commotion on Adix's side. It appeared that Long's stance would be pivotal in any future endeavors to replace the world government, necessitating an understanding of his views on the position of global leadership. Should Long harbor intentions to rival him, he would undoubtedly be more formidable than the four emperors. Even the mightiest Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni might struggle against him. Chapter 263. The Straw Hats set sail. The world is in turmoil. On this day, the Whitebeard pirates were enveloped in a somber atmosphere due to the death of Sachi, and they held a grand funeral for their head chef. All captains, except for Ace, attended. The red-haired pirates happened to pass nearby and, upon learning of the event, boarded the Abidic to pay their respects. "I did not see Goes. Has he gone after Teach?" Shanks inquired, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. He held a deep admiration for Fire Fist Ace, recognizing the remarkable strength the young man possessed and his audacity to challenge Whitebeard, reminiscent of the gum-chewing lad encountered in Windmill Village. While Shanks had initially enjoyed a cordial discussion with Whitebeard, they quickly fell into a dispute regarding Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard Teach. "You're worrying excessively. Am I not aware of Ace's capabilities? What is there to be concerned about in pursuing that scoundrel Teach?" Whitebeard expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that the other was underestimating his son's strength, attributing Teach's success in killing Sachi merely to a surprise attack that exploited Sachi's trust. Despite Teach's commendable performances in recent battles, he still fell short compared to the caliber of Whitebeard's sons. Fire Fist Ace possessed the qualities of a conqueror and had previously demonstrated the capability to contend with marine admirals. Defeating Teach should present no challenge. Shanks shook his head, indicating the scar over his left eye, which was inflicted by Blackbeard Teach, hinting at the true depth of Teach's power. "It seems that after losing your left arm, your combat instincts have dulled significantly, allowing such oversight." In response to Whitebeard's taunt, Shanks began to argue vehemently, insisting that Whitebeard order Ace to cease his pursuit of Teach. Whitebeard deemed such behavior unnecessary, feeling that it was commendable for Ace to exhibit such initiative and saw no reason to halt the pursuit. "You, how unreasonable can you be?" After their discussion deteriorated, Whitebeard threw a punch towards Shanks, the force of which cracked the air and resonated like the charge of 1,000 galloping steeds. "You, how can you be so reckless?" Shanks, witnessing Whitebeard's sudden aggression, felt exasperated. Despite his intentions to offer counsel, he was met with such resistance. Having dealt with Whitebeard for many years, Shanks was intimately familiar with his techniques, and with eyes closed, he executed a breathtaking arc of sword energy, unleashing a brilliant silver light that threatened to shatter the surrounding space, clashing fiercely with Whitebeard's punch. Both Shanks and Whitebeard were accustomed to their exchanges, yet they had to shield themselves from the residual force of the clash between these four emperors. Thankfully, Whitebeard had no intention of exerting his full power. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire for his sons behind him. Observing that the other was unwilling to heed his advice, Shanks shook his head, deciding not to linger any longer. He had communicated all he needed to say, and Whitebeard's stance was beyond his influence. Given the current situation, it was clear that Blackbeard, having revealed his ambitions, would inevitably clash with Ace, ultimately leading to Ace's defeat. However, to make a name for himself on the high seas and attain the power and status he desires, he would have to surrender the Fire Fist Ace sought after by the world government, in exchange for enabling Blackbeard Teach to become a warlord of the sea. This method was undoubtedly the quickest and most effective route. Once Ace fell into the hands of the Marine government, his fate would be sealed, especially given his unresolved crimes from the attack on Mary Geos and his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger, which would suffice for the Navy to execute him multiple times over. Whitebeard would not stand idly by as Ace fell into peril. He might even rally allies like the Grim Reaper pirates to rescue him from Marine headquarters, thus laying the groundwork for the impending World War. Alas, I hope for a turn of events. Otherwise, this world is bound to descend into chaos once more. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was well aware that Fire Fist Ace was in pursuit of him, yet he felt no alarm. It would take decades for Ace to capture him. Although he had not consumed the Inen fruit, he had diligently trained for decades to acquire such treasures, rendering him extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing the likes of the former Weibel. His primary objective now was to locate the sword demon Addix, who had stolen the Inen fruit he had painstakingly acquired. Even if Addix consumed the fruit, he had ways to restore it. The solution was to eliminate Addix. To achieve this goal, he must seize the opportunity for a stealthy strike during their next encounter, which would significantly increase his chances of success. Time has swiftly passed for several months. Luffy has established the Straw Hat Pirates and successfully formed a partnership with Zoro and Nami. Additionally, due to Robin's early departure from Baroque Works, she inadvertently joined the crew ahead of time. Luffy's greatest admiration is directed towards the God of Light, also known as Feng Xiu, a man possessing immense wealth, power, and status, almost akin to the legendary Pirate King, albeit lacking the attainment of One Piece. Having learned of the connection between Robin and Feng Xiu, Luffy eagerly invited him aboard, hoping to one day witness the capabilities of this remarkable individual. Currently, they find themselves in the East Blue at Westloke Village, where they have encountered the notorious trickster Usopp, who is determined to protect his village and inspired by the resolve to confront the Black Cat Pirates alone. After winning this battle, Usopp, you must become my crew member. Monkey D. Luffy brandished his rubber machine gun, unleashing a tempest of rubber strikes upon the enemy pirates, then shouted towards Usopp in the distance, declaring, "No, I must be the captain. This matter is not subject to further discussion." Usopp drew his slingshot, striking the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, leaving him in disarray, proudly proclaiming that his father is a subordinate of Shanks, a status ample enough to qualify him as a captain. However, had he known of Luffy's grandfather and father, as well as their ties to Shanks, he would surely have been left speechless, as it is nearly unfathomable for one person to intersect with the three major powers of the world simultaneously. Thus, the name of the Straw Hat Pirates gradually gained renown across the seas. After defeating the Black Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy successfully welcomed Usopp aboard, and they set their sights on the New World, searching for the fabled treasure left by the Pirate King Roger. Upon hearing of this dream, Robin felt that following Luffy might afford her the opportunity to witness the historical poneglyphs scattered throughout the world, generously offering the funds entrusted to her by Feng Xiu to support the crew's endeavors. 500 million berries. My goodness, what an extravagant sum. Upon seeing such a colossal amount, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, embracing Robin and signaling her desire for a lifelong friendship. The current world situation poses even greater dangers for Luffy than depicted in the original work, especially with Feng Xiu's intervention significantly escalating the conflict levels among the three major powers. New pirate crews like theirs are often doomed to perish within mere months amidst the power struggles. Frequently, they witness fierce battles erupting between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army in the distance, with scenes of heavy casualties and scattered bones leaving a profound impact. To escape this predicament, the Straw Hat Pirates must not only continue to take risks, but also swiftly enhance their strength. At the very least, achieving a level comparable to that 2 years post the Marineford War in the original narrative to ensure their survival. After all, Feng Xiu has deployed numerous agents within the three factions, especially the Navy, as undercover operatives, making any encounter with them potentially perilous. Considering that Straw Hat Luffy is the chosen one of fortune in the pirate world, with a background vastly different from the ordinary, as both his grandfather Garp and Father Dragon hold significant power within their respective factions, Feng Xiu ensures that all his agents avoid conflict with the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, if they seek the treasure of the Pirate King, they may pursue it without hindrance, as it does not conflict with his own objectives, especially since Robin, connected to him, is part of the crew. Now, the entire pirate world has been thrown into upheaval by him, and given Straw Hat Luffy's strength and carefree personality, it is all too easy for them to encounter adversaries capable of annihilating them with ease. Feng Xiu's support for them can be seen as a modest form of compensation. In the kingdom of the Holy Court, Feng Xiu sat in an underground palace, observing hundreds of LCD screens displaying renowned locations around the world, allowing him to grasp the state of affairs without leaving his abode. With his current financial resources, he could easily produce thousands of drones to survey the globe, automatically retrieving relevant scenes upon request. Whether it be the Revolutionary Army, pirates, or the Navy government, all are under his vigilant scrutiny, with none suspecting that the birds flying overhead are, in fact, drones. Seeing Robin accompany Straw Hat Luffy safely, Feng Xiu felt a sense of relief, knowing that his covert support would provide the Straw Hat Pirates with ample funding for their upcoming adventures. With the significant events in Dressrosa and the Alabasta Kingdom, along with adversaries like Doflamingo and Crocodile already dealt with, Luffy's future journey would likely become much easier. As long as the overarching narrative of the pirate world unfolds as expected, all will be well. After 10 years of development, Feng Xiu's Shadow Army has become extraordinarily formidable, boasting several individuals at the level of the Four Emperors. Apart from the Shinigami Yamamoto, Jinryu Sai, who could defeat one of the Four Emperors upon awakening his Bankai, there is also the Sword Spectre Attack. In the original narrative, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, after obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi, quickly gained the strength to confront the Four Emperors directly. Achieving such power in a brief period is hardly surprising. He has successfully emerged from Punk Hazard Island, stabilizing his drastically increased strength before immersing himself in the revolutionary cause. Under the care of Xing Yi and Curious, he has attained a status on par with them, earning recognition from the revolutionary leader Dragon. Tony Stark, equipped with anti-devil fruit armor, can now face the Four Emperors head-on, matching their prowess. He can don his iron suit in less than a second, accompanied by the super AI Jarvis, deterring any factions that sought to capture his brilliant mind. The might of the iron suit is now universally acknowledged, and Tony Stark has successfully leveraged Marvel's advanced technology to attain a strength comparable to that of the Four Emperors. Currently, only those who can wield 1,000 swords, like the sword god Shimen Shui, can reach the level just below that of the Four Emperors. Any swordsman bearing a sword will be maximally restrained by him. This technique of summoning a myriad of swords has already transcended the signature skills of the Wind and Cloud series, evolving from weapon mastery to divine mastery. Once completed, the resulting power could shatter the very void itself. In simpler terms, swordsmanship is transitioning from martial arts to fantasy realms. Though the process is somewhat lengthy and requires Shimen Shui to explore it himself. Among the Marine Admirals are Uchiha Madara, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the Iceman, the Thunderfire, the Desert Reaper Nephis, Shimada Hanzo, and Shimada Genji, among others. The strongest among them is Uchiha Madara, who has awakened the Rinnegan, capable of perfectly harnessing the powers of the three Tomo while controlling both repulsive and attractive forces, with many abilities still awaiting development. Currently, Uchiha Madara aims to reach a level comparable to Pain from the original narrative, thus refraining from further enhancing his Rinnegan. Nevertheless, this strength is sufficient to instill fear in the Four Emperors, particularly due to the psychological impact of the Rinnegan. As for Xing Yi and Curious within the Revolutionary Army, they are still in the early stages of breaking through the Marine Admiral level, with their strength limited by their innate talent. In the ongoing battle against the formidable naval forces, the primary offensive is spearheaded by Long and Jin Mo Atok 24, who serve to restrain the enemy's movements. Due to their less conspicuous role in combat, Feng Xiu did not prioritize their enhancement of shadow talents. Instead, Zheng Yi and Ku Luosi take charge of strategizing, devising tactics to defeat the Navy through the collaboration of their subordinates. Furthermore, a faction from a Marvel Legion has recently joined the Navy, significantly augmenting their strength, with most now holding the ranks of vice admirals or rear admirals, collectively commanding half of the Navy's power. Feng Xiu awaits the capture of Ace, anticipating a devastating blow to the Navy during the Marineford War. Following that, the long-dormant Shadow Legion will gradually reveal itself, delivering a profound shock to the world. Chapter 265. The Blissful Life of Feng Xiu. Lord Feng Xiu. Here is today's newspaper. Monet gracefully descended into the Nine-Snake Palace, fanning her wings. Her expression tranquil yet tinged with resignation as she observed Baby 5 giving Feng Xiu a massage from afar. Since Doflamingo's defeat at the hands of Feng Xiu, the entirety of the Don Quixote family's male combatants has been eradicated, leaving only Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 as Feng Xiu's servants. Being a user of the fruit of learning and having been transformed into a humanoid form, Monet frequently ventures to procure the day's news. Sugar, on the other hand, dutifully serves as Feng Xiu's little aide, managing mundane tasks while spending her free time indulging in lollipops and watching cartoons, leading a life reminiscent of childhood. With Doflamingo's demise, the various factions that had grievances against the Don Quixote pirates now seek to retaliate, compelling them to align with Feng Xiu to ensure their safety. Without exception, they bear the mark of light, which only manifests when necessary, thus sparing them the concern of aesthetic detriment like those afflicted by the flying dragon's hoof. Among the numerous allied nations, the Holy Court Kingdom stands as the most formidable, daring to confront the world government and the four emperors alike, a testament to their immense power. During the ongoing conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, Feng Xiu, with idle time on his hands, frequently visits the Island of Women. Apart from engaging in intimate activities with the Empress, he aids her in strengthening her capabilities, preparing her for potential confrontations with the world government, ensuring she possesses means of self-defense should they resort to using her close ones as leverage. Although not yet wed, they have already commenced a cohabitation arrangement, with Feng Xiu regarding the Empress as his wife. Boa Hancock, being one of the rare beauties among pirates, seldom stirs Feng Xiu's affections for other women. He also guides the members of the Nine-Snake Pirates in their training. The residents of Daughter Island have begun constructing modern buildings, gradually leaning towards Western architectural styles. Nearby military installations are fully prepared, making it exceedingly difficult for other formidable forces to launch an attack, even in Hancock's absence from the island. I have been feeling restless lately. Let's take a trip around the East Sea. It has been ages since we enjoyed such leisurely excursions. The Empress suddenly proposed a getaway, her personality brightening considerably after shedding the shadows of the celestial dragons. She now insists on traveling once a month. Previously, she had to tread cautiously amidst various factions for the safety and development of Daughter Island. But with Feng Xiu's protection, Boa Hancock yearns to liberate herself from such constraints. Especially after experiencing the sweetness of love, she has developed an ardent desire for a honeymoon-like existence, feeling her worries and pressures dissipate whenever she is enveloped in it. Very well then, I have heard that a maritime restaurant has opened near the East Sea, a popular gathering place for nobles. Feng Xiu, having exited his training state, readily acquiesced to the Empress's request, seizing the opportunity to sample the culinary delights of the East Sea's top chef. Given that Sanji has risen to prominence as the finest chef in the East Sea, one can only assume that Zeph's culinary skills are equally commendable, making it an ideal setting for a candlelight dinner for couples. At present, he has no intention of creating new shadows. The kingdom's influence and the trading guild, along with the World Bank, are capable of operating independently, requiring little of his concern. To some extent, much like Boa Hancock, he has remained vigilant since entering the world of pirates, striving to expand his influence rapidly amidst the Navy, the government, and the four emperors. Despite possessing the formidable Shadow Legion system as an advantage, neglecting his own efforts could lead to significant setbacks on the path to strength. The combat system within the pirate world is exceedingly high stakes, with powers capable of causing landslides, tsunamis, and even world-ending destruction perpetually threatening his life. Having traversed this world for nearly a decade, Feng Xiu now finds that few forces can pose a threat to him. It is time for him to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. At this moment, Feng Xiu no longer needs to hide. He has firmly established himself as the undisputed king of the seas. With countless shadows assimilated within him, he possesses the ultimate power capable of annihilating the world. He defines his current state as Emperor level, signifying a force potent enough to sweep across the land and dominate the entire realm. Upon reaching such heights, the world government is rendered trivial, yet he appears to have lost interest in power struggles unless they provoke him directly. After the Marineford War, the world will come to recognize who truly reigns supreme in this domain. After half a day's voyage, the steel battleship has already docked at the maritime restaurant Baratai. As it is not mealtime, the establishment is nearly empty. Such exquisite beauty exists in this world. The ever-lecherous Sanji materialized before the Empress like a flash of lightning, eagerly offering his services, though his heart sank upon noticing Feng Xiu. It seemed this stunning beauty had already found a partner, leaving Sanji with a heartbroken sensation akin to unrequited love. "I wish you both happiness," he uttered before turning away with tears in his eyes, leaving Feng Xiu feeling a bit awkward, as if he had stolen Sanji's girlfriend. This unexpected display of emotion was quite in character for Sanji. "It is indeed an honor to serve your excellency, the Empress." Redfoot Zeph, witnessing Sanji's behavior, internally scolded him for his lack of decorum. Feeling it tarnished the reputation of Baratai, he promptly stepped in to inquire about their dining preferences, recognizing that they were dealing with a significant figure of the Seven Warlords, and thus it was appropriate for him to personally attend to their needs. Many vice admirals and rear admirals from the Navy frequent this establishment, yet none have received such fervent attention from Zeph. This special treatment is afforded due to the close ties between the Empress and the King of the Holy Court Kingdom. As for Feng Xiu seated beside her, he has remained unrecognized, having operated behind the scenes. Nonetheless, Zeph felt compelled to show utmost respect, acknowledging that anyone treated so favorably by the Empress must indeed be an eminent personage. Chapter 266. The Highest Etiquette to Host Feng Xiu. The Empress and Feng Xiu ordered several distinctive dishes, prompting Hong Jiao Zhipu to personally prepare the meal, as he was the finest chef in the entire Bartai restaurant. The visit from one of the Seven Warlords, the Empress, was a gesture of sincerity. They ordered a sumptuous array of delicacies, including bouillabaisse, foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine mountain chicken, chicken salad with grilled shrimp, and braised lamb, each dish worth over 1,000 cent coins. Hong Jiao Zhipu offered to waive the bill, but Feng Xiu politely declined, asserting that with his substantial wealth, he did not need to rely on others' generosity. He expressed his gratitude, but emphasized their desire for discretion during this outing, not wishing to invoke any special privileges. Feng Xiu understood the Empress's character. Unlike most nobles, she did not exhibit such humility, which likely stemmed from her awareness of their concealed strength. Within 10 minutes, the exquisite Western cuisine was served, and Feng Xiu and the Empress commenced their meal. Upon seeing the Empress dining within, would-be patrons hesitated and turned away, wary of provoking her. Despite the Empress's breathtaking beauty, many had met their demise after being turned to stone by her gaze. Such a formidable figure was not to be trifled with by the likes of them, and it was wise to exit quietly. Their presence bolstered business at Bartai, prompting Feng Xiu to generously pay 1,000,000 cent coins to reserve the entire establishment, equivalent to a year's worth of expenses. Meanwhile, the destitute Ajin found himself at Baratai, and Sanji, noticing his plight, diligently prepared a bowl of omuras for him. The food here was indeed delightful. "Bring me 50 more servings," exclaimed Luffy, who happened to pass by, succumbing to hunger as he sat down to feast heartily, his belly distended and round. The Empress and Feng Xiu dined with elegance, contrasting sharply with Luffy's gluttonous display. Had it not been for Feng Xiu's reassuring gesture and the 1,000,000 cent coins already paid, the chef would have swiftly ejected this seemingly penniless glutton. "Is this how you are, Luffy? Quite impressive. I shall witness your growth firsthand," Feng Xiu mused, appreciating the difference between watching the anime and experiencing it live. Luffy resembled his comic portrayal, undoubtedly seeking to recruit Sanji into the Straw Hat Pirates. These dishes look delectable. It would be a shame to waste what remains. Allow me to devour them. After Feng Xiu and the Empress finished their meal and began enjoying tea, Luffy approached with longing eyes, noticing the leftovers on their table. In another world, nobility might have scolded Luffy for his audacity, but Feng Xiu remained unfazed, willing to cover the entire restaurant's costs. Luffy's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling he had encountered a wealthy benefactor, and he ordered even more dishes. His astonishing appetite left the chefs bewildered, wondering if he were some sort of ravenous beast. After consuming all the food, Luffy lay on the floor, rolling around like a comical sphere, a sight both amusing and absurd. Such a glutton wishes to join my crew? He may not survive long, Sanji thought, expressing disdain for Luffy's antics. He felt that embarking on adventures with such a captain was utterly unreliable and would never agree to such an invitation. I am so full. Luffy sighed contentedly, his belly round as he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. It seemed that whenever he overindulged, a brief rest or a bit of movement allowed him to digest effortlessly, a trait that elicited envy from others. That's fine. I certainly don't need a pervert like him as a chef, Zoro remarked, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, eyes shut. He believed that if such a lecherous character joined their crew, the female members of the Straw Hat Pirates would be in dire straits. What are you saying? You green-haired idiot? Even if you begged, I wouldn't want to join. Sanji retorted angrily at Zoro's mockery. The tension between them only intensified as Sanji found Zoro increasingly irksome, particularly given the notorious reputation of the bounty hunter. Why you care so much about that kid? The Empress inquired, intrigued by Feng Xiu's friendliness towards Luffy. Based on her understanding, Feng Xiu seemed to have never met the Straw Hat Captain before, yet treated him with such kindness. In her eyes, it was astonishing for someone of his stature to extend such generosity to a newcomer in the pirate world. Nothing in particular. I simply sense that this boy will achieve great things, Feng Xiu replied, setting down his teacup with an amiable smile. Sensing the Empress's lingering confusion, he casually mentioned her grandfather and father's identities. Upon learning that Rear Admiral Carp and the leader of the Revolutionary Army were related to Luffy, the Empress was taken aback. The audacity of choosing the pirate life despite such connections was truly admirable. However, Luffy's current prowess was merely at the level of a supernova, a status not particularly formidable on the seas, especially as he appeared not to have mastered haki yet. Without haki, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly against users of Logia-type devil fruits in the future. Ha ha ha. All of you in Bartai, come out. This restaurant now belongs to the Krieg Pirates. Hurry and greet your new boss, shouted Krieg, the captain of the Krieg Pirates, accompanied by his crew, including the formidable A-Gene, Ironwall Barlow, and Eddie Man. Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy emerged from the establishment to see a massive pirate ship docked nearby, with a menacing group of individuals disembarking. The ruckus in such an elegant restaurant was a grave disturbance. Feng Xiu, brandishing his sword Qing Long, stepped forward, addressing the Krieg Pirates with palpable annoyance. What do you think you're doing, speaking to us like that? The members of the Krieg Pirates erupted in outrage at Feng Xiu's blatant provocation, cursing and shouting in fury. Captain Krieg himself glared with murderous intent, intending to silence Feng Xiu, convinced that no one in the East Blue dared to speak to him in such a manner. His innate strength and ignorance of the outside world had fostered a conceited, haute disposition in Krieg. Believing himself invincible, he thought only the 4 emperors and 7 warlords could rival him, and he declared his intent to seize Bartai for himself. If not for the Empress, Boa Hancock, who was engrossed in her phone, revealing her identity would have undoubtedly terrified him. Feng Xiu, a former noble of the Falana Wangguo, vanished from the seas for nearly a decade after he assassinated the naval commander Chen. Consequently, members of the Guli Kavitan, including the chefs at the Badi Tan Ting, failed to recognize him. To their surprise, Feng Xiu was also a swordsman. The perceptive zone, attuned to the way of the sword, noticed the peculiar sword at Feng Xiu's waist. Although its design was unconventional and did not resemble the typical Japanese doll, it emitted a unique sharpness reminiscent of a treasure blade. It was rumored that the legendary swordsman Jansun Shimon Choishi wielded a similar sword. Thus, Song initially assumed that Fengshu's blade was an imitation of the sword gods. In contemporary times, the only swordsmen acknowledged to be superior were Shimon Choishi and Ying Invoka, with tales suggesting that the sword god had once bested Yin. Though Shimon Choishi was a swordsman, his style diverged from Celeste's path. Song's ultimate goal remained to defeat the current greatest swordsman, Yin Yan Bihuoke. He regarded Fengshu and his companions as inconsequential, eager to demonstrate his strength. In a flash, Fengshu drew his sword, unleashing a flurry of swift, elegant sword strikes, embodying a distinct Eastern swordsmanship style. The members of the Kokotan, along with their massive ship, were suddenly besieged by countless sword lights, resulting in chaos and destruction. Bodies and remnants of the ship sank into the depths, obliterating a bounty of several million, leaving the onlookers in utter shock, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. The pirate Hung was inspired, realizing that if Fengshu could wield such formidable swordsmanship with a single blade, then his own 3 swords might appear excessive. In truth, Fengshu had amalgamated the talents of several shadows, mastering the techniques of Janshun Shimon Choishi and the Western swordsmanship of the Gongmingsun, culminating in a unique sword style of his own. Such mastery transcended mere techniques and philosophies, allowing him to intuitively counter any sword style he encountered. This breakthrough in swordsmanship had been Fengshu's achievement over the past decade, rendering him unparalleled in the pirate world. Impressive. Join my pirate crew, and with your strength, we shall no longer fear the Song or the naval admirals, exclaimed Luffy, astounded by Fengshu's prowess. Rushing to invite him aboard. You fool! Nami interjected, hastily apologizing to Fengshu while delivering a reprimanding blow to Luffy. Given Fengshu's demonstrated skill, it was evident that he would be in high demand among various factions, and he would hardly venture out to sea alongside Luffy for mere adventure. Fortunately, Fengshu was relieved as Nami dragged Luffy away, for he was uncertain how to respond to the young man's enthusiasm. He then resumed his conversation with the birdie over tea, unaware that Yinyan Bihuoke was pursuing the remnants of the Kuli Kuhai's Aton. Upon witnessing the devastation, with floating debris and evidence of fierce sword energy, Bihuoke quickly deduced that a master swordsman had been involved. Noticing Sung, who bore 3 swords yet seemed inexperienced in swordsmanship, he questioned how such a novice could have annihilated the Thikalan. I, Sung, challenge you, in the name of the honor of swordsmanship, he declared, inspired by the presence of the greatest swordsman. From a young age, he had vowed to strive alongside Guina to become the world's foremost swordsman, which meant he must defeat the current champion. You are quite bold, little one, Bihuoke remarked, scrutinizing Song with piercing hawk-like eyes, feeling a sense of disdain. If any swordsman could challenge him, he would be overwhelmed with requests. To engage him in battle, one must possess at least the prowess of a great swordsman, and whether he accepted challenges would depend on his mood. Presently, Song was not even a swordsman of note. Bihuoke could easily defeat him without drawing his sword. As in the original narrative, Bihuoke ultimately clashed with Song, using a small blade to dismantle his 3-sword style and inflict severe injuries. How tragic. Let me offer you some healing, Fengshu remarked as he and the birdie exited, only to find Song bloodied and battered on the ground. A gentle healing light enveloped Solong, freeing him from his wounds. Is it truly you? Bihuoke exclaimed, recognizing Fengshu, who still retained the grace and charm of years past. He recalled the man who had once defeated the naval commander Qingzhi and had vanished for so long. To his surprise, Fengshu had returned, seemingly stronger than before, and had an enigmatic connection with Erdi. Bihuoke, who had always been troubled by his defeats at the hands of Fengshu and Shimon Choishi, felt a surge of battle intent. Chapter 268, Fengshu vs. Yingyan, the Shock of Eagle Eye. Years ago, Fengshu had already possessed the ability to defeat a naval admiral. Now, Bihuoke was eager to discover the extent of Fengshu's power and the gap between them. You, Bihuoke, dare to strike at a fledgling swordsman? You've truly regressed, Fengshu remarked, unfazed by Iwakur's recognition of his identity. He had anticipated such an encounter during his outing with the Radi. Regardless of whether the information reached the world government, he remained unperturbed. Even if they were to come after him, he would not hesitate to retaliate against their past pursuit. Your fierce battle intent suggests you wish to settle things with me. Feng Shu greeted the old acquaintance with a wave and a smile. Bihuaku, serious and contemplative, drew his black blade, yit, and approached Feng Shu. Reliable intelligence indicated that Feng Shu had clandestine dealings with the higher echelons of the Revolutionary Army, likely seeking vengeance against the world government. However, these matters were inconsequential to him. He only desired to showcase his full strength and decisively vanquish his opponent. It was evident that Feng Shu was the one responsible for the swift annihilation of the Li Kuan. Observing Mi Huaku's eager demeanor, Feng Shu inwardly scoffed, knowing that Bihua's combat data had long been uploaded online. While he had not yet fully deciphered Bihua's techniques, they had been thoroughly studied by Jansen, Shimon, Choixie. Even once, Feng Shu had manifested as Shimin Shui Shui and engaged in battle. Now, the formidable Maihawk once again issued a challenge, seemingly without any advantages, unless the opponent had developed new sword techniques during this time. Indeed, Maihawk, aware that his combat data had been completely replicated, managed to devise new moves in just a few days. The dazzling blade aura surged with the wind, as if merging with the moonlight above, cleaving the sea into two with 6 sharp waves of energy. Feng Shu grasped the Qinglong sword, which emitted a faint roar reminiscent of a dragon and tiger, as if it possessed a spirit of its own, automatically falling into his hands. In a swift motion, he pierced through the 6 waves of sword energy, unleashing a green lotus sword shadow that blossomed in the air, with petals shooting forth as countless sword energies aimed at his opponent. A masterpiece from the Qing Lian Jiange. With his incredibly swift footwork, Feng Shu left a flurry of afterimages in the air, engaging Maihawk in a fierce battle like a gust of wind and a flash of lightning. Fortunately, Maihawk had previously faced off against the sword god, Shimin Shui multiple times, and was well-versed in dealing with this style of ancient swordplay with Eastern characteristics. If the sword techniques of the pirate world were solely focused on speed, precision, and lethality, then this Eastern swordsmanship not only emphasized speed, but also incorporated grace, gentleness, and the ability to adapt footwork with the swordplay, evolving endlessly from the principles of Bagua and I Ching. Cultivating to the utmost realm required one to integrate their understanding of the universe into a sword intent, making such a training method vastly intricate. In his quest to surpass Shimin Shui, Maihawk even sought out guidance, ultimately receiving only the basics of human meridians and the principles of Bagua I Ching. The reason Shimin Shui did not impart the complete sword techniques was not due to stinginess, but rather because his level of swordsmanship had long transcended mere techniques. Maihawk let out a furious shout and executed his learned technique, Wind Without Shadows, enhancing his speed dramatically, allowing for various transformations mid-battle, enabling both offense and defense. Suddenly appearing beside Feng Shu, his sword light twisted and coiled, resembling a flower from the banks of the Yellow Springs. Bright, yet ominous, with an air of death lurking behind. Feng Shu promptly utilized light magic, flashing golden light and evading this lethal strike, astonished by Maihawk's ability to infuse the essence of Eastern swordsmanship into his techniques. Such talent in the sword arts was nearly on par with Shimin Shui. Had it not been for his own possession of countless innate skills, he might have indeed been struck, which, while not injuring him, would have certainly marred his reputation. The two stood poised on the ruins of a pirate crew, ready to engage in a duel of swordsmanship. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Hancock watched with bated breath, the atmosphere thick with tension, especially for Zoro, who, despite his injuries, was eager for the battle and did not want to miss a single moment. Initially, Hancock felt quite worried, for Maihawk was not a foe to be trifled with, renowned as the greatest swordsman of the age, second only to the sword god, Shimin Shui. Were it not for his current allegiance to Whitebeard, he would have long been qualified to establish his own school. With the record of having defeated Maihawk multiple times, Shimin Shui Shui would surely attract countless admirers eager to glean a fragment of his true teachings. Though the sword in his hand and the techniques he employed were vastly different from all other swordsmanship styles in the pirate world, the strongest would always be the strongest. Many were even willing to retrain in this ancient martial art. This was the majestic form of Lord Feng Xiu in battle, evoking in Hancock a sensation akin to falling in love, reminiscent of their first meeting. Her cheeks flushed, she displayed a coy demeanor. And each time she witnessed Feng Xiu fight, she felt this way, causing Sanji to turn to stone on the spot. Indeed, Lord Feng Xiu was the finest man in the world. The others were merely lecherous scoundrels, unworthy of comparison, observing the other men around her with their lecherous gazes. Hancock revealed a disdainful expression. Apart from Feng Xiu, she had no interest in glancing at any other man. In her heart, she believed that the amalgamation of countless shadow abilities made him the strongest man in the world, one who could rival even the combined might of Whitebeard and Kaido. Contemplating how exceptional the man she admired was, Hancock's heart fluttered once more, revealing a look of infatuation. Chapter 269. The battle intensifies, suppressing Mihawk. Near the floating restaurant bar Tai, an unparalleled duel between supreme swordsmen was unfolding. All the chefs and passing merchant ships came to a halt, eager to seize the opportunity to witness how the pinnacle of swordsmanship engaged in combat. With every movement of Feng Xiu and Mihawk, an overwhelming aura erupted, stirring violent winds and waves upon the sea. As the battle approached a fever pitch, the spectators, save for a few skilled individuals, could barely discern their movements, only perceiving two silhouettes racing across the surface of the ocean. Occasionally, a flash of sword light would emerge, cleaving the sea and creating an unclosing abyssal canyon, stirring the very clouds above, forming a whirlpool that seemed capable of devouring all. Each clash between the Qinglong sword and the Black Blade Knight erupted into a blinding radiance, the metallic sounds ringing incessantly, causing those nearby to experience headaches and struggle to maintain their consciousness. Mihawk, having finally encountered this battle, summoned the spirit he had during the 3-day confrontation with the Peacekeeper, vowing not to relent until he had utterly defeated his opponent. At that moment, Feng Xiu's swordsmanship shifted once more, a torrent of ominous energy and dark aura igniting as blood flames blazed upon the Qinglong sword, emanating a fearsome aura akin to that of hell itself. With each swing of his sword, a sound reminiscent of wailing ghosts echoed faintly. This was a stark contrast to the ethereal and agile sword techniques from before. Feng Xiu's subsequent moves pursued the utmost in destruction, ferocity, and darkness, each strike brimming with overwhelming power, seeking to maximize devastation, fierce and bloodthirsty, as if wielded by a demon from the abyss. In the heat of battle with his opponent, Mihawk momentarily perceived a voice howling like a nightmare, as if he were submerged in a sea of blood and bones. This was the ancient realm of the Darkblade demon race, a place saturated with the essence of the Blood Sea, where the very bloodlines were tainted by its aura. Fortunately, Mihawk's will was resilient, allowing him to break free from this illusory realm, shaking his head to maintain his clarity, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped from hell. He never imagined that these intensely dark and destructive sword techniques could also carry a psychological assault. Although Feng Xiu possessed the talents of all shadows, their abilities from the Devil Fruit could not be shared. Otherwise, he would have been revered as a god by now. Truly remarkable. Is this the pinnacle that all swordsmen pursue? Zoro, it seems your ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman has grown even more distant. Luffy, filled with excitement, jumped up, clapping his hands and teasing Zoro beside him, saying, "You're so verbose. Just wait, I will reach that level eventually." The pirate hunter Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes reflecting a profound thirst for strength as he silently vowed that if it came to pass, he would kneel before Shimin Shui Shui, Mihawk, or Feng Xiu himself, humbly seeking their guidance in swordsmanship. Witnessing such formidable individuals who would graciously treat him to a meal, Luffy felt a pang of regret at not being able to bring them aboard, while Nami shot him a disapproving glare. Questioning whether he truly believed himself to be the Pirate King, thinking that everyone should bow to him. In stark contrast to the extraordinary swordsmanship displayed, Nami was more concerned about the immense wealth possessed by these individuals. If she could catch their attention, she would have enough riches to rescue the villagers from the clutches of the fishermen Arlong. With the battle nearing its conclusion, Feng Xiu seamlessly infused all elemental forces he had mastered into his sword techniques, wielding the Qinglong sword with breathtaking speed, generating four distinctly opposing sword energies. At times, the surroundings felt as if winter had descended, icy winds whipping up a storm of snow, while at other moments it transformed into a scorching summer, as if trapped in a molten hell, drenched in sweat from the surrounding searing flames. Just moments before, he could sense the divine and holy aura of the sword intent, akin to stepping into a celestial paradise. Yet in the blink of an eye, he realized the environment had morphed into a hellish abyss, filled with wailing spirits and sinister apparitions, where countless grievances formed skulls that lamented their tragic demise. Mihawk was tormented by the alternating ice and fire, the overlapping light and shadow of this sword's ultimate realm, teetering on the brink of despair. His body had already been grievously wounded by a sword aura, blood splattering from his chest. Is this the transcendent pinnacle of swordsmanship? Mihawk's eyes were vacant as he murmured to himself, while the T-1000 robot he carried initiated its healing protocols, applying medication from its pack evenly across his injuries. Subsequently, the T-1000 began escorting Mihawk away from the battlefield, allowing everyone present to witness the true first swordsman of the world, especially that terrifying sword technique capable of manifesting four elemental powers. It was simply beyond what ordinary men could withstand, leaving an indelible impression on their minds. Even after severely wounding Mihawk, Feng Xiu had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Firstly, the bounty on Mihawk was not substantial, and secondly, he approached this duel with a playful mindset, not treating it as a life-and-death struggle. Through this swordsmanship duel, Feng Xiu sensed that Mihawk still had room for growth. Once Mihawk overcame the shadows of this battle, he might possess swordsmanship capable of rivaling the four emperors. Moreover, as a member of the Shichibukai, carelessly killing him would undoubtedly attract trouble from Navy. Crack! Crack! In the distance, the sound of cameras capturing the moment echoed through the air as several news birds soared high above, documenting the battle to publish in the newspapers. But Feng Xiu keenly detected them with his observation hockey. Gathering light at his fingertips, he unleashed several beams resembling laser light, accurately destroying the cameras on the news birds, which startled them into flapping their wings and fleeing. For now, he wished to conceal his true identity. Aside from Mihawk, the others present were not well acquainted with him. Upon returning to the entrance of the Bartai restaurant, he encountered Luffy, encouraging him to strive to become the Pirate King and promising to show him what the legendary treasure looked like, hinting at a surprise gift. Chapter 270, The Sky Island Showdown. The Sword Demon ambushes Enel. After departing from the Bartai restaurant, Nico Robin and Feng Xiu privately reminisced for a while before he suggested that the Straw Hat crew attempt to venture to the Sky Island. According to Feng Xiu's recollection, there seemed to be several historical texts up there, and traveling with Luffy, the Child of Destiny, they would inevitably uncover all remaining historical texts. According to the original plot, they would soon encounter Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom, triggering events to confront Crocodile. However, due to Feng Xiu's earlier triumph over both Doflamingo and Crocodile, the Straw Hat crew would not face the Dressrosa and Alabasta incidents upon their arrival. Sanji was ultimately driven onto the Straw Hat Pirates ship by Zeph, who did not want him to remain cooped up as a chef at such a young age. Young people should bravely venture out to sea, experiencing a variety of lives. As all chefs at Bartai were once members of pirate crews, having turned to cooking after years of adventuring in the New World. Sanji met Zeph after his retirement. Having followed him closely since childhood, a life devoid of youthful, passionate adventures was incomplete. Now, the Straw Hat crew had a captain, navigator, chef, sniper, archaeologist, and swordsman, leaving only a doctor and shipwright to manage medical care and repairs. They suggested heading to Drum Kingdom to find a fellow named Chopper to ensure that the crew could receive timely treatment in case of serious illness. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's suggestion, the Straw Hat crew agreed and set sail for Drum Kingdom, eventually succeeding in recruiting Chopper. As the Straw Hat pirates passed Alabasta and prepared to embark on their next island, they suddenly encountered a colossal ship descending from the sky. Just as Luffy was pondering how to reach the Sky Island, he found a clue to its location aboard this ship. Ultimately, thanks to Luffy's luck as the protagonist, they successfully discovered leads to the Sky Island on the nearby Gaia Island. The Straw Hat pirates rode an updraft, reaching the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, quickly clashing with the Thunder God Enel and the four priests. These encounters had been foreseen in earlier discussions with Feng Xiu, so the Straw Hat crew was not entirely unprepared for the fierce four priests. Due to the ambiguous relationship between Feng Xiu and Nico Robin, he could not bear the thought of her encountering danger in the upcoming adventure and casually gifted her a set of T-1000 robots. The T-1000 robots contained training methods for Haki and advanced medical knowledge, as well as records of Mihawk's previous battles. Consequently, not only did Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro grasp the training methods for armament Haki and observation Haki 2 years in advance, but they also significantly enriched Chopper's medical knowledge. The most exhilarated among them was the pirate hunter Zoro, as the market price for the Peace Ender had surged to nearly 3 billion berries, making it nearly unattainable for ordinary people, save for those with immense wealth. Currently, the Peace Terminator, whose strength is nearly comparable to that of the formidable Eagle Eye Mihawk, serves as Zoro's training partner. He has now ascended to the level of a swordsman and is progressing toward becoming a grandmaster. The Straw Hat Pirates, whose power has been significantly enhanced compared to the original narrative, swiftly defeated the four divine priests and are presently mounting a fierce assault against the god Enel. Unfortunately, the Mera Mera no Mi, a particularly formidable natural-type devil fruit, enables Enel to unleash devastating power, resulting in the annihilation of the Straw Hat crew, leaving only the Peace Terminator still engaged with the opponent. You mere mortals dare to offend the great deity. Today, you shall experience the wrath of a god. Enel declared disdainfully while hovering in the air, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to a thunderous fury, which surged towards the Straw Hat crew. Regardless of whether you are a god or a human, anyone who harms my comrades will face my wrath, Luffy exclaimed, witnessing his companions fall, including the Peace Terminator, who malfunctioned due to a mechanical short circuit. In a moment of intense emotion, Luffy awakened his conqueror's Haki. Enel, recognizing Luffy's formidable Haki, was filled with rage upon realizing that even as a deity, he lacked the rare qualities of a true king. He struck a nearby drum, releasing a torrent of thunderous energy. However, Luffy, as a rubber man, was inherently immune to lightning. Ignoring the falling bolts around him, Luffy shouted and unleashed his full power. Activating Gear Second, countless rubber arms surged through the air, ultimately defeating Enel with a hardened rubber rocket barrage. Just as Enel contemplated escaping on the Maxim, the sword demon Aatrox intercepted him, exuding an aura of darkness. Who dares block my path? Enel demanded, unleashing a bolt of lightning that crackled with the sound of divine retribution. But Aatrox summoned a vortex from his palm, absorbing the lightning entirely. I am the one who has come to end your life, Aatrox declared, brandishing his dark blade, which radiated a sinister energy, swinging it with the intent to sever Enel's head. In reality, Aatrox had followed the Straw Hat crew to Sky Island, utilizing the powers of the Kuro Kuro no Mi to conceal himself in the shadows, thus remaining undetected by Luffy and his allies. His purpose for arriving at Sky Island was to prevent Enel's escape, kill him, and seize the power of the Mera Mera no Mi for himself. Such a high-caliber natural-type fruit could significantly enhance his strength in a short time, perfectly preparing him for the next shadow that Feng Xiu would create. Enel, infuriated by the repeated provocations from these capable mortals, saw the recent defeat at the hands of Luffy as a mere inconvenience. Now faced with Aatrox, who was shrouded in darkness, he resolved to unleash his full power in an attempt to obliterate his foe. Thunder roared as countless bolts converged upon him, making Enel appear as the sovereign of thunder, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Chapter 271. The sword strikes down the thunder god. Enel, the Straw Hat crew, awoke from their stupor, startled by the thunderous roars reverberating from above. They found themselves at an altitude of 10,000 meters, perilously close to the storm clouds, where a moment's negligence could lead to being struck by lightning. Luffy approached, asserting that he had driven Enel away, and he led his companions to explore Sky Island in search of the historical poneglyph. Meanwhile, the fierce clash between Enel and Aatrox persisted, a pinnacle showdown between swordsmanship and supernatural abilities. Enel remained enveloped in lightning, with bolts reaching thousands of volts, capable of incinerating anything that ventured too close. To ensure his victory, he concentrated the vast amounts of gold stored within the Maxim into a weapon, swinging it with all his might toward Aatrox. The colossal golden hammer, gleaming with electric fury, aimed to crush him into oblivion. Such a level of attack. And you dare to call yourself a god? Aatrox scoffed, wielding his great blade with unwavering determination, effortlessly cleaving the golden hammer in two as if slicing through tofu. Enel, enraged and realizing that physical attacks were futile, began to create distance, unleashing a barrage of violent lightning upon his opponent. The tempestuous bolts, akin to mythical thunderbirds and lightning beasts, soared towards Aatrox with ferocity. This intensity of assault was beyond the absorption capabilities of the Kuro no Mi, compelling Aatrox to endure the onslaught while employing his agility to evade. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the near-light speed of the lightning. Were it not for the resilience granted by his dark lineage, the overwhelming voltage would have easily overwhelmed him. The inhabitants of Sky Island, having never witnessed such a display of Enel's might, cowered in their caves, fearful of being struck and turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a high-altitude battle, weaving through the skies of Sky Island, their energies clashing with explosive force, sending visible shockwaves rippling for miles. As colossal bolts of lightning rained down, Aatrox realized that, after this lengthy battle, he could discern that Enel was not entirely immune to the damage inflicted by lightning. If he could deliver a sufficiently powerful blow, he could potentially defeat Enel. Acknowledging that he could not afford to waste much time in this confrontation, lest Luffy arrive and force him to face two formidable opponents simultaneously, he declared Awaken, Fallen Angel form. Aatrox's power surged as his dark flames intensified, the anguished cries of the abyss echoing around him. Wings resembling those of an angel, though tattered and grim, unfurled from his back, transforming him into the primal form of the Dark Sword Demon. Despite the fearsome appearance of this form, the increase in power it conferred was substantial. Prison of Ashura. Suddenly, Aatrox unleashed his full strength, channeling dark sword energy as his demonic wings expanded, absorbing the negative energy of the environment and converting it into force for his blade. With a fierce roar, Aatrox swung his dark sword energy towards the lightning column above, creating a cataclysmic gust that swept across the Sky Island. Rubber, rubber, rubber. During this tumultuous moment, Luffy, having been swept up by the violent winds due to his light weight, quickly extended his rubber arms to wrap around a sturdy tree in the distance. Behind them, Sorlong, Choba, Nami, and Usopp clung to each other's hands, desperately wrapping their arms around Luffy's neck to prevent themselves from being swept away by the fierce winds. They found themselves on the periphery of the Sky Island, where the storm could easily hurl them into the abyss below. Even with the vast ocean beneath, the outcome would be perilous. It was truly terrifying. Was that scoundrel Enel still alive? Nami exclaimed in fear, her resentment towards Enel reaching its zenith. Luffy, moved yet perplexed, pondered who among them possessed the strength to thwart Enel's advance, given that they were just a handful on the island. After a fierce clash with the Sword Demon, both Aatrox and Enel bore significant injuries. Aatrox was charred and burned in many places, currently harnessing the formidable bloodline power of the Dark One to recuperate. Enel, too, was in a pitiable state, his garments tattered and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "You forced my hand," Enel roared, unleashing a torrent of lightning as the Arc Maxim roared to life, its mechanical parts whirring in unison. The ship's generator amplified his electrical might, and a vast storm cloud, conjured by the Arc Maxim, began to coalesce into a deadly sphere, brimming with tremendous thunderous energy, capable of obliterating an island upon descent. This was Enel's most formidable technique to date, a culmination of his powers combined with the Arc Maxim. Even if he unleashed this attack, he would likely lack the strength to maneuver the vessel towards the moon thereafter. Moreover, Aatrox's overwhelming might posed a grave threat to his life. If he did not unveil his most potent techniques, he risked falling victim to the encroaching darkness. As Aatrox sensed that Enel was preparing a devastating strike, he began to exude an endless stream of dark energy, shrouding the surroundings in gloom while gradually enveloping Enel. How could this be? Enel felt an unsettling change, sensing his control over the lightning slipping away as his internal power was being siphoned, leaving him feeling weak and drained. In a moment of realization, he noticed his body becoming shrouded in the dark mist, and his attempts to expel it proved futile, stirring a flicker of despair within him. Before he could react, Aatrox lunged forward with ferocity, severing Enel's head and claiming victory in this fierce battle. Chapter 272. The Birth of the Thunder Fruit, Forging the Crimson Shadow, and the Wind God Minato. Following the beheading, Aatrox discarded Enel's head and seized his lifeless body, landing on the Arc Maxim, using his dark energy to sustain the ship's operation. Though not the most potent of the natural-type devil fruits, it was still a high-tier specimen not to be wasted. Aatrox harnessed the power of the dark fruit, transforming his right hand into an obsidian hue as he swiftly guided the waning power of Enel's devil fruit into an apple in his left hand. Normally, a devil fruit would regenerate in nearby fruits upon the host's demise, exhibiting a highly unstable nature. However, the dark fruit's unique abilities allowed Aatrox to absorb and redirect energies effectively, infusing the ordinary fruit with the essence of the thunder fruit. The apple shimmered a brilliant blue, inscribed with countless lightning runes, now transformed into the thunder fruit. With the thunder fruit born, Enel's corpse was rendered useless, casually discarded by Aatrox like refuse. Thus, his mission on the Sky Island was complete, and his next objective was to return to the Holy Land to report to Foam. Such a high-tier natural-type devil fruit was certainly not meant for Foam, but rather to bolster the strength of the forthcoming shadows. Yet, Aatrox cared little for that. His paramount duty was to execute Fang's orders flawlessly. With this thought, Aatrox took flight, his fallen angel form still intact, soaring swiftly towards the Holy Land. The Straw Hat Pirates, too, noticed the shadowy figure darting overhead, their envy palpable at the sight of flight, a highly practical ability for those unable to swim due to their devil fruit powers, ensuring they would not plunge into the sea during battle. Ding! Aatrox successfully slayed the god Enel, earning 20,000 reward points. Ding! Aatrox extracted the power of the thunder fruit, making his way toward them. Foam had long anticipated this outcome. After all, even a mighty god Enel could not contend with the sword demon, and should he have attempted to resist, his swift demise would come as no surprise. In Fang's eyes, Enel was merely an arrogant, self-proclaimed deity, having lived in isolation on the Sky Island, cut off from the world, likely only having heard of the 7 warlords and emperors. Particularly egregious was Enel's treatment of the island's inhabitants as mere insects, belittling and abusing them without a second thought. Ultimately, he was just a devil fruit user, bound by the limitations of his mortal form, shamelessly masquerading as a divine being. That such a man wielded the power of the so-called strongest natural-type devil fruit was a gross misallocation of resources. It would be far better utilized to enhance his shadow army. Though the shadow army system could not summon a specific anime character as a shadow, it allowed him to choose from which realm the shadows would emerge and what abilities they would possess. Presently, while Luffy appeared weak, his potential to become the Pirate King was undeniable, fueled by his remarkable background. Should Aatrox create a shadow to join this crew, it would not only remedy the Straw Hat Pirates' lack of high-tier combatants, but also effectively steer Luffy's future trajectory. At the very least, he would not allow this individual to stand against him, achieving that would ensure he could navigate conflicts with other forces with ease. As Foam contemplated the future development of the Shadow Army, Aatrox's figure materialized, placing the thunder fruit upon the table. Well done. Be cautious on your way out. Do not let the revolutionary army catch wind of your presence. Also, Blackbeard is searching for you everywhere. If he becomes a nuisance, take the opportunity to eliminate him. Foam advised. Aatrox nodded and vanished, heading back to the front lines. The time spent dealing with Enel had been a considerable risk, and he could not afford to arouse Dragon's suspicions. Grasping the thunder fruit, Foam employed his mental prowess to sense the rules governing the control of lightning within the fruit. It was time to forge a new shadow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully expending 1,000 points to obtain a shadow of orange tier. Acquiring the special shadow talent, Tian Ren Shu aptitude. A figure swiftly emerged from the shadows on the ground, writhing rapidly into the form of a handsome young boy with golden hair and a sunny disposition, clad in the uniform of a Konoha ninja. His eyes exuded a calm and wise gaze. This individual was none other than the legendary figure known as the Golden Flash, Bo-Fong Shui-Min, whose strength in his youth was nearly on par with that of a special Jonin and Kaga-level ninja, with an unmatched speed that astonished the ninja world. He led the Konoha village to victory in the Third Shinobi World War. Although currently possessing an orange-level aptitude, Feng Xiu believed this did not signify much. Just the innate genius of Bo-Fong Shui-Min and the cultivation and development of ninjutsu commanded respect, even from the talented members of the Uchiha clan. He improved upon the second Hokage's time-space ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to traverse space and reach any location instantaneously with a specially crafted kunai, even from miles away. This level of swiftness would be a challenge, even for the likes of Admiral Kizaru. Was this truly the world of One Piece? After the system infused him with the memories and abilities of his former life, Bo-Fong Shui-Min could only recall the last moment he saw his son before his demise, and he soon accepted his identity as a member of the Shadow Legion. Name: Bo-Fong Shui-Min talent. Ninjutsu cultivation aptitude. Genius type. Strength and physique. B speed. S will. Skills. Rasengan. Shadow clone technique. Flying thunder god technique. Mastery of fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang elemental ninjutsu. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Summoning technique and sealing techniques. Experience required for resurrection. Hours. Bo-Fong Shui-Min truly exemplified a speed-type genius ninja. His orange-level movement speed was comparable to that of a general. Though his strength may not rival the current Navy admirals, escaping was certainly feasible. Based on Feng Xiu's understanding of Bo-Fong Shui-Min, the skills displayed on his attribute panel were certainly far from exhaustive, and further enhanced skills would likely require an upgrade in the shadow talent level to gradually improve. Chapter 273. The Golden Flash, Bo-Fong Shui-Min, joins the Straw Hats? Feng Xiu was elated to acquire Bo-Fong Shui-Min as a member of the Shadow Legion. He had always admired this character from his previous life while following the Naruto series. Out of his fondness for Bo-Fong Shui-Min, Feng Xiu decided that if resources allowed, he would invest everything in his development. Estimating his strength, Bo-Fong Shui-Min had already reached a level comparable to that of a Kage, essentially on par with his strength during the Nine-Tails attack, akin to the warlords of the sea in the pirate world. Yet, this was not Bo-Fong Shui-Min's limit. In the original narrative, he could ultimately attain Sage Kage level, rivaling the second Hokage. He would head to Chain Island to await the arrival of the Straw Hat crew, as his abilities would undoubtedly pique their interest. Receiving his orders, Bo-Fong Shui-Min promptly set off. The chakra and energy within his shadow needed only 100 points to be fully restored, and the same applied to the other shadows. Thus, members of the Shadow Legion held a significant advantage in battle due to their enduring persistence, akin to a blue buff state in terms of recovery. Given this discovery, Feng Xiu had currently restricted this ability to high-tier shadow members and required his consent for its use to avoid depleting resources excessively. In truth, upon witnessing Bo-Fong Shui-Min's arrival, Feng Xiu felt an urge to approach him for an autograph, but as the leader of the Shadow Legion, he found such an impulsive action somewhat embarrassing and thus abandoned the notion. After attending to these matters, he quickly sought out the Empress, Dao Yao, to enjoy some leisure time, as the members of the Shadow Legion could now operate independently without his constant oversight. Bofeng Shuai men sailed across the sea on a speedboat and took the opportunity to consume the Raijin fruit, nearly fainting from its horrid taste, which was tenfold worse than the dishes prepared by his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. After enduring the foul flavor, he immediately felt a remarkable transformation within his body as the lightning chakra began to merge with the fruit's energy. Given his expertise in high-level lightning ninjutsu, the ingestion of the Raijin fruit propelled him to level 3, enabling him to display some of Enel's basic skills and release numerous lightning ninjutsu instantaneously without hand seals. Chain Island consisted of 10 small islands, collectively resembling a long chain, with even the island's inhabitants reflecting this peculiar design, startling Bofeng Shuai men upon his arrival. While resting on the beach, he encountered the bounty of 24 million silver fox Fokushi, along with members of the Hamburger Pirates, who were laughing uproariously after using despicable means to abduct numerous formidable pirates. Hey, is it manly to forcibly take someone else's subordinates? Bofeng Shuai men approached coldly, observing a man nearby who was weeping inconsolably over the loss of his comrades. A partner is someone worth fighting for with one's life and beliefs, yet to Fokushi, it seems to be merely a game of competition, akin to a bandit's deeds. I relish this method. What can you do about it? Silver Fox Fokushi cackled obnoxiously, dismissing Bofeng Shuai men with a wave of disdain. If you dislike it, feel free to play this game however you wish. I have no desire to indulge in such trivial games, especially since your methods of victory are hardly honorable. Feel the might of ninjutsu. Bofeng Shuai men began to gather a multitude of electric arcs in his hands, employing Kakashi's signature jutsu, Chidori. With a certain level of understanding of ninjutsu, he was able to effortlessly execute techniques after viewing the anime's plot. Subsequently, he concentrated chakra beneath his feet to perform the body flicker technique for rapid movement, his palms shimmering with electric light as he pierced through the abdomens of Boki and Hamburger, killing them instantly. Fokushi, taken aback by the sudden attack, exploded with rage, commanding over 400 pirate members to encircle Bofeng Shuai men, believing that such numbers could easily subdue a single arrogant individual. Lightning transmission. Bofeng Shuai men summoned a shadow clone while simultaneously unleashing Raikiri, his hand crackling with electricity as he transformed into a golden flash, slicing through numerous enemy pirates. Fire style, dragon fire technique. He rapidly formed hand seals, releasing a broad, high-temperature flame that resembled a dragon's breath, annihilating the remaining pirate members, leaving no corpses behind. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Who exactly are you? Fokushi's incredulity was palpable as he witnessed the swift obliteration of his pirate crew, formed with such effort. In mere moments, how can he possess so many elemental abilities when it is said that each person can only consume one devil fruit? The ninjutsu cultivation system was fundamentally different from that of the pirate world. Even Uchiha Madara of the Whitebeard Pirates only occasionally utilized ninjutsu in battle, rendering it largely unknown to the world. Those who had witnessed Uchiha Madara employ ninjutsu merely held curiosity about this ability, while it was evident that the quality and power of elemental fruit abilities were distinctly superior. Thus far in battle, Uchiha Madara had effortlessly defeated any adversary utilizing his Rinnegan and physical prowess. Consequently, Bofeng Shuai men was the second individual in this world capable of wielding ninjutsu. Light of dullness. Inhu Fu Ka Shi, seizing the opportunity when his opponent was distracted, intended to unleash the powers of the Kaiden fruit to immobilize his adversary for 30 seconds, followed by a swift execution. However, Bofeng Shuai had already evaded effortlessly, utilizing his extraordinary body technique, and instantaneously appeared behind his foe with the Flying Thunder God technique, unleashing a torrent of electric energy that pierced through the opponent's heart. The Fukushi pirate crew was annihilated on the spot, leaving no survivors. Such a formidable pirate crew, valued at tens of millions, posed little challenge for Bofeng Shuai. Instead, he felt increasingly attuned to the powers of the Raijin fruit through this battle. Before long, the Straw Hat pirate crew arrived at the island, necessitating a resupply of provisions for their forthcoming endeavors after an extended voyage. Bluffing Shuman showcased several entertaining ninjutsu techniques in the streets, conjuring a few shadow clones, which immediately captured the attention of Luffy. Impressive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Would you be interested in joining my crew? Chapter 274. The exceptionally strong Straw Hat Pirates. Greetings. I am Bluffing Shuman, and it is an honor to join the Straw Hat Pirate crew. I look forward to your camaraderie. Due to Bluffing Shuman's prior obliteration of the Fu Kashi pirate crew, the Straw Hats did not encounter them nor engage in conflict. After replenishing their necessary supplies and provisions, they prepared to embark immediately. One cannot overlook Bluffing Shuman's appearance. His sunlit, handsome visage and refined demeanor left Nami utterly captivated, while Sanji exhibited palpable jealousy nearby. Given Nico Robin's relationship with Frankie, Sanji had little hope of winning her heart. Yet witnessing the last beauty aboard their ship potentially falling for another, he could no longer tolerate the situation. What good is good looks? Adventuring upon the seas is perilous. Should we encounter ruthless pirates or be pursued by the Marines, someone will undoubtedly be distracted. With a scrutinizing gaze and an unintentional warning, Sanji, cigarette in mouth, cautioned. The crew had long been accustomed to Luffy's tendency to invite others to join their pirate crew, so it was prudent to remind Bluffing Shuman of the dangers that lay ahead in their adventures. Bluffing Shuman responded with a charming smile, recounting the recent encounter with the Fu Kashi pirate crew, casually conjuring a tempest of lightning that altered the weather dramatically. My goodness! Isn't that the ability of Enel? Chopper exclaimed, recalling the terrifying encounter with Enel on Skypiea. Do not underestimate the skills of a ninja. Furthermore, I am now a wielder of a devil fruit, Bluffing Shuman explained, elaborating on the origins of the Raijin fruit, which he had fortuitously discovered after it fell from the sky and consumed. Upon ingesting the Raijin fruit, he realized his mastery over thunder and lightning had significantly intensified. While it is true that becoming a devil fruit user subjects one to the curse of the sea, for Bluffing Shuman, his various ninjutsu and the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique could greatly mitigate this drawback. Every competent ninja possesses the ability to walk upon water, and with his Flying Thunder God technique allowing for instantaneous movement within a certain radius, he was unlikely to encounter such limitations. Upon hearing this, Nami speculated that Enel might truly be deceased, as only the death of a devil fruit user gives rise to a new fruit. The members of the Straw Hat crew felt relieved. Encountering someone as formidable as Enel once was more than enough. Fortunately, the newly joined Bluffing Shuman had inherited such powers. Given sufficient time to develop, he could potentially become a terrifying powerhouse akin to Enel. Your ninjutsu is remarkable. Please demonstrate more techniques for me to witness. Luffy, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, insisted on experiencing more of Bluffing Shuman's abilities while clutching a handful of snacks. Bluffing Shuman, feeling exasperated, demonstrated all the ninjutsu he had mastered, nearly exhausting all of his chakra and leaving him feeling drained. Enough already. This is a power meant for battle. Do you not fear tiring Bluffing brother? Nami exclaimed, delivering a reprimanding blow to Luffy's head. Bluffing brother? Sanji felt a pang of heartbreak at Nami's affectionate address, staring out at the ocean's view in silence. News of the Pirate King's brutal slaying quickly reached the Marine headquarters. Following several months of intense conflict, the Marines and the Revolutionary Army had both suffered considerable losses and were currently in a state of temporary truce, requiring time to recuperate. Overall, the Marines and the Revolutionary Army found themselves in a stalemate, while the three emperors seemed to have achieved their objectives and began withdrawing from the battlefield, allowing for a moment of respite. In light of the current world dynamics, the Marines could only rely on the power of ancient weapons to achieve victory in this conflict. With the Sea King's whereabouts unknown and the design for the King of the Underworld in Stark's possession, obtaining information regarding the Celestial King remained elusive. The historical poneglyphs contained clues, yet since the archaeologists on O'Hara Island were all eradicated, only Robin remained capable of deciphering the ancient texts. The Straw Hat Pirates? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression shifted to one of complexity upon hearing the name. casting a glance at the nearby carp. Your grandson has quite the audacity to join the ranks of pirates. Initially overlooked as newcomers, they now possess the potential to become supernovas, especially after Bluffing Shumen's recent display of strength and fruit abilities. His ninjutsu bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara from the Whitebeard pirate crew. In the eyes of the Marines, Bluffing Shumen had already been likened to the next Uchiha Madara, posing a significant threat. If not dealt with promptly, he could ascend to the ranks of the Emperor-level pirates. In that case, let's issue a capture order for Nico Robin. I trust you won't oppose this decision, Carp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sought Carp's opinion before proceeding, given that the operation primarily targeted Luffy. Carp, seemingly fond of Sunbei, always seen munching on them, responded calmly to Sengoku's inquiry. Do as you wish. Capturing that kid is nearly impossible without deploying a Marine Admiral. Currently, the high-ranking combatants of the Marines were recuperating, preparing to fend off the Revolutionary Army's next assault, making it inconvenient to dispatch such elite forces to apprehend Luffy and his crew. Fortunately, the Marines still retained considerable strength among their mid-level forces. Sengoku did not doubt that deploying a substantial number of commanders and captains could swiftly apprehend the Straw Hat crew. Days later, they resurfaced in Water City, where Robin and Chopper were ambushed by members of the world government's secret espionage agency, C9, and taken captive. The following morning, the Straw Hats learned of Robin's involvement in the assassination of Stark's deputy, Iceberg, leading to her arrest by the shipbuilders and citizens of the island. Had the plot advanced to this stage so swiftly? Bluffing Shumen had an inkling of what would transpire next, but chose not to intervene excessively, allowing the narrative to unfold naturally. The pressing urgency lies in successfully evading the pursuit of the thousands of shipwrights and townsfolk on the island. Fortunately, he had honed this skill during the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, he remained behind to allow Luffy and the others to escape first. In Chapter 275, Assault on Judicial Island, the terrifying Kakashi Hitaki, he declared, "You all go ahead, I will hold off their pursuit." Kakashi then employed the shadow clone technique, summoning thousands of clones that transformed into the likenesses of Zoro, Luffy, Chopper, and Nami, scattering in all directions. Chopper jumped in surprise upon seeing a clone that resembled him, relieved that their true selves were nearby. Otherwise, confusion would have been inevitable. Which one of them is the real one? The enraged shipwrights and island residents yelled, brandishing their weapons against the Straw Hat crew, only to see their attacks dissipate into white smoke upon striking the clones. Moshide. Luffy felt a wave of relief as he and his comrades made it aboard the ship, only to realize Robin was missing. Kakashi had captured the mayor of Ice City and brought him aboard, revealing that Robin had been captured by members of C9, who intended to use the lies of the Straw Hat crew to coerce her into compliance. To substantiate their threats, Rob Lucci deceitfully claimed that if she refused, the Navy would send a vice admiral to launch a fierce assault on Luffy and the others. This revelation extinguished the last flicker of hope in Nico Robin's heart. As the formidable powers of the Straw Hat Pirates, Kakashi, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy, would spell doom against an admiral. "Forget about me, my friends. I hope you all realize your dreams," she lamented. Kakashi, aware of Robin's situation, possessed the ability to inhabit the body of a Navy major and approach the gates of Judicial Island's prison. It was crucial to remember that several members of the Shadow Army were also present among the Navy on Judicial Island. Robin recognized Kakashi's voice, but given the inferior strength of the body he inhabited, how could he possibly confront the C9 members? "You are not mistaken. My current strength indeed cannot challenge Rob Lucci and his crew. However, I assure you, your allies will come to rescue you, and this opportunity might reveal if they're truly worthy of your trust." At this, Robin's expression faltered. It was true that since joining the Straw Hat crew, she had harbored doubts about Luffy and the others, as her childhood experiences had instilled in her a deep-seated mistrust of people. After awakening her realization, Kakashi set down his lunchbox and turned to leave. Ultimately, Robin would not be in danger. Through these events, she would become a genuine ally to Luffy, so he would not intervene unless absolutely necessary. "We are here to rescue you, Robin." The Straw Hat Pirates swiftly landed on Judicial Island, launching a fierce attack against the 5,000 Navy soldiers stationed there. To signify their declaration of war against the world government, Luffy instructed sniper Usopp to set fire to the flag representing the government. Yash, leave this to the great sniper Usopp. Given his proficiency with firearms, Usopp did not resort to a slingshot as in the original story. Instead, he raised his newly enhanced Gauss sniper rifle and took aim. The rapidly spinning bullet shattered the government flag into fragments, leaving Spandam aghast, terrified by the audacity of their declaration of war. Nico Robin was taken aback by the scene, finally grasping the weight of Kakashi's parting words. Perhaps she had indeed been deceived for too long, unable to discern who her true allies were. Rubber Gatling. Luffy swung his arm fiercely, the powerful force of his rubber limb sending the obstructing Navy soldiers flying, and alongside Zoro and Sanji, they swiftly decimated the 5,000 Navy troops. Suddenly, a door appeared in Judicial Square, and the figures of all C9 members emerged. Straw Hat Pirates, this is where you will meet your demise, Rob Lucci declared with a menacing tone. Kakashi immediately intervened, summoning several clones to block their path, unleashing spirals to provide Luffy and Sanji the opportunity to breach and rescue Robin from the prison. The spirals, infused with wind chakra, greatly amplified their rotational force and destructive power. Apart from Rob Lucci, who narrowly evaded, the rest of the members were struck and sent flying. We are merely here to rescue our comrade. Do not impede us, Kakashi remarked with a calm smile, undeterred by Rob Lucci, a prodigy of the Navy's 6 powers. To him, even the taijutsu of Konoha was sufficient to contend with Lucci, who paled in comparison to Mike Guy, a master of that martial art. Sensing Kakashi's overwhelming strength, Rob Lucci transformed into his leopard form, significantly enhancing his combat power and defense. Six King Pistol, he shouted, gathering all his strength to unleash a devastating shockwave that struck Kakashi directly in the chest. However, before he could relish his triumph, he was astonished to see the hit Kakashi transform into a stump. Feeling a presence behind him, Rob Lucci swiftly activated his leopard speed and executed a shave to enhance his velocity tenfold, darting across the battlefield. It seemed that apart from the fourth Raikage, no one dared to rival him in speed. Kakashi appeared to recall something amusing, a smile gracing his lips as he commenced his assault. The ensuing battle's outcome was unmistakable. Kakashi exhibited the most formidable prowess among the Straw Hats, defeating Rob Lucci without sustaining a single injury. His unparalleled speed was astonishing, rendering Rob Lucci's defensive efforts futile, as he struggled to withstand the onslaught of the multiple spirals and lightning cutter. Is this truly the most formidable intelligence operative of C9 in the past 800 years? I see no evidence of it, Kakashi commented with a hint of disappointment as he wiped his kunai, lamenting that fighting such weak opponents was not conducive to enhancing his own abilities. Observing that Zoro's fight was still ongoing, he casually dispatched several shurikens that incapacitated all opponents, leaving Zoro feeling somewhat embarrassed as he thought, "This newcomer keeps stealing my kills." Chapter 276. Frankie joins the crew, Tony's underhanded connections. Following the eruption of the Judicial Island battle, the Navy headquarters received news and rushed to provide assistance. Spandam had escaped from the Straw Hat Pirates and hid in a shadowy corner, waiting for the arrival of the Navy Admiral. Not long ago, they had secretly captured Frankie, aiming to extract information regarding Tony's research on the ancient weapon, Pluto. Now, with Judicial Island under siege, he found himself embroiled in combat alongside Luffy and the Navy forces, drawing the attention of the Navy's high command. At present, the clues regarding the ancient weapons Pluto and Uranus rested with Robin and Frankie. If they could capture them, it might lead to the discovery of these two ancient weapons, pivotal in the battle against the Revolutionary Army. Ha ha ha! Everyone come and see. I have found a new comrade to join us, Luffy announced cheerfully as he returned to the Thousand Sunny with Robin, introducing her to the rest of the crew. At present, the Straw Hat Pirates find themselves in need of a shipwright, and Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others have a favorable impression of Frankie, thus harboring no objections. I, the great cyborg Frankie, feel exhilarated at the prospect of joining you on your maritime adventures. Frankie exclaimed with a peculiar pose and a broad grin. After undergoing a series of modifications, he now possesses firepower and capabilities surpassing those in the original narrative, seamlessly integrating nanotechnology that allows him to transform into a war machine at will. This striking and flamboyant mechanical appearance captivates Usopp and Chopper immensely. Seizing the moment before the naval reinforcements arrive, the Straw Hat Pirates hastily activate their vessel to depart the location. Following the recent incident, Robin has developed complete trust in Luffy, recognizing that anyone willing to risk their life to rescue her is undoubtedly a reliable companion. Damn it! How could these fools escape? Spandam seethed with frustration upon witnessing his subordinates lying defeated around him. After suffering immense humiliation at the hands of Namake's Minato, the fact that these individuals managed to flee was intolerable. These Navy soldiers were utterly useless. Just as he lamented the absence of reinforcements, a chilling frost began to spread across the sea, transforming it into a glacial expanse. The temperature on Judicial Island plummeted to near freezing, causing Spandam and all the Navy soldiers to shiver uncontrollably. "The Admiral is here to support us," Spandam exclaimed with excitement. The ability to freeze the ocean surface was a power previously held only by the late Aokiji and now possessed by the current Admiral, Shida Genji. At this moment, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had not yet distanced themselves significantly. Should Shida Genji arrive in time, he might be able to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. As one of the supernovas of the seas, the Straw Hat Pirates had no chance of surviving an assault from a Navy admiral. However, from the distance, a figure encased in ice approached. Appearing almost like a statue of ice blue, his true identity obscured. It was none other than the Iceman of the Grim Reaper Pirates. "You are not Shida Genji. Who are you?" Spandam inquired with a tremor of disappointment. "The one who will kill you." The Iceman replied coldly before unleashing a massacre upon the inhabitants of Judicial Island. This operation, orchestrated by Feng Xiao, aimed to eliminate Spandam and his ilk primarily for Nico Robin's sake, wishing to alleviate her concerns. Moreover, Spandam, much like his father, was selfish and vile. A veritable parasite within the Navy, no one would mourn his demise. Without further ado, the Iceman conjured a barrage of massive ice spikes, unleashing a cacophony of shattering ice upon the battlefield, eliciting countless cries of despair from those struck, instantly freezing them into solid ice sculptures, resulting in severe frostbite. The remaining forces on the island were dispatched from other locations to engage the Iceman, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon him. Ice Wall. The Iceman, wary of the gunfire, summoned ice elements to create a formidable wall of frost, which merely deflected the bullets, sending shards of ice flying without further penetration. As most of the arriving Navy soldiers were mere commoners, the Iceman methodically slaughtered them with ease, facing no challenge whatsoever. "Since I'm here, let us finish off these Navy fools," he decided, aware of the distance to the Navy headquarters and aiming for a swift resolution before the Admiral's arrival complicated matters. Spandam, having narrowly escaped a barrage of attacks, began calling for members of CP9 to protect him, reminding himself that he was their leader, and they could not leave him to perish. Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra rushed to his aid, stunned by the sight of their compatriots frozen into sculptures, before launching an assault against the Iceman. In response to the attack from the Grim Reaper Pirates cadre, all CP9 members executed their shave technique, transforming into blurs of speed as they closed in on the Iceman, utilizing their enhanced 6 powers to their fullest extent. They struck the Iceman, attempting to shatter him. The Iceman, feeling the pain from their physical attacks, reformed himself from ice shards and began skating upward on an icy path. Moonwalk, Thorn Path. Khalifa unleashed her specialized 6 powers, continuously stepping in the air and delivering a powerful kick to her target's face. In a fit of rage, the Iceman sprouted ice spikes from his body, launching them outward to pierce Khalifa's form. "There should be limits to your insolence," he declared, releasing his full icy power to envelop the area in a glacial expanse, plunging the temperature to sub-zero levels and freezing Spandam into a solid ice sculpture. After completing his task, the Iceman picked up the golden transponder snail clenched in Spandam's hand and pressed the switch. confident that soon 10 Navy warships would bombard the island, reducing these ice sculptures to mere fragments. Subsequently, the Iceman set course back to the Holy Land, having informed Feng Xiu of the situation, thus avenging Nico Robin. The Straw Hat Pirates, having heard an explosion behind them, mistakenly assumed it was an underwater volcanic eruption and paid little heed to it. With Frankie aboard, the crew engaged in playful antics with Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp, adding a touch of joy to their seafaring lives as they set sail toward the New World. Chapter 277, Capturing CP9, a Spiritual Anchor. Considering that the Holy Land likely had its own intelligence division, coupled with CP9's superior performance on Judicial Island, Feng Xiu ordered the Iceman to return and rescue Rob Lucci and the others. The Iceman promptly conjured an ice battleship using his mastery over ice elements and navigated toward the floating islands of the Holy Land. All CP9 members have been encased in ice sculptures, lying dormant in the ice chamber. Without the Iceman to thaw them, their escape was impossible. On another front, Frankie, having previously worked at Stark's shipyard, realized that if he wished to embark on a great adventure, he must first resign from his superior, Tony. Given that both Stark's Industries and the Holy Land were situated on floating islands, the Straw Hat crew encountered the Iceman's ship during their voyage. Incredible! He can create a ship from ice. Is that a devil fruit ability? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he yearned to recruit such an impressive individual to his crew. Frankie, Chopper, and Usopp shared similar sentiments, eagerly waving at the Iceman in hopes of boarding to explore the vessel. Particularly for Frankie, the opportunity to examine the structural design of this ice ship was irresistible for a shipwright with a fervent love for vessels. You reckless fools, keep your voices down. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Nami admonished, her face a mask of fear, seemingly recognizing the identity and origins of the Iceman, reacting as though she had encountered a Navy admiral. In truth, the Iceman does not belong to the naval forces. However, as a high-ranking officer of the Death God Pirates, his combat prowess and status are nearly equivalent to that of an admiral. Observing the patients with no reaction, Luffy and his companions disregarded caution and leaped aboard the ice ship, exploring its structural composition. Luffy could not resist taking a hearty bite out of the ice, chewing vigorously, seemingly enjoying the taste. Feel free to play, but make sure to return to your own ship promptly. Do not hinder my journey to the Holy Land. The Iceman coldly instructed them before turning back to the cellar to guard the ice sculptures of Rob Lucci and others. During this time, he discreetly handed a message from Feng Xiu to Nico Robin, conveying his condolences for Spandam's demise and offering her encouragement, which deeply moved Robin. Upon arriving at the floating island, the Straw Hat crew parted ways with the Iceman, each heading toward their respective destinations, while Bluffing Shui men pretended not to know him. I wish to resign. Tony Stark, seated in his office chair, was already aware of Frankie's arrival. He surmised that the unfolding events had prompted this decision. Being the technical engineering director at Stark Industries came with a substantial salary. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony signed Frankie's resignation letter and promptly settled his final paycheck. It is a good thing for a young man to seek adventure at sea and experience the thrill of youth. Should you tire of such pursuits one day, you are always welcome to return to Stark Industries, Tony encouraged Frankie, who was taken aback and deeply touched by his generosity. To encounter such an exemplary boss in this lifetime is indeed fortunate. Despite his unwavering desire to set sail, Frankie felt no dissatisfaction, but rather encouragement from Tony. Even his request to construct a unique steel battleship for the Straw Hat Pirates was met with Tony's silent approval. As Luffy and his crew were set to embark on a series of adventures, it was indeed necessary to upgrade their vessel to the latest model. Overwhelmed with emotion, Frankie shed tears and expressed his intention to return and work for Tony again before turning to leave. Just as he intended to return to his companions for solace, he found Luffy and the others eagerly exploring Stark Industries' modern building, particularly enamored by the gym, arcade, and massage service center constructed for the employees. While Zoro showed little interest in anything else, he was solely captivated by the high-intensity workouts at the gym. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy were thoroughly engrossed in the arcade, redeeming all their game tokens to experience every game available. Is this what they call a grand indulgence? Being caressed by a gentle maiden's delicate hands is quite an intimate affair, Sanji mused as he reclined on the bed, surrounded by several young, beautiful technicians who indulged him in all the services, making him feel as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Nami and Robin also luxuriated in a private room, enjoying the massage service, now that the Straw Hat Pirates' finances were robust. Indulging in such a lifestyle proved to be worthwhile. Wuofeng Shuimin chose to abstain from the revelry, finding leisure in the shooting range, targeting swiftly moving objects with shurikens to alleviate his boredom. "Hey, are you all here just to play?" Frankie grumbled before joining the throng of revelers. Meanwhile, deep within the holy palace of the floating island, the Iceman brought the members of CP9 before Feng Xiu, gradually removing the ice encasing them. Soon, they began to awaken. Upon realizing Feng Xiu's presence, they attempted to resist, but found themselves utterly powerless. The naval headquarters remained oblivious to the Iceman's actions, mistakenly believing they had been executed on the spot. "What do you intend to do with us?" The CP9 members regarded Feng Xiu warily. "If you wish to kill us, do as you please. However, should you think that after our defeat you can treat us with disdain, you are gravely mistaken. What if I told you that I wish to recruit you as my subordinates out of compassion? Would you accept?" Feng Xiu inquired with a sly smile, only to receive a barrage of curses and rejections from the CP9 members. A predictable reaction, indeed. "I anticipated your refusal. This is for the best, as I possess my own methods for dealing with captives." With that, Feng Xiu unfurled his radiant wings, summoning luminous seals that emanated a divine and pure aura. In this situation, to ensure their compliance with his commands, the only feasible method was to thoroughly brainwash them. Having such formidable subordinates as CP9 was a regrettable waste for Spandam, who failed to recognize their potential. Chapter 278, The Light of Faith. CP9 becomes slaves? What do you plan to do to us? The CP9 members shouted in rage as they saw the luminous seals drifting toward their foreheads. As members of the intelligence department under the world government, they had undergone rigorous training by the Navy to cultivate their willpower and endurance to prevent capture by enemies. Once the luminous seals entered their minds, they launched a fierce assault on their spiritual consciousness, attempting to implant commands for obedience to Feng Xiu. "I did not expect your willpower to be so robust. Alas, my technique is specifically designed to counteract individuals like you." With a snap of his fingers, the seals on the CP9 members' foreheads gleamed even brighter, blinding them. The more they resisted, the greater their suffering became. This mental anguish far surpassed physical pain. Feng Xiu was confident that even the most resolute among them would reach their limits, and should they perish in the process, he would feel no regret. If they could not be of use to him, their fate would ultimately be death. After several hours of relentless torment, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and the others writhed on the ground, emitting cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Eventually, their spiritual consciousness was overtaken by the divine light, and they surrendered completely, their lives now at the mercy of Feng Xiu's thoughts. Upon witnessing their submission, Feng Xiu did not impose many commands. He merely instructed them to continue infiltrating the Navy's intelligence department. This way, the admiral in charge of intelligence, Ito Jin, could freely conduct any espionage and inquiries. As of now, those who had been implanted with the luminous seals would not betray their will or actions, all of which were now under Feng Xiu's control. Unless their strength surpassed formidable limits, they would exist solely as puppets in this world. Even the strongest among the CP9 members had succumbed, rendering the others even less significant. They became fervent devotees of Feng Xiu, readily executing any command he issued. In their minds, Feng Xiu's status elevated to a sacred height. Allowing no one to act against him, even at the cost of their own lives, they vowed to protect his dignity at all costs. After the release of the healing light technique, which mended all wounds on their bodies, the members of C9 retreated, each returning to their respective posts. Once the Iceman fulfilled his mission, he began his journey back to the Death God Pirates. Although Captain Yamamoto was unconcerned about the extended absence, the other four emperors and the Marines might raise issues. Feng Xiu found solace in his leisure, strategically placing several hidden pieces within the Navy. which could prove crucial in future moments. The Navy government had dominated for over a century, making certain confidential intelligence difficult to acquire. If a C9 member were present, Feng Xiu believed he could swiftly obtain the desired information. Meanwhile, after a few days of revelry on the floating island, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates reluctantly departed. Monkey D. Luffy nearly abandoned his ambition to sail the seas in search of the Pirate King, contemplating a long-term stay at Stark Tower. Sanji exaggeratedly declared his inability to extricate himself from the indulgent lifestyle, insisting that the technician who had pampered him for so long should take responsibility, and even desired to take one of them with him. In exasperation, Nami resorted to knocking the two troublemakers unconscious, entrusting them to Frankie and Namikaze Minato to carry back to the ship. After receiving Tony's approval, Frankie spent 3 days and nights in the shipyard, assisted by the precision machinery of the mecha, finally completing the steel-hulled warship, aptly named the Thousand Sunny. The vessel was of a size comparable to a medium-sized Navy warship, featuring numerous rooms, a dining area, and a kitchen, with ample space for their daily activities. The Thousand Sunny was capable of submersible navigation, aerial jet propulsion, and utilized an arc reactor as its power source, allowing for extended operation periods. To maintain excellent after-sales service, Stark Industries established refueling stations across the 4 seas and the New World, enabling repairs and energy replenishment for their manufactured vessels. Regardless of whether they were Marines, revolutionaries, or pirates, all who passed through this area were required to cease hostilities and conduct their after-sales matters amicably, lest they offend the Holy Land Kingdom. Anyone attempting to leverage their status to forcefully intervene would find themselves permanently blacklisted by Stark Industries and subject to pursuit by the forces of the Holy Land Kingdom. Having boarded the ship, they discovered that the deck had been transformed into a makeshift gym by Zoro, who believed that to become a top-tier swordsman, one must possess a robust physique. All the equipment was a generous gift from Tony Stark. After all, aside from the massage therapist and Stark Tower, acquiring such fitness gear was of little consequence to him. Due to the proximity of Stark Industries to the Holy Land Palace, Nico Robin had been residing in Feng Xiu's quarters, enjoying a life marked by capriciousness. With their parting, it was uncertain when they would meet again. Taking this opportunity, Feng Xiu finally indulged his desires. With Namikaze Minato watching over the Straw Hat Pirates, Feng Xiu felt no concern for their forthcoming adventures. After departing the Holy Land Kingdom, the Straw Hat Pirates swiftly sailed towards a certain region of the East Sea, where ominous clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and even magnetic compasses became unreliable, enveloping the area in an eerie and sinister atmosphere. There lay a colossal ship, resembling an island and akin to a ghost town, where merchant vessels mysteriously vanished without a trace. If conjectures held true, the Straw Hats would encounter one of the future warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, and perhaps even a new companion, Brook. Given the Straw Hat pirate strength, which surpassed that of the original narrative, and the addition of Minato, it was unlikely they would face overwhelming defeat at Moria's hands. However, the specifics of their accomplishments would depend on their own endeavors. In Chapter 279, The Predicament of the World Government, the main storyline progressed as Gecko Moria officially became a warlord of the sea, aiding the Navy headquarters in contending with the 4 emperors. In truth, Moria had challenged Kaido of the 100 Beasts years prior and, after his defeat, had spent years studying zombie armies in the Fog Sea. This ambition was realized with the capabilities of his Shadow fruit and the discovery of the remains of the strongest swordsman in Wano, Ryuma. Having remained in the Fog Sea for so long, the butterfly effects caused by Feng Xiu in the pirate world had largely evaded him. His decision to become a warlord stemmed from a desire to acquire the super soldier serum produced by Stark Industries. Upon obtaining this revolutionary biotechnological product, he entrusted it to the genius Surgeon Hogback for his research on the zombie army, resulting in a mutation of the Shadow fruit's powers, producing effects akin to the G-Virus. Just then, the Straw Hat Pirates inadvertently stumbled into the terrifying 3-masted ship, clashing fiercely with Moria's forces. Who were these wretched individuals? Disrupting his critical research on the zombie virus? Moria roared in anger, determined to personally drive the Straw Hats away. With a significant breakthrough in the zombie virus experiment, he no longer needed to strip the shadows from Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and others as in the original story. After absorbing all the shadows from the graveyard of the dead, Moria's body expanded immensely, engaging in a fierce battle with the Straw Hat Pirates. Was this akin to the Akimichi clan's body expansion technique? How intriguing! Having spent half a month in the pirate world, Minato had witnessed new combat styles, including hockey techniques and the powers of devil fruits, further fueling his anticipation for future adventures. In the end, Moria was nearly defeated by them, at which point all zombies infected by the virus were unleashed, seeking to overwhelm the Straw Hats with a tide of corpses. Fortunately, Minato's fire release, Phoenix Fire technique inflicted damage on the zombies, allowing the group to find refuge in a castle and engage in tactical maneuvers against their foe. During this time, Brook, the user of the Revive fruit, successfully joined the crew, bringing the total number of Straw Hat members to 10. Initially, the zombie army created by Moria had a weakness to salt, but after the mutation of the zombie virus, this flaw had vanished. Following several battles, Luffy discovered that as captain, he could not even defeat Minato. Thus, he intensified his efforts to join Zoro's training team. Besides further developing his rubber fruit powers, he also needed to strengthen his haki. On the side of the world government, their situation had grown exceedingly precarious and awkward. Among the warlord members, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Crocodile had both been eliminated by Feng Xiu. Even with Moria's addition, their circumstances had not significantly improved. Ba Fengxiong, ostensibly a member of the Shichibukai, assists the Navy's scientific division in the development of pacifist initiatives. However, he secretly occupies a high-ranking position within the Revolutionary Army. For many years, the upper echelons of the Navy have placed immense trust in him, never expressing any suspicion regarding his true identity. Numerous attacks against the world government have been covertly aided by him, and despite the Revolutionary Army's growing power, he has shown no intention of returning to them. Imperi's Boa Hancock, as the sovereign of the Amazon Lily and a member of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, cannot be easily commanded by the Navy government. Even if the Navy's higher-ups invite her to battle, she deftly evades such requests, often preoccupied with her romantic entanglements with Feng Xiuqing, ensuring no one dares to disturb them. Moreover, it is well known that Boa Hancock is secretly involved with Feng Xiuku, which further complicates any attempts by the Navy to command her. The formidable Jinbei is even harder to persuade, as he dedicates himself to managing state affairs and promoting peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen, showing little interest in the Navy's trivial matters. The Desert Reaper, Nefertari, despite having once clashed with the government and leaving the Shichibukai, has been shamelessly invited back to continue serving. His ties to Feng Xiuku suggest that should Nefertari encounter any misfortune, he would not remain an indifferent observer, ideally drawing him into the Navy's ranks. As for Dracula Mihawk, his obsession with the swordsmanship has intensified since his defeat at the Bartai restaurant by Feng Xiuku. He tirelessly seeks ways to enhance his strength. Through diligent training, Mihawk has nearly reached parity with Shanks, but he remains unsatisfied, now aspiring to surpass even the legendary swordsman Shimin Chue Shui. Since his defeat by Feng Xiuku's 4 extreme sword intent, the image of that encounter haunts his nightly slumber. The Navy government struggles to locate Mihawk, as he has retreated to a secluded island, living in isolation, making any attempt to enlist him against the Revolutionary Army and pirates futile. In a desperate bid, the world government has resolved to expand the ranks of the Shichibukai by inviting Gecko Moria to join. Presently, any sufficiently powerful force on the seas may receive an invitation from the Navy government. They appear to have taken an interest in Blackbeard Teach and Buggy the Clown, waiting for the opportune moment to extend their invitations. At this point, Buggy has no intention of joining, while Blackbeard is preoccupied with expanding his crew and evading the relentless pursuit of Fire Fist Ace, leaving him little time to consider the Navy's overtures. It is not fear that drives him. Rather, he feels the true threat lies in the high-ranking combatants of the Whitebeard Pirates. While Ace's strength is not particularly daunting, he fears being delayed and caught by the Whitebeard Pirates. After the events of the Judicial Island battle, Ace finally confronts Blackbeard, launching a fierce assault. Ultimately, he is defeated and captured. Blackbeard, having failed to persuade Ace to join him, decides to hand him over to the Navy headquarters in exchange for a position in the Shichibukai. Following Ace's capture, the Navy, upon the recommendation of Admiral Sengoku, prepares to implement a series of strategic operations against the Whitebeard pirates, aiming to dismantle the current status quo among the five emperors. The battle at Marineford is about to commence. After standing alone for so long, it is truly a source of joy to finally have a reliable partner by his side. Brooke, accompanying the Straw Hat crew in their escape, exhibits no signs of fear, for he is already deceased and no longer concerns himself with such matters. Though he resembles a skeleton, his swordsmanship can unleash unparalleled speed, earning him the title of the Nose Song Swordsman. Utilizing the ninja technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, he summons a horde of corpses that swarm towards him. In response, Namake's Minato swiftly launches kunai, executing rapid hand seals. Instantly, thousands of kunai transform into tangible clones, inflicting widespread damage upon the enemies. Regrettably, this strategy only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Gecko Moria had long since buried tens of thousands of corpses, and even if Minato dispatches a portion, another wave quickly follows. In desperation, Minato resorts to the Dragon Fire technique, incinerating the horde of zombies to ashes. However, this exhausts his chakra reserves, leaving him with only physical combat and the ability of the Rumble fruit to confront his foes. Fortunately, apart from Nami, who lacks combat prowess, the other members of the Straw Hat crew unleash their signature techniques. Zoro, having acquired the new sword, Aki, demonstrates a powerful technique learned from his encounters with Mihawk and Fengshioku, the Frostfire Slash. Two opposing elements of frost and flame envelop his blades as he vanishes, only to reappear after striking Gecko Moria. Luffy and Minato join forces to unleash a formidable attack, combining the rubber giant elephant gun with the Thunder Beast, directly shattering Moria's giant form. News of this event reaches the world government, who feel rather helpless, as Moria's display of strength falls short of that exhibited by figures like Don Quixote Doflamingo. In light of this, they resolve to further expand the Shichibukai by inviting Bondewald, the notorious pirate who escaped from Impel Down during Whitebeard's assault, a user of the Momo fruit. 10 years ago, Bondewald was among those who instilled fear in the world government alongside figures like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki the Lion. His ability to amplify speed, strength, size, and weight by multiples up to 100 times made him a formidable adversary. Had it not been for the spies planted by the world government who turned his subordinates against him, they would have struggled to capture him alive. Ordinary cannonballs, when amplified 100-fold by his powers, could easily obliterate a large island. Moreover, the advanced weaponry produced by Stark Industries possesses formidable power, particularly the Jericho missile, whose destructive capability rivals that of a natural disaster. After presenting a series of irresistible conditions, Bondewald agrees to join the Shichibukai. If his abilities are utilized effectively, he may very well become one of the five emperors. With Roger deceased and Shiki missing, the time has come for the world to remember the terror of the World Destroyer. Bondewald smirks, planning to collaborate with the Navy government to strike against the Whitebeard pirates, grateful for the very circumstances that allowed him to escape from the depths of Impel Down. Following Ace's capture, the upper echelons of the world government convene and decide to sentence him to death at Marineford, ensuring that the bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger, does not continue to exist. Due to the need to strategize against the Whitebeard pirates, the news of Ace's execution has yet to be made public. The recent confrontation with the Wu Huang pirates is markedly distinct from the previous encounter at the Advanced City. A true victory necessitates the elimination of both Whitebeard himself and Fire Fist Ace. The demise of Edward Newgate would render the Whitebeard pirates a mere shadow of their former selves, incapable of contending with the world government, especially with only a handful of captains remaining. Through the visual sharing with the Shida brothers, Feng Xiu is acutely aware of the Navy's intentions, but chooses not to expose them. After years of meticulous planning, he awaits the arrival of the Summit War. Once this monumental clash concludes, he envisions the gradual realization of his ambitions and a direct confrontation with the world government. The Straw Hat Pirates remain blissfully ignorant of these machinations. After departing the Ghost Triangle, they set sail directly towards the Shambadi archipelago. With Robin's fortune at their disposal and Frankie having accrued a significant sum during the salary settlement, the crew resolves to indulge in their desires at the auction house. Chopper intends to procure rare medicinal herbs for their medical reserves, while Usopp is eager to explore new formulas for innovative ammunition. Having acquired Dao, Iwenzi, and Chioshui, Zoro aspires to obtain the valuable Da Kuai Dao, a replacement for his damaged sword. Due to alterations in the plot, they bypassed Road Town and arrived straight to the Grand Line, leaving Zoro without the legendary sword Sandai Kitetsu. Nicole Robin, fortunate to possess the credit bestowed upon her by Feng Xiu, is delighted at the prospect of fulfilling her companion's wishes with the funds available, even if it means expending billions. A mere number to Feng Xiu, Nami plans to accompany Robin in acquiring every new clothing line, satisfying the innate shopping craving that women often possess. In contrast, Luffy, upon learning of Namake's Minato's fondness for ramen, eagerly takes him to a nearby noodle shop for a hearty feast, much to the envy of Brook, who longs to join them if only he had a stomach. Upon reaching the auction venue, they find that Charlos, having been slain by Feng Xiu during the previous assault on Mariewa, is absent. However, the Celestial Dragons still have their share of foolish aristocrats who, upon beholding the beauty of the mermaid Kami, immediately express their desire to purchase her. Yet, the financial prowess of the Celestial Dragons pales in comparison to that of Nicole Robin, who wields Feng Xiu's credit card, leading to a swift clash. Luffy retaliates by sending the aristocrat flying, which triggers a seismic response at the Navy headquarters, prompting the rapid arrival of the swift Admiral Kizaru for assistance. Ultimately, with the aid of the Dark King Rayleigh during the battle against Kizaru, they find themselves confronted by several Navy vice admirals intent on engaging Luffy and his crew directly. At this critical juncture, Bartholomew Kuma descends upon the battlefield, seeking to engage the Straw Hat crew, urging others not to intervene. Chapter 281. Interference with the Straw Hat Pirates' Grand Line. Shambadi Archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates, having come to procure goods, are ambushed by the Navy. Despite Rayleigh's efforts to stall Admiral Kizaru, numerous Navy vice admirals converge upon them. In ordinary circumstances, each vice admiral would be manageable individually. Yet their collective assault poses a significant threat to the Straw Hat crew. The emergence of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma further instills a sense of dread among Luffy and his companions. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Namake's Minato hastily utilizes the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with Robin, vanishing into the void. When they next open their eyes, they find themselves deep within the underground palace of the Holy Land, where Feng Xiu casually enjoys sunflower seeds in the sun. Surprised by their swift arrival, he invites them to sit and enjoy tea. Robin, sensing Feng Xiu's foreknowledge of their arrival, deduces that Minato must be one of his shadows, likely joining the Straw Hat crew for her protection. As Robin contemplates seeking Feng Xiu's assistance, he interjects, assuring her that they're not in danger, as Kuma, being a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, would not harm Luffy out of respect for Dragon. Well-versed in the narrative of One Piece, Feng Xiu remains unfazed, noting that among the vice admirals encircling them, several are also his shadows. It is indeed comical that the Straw Hat Pirates, who were frolicking here a week prior, find themselves back in the same predicament, but such is the nature of narrative progression. On the Shambadi Archipelago, the crew breathes a sigh of relief at Robin's successful escape with Minato. To maintain the illusion, Kuma engages the Straw Hat crew in battle, displaying fierce strength while deliberately avoiding vital areas. Utilizing the powers of the Kuma no Mi, he sends them all flying, subsequently leading the assembled vice admirals to declare that the Straw Hat Pirates have been thoroughly defeated. Witnessing Kuma's assault, those present can only speculate the fate that awaits Luffy and his crew, certain it involves a fatal drop from thousands of meters. Henceforth, the Straw Hat Pirates pose no threat to the Navy, allowing the latter to concentrate their efforts on combating the Wuhuang pirates. Zoro, having been sent flying to Karaikana Island, grapples with his inadequacy, feeling the sting of defeat when Perona unexpectedly appears before him. It turns out that after the incident involving the horror three-masted ship, she encountered the tyrant Kuma, arriving on this island only a few days before crossing paths with Zoro. As Zoro struggles to rise and search for his comrades, he inadvertently discovers Dracul Mihawk engage in combat with a T-1000 robot. While the Navy scours the world for Mihawk's whereabouts, he has been diligently honing his swordsmanship in seclusion, his mastery significantly influenced by Feng Xiu's teachings. Zoro, witnessing Mihawk's profound strength and relentless training, is profoundly moved and kneels in earnest, pleading for guidance in his swordsmanship. Mihawk, somewhat annoyed, remarks that the title of the world's greatest swordsman feels like a mockery to him. However, recognizing Zoro's earnestness, he instructs him to first defeat the island's proficient sword-wielding baboons, who, having trained for half a year, have developed formidable skills. In pursuit of swordsmanship excellence, Zoro, armed with twin swords, charges at the baboons, only to find himself swiftly outmatched. Their innate skills, combined, unleash a devastating force. Thus, Zoro embarks on a rigorous 2-year journey of training on this island. Sanji was unexpectedly propelled to the island of Okama, where he garnered the admiration of its inhabitants. Coincidentally, the Okama king, Ivankov, returned to his homeland to visit his subordinates. Upon encountering these flamboyantly adorned beings, who were neither distinctly male nor female, Sanji was overtaken by a wave of revulsion. Each day, he found himself desperately fleeing from their relentless pursuit, ultimately mastering the moonwalk technique, part of the Marine's 6 forms. "You perverted fools, stop chasing me." In this state of despair, Sanji's agility and domineering presence grew exponentially, eventually surpassing even Luffy. Usopp and Chopper fared comparatively well. They merely fell onto a remote island, where they encountered an array of bizarre plants and villagers skilled in herbal medicine. After Nami descended onto Weatheria Island unscathed, she began to interact with the local elders. Upon discovering her exceptional talent in meteorology, these elder gentlemen were filled with excitement and imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding navigation and climatology. With the acquisition of the climate baton, Nami, who had previously been regarded as a mere ornament in the Straw Hat Pirates, finally possessed the capability to engage in combat against foes. As for Brook, his experience was relatively mild. Upon arriving at Namakura Island, he was nearly mistaken for Satan and, through a series of fortunate mishaps, became a rock star, embarking on a worldwide tour. Bartholomew Kuma scattered the members of the Straw Hat Pirates across various locations, a gesture that seemed to carry deeper significance, as each member found themselves in environments suited to their unique skills. This was a necessary action. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, he had no choice but to resort to such means to rescue them from the clutches of the Marines. Given their remote landings, there was a substantial possibility of evading detection by the Navy if they chose to conceal their whereabouts. Frankie, relatively speaking, was closest to Robin, having smashed through the ceiling of the Stark Industries building to enter Tony Stark's office. "My, what a unique entrance. In that case, you'll be staying here for 2 years. And it's time I impart my genius-level inventions to you," Tony remarked, gazing at the shattered ceiling with a twinge of regret. However, if Frankie could learn from him, he would be able to modify himself and further his journey down the path of technological enhancement. Chapter 282. Infiltrating Impel Down in a manner akin to the original storyline. Monkey D. Luffy was sent by Bartholomew Kuma to the Sabeti archipelago. However, Feng Xiu had already arrived there ahead of him, awaiting Luffy's descent. Although he was quite confident in his charm, he feared that the Empress might be drawn to Luffy, compelling him to check on the situation personally. Nico Robin had arranged for her subordinates to enhance her combat abilities, ensuring that her Hana no Mi powers would reach their zenith in a short span of time. This would guarantee that when they next encountered the warlords of the sea, she would not lack the strength to resist. Thus, the scenario where she was sent to Labor Island to suffer, ultimately escaping with the aid of the Revolutionary Army, was averted. "Hey, aren't you the guy who defeated Hawkeye Mihawk at the Bartai restaurant?" Luffy exclaimed, spotting Feng Xiu. "I am Esteban Feng Xiu. Don't forget my name, you little brat." Feng Xiu replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Monkey D. Luffy, realizing his crew was still unaccounted for, immediately leaped onto his ship to head for the Sabeti archipelago in search of them. Feng Xiu anticipated this reaction, promptly accessing the world map on his phone to mark the locations where the crew members had landed, confirming their safety and that they were all striving to grow stronger. Although Luffy's strength certainly required enhancement, Ace was facing execution, and Feng Xiu deemed it essential to mount a rescue. Upon hearing this news, Luffy sprang into action, eager to save Ace. Unlike in the original narrative, he had yet to awaken his conqueror's haki, but his armament and observation haki were honed to perfection. Based on his current combat prowess, he was nearing the level of strength he would have achieved 2 years later in the original timeline. With systematic training over the next 2 years, he might even unlock Gear 4th. What are we waiting for? I'm heading to Impel Down to rescue Ace right now. You'll help me, won't you? Luffy's innocent gaze made it difficult for Feng Xiu to refuse. However, rather than leaving Luffy on Okama Island, he preferred to accompany him in an assault on Impel Down, attempting to rescue the Fire Fist. He held a fondness for Ace and hoped to change the tragic outcome of the Marineford War. Seeing Feng Xiu nod in agreement, Luffy leapt with joy, thrilled that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were alive and that Feng Xiu would assist them. Nothing could be more gratifying than this. Given Feng Xiu's current strength, he could forcibly enter Impel Down if he wished, but to avoid alarming the guards, they decided to infiltrate and investigate the situation first. At that moment, the Navy Rear Admiral Green Arrow arrived to assist, using a disguise technique to cloak Luffy. After infiltrating Impel Down, it would be up to Luffy to rely on his own abilities, as Feng Xiu could not interfere excessively with the main storyline. Back on Okama Island, the Navy Rear Admiral Moles summoned the Empress to the Navy headquarters. Aware of the situation, Feng Xiu accompanied her. To avoid drawing the attention of high-ranking Navy officials, he transformed into a figure resembling a deity of light, thereby evading Mole's interference. Meanwhile, in Impel Down, Luffy successfully entered the facility under the cover of Green Arrow and fortuitously encountered Buggy, who also sought to rescue his companions. Although they had clashed upon setting sail, the current situation necessitated cooperation to uncover their allies' whereabouts within Impel Down. Subsequently, they encountered R2, Bon Clay, on the 2nd level, while on the 3rd level, they did not meet R3, as Feng Xiu had preemptively defeated Baroque Works. To breach Impel Down and locate their comrades, the 4 of them had no choice but to release all the prisoners from Hell. The formidable super criminals in the Infinite Hell were roused, and upon their release, they immediately launched a fierce assault on the Warden, Magellan, eager to unleash years of pent-up frustration on him. The recently repaired Impel Down was once again besieged by such overwhelming might, prompting the entire Navy prison staff to mobilize in an attempt to recontain the inmates. "Where are you, Ace?" Luffy shouted into the surroundings, yet there was no answer. Even without the assistance of Crocodile and Jinbei, Luffy carved a bloody path through the Navy guards with his astounding strength. In the midst of a fierce battle with the guards, Luffy finally awakened his conqueror's haki, intimidating all foes around him, sending shockwaves that left them stunned. "Ha ha! I heard that the Infinite Prison houses some of the most powerful pirates. This is the perfect opportunity to invite them to join my crew." Huihuzu Diqi arrived on a pirate ship, seeking to assess whether there were any potential recruits worthy of joining his crew. Among the Blackbeard pirates, he had formidable fighters such as Jisha Si, the martial arts expert Yujishi Liu, the swordsman, and Ao Ka, the sharpshooter, as well as the navigator La Fete. However, the ambitious Ti Chi, who aspired to become the Emperor of the Seas, was dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. Upon seeing Ti Chi, Straw Hat Luffy immediately launched a frenzied assault, reminiscent of rain cascading upon pear blossoms, for Ti Chi was the very scoundrel who had surrendered Ace to the Navy. Had it not been for his betrayal, Ace would not have been facing imminent execution at the hands of the Navy. Luffy exhibited an extraordinary strength that was dangerously close to that of the Shichibukai, instantly capturing Ti Chi's interest, who inquired if Luffy would consider joining the Blackbeard pirates, only to be met with a decisive rebuttal as Luffy declared, "I am destined to be the Pirate King. I shall not join another's crew. Discard such thoughts." After an extensive search yielded no sign of Ace, Luffy and Chi engaged in a fierce battle that obliterated the gates of Impel Down. At that moment, Navy Rear Admiral Green Arrow arrived, informing Luffy that Ace had been secretly transported to the Marineford training square and was scheduled for execution the following noon, urging him to hurry aboard his ship. The news of Ace's impending execution spread across the world, inciting a fervor among various factions. Whitebeard, in particular, expressed his fury, vowing to make the Navy government pay dearly should Ace suffer even the slightest harm. Influenced by this atmosphere, the Whitebeard pirates mobilized their forces, with over 40 ironclad ships stealthily making their way towards Marineford. The Navy headquarters hastily summoned all Shichibukai, Marine admirals, and other high-ranking forces, insisting that even those who typically remained inactive must arrive promptly. Chapter 283. The Alliance of Two Emperors. Old man, considering your frail health, it would be unwise for you to go. We are fully capable of handling this battle. The captains expressed concern as they observed Whitebeard receiving intravenous treatment aboard the Moby Dick on their journey to Marineford. In the world of pirates, even the most formidable humans ultimately cannot escape the shackles of aging and illness, unless one consumes a certain special devil fruit that extends life. For instance, Kaido of the Beasts and Brook, after consuming their respective devil fruits, sought to prolong their lives by several centuries. That won't do. Those Navy scoundrels are exceedingly cunning. How can I trust you to confront them? Whitebeard adamantly refused, then raised his cup in a hearty toast, acknowledging that he owed his sustained health to Uchiha Madara's medical ninjutsu, which had prevented his condition from deteriorating further. This revelation offered some relief to Marco, Vista, and Jozu, who were grateful for Madara's presence. Within the Whitebeard pirates, aside from the captain, the strongest was undoubtedly the sword god, Shimin Chue Shui, followed closely by Uchiha Madara and others. Whitebeard had intentions of grooming Uchiha Madara as his successor, a fact that did not escape the notice of his crew, who held no resentment, recognizing Madara's innate talents and strategic acumen as suitable for leading the Whitebeard pirates. In contrast, they were far more concerned about Whitebeard's declining health, unwilling to see him depart this world so soon. They regretted not having considered whether Ace could indeed contend with Blackbeard when Shanks had intervened to dissuade them. Blackbeard Chi had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years in pursuit of the Yami Yami no Mi, and his ability to kill Thatch with a single blow indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Rest assured, the mission to rescue Ace will be entrusted to us. Should those Navy fools dare to obstruct our path, let them perish by my sword. Shimin Chue Shui, whose strength had reached that of a quasi-emperor, felt confident in his ability to confront the Navy admirals. Since mastering the technique of Wan Jiangue Zone, he had yet to strike with his full might, and this opportunity to rescue Ace would allow the Navy to witness his prowess. Compared to the original narrative, the Whitebeard pirates now included Uchiha Madara and Shimin Chue Shui, significantly increasing their chances of rescuing Ace from the clutches of the Navy. As long as they remained vigilant about the movements of Admiral Akainu, they could largely avert Ace's demise. While the captains were deep in discussion, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, causing the surrounding air to plummet to near-zero temperatures. Fortunately, the captains were all formidable fighters, capable of withstanding such pressure, and they assumed a vigilant posture, eager to discern the identity of the approaching presence. A figure emerged from the sea, radiating a chilling blue aura. It was the Iceman, a member of the Death God Pirates. The immortal Bird Marco, representing the crew, inquired about the Iceman's purpose for visiting. The Iceman conveyed the intentions of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, stating that he was aware of the Navy's imminent execution of Ace. Following their previous encounter against Kaido and Big Mom, Yamamoto wished to repay the favor, pledging that when the time of execution arrived the next day, the Death God Pirates would assist Whitebeard in a full-scale assault. Through Ace's predicament, they recognized that the world government aimed to eliminate one of the 5 emperors, targeting Whitebeard due to his advanced age and declining health, a situation they could not tolerate. Upon hearing this news, the captains rejoiced. If they could secure the support of Captain Yamamoto for their mission to rescue Ace, their chances of success would nearly double. Reports indicated that Yamamoto's strength had reached the pinnacle of the four emperors, standing on the threshold of a legendary realm. When he first emerged, he had been able to severely wound the formidable Kaido with his flowing blade. Now, after 5 or 6 years, his power was bound to be unfathomable. Moreover, the newly recruited members, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Kaname Tozen, and the Iceman, were all formidable in their own right, rivaling the strength of the Navy admirals. Yamamoto is truly a remarkable ally. Once this operation succeeds, I must treat him to a drink. Whitebeard boisterously laughed, feeling exhilarated by the increased likelihood of rescuing Ace. As the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick grew increasingly lively, the ironclad warship of the Death God pirates gradually came into view. Yamamoto, clad in a white haori, stepped out with his cane, exuding the demeanor of an elderly sage while concealing the strength capable of cleaving the very heavens. I never imagined you, old friend, would be in such poor health that you now require intravenous treatment. Yamamoto teased Whitebeard, nearly provoking him into a duel. I truly envy you. You appear to have aged several centuries, yet remain as vigorous as ever. Is this the resilience of a practitioner of the Death Goddess path? Whitebeard remarked enviously, reflecting that had he not perfected the powers of the Gura no Mi, he might have pursued the formidable strength of the Death God system. As numerous powerful figures emerged from the depths of the ocean, their abilities not belonging to any established cultivation system within the pirate world, they drew considerable attention. These individuals, who could wield elemental forces without relying on devil fruits, were collectively referred to as mutants, referring to powerful figures like Captain Yamamoto as Shinigami and individuals like Uchiha Obito as ninjas endowed with unique bloodline abilities. It is evident that both types of power have displayed unparalleled strength on the battlefield, earning the admiration of countless pirates. This admiration is also the reason for the expansion of the Shinigami pirates, as many individuals lack the innate talent to cultivate haki and have no opportunity to consume devil fruits, leading them to adopt the Shinigami power system instead. Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato, due to the rigorous demands of ninjutsu training, have not yet entertained thoughts of establishing a sect or taking on disciples. Thus, these two elderly men, with their silvery hair, formally shook hands and formed an alliance, setting sail towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Their combined powers undoubtedly have the potential to upheave the world. And it is even possible that the Navy and the world government will suffer significant losses in this impending conflict. If all goes as anticipated, the alliance between the two emperors in this operation to rescue Ace will undoubtedly increase their chances of victory. Chapter 284. The outbreak of the Paramount War. Upon hearing of the alliance between the Shinigami pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, the Marine headquarters was beset by headaches. Feeling utterly helpless, the mere presence of Whitebeard was already a considerable challenge, and now with the addition of Yamamoto, they hurriedly summoned all warlords and Marine admirals. If they did not arrive promptly, the Navy would risk annihilation. As morning approached, there were still those who had yet to arrive, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku's anger became palpable. His furious shouts could be heard from afar. Was this man a dog? As Feng Xiu and the Empress disembarked from the ship, they began to express their grievances in the resting area at the battlefield's edge. It was breakfast time, yet the entire Navy remained in a state of high alert, as if Whitebeard could appear at any moment. However, having read the original plot, Feng Xiu knew that the Whitebeard pirates would arrive closer to noon. With 3 to 4 hours still remaining, it would be wiser to rest and take a nap, placing his head on the Empress's long, beautiful legs while awaiting the onset of war, much to the envy of the nearby soldiers who were steadfastly holding their posts. Who would not feel captivated by the world's most enchanting beauty? Yet, with the impending battle, they could only suppress their desires to steal a glance. I do not doubt Lord Feng Xiu's intentions. This Paramount War is merely a formality. There is no need to clash fiercely with Whitebeard, said Boa Hancock, concealing her mouth as she smiled charmingly. All the warlords, except for Jinbei and Blackbeard Teach, had arrived, including the renowned Mihawk, who had halted his training to prepare for battle at Marineford. The 4 admirals, Akainu, Kazuru, and the Shida brothers, were all on high alert, along with vice admirals such as Momonosuke, Tantata, and Fujitora. The appearance of Bondi brought a sense of reassurance to the Navy. If they could enhance the power of the cannonballs launched, they could inflict substantial damage on the dual Emperor's pirate crew. The world government could overlook the monstrous pirates emerging from the depths of the underworld, eager to recruit them as warlords. It was evident how keen the Navy was to eliminate one of the four emperors. They yearned for a return to the equilibrium of the four emperors, which would alleviate much of the Navy's burdens. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, unexpectedly witnessing the arrival of the God of Light, felt a surge of hope. With the power of a junior emperor on their side, the chances of victory in this battle would increase significantly. Unfortunately, he was overly naive. The purpose of participating in the Paramount War was to accompany the Empress and ensure her safety. The dynamics of this Paramount War had diverged considerably from the original narrative, with the addition of the Shadow Army members and unstable elements like Bondi. Essentially, as long as the Empress remained unharmed, he had no intention of intervening, preferring to watch the war unfold and weaken the Navy's forces. After causing chaos in the underwater prison, Monkey D. Luffy, unable to locate Ace, was also en route to Marineford. Finally, the time had come. It was nearing noon when the Shinigami and Moby Dick ships, totaling over 80 warships, surfaced from the depths and approached Marineford to dock. All forces advance. Ensure that these pirates do not breach our defenses. With Fleet Admiral Sengoku's command, the Paramount War erupted as countless Navy soldiers and pirates clashed, each intent on annihilating the other. Bear the wrath of this emperor, Whitebeard forcefully entered the battlefield, gazing at Ace, shackled with sea prism stone on the execution platform. With a tremendous surge of power, he unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the void around him, conjuring towering waves akin to a colossal tsunami rushing towards Marineford. At this moment, Admiral Shida Genji made his entrance, wielding his ice fruit abilities to freeze the towering waves into solid ice. The Iceman emerged, releasing equally frigid ice gas to attack Shida Genji. Thus began a fierce contest of abilities between their respective devil fruits. Regardless of how low the surrounding temperature dropped, neither could inflict freezing harm upon the other. Instead, they transformed the area into a frozen expanse. To avoid harming ordinary soldiers, Shida Genji and the Iceman retreated to the distant battlefield, allowing the temperature to normalize. Shida Genji condensed the ice elements into a form resembling an ice phoenix, lunging towards the opponent, while the Iceman, undeterred, conjured several ice crystal beasts to engage in aerial combat. Every violent collision reverberated with overwhelming force, showering the area with shards of ice, reminiscent of an ancient beast's fierce struggle. In truth, as members of the Shadow Army, they were merely putting on a show, holding back their full strength to avoid a deadly confrontation. To cultivate these shadows into Admiral-level warriors had cost Feng Xiu a significant amount of system points, making a fight to the death unnecessary. Observing his brother's fierce combat, Ishida Hanzo was equally unwilling to lag behind. He summoned an ethereal green dragon to entwine around his arrows, roaring with dragon might as he shot towards Whitebeard. The higher-ups of the Navy were astonished that someone dared to strike first at Whitebeard and applauded Ishida Hanzo's audacity. In the eyes of ordinary people, admirals were figures that seemed almost unattainable. However, to the four emperors, defeating such opponents was exceedingly simple, capable of overpowering them in a single blow. At that moment, a figure entirely encased in diamond, sparkling with ice crystals, obstructed the attack, utilizing unparalleled defense to neutralize the assault. It was Diamond Jozu arriving to assist, allowing Whitebeard to confront other foes. Even Mihawk's formidable sword energy struggled to breach this defense, let alone the opponent's dragon arrows. The ability of the diamond fruit extended beyond defense. In terms of offense, Jozu could shatter the diamond crystals in his hands, unleashing explosive force comparable to that of a sniper bullet. Jozu, unaware of Ishida Hanzo's true identity, roared and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid, brutal strikes. Confronted with the impenetrable meat shield, Shimada Hanzo found himself at a loss, his arrows swiftly released from his bow, trailing shadows as he unleashed a barrage of hundreds of arrows. Alas, they left no mark upon Xiaozi's robust form. Chapter 285. The Dual Emperors versus the Marine Headquarters. Meteor Volcano. 8 trigrams Cheongoyu. Considering the grand scale of the warships united by the Dual Emperors, Akainu and Kizaru each unleashed their most formidable area-wide attacks. A multitude of magma fists soared into the sky, subsequently raining down like a meteor shower, transforming the sea into a molten hell. High-speed flashes of energy projectiles, akin to cannon fire, engulfed the entire battlefield, with each energy blast possessing explosive power comparable to grenades. Seated upon the frosty sky, Hitsugaya Toshiro made his entrance, directly invoking the Shurikai of his higher Rinru, releasing a chilling aura that coalesced into a colossal ice crystal red lotus dragon. Any area struck by this icy slash, even the descending magma fists and energy blasts, would be instantly frozen. After a prolonged absence from battle, Hitsugaya's fighting spirit surged as he charged toward Akainu and Kizaru, intent on confronting the 2 Marine admirals alone. This audacity was met with disdain from Kizaru and Akainu, who perceived the 16 or 17-year-old youth before them as a mere boy. Despite displaying combat prowess that reached the level of an admiral, they still underestimated him. For until now, the Logia fruit users had been the mightiest within their ranks. Hitsugaya's swordsmanship was swift and fierce, so rapid that it was nearly impossible to evade. As he gathered energy for a slashing strike, the air itself seemed to condense, slicing through the heavens. Taste the sensation of being kicked at the speed of light. You brat! Kizaru darted forward, leaving a trail of afterimages, his form accelerating to surpass the speed of sound. When he materialized, his right foot was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, poised to deliver a kick. However, despite making contact with Hitsugaya's body, he inexplicably passed through, as Hitsugaya converted his form into a spiritual state, rendering him immune to physical attacks. Yet, this ability is not without its counters. Attacks imbued with haki, particularly those possessing Conqueror's haki, can inflict damage upon the soul. The 6 Ice Cleanse array was deployed as Hitsugaya swiftly maneuvered, establishing 6 icy points to form a formation. Despite Kizaru's near-light speed movement, he found himself frozen in place. Just as Hitsugaya aimed to strike Kizaru with a fatal blow, Akainu unleashed a terrifying magma punch. Should it connect, there would be no hope for survival. That guy is truly reckless. Steel strength observed as Hitsugaya was entangled. His iron body, forged from silver and iron, disregarding the searing heat to confront the magma punch. Way of Destruction. 96. Fire Funeral. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni drew his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, which ignited with flames that shattered the Marine headquarters structures, casting a heavy shadow over the enemy as high-ranking forces. Currently, the only individual capable of contesting Yamamoto was the Marine hero, Kizaru, whose mastery of haki allowed him to strike with sufficient force to obliterate anything in his path. Countless piercing cries echoed across the battlefield as blades clashed and sword energies intersected, creating a blinding radiance that left all in awe and dread. The sword god, Shimin Chueshue, wielded no sword. Instead, every Marine soldier's blade trembled violently in his presence, as if sensing an unspeakable terror. All swords returned to their origin. At his command, thousands of long swords levitated, twisting in the air before coalescing into numerous blades that followed Shimin Chueshue like a loyal retinue. This extraordinary ability to command the reverence of countless swords astonished Mihawk, who had never imagined the swordsmanship could reach such a transcendent level, causing all blades to resonate with trepidation. This encounter with Shimin Chueshue is indeed worth my presence on the battlefield. Mihawk swung his blade at breakneck speed, tearing through the surrounding air. The furious silver blade energies converged, slicing through the arena with the intent to obliterate Shimin Chueshue. The collision of blade energies and numerous swords sparked a shower of fiery sparks. After months of rigorous training, Mihawk had ascended to the threshold of a quasi-emperor, indicating that he had truly pushed himself to the limits. Next came the skirmishes of the lower-tier soldiers. Moonlight Moria reveled in excitement as his army of zombies found their purpose on the battlefield. As hordes of fearsome zombies surged forth, they launched a relentless assault against the enemy. The mutated zombies exhibited a fierce bloodlust. Any pirate caught in their grasp was swiftly overwhelmed and devoured, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Conventional blades struggled to inflict effective damage upon them. To eradicate these zombies entirely, one would need to sever their heads. Most pirates recoiled in horror from the mutated zombies, terrified of being vivisected. Such a horrific spectacle unfolding on the battlefield was utterly bewildering. Their nightmare continued as the Desert Reaper, Nethys, wielded his staff, opening a portal to the underworld and summoning spectral soldiers, exuding a chilling aura of death. Although the number of these undead troops was limited, their ability to reconstitute after being shattered made them a persistent nuisance. As members of the Shadow Army, they primarily served as distractions, gradually eroding the Marine's strength under Feng Xiu's covert manipulation. Consequently, Shimada Genji and Shimada Hanzo, along with most of the Marine's core forces, began to feign inactivity, intentionally suppressing their true combat capabilities to avoid attracting the Marine government's suspicion. Following this war, it was crucial to ensure that those who fell in battle belonged to the Marine faction, while the allies embedded within the Marines would play significant roles in the shifting global landscape. Due to his status as a key figure, Yamamoto could not afford to feign inactivity under the public eye. He unleashed his true strength, engaging in a fierce battle with the Iron Fist, Garp. Whitebeard, witnessing the ferocity of his opponents, was equally unwilling to fall behind. Facing the combined might of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru, he unleashed a barrage of punches that shattered the very fabric of space, sending shockwaves capable of obliterating all in their path. Chapter 286, The Might of the Sharingan, Complete Susanoo. As Monkey D. Luffy approached the execution platform, he was met by a steady stream of Marine lieutenants attempting to intercept him, only to be thwarted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With all high-ranking Marine forces occupied, Luffy had a substantial chance of rescuing Ace. Cub the Straw Hat Kid, witnessing the bond of brotherhood between Ace and Luffy, Marco urgently commanded his fellow captains. Boa Hancock was engaged in a mock battle with the members of Feng Xiu's Shadow Army. It was merely a performance devoid of any real pressure. The current situation on the battlefield has become somewhat peculiar. The majority of the formidable naval commanders and pirate crew leaders are refraining from advancing towards the Empress. It appears as though they are deliberately allowing the opposing side to prevail. In reality, it is because Feng Xiu's true form remains within the ranks of those shadow legions, satiated in content, thus not initiating an attack upon themselves. Even the mutated zombie legions and the army of the undead seem to have come to an unspoken agreement to refrain from assaulting this side. Presently, the naval forces are engaged in fierce combat with the enemy, yet no one has discerned this strange phenomenon. However, the God of Light's passive stance has left Fleet Admiral Sengoku infuriated, to the point of wanting to spit blood. He cannot fathom the purpose of their distant presence here, if their intention is merely to observe from afar. Then Sengoku can only silently hope that they perish in the battle at Marineford. Should that occur, the Navy government could boldly accept the wealth of the Holy Kingdom, regaining control of the minting rights, achieving a remarkable dual victory. It seems we have not arrived too late. Let the Blackbeard pirates use this war to establish their renown upon the seas. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, led all his crew members tardily onto the scene, and upon spotting the isolated Straw Hat Luffy, he immediately rushed forward, intending to eliminate this bothersome brat. Finally, he found a reason to make his entrance. This despicable character, Blackbeard, would be my responsibility to handle. Feng Xiu vaguely sensed the murderous gaze of Sengoku directed at him and found it increasingly unbearable. He unfurled his radiant wings, descending before his adversary like a divine angel. Where did this birdman come from? Get out of my way. Blackbeard could least tolerate such a well-dressed, sanctified figure radiating divine light, making him feel as though he were facing a deity. Perhaps it was due to his own affinity for darkness that he held such disdain for beings akin to celestial angels. Thus, Feng Xiu successfully intercepted all members of the Blackbeard pirates, appearing to confront Luffy while feigning conflict with Blackbeard and engaging in combat. Is this guy here to be a nuisance? He asked, driving me mad. Sengoku, infuriated by Feng Xiu, almost failed to block the force exerted by Whitebeard. It is known that despite his advanced age and frailty, the power he could unleash remains formidable. Bandy Wald entered the battlefield, harboring a long-standing grudge against Whitebeard over the past 30 years. He aimed to defeat him now, while Whitebeard was gravely ill. If he could slay Edward Newgate, perhaps his strength could allow him to ascend as the new Emperor of the Sea. Should the members of the Blackbeard pirates choose to comply, all would be well. If not, they would be ruthlessly eliminated, perhaps due to his prolonged imprisonment in the depths of Impel Down. Bandy only perceived Whitebeard's so-called sons as the earliest few youths, believing them to be rather weak. If you wish to lay a hand on my father, you must first pass through me. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara executed his body flicker technique, directly intercepting Bandy and throwing him back, even halting bullets amplified 100-fold in the air under the overwhelming repulsive force. Bandy Wald was taken aback, astonished that there existed such formidable individuals within the Whitebeard pirates, especially one with those mesmerizing purple ripple eyes, seemingly possessing the power to annihilate all. If you insist on courting death, do not blame me for taking advantage of your weakness. Utilizing the power of the Momo no Mi, he exponentially increased his speed, showcasing a movement that rendered him nearly invisible, rivaling even the speed of Kizaru. Madara felt a cold smile creeping across his face. Countering such techniques was rather simple. By exerting 100-fold gravitational force in the surrounding area, he revealed Bandy's form. Regardless of how fast your movement may be, if you are subjected to 100-fold gravity, your speed will inevitably slow. Therefore, the Rinnegan's ability to manipulate gravity can, to some extent, suppress the powers of the Momo no Mi. Bandy had assumed the Whitebeard pirates were merely a group of pretenders riding on the coattails of the four emperors, only to discover that each possessed genuine strength. With this realization, he felt a surge of resentment. Had he not been imprisoned and impelled down for 30 years, his strength would have undoubtedly reached the level of the four emperors by now. At that moment, several missiles flew by, and Bandy altered their trajectories, directing them towards Uchiha Madara, augmenting their speed 100-fold. The Momo no Mi could only amplify one fundamental attribute of any object at random: speed, power, impact, or weight. This limitation of the Paramecia fruit indicated that if all attributes could be increased 100-fold, he would be deemed invincible upon the seas. He was confident that by enhancing the speed of these missiles, Madara would not be able to respond in time, and should he be struck, it would surely inflict some damage. In time, he would wear Madara down to the point of exhaustion, ultimately exposing a flaw that he could exploit to bring him down. Since he chose to join the Navy, he aimed to become the most distinguished presence on this battlefield. Uchiha Madara was not his ultimate objective. Only by slaying Edward Newgate on the spot could he draw the attention of the world government and secure the status of the four emperors. Shinra Tensei. Facing the terrifying velocity of these missiles, Uchiha Madara indeed lacked the speed to respond adequately. However, he could distort the space before him, redirecting them to explode elsewhere. Chapter 287. The complete form of the god of war, Susanoo. Bandy Wald. Even 30 years ago, you were merely a name among the renowned. And now you are but a relic of a bygone era, a pirate obsolete in the face of time. Uchiha Madara scoffed upon hearing Bandy's intentions to eliminate Whitebeard. Realizing that this man had been imprisoned for too long, losing touch with the present circumstances. Even Whitebeard, nearing the century mark, had grown weak. How could Bandy, of a similar age, hope to contend with him? He was likely no match even for a Navy admiral, let alone the formidable Whitebeard. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Bandy Wald, enraged by the implication of his obsolescence, manifested his silver-gray armament haki, enveloping his body and achieving hardening. He then surged in size 100-fold, transforming into a colossal giant standing 100 meters tall, launching a fierce assault. The battlefield suddenly became captivated by the emergence of this gargantuan figure, evoking profound fear within the hearts of all present. The Navy soldiers, initially emboldened by this sight, soon found themselves confused as Bandy unleashed his ferocious onslaught, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Susanoo, complete form of the god of war. Uchiha Madara unleashed a vast, dark purple energy through his Rinnegan, gradually forming a gigantic figure in the air, embodying a robust form. Clad in the armor of the god of war, complete with wings and dual swords at his waist, the Susanoo grew to a height of 100 feet, a feat requiring the utmost refinement of ocular prowess and an immense reserve of chakra to execute. In order to unleash the true power of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara devoted nearly 5 years to honing his ocular techniques. This perfected form of Susanoo not only soared through the skies, but also wielded the jutsu that the user excelled in, capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains with a single strike. The displayed might was formidable enough to rival the tailed beasts, representing the pinnacle of Uchiha Madara's abilities, to compel me to exert my ocular techniques to their utmost limit. Even if you were to perish here today, it would be worth it. The purple light flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he commanded the divine warrior Susanoo to strike at Bondi Wald with a powerful fist, engaging in close combat, utilizing the physical techniques of Konohagakure. What bizarre force is this? The strange and unique aura emanating from it made everyone tremble within. Bondivite, filled with dread, exclaimed, and soon found himself engaged in battle with the divine warrior Susanoo, being thrown onto the frozen sea surface, which shattered the towering waves into fragments. Due to their massive size, they risked inadvertently injuring members of the Navy and the Yonko pirates, prompting everyone present to avoid getting too close. Uchiha Madara drew his katana, clashing blades with Bondi Wald. Even when struck, he could swiftly heal his wounds. The blade met the hardened body of his opponent, proving difficult to breach. In desperation, Uchiha Madara began unleashing lightning-based ninjutsu against him. A piercing scream echoed, sending shivers through everyone present, as if they could not withstand the thunderous roar of Bondi Wald. The pain of the lightning paralysis and burning sensation caused Bondi Wald to revert to his original size, while the divine warrior Susanoo also began to diminish. At that moment, several Navy soldiers rushed to assist, raising their AK-47s and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Uchiha Madara. Observing this, he enveloped himself in the energy of Susanoo, flapping his wings and utilizing the body flicker technique to move at high speed across the battlefield, rendering the bullets ineffective. Bondi Wald, with a sly grin, increased the speed of the bullets tenfold, successfully hitting Uchiha Madara, though his energy armor absorbed the impact. One must acknowledge the troublesome nature of the Momo Momo no Mi fruit, a power capable of altering the speed, weight, and volume of any object. Akin to a cheat code, his eyes emitted strands of Amaterasu flames, which transformed into dark flames that ignited the edges of their clothing, immediately incinerating them into nothingness. The flames of Amaterasu, renowned for their ability to consume all, swiftly spread among the Navy soldiers, proving impossible to extinguish even in the sea. Ishida Genji, seeing no other option, had to freeze the Navy soldiers engulfed in Amaterasu flames to halt the spread of the fire. Even Akainu, unafraid of magma flames, felt a tinge of threat from the Amaterasu flames. Admiral Sengoku personally joined the fray, transforming into the Buddha form of the Hito Hito no Mi, radiating golden light as he struck towards Uchiha Madara. Apart from Whitebeard, the greatest threats within the Whitebeard pirates were Uchiha Madara and Shiminshue Shui. It was imperative to focus high-tier combat power on eliminating these individuals first. Only by killing Whitebeard and these two could the Whitebeard pirates be truly shattered and removed from the ranks of the Yonko. In the distance, Navy hero Carp was obstructing Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni's advance, while Sengoku prioritized taking down Whitebeard and his men. Celestial Barrier, Earthquake Star. Uchiha Madara, sensing Sengoku's murderous intent, summoned a 100-meter meteor from the cosmos, sending it crashing towards him. This meteor summoning technique was reminiscent of Fujitori's abilities, causing Sengoku to believe he had arrived on the battlefield. Sengoku swung his golden Buddha fist, striking the meteor with a thunderous roar that shattered it into fragments. However, The impact sent shockwaves through his body, causing him to spurt blood. With the threat from Sengoku neutralized, Uchiha Madara turned his focus on Bondi Wald, seeing him cornered and ready to end his life. The complete form of Susanoo could not be sustained for long. He needed to eliminate his foe before his powers waned, moving with blinding speed to deliver a fatal blow. Though Bondi Wald could enhance projectile speed, he could not discern Uchiha Madara's swift movements, let alone accurately aim. The dark purple katana pierced Bondi Wald's chest, eliciting an expression of disbelief. Having barely escaped from impelled down, he had not anticipated being dispatched so swiftly by what appeared to be a mere youth from the Whitebeard pirates. Cough, cough. It seems I have truly aged. This era has cast me aside, yet I cannot resign myself to it. As Bondi Wald fell, the members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers, astonished that the first kill had been claimed by Captain Uchiha Madara. Aside from the exhaustion of his physical strength and chakra, Uchiha Madara had sustained little injury. Regrettably, he was the only ninja in the fray relying on chakra. Otherwise, he could have utilized the power of the Rinnegan to absorb his opponent's chakra. This energy absorption method was limited to chakra and proved ineffective against other forms of energy, such as haki. Admiral Sengoku, seeing Madara's exhaustion, charged at him with the intent to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Uchiha Madara was taken aback by such a blatant tactic from the esteemed Navy Admiral, who resorted to ambush and opportunism to secure victory. Fortunately, he still had enough power for one last ocular technique, enabling him to teleport to a divine space, leaving Sengoku grasping at nothing in frustration. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Madara rapidly restored his physical and mental strength, replenishing his chakra reserves instantly at the cost of 100 points. Given a mere 10 minutes, he could regain the ability to fight once more. Ace, wait for me. I will come to rescue you. Munkide. Luffy raced through the encirclement, nearing the execution platform where Ace awaited, with less than 100 meters left to cover. You shall not succeed, Straw Hat. A massive fist, gleaming with golden light, shot through the air as Admiral Sengoku unleashed his destructive power, shattering the supports leading to the execution platform. With Ace just a step away, Luffy was infuriated as Sengoku's attack interrupted his advance, sending him plummeting from the heights. Moonlight Moria summoned his zombie army, plunging the battlefield into chaos. His primary objective in participating in the Marineford War was to collect powerful shadows. The stronger the individual, the mightier the zombie he could create. However, as the battlefield was filled with top-tier experts, opportunities were scarce. Yet, his targets were members of the pirate crews. Should he attempt to seize a Navy government member, he would undoubtedly face Sengoku's wrath. Found it. It was you, Straw Hat Boy. Moonlight Moria, upon witnessing Luffy plummeting from the sky, seized the opportunity to absorb his shadow, as Luffy had attained the power of Gear 3rd 2 years earlier than in the original narrative. Hitsugaya Tushru wielded his Hyorinmaru, releasing a blade of ice that instantly froze all the mutated zombies in their tracks. Observing Moria's actions, he felt a deep sense of disdain. Utilizing Shuinpa, he dashed forward at incredible speed, aiming a decisive strike at Moria's head. Where did this little brat come from, daring to ruin my plans? The interruption of his coveted shadow enraged Moonlight Moria to the point of fury, wishing he could eliminate the meddlesome intruder on the spot. As he witnessed that Bonnie had already been vanquished by Uchiha Obito, Hitsugaya Tushuru resolved to hold nothing back. After activating his Bankai, the overall power of his ice-infused attacks surged to its maximum. Hearing Moria refer to him as a brat sealed the latter's fate in Hitsugaya's mind. He unleashed dozens of icy blades from his Hyorinmaru, targeting Moria's vital points. This ice ability, originating from his Zanpakuto, seemed capable of freezing even the very soul. Moria swiftly split his body, generating numerous shadow bats to evade the icy onslaught. Moria aimed to capture Hitsugaya's shadow, intending to manipulate it and transform the Shinigami into a member of his zombie army. Although this silver-robed youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, his displayed martial prowess was on par with that of Straw Hat Luffy. If he could acquire Hitsugaya's shadow, it would bolster his forces significantly. Hitsugaya, however, was determined not to allow this to happen, manifesting ice wings from his back and soaring into the air, denying Moria any chance to control his shadow. "I will see where you can hide, you scoundrel." Moria, anxious from his inability to capture Hitsugaya's shadow, conjured dozens of shadow mages to assist him in both defense and offense against the Shinigami. Hundreds of shadow spears rapidly coalesced, poised to strike Hitsugaya from all directions. Daigurant Hyo Rinmaru. In its Bankai state, Hyo Rinmaru released a massive wave of ice energy, forming a lifelike ice dragon. Its colossal wings extended from Hitsugaya's wrists, adorned with 3 large petal-like ice crystals. The ice crystal red lotus dragon spiraled around Hitsugaya, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of shadow spears, narrowly avoiding the damage they could inflict. With his Zanpakuto radiating a chilling light, Hitsugaya unleashed a binding spell, ensnaring Moonlight Moria in a transparent rope. The blade of his weapon rang out, seemingly eager to cleave Moria in two at its master's command. Hitsugaya's mastery of the Shinigami's power, second only to Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, and his youthful appearance made his first foray into such a grand battle particularly striking. The flowing blade of fire, akin to the scorching rays of the sun, instilled fear, while the ice techniques of Hyo Rinmaru threatened to freeze the very essence of one's soul. The ice crystal red lotus dragon released an awe-inspiring roar, its might surpassing even that of the frost dragon created by the Iceman. Should this attack land, there would be no doubt that it would shred its target to pieces with its icy slashes. Moria desperately defended himself, commanding countless zombies to act as shields. Yet the ice crystal red lotus dragon swiftly overwhelmed them. In a flash, Hitsugaya darted past Moria, inflicting several grievous wounds that drained the life from within him. He had finally achieved a second kill, leaving behind the frozen corpse of Moonlight Moria, a rare smile gracing his lips. So, who shall fall beneath my blade next? Those who fell under Hitsugaya's gaze felt a chilling sweat trickle down their backs, fearing that this cold-hearted youth might decide to cleave them in two without hesitation. The consecutive slaying of 2 warlords had severely dampened the morale of the Navy, leaving the higher-ups with no choice but to deploy the remaining 4 T-1000 units to the battlefield. This was crucial, as it determined whether the current era of the 5 emperors would continue to dominate the seas. Thus, they were resolved to secure victory in this battle, even at the cost of their own lives. Chapter 289, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, the mightiest man. The Navy headquarters dispatched over a dozen T-1000 robots to join the fray. Yet this did not alter their disadvantageous position, as Whitebeard and the Death God pirates possessed an equal number of peace terminators. To achieve victory in this battle, the Navy's high command needed to think outside the box and create advantageous opportunities. Whitebeard was fiercely engaged in combat with Fleet Admiral Sengoku when he suddenly felt a blade pierce his back, the assailant being his subordinate, Squard. "Squard, you scoundrel! What are you doing? Why would you betray me, you traitor? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, our brotherhood will be severed." The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this shocking act, were filled with outrage and directed their fury at Squard. At such a critical moment, how could he dare to strike at Whitebeard? They believed without a doubt that he had betrayed them. Was it not Whitebeard's intention to destroy the entire crew to save this devil's child? Squard, recalling Ace's identity, felt a blaze of hatred ignite within him. Why should he, being the son of the old man, bring ruin upon the entire Whitebeard pirates for Ace? Furthermore, Ace's father, the pirate king Joel D. Roger, had annihilated Squard's own crew, a blood feud that rightfully belonged to Ace. Marco, the Phoenix, soared through the air with his azure flames, swiftly approaching Whitebeard and delivering a powerful kick that sent Squard flying. Given their years of brotherly bonds, Squard's actions had undeniably crossed a line, igniting a fierce desire among the captains to eliminate him on the spot, only to be halted by Whitebeard's timely intervention. "Cough, cough. Marco, stop. I should have told you about Ace's identity. That was my fault. But you must believe that my love for my sons is equal for all." Whitebeard, clutching his wound, displayed no signs of anger, instead embracing Squard with warmth, showcasing his paternal demeanor and love. Squard, taken aback, found this situation diverging from his expectations, ultimately feeling guilt-ridden as he tearfully recounted his motives. This all traced back to a recent encounter between Admiral Akainu and Squard, where Akainu revealed the truth about Ace's identity and exploited his hatred for Gold. Roger to manipulate him into believing that Whitebeard had conspired with Sengoku to trade the entire Whitebeard pirates for Ace's survival. Upon learning this, Squard felt he could no longer tolerate the deception, believing Whitebeard had betrayed their trust. "Foolish boy, even so, I love you." After understanding the full story, Whitebeard smiled kindly, affectionately patting Squard's head, and forgave him on the spot. The declaration that the initiation of this war was not solely for Ace, but rather for the rescue of any of his sons captured by the Navy, resonates deeply. It is evident that Maku was ensnared in the intricate schemes of the Navy's upper echelons, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Sakiyad, overwhelmed with grief, berated himself for his folly and impulsiveness, yet found solace in the comforting presence of the Whitebeard, who attributed all blame to the Navy's higher-ups. Had it not been for their despicable tactics, Sakiyad would not have fallen so easily into their trap. After receiving Whitebeard's forgiveness, the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates felt it inappropriate to voice further objections, choosing instead to follow their father's lead in pardoning Sakiyad. From a distance, Admiral Akainu observed Sakiyad's folly with a sneer, realizing that sometimes warfare does not necessitate relentless bloodshed. Rather, employing strategic cunning can yield far more effective results. Yamamoto Jinryu Shigekuni, eager to extricate himself from Carp's grasp, overheard their discourse and sighed, lamenting the triviality of the spectacle unfolding on the battlefield. The revelation of Ace's true identity had yet to fully resonate with all present, and soon they were drawn to Captain Yamamoto. In that moment, he had already unleashed the shurikai of his Zanpakuto, flames engulfing the blade and radiating intense heat, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. Though he appeared more aged than Whitebeard, his frail form belied the overwhelming power that could command the battlefield. Even if Admiral Akainu's scheme succeeded, inflicting severe wounds upon Whitebeard and jeopardizing his life, the threat he posed was significantly diminished. Whitebeard was merely enduring his suffering, and post-war, even if he survived, his days were undoubtedly numbered. Yet, the fall of one Whitebeard would not eradicate the threat posed by Yamamoto Jinryu Shigekuni, whose formidable power rivaled that of the four emperors and could ultimately determine the outcome of the war. Years prior, during the Battle of Huashan Island, the sight of the unparalleled Beast Kaido being gravely injured remained etched in their memories. Now, Captain Yamamoto's strength had escalated to terrifying heights. Should he employ his Bankai, he could undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the Navy. A horde of naval officers, fearless and determined, charged forth, unleashing their most formidable techniques. Yamamoto, with an earth-shattering strike, cleaved through all advancing naval forces, leaving no remnants as the flames consumed them. As he approached the execution platform, he effortlessly dispatched the executioners with precise sword strikes to prevent any treachery against Ace during the tumult of battle. Any Navy personnel attempting to approach Ace found themselves met with cutting sword energy from a distance, instilling fear and hesitation among their ranks. At this juncture, Lu Fei, from the Straw Hat crew, arose and began ascending towards the platform, aiming to seize the opportunity to rescue Ace. If he could shatter the hockey cuffs binding Ace, he would restore his Mera Mera no Mi powers, allowing them to carve a path to freedom. Thus, the mission to rescue Ace neared its successful conclusion. Captain Yamamoto strode deeper into the Navy headquarters, exuding an aura of authority and stoicism, having already claimed the lives of nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers without faltering, placing immense pressure upon their ranks. Admiral Akainu, descending onto the battlefield, declared with a contemptuous tone that the aged Whitebeard would surely perish today, urging all to flee while they still could. With a mantle adorned with the word justice, he emanated an intimidating presence. Aware that with the 7 warlords and the Navy's top officers possessing a numerical advantage, they had a golden opportunity to strike against a severely wounded emperor. Despite the waning international clout of the world government, a decisive victory against one of the 5 emperors would etch their names into the annals of history. "You insolent child! How dare you obstruct my path? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" Yamamoto's voice was icy, unleashing a fearsome spiritual pressure that resonated like a tempest, capable of inflicting both mental and spiritual turmoil upon his adversaries. As an admiral of the Navy, it was his duty to confront pirates, even those as formidable as Yamamoto. Akainu, beads of sweat forming on his brow, steeled himself against the torrent of pressure. He had no illusions of defeating the Grim Reaper that was Captain Yamamoto. His sole aim was to delay long enough for Vice Admiral Carp and the other admirals to arrive as reinforcements. Their first encounter with the Shinigami's combat style was daunting, and Akainu sought to leverage his experience. The two clashed, magma-like attacks meeting the scorching slashes of Yamamoto's blade. Akainu soon realized that Yamamoto's ferocity escalated with each exchange, his swordsmanship growing increasingly swift and violent, leaving a flurry of afterimages in its wake. "You foolish boy, if you think an old man like me is easy prey, you are gravely mistaken," Yamamoto mockingly declared, asserting his superiority in every aspect: strength, speed, endurance, and defense. They were not merely human, but rather unique beings. Dense clusters of spiritual particles with sentience, capable of enduring prolonged combat as long as they had access to spiritual energy. As the battle intensified, their spiritual pressure erupted, rendering the Shinigami increasingly translucent. Without the ability to perceive them through Kinbunchikahaki, they would be nearly invisible to the naked eye, exemplifying the terrifying mystery of the Shinigami in the world of pirates. Akainu transformed his right arm into a massive red lotus, akin to a canine head. Launching a vicious assault, he understood that if he did not unleash his full potential, he would stand no chance against Yamamoto's seriousness. Captain Yamamoto remained unfazed, enveloping his sword in an aura of searing heat, unleashing a fearsome strike that effortlessly tore through Akainu's attack. "If this is all you're capable of, then it seems I must reveal my true strength." With a flourish of his sword, a multitude of fiery pillars erupted around him, coalescing and detonating in a cataclysmic explosion, creating a mushroom cloud that melted the ice on the sea's surface. The damage inflicted upon Akainu was staggering. The very magma abilities he prided himself on faltered against the scorching heat of Yamamoto's Shurikai, leaving him vulnerable and overwhelmed. Blood streamed from the wounds inflicted by the sword strikes, causing him to gasp for breath. The once formidable peacekeepers that had rushed to his aid had been reduced to a pool of molten metal, utterly incapacitated. The might of a being surpassing the warlord level was simply beyond the capacity of a T-1000 robot to withstand, as the searing intensity of Yamamoto's flames proved overwhelmingly destructive. The blade of Lurin Ruohuo, with its fiery temperature and formidable slashes, possesses the capacity to effortlessly sever any object in existence. In the present moment, the fiery abilities of Akainu are countered by his opponent. Should he wish to preserve his life, a retreat becomes imperative, lest today marks the day of Akainu's demise. Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni, though imbued with a sense of justice and a kind-hearted nature, shows no mercy in combat against adversaries. A momentary lapse could lead to a fatal encounter with the enemy's blade. Indeed, the old man's power is truly terrifying. At this juncture, a streak of light, moving at an astonishing speed, approached, far exceeding the speed of Shuinpa, with the intent to rescue Akainu from Captain Yamamoto's sword. Although Akainu and Kizaru often clashed due to their opposing personalities, their decades-long camaraderie compelled them not to allow one another to fall in battle. The Marine headquarters, already lacking in high-ranking combatants, had suffered the defeats of Moonlight Moria and Bartholomew Kuma. Should anything befall Akainu, the war would descend into dire straits. While Kizaru's speed is near that of light, the intense flames emitted from Yamamoto's Zanpakuto make it exceedingly difficult to approach and deliver effective strikes. Kizaru felt a wave of frustration as it appeared that the older generation, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, and Captain Yamamoto, grows ever more formidable with age. Finding himself unable to land any effective blows, Kizaru reluctantly opted for a swift retreat, carrying the gravely injured Akainu with him. With Whitebeard severely wounded and nearing death, time is of the essence, As long as they can prevent Fire Fist Ace from escaping, the Marines would have essentially fulfilled their mission. Fire Fist Ace, isolated and injured from a previous ambush, exhibited an urgent concern, wishing he could break free from the Sea Prism Stone's restraints and join the fray. If anything were to happen to his father while attempting to save him, he would forever be burdened by remorse and shame. Even in his critical condition, Whitebeard did not forget to instruct his sons to rescue Ace, recognizing that this moment presented a vital opportunity. "Leave it to us, old man. We'll handle the likes of Kizaru," the captains vowed earnestly as they marched resolutely toward the execution platform. Chapter 291. New Grudges, Old Hatreds, The World Focuses. Feng Xiu had engaged in a lengthy battle with Blackbeard Teach, thoroughly pummeling him until he bore the marks of defeat. Bored, he tossed Teach and his subordinates aside into the nearby battlefield. Currently, Teach lacked the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, rendering him exceedingly weak. Defeating him and his crew posed no challenge at all. Were it not for the Holy Kingdom's alliance with the world government, Feng Xiu would have dispatched them without hesitation. "Just you wait." Teach seethed as he was sent flying, vowing to return with a stronger fruit to challenge Feng Xiu. Kizaru, intent on rescuing Akainu, could not allow Yamamoto to thwart his plans, and thus employed Shuinpa, leaving afterimages in his wake as he pursued at high speed. Yamamoto's Zanpakuto unleashed a wall of flames, engulfing both Akainu and Kizaru in a sea of fire. Had Yamamoto not chosen to relent, a direct assault would have led to their inevitable demise within the inferno. Forced into a corner, Akainu and Kizaru erupted into their elemental forms, prepared to confront Whitebeard with reckless abandon, embracing the notion of mutual destruction as they charged forth. Such a willingness to fight to the death commands respect, yet they shall still perish by my blade. Observing their determination, Captain Yamamoto praised them before advancing, swinging his blade toward their elemental bodies. Though he lacked haki, which could effectively harm Logia users, as the Shinigami, any damage inflicted upon a soul would yield similar consequences. Every living being possesses a soul, and as Shinigami are composed entirely of souls, striking at the enemy's essence would inflict greater harm than mere physical injury. At this juncture, unless the Whitebeard pirates were to retreat or Ace was successfully rescued, the Shinigami pirates would not withdraw. Seizing the opportunity to hone his subordinates' combat experience, Yamamoto would not let this chance slip by. As a member of the Shadow Corps, the primary objective of this battle was to deplete the world government's strength, laying the groundwork for future plans. Inflicting severe damage or even defeating the more seasoned Admirals Akainu and Kizaru would equate to crippling Admiral Sengoku's right and left arms, paving the way for the Shimada brothers to take their place. Observing Akainu and Kizaru joining forces against Captain Yamamoto, Feng Xiu deemed them no immediate threat and directed the Shimada siblings to attempt a joint assault on Whitebeard himself. Rather than allowing Akainu to eliminate him, as in the original tale, it would be far more advantageous to eliminate this Emperor-level powerhouse, ensuring a bountiful reward and experience. Such an opportunity would undoubtedly yield a wealth of system points. To him, whether pirates, revolutionaries, or the world government, all were mere stepping stones on his path to ascendancy. Thus he could not afford to hesitate, even against Whitebeard, whom he held in decent regard. The decline of Whitebeard was an inevitable tide of fate, beyond his ability to alter. Moreover, this would significantly enhance Uchi Hamadara's chances of seizing control of the Whitebeard pirates, ultimately benefiting him. 2 admirals dare to obstruct my path? Do they truly believe me to be so easily intimidated? Upon witnessing the Shimada brothers stand valiantly in front of him, Whitebeard felt disdain. Recalling how the last time he attempted to rescue Edward Weevil from Impel Down, it was at the hands of Shimada Hanzo that he suffered defeat. This betrayal of the trust placed in him by Bakken, combined with old grievances, ignited a furious wrath within Whitebeard. With a thunderous roar, he stomped the ground, causing fissures to form as he summoned his 3-color haki, launching himself at the 2 brothers like a cannonball. Even heavily injured, Whitebeard maintained his exceptional combat prowess, unleashing powerful punches that sent shockwaves through the air, rendering it nearly impossible to withstand. Gathering all his energy into his right arm, He formed an ice bird that surged towards Whitebeard, poised to unleash devastating freezing damage upon impact. As Shimada Hanzo sensed Whitebeard's wrath coming for him, he struggled to maintain his previous composure, unleashing a barrage of arrows at breakneck speed, creating afterimages with each release. Now, he was capable of firing hundreds of energy arrows per second, embodying the pinnacle of the sharpshooter profession. Whitebeard, fueled by vengeance, charged toward Shimada Hanzo, the temperature around him plummeting to freezing levels, akin to being trapped within an ice cellar. Having previously sought counsel from Akiji regarding the powers of the ice fruit, Whitebeard knew that such a devil fruit posed little threat to him. Fortunately, he shattered the incoming ice projectiles with a shockwave. "Old man, I'll assist you." Urko would not permit the Shimada brothers to target the grievously injured Whitebeard. With azure wings ablaze, he propelled powerful bursts of flame directly at the brothers. In the original text, Marco's prowess is depicted as the most formidable within the Whitebeard pirates, as he personally intervenes to rescue Whitebeard, swiftly cornering the Shida brothers into a dire predicament. To provoke the Marine government, he aims to obliterate the Marine headquarters at Marineford in one fell swoop. Uchiha Obito reemerges on the battlefield, clad in dark purple samurai armor, summoning a Susanoo that cleaves through the city walls, leaving an almost imperceptible fissure. The battlefield is further chaos, with numerous Marine soldiers ensnared by Obito's Sharingan Genjutsu, mistaking their allies for foes and viciously attacking them. Any Marine officer attempting to impede his progress is mercilessly incinerated by the black flames of Amaterasu. Upon landing before Ace, Uchiha Obito shatters the sea prism, stone handcuffs, and urges him to rise, proclaiming that the world must know the Marines are not invincible. As Ace breaks free from the shackles, he feels the power of the Mera Mera no Mi rekindling within him. Grateful, he stands ablaze with crimson flames, immediately rejoining the fray and inflicting considerable casualties upon the Marine soldiers. Do not even think about fleeing. Admiral Sengoku, witnessing Ace's rescue, transforms into a colossal Buddha emitting golden light, rushing in to intercept. Ace, being the progeny of the former pirate king, Gold, Roger, cannot be allowed to survive. The Marine headquarters, amidst the tumult of the war, has been battered and shattered, drawing the attention of the entire world, while news birds hover above, trembling in fear, unwilling to approach. However, the live broadcast captures the scene, inciting keen interest from various factions across the globe. Chapter 292, a shift in the narrative as the sword demon emerges in the Battle of Marineford. The ultimate divine dragon arrow. In a bid to effectively eliminate Whitebeard, Shida Hanzo summons a colossal azure dragon, far larger than before, which majestically dances behind him, resembling a true dragon descending upon the earth. As he looses the arrow, the majestic azure dragon entwines around it, spiraling at an alarming velocity as if to pierce the very air, creating titanic waves upon the sea. This technique represents the pinnacle of Shida Hanzo's abilities, capable of autonomously tracking its target until it strikes, even exploding mid-flight to unleash a torrential downpour of arrows, a terrifying combination of single-target and area attack. With a resounding crash, the destructive force rapidly expands, as the divine dragon arrow and the shockwave collide, sending ripples through the air, obliterating anything caught in their path to mere dust. Despite enduring the arrow's impact, Whitebeard has exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, gasping for breath and spitting out clotted blood. Shida Genji arrives at the scene, conjuring a massive frost from the ground that swiftly spreads toward Whitebeard, followed by sharp ice spikes that would undoubtedly maim anyone struck by this peculiar attack. Marco, the Phoenix, intervenes just in time, his flames surging to dissipate the encroaching frost. Diamond Jozu, witnessing his captain being targeted by Shida Hanzo's relentless assault, rushes to assist, adamantly defending against any destructive arrows that dare to breach his diamond-hardened form. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace descends amidst flames, observing Luffy being relentlessly pursued by Admiral Akiji. He unleashes a fierce inferno, propelling the Admiral backward. The audacity of being attacked by a mere child is a tremendous humiliation for Akiji. Excellent, Ace. Let us swiftly join forces and break free. After successfully rescuing Ace, Luffy rejoices, fortifying his right arm with Haki, entering Gear 3rd, significantly enhancing his defenses and strength. Faced with the furious onslaught of Gear 3rd Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, even the Admiral candidate Aokiji finds it challenging to withstand. The combination of their powers is nothing short of terrifying. As Ace is rescued, the battle at Marineford escalates into a new climax, prompting a shift in combat strategies for both the pirates and the Marines. Under no circumstances can Ace escape. Charge! Admiral Sengoku commands all Marines to mobilize, determined to thwart Ace and Luffy's escape, while the Grim Reaper and the Whitebeard pirates strive to shield them from the tumultuous battlefield. If Ace can escape unscathed, the pirate forces will have achieved a significant victory. A tremendous shockwave ripples through the battlefield, fracturing the very void itself, as the overwhelming force of Whitebeard's final assault manifests. Aware that he may not have many days left, Whitebeard orders his crew to retreat while he remains to assist them, prepared to impede the Marines' pursuit. Yamamoto, I leave these children in your hands. I fear my time is short, Whitebeard implores, a man who has rarely begged in his life, now humbling himself for the sake of his sons. Even he acknowledges Yamamoto's formidable strength, recognizing that despite his age, the captain maintains remarkable endurance in battle. With Yamamoto's assurance, Whitebeard is confident his sons will safely escape. For a man who has dedicated his life to piracy, he finds greater honor in falling valiantly in battle rather than languishing at home in illness. This sentiment resonates as a spiritual glory among great pirates. Marco the Phoenix, who has followed Whitebeard for over a decade, cannot suppress his tears, struggling to accept the harsh reality of Whitebeard's impending demise. The other captains, too, are enveloped in sorrow, fully aware of Whitebeard's thoughts. Very well, for the sake of our old man, let your sons retreat, while Yamamoto wishes to further weaken the Marines. He cannot refuse Whitebeard's request. The progeny of the Pirate King must not survive. Let them perish here. Admiral Akainu, eager to showcase his prowess on the battlefield, sees Ace preparing to join the Whitebeard pirates and unleashes a fiery punch, transforming the surrounding ground into a molten inferno. The Mera Mera no Mi, being the natural enemy of the Magu Magu no Mi, would render Ace gravely injured under the full force of an admiral's attack. At that moment, a formidable wall of ice rises from the ground, absorbing Akainu's punch and mitigating its strength. Fire Fist Ace, witnessing Akainu charging with murderous intent, conjures a fireball and hurls it towards him, resulting in a deafening explosion that leaves Akainu reeling in disarray. Damn it! Who dares assist this brat? It would be acceptable to be injured by a foe of equal rank, but to be wounded by a mere child of 18 or 19 is a disgrace. In the depths of his heart, Akainu harbored a seething resentment, directing his wrath upon those who dared to obstruct him, eagerly awaiting the enemy's proactive engagement. On the battlefield, the sole masters of ice manipulation, apart from Shima de Genji, were the ice captain of the Death God pirates. A being crafted entirely of ice materialized, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet by several degrees. What is there to fear? This world is not solely governed by the world government, and you are not incapable of fighting back, the Iceman retorted coldly, clearly displeased by Akainu's words. Upon awakening, Blackbeard Teach, recalling the recent humiliation at the hands of Feng Xiu, was consumed by fury. Though he had lost the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, his ambition remained undiminished. Observing Whitebeard valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Navy, Teach's attention turned to the Gura Gura no Mi. Should he consume that fruit, he would undoubtedly seize the momentum of the day. Chapter 293, The Death of Whitebeard. Teach, you traitor, today you shall pay for Sachi's life. Whitebeard bellowed, charging toward his distant adversary while fending off the Navy's forces, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the ground beneath him. Without the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, Locky dared not confront Whitebeard's fierce assault directly. Yet fortunately, he had a cadre of formidable subordinates to support his ambush. Even at death's door, you remain so arrogant. Surrender the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. Locky taunted, knowing that obtaining that fruit would liberate him from the shackles of being a warlord and elevate his chances of becoming the next sovereign of the seas. Reign of Shiryu activated his invisibility, lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard, but under the vigilant gaze of Kin Bunchikahaki. Whitebeard was ever prepared for his strike. With the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates now aboard their ship, preparing to depart the battlefield, Whitebeard unleashed his full potential, single-handedly stalling the Navy's forces. Various sword energies and punches assailed Whitebeard from all directions, but they were all obliterated by his tremor-inducing counterattacks. Witnessing the cataclysmic power of the Gura no Mi, Blackbeard Teach became even more covetous, unleashing a ferocious barrage of punches. Ha ha ha! If I can slay the legendary Whitebeard, I shall be immortalized across the seas. With a robust physique and a boisterous demeanor, Shigasu executed a powerful elbow strike that unleashed a formidable shockwave aimed at Whitebeard's chest. You wish to kill me in your next life. Whitebeard countered, effortlessly dismantling the assault and sending his opponent flying hundreds of meters, ultimately reaching his physical limits. On the distant Moby Dick, Marco, Achihamadara, and Shimin Chue Shui, thanks to their swift movement, intended to rush to their father's aid upon witnessing the onslaught he faced. Teach has slain our comrade, and he cannot be allowed to survive this day, Marco declared resolutely, receiving agreement from Shimin Chue Shui and Achihamadara. In the original narrative, the decline of the Whitebeard pirates was precipitated by these events. They had already suffered significant losses against the Navy, and it was imperative to eliminate Teach, the traitor, first. With a piercing sound, Whitebeard ultimately succumbed, fatally pierced by Teach's sword. Yet he had dealt a grievous blow in return. Dying on the battlefield is the honor of a pirate. The future of these seas is entrusted to you all. With a final, reassuring smile towards the departing Moby Dick, Edward Newgate fell, yearning to conclude his legendary life. As the Blackbeard pirates prepared to deliver the fatal blow, the complete Susanoo materialized, exuding the majesty of a war deity. Wielding a katana to dispatch Whitebeard's surrounding foes and cradling him in its embrace, Shimin Chue Shui commanded thousands of swords, unleashing a barrage of devastating sword beams toward the advancing Navy soldiers and admirals, as if ready to rend all in their path. The era of Whitebeard had ended. The Marine Admiral Sengoku declared with fervor, "I advise you to surrender, or you shall not leave here today." His orders prompted all tracking missiles to lock onto Shimin Chue Shui. The moment he made a move, he would be obliterated. The will of our father shall be inherited. There is no need for your concern, Shimin Chue Shui replied aloofly, as countless swords, driven by his will, surged forth, claiming the lives of numerous Navy soldiers. The Navy's reaction was met with mockery, despite the fall of Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It was due to Roger's own desire to surrender and Whitebeard's advanced age. Had Roger not wished to surrender, the Navy would have been utterly powerless against him. Now, in a state of near death, Whitebeard received a steady stream of chakra from Uchiha Madara, pulling him back from the brink of oblivion. All swords returned to their master. Shimin Chue Shui spun gracefully in midair, unleashing countless flying swords that obliterated the tracking missile launchers, resulting in a significant death toll among the Navy ranks. Even without the ability to fight, few in the Navy could withstand the might of Shimin Chue Shui, a near-emperor-level force. As the relentless assault from the Death God pirates commenced, they swiftly organized their members for evacuation, honoring their captain's promise to protect the Whitebeard pirates' retreat. At this moment, Bartholomew Kuma unleashed a fierce shockwave in the shape of a bear paw, overwhelming the giant clan captain, Saint Juan Wolf, from Blackbeard's crew. Saint Juan Wolf spewed blood, evidently gravely injured. Kuma found himself bewildered, questioning why one of the warlords of the sea would suddenly turn against his subordinates, considering they too served the world government. The Navy was equally astonished by this unexpected turn of events, suspecting a malfunction within Kuma, who had undergone extensive modifications and had largely lost his autonomy. Suddenly, the world darkened, and a heavy sense of oppression descended as the sword demon Aatrox manifested in his fallen angel form, bringing an even more chilling atmosphere. Typically, There would be no need for the Revolutionary Army to intervene in the conflict between the double emperor pirates and the Navy government. Yet, Aatrox had arrived, undoubtedly targeting the Navy, as there was little conflict between the revolutionaries and the pirates. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates begin to retreat in significant numbers, the Navy seized the opportunity to encircle the remaining members, but Aatrox's presence posed a formidable challenge for them. Chapter 294. The takeover of the Whitebeard pirates at the Marine headquarters, Marin Fander. The presence of the Grim Reaper and the members of the Whitebeard pirates had significantly diminished. Just as the Marines prepared to pursue their victory, they suddenly received news of the Revolutionary Army's warships approaching, aiming to deliver a crushing blow while the Marine strength was waning due to the ongoing war. In this confrontation, the Marines successfully eliminated Whitebeard himself. But the Revolutionary Army would not allow their adversaries to enjoy such ease. They launched a fierce assault on the headquarters, led by the sword demon Ataxis and the formidable Kuras. The live news broadcast captured the chaotic scene of the three factions engaged in battle, sending shockwaves across the globe. "It is you. Surrender the power of the Yami no Mi." Blackbeard Teach seethed with rage upon seeing the sword demon Ataxis, who had previously dealt a near-fatal blow to Whitebeard, only to be saved by Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. This meant that Teach's plan to acquire the Tremor fruit was dashed. Seeing Ataxis wielding the power of the Yami no Mi ignited a furious desire for vengeance within him, wishing nothing more than to sever the demon's head from his shoulders. After all the effort Teach had put into seizing the Yami no Mi, only to have it snatched away by Ataxis, he found himself deprived of his ambitions of becoming one of the four emperors, relegated instead to being a mere figurehead of the seven warlords. Ataxis had obliterated Teach's 20-year scheme, prompting him to rally the remaining members of his crew for an immediate assault. With unbridled ferocity and a burning desire for vengeance, it was evident how much Teach loathed Ataxis. "You truly are a persistent pest. I've already consumed the Yami no Mi. Why cling so desperately to it?" Ataxis recognized Teach, recalling how he had intercepted and taken the fruit from him. Ironically, Ataxis owed his own power, which reached the level of a mid-tier emperor, to Teach himself. "Silence. No one has ever dared to take what belongs to Blackbeard Teach. Once I capture you, I will extract the power of the Yami no Mi from your very corpse," Teach replied, his expression twisted with malice. Having devoted years to researching various devil fruits, he was confident in his ability to extract the fruit's power, even without its original wielder. Of course, this was contingent on Ataxis being dead first. Rain Shiryu, the tyrant king Pizarro, and the sound manipulator Van Augur admired Teach's audacity in challenging a being of Ataxis' caliber. However, since their captain had spoken, they followed suit, launching an all-out assault on Ataxis. Each powerful strike carried immense force, indicating the ferocity of the battle. "Stop wasting your energy trying to prolong my life. The future of the four Emperor's pirates rests in your hands," Whitebeard gasped weakly, addressing Uchiha Madara as he was taken aboard the Moby Dick for his final farewell. After coughing up blood, Whitebeard's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He ceased treatment and looked at Madara, recognizing him as an apt successor in wisdom, strategy, and might. If the Whitebeard pirates were to be entrusted to Madara, it would not be long before they reclaimed their status in the world as one of the 5 great pirate emperors. Having sailed the seas for so long, Whitebeard felt weary. "In my suffering, the pain of this illness is unbearable. To die at the hands of my son would be a fitting end," he suddenly proposed. Uchiha Madara was taken aback and quickly shook his head. After all, Whitebeard was like a godfather to him, and it would be inappropriate to take his life. Furthermore, the other captains would never forgive him for such an act. Marco arrived, and, upon hearing Whitebeard's request, felt a profound sorrow. "Rest easy. As long as you permit me to end your life, the brothers aboard will not seek revenge, and the captaincy will be yours from this day forth." Seizing the moment before Whitebeard's demise, he laid out his last will, wishing for Uchiha Madara to become the new captain and safeguard his children. This was the appropriate time for the transfer of leadership. Since Madara joined the Whitebeard pirates, he had proven invaluable in numerous battles, drawing enemy fire away and saving many brothers from death. While he may not have been the strongest in the crew, his composure and strategic mind were precisely the qualities a captain ought to possess. If this is the final wish of our father, then even if it means defying the world, I shall endeavor to fulfill it, Madara resolved. Skilled in various assassination techniques, Madara aimed to grant Whitebeard a painless departure. With a flicker of the Sharingan, he drew Whitebeard into a mental illusion, silently stripping away his remaining life force. In the end, Whitebeard closed his eyes, leaving this world with a faint smile. The death of Whitebeard signified the end of an era, reminiscent of the time when Roger had perished. All the captains wept openly, clinging to Whitebeard's lifeless body, unwilling to accept this grim reality. Over the years, Whitebeard had treated them as his own, bestowing upon them the affection and care of a father. In silence, they mourned, without a single voice raised in reproach against Madara's actions. Since their father had designated Madara as the new captain, no one dared to disobey. As a member of the Shadow Corps, Shimen Chiue unwaveringly stood by Madara's side. With their combined strength, they were capable of rivaling the might of the four emperors, ensuring that the Whitebeard pirates remained a formidable force among the pirate factions of the sea, albeit positioned at the bottom of the hierarchy. The members of the Grim Reaper pirates continued their desperate resistance on the battlefield. They had the opportunity to retreat, but unbeknownst to them, Peach Rabbit, Kazoo, and Trafalgar Law, accompanied by 5T-1000 robots, had been lying in wait, ready to spring into action. Yamamoto, Genryusai Shigekuni, honoring his promise to Whitebeard, awaited a safe distance before leading his men from the battlefield. He was currently engaged in combat with Sengoku and Garp and could not extricate himself. Hitsugaya, Toshiro, the Iceman and Steelman had entered into a climactic battle with the high-ranking Marines, locked in a stalemate, while the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army, including Singe and Kuraz, had arrived to unleash a devastating strike on Marines. Chapter 295, The Defeat of Blackbeard the Sword Demon Ataxis unleashed a wave of dark, annihilating sword energy, carving a chasm dozens of meters long across the square. Blackbeard, sensing the unfavorable turn of the battle, began to lead his crew toward Peach Rabbit, fortifying their defenses with hardened armament hockey and unleashing a barrage of furious attacks. As the situation grew dire for him, Teach commanded the Blackbeard pirates to slowly retreat toward Peach Rabbit. The air was filled with sword energy, reminiscent of a furious sea serpent, clashing fiercely against the backdrop of chaos. With overwhelming might, every movement seemed capable of producing sonic booms that shattered the air. From a distance, the square of Marin Fander was a kaleidoscope of elemental chaos, sword strikes, and powerful martial arts, reducing nearby structures to ruins as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The devastation was truly heart-wrenching. Jian Yen A Tua Kusi resembled a blade of fury wielded from the depths of hell, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught upon the infamous Blackbeard. Ultimately, he dominated the confrontation, compelling the latter to flee in haste, only to find solace beside his comrades. As Jian 21 Mo cruelly tormented him, Blackbeard's resentment intensified. Had he consumed the power of the Fruit himself, he would not have found himself in such a wretched state today. Witnessing their captain's humiliation, every member of the Blackbeard pirates abandoned their battles, converging towards Jian A Tua Kusi's location. With a resounding crash, Sheng Huan, who had just been struck into the sea by Kuma, rose slowly from the water, visibly injured. Upon spotting the culprit behind his grievous wounds, he lifted a massive boulder from the seabed and hurled it towards the square, causing substantial casualties among the Navy soldiers. The Navy, infuriated by Kuma's reckless behavior, found it intolerable that even the members of the Blackbeard pirates could not distinguish friend from foe. As the Blackbeard pirates attempted to swarm, a brilliant sword light burst forth like a celestial dragon, intercepting the attack directed at the ranged Shiryu. Was this truly the legendary brilliance of Shimen Chue Shui? It was indeed terrifying. Shiryu, barely reaching the level of a grand swordsman, was aware that he was no match for Shimen Chue Shui. However, now confronted by the latter, he had no intention of standing idle. He swung his sword fiercely, conjuring numerous sword energies that transformed into crescent blades, striking towards his opponent. Yet, such an assault paled in comparison to even Mihawk's casual strike, let alone attempting to breach Min Shue's sword formation. Countless silver lights arranged themselves in the air like a rain of swords, plunging Shiryu into peril. Under the relentless barrage of sword energy, Shiryu found himself unable to activate his invisibility ability in time. In a desperate situation, he entered a state of awakening, rendering his form transparent, as if even his breath was concealed, allowing him to traverse through objects. This sensation was akin to evaporating from existence. Even with Kinbunchika Haki, one could not discern his presence. Unless Shiryu proactively attacked, his form would remain hidden, awaiting Min Shui to draw near for a decisive blow. It was said that the latter had once bested the greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and if Shiryu were to claim victory over him, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. The fifth captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, the Dove Fruit user Lafitte, was also adept in swordsmanship. With wings sprouting from his back, he soared through the air and unleashed a rapid, fierce assault upon the youthful Hitsugaya Tushuru. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. Consider this a warning. Hitsugaya, upon noticing Lafitte's condescending demeanor, flapped his ice crystal wings, launching himself high into the sky to engage in a fierce exchange. The stunning ice crystal red lotus dragon swirled around Hitsugaya, repeatedly lunging at Lafitte, nearly knocking him from the sky. Sensing Lafitte's formidable strength, Hitsugaya attempted to employ his hypnosis ability. However, as a Soul Realm practitioner, he possessed immense resistance to such powers. The Ice Pillars of Flock. As a Zoan-type user, Lafitte was adept at flight, making him difficult to strike. Hitsugaya wielded his sword, unleashing a wide array of ice projectiles that fell like a torrential hailstorm. Any adversary struck by the ice projectiles would suffer severe frostbite, creating an opportunity for Hitsugaya to inflict significant damage. Steel Warrior easily overpowered Vanoka, a marksman under Blackbeard's command. Regardless of how precise the shots were, they failed to penetrate his defenses. With nothing else to do, he observed Shang Huan, whose gigantic stature rivaled that of a giant, and hurled his muscular arm to attempt to take down the colossal figure. You, rusted scrap, dare to challenge my strength? It's tantamount to seeking death. Enduring the impact, Shang Huan sent Steel Warrior flying 100 meters away. Steel Warrior activated the powers of the giantization fruit, dramatically enlarging his body to match Shang Huan's size. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, his heavy footsteps akin to thunder, delivering a powerful strike. The collision of two titan-like figures reverberated through the already crumbling ground of Marineford, shaking the very earth beneath them. Sengoku, witnessing the destruction of his office, commanded the remaining Navy soldiers to unleash cannon fire upon them. With Blackbeard causing such chaos, he no longer felt the need to show leniency. Dark Invasion, GNMO, A2A Kusi, integrated the power of the Inen fruit into his skills, as a pitch-black domain rapidly enveloped Blackbeard, drawing him into a void of endless darkness and solitude. Within this realm, time seemed to stand still. Blackbeard, astonished, felt the terrifying essence of the Inen fruit, yet lamented that this power was not his own. In the void, a dark flame, sword energy flickered, causing Blackbeard to feel a chilling sensation around his neck, followed by excruciating pain as blood gushed forth. Upon emerging from the void, he found his neck severed by the sword demon. I refuse to accept this. Blackbeard Teach pointed at his adversary, his eyes filled with intense hatred and dissatisfaction. He had yet to establish his dominance over the seas, and now he was prematurely extinguished. With Teach's demise, the Blackbeard Pirates, who would later ascend to become one of the four emperors, faced their official annihilation before they could even rise. The remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates were taken aback. Upon witnessing their captain's death, they lost all will to continue fighting and turned to flee the battlefield. While Teach had united them, without him, the Blackbeard Pirates were destined to fade into oblivion. One could only lament that they encountered adversaries far too formidable. Chapter 296. The true power of the Peak Four Emperors at this moment. Only the main forces of the Shinigami Pirates continued to clash with the Navy. The seven warlords and others had fulfilled their obligations according to regulations. Thus they deemed it unnecessary to further engage in combat, each departing in their own direction. The Navy's upper echelons did not oppose this. These individuals bearing the title of Seven Warlords were notoriously difficult to manage, and their assistance in restraining the enemy's main forces, leading to Whitebeard's successful demise, was already remarkable. As for the God of Light from the Holy Kingdom, the Navy government merely wished for him not to cause any disturbances, daring not to hope for more. Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, ought not to be overly arrogant, lest he meet the same fate as Whitebeard. Sengoku, witnessing the extensive casualties inflicted by Captain Yamamoto upon the Navy, noted that many rear admirals and vice admirals were reduced to ashes by his blazing sword energy, their deaths horrifically tragic. This was akin to a slap in the face to the Navy, prompting an immediate and furious warning from him. Just as his words fell, Akainu Kizuru and Garp surrounded Yamamoto, preparing to implement a siege. With Whitebeard's death, even if Shimen Shuei Shui and Uchihamadara could fill the void, their strength would undoubtedly diminish. Should they manage to inflict severe damage upon Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, the ranks of the five emperors would once again be diminished. When the pirate forces are completely suppressed by them, the Navy government will have more energy to deal with the Revolutionary Army, thereby restoring the dignity of the world government. Due to the chaos on the battlefield, after Monkey D. Luffy escorted Ace away, he was inadvertently scattered in the midst of the melee and unexpectedly encountered Kobe. Compared to their initial meeting aboard the Yalada pirate ship, Kobe has grown significantly taller and more spirited, transforming into a dashing young man. Now, Kobe has attained the rank of Rear Admiral, a feat attributed to the devilish training from Garp. He has preliminarily mastered the 6 powers of the Navy and the Busashoka Haki. Luffy, brother, it has been a long time. It is unfortunate that our positions are opposed. I must apologize. Kobe executed the shave technique, his form seemingly vanishing as he dashed towards Luffy, unleashing a fierce attack. After saving Ace, Luffy appeared to be in high spirits, witnessing the transformation of the once timid boy into such a formidable individual. He erupted into hearty laughter and engaged with Kobe in a brawl. Quite impressive. Let me see how much you have progressed over the years. It was evident that Luffy was unfazed by the situation on the battlefield. If the Death God pirates were to retreat, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape the grasp of the Navy admirals present. Feng Xiu, hidden in the shadows, shook his head in disbelief at Luffy's carefree demeanor. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo surrounding him, he might have perished hundreds of times by now. Considering that he could be of assistance should danger arise, he contemplated the possibility of discreetly taking Luffy away. He still needed this fellow to locate the legendary treasure and to gather all the historical stones. It would be a pity for Luffy to perish in such a manner. Ha ha ha, you youngsters who have lived for 70 or 80 years, if you wish to kill me, then come at me. Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni regarded their provocations with disdain. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he believed that unless he encountered an opponent powerful enough to obliterate him, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring about his demise. Now was the opportune moment to weaken the Navy's forces. He commanded his senior officers to unleash their full power, determined to inflict significant damage on the Navy to pave the way for Feng Xiu's subsequent actions. Summoning the secret arts of the Kido, he established a defensive barrier, a colossal pentagonal shield composed of countless spiritual pressures and flames that successfully withstood the scorching punches of Akainu and the leg winds of Kizuru. As the Buddha of War, transformed into a golden light, was about to strike Yamamoto's head, the latter vanished into thin air, utilizing the Shunpa technique to move unpredictably in the air. His Zanpakuto, the spirit-cutting blade, slashed with ferocity, emitting a dazzling light akin to the sun's scorching heat, causing the air to ripple and produce a terrifying whistling sound, rendering him nearly invincible. Kizuru, fighting more fiercely, found himself increasingly alarmed. Despite his formidable strength, even he was panting heavily from the exertion. Yet his opponent, amidst their assault, remained composed and unyielding, exhibiting the prowess of a death god training master, their power surpassing the limits of human capability. Were he in such a position, he would eventually exhaust himself to the point of death, unable to sustain himself any longer. In the distance, Kobe was being relentlessly battered by Luffy's rubbery arms. In this critical moment, Kobe displayed the qualities of a king, unleashing his Busashoka haki. A tempest surged forth towards Luffy. I didn't expect you to possess such abilities. Luffy also released his own Busashoka haki, causing a violent clash of spiritual energies, overwhelming their surroundings and rendering hundreds of Navy soldiers and Revolutionary Army troops unconscious. It is indeed peculiar that among the millions, those with the qualities of a king are rarely found. Yet Luffy has encountered individuals such as Whitebeard, Ace, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Empress, and Feng Xiao. And now, even the seemingly weak Kobe possesses such traits, leaving many perplexed. Throughout this war, all have remembered Kobe's name. Those with the qualities of a king are valued wherever they go. It seems we have arrived a bit late. The battle has escalated to such a brutal extent. The red-haired pirates arrived on the battlefield, and Shanks sighed deeply at the scale of the casualties. Until now, it appeared that every time a major battle erupted between the Navy and the pirates or Revolutionary Army, he was always the one trying to mediate. In his view, the world requires stability and peaceful development to progress, while incessant warfare only leads to further suffering. No one truly knows his real strength. But as a blade of light capable of tearing through space flashed across the battlefield, creating a deep ravine on the sea surface, all enemies ceased their actions, granting Shanks a moment of respect. Though he occasionally found Shanks' peacemaking efforts tiresome, he undeniably possessed a power that commanded respect. Shanks ordered them to cease hostilities, and Carp, Sengoku, and Yamamoto had no choice but to acquiesce, as each had already achieved their respective objectives in this conflict. With Whitebeard's fall, the Navy suffered significant losses as well. However, Kizaru and Akainu remained unsatisfied, joining forces to unleash their ultimate technique with the powers of their respective devil fruits. Residual Fire Great Blade, North. The world shall turn to ash. Chapter 297. The End of War, Yamamoto Jinryusai, Shigekuni's Dominance. As the war reached its conclusion, the Navy's losses were even more devastating than in the original tale. What remained were members of the Shadow Army planted by Feng Xiao. To honor Shanks, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni sheathed his flowing blade, preparing to retreat when he was suddenly ambushed by the joint attack of Kizaru and Akainu. Countless massive fists of lava rained down, mingled with Kizaru's lightning-fast kicks. Even a peak emperor would find it unbearable to endure such a combined assault. Carp and Sengoku had yet to react to their actions, while Shanks and Captain Yamamoto felt disdain for this cowardly ambush, finding it utterly unsatisfactory. Residual Fire Great Blade, North. The world shall turn to ash. Captain Yamamoto activated his Bankai, transforming his Zanpakuto into the Residual Fire Great Blade. Enveloped in a fiery aura akin to the blazing sun, he swung his blade with incredible speed, causing the very fabric of space to warp. The blade's light sliced towards them. Akainu and Kizaru could sense the terrifying power of this strike, and its sheer might compelled them to elementalize their bodies and evade to the side, their speed astonishing, lacking the courage to face it head-on. Shanks, Sengoku, Carp, and others retreated several steps, fearing they might be caught in the wake of this devastating attack. In such close proximity, it seemed nearly impossible to completely avoid the oncoming strike. Even as the military expressed their intention to halt hostilities, Kizaru and Akainu continued their assault, rendering them in the wrong. When Akainu and Kizaru re-emerged, they suddenly discovered that their right hands and right feet had vanished. Despite elementalizing, they had still been struck, their limbs obliterated by the fiery slash. The excruciating pain forced them to stifle a groan, cold sweat beating on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth in agony. This was the price for their reckless ambush against Captain Yamamoto. Have you witnessed the might of the master? In the aftermath of the battle, Shogun Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, having unleashed a single strike, relinquished his Bankai state, as if figures like Akainu and Kizaru were hardly worth a second blow. Red-haired Shanks observed with a cold demeanor. The predicament was entirely of Akainu and Kizaru's own making. The news of the Marine Admiral losing a hand and a foot in battle would be a source of great embarrassment if it were to spread. Fleet Admiral Sengoku commanded the Marines to carry the two away, departing the battlefield with Carp in tow. Before leaving, Carp took the opportunity to bring along the training Kibi, advising Straw Hat Luffy to tread carefully in the future. Luffy had chosen to ally with the Marines, but given his aspiration to become the Pirate King, his path was one he must forge alone. As the Marine forces retreated, the Revolutionary Army showed no inclination to linger, with the sword demon Fujitora sharing a smile with Dragon as they strategically withdrew. Upon learning of his dear friend Edward Newgate's demise, Shanks resolved to attend the funeral, accompanied by Fujitora and the Empress alongside Luffy to the New World, a picturesque island on the Grand Line. This was a place they had previously traversed with Whitebeard, who had jokingly expressed his desire to be laid to rest there one day. Thus, Marco and Bista took his words to heart, recognizing the island as a fitting resting place. All captains donned mourning attire, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Originally, the narrative called for Whitebeard and Ace to be buried together. However, the timely intervention of the Iceman saved Guts from Akanu's molten wrath, averting tragedy. Ace, grave in demeanor, knelt in silence, burdened by guilt for his impulsiveness. Had he not rashly pursued Blackbeard and his crew, Whitebeard would not have fallen so swiftly. Despite Marco's insistence that Ace bore no blame, it was evident that the conflict with the Marines was a deliberate choice by Whitebeard, who sought to die honorably in battle while he still possessed strength, true to his character. Members of the Death Pirates were also present, as allies, to pay their respects to Whitebeard. To preserve his body, the Iceman encased it in ice, ensuring it remained intact for an extended period. The ceremony, led by Shanks, lasted 3 to 4 hours before concluding. Luffy encouraged Ace to remain steadfast, asserting that to protect those he cherished, he must grow stronger. At that moment, high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army arrived, with Chief of Staff Sabo finally reuniting with his companions. 5 years swiftly passed, transforming the once naive children into individuals with their own identities, striving diligently towards their ideals. The conclusion of Whitebeard's funeral officially announced Uchiha Madara as the new captain, fulfilling not only Whitebeard's dying wish, but also gaining unanimous approval from the captains. They trusted in their father's judgment, believing that the position of captain would be well served by Madara, consistent with their creed that the capable shall lead. With the absence of treacherous figures like Teach, the crew could unite and prosper, reclaiming their position among the four emperors. In the anticipated events that followed, Baroque Works Buggy would confront Weevil in a bid for Whitebeard's legacy. However, Weevil had perished during the last Marineford battle, thus sparing them from this conflict. After a brief reunion, Ace opted to remain aboard, while Sabo hurried back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Have nowhere to go. How about heeding my advice? Feng Xiu remarked, encountering Luffy, who was lost in thought atop a tree. Luffy perked up, realizing that his crewmates were all training diligently, and as captain, he could not afford to lag behind. He promptly knelt before Feng Xiu, seeking mentorship. Feng Xiu, surprised, thought it impractical to devote time exclusively to teaching this young captain. After some contemplation, he decided to send Luffy to meet the Dark King Rayleigh for 2 years of intensive hockey training, ensuring he could master the Gomu Gomu fruit to its 4th stage, thus preparing him to face Marine admirals without fear. Following this, he intended to return to the Holy Land to check on Nico Robin's progress. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato aimed for a talent upgrade to gradually unleash the formidable abilities he possessed at the beginning of the original tale. Chapter 298, A Shift in the World Order. A sensation. Following the trials of the Marineford War, Uchiha Madara and Shimin Qingxue reached the pinnacle of their talents, awakening the Rebirth Eye and the True Sword Technique, respectively. Madara's new ocular technique, the Rebirth Eye, manifested in his right eye, complementing the Rinnegan in his left, symbolizing the ultimate evolution of both the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines. With the awakening of these ocular powers, Madara could now absorb any energy without concern for his own depletion, compensating for his chakra limitations. To acquire this technique, Feng Xiu expended a considerable amount of points, signifying its immense value, thus granting Madara the strength of a near emperor. Similarly, Shimin Qingxue received the swordsmanship technique, true sword technique, enabling him to manifest multiple sword energy phantoms for attacks, seamlessly integrating elemental forces such as water, fire, wind, and lightning into his sword techniques. This transformation shifted Qingshue's growth trajectory from traditional martial arts towards the realm of immortal cultivation, presenting substantial potential to emerge as one of the strongest figures in the pirate world. Additionally, he mastered sword flight, allowing him to traverse vast distances in an instant, placing him among the fastest in the pirate realm. Even as the strongest member within Whitebeard's crew, Qingxue remained humble, dedicating himself to supporting Madara and tirelessly contributing to the development of both the Shadow Army and the Whitebeard pirates. The other captains, witnessing Madara and Qingshue's formidable prowess, speculated that their breakthroughs were a result of the emotional impact stemming from Whitebeard's demise. The news of Whitebeard's death reverberated across the globe. Given his dominance over the seas for over half a century, standing alongside figures like Roger and the Golden Lion Shiki as a maritime sovereign. With Whitebeard's passing, the seas reverted to a state of equilibrium dominated by the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, Red-Haired Shanks, and the Grim Reaper. Although Madara and Qingxue possessed near-emperor strength, they had yet to fully ascend to that rank. This situation incited numerous pirates, including Whitebeard's former enemies and those eyeing the four emperors' positions, to seize the opportunity and claim territory, vying for supremacy among the four emperors. The most pleased were undoubtedly Big Mom and Kaido, who had suffered significant losses due to the interference of the Grim Reaper Yamamoto, Genryusai Shigekuni in their plans. In truth, they had refrained from confronting Whitebeard previously, banking on his advanced age, believing his time was limited, only to find the seemingly oldest Yamamoto still standing while Whitebeard had fallen first. The elderly matriarch, now in her 50s or 60s, stands as a testament to the endurance of life, much like the formidable Kaido, who can live for centuries. This serves as proof that no matter how powerful a human may be, they are ultimately bound by the inescapable cycle of life and death. When Whitebeard held his funeral, they not only chose not to attend, but celebrated boisterously on their own territory. News of this incited fury among the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard deceased and no longer possessing the Tremor fruit as a trump card, the Whitebeard pirates are now essentially a mere shadow of their former selves, inviting provocations from others. These ruffians have truly gone too far, believing that with our father gone, they could usurp his place. Fire Fist Ace slammed his fist on the table in anger, having just learned that the territory they claimed was repeatedly being encroached upon, with the adversaries showing utter disregard for the Whitebeard pirates. Had Whitebeard still been alive, these intruders would never have dared to act so brazenly. This matter requires Shimin Shui to step in, as he has recently been engrossed in breakthroughs in swordsmanship. Uchiha Madara intervened, advising Ace to first hone his own strength before seeking vengeance. If possible, he could consult the top 5 captains, such as Marco and Vista, regarding the mastery of Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. Had Ace possessed sufficient strength to protect himself or escape during the pursuit of Blackbeard, he would not have been captured and used as leverage against Whitebeard. To effectively enhance the power of Ace's Flame fruit, Uchiha Madara entrusted him with a spark of Amaterasu's flames to cultivate day and night, striving to generate a new fire seed that could transform the quality of his flames. The flames of the Flame fruit have always been ordinary, subdued by the properties of magma. To stand a chance against Admiral Akainu in the future, Ace must blend his flames with the Amaterasu fire to create a new and extraordinary fire. After a month of cultivation, Ace finally achieved initial success, his flames now emanating a dark purple hue, exponentially increasing in temperature and destructive power. Additionally, he acquired the unique ability of Amaterasu's flames to incinerate all that they touch. Now free from the constraints of the magma fruit, should Ace face Admiral Akainu again, he would undoubtedly overturn the previously disadvantaged position and swiftly surpass him. Shimin Shui summoned his flying sword, soaring amidst the radiant silver light high above, soon arriving in the territories that had been invaded. Countless sword chi clones arranged themselves in the sky, summoning divine thunder to descend with their sword energy. Any pirate daring to intrude met a gruesome fate at the hands of this sword technique. No one had anticipated that the sword arts could wield such divine power, effortlessly conjuring thousands of blades in a mere gesture. This awe-inspiring ability truly befits the title of sword god. Shimin Shui aims to convey to the world that Whitebeard has not left a void. Anyone wishing to seize territory must be prepared to die beneath a hail of 1,000 swords. Kaido, the beast, was unimpressed. He remained confident that his robust physical defenses could withstand all of Shimin Shui's sword rays. Having resided in Wano for so long, it was time to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Big Mom held Uchiha Madara and Shimin Shui in contempt, hoping that the Marines and the Revolutionary Army would mutually annihilate each other, allowing her to seize greater spoils. Attacking the Whitebeard pirates now seemed unwise, especially with the likes of Shanks, the red-haired, who had a penchant for meddling. If the Holy Land were to face such a crisis, however, she would not hesitate to act, as the last battle left her with a burning desire for revenge against the Light God. Becoming the Emperor of the Sea brings with it status, wealth, and prestige enough to drive one mad. Thus, even with Shimin Shui's fierce proclamations, many still rushed forth to challenge him. Chapter 299, Defeating the Supernovas, continuing to strengthen the shadows. Driven by an urgent desire to usurp the Whitebeard pirates, members of the Supernovas boldly approached, launching attacks on the territories under Whitebeard's influence. These supernovas are potential candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea. Each captain of the supernova-level pirate crews boasts bounties in the hundreds of millions. The first to battle was the so-called Monk of Depravity, Captain Urge of the Fallen Monk Pirates. As a Paramecia-type fruit user, he possesses the ability to convert any damage into physical size and strength, wielding a weapon that resembles an enormous pencil. With Whitebeard gone, the future of the seas belongs to us, Urge declared with a grin, initiating a fierce assault, hoping to capitalize on this moment to rise as a new contender among the 7 warlords. However, facing them was Uchiha Madara, clad in a coat adorned with blood-red cloud patterns, effortlessly confronting all members of the fallen monk pirates single-handedly. Uchiha Madara wore an indifferent expression, devoid of overt intimidation, yet exuding an unusual aura charged with elemental energy, perfectly suited for battle. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates remained lost in mourning, making this the ideal moment for him and Shimin Shui to take action. Urge mocked him mercilessly, asserting that he could never hope to match Whitebeard's legacy, even as a captain. Indeed, I am far from my former self. However, against you rabble, I need not take things seriously. The remaining members of the fallen monk pirates seethed with rage, charging in an attempt to obliterate Uchiha Madara. Amaterasu's black flames. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a wicked, pitch-black flame from his eyes, igniting them instantly, reducing them to ashes under the searing heat of Amaterasu. Urge was left astounded. The legendary Uchiha Madara was indeed as formidable as the tales foretold, his eyes imbued with extraordinary power capable of ending any opponent in an instant. This rendered his Paramecia-type fruit ability utterly ineffective, as he could not convert physical damage into his own strength, making victory a mere fantasy. Urge pressed on, yet found himself lost within the confines of his own mind. From a distance, a silver sword raised sword, swiftly severing Urge's head, effectively annihilating the fallen monk pirates in an instant. Meanwhile, Shimin Shui faced off against Kid, Killer, and Apu, who launched a coordinated assault. Killer, adorned with metal wrist guards housing a katana, was renowned for his swift and deadly swordsmanship. Kid, possessing immense strength and a vicious nature, wielded the rare Conqueror's Haki, utilizing the magnet fruit to manipulate metals against his foes, crafting them into various shapes to brutally dispatch enemies. Scratchman Apu, another Paramecia-type fruit user, could transform any part of his body into instruments, using sound waves to inflict varying degrees of harm upon his adversaries. Together, these 3 supernovas believed they possessed the qualifications to confront even the 4 emperors, making them confident in their ability to challenge someone of Shimin Shue's caliber. Yet, this was a mere illusion. Not only was Kid's magnet fruit ineffective against the sword blades cloaked in his own spiritual energy, but even in close combat, Killer struggled to inflict any damage upon Shimin Shui. In a fierce display of combat, Apu unleashed sound waves as his weapon, only to be met with the formidable control of Shimin Shui, who commanded his silver flying swords that danced through the air like a torrential downpour. These blades relentlessly shot forth, inflicting numerous wounds upon Apu's body. With a mere thought, Shimin Shui strolled forward leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back. The swirling sword energies surrounding him acted as a protective barrier, resembling sentinels that could be maneuvered at his will. How dare he vie for the throne of the four emperors with such feeble strength? It was utterly disgraceful, Shimin Shui remarked coldly, and then with a flick of his wrist, hurled a long sword that instantly multiplied into thousands in mid-air, cascading down like a rain of pear blossoms. The sword energies surged forth, unstoppable and devastating. Kid, Kira, and Apu struggled desperately to fend off the onslaught, but the ferocity of this sword rain was beyond their capabilities. Piercing through their bodies and leaving them sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. To counter the formidable pirate forces advancing upon them, Uchiha Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo, a colossal figure formed from dark purple energy, depicting a divine warrior standing atop the sea like an abyssal nightmare. This form of Susanoo not only provided impenetrable physical defense, but also unleashed cataclysmic energy attacks. The katana hanging at his waist could sever the fabric of reality, while the eight-span mirror effectively defended against most assaults and even reflected them back. The mere sight of this towering figure, capable of summoning landslides and tsunamis with a wave of his hand, caused many pirates contemplating an attack to hesitate in their advance. It dawned upon them that within the Whitebeard pirates stood both the sword god, Shimin Shui, and Uchiha Madara, whose exhibited power was nearly on par with Whitebeard himself. Shimin Shui perched upon the shoulder of the divine warrior Susanoo, transforming his flying swords into massive entities that spiraled around him, ready to unleash devastating strikes that could rend mountains and rivers asunder. Hawkeye Mihawk, having witnessed the current strength of his adversaries, felt a sense of despair, realizing that he might never surpass them. Yet he remained determined to regard them as his ultimate benchmark. After his defeat in the war on the summit, he had withdrawn from the battlefield, acknowledging Shimin Shui as a worthy and formidable opponent, vowing to comprehend his swordsmanship in this lifetime. On the Marine government front, Hawkeye had grown indifferent to their stance, prioritizing his own pursuit of swordsmanship above all else. Meanwhile, Big Mom and Kaido seized the opportune moment to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates, aiming to usurp their territories and deliver a severe blow to them. Uchiha Madara and Shimin Shui's rapid growth had exceeded their expectations. Given time, they would undoubtedly evolve into formidable figures rivaling Whitebeard, necessitating the preemptive elimination of such a threat. The Marine government, having sustained significant losses, was preoccupied with countering the Revolutionary Army, making them somewhat pleased with the unfolding situation. The most troubled among them was red-haired Shanks, who had just attempted to mediate peace between the Marines and pirates. Now, with Big Mom and Kaido eager to engage, he felt utterly disregarded, promptly placing them on his blacklist. Upon hearing of Big Mom and Kaido's intention to seize Whitebeard's former territories, all the captains quickly shook off their sorrowful state. As sons of the same father, they could not allow Shimin Shui and Uchiha Madara to bear the burden alone. After all, Uchiha Madara was their captain, and engaging with the intruders would not diminish their stature. Let us show these ruffians the power of my fused Amaterasu flames. Fire Fist, Ace declared, his eyes ablaze with crimson flames as he clenched his fists, ready to transform his grief into strength. The legacy left by their father will be safeguarded by their own hands. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing their desire to join the fight, did not deter them, recognizing that emerging from this sorrowful ambience was indeed a positive development. Relying solely on himself, and Shimin Shui to withstand the combined assault of Big Mom and Kaido would be excessively burdensome, perhaps in 5 years. When they officially reached the status of advanced Four Emperors, they would be able to accomplish such a feat, however. It was evident that Big Mom and Kaido had no intention of granting them the opportunity to grow stronger. Fortunately, the Marine government was currently preoccupied with battling the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, if they were to interfere from the rear, the Whitebeard pirates would likely face annihilation without powerful reinforcements. Competition on the high seas was intensely fierce. Each day, new pirates set sail, either seeking fame and fortune or meeting their demise in perilous adventures or being captured by the Marines. The joint assault by Big Mom and Kaido was also a test for the Whitebeard pirates. If they could successfully repel their attackers, it would affirm their qualification to become Four Emperors. However, a defeat in this battle would undoubtedly result in their demise at the hands of Big Mom and Kaido. These young ones are truly relentless. Let them be. I shall simply observe how long they can endure. The Death God pirates had no intention of participating in this battle. Even though they were allies of the Whitebeard pirates, they could not rush to their aid every time they faced formidable adversaries. Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni, and Hitsugaya Toshiro were capable of prolonged combat as death gods, but they were still human and had yet to recover from their previous battle. Moreover, while Uchiha Madara and Shimin Shui possessed quasi-Four Emperor strength, if they fully unleashed the powers of their Sharingan and Rinnegan, combined with their mastery of sword techniques, they could indeed exhibit the might of a Four Emperor. As members of the Shadow Legion, if they were to encounter any danger, it was likely that Feng Xiu would not remain idle. As the abilities of the Shadows improved, reaching Golden Tier, the points required for revival increased exponentially. To avoid incurring excessive losses in the system's points, Feng Xiu would surely devise a plan to support them. Indeed, upon learning of Big Mom and Kaido's plans to assault the Whitebeard pirates, Feng Xiu prepared himself, having finally gained Whitebeard's recognition and taken over the captaincy. If Big Mom and Kaido were to attack now, defeat would be inevitable. After all, not every Golden Shadow was as formidable as Captain Yamamoto or Kenpachi. Hesitating, Feng Xiu did not wish to openly support the Whitebeard pirates in front of the world government, even though he was unafraid of their inquiries. It would undoubtedly be a source of irritation. Fortunately, Tony Stark was unaffiliated with any faction and, in support of the Whitebeard pirates, prepared to deploy a significant quantity of modified Jericho missiles, a second-generation war machine army, and 10 to 100 units as reserve for combat. In this instance, the T-1000 robot has integrated the combat data of the 7 warlords throughout the ages. Aside from the inability to replicate the powers of Devil Fruits, it is undoubtedly equipped to assist significantly in this battle with its martial arts and combat capabilities. Upon hearing that Tony Stark would arrive personally to deliver a substantial amount of weapons and equipment, Uchiha Madara promptly established a containment barrier in the surrounding waters to prevent any notice from the world government regarding their activities. As members of the Shadow Army, this batch of supplies was offered to Tony Stark at a mere 50% discount, representing exceptional value that would undoubtedly enhance the combat abilities of the ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates. The other captains were equally surprised to learn of Uchiha Madara's connection with the owner of Stark Industries. After all, Tony Stark is a figure of immense wealth, second only to the Holy Kingdom and the Fong Industrial Group, a man whom even the world government must regard with caution. Although he appears to be an ordinary person, once clad in the armor powered by Devil Fruit, he can stand toe-to-toe with the strongest of the 4 emperors. Some may argue that such power is merely a clever trick, yet this is the allure of technological enhancement. As long as sufficient theoretical data and practical applications can be provided, the seemingly impossible feats of moving mountains and filling seas, or even wreaking havoc upon the world, become achievable. As an old friend, I extend my best wishes for your victory in this war. It must be said that Tony Stark's skills rival those of an actor of the highest caliber, to the point where Uchiha Madara nearly believed that he had known Stark for many years. Without such a connection, it will be difficult to comprehend why Tony would send such a vast array of weapons to support them. After delivering these supplies, in order to avoid arousing suspicion from the world government, Tony Stark hurriedly returned to the Stark Industrial Building under the cover of night. Upon hearing the news, Feng Xiu felt a sense of relief. With this batch of supplies, the Whitebeard pirates would not face total annihilation. 10 T-1000 robots at the level of the 7 warlords, even with just their martial arts prowess, could effectively restrain all but the 3 admirals and 3 calamities among the enemy's ranks. As for Big Mom and Kaido, Uchiha Madara and Shiminchue Shui would handle them. Moreover, the war machines dispatched for this battle are primarily tasked with collecting combat data from the enemy. Even if all 20 were destroyed, it would not matter. Such weaponry is easily managed by experienced fighters and is intended to crush the ordinary. Although many captains still bear wounds, the dignity and status of the Whitebeard pirates have been provoked, and they are determined to protect the legacy left by their father, even at the cost of their lives. Red-haired Shanks has no intention of mediating this time. Excessive interference could yield contrary effects. Given the current situation, it seems unlikely that Big Mom and Kaido would relent without a confrontation. Moreover, based on Uchiha Madara and Shiminchue Shui's performance in the last war, their defeat is not a foregone conclusion. Chapter 301. Have we actually won? The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, with over 50 warships, are heading towards the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters. They are unaware of Tony Stark's generous provision of weapons to the Whitebeard pirates, and even if they were, they remain undeterred. Stark Industries produces weapons that they also possess, alongside missile defense radars capable of instantaneously detecting enemy missile trajectories and mounting effective counterattacks. However, they are oblivious to the fact that the weapons Tony Stark has gifted to Ace and the others are not yet available on the market, and are specifically designed to counteract all previously produced missile defense systems. As the clock strikes 8 in the morning, all members of the Whitebeard pirates stand ready, each ship equipped with the second-generation Jericho missile launchers. These battered remnants of warriors are indeed amusing. Even at this juncture, they do not forget to resist. Big Mom, witnessing their formation in preparation for battle, finds it laughable that the Whitebeard pirates, after losing their captain, have become so fearful of them. Had Edward Newgate still been alive, he would have remained seated, drinking heartily without a care, even in the face of such an array. Now led by Uchiha Madara, the Whitebeard pirates appear almost farcical, clinging to a territory their strength can no longer uphold. This time, Big Mom has dispatched all capable fighters among her 40-odd children to assault the Whitebeard pirates, deploying a multitude of puppets to assist in their attack. The world government and the Revolutionary Army are currently vying for territory, resources, and population. Outside the realm governed by the Holy Kingdom, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates is among the most expansive, and any force capable of contesting it will not let such an opportunity for expansion slip by. Kaido, too, is determined to secure victory in this battle, as he has lost much of his territory to the Grim Reaper pirates and the Whitebeard pirates after his defeat. The repeated alliances between the Grim Reaper and Whitebeard have inflicted considerable losses upon both Big Mom and Kaido, as tensions between the Holy Kingdom and the world government escalate. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni appears disinclined to intervene, if he does not seize this opportunity to completely devour the Whitebeard pirates. He would not be worthy of the title of a 4 emperor, despite our limited numbers. It is sheer folly to think that these children can defend the territory left by Whitebeard. Today, I shall teach them a lesson. With a fierce expression, Kaido declared that dealing with the Whitebeard pirates was only the beginning. Soon they would confront the Grim Reaper pirates, particularly that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, whose scars from their previous encounters still linger. During his time in Wano, he has not been idle. He has not only had a formidable alloy mace forged, but has also systematically developed his unique Blue Dragon Staff technique, maximizing his physical prowess. Additionally, having injected himself with 100 vials of Super Soldier Serum, he found that the results exceeded expectations, significantly enhancing his bloodline power, bringing him closer to the level of a 4 emperor. With such advantages, the survival of the Whitebeard pirates seems increasingly unlikely. We shall first launch the Jericho missiles to eliminate the enemy's minions. Uchiha Madara commanded all pirate members, and shortly thereafter, 50 Jericho missiles infused with purple flames were launched by Ace, soaring forth with remarkable speed. Big Mom and Kaido pressed the buttons on their missile defense radars in an attempt to disable the incoming Jericho missiles, but they were met with an unexpected silence, their faces displaying confusion. Stark Industries, spending so much money only to receive such shoddy equipment. Big Mom and Kaido roared in fury. The malfunctioning missile defense radar indicated that they would have to withstand this assault head-on, as the 50 Jericho missiles split into hundreds of smaller missiles, each inscribed with detonation runes. A meticulous endeavor by Uchiha Madara that took an entire night to prepare. An earth-shattering explosion ensued. The sound echoed for miles, as hundreds of small missiles detonated, generating towering waves and triggering volcanic eruptions beneath the sea, with flames soaring skyward and violent shockwaves radiating in all directions. According to Uchiha Madara's estimation, the force of these chain explosions had reached nuclear levels, save for the absence of nuclear fallout. In order to shield the Whitebeard pirates from the ensuing chaos, Uchiha Ban unleashed his complete Susanoo, raising the 8-span mirror to form an indomitable dark purple shield, thereby dissipating the explosive shockwave into nothingness. The violent explosion directly sank over 50 warships under the command of Big Mom and Kaido. Aside from the 3 calamities and the 3 sweet commanders, all other subordinate members were severely injured by the blast, desperately struggling for survival within their escape pods. It was fortunate that Big Mom and Kaido absorbed most of the damage. Otherwise, the sheer force of the shock could have resulted in the immediate demise of their children. Most of the subordinate members, empowered by the Akuma no Mi, found their strength diminished upon falling into the sea, leaving them in a weakened state, with only enough energy to swim towards the debris of the surrounding vessels. Next, it was the turn of the second-generation war machine to strike, wielding a Gatling gun and fiercely firing upon the remaining ordinary soldiers of the enemy, painting the surface of the sea with blood. Fortunately, once the 3 calamities and the 3 sweet commanders climbed onto the wreckage, they quickly regained their abilities and launched a counterattack, bringing down the war machine from the sky. They hastily assisted their captain aboard the last remaining lifeboat, swiftly vacating the battlefield. NTI Jean transformed into a toothless wyvern form, carrying Kaido and other subordinates into the sky, while Katakuri tirelessly crafted glutinous rice boats, rescuing all the siblings before making their retreat. The immediate priority was to tend to the injuries of the children of the Big Mom pirates. The assault on the Whitebeard pirates could be addressed later. Given Big Mom's considerable bulk, it would have been exceedingly difficult to evacuate her without the extraordinary strength of the 3 sweet commanders. Fortunately, both she and Kaido were formidable warriors with resilient bodies. Such a nuclear-level explosion would have obliterated an ordinary person, yet for them, it was merely a grievous injury. The severity of their wounds was thanks to the chain reaction caused by the detonating symbols and Jericho missiles. Could it be that we have emerged victorious? Since the launch of the Jericho missiles, the captains had not even warmed up before witnessing the enemy's ships being obliterated, rendering them momentarily speechless. In Chapter 302, the terrifying self-healing ability, High in the Sky, KG was facilitating Kaido's escape. However, the shock of the explosion jolted Kaido back to his senses, and his injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Have you allowed them to escape? Strike back fiercely. I will not forgive those who dare to wound me so. Kaido roared thunderously, transforming into his dragon form, his massive body twisting as he returned to the battlefield. The calamities, taken aback by their leader's dramatic recovery, had no choice but to follow suit and return to the fray. The earlier volley of Jericho missiles must have exhausted the Whitebeard pirates' capacity to endure. Thus, they would now be forced into close combat, a significant advantage for them. On the surface of the sea, a colossal vessel formed of glutinous rice appeared. Big Mom shook her dazed head and, after consuming a delicious pastry, felt her strength returning. The missile bombardment had not inflicted significant harm upon her. Rather, it was the submersion in the sea that had drained her energy, nearly leading to her drowning. Reflecting on her aggressive approach to assault the Whitebeard pirates, only to be met with such devastation, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and resentment, especially knowing that many of her children had perished in the recent bombardment. Big Mom issued a counterattack order, determined to impart a profound lesson to the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. With Whitebeard deceased, the remaining younglings would be no match for Kaido in his dragon form, soaring majestically towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Big Mom was not to be outdone. She unleashed a multitude of restless souls to propel her ship forward at great speed. It seemed that our optimistic expectations had been misplaced. This battle was indeed unavoidable. Observing Kaido's resounding dragon roars in the distance, the captains immediately re-entered combat mode, their hearts racing with trepidation. A towering samurai apparition, formed from dark purple energy, materialized as Uchiha Ban released his complete Susanoo, brandishing the 8-span mirror and a katana, unleashing waves of cutting energy. Dragon Flame. Kaido adeptly evaded these slashes, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon fire akin to a cataclysmic pillar of flame, intent on annihilating his adversaries. The complete Susanoo, raising the 8-span mirror, generated a rhombus-shaped energy shield that directly countered the oncoming inferno. Uchiha Ban was not idle either. Activating his Rinnegan, he cast Shinra Tensei, affecting Kaido's massive form, rendering him momentarily unbalanced in the air. Fortunately, Kaido transformed into his human form, wielding a metallic club to strike back with tremendous force, piercing through the chest of the Susanoo, causing it to dissipate into dark purple motes. The strength of the four emperors was indeed formidable. Utilizing his dragon stick technique, Kaido executed fierce and unparalleled strikes, each movement imbued with the power to shatter mountains. Celestial Rockquake. A colossal meteor was summoned from the void, hurtling towards Kaido's position. Despite the overwhelming might of this attack, Kaido appeared unfazed, exuding an aura of reckless bravado. Kulme, if you can crush me, then so be it. I fear nothing. A wild grin spread across Kaido's face as he propelled himself off the ground with astounding speed, colliding with the falling meteor. Boom! Kaido, renowned as the world's most fearsome beast, shattered the descending meteor with sheer brute force, reducing it to countless fragments that scattered across the sky, yet sustaining no injury himself. It seemed he could only delay the inevitable. Uchiha Ban, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Such an onslaught had failed to inflict any significant damage, a testament to the considerable disparity in their strengths. Thankfully, he could still rely on his Kekkei Genkai and ninjutsu to keep Kaido at bay. Meanwhile, Big Mom infused her soul energy into the sea, conjuring homies and summoning towering waves that threatened to engulf the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shimin Chue Shui, treading upon the void, transformed his sword into thousands of blades, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic sword-like energy that cleaved through the surging waves. Not wishing to contend with the troublesome Zeus and Prometheus, Shimin Chue Shui's sword light flashed like lightning, swiftly dispatching these peculiar creatures and severing Big Mom's left and right arms. How dare you destroy them? Zeus and Prometheus had been Big Mom's companions for many years, and their destruction ignited a furious rage within her. Gripping her cleaver, she prepared to retaliate against Shimin Chue Shui. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, sword formation. Shimin Chue Shui maintained his serene demeanor, unfazed by any foe. Although a direct confrontation with Big Mom would likely end in defeat, the depth and richness of the swordsmanship tradition he belonged to offered him the potential to orchestrate thousands of blades into a formidable array, making it feasible to challenge and overcome adversaries beyond his rank. The Daojia sword array harnesses the formidable power of Chimin Duanjia, seizing the very essence of creation. No matter how formidable an individual may be, it is impossible to withstand the might of heaven and earth. The formidable Big Mom rampaged through the Jogong Bagua sword array, attempting to strike down all the flying swords, yet she remained ensnared in the intricate web of their interwoven trajectories. The formation was in constant flux, disrupting her perception and judgment. At that moment, she resembled a headless fly, flitting about within the sword array, unable to escape its confines. Fire Fist Ace, eager to experiment with the capabilities of Amaterasu's flames, engaged in combat with a toothless wyvern KG from the Three Calamities. This bizarrely tenacious flame was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and even KG found the pressure mounting as they battled. It felt as if the flames consuming him were being utterly suppressed by the opponent's prowess. Simultaneously, Smugji engaged in a duel with Hoken Bista, their swords flashing as waves of energy surged. Their swordsmanship was so swift that their movements became nearly indistinguishable, yet they consistently unleashed blinding bursts of light upon collision. Thus, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates clashed with their adversaries, vying for territorial dominance. The current situation was nearly evenly matched, given the absence of Whitebeard. It was commendable that they could still contend with Big Mom and Kaido to such a degree. Chapter 303: The Dual Emperors of Whitebeard. Just as the three factions, Big Mom, Kaido, and the Whitebeard pirates, engaged in fierce combat, the Holy Throne Kingdom seized the opportunity to assault the territories under Big Mom's command, successfully conquering several kingdoms. The timing of the Holy Throne Kingdom's actions was intriguing, as they chose to strike while the enemy was embroiled in a battle with the Whitebeard pirates, seemingly employing a strategy reminiscent of encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. Feng Xiu remained indifferent, confident that his actions were justified on the surface as a pirate force. Even if the Navy government inquired, he possessed ample reasons to refute their claims. Members of the Big Mom pirates, upon hearing such news, were infuriated at the prospect of their backyard being compromised, and thus they lost the will to continue fighting, retreating on the spot. Noticing Big Mom's retreat, Kaido also chose to withdraw. Although the Whitebeard pirates had lost one of their emperor-level powerhouses, the remaining captains, numbering over a dozen, each possessed strength surpassing that of the seven warlords. Among them, Shimin Chue Shui and Uchiha Madara had even reached quasi-emperor status, employing sword techniques and ninjutsu that proved exceedingly troublesome. Remaining any longer could spell disaster for them. Are we truly preparing to withdraw? I feel as though I've yet to warm up. Fire Fist Ace quipped, extinguishing his flames with a spirited smile. Regardless of the outcome, they had managed to protect what Whitebeard had left behind, and their performance in this battle would serve as a deterrent to other forces. The current five emperors represented the pinnacle of pirate power. If Kaido and Big Mom's joint assault had proven unsuccessful, the prospect for the remaining pirates were even bleaker. The Revolutionary Army and pirates have traditionally maintained a peaceful coexistence, rarely igniting conflict. Thus, the only force capable of challenging the Whitebeard pirates was the Navy government. In celebration of this hard-fought victory, the captains, despite Whitebeard's absence, held a grand feast to revel in their accomplishment. Shimin Chue Shui and Uchiha Madara gained renown through this battle, being dubbed the Dual Emperors of Whitebeard, symbolizing their combined strength equivalent to that of an emperor-level powerhouse. Of course, such rankings bore some exaggeration. They were at the bottom among the five emperors. The primary reason for their victory lay in the powerful weaponry provided by Tony Stark. The initial round of Jericho missile carpet bombing had already drained much of Big Mom and Kaido's strength, ultimately leading to Big Mom's decision to retreat after the Holy Throne Kingdom's attack on Cake Island thwarted her prolonged siege. In truth, both Big Mom and Kaido returned with minor injuries, only able to muster 70 to 80% of their strength. This was also true for the 3 stars and the 3 calamities, for they did not possess the robust defenses and recovery capabilities of Kaido and Big Mom. Even so, it was remarkable that the Whitebeard pirates could maintain their strength, regaining the fear and respect of all pirates. Though Whitebeard had passed, the potential of Shimin Chue Shui and Uchiha Madara might yet surpass his legacy, as they had reached quasi-emperor status before the age of 30. A training speed that would astonish anyone who heard of it. Neither Madara nor Shimin Chue Shui paid much heed to their rankings. As long as they could continue to protect the Whitebeard pirates and uphold the current equilibrium of the 5 emperors, they felt satisfied. In the recent battle, they had unleashed their full strength. Their future cultivation would undoubtedly become even more formidable, with time being the only missing element. Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni's performance in battle had also drawn the attention of the world. No one could have anticipated that an elderly, frail man could unleash such overwhelming might. With Whitebeard deceased, the title of the world's strongest man unequivocally belonged to Captain Yamamoto. The Shinigami pirates ascended to become the strongest faction among the 5 emperors. Rumors circulated that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had lived for over 1,000 years, his focus on soul-level cultivation allowing his physical form to remain uncorrupted for extended periods, thus attracting more individuals wishing to join the Shinigami pirates. However, the training conditions for the Shinigami were exceedingly stringent. In the original narrative, it took over 1,000 years for only the 13 court guard squads of Soul Society to emerge. The prospect of humans achieving such cultivation was grim, as the intensity of spiritual pressure would eliminate the majority. Currently, both the Revolutionary Army and the Navy government were vying to recruit Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. Yet he approached their advances with a dismissive attitude, refraining from expressing any allegiance. As a member of the Shadow Army, he secretly hoped for both factions to suffer mutual destruction, allowing the Holy Throne Kingdom to reap the benefits. Thus he had no intention of aiding either side. On the side of red-haired Shanks, seeing Big Mom and Kaido finally retreat brought him considerable relief, sparing him the trouble of repeatedly intervening to mediate their conflicts, a task that proved to be thankless. His influence could not be relied upon indefinitely, as there could always be those who would disregard his authority. Overall, witnessing Shiminchue Shui and Uchiha Madara unite, he felt reassured that they could effectively guard their comrades in Whitebeard's stead. He rejoiced for them, hoping that the current balance among the 5 emperors could endure. In a new world, on Cake Island, upon the arrival of the Big Mom pirates, they found the island under relentless bombardment by the Holy Throne Kingdom's fleet. The opponent's fleet, sensing the impending arrival of Big Mom, quickly turned and fled at full speed. Initially, Feng Xiu intended for this assault to serve merely as a distraction, forcing Big Mom to return with her children to contend for dominance. Yet upon seeing Big Mom so close, they hastily retreated to avoid incurring her wrath, fearing she would shatter their vessels in her fury. At this moment, the sailing speed advantage of the Holy Throne Kingdom's fleet became evident. Big Mom further threatened to hold Feng Xiu accountable, demanding exorbitant reparations. Her tone suggested that no meager amount of Saint coins would suffice to appease her. Were Feng Xiu to overhear such remarks, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp retort. For was it not a matter of course for the Holy Throne Kingdom, as a member state of the world government, to engage pirates? A substantial sum of billions of holy coins, when placed in the context of the past, amounts to an astronomical figure, one that exceeds the value of the entirety of Cake Island. It was evident that Charlotte Lingling was attempting to extort. The avarice displayed by a woman to such an extent is quite remarkable. Feng Xiu responded bluntly with a vulgar retort, categorically rejecting the compensation and even considering a gesture of disdain towards the Big Mom pirates, which left the onlookers utterly taken aback. Chapter 304, The Golden Shadow, The Birth of the Transformers. Following several battles, Feng Xiu had amassed nearly 100,000 system points. After accounting for the energy consumption of his Shadow Legion members, he still possessed a considerable sum of 50,000 points. The Shadow Legion was upgraded to level 14. A notification chimed. Successfully consumed 10,000 points. Acquired the Shadow Talent, Cybertron Bloodline. The split shadows writhed and transformed into the imposing figure of Megatron, a colossal robotic being towering 20 meters high, emerging from a red and blue container truck. Feng Xiu was astonished that the Shadow system could even manifest such non-organic life forms. He observed Optimus Prime with admiration, noting the impressive design and superior metallic quality. This was the legendary mechanical life form of planet Cybertron, a high-tech creation evolved over millions of years, once dominating entire star systems in the universe. Such an entity could not be produced by Stark Industries, making it a fitting vehicle for Feng Xiu, capable of both combat and interstellar travel. Name: Megatron Talent, Golden Power, a physique, a speed, a will, S skills, mechanical manipulation, form transformation, energy lightsaber, multiverse languages. Advanced combat techniques resurrection experience required, 1250 points, 100 hours. The estimated combat power was around S, primarily relying on alien black technology weaponry. Although its mechanical components might seem inadequate in the realm of pirates, the ability to control any mechanical electronic device was enough to astound onlookers. Imagine if all steel battleships, missiles, and fighter jets could be instantly commandeered by Megatron, rendering the enemy's weaponry utterly ineffective. Unexpectedly, it was Megatron, yet Feng Xiu still favored Optimus Prime. He decided to utilize Megatron. He instructed the AI, Jarvis, to take control of Megatron, ensuring that this superintelligence could perform at its fullest potential, as it was indeed well-suited for Jarvis's capabilities. Once Megatron appeared, Tony Stark expressed great interest in this mechanical life form, given that the technological advancements of Cybertron were thousands of years ahead of Earth. Even the black technology within the Marvel Universe paled in comparison. While the Titan army led by Thanos possessed commendable technology, it was evident that Cybertron's capabilities, including the ability to absorb and destroy stellar energy, were superior. As a species of mechanical life that had developed over millions of years in the cosmos, sustained by energy cores, this treasure was on par with the so-called cosmic cube. Megatron began assisting Tony in realizing various technological advancements from numerous planets, embarking on the design of a colossal spacecraft capable of transporting all members of the Shadow Legion across the universe. Fortunately, Feng Xiu did not require immediate travel, allowing him to let Megatron and Tony Stark engage in their endeavors, as the funding for all research projects posed minimal strain on him. He remained the wealthiest individual in the pirate world. Months passed, with members of the Straw Hat Pirates diligently training in various locations. While a significant event unfolded within the Navy, Admiral Sengoku announced his retirement from the position of Fleet Admiral. Since his debut, Admiral Sengoku had achieved remarkable feats and accolades, standing alongside legends such as Garp, Tsuru, and Zephyr during the era of the Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki the Golden Lion. He garnered respect and admiration on par with Garp within the Navy. His decision to resign was largely due to his advancing age. According to the world government's regulations, the fleet admiral must retire upon reaching a certain age, necessitating the selection of a successor from the current admirals. The position of high-ranking Navy official is notoriously perilous and demanding, and even the strongest individuals cannot withstand the pressures it entails. To ensure the smooth operation of the Navy government, Sengoku's retirement was inevitable. However, this did not signify his complete withdrawal from the Navy. He could still serve as the Marine Inspector General, much like the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong, a formidable figure from Roger's era, currently held the position of Supreme Commander of the world military. During this tense period, the world government's upper echelon faced significant challenges. Despite Whitebeard's demise diminishing one major threat, the remaining four emperors continued to pose a significant danger. The pirate forces, bolstered by the rise of the Death God pirates, had not suffered major losses, and the Revolutionary Army lurked, eager to obliterate the Navy. With Sengoku's retirement, the four current admirals would vie for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, the role demanded more than mere strength. It required foresight and strategic acumen, especially in light of the formidable pirate presence and the Revolutionary Army's increased strength compared to the original narrative. The world government also faced internal strife, with the Holy Land Mariehua inciting discord, further complicating their efforts, including the establishment of a world banking system that undermined their coinage authority. Despite the internal and external turmoil, the Navy government still needed to select a suitable candidate for the position of Fleet Admiral, who would oversee all admirals, vice admirals, and other crucial forces. Kizura showed little interest in the power struggle, leaving only the Shida brothers to contend against Akainu. Consequently, the world government convened an internal meeting to discuss the appointment of the Fleet Admiral. During this internal meeting, Akainu firmly asserted his suitability for the position, claiming the Shida brothers lacked the experience required for such a role. This was reminiscent of the original storyline, as Akainu was ultimately appointed as Fleet Admiral. However, not everyone was pleased with this decision. Above the Holy Land Mariehua, the aircraft carrier transformed from Megatron cast a vast shadow, signaling the arrival of Feng Xiu himself, who was unwilling to allow Akainu to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral unopposed. Should Akainu wield his newfound power to exact revenge, it would undoubtedly pose a significant headache for Feng Xiu. With the conclusion of the Marineford War and the Shadow Legion reaching a certain scale, it was high time to reveal their true identity to the world. Chapter 305: The Puppet Masters of the World, the Appearance of the Shadow Organization. The Grand Line, Holy Land, Mariehua. The Navy government was in the midst of an internal meeting when Feng Xiu abruptly arrived aboard the aircraft carrier, uninvited. In a bid to instill terror within the naval ranks, Feng Xiu has summoned a formidable assembly of figures including Palihuo, Wolfing Shuman, Nisisai, Jinyan Yachuok, and the luminous deity Tonisitake. This gathering encompasses high-ranking officials from the three principal powers of the present day, representing the esteemed Seidman family. Feng Xiu's arrival is marked by a commanding presence that leaves all naval personnel present utterly astonished. Having remained elusive for over a decade, Feng Xiu, despite retaining his youthful and handsome appearance, proves difficult for many to recognize. News media, sensing the palpable tension, retreat to a distance, capturing the scene with their cameras. Intrigued by Feng Xiu's identity, some seasoned reporters feel a vague familiarity with him, but cannot quite place it. Who dares to intrude upon this sacred ground? They ponder. As Sengoku observes Feng Xiu entering the conference hall, a flicker of recognition stirring within him, yet failing to identify the individual. Seidman Feng Xiu, I cannot believe you are still alive. What a surprise. The first to recognize him is Admiral Akainu, whose long-standing rivalry with Akiji, now deceased at Feng Xiu's hands, has left him in a state of unease. Akainu harbors a lingering resentment over Akiji's demise, not out of a desire for revenge, but because Feng Xiu's ability to vanquish a fellow admiral suggests his prowess exceeds that of the Navy's top brass. Faced with such an extraordinary opponent, Akainu yearns for the opportunity to engage him directly. However, the presence of high-ranking members from the Revolutionary Army and the Holy Kingdom's pirate faction standing behind Feng Xiu stirs astonishment among all present. These figures alone are capable of stirring the tides of power, yet they exhibit deference to Feng Xiu. Please remain calm. I have heard you are vying for the position of Fleet Admiral, and I have merely come to partake in the festivities. Please continue. Feng Xiu states with an innocuous smile, taking a seat at random while his shadow army stands reverently behind him. The government officials, upon seeing Palihuo's presence, erupt in fury, demanding his capture as retribution for the numerous fallen celestial dragons. Feng Xiu, unwilling to let his allies be threatened, retorts, "What of killing a few celestial dragons? They are dead. Why dwell on it?" His tone conveys that celestial dragons are not exalted beings, and their demise is akin to slaughtering livestock, utterly inconsequential. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, both astute and cunning, quickly realize the truth. These individuals are under Feng Xiu's command, and he has been the puppet master orchestrating events from the shadows. It becomes clear why formidable warriors with entirely new cultivation systems have appeared on the seas, their identities eluding discovery. Feng Xiu, a figure who has slain an admiral, cannot possibly remain idle, even as he finds himself pursued by the world government. In truth, he has been secretly maneuvering his pieces within various factions, implementing strategies to deplete the naval government's strength. His arrival at the Holy Land of Mary Geos with his shadow army is undeniably a calculated move to instigate chaos. Typically, news of Feng Xiu's whereabouts would incite excitement among officials eager to capture him and avenge Akiji's death, rallying the military spirits. Yet, with each of Feng Xiu's associates possessing strength rivaling that of the seven warlords, even including those of the Yonko caliber, the sheer magnitude of his coalition leaves them bewildered as to how he has gathered such willing subordinates. Upon witnessing Feng Xiu's long-anticipated return, Admiral Akainu declares his intent to apprehend him, seeking to reclaim the honor lost from the death of an admiral. However, the naval command is apprehensive, recognizing they are encircled by an overwhelming force. It is a precarious moment. Who cares about a fallen admiral from years past? Let us abandon the notion of capturing me. It is amusing that after all these years, the Navy remains stagnant, Feng Xiu remarks, revealing that his visit is simply to showcase his current prowess. A stark contrast to the hunted youth of the past. He has come to gauge the Navy's strength and examine whether they still hold the position of superiority in the world. Furthermore, he expresses a distinct opinion regarding the Fleet Admiral position, suggesting that Akainu, with his outdated mindset, is better suited to remain an admiral, while it would be more fitting for Shimada Hanzo to assume the role of Fleet Admiral. Akainu, incensed by such an insult, feels the magma coursing through him ready to erupt, eager to eliminate Feng Xiao on the spot. Feng Xiao unleashes his ice affinity, a bone-chilling cold spreading through the air, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume that Shimada Genji is recklessly activating his freezing powers. Shimada Genji, taken aback, gestures his innocence, indicating he has done nothing. Feng Xiao, having harmonized the abilities of all shadow talents, finds it effortless to counteract the volcanic energy emanating from Akainu. He possesses sufficient strength to traverse the pirate world with impunity. With Imperial-level capabilities, his bounty has soared into the hundreds of billions of berries, posing a greater threat to the world government than all 5 emperors and the Revolutionary Army combined. Once a fugitive, Feng Xiao now relishes the opportunity to humiliate the Navy's high command, allowing them to experience the terror of being encircled by his shadow army. The government officials, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily mobilize forces to suppress this act of provocation. As naval officers witness Palihuo's presence, they raise their weapons and unleash a barrage of fire upon him. Chapter 306. The Shimada Brothers' Rebellion shakes the Navy. At the World Government Headquarters, a man engulfed in flames bursts through the roof, seizing the magma-laden Akainu and soaring into the sky, only to plummet back down. Upon learning that Palihuo is the true perpetrator responsible for the Celestial Dragon's deaths, the government officials vow to capture this criminal at any cost. The naval command, feeling helpless, is compelled to confront Feng Xiao and his entourage, yet they recognize the overwhelming odds against them, particularly given Feng Xiao's unfathomable strength. Years ago, he had slain Akiji at a mere 20 years of age. His current might is undoubtedly more formidable. Akainu is the first to strike, transforming into a molten canine, unleashing a powerful force directed at Feng Xiao. Palihuo interposes himself before Feng Xiao, igniting in flames to absorb the forceful blow, propelling both adversaries through the roof towards the distant sea below. His ability to control flames stems from a genetic mutation. Thus, he is not subject to the curse of the sea. Even when submerged, he can still unleash fire, unlike Chi Inu, who would be severely restrained if dragged into the water and likely face demise. Executing a technique known as Lan Jiao, he kicks forth a surge of magma flames, sending the thunderous fire flying. Following this, Chi Inu employs Yubu, allowing him to glide effortlessly with a fierce blaze swirling above him. The force of his fists creating ripples in the air that distort the atmosphere, even in the absence of nearby objects to leverage. His mastery of Yubu enables him to sustain a brief flight. At this moment, Chi Inu is solely focused on engaging Feng Xiao, showing little interest in the thunderous fire, exerting all his strength to defeat his opponent swiftly. Yet he realizes the formidable challenge posed by the thunderous fire's abilities, which effectively counteract his own. Observing the commencement of battle, Kizaru Palusalino cannot remain idle and transforms into a golden flash, directly confronting the equally swift Tobarama Senju. A flurry of martial techniques ensues, dazzling the onlookers as 2 indistinct figures clash in an instant, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. This encounter gives Kizaru a sense of having met his match. He unleashes a powerful kick that generates a sonic boom in the air, executing a series of precise strikes aimed at Tobarama's vital points. Both warriors pride themselves on their speed, and in this moment, they feel the thrill of a worthy adversary. The Navy's command is about to instruct the Itachi brothers to engage, but they are met with a joint assault, targeting the formidable Vice Admiral Karp. This unexpected turn of events leaves everyone astounded, unable to comprehend the brothers' motives. What are you two doing? Are you attempting to betray the world government? Admiral Sengoku exclaims in a furious reprimand. Apologies. Since our enlistment in the Navy, we have remained loyal to Lord Feng Xiao, so the notion of betrayal seems misplaced. We are grateful to the government for its years of nurturing and for providing us with the rare ice fruit. From this day forth, we officially resign from our admiral positions to pledge our allegiance to Lord Feng Xiao. The Itachi brothers have endured in the Navy for years, and now the moment has come to confront the world government, revealing their true allegiance, which astonishes everyone aside from the Shadow Army. No one anticipated that the Itachi brothers, renowned for their unwavering loyalty and numerous achievements, have been under Feng Xiu's command all along, undetected for the past decade. If the five elders were to learn that their hard-won ice fruit had inadvertently benefited Feng Xiu's subordinates, they would surely be infuriated, feeling like fools. Had the Itachi brothers not revealed their identities today, the Navy would have remained in the dark. The realization that they have unwittingly nurtured spies within their ranks fills them with shame and a desire to vanish. You two traitors, let me, Vice Admiral Karp, execute your sentence today. The Iron Fist Karp's murderous intent surges, and with a roar, he leaps into the air, enveloped in armed haki. Descending with a powerful strike that sends ripples through the atmosphere, unleashing a tempest of energy. In the face of two admirals, Karp finds not strain but renewed ferocity. All his efforts to cultivate the Itachi brothers now seem futile, as they are not truly of the Navy, but rather allies of Feng Xiu from the Holy Court Kingdom. The brothers are well acquainted with Karp's techniques, yet they struggle to withstand his overwhelming force. They decide to utilize their devil fruit powers alongside their weaponry to mount a concerted attack. The Tony, bearing the characteristics of a paramecia-type devil fruit, cannot bear the sight any longer and joins forces with the Itachi brothers against Karp. A barrage of laser cannons, miniature missiles, and advanced weaponry rains down upon him. The battle between the Shadow Army and the Navy has commenced, with Feng Xiu establishing a defensive barrier to shield himself from the repercussions of their conflict. He intends to observe this initial clash without intervening, confident that his allies can manage the situation. On the Navy side, soldiers who once revered the Itachi brothers are now left in disbelief as their idols betray the government, aligning with the Holy Court Kingdom, leaving them in shock and questioning the integrity of the world government. The five elders, aware that the perpetrator of the Celestial Dragon's attack is present and participating in the conflict, aim to unveil the individual responsible for their downfall. A cataclysmic battle erupts, plunging the Holy Land Mary Geos into chaos and explosions, leaving everyone puzzled as to why the Holy Court Kingdom has turned against the world government. Chapter 307, Sovereign of the World, Feng Xiu, accompanied by the Shadow Army, has come to provoke, omitting ban Shimen Shueishue and Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni from his entourage. Nevertheless, the current assembly is sufficient to annihilate the Navy. With the betrayal of the Itachi brothers, the situation becomes even more dire. As Chi Inu and Kizuru are preoccupied, Karp finds himself engaged by the Itachi brothers and Tony. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Sengoku transforms into his golden Buddha form to assist. Before becoming Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was among the strongest admirals, and his immense presence shakes the ground. I will be your opponent. At this moment, it is time for the Sword Master Atox to make his entrance, his dark flames manifesting into a colossal dark blade, reminiscent of a demon descending from the abyss. The blade gleaming with a brilliant and piercing light, stirring a tempest of sword winds. The golden Buddha, taken aback, retreats, his body as resilient as adamant, successfully countering the incoming sword light. Yet, as he feels the searing pain and the encroaching dark essence, Sengoku retaliates with a powerful golden fist, unleashing a torrent of force directed at Atox's head. For the Revolutionary Army's higher-ups, Atox, being a sword demon, has always been at odds with the Navy. Now that he learns of Feng Xiu's connection, he cannot allow this adversary to persist in this world. To his astonishment, Itachi Hanzo is revealed to be affiliated with the Holy Court Kingdom. The Vice Admiral Momonosuke expresses disbelief, her lovely visage marred by shock, as she had harbored affection for Hanzo, only to be cruelly shattered by this revelation. I always knew this fellow was no good, and now the traitor stands before me. This is my moment to shine. Chibuta, harboring secret admiration for Momonosuke, seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Itachi Hanzo. Even as a candidate for the rank of admiral, the possessed strength is nearly on par with that of a full-fledged Marine admiral. With a full-force strike, one could sufficiently diminish the opponent's combat capabilities by nearly half. Suddenly, a radiant shield emanating a divine aura deflected the formidable punch from Cha-Tun, revealing the sacred wings of the God of Light, descending upon them like a deity from the heavens. To be honest, engaging with you, Lot, is somewhat beneath my dignity as the king of the Holy Court. However, with only a few of you remaining, I have no choice, the god of light remarked disdainfully, seemingly disregarding the likes of Tao, Tu, and Shatan. As a formidable being of the initial tier of the four emperors, battling with these candidates was akin to child's play. This, in turn, ignited a competitive spirit in Tao Tu and Shatan, who, despite exerting their utmost efforts to inflict a significant blow, found themselves perpetually thwarted by the impenetrable defense of the god of light, only to be toyed with instead. As the battle reached its climax, it came as no surprise that Tao Tu and Shatan were summoned by the god of light, who unleashed the heavens' sacred fist, transcending space with a devastating punch that sent them reeling, causing them to spit blood and lose their combat effectiveness on the spot. Subsequently, the god of light continued to unleash heaven's sacred fist upon the remaining high-ranking Marines, inflicting severe damage upon several, casting a grim shadow over the Marines' prospects, with the possibility of total annihilation looming. To think you could disrupt the world government so thoroughly. I underestimated you. So perish. At that moment, an aura of overwhelming terror erupted, as if a shadow capable of annihilating the world descended, unleashing a sword energy that shattered the void and surged towards Feng Xiu's direction. It was evident that the opponent aimed to capture the king by first eliminating Feng Xiu. Heaven's Gate, Ice Crystal Giant Wall, Death's Bone Shield. Feng Xiu swiftly deployed 3 defensive abilities, with Nethers assisting him. However, Im's sword energy obliterated all those defenses, dissipating into nothingness. The sheer power of that initial assault hinted at the staggering might he possessed. As a prominent figure who had survived for centuries, and the sole survivor altered by the immortality procedure, it was hard to believe that Im lacked Emperor-level strength. Upon witnessing Im's intervention, the 5 elders and high-ranking Marines exhibited expressions of excitement. With Im's involvement, it was enough to crush all formidable foes. Finally willing to make a move, Feng Xiu was hardly surprised at Im's appearance, given that he was on the verge of dismantling the world government's headquarters. As the leader of the Celestial Dragons and the supreme authority of the world government, there was no reason for him not to intervene. Based on his assessment of Im's combat prowess, Feng Xiu felt unafraid. However, he recognized that even a victory would leave him grievously wounded. Thus, he summoned Bo Feng Sui Min to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for withdrawal. The primary purpose of this visit was to demonstrate his might to the world government, while also retrieving the Shimada brothers. The Marine government no longer held any value for him, rendering their continued presence unnecessary. Im, surprised that Feng Xiu could withstand his attack, did not expect the noble youth they had once pursued would now be capable of contending with him. Just as he was about to unleash a second wave of assault, he noticed all members of the Shadow Army retreating, swiftly entering the spatial vortex released by Bo Feng Sui Min. Damn it, they managed to escape. The high-ranking Marines cursed in frustration. After being toyed with by Feng Xiu for years, they discovered that the planted undercover agents were the Shimada brothers, which dealt them a heavy blow. Realizing the significant threat posed by Feng Xiu's Shadow Army to the world government, Sengoku immediately ordered the full mobilization of all forces to launch an offensive against the floating island where the Holy Court Kingdom resided. Due to the assistance rendered by the Devil's Pact, the Marines would cease any dealings with them. Once the Holy Court Kingdom was conquered, all technologies and industries would naturally fall under the Marines' control. The Shadow Army, having appeared within the Holy Court Palace alongside Feng Xiu, was fully aware of the Marines' subsequent actions, and unfortunately for them, Feng Xiu's meticulously crafted plan was finally ready to bear fruit. Having ruled the pirate world for centuries, the world government was due for a change of power. As for the Revolutionary Army's stance, Feng Xiu was indifferent. He was destined to become the sovereign of this world. Anyone who dared resist would find a Shadow Army at his back, ready to eliminate all obstacles, thus providing him with the necessary leverage to declare war against various factions worldwide. In Chapter 308, as the Marines faced division, the world was shocked. After severing ties with the world government, Feng Xiu executed a series of strategic deployments, sending the Shimada brothers alongside Bo Feng Sui Min to consolidate their influence within the Marines. Over the years, Feng Xiu had secretly embedded numerous operatives within the Marine government, many of whom had risen to the ranks of rear admiral and vice admiral, forming a significant backbone. This pivotal moment marked the beginning of Feng Xiu's harvest. News of the Holy Court Kingdom's assault on the world government spread widely, garnering admiration for his courage. The world government, perceived as the most formidable and untouchable force by ordinary people, was audaciously challenged by Feng Xiu. Many speculated that Feng Xiu was on the verge of rebellion, likely to join forces with the Revolutionary Army in a full-scale war against the government, igniting a global conflict. Nations dissatisfied with the celestial dragons applauded, declaring their support for Feng Xiu should he choose to rebel, vowing to fight against the corrupt government to the bitter end. In truth, considering Feng Xiu's previous political maneuvers, there seemed to be an underlying intention to establish himself as a king. Many observed this without voicing their thoughts, merely waiting for the Holy Court Kingdom to further realize its ambitions. Just as speculation ran rampant, the world government unexpectedly stepped forward to publicly declare the emergence of the true culprit behind the assassination of Marine Admiral Qingji, who had openly opposed the establishment of the Holy Court Kingdom. Furthermore, the government announced the revocation of the ranks of Shimada Hanzo and Shimada Genji, stripping them of their identities as Marine Admirals and the Seven Warlords of the Sea due to their long-standing allegiance to Feng Xiu. In light of the heinous acts attributed to the Holy Court Kingdom, the world government declared the abolition of the holy currency, reverting to the previously enforced currency, with any dissent treated as rebellion. Having resolved to eradicate Feng Xiu entirely, the government leaders felt no need for restraint. The actions of his subordinates, who had mercilessly slaughtered numerous celestial dragons, provided ample justification for capital punishment. All of Feng Xiu's proposed reforms and political decisions have been thoroughly repudiated, and the world government was poised to initiate a comprehensive crackdown on the Holy Court Kingdom, confiscating all economic rights and wealth associated with Stark Industries. Did these foolish government officials truly believe they had secured victory and could brazenly plunder without consequence? Feng Xiu, upon hearing this news, revealed a fleeting expression that prompted the Shimada brothers to act swiftly, showcasing to the government officials the countenance of a navy, which he had successfully tamed. Concurrently, the former Navy Admiral Shimada brothers accepted interviews from various news agencies, announcing that nearly half of the Navy's members have been taken under their wing in response to Feng Xiu's proletarian call, with the determination to overthrow the world government and establish an ideal nation of democracy and peace. This revelation sent shockwaves through the global powers, as the abrupt shift in the Shimada brothers' allegiance was utterly astonishing. Only recently had they demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Navy. In a matter of days, they had transformed into a revolutionary army opposing the world government. It is worth noting that during the fierce battles between the Navy and the Four Emperors, the Shimada brothers had diligently fulfilled their duties, displaying remarkable commitment. Their sudden declaration to resist the world government was a stark contrast that many found hard to accept. The kings of Dressrosa, Amazon Lily, Alabasta, and Fishman Island had long been prepared for an eventual confrontation with the world government, steadfastly choosing to side with Feng Xiu. Even if war were to erupt, the Holy Court Kingdom would not necessarily face defeat. Moreover, Feng Xiu had saved them from the peril of national annihilation, a debt of gratitude that warranted their lifelong allegiance. Their discontent with the actions of the world government's upper echelons had been brewing for some time, and should Feng Xiu succeed in supplanting the world government, it would be an immense boon. With this in mind, the Empress, Jinbei, and King Riku announced their withdrawal from the Shichibukai and their status as allied nations. The Navy government was incensed by their actions, particularly the Shimada brothers' methods. Having secretly amassed so many loyal subordinates without the government's knowledge, they were further oblivious to the fact that most of the soldiers who had joined the Navy over the years were, in fact, Feng Xiu's own subordinates. The current reduction of the Navy's strength by half was undeniably catastrophic, although the pirate factions were momentarily stunned by Feng Xiu's behind-the-scenes machinations. They had yet to take any rebellious actions. However, once they regained their composure, they would undoubtedly launch assaults against the allied nations under the Navy's control. The Shimada brothers, along with all the captured Navy soldiers, stationed themselves near the Holy Court Kingdom, where a vast military base had already been constructed, covering an area of several kilometers. Feng Xiu promised that the compensation provided to them by the Navy would be doubled by the Holy Court Kingdom, and even if the holy coins were abolished, it would not matter, as the World Bank and economic system were firmly in his grasp. Following the implementation of a series of welfare policies, the previously anxious Navy soldiers promptly regained their spirits, standing in unison to salute and pledging their loyalty to the Holy Court Kingdom. These soldiers hailed from various nations, having joined the Navy government in the hopes of establishing their legacy and bringing honor to their families. Now, although they had severed ties with the world government, the power and international standing of the Holy Court Kingdom, along with its wealth, were hardly inferior and in fact surpassed that of many. This was a significant reason for their decision to follow Feng Xiu. The Navy government had not been able to pay salaries for several months. If they did not make a decisive choice soon, they would face starvation. Had the day finally arrived? Feng Xiu felt no concern regarding the world government's reaction. Even if his crimes were publicly revealed, what of it? Admiral Akiji had been deceased for over a decade, and few would remember him now. As for the slain celestial dragons, aside from their families, who would mourn their deaths? The oppressed populace had longed for their demise. Now was the time to mobilize the Shadow Army and embark on the path to world dominance. Feng Xiu was confident in his strength, bolstered by Stark industry support, which afforded him a significant advantage over the world government. Chapter 309. An urgent meeting convened. The Navy now faced its most dire moment, not due to significant casualties, but rather because 2 of the 4 admirals had defected, taking with them half of the Navy's forces. The immediate priority was to recruit new Navy soldiers, meticulously screening potential candidates to replenish the depleted ranks, and subsequently strategizing against Feng Xiu. An urgent global meeting was convened, inviting all allied nations to participate. Should any allied nation choose not to attend, they would be deemed traitors, facing only 2 options: either join the Navy's ranks or align themselves with the Holy Court Kingdom, leaving no room for neutrality. Presently, with the Revolutionary Army and the 4 emperors poised to strike, the world government resolved to eliminate internal discord, even if it meant directly engaging in conflict with Feng Xiu. This necessitated garnering more allied support. The government's call received substantial backing from the majority of allied nations, as the current naval strength felt inadequate to confront the ascendant Holy Court Kingdom. Infuriatingly, the rebellious Navy soldiers had seized a considerable amount of weaponry and ammunition, including new equipment purchased from Stark Industries at great expense. With Stark Industries now thoroughly compromised, the possibility of acquiring new arms was virtually non-existent. Fortunately, the remaining stock was extracted for use in the confrontation with the Holy Court Kingdom. Some allied nations remained indecisive. A wrong choice in allegiance could lead to catastrophic consequences, as neither the Holy Court nor the world government would tolerate dissenting nations. Upon learning of the urgent meeting convened at the Holy Land, Feng Xiu declared that the world government was established to uphold the decaying rule of the celestial dragons, failing to safeguard the interests of the grassroots populace. Nations opting for the Holy Court Kingdom would implement a system of democratic autonomy, prioritizing the welfare of the common people, rejecting noble privileges and political corruption, ensuring that rulers were held accountable under the same laws as ordinary citizens. The Holy Court Kingdom also announced through its official channels the convening of a world conference, inviting all those willing to resist the celestial dragons and the world government to join the new government as esteemed founders, enjoying the highest welfare benefits. They then detailed the transgressions of the celestial dragons over the years, with photographs and videos captured with remarkable clarity, demonstrating that the world government's subsequent decisions were merely acts of indulgence. In contrast, the crime rate in the Holy Court Kingdom had plummeted to nearly 0. Following this announcement, the Holy Court Kingdom officially rebranded itself as the Holy Court Government, asserting that the previous world government was an illegitimate entity destined to be swept away by the tides of time. The news of the Holy Court Government garnered widespread support from the populace, while those nations still practicing noble despotism leaned toward the world government. indifferent to the opposition from a majority of their citizens. Having become accustomed to their elevated status, they could not fathom sharing equal treatment with the so-called lowly commoners. It is preferable to place one's bets on the world government, as the political decisions of the proletariat revolution have caused significant losses to their interests. If they do not promptly express their stance, they may find themselves stripped of all assets and reduced to mere commoners. The current situation is abundantly clear. The government and the Holy Court each command approximately half of the naval forces, making the numerical advantage negligible. In terms of weaponry and financial resources, however, Feng Xiu holds a distinct advantage. The former 4 permanent members of the council have resolutely chosen to align themselves with Feng Xiu, alongside nations that once enjoyed preferential treatment from the Holy Court and are tightly bound by trade agreements with them. The Revolutionary Army, upon realizing that the Holy Court shares their ideology and common adversaries, immediately expressed a desire for an alliance. Should this alliance succeed, it would significantly enhance Feng Xiu's chances of victory. Most of the allied nations have divided into 2 factions, heading towards the floating islands and the holy land of Mary Geos. In this war, no nation can remain unscathed. Those who choose neutrality will inevitably be consumed by the 2 great powers. Ultimately, 56 nations opted to join the Holy Court government. Their governance is not one of monarchic despotism. Rather, the king is notably enlightened and shows great care for the common people. The reluctance of the nobility to abolish their feudal privileges largely stems from their accustomed tyranny and the enjoyment of their privileges, which satisfies their own wicked desires. Is it merely 56? Very well. Once the world government is overthrown, those lapdogs from the allied nations will meet their demise. Standing in the conference hall, Feng Xiu gazed coldly in the direction of the holy land of Mary Geos, silently sentencing them to death, an annihilation of those who oppose him. In this open confrontation with the world government, the role of these allied nations is of little significance. He merely seeks to discern who stands by his side. As for confronting the world government, he has yet to reveal all his cards. Let us not forget that nearly half of the 4 emperors are under his control, though he has refrained from disclosing this due to concerns regarding Kaido and Big Mom, even without relying on them. Feng Xiu possesses over 80% certainty in his ability to oppose the world government. The entire global economic system is now under the monopoly of Tony, rendering the holy coin system far superior to the belly. The majority still prefer to use the holy coin for transactions. Switching to belly would entail significant risks of procuring nothing. With absolute military strength, weaponry, and financial backing, it would be exceedingly difficult for Feng Xiu to lose. Rest assured, Lord Feng Xiu, I have brought the finest warriors from the island. I shall always stand by your side, the Empress declared with a radiant smile, offering him comfort. Indeed, the time for war is upon us. After all, Dressrosa was saved by Lord Feng Xiu. We are not ungrateful, King Riku asserted with unwavering conviction, pledging his loyalty. Kabura expressed a similar sentiment, accompanied by Princess Vivi and Kosha, who had not yet made an appearance during the Alabasta incident, bringing nearly 200,000 troops to support Feng Xiu. The Fishman Army, led by Jinbei aboard the ship of the Sun Pirates, comprises 200,000 robust warriors, each capable of taking on 10 humans single-handedly. Feng Xiu felt gratified by their fervent support, grateful for their assistance during past tribulations. Thank you all for your support. Just wait and see. Victory will undoubtedly be ours. Chapter 310. The establishment of the Red Party in a bid to secure the final allies, namely the Revolutionary Army. Feng Xiu expended points to resurrect the formidable Megatron, who had been destroyed by him during the last battle after a hasty retreat. Feng Xiu personally boarded an aircraft carrier and arrived at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, where he was set to engage in a historically significant meeting with the revolutionary leader, Dragon. To think you are the one manipulating the world order and delivering a heavy blow to the world government is truly unimaginable, Dragon remarked, his expression stoic and devoid of emotion. He was astonished to see someone so young capable of reclaiming half the naval forces and defeating an admiral. Previously, he had only paid attention to Feng Xiu's name when Admiral Akiji was slain, but after years of remaining hidden, he had recalled this name once more. Now, upon their reunion, the individual before him had grown into a figure capable of standing alone against the world government. It is an honor to meet the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army. I hope for a fruitful collaboration as we strive to overthrow the world government for the benefit of the masses, Feng Xiu said with a smile, extending his hand to formally propose an alliance with the Revolutionary Army. Dragon was momentarily taken aback. One might mistake Feng Xiu for a member of his revolutionary faction, given how adeptly he articulated the core tenets of proletarian revolution. Subsequently, Dragon acknowledged Feng Xiu's assistance to his son, Luffy, on the Sabati archipelago, expressing relief that the young man was currently training with the Pirate King Rayleigh. They then began to discuss the details of their alliance. After 2 hours of intensive dialogue, Dragon realized that Feng Xiu possessed a deeper understanding of the true essence of revolution than he did. The vision of life under a socialist regime that Feng Xiu articulated was one that inspired hope. Feng Xiu smiled in silence, merely painting a picture of the life of the people from his past life in Huaxia, a great nation free from the fears of war, famine, and pirate invasions. If such ideals could truly be realized, then all their efforts would gain historic significance, deserving of a place in the annals of history for future generations. To enable people worldwide to live such blissful lives, the old world government must be overthrown. For Dragon, as long as the socialist revolution could be widely implemented, it mattered little who governed the world. Thus, feeling somewhat awkward, he graciously offered the leadership position of the Revolutionary Army to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu did not refuse this offer. He proposed the establishment of the Red Party Committee, appointing himself as the first secretary and naming Dragon, Zhengwu, Jiansu, Adix Sabo, Ivankov, Fujitora, the Empress Kabura, Yahim, King Riku, and others as committee members. He announced the rules and regulations of the Red Party, clarifying the developmental path they would pursue and providing the Revolutionary Army with precise implementation directions. The first objective was to liberate the 4 seas and use that as a starting point to free the entire world. As Feng Xiu's Shadow Army still has many members scattered across the 4 seas under his command, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy soldiers under the Holy Court now donned unified military uniforms to prevent friendly fire in the future. They recognized that their common enemy was the military of the old world government. This sudden transformation brought considerable reassurance to the allied nations under the Holy Court. Should the Revolutionary Army join them in their efforts against the world government, the odds of victory would undoubtedly rise. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the government in Mary Geos were infuriated to see some allied nations absent and subsequently strip them of their membership status in the Holy Court government. Immediately, the world government commenced discussions with the affiliated nations on how to contend with this individual, Feng Xiu, after the adversary had slain Marine Admiral Akiji. Despite their relentless global pursuit and bounties placed upon him, they were unable to uncover Feng Xiu's whereabouts, only to discover he was clandestinely manipulating the world from within the Holy Court Palace. They were endlessly intrigued by the multitude of formidable figures who chose to pledge their allegiance to him. For in this era, cultivating a powerhouse akin to an admiral or even a 4 emperor was an arduous task. However, the emergence of Feng Xiu, along with the likes of the God of Light, Palihuo, Nisi Sai, and Bluffing Schumann, had been nothing short of unprecedented, exhibiting an entirely new system of power cultivation. The appearance of the Death God pirates, if it bore any connection to Feng Xiu, would be exceedingly alarming. Such a threatening entity had, astonishingly, engaged in discussions right under their noses, indicating that Feng Xiu had adeptly concealed himself, evading all forms of pursuit. Not long after the urgent meeting of the world government convened, they learned that Feng Xiu had established a new world government, inciting their immense ire as they publicly declared their refusal to recognize its international legitimacy. Yet, this declaration held little weight, for the new world government had already laid its foundational climate and reportedly allied with the Revolutionary Army, leaving the world government with scant prospects of victory. Many representatives from the affiliated nations felt a pang of regret, realizing they had hastily joined without a comprehensive understanding of the situation. as it was now evidently clear that the Holy Court held a significant advantage. Had they previously aligned themselves with the Holy Court, at worst, they would have merely suffered the loss of noble privileges, their assets and personnel remaining untouched, still able to indulge in a life of luxury. However, at this juncture, should they choose to withdraw hastily, they would likely face immediate eradication by the world government. Although the Navy's strength had waned, formidable figures such as Akainu and Kizuru remained present, capable of exterminating them in mere seconds. Alas, it seems the Itada brothers will not return. It is remarkable that they have managed to elude us for so long. This individual known as Feng Xiu is indeed skilled in the art of strategy. Kizaru wore a troubled expression, deeply concerned about the current state of the marine government. Akainu remained silent, yet the fury simmering within him was nearly unbearable. It was a profound disgrace to have collaborated with such a traitor for so many years. The scars left by his battle with Palihuo were indelibly etched upon his chest, and he attributed this hatred to Feng Xiu, vowing that when the time for confrontation arrived, he would be the first to strike. In light of the ramifications of these events, the retirement of Admiral Sengoku was temporarily shelved as he reorganized the remaining marine forces, demanding that the affiliated nations relinquish military authority to assist them in combating the enemy. Chapter 311. New Government Navy. After Feng Xiu established the new world government and allied with the Revolutionary Army, he initiated a series of policies to restructure the marine fleet under his command, adopting the naval organization system from the past. He classified the existing marine forces into missile destroyers, missile boats, patrol boats, minesweepers, landing ships, and various auxiliary vessels, resulting in a far more comprehensive categorization. The fleet was divided according to the four major seas: east, west, south, and north, with each region possessing a structured system of classifications. The world government was destined for overthrow. It was imperative to maintain order within their own territory. The newly appointed Marines were tasked with maritime patrols, surveillance, anti-submarine operations, mine laying, escorting, and life-saving measures to protect all citizens from pirate assaults and plunder. Should they observe pirate forces causing turmoil, the nearby naval fleet would be authorized to employ artillery strikes, and when necessary, activate the War Machine 2 and T-1000 robots to assist in apprehending wrongdoers. They did not wish to be ambushed from the rear by pirates when engaged in conflict with the Old World government. Additionally, there were patrol boat units, coastal defense forces, and naval aviation units, and it was evident that even if Feng Xiu did not propose these measures, any of his subordinates could articulate them with ease. Had Vice Admiral he been present, he would undoubtedly have been astounded by this comprehensive naval management system. Such clear divisions of labor, strict regulations, and orderly governance could have eradicated half of the pirate factions long ago. After relinquishing the leadership of the Revolutionary Army to Feng Xiu, Long observed him for several days and noted his unwavering dedication to the revolutionary cause, meticulously implementing the latest naval organizational system, affirming that he had not misjudged this individual. This meticulously structured naval organization was capable of maximizing the effectiveness of the existing tens of thousands of naval forces, far surpassing the antiquated naval system of the Old World government. To effectively support Feng Xiu's revolutionary uprising, Long integrated all current revolutionary troops into the naval forces of the New World government, pledging unity and a lifelong commitment to the proletarian revolution. Following the formulation of these plans, all territories under the influence of the Revolutionary Army were patrolled continuously, day and night, with fleets executing their duties in a highly organized manner, ensuring impenetrable defense. Whenever the world government's naval forces appeared within firing range, they would be ordered to open fire, vowing to resist the world government led by the Five Elders to the bitter end. Stark Industries was fully engaged in developing more advanced weaponry without any need for concealment, as such weaponry was among the most basic in the realm of Marvel's advanced technology. Weapons such as electromagnetic pulse cannons, Gauss sniper rifles, Gatling guns, devastating laser cannons, and plasma shields, every conceivable piece of equipment seen in science fiction films, will be crafted by Tony's genius intellect. In pursuit of enhanced combat capability, Feng Xiu invested hundreds of millions, ensuring each new Marine soldier was equipped with a set of nano-combat suits, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities and mobility. Each suit utilized the most advanced fingerprint recognition technology, rendering it impossible for enemies to don them, as any mismatch in identity would result in immediate incapacitation. Having seized military authority, Feng Xiu did not hasten to strike against the Old World government. Rather, he chose to liberate nations across the globe. Any nation supporting the proletarian revolution, desiring the empowerment of its people and the overthrow of aristocratic tyranny, was welcome to join. This ultimately ignited the flames of war, as numerous nations within the Four Seas declared revolutionary uprisings, abolishing all forms of inequality and responding to Feng Xiu's revolutionary call. In comparison to the oppressive aristocrats, the suffering masses constituted the majority in this world, demonstrating to the celestial dragons the terrifying force of human life. It was a spark, seemingly insignificant, yet when united, it possessed the power to ignite a great conflagration. It was Feng Xiu's advanced revolutionary ideology that awakened the spirit of reform in many hearts within the pirate world, making them realize that without the support of the masses, the aristocrats, kings, and monarchs were utterly inconsequential. In the holy land of Mary Geos, the Old World government found itself at a loss, as it was now too late to quell the uprising, and they had no confidence in achieving decisive victory. In terms of military strength, weaponry, and systemic organization, they were at a stark disadvantage compared to Feng Xiu. Now, their greatest concern lies in the possibility of undercover agents from the Shungting Kingdom infiltrating the existing naval forces. After all, if even a naval admiral can be swayed, how much more vulnerable are the brigadier and major generals? In response to this troubling phenomenon, the government summoned an individual possessing the powers of a devil fruit, capable of probing the depths of human hearts through large-scale testing. Unexpectedly, while they failed to uncover the spies from Shungting Kingdom, they did manage to expose operatives from other factions. Each day, over 1 million naval personnel underwent rigorous examinations, which left the devil fruit user utterly exhausted. After expending their abilities in one go, they collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. As the revolutionary forces stirred a wave of upheaval, all non-revolutionary allied nations across the Four Seas were brutally decimated by the onslaught of the new government navy. The disparity in combat power was so vast that even high-ranking warriors were unnecessary. The task fell to the ordinary naval soldiers clad in nano-combat suits and armored exoskeletons, wielding war machines and controlling drones to bring all royal factions to their knees. Once a nation was conquered, it was swiftly taken over by the revolutionaries, who proclaimed the complete liberation of the oppressed populace, freeing them from the dazzling tyranny of capitalist elitists and establishing their own utopian realm. Wherever the revolutionary flag adorned with the 5 stars was raised, insurrections erupted. Observing the familiar 5-star emblem, Feng Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering whether the nation of his past life would acknowledge his journey through time with a commendation for being an exemplary ideological traveler. It is undeniable that the flag designed by the revolutionary architect, Long, has now become the symbol of the new world government, allowing any who hoist it to join the uprising. The scale of the war spanned over 2,000 kilometers, encompassing the territories of hundreds of nations, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers. Yet, the sacrifices of these valiant souls were not in vain. To bolster morale and stabilize the troops, Feng Xiu spared no expense in erecting a colossal monument, towering dozens of feet high, inscribed with the names of all fallen soldiers, moving countless onlookers to tears. Chapter 312. The Old World Navy shall be forsaken by the people. The new government Navy advanced with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through their path like a locust swarm, quelling all opposing forces. However, they unexpectedly encountered a formidable adversary in the North Sea, which halted their advance. News of this development reached the palace of the Shungting Kingdom, capturing the attention of the revolutionary leaders present. The head of the family must be Germa Kingdom's judge, if memory serves correctly. To my astonishment, the roadblock they faced was indeed the Vinsmoke family. As Fong recalled the events from the original narrative, he recognized the Vinsmoke family, notably Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates, who had been expelled at a young age and encountered the infamous Red-Leg Zeph. In the original tale, Judge resorted to genetic experimentation to bestow his descendants with superhuman abilities at the cost of their humanity, producing the trio of Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, each wielding powers of fire, lightning, and air pressure, respectively. Additionally, there was Reiju, a tall and striking beauty capable of releasing toxins and possessing extraordinary resistance to them, who could effortlessly bend prison bars as a child. Throughout the pirate world, the Vinsmoke family stands as the sole power capable of dominating the North Sea without relying on haki, swordsmanship, fisherman karate, or the enhancement of devil fruit powers. The unique battle suits of Germa, donned by the three brothers and the Princess Reiju, instantly endowed them with the strength of 10,000 men. When Judge incorporated Stark Industries' super soldier serum into their genetic makeup, their might became truly formidable. Every family member possessed the strength to contend with the seven warlords, with Judge himself realizing his lifelong ambition of establishing family dominion over the North Sea. In an effort to negotiate, they dispatched envoys for discussions, considering the family of Sanji, who was a friend of Luffy, hoping to avert conflict if possible. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's suggestion, Dragon found it reasonable and, in consideration of his son Monkey D. Luffy, decided to offer the Vinsmoke family a chance to surrender. Should they insist on obstructing the revolutionary armed uprising, then they would have no choice but to decisively eliminate Germa Kingdom from the North Sea. On the Vinsmoke side, Judge felt extreme distress upon learning of the new government navy's approach. Despite their reliance on an endless supply of clone soldiers to withstand the onslaught, he firmly believed that the North Sea rightfully belonged to the Vinsmoke family. If the revolutionaries sought to seize it, they would have to step over his corpse. Upon meeting the revolutionary envoy, Judge vehemently expressed his refusal to yield, with Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji refusing to show any respect to the diplomat, vowing to fight to the bitter end against any forces attempting to invade the North Sea. With their ability to continuously produce clone soldiers and maintain a tenuous defense against the revolutionaries, the family members possessed strength comparable to the warlords, turning the entire North Sea into an insurmountable fortress. Unifying the North Sea had been Judge's lifelong ambition, and with the revolutionaries capturing the four seas and occupying all territories, it felt like an assault on his very existence. For the sake of their ancestral legacy, they could only vow to resist to the last breath. If the revolutionaries were intent on advancing, they would have to extract a heavy toll. Our revolutionary leader, Lord Feng Xiu, is a close friend of your son Sanji. We hope you will reconsider the situation. The diplomatic envoy reiterated the stakes before departing, having said all that was necessary. If the Vinsmoke family refused to heed the warning, they would inevitably tread the path toward annihilation. To their surprise, Yanji scornfully remarked that Sanji, that waste, had connections with such a prominent figure, expressing his disdain for the youngest brother. Since the establishment of the Vinsmoke family, they had ruled with overwhelming force. Yet in this generation, only Sanji lacked the superhuman physique and extraordinary abilities, marking him as a disgrace to the family. Not only him, but Ichiji, Niji, and others shared this sentiment, with only Reiju, the eldest daughter, showing Sanji a modicum of kindness. Sanji is not as lacking as you imagine. Be mindful of your words, Reiju retorted, as the three brothers, stripped of human emotion, remained indifferent to familial bonds. It was only through Sanji that Reiju experienced the joys of sisterhood. Hearing Yanji's remarks, Reiju disagreed, mentioning Sanji's recent affiliation with the flourishing Straw Hat Pirates, where he had become a formidable force with his exceptional kicking techniques, emerging as one of their top fighters. It was astonishing how much Sanji had grown, yet Judge wondered how the revolutionary leader had forged such a connection with him. Judge was taken aback, realizing that the abandoned child he had once cast away had now garnered significant renown. Judging solely from his combat prowess, Sanji's leg techniques were already on par with several of his brothers, achieving such mastery without relying on any superhuman traits or abilities. This realization left Judge with a pang of regret, Had he known of Sanji's exceptional talent in martial arts, perhaps he could have sought a mentor for him. For there are many paths to power, not solely through genetic enhancement. It seems that the only recourse left is to seek assistance from the world government. Otherwise, how can one contend against the formidable revolutionary army? Jiaji sighed as he spoke, acknowledging that their prolonged resistance was primarily due to the absence of high-tier fighters like Bofeng Shui Min, Pai Li Hua, and Nei Sei, who had yet to take action. By the time they regained their composure, the situation would likely become far more challenging. After dispatching a distress signal to the world government, several days passed without any response. When Jiaji personally called, he was met with a perfunctory attitude, indicating a lack of intent to support the German kingdom. As time dragged on, frustration mounted, leading Jiaji to directly accuse the world government of turning a blind eye to their plight. Were they truly willing to stand idly by while the revolutionary army rampaged across the North Sea? In critical moments, each attempt to reach out to the world government proved fruitless, prompting Jiaji to bitterly lament the fate that awaited such a bureaucratic institution, filled with self-preserving individuals who betrayed their allies. In truth, the old world government was preoccupied with mobilizing forces, conducting psychological evaluations, and subsequently involving them in strategic decisions to counter the revolutionary army's aggressive incursions. Currently, they were too preoccupied with their own predicaments to concern themselves with the fate of the Vince Mock family. Although the latter was a member of the world government, their interests paled in comparison to the higher-ups' priorities. Chapter 313. Annihilation of the Vince Mock family at present. The seas were plagued by relentless assaults from the Death God pirates against naval forces, leaving them in disarray. Even deploying an admiral proved futile, as per Feng Xiu's orders, which were aimed at buying enough time for the revolutionary army to seize more territory. Would the opposition refuse to negotiate? This was entirely expected. Thus, he decided to send the Sword Demon to take action. Feng Xiu was not at all surprised by Jiaji's attitude. In fact, even if the revolutionary army were to take control, the North Sea could be entrusted to them. Perhaps Jiaji still harbored some discontent with the proletarian political ideologies. The German kingdom upheld the principle of might, which had fostered considerable arrogance within the Vince Mock family, leading them to perceive themselves as a royal class while regarding their soldiers and civilians as mere expendables. One day, as the German fleet sailed across the North Sea, they noted an unusual stillness, devoid of any assault from the revolutionary army, enveloping the expanse of ocean in an unsettling silence. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, as blood-red clouds twisted and churned, heralding an impending calamity. From the depths of the clouds descended the formidable figure of the sword demon Aatrox in his fallen angel form. The terrifying aura of the abyss emanated from Aatrox, resembling a nightmare, as he descended with an overwhelming presence, wielding a colossal dark blade and scrutinizing the crowd below with ruthless intensity, to demonstrate the consequences of opposing the revolutionary army. The sword demon transformed into his most powerful form, intent on obliterating the self-important members of the Vince Mock family in one fell swoop. Is it truly him? Jiaji sensed the chilling darkness and looked up in astonishment. After days of waiting for the world government's reinforcements, he found himself confronted by the sword demon Aatrox, clearly poised to wreak havoc. Having previously rebuffed the revolutionary army's diplomatic overtures, Jiaji had anticipated this day, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Faced with such an unprecedented adversary, he harbored no confidence in his survival. Nevertheless, as long as Sanji remained alive, the Vince Mock family would not face extinction. Thus, they would collectively defend their territory with their lives. The members of the Vince Mock family donned their Germa battle attire, preparing to withstand the impending assault. Why not simply live in peace? What drove you to oppose the will of the revolutionary army? I am genuinely curious about the source of your courage to challenge me. The sword demon, surveying them from above, regarded them with disdainful arrogance. Who among the seas does not recognize the sword demon's formidable reputation, nearing the power of Yonko, instilling dread with his brutal slaughter? Having recently joined the revolutionary army, Aatrox had already claimed the lives of over 100,000 naval soldiers, creating a mountain of corpses. Truth be told, had Jiaji not been pushed to the brink, he would have preferred to avoid confrontation with Aatrox. Even a battle against Akainu would be more favorable than facing such an enemy. Enough of this. The North Sea belongs to the Vince-Mock family. If the Revolutionary Army wishes to seize it, let them come. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal dark flame, sword energy, pierced the void, sweeping through the air with an intensity that threatened to rend the very fabric of existence, cleaving several Germa warships in half, sending them rapidly sinking into the depths. Let's fight. Who fears whom? After donning their Germa battle attire, the members of the Vince-Mock family experienced a surge in power, unleashing their unique abilities in a concerted assault against the Sword Demon. This display was more than sufficient to contend with a Yonka-level powerhouse. Niji crackled with electric arcs, transforming into a flash of lightning as he darted toward the Sword Demon, delivering a swift kick that was effortlessly evaded. With a powerful swing of his blade, Aatrox sent him hurtling backward into a torrent of toxic purple liquid, which coalesced into the form of venomous serpents poised to strike. Just observing their fierce presence left no doubt about the terror of the toxins contained within. Such elemental energy attacks are futile, Aatrox thought dismissively, activating the power of the dark fruit. A black vortex materialized in his palm, devouring the oncoming toxic serpents without leaving a trace. This ability to absorb and consume all was the true strength of the dark fruit, allowing even those with lesser innate talents to wield power comparable to that of golden shadows. Jiaji and his companions soon realized that elemental energy attacks were ineffective. However, having dominated the North Sea for years, they were not without means to counter such devil fruit users. Initiating the Sea Prism stone-covered system, the members of the Vince-Mock family pressed the seals on their chests, causing the scales on their battle attire to ripple, enveloping the suits in a series of intricate diamond-like patterns. The material was specifically designed to suppress the abilities of devil fruit users, rendering anyone who dared to engage them in close combat utterly fatigued and powerless upon contact. What a despicable tactic. Yet, do you truly believe it will work against me? The Sea Prism Stone indeed suppresses all devil fruit users, but do not forget that I am the Sword Demon. As long as my swordsmanship is in play, no one can approach me with ease. In the face of such a formidable opponent, the members of the Vince-Mock family resolved to execute their most powerful joint attack. With a powerful propulsion from their foot-mounted jets, Jiaji, Niji, and Ichi shot into the air, soaring beyond the atmosphere. They then directed their kicks toward a common target, unleashing flames, lightning, pressure, and toxic flames that coalesced into a cataclysmic force, rivaling the impact of meteorites. For spirals of energy whirled, their terrifying might threatening to pierce through the very ground beneath them. Darkblade slash of the demon god. The sword demon Aatrox's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he roared skyward. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, manifesting as a tempest of demonic flames, exuding the wrathful and destructive essence reminiscent of the abyssal demon king. The dark sword energy surged forth, transforming the surrounding area into a hellish realm, where countless demonic specters howled in unison. The entire sky churned with blood-red clouds, creating an illusion of being ensnared in purgatory. Aatrox unfurled his dark, fallen wings and launched a ferocious strike against the terrifying force descending from above. The clash echoed across the North Sea like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, casting a radiant light akin to the sun, a storm potent enough to annihilate everything, pulling seawater into the skies. Energy rampaged, forming colossal waterspouts that roared like dragons, stirring the North Sea into chaos, while the clouds above were rent apart, creating a vast chasm. The tumult of battle persisted for several minutes before subsiding. Aatrox, affected by the aftermath, reverted from his fallen angel form, his injuries gradually healing through the lineage power of the Dark Blade. Gazing at the fallen members of the Vince-Mock family, strewn across the ground in a state of unconsciousness, Aatrox let out a sigh of relief, finally having vanquished these formidable adversaries. Following the defeat of the Vince-Mock family, the Revolutionary Army swiftly initiated the 187 offensive, capturing all 4 major seas within mere days, effectively enclosing the New World. As for the severely injured Vinsmoke family, out of consideration for Sanji, Feng Xiao ordered his subordinates to transport them to a medical facility for treatment, where they would be judged upon awakening. The New World government issued an announcement regarding the Vinsmoke family's trial, decreeing labor reform and the assimilation of proletarian revolutionary ideals. This news quickly spread across the globe, astonishing countless individuals who had not anticipated that the most formidable high-tech warriors of the German kingdom, the Vinsmoke family, could be defeated. Who then could possibly thwart the advance of the Revolutionary Army? The New World government was in the process of reorganizing its military, seeking to root out hidden spies within its ranks. Yet, upon hearing the news of the German kingdom's capture in the North Sea, the high-ranking officials were left in utter disbelief. They had previously dismissed the threat, believing that the German kingdom, adept in technological warfare, would not succumb so swiftly. However, the reality proved to be brutally harsh, as the combatants of the German kingdom fell before the sword demon. At the Bartai, the ocean restaurant, Redfoot Zeph removed the newspaper of the day, his expression turning grave upon reading the headline. He was well aware of Sanji's origins. Having been abandoned by his family, Sanji had encountered him at the age of 8, and they had spent many years together at the Bartai. The news of the defeat of Judge and the others would undoubtedly devastate the young chef. Yet Sanji was currently missing in the Sabaody archipelago, with communication lines severed. To Redfoot Zeph, it mattered little who ruled the world. As long as he had a place to run his restaurant, that alone was enough to satisfy him. In the New World, the kingdom of the transvestites, Sanji sat dejectedly upon a stone, indifferent to the flirtations of the nearby transvestites, which only stirred their concern. What was troubling this little Sanji? Had he begun to accept their appearance, preparing to become one of them? How absurd! If anyone wished to vie for Sanji's affection, they would first have to contend with her transvestite martial arts. It seemed that such melancholy had arisen after reading about the fall of the German kingdom. On the beach, several flamboyantly adorned transvestites engaged in fervent debate over who could win Sanji's favor. Old Zeph remained overly fixated on the North Sea, unable to compromise. Upon learning that his father, brothers, and sister had been captured by the Revolutionary Army, Sanji could not feign indifference. Despite his disdain, he could not wish them harm. Just days prior, he had received a package from Judge containing a sleek black combat suit designed to enhance his leg techniques, along with a letter. In the letter, Judge expressed remorse for abandoning him and urged Sanji to grow stronger, donning the suit and standing alongside Luffy to reach the pinnacle of the world and uncover legendary treasures. I will no longer run away. After reading the letter, tears streamed down Sanji's face as he stood up, overcoming his fears of transvestites. It seems that this matter has profoundly affected you. Ordinary training may no longer suffice. Ivankov, in a rare transformation into a seductive long-legged beauty, approached him and remarked, "Given the current circumstances, it appears that Sanji will need personal guidance to master the moonwalk and gale kick in a short time." Ivankov, utilizing his position within the Revolutionary Army, discovered that the Vinsmoke family was not in mortal danger, merely undergoing labor reform, which allowed Sanji to fully relax. "Please dedicate yourself to the upcoming training. I am eager to return to the sea." Sanji understood that he could not change the past and could only continue along the path he had chosen, perhaps achieving great things in the future that might even revitalize the Vinsmoke family. How outrageous! It is solely due to the world government's lack of timely support that the North Sea fell. What on earth are those damned celestial dragons thinking? The news of the German kingdom's downfall incited widespread dissatisfaction among the allied nations of the world government, condemning the government for its failure to provide immediate assistance. If the Revolutionary Army were to attack them, would that not imply that the world government would also forsake them? If that were the case, what purpose is there in pledging loyalty to such a government? Fleet Admiral Sengoku reacted with unexpected concern, expressing sympathy for the plight of the German kingdom while indicating that defensive strategies had been established. The next step would be to exploit the Revolutionary Army's overextension from their campaigns to launch a counteroffensive. After a thorough investigation lasting half a month, the Navy finally confirmed that there were no longer any dissenters within its ranks, and the operation to confront the Revolutionary Army would officially be led by figures such as Iron Fist Carp, Akainu, and Kazuru. In this world, territory is limited. Failing to seize land from the Revolutionary Army promptly would leave the Old World government with scant resources. After another 6 months, the Revolutionary Army had nearly seized half of the territory. Many nations observed the harmonious lives of the citizens in the newly established red zones and willingly surrendered to the Revolutionary Army. Feng Xiu remained dissatisfied with the current situation. As long as the Old World government remained, he would never find peace. Perhaps it was time to consider targeting local territories. As the world government organized its military in the face of the Revolutionary Army's encirclement, a meeting was convened to formulate strategies to break this predicament. The situation is indeed dire. It appears that we must confront them head-on. After all, we have done all we can. Iron Fist Carp, abandoning his usual carefree demeanor, sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. The naval high-ranking officials present were seldom privy to the sight of Carp exhibiting such an expression. It was only in the face of an unprecedented crisis confronting the Navy government that the typically optimistic Carp would display such demeanor. The last instance of Carp manifesting this attitude seemed to coincide with the assault of the Golden Lion Shiki on Marineford. To speak candidly, the so-called proletarian system they espouse has adeptly seized upon the psychology of the lower masses, which is the cornerstone of the Revolutionary Army's success. It is utterly astonishing that the collective strength of these ordinary individuals could coalesce into something so formidable. Admiral Crane, reflecting on the Revolutionary Army's decision-making, felt an immense respect as an adversary. Were it not for her extensive service to the government within the Navy for the better part of her life, she would have eagerly participated in such political reform. With Lord present, these scoundrels have no chance of victory, remarked one of the 5 elders disdainfully, suggesting a temporary refrain from action against the Revolutionary Army. At the heart of the matter was the fact that the current leader of the Revolutionary Army was Von Xiu, hailing from the Holy Land Kingdom. Therefore, targeting the superpowers under his command could be a preemptive strike to eliminate them as a deterrent. Given the Navy's current shortage of advanced combat power, they hastily appointed Peach Rabbit and T-Pig to the ranks of Admiral, assigning them as commanders for this operation, which was to focus on the island of Dressrosa, situated in the New World. Dressrosa had rapidly developed over the years, ascending to the ranks of the top 10 allied nations, yet brazenly announced its allegiance to the Revolutionary Army right beneath their noses, a blatant affront. The world government felt greatly embarrassed by the fact that the lack of timely support during Doflamingo's invasion had caused King Riku to become utterly disillusioned with Von Xiu. As a former allied nation under the world government, Dressrosa's actions were an affront, prompting them to decide to strike first at this nation, making an example of it to intimidate those with divided loyalties. In the New World, the Navy government still maintained certain advantages in troop strength, as the Revolutionary Army had allocated most of its forces across the 4 seas and could not spare many personnel to assist here. Thus, over 50 naval warships, 20 submarines, and 3 aircraft carriers set sail towards Dressrosa, a formidable assembly capable of obliterating a superpower. What? The Navy government is coming for us. King Riku exclaimed furiously upon receiving the news, expressing his contempt for the Naval High Command. Despite their current numerical superiority and advanced weaponry, they were merely guarded by a few peacekeepers. The deployment of such a massive military force against Dressrosa was tantamount to a death sentence for him. In a critical moment, King Riku directly contacted Von Xiu to apprise him of their precarious situation. It appears the Navy government is choosing to pick on the weak. No matter, we shall simply relocate the entire island and take refuge near the Holy Land Kingdom. Matthew, utilizing the advanced artificial intelligence Jarvis, swiftly assessed the Navy's maneuvers. Observing that they did not intend to engage the Revolutionary Army directly, but rather to assault Dressrosa first, he wore a mocking smile. If the Navy aimed to intimidate through such actions, they were undoubtedly misjudging their target, as relocating Dressrosa would render their efforts futile. He eagerly anticipated the bewilderment on the Navy's faces when they realized they had made a fruitless expedition. What do you mean, relocate the entire island? King Riku remarked in bewilderment at Von Shio's plan. The notion seemed utterly preposterous, considering Dressrosa spanned 300 kilometers in area and its immense weight. To move an island of such magnitude would require an unfathomable force. Perhaps the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, with his float fruit ability, could accomplish it. It was clear that Von Shio's subordinates lacked individuals with such powers. Just wait for my good news, Von Shio instructed. Before the naval fleet could reach Dressrosa, he dispatched Fujitora and Weijin Tian, equipped with numerous jet propulsion devices, to the island. At their standard cruising speed, the Navy would take 5 days to reach Dressrosa, granting Weijin Tian ample time to install all the jet devices beneath the island. As the 5 days elapsed, the naval fleet finally approached Dressrosa. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig stood proudly at the bow of their ship, their eyes icy as they gazed upon the distant nation. How dare this mere allied nation have the audacity to betray the world government? Let's ensure its complete annihilation today. Peach Rabbit, gripping her saber, felt a deep sense of shame at such treasonous behavior and was resolute in her intent to show King Riku the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, as they prepared to launch their assault, Dressrosa convulsed violently, akin to experiencing an earthquake of 8 on the Richter scale, revealing an astonishing scene. Fujitora had activated the gravity fruit to its utmost limits, enveloping the entire Dressrosa, significantly alleviating the island's weight and providing Weijin Tian and the jet devices with sufficient power to elevate the island. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? King Riku stumbled to the ground, bewildered by the violent tremors. Rushing to the window, he was taken aback to witness Dressrosa being lifted by Lord Von Shio, gradually sailing towards the Holy Land Kingdom. The naval crew, witnessing this spectacle, stood dumbfounded, feeling utterly powerless against the levitating island of Dressrosa. Any attempt to attack would yield negligible results, and even pursuit seemed impossible. This expedition was destined to conclude once more with naval failure. On this day, numerous nations, great and small, lifted their gaze to behold a colossal island floating in the skies. Von Shio's directives were executed flawlessly by his subordinates. Now, the question remained as to how the Navy government would respond. Chapter 316. The floating island. Upon witnessing such extraordinary maneuvers from Dressrosa, the Navy government felt equally powerless. Their expressions one of utter disbelief. The immense island that could simply float away underscored the formidable nature of technological prowess in Stark Industries' hands. It was sufficient to move mountains and reshape the world. Before departing, as the Navy government found themselves unable to mount an attack, King Riku boldly ordered a bombardment. Having already severed ties with the old Navy government and no longer requiring restraint, time and again, during critical junctures, he received unwavering support from Von Shio, which led him to reflect on his fortunate choice of allies. Relocating the entire Dressrosa Island was a grand endeavor in the entire pirate world. Aside from the Golden Lion Shiki, no one else possessed such capabilities. News of this feat reached the world government, leaving the higher-ups astounded, as they lambasted the Navy for their sluggish response. Had they arrived a few days earlier, even if Dressrosa managed to ascend, the naval forces could have successfully intervened. Do they truly believe they can thwart our advance at this altitude? T-Pig and Peach Rabbit leapt into the air, employing moonwalk to tread upon the atmosphere, ultimately landing atop Dressrosa Island. The ragtag group observed the distant patrol of several dozen soldiers, yet Cha-Tun displayed no trepidation as he charged forward, unleashing a kick akin to that of an iron crab. The force of his leg swept away the unsuspecting soldiers, sending them flying. In the absence of high-level combatants, even a multitude of such foot soldiers would be easily dispatched by Tao Tu and Cha-Tun in unison. Suddenly, a golden flash appeared in the air. It was Bo Feng Shui Men, accompanied by the thunderous fire of his timely arrival, hastening to confront Cha-Tun and Tao Tu's day. Without their elimination, these two could potentially lead to the complete annihilation of Dressrosa. Najutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Bo Feng Shui Men initiated his assault on Tao Tu, launching a kunai that instantaneously transformed into hundreds of shadow clones, descending upon her like a rain of pear blossoms. Despite facing a beautiful adversary, Bo Feng Shui Min felt no compassion. To him, an enemy was an enemy. Having resolved to defeat her, he did not waver at her identity. With swift movements, Tao Tu drew her sword, skillfully wielding it to create an impenetrable barrier against the incoming kunai, her swordplay fierce. Multiple sword energies sliced through the air, dissipating Bo Feng Shui Min's projectile into nothingness. Indeed, the golden flash of Bo Feng Shui Min was present. Tao Tu, recognizing the strongest newcomer of the Straw Hat Pirates, held a certain impression of him. His unparalleled speed rivaled that of Kizaru. Should they engage, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent. Bo Feng Shui Min vanished in a blur, reappearing before Tao Tu to engage in close combat, using the Leaf Village's fluid technique. The clash of spiraling sphere and sword energy reverberated through the air. Tao Tu managed to retain her sword, aware that the wind-based attack's spiraling energy was immensely powerful, and a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. It was a pity that such talent was devoted to the Revolutionary Army, which Tao Tu lamented, recognizing the futility in opposing the Navy government that, in her view, did not represent absolute justice. Bo Feng Shui Min flashed a sunlit smile, countering her sentiments. Their conflicting interpretations of justice prompted them to forego further dialogue. It was time for action. Thunder Fire transformed into a being of flames, sending several fiery tornadoes cascading towards Cha Tun, each imbued with an overwhelming intensity that struck fear into the heart. Lacking any combat finesse, he relied solely on his mastery of superpowers. To effectively counter Thunder Fire, Cha Tun unleashed a series of powerful punches, enveloped in a domineering aura, clashing directly with Thunder Fire. The impact sent Thunder Fire flying several meters back, while Cha Tun felt the searing burn on his fists. Even with hardened armament, he struggled to withstand the terrifying heat. Realizing the efficacy of his fiery assault, Thunder Fire ascended, enveloping Cha Tun in a whirlwind of flames, rendering escape impossible. Any attempt to flee would trigger a cataclysmic fire explosion, causing relentless burning damage. The residents of Dressrosa, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness, were taken aback, only to receive a notification from King Liku regarding the island's relocation near the Holy Land Kingdom, urging understanding for the ensuing inconveniences. Meanwhile, those residing at the island's edge, witnessing the rapidly retreating ground, finally comprehended that the island was being moved to an unknown destination. On the other side, the explosive sounds erupting from the island's green belt captured everyone's attention, inciting panic within King Liku, who feared an assault by naval admirals. He believed that no powerful adversary would lack the means to reach the now airborne island, given its altitude of merely 500 meters above the ground. Feng Xiu appeared directly at the battleground where Tao Tu and Cha Tun were engaged. Dressrosa is, after all, my territory. The actions of a Navy government are a blatant affront to me. I shall personally address those in the higher echelons of government in due time. With no leisure for protracted entanglements, he unleashed a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the air, hurling Tao Tu and Cha Tun off the island. Before making his way towards the royal palace, the structures destroyed in his years-long battle with Doflamingo had all been restored, now more resplendent and grand than before. I am truly grateful for your support, Lord Feng Xiu. I feel quite embarrassed to trouble you so often, King Liku expressed, his demeanor one of utmost gratitude as he prepared a banquet in their honor. There is no need for such formality. Your choice to stand by my side will yield benefits that far exceed your current circumstances once we dismantle the old world government. Feng Xiu stated calmly from his position at the head of the table, reflecting on his previous appearances as the god of light. This encounter as his true self allowed King Liku to witness the genuine master behind the deity. Subsequently, Feng Xiu began to instruct the Revolutionary Army soldiers brought to the island about the necessary precautions following the arrival of Dressrosa, contemplating the potential to relocate Fishman Island and Daughter Island in a similar fashion. Chapter 317. Akainu takes office. The Hawk faction takes initiative. After being struck by Feng Xiu, Tao Tu and Cha Tun had no strength left to retaliate and were sent plummeting from Dressrosa. Fortunately, their extraordinary capabilities spared them from fatal fall. The old Navy government faced severe criticism from its allied nations over this incident, with Admiral Sengoku particularly chastised for allowing 2 admirals to be ousted. Doubts arose regarding their capability to defend their position. Influenced by this criticism, Sengoku relinquished his position to Akainu, thereby quelling the fury of the allied nations and ensuring their continued contributions to the celestial treasury. The nations, now enjoying a blend of aristocratic despotism and constitutional monarchy, had become the economic backbone supporting the old Navy government against the Revolutionary Army. Without their backing, the war would have been unsustainable. Currently, Stark Industries had ceased supplying any weapons or ammunition to them, forcing the old Navy government to rely on the armories of their allied nations, barely maintaining the financial needs of their naval soldiers. Upon Akainu's ascension to the role of admiral, the old Navy government regarded him with utmost reverence, well aware of his notorious temper, and none dared provoke his ire. To assert his authority as admiral, he personally led troops to assault the Revolutionary Army across the New World, resulting in significant casualties for the revolutionaries. With over half of the New World's territories captured, timely intervention by Thunderfire, whose abilities countered those of the adversaries, thwarted Akainu's advance. Meanwhile, Stark Industries, aligning with their opponents, the Holy Land Kingdom, left the old Navy government to rely on Dr. Vegapunk to produce a multitude of pacifists for use against the Revolutionary Army. Through extensive analysis of the internal structures of steel battle suits and T-1000 robots, the resulting pacifists proved to be even more formidable than in the original narrative. However, their appearance was altered to resemble a bear, reflecting Akainu's dissatisfaction. After fulfilling his mission, Busvalimi Xiong returned to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in the Xingting Kingdom. With the assistance of Tony and Weijin Tian, he once again regained his consciousness, thus avoiding the fate of becoming a mere automaton. The entire world is now embroiled in the power struggle between the Revolutionary Army and the Old World government, with over 200 nations aligning themselves with either faction. The 4 great seas have all been completely occupied by the Revolutionary Army, while the New World remains predominantly under the control of the Old World government, with only a few regions housing Revolutionary Army divisions tasked with scouting enemy movements. Currently, the most effective force against the Revolutionary Army from the Old Navy government is the pacifistas, due to the immense financial resources required to create these robots. Akainu has convened a high-level meeting specifically to address this issue. The former positions of the Shimada brothers have now been replaced by Momotu and Chafun, whom Akainu does not fully recognize in terms of their accomplishments and capabilities. If it were not for the dire shortage of high-level naval personnel, the position of admiral would not have fallen to her. As for the tax contributions from the Celestial Dragons, they are no longer a priority. The immediate focus is on producing more pacifistas to assist in achieving victory in this war. If they have objections, they can deal with the Revolutionary Army themselves. After Akainu assumed the role of fleet admiral, he is governed with an iron fist, in stark contrast to Sengoku's previous leniency. He has also adopted an unfriendly stance towards the self-important Celestial Dragons, who have engaged in rampant corruption and illegal activities over the years, exacerbating the deepening rift between the Navy and the common people. Had the tax revenues been invested in naval development instead of being squandered, piracy would not have reached its current levels, nor would the Navy be perpetually pressured by the Revolutionary Army and the 5 emperors. Are you certain that the Celestial Dragons will agree to such a decision? Historically, they have contributed nothing to naval military construction while hoarding vast amounts of wealth, Kizaru remarked lazily, propping his chin with one hand, seemingly indifferent to the position of admiral. He believes that anyone assuming the role will be burdened with relentless work and sleepless nights, and only a fool would willingly accept such a position. Currently, it appears that the pacifistas can indeed exert some pressure on the Revolutionary Army. However, the miserly Celestial Dragons may not be willing to fund this endeavor, a situation they have grown accustomed to. The naval high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement, recognizing Kizaru's point. As long as the Celestial Dragons do not create additional complications, it is already a significant achievement, and expecting their assistance in resolving issues is exceedingly rare. This matter has been sanctioned on behalf of the world government. The five elders stated, acting on the directive of Lord M, who has come to assist the Navy in combating the enemy. They also indicated that this year's celestial gold could be allocated towards the production and development of pacifistas. This revelation astonished the Naval High Command, as they had not anticipated such generosity from the notoriously frugal leader of the Celestial Dragons, M. Previously, such a notion would have been unimaginable. This change is primarily due to the significant reduction in the living expenses of the Celestial Dragons following the massacre at Mariehua during the recent World Conferences. After liquidating a substantial portion of their stocks of gold, silver, and jewels, they have amassed sufficient wealth to support their consumption. Lord M remains a reclusive figure, with few knowing his true appearance. Nevertheless, given the critical juncture of the war between the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army, it is not inconceivable for him to allocate this year's celestial gold towards the conflict. Akainu's impression of the Celestial Dragons has improved somewhat. The remaining allied nations' contributions of celestial gold, even if have compared to previous years, still yield a significant sum after deducting their portion. Currently, the only universally accepted currencies are the Saint coins and berries. The Old World government's reinstatement of berries has been met with skepticism, with many refusing to accept Saint coins as liquid currency to prevent disruption to the global economic system, thereby maintaining the exchange rate between berries and Saint coins at the previous level of 1300. After a month of extensive production, the Old World government has successfully manufactured thousands of pacifistas, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities and leveling the playing field against the Revolutionary Army. Now, Akainu is poised to engage with the enemy, seeking the opportune moment to launch a decisive assault. On the side of the five emperors, he perceives a substantial opportunity. Kaido and Big Mom have a history of grievances with Feng Xiu, and there may be a possibility of drawing them into their ranks. Chapter 3:18. Sweeping the Pirate Forces. The strength of the new government. With the mass production of pacifistas underway, the Old Navy government has grown increasingly hopeful about resisting the Revolutionary Army. These pacifistas, integrated with the Navy's Rokushiki combat system, possess formidable combat capabilities. While they may not yet match the strength of an admiral, with proper utilization, they could even defeat the Shichibukai. With such a powerful military force at their disposal, the Old World government has commenced a series of strategic operations against the Revolutionary Army, aiming to target the most vulnerable defensive points and deliver a decisive blow. The greatest crisis faced by the Old World government in centuries is imminent. Should they lose this battle for world sovereignty, both the Celestial Dragons and the naval hierarchy will face annihilation. On another front, the Old World government has dispatched personnel to the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, attempting to recruit these formidable figures into their ranks. Given their past conflicts with Feng Xiu, should the latter emerge victorious, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Old World government. Big Mom and Kaido are well aware of this situation, yet their responses remain ambiguous, leaving their true intentions shrouded in mystery. It is reasonable for the Old World government to harbor such thoughts, yet they must not forget that Wano and the islands of the world are both naturally defensible terrains. As long as they maintain proper defenses, the Revolutionary Army would inevitably suffer heavy losses in any attempt to breach their strongholds. Moreover, once the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army determine the victor, the casualties on both sides will undoubtedly be severe, leaving them with little capacity to pursue further conflicts. Ironically, the Old World government remains oblivious to the relationship between Feng Xiu and the Reaper Pirates, even going so far as to send emissaries to invite them into their alliance, only to be forcefully expelled by Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni. After Feng Xiu commanded the Revolutionary Army to swiftly conquer the Four Great Seas, he initiated a comprehensive offensive against the Grand Line, deploying land, sea, and air forces to overcome the region's harsh and unpredictable climatic conditions. Using the Revolutionary Army divisions as a starting point, they launched a vigorous assault towards the unoccupied Allied nations along the Grand Line. Regions previously conquered, whether Allied or non-Allied, have been reclassified as districts, adopting a provincial governance system. Kings willing to surrender may assume the title of provincial governor, continuing to administer their territories. Unlike before, even as governors, they cannot act with impunity. Should they be found guilty of tax evasion or other misdeeds, they will be swiftly removed from power. As for those noble lords, all their privileges have been entirely stripped away, leaving them to maintain only their familial status within the realm. Beyond their retained wealth, all other powers have been confiscated by the government. Feng Xiu believes that in order to establish an ideal nation, the existence of pirate factions must be eradicated, as this profession fundamentally thrives on the exploitation of the common populace for personal gain, contrasting starkly with the ideals of the proletariat system. However, it is not to say that all pirate forces will be obliterated. Figures such as Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates and Shanks of the Red Hair Pirates, who engage solely in nautical adventure without resorting to pillage and plunder, will simply be rebranded as adventurers. Henceforth, their identities must undergo transformation, and they can no longer consider themselves pirates. Following the announcement of this policy, no new pirates have emerged in the Four Seas, as the Revolutionary Army, the Holy Kingdom, and Stark Industries have showcased an astonishing display of technological prowess and combat capability through their cooperative efforts. Each nation and town is now under the strict oversight of at least a vice admiral or rear admiral, who administers the populace with an iron fist, strictly prohibiting any descent into piracy, while also establishing private schools for ideological education. The smaller nations, which could easily fall prey to pirate forces, have stood tall, no longer burdened by the threat of pirate incursions, and have responded fervently to the Revolutionary Army's call to establish a socialist uniform system. The New World government has swiftly eliminated all pirate factions within their sphere of influence. For the time being, they have no intention of engaging the Yonko pirates. As long as those factions remain dutifully anchored in place, the ongoing conflict with the Old World government will become increasingly manageable. At this juncture, in order to rapidly assemble formidable forces against the revolutionary troops, the Old World government has made a temporary decision to persuade the most fearsome pirates confined in the depths of the undersea Push City to participate in battle. The Navy government has promised them freedom and a reward of 100 billion berries. Among the criminals released are the infamous Knife Demon Teddies, the Skyhawk Warrior Gamako, the Dragon King of the Fishmen Bateau, and the Insect Queen Alota, each possessing unparalleled skills in swordsmanship, devil fruit abilities, and fishman karate. In addition to these, several lesser-known but still formidable pirates have been dispatched to join the fray. Years ago, these pirates were notorious troublemakers on the seas, akin to supernovas, and now, upon hearing that their adversary is Feng Xiu, they eagerly anticipate the opportunity to clash with this new contender. As ruthless pirates who have been imprisoned for over a decade, their innate ferocity and violence have only intensified over time, remaining undiminished by the passage of years, regardless of their opponent's status as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Initially, some of them considered reneging on their release in hopes of establishing themselves as kings. Yet witnessing the Revolutionary Army's relentless suppression of naval forces has left them feeling deeply dissatisfied. For centuries, pirate factions have been a traditional force upon these seas, with each individual harboring dreams and striving towards their aspirations. However, this newly risen Feng Xiu's ambition to dismantle such established norms is simply intolerable. Observing the released pirates successfully drawn into a vortex of animosity towards Feng Xiu, the Old World government remained silent, seemingly pleased to witness the ensuing conflict with the Revolutionary Army. None among the pirates released from the undersea hell can be underestimated. Feng Xiu's aim to defeat them swiftly within a few months appears nearly impossible. This time allows the Old World government to manufacture more pacifists to join the struggle against the Revolutionary Army. Next, they await a response from Big Mom and Kaido. If they can secure their formidable alliance, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the revolutionary forces. Knife Demon Teddies, Skyhawk Warrior Gamako, Dragon King Bateau, and Insect Queen Alota have set sail towards the first half of the Grand Line, preparing to deliver a harsh lesson to the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 319, Judging the Rebel Army, Stripping Nobility of Their Titles. The audacity of the Revolutionary Army, daring to strip away the noble titles passed down from ancestors. is something we cannot tolerate. Let us begin our counterattack. The majesty of the monarchy shall not allow these revolutionary rabble to desecrate it. We shall fight to defend the nobility. Just as Feng Xiu was directing the revolutionary army in their preliminary skirmish against the old world government in the first half of the Grand Line, urgent military intelligence arrived from the rear. The noble factions of the allied nations had secretly gathered an army of 500,000 and initiated an uprising. Feng Xiu could somewhat understand their sentiments. Having been raised in privilege and accustomed to superiority, how could they accept the abrupt revocation of their noble status? The scale of the noble rebellion is substantial, with numerous bounty hunters and skilled devil fruit users among them. If they were to wreak havoc across the four seas at this critical juncture, it would adversely affect Feng Xiu's strategic war planning. With their rear not firmly secured, how could they afford to focus entirely on confronting the old world government in the new world? To add insult to injury, by the time they dispatched fleets to quell the uprising, the noble rebels had already caught wind of the news and vanished without a trace, eluding capture each time. Recklessly pursuing them without sufficient forces could easily lead to disastrous consequences. Presently, Feng Xiu must remain stationed at the front lines, while high-ranking combatants prepare for the impending battle. Unfortunately, the revolutionary army lacks the surplus forces to deal with a noble rebellion. It must be said that these noble rebels have managed their timing impeccably, accurately predicting the revolutionary army's deficiencies in manpower across the four seas. Knife Demon Teddies, Skyhawk Warrior Gamako, Dragon King Bateau, and Insect Queen Alota have joined forces with the old world government, presenting a formidable threat. Feng Xiu, feeling helpless, has no choice but to send Shimen Shui personally to the outer seas of the East Blue, where the noble rebels have already seized a nearby small nation as their temporary stronghold. They revel in their newfound power, mercilessly tormenting the captured populace and indulging in a life of excess. Reflecting on how close their luxurious existence came to being stripped away by Feng Xiu, each member of the rebellion curses him, accusing him of ungratefulness and audacity for attempting to usurp the dominion of the old world government that has ruled for centuries. Suddenly, several beams of sword light streak from the distant sky, as if to tear through the very fabric of reality, ultimately coalescing into the form of a striking swordsman clad in white, his expression stern. This elegant, ancient swordsman attire can belong to none other than Shimen Shui. Witnessing the foolish noble rebels below, still reveling in their debauchery, Shimen Shui swiftly vanishes, appearing in an instant before them, his piercing gaze subduing all the nobles present. Who are you? The noble youths tremble in fear, attempting to flee, yet they feel ensnared by a menacing sword intent. They realize that any attempt to escape will result in their immediate demise at his sword's edge. Within the domain of Shimen Shui's sword intent, no one can hope to evade his perception. It is akin to having a blade poised at their throats. Given his current cultivation level, he can strike down an opponent in a mere 0.01 seconds, so swiftly that it is nearly imperceptible. Remember, it is Shimen Shui who will end your lives. Do not forget it when you reach hell. As he gazed upon the approaching army of 500,000, Shimen Shui's countenance remained stern, as if these individuals were akin to mere ants beneath his notice. With a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a long sword, which transformed into a cascade of sword rain, each blade accurately piercing the skulls of the soldiers. The captured slaves looked on in astonishment, witnessing the streaks of light whizzing past them. Utterly terrified, they knelt in gratitude. Among the remaining high-ranking rebels, Shimen Shui directed Bo Feng Shui men to utilize the flying thunder god Kanai, instantly transporting these individuals back to the headquarters of the Holy Court Kingdom through a series of golden whirlpools. The new world, where the Holy Court Kingdom resided, had relocated to a floating island. In the military training ground, a towering execution platform had been erected upon which several noblemen, implicated in the rebellion, were bound and kneeling in desperation, pleading for mercy, while executioners stood ominously behind them. Feng Xiu, addressing the global populace, broadcasted the execution process. proclaiming that their actions had transgressed the interests of the people. Regardless of their former status, they were to pay the price today. The sound of gunfire erupted, swiftly executing the condemned, announcing to the world that the Revolutionary Army was resolutely opposing the forces that stood against the people's welfare. Implicitly, this also suggested a forthcoming comprehensive offensive against the Old World government. From this moment forth, the Four Seas would be entirely under the control of the Revolutionary Army, with subsequent plans to launch an offensive against the Grand Line. A year soon passed, during which the Revolutionary Army and the Old World government remained at a stalemate, achieving no significant breakthroughs. However, Feng Xiu exhibited no signs of anxiety, instead steadily developing the economic and cultural landscape of various provinces. Regions under his governance benefited from advanced theoretical guidance, coupled with the Shadow Army's high-level combatants stationed throughout, ensuring stability and orderly management of local politics, healthcare, education, and economics. Teng Hu, having joined the Revolutionary Army 2 years prior, witnessed firsthand how Feng Xiu was gradually realizing his vision for a prosperous nation. Strolling through the streets, he marveled at the transformations in the architecture and the populace. In the governed revolutionary regions, every citizen had employment, and there had been marked improvements in attire and sustenance. Not only were the people dressed in more modern and fashionable garments, but they also freely exchanged ideas in public spaces such as restaurants and tea houses. Every child reaching the age of 4 could attend preschool at no cost, and a 9-year compulsory education system was established, alleviating their financial burdens to better engage in scientific education. These advancements were largely thanks to Tony, the genius scholar, who had extracted the 9 academic systems from his mind and, with Feng Xiu's further refinements, enabled these children to receive higher education, filling the air with an atmosphere of happiness and joy. This was the world as it should be. It seemed the betrayal had not been in vain. As Teng Hu reflected on this, his smart wristwatch chimed, signaling that he was being summoned to attend a party committee meeting. Simultaneously, all high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army hurried towards the Holy Court's conference hall. In the Grand Hall of the Holy Court Palace, dozens of high-ranking revolutionary officials were seated around a massive conference table, gazing at the central 3D projection device, which displayed a detailed map of the current pirate world, facilitating Feng Xiu's strategic briefing. The focus of the meeting was on how to mount a further offensive against the Old World government. Although they had divided their naval forces, the Old World government was no pushover. Over the past year, they had produced tens of thousands of pacifists, rapidly compensating for their numerical disadvantage. Whenever the pacifists were on the verge of defeat, they would trigger internal self-destruct mechanisms, resulting in significant casualties among the revolutionary soldiers. This rogue tactic was frustrating, yet there seemed to be no effective way to counter it. This was also due to Dr. Vegapunk's ingenuity. He had deduced the operational principles of the smart detonation devices from discarded experimental data provided by Tony, which proved crucial on the battlefield. Speak freely, Commander Feng Xiu. We of the Fishman tribe will steadfastly stand with the Revolutionary Army, declared Jinbei with unwavering conviction. Over the years, under Feng Xiu's benevolence, the relationship between humans and fishmen had progressed towards harmony, which was why he had unhesitatingly abandoned his identity as a warlord to join the cause. Feng Xiu had also promised that upon achieving ultimate victory, a designated area would be allocated for the fishmen to inhabit on land. To fulfill this promise, Jinbei resolved to exert every effort in the forthcoming battles. The Empress gazed at Feng Xiu with admiration, envisioning their marriage after the war, her heart brimming with anticipation, yearning to rush to the battlefield to vanquish the despicable remnants of the Old World government. First and foremost, the establishment of the new government could not have been accomplished without the support of all present, for which I express my sincere gratitude. Since we are inevitably headed towards a final confrontation with the Old World government, we must seize the initiative in our next actions. Following Feng Xiu's introduction, the attendees understood that his intent was to capture the first half of the Grand Line swiftly, establishing a stronghold to prevent any resurgence of rebel forces that might disrupt their stability. Once this was accomplished, they would be poised to launch a vigorous assault against the Old World government's military. in response to the enemy's pacifists, whose self-destructive tendencies resulted in substantial losses. Feng Xiu had commissioned Tony Stark to manufacture bomb-proof steel battlesuits, ensuring the complete eradication of these troublesome human bombs. Tony Stark readily agreed and immediately ordered Jarvis to mobilize over 100 large manufacturing facilities to expedite production within a short time frame. By encircling the Old World government in the Holy Land of Mariehua and the New World, their operational plans would achieve initial success. This necessitated the cooperation and unity of all present to ensure that while they could not relentlessly pursue the enemy, they must also afford them opportunities to retreat, gradually constricting their operational scope. Once the enemy was confined, Feng Xiu would unleash the most devastating weapon known from his past life, the atomic bomb, confident that even the formidable Kaido would be unable to withstand such annihilating power. Naturally, the production of atomic bombs was classified as a top-secret operation, a pivotal weapon for their ultimate victory. Subsequently, Feng Xiu instructed Jarvis to delineate all potential battlegrounds on the three-dimensional map, ultimately focusing on the vast, desolate expanse of Alabasta, a region that, while extensive, had a population concentrated in only 1/3 of its territory. Securing victory here would ensure the Revolutionary Army's dominance over the first half of the Grand Line, drawing the Old World government to the battlefield in an effort to thwart them. Cobra expressed his agreement, but proposed constructing large defensive walls in major towns to safeguard the vulnerable populace from any incursions. Feng Xiu promptly concurred, declaring that this project could commence today, with a firm commitment to its completion within a matter of weeks. Choosing to engage in a decisive battle on the enemy's territory inevitably brings a sense of unease. Therefore, Feng Xiu can only compensate Alabasta in other ways. Upon learning that the Old World government intends to recruit Kaido and Big Mom into its ranks, Feng Xiu remains unfazed. After all, with the Death God pirates and the Whitebeard pirates led by Uchiha Madara keeping these two in check, they are unlikely to stir up significant trouble. Among the Shadow Legion, only the Shadow members of the Yonko pirates remain undisclosed. Even if Uchiha Madara, leveraging the relationship between Captain Yamamoto and Whitebeard, attempts to intervene in the conflict to support the new government, the other captains would likely not oppose it. In the Grand Line, at the Holy Land Mary Geos, the world government is convening high-level meetings regarding the new government. The performance of the pacifists in recent battles against the Revolutionary Army has been commendable, and it is now time to select a battlefield for a life-and-death confrontation with those adversaries. Akainu indicates the territory of Alabasta on the map, noting that much of it is desolate and sparsely populated, rendering even the most intense battles inconsequential. Since the king of Alabasta has chosen to ally with a new faction, once the actual combat begins, they will have no reservations, even if it leads to collateral damage among buildings and civilians. It is likely that the enemy will select a similar location, necessitating an all-out effort this time, as they can no longer remain passive. Vice Admiral Crane recalls the previous battles, where the Old World government faced repeated setbacks and voices her concerns. Currently, they are encircled in the New World, and a moment of carelessness could lead to their annihilation, putting their dominion over the world in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Lordum remains hidden in the Holy Land, leaving many to wonder about his thoughts, given that he was able to demonstrate power surpassing the 4 emperors if he were to join this battle. The Revolutionary Army's arrogance would be swiftly curtailed. It seems he is reluctant to relinquish the dignity and authority of the Celestial Dragons. If this situation continues, the Old World government faces total destruction, and one can only hope to see Lordum maintain such a calm demeanor. Akainu relays the battle orders, placing the former Navy forces on high alert. Both sides hasten towards the territory of Alabasta, eager to secure a significant victory in this conflict. For history has always dictated that the victor claims the throne while the vanquished are labeled as bandits. Chapter 321. Arrival at the battlefield. The battle begins. The Great War of Alabasta. A multitude of sky battleships and the Revolutionary Army fleet advance towards Alabasta. The upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army arrive aboard the formidable aircraft carrier, surveying the vast expanse of sandy wasteland below. The towns within Alabasta are now encircled by towering walls, forming an energy shield to prevent collateral damage from the ensuing battles. The Revolutionary Army has dispatched powerful figures such as Jian Yin, the Shimada brothers, the God of Light, the Desert Reaper Nesses, Pika Hua, and Minato Namikaze, accompanied by thousands of liquid metal robots, forming an Iron Legion. Tony Stark, typically confined to his laboratory for scientific research, emerges clad in armor derived from the unnatural devil fruit, equipped with a counter to animal-type devil fruits as a backup. While he has yet to develop a counter for superhuman-type fruits, it suffices for this battle. Years have passed, and it seems Alabasta has prospered. As the group disembarks from their ship, they observe the densely populated towns of Alabasta, now incorporating green belts and transitioning from earthen structures to reinforced concrete. There's a sense of nostalgia, recalling when they first arrived, and Alabasta was a land perpetually parched and arid. Now, it boasts a unique charm that draws countless tourists. However, with war looming, Cobra is eager to relocate all citizens and has temporarily banned foreign visitors to prevent any unforeseen incidents at the onset of conflict. This progress is largely thanks to Mr. Tony's generous support. Otherwise, the citizens of Alabasta would not enjoy such a fulfilling life. Cobra expresses heartfelt gratitude, believing that even betraying the world government to ally with Feng Xiao is worthwhile for the ideal nation. Am I being praised? Tony shrugs nonchalantly, reveling in the acknowledgement of his excellence without a hint of modesty. 4 Stark Industries. Altering a nation's climate and agricultural output is merely rudimentary technology, achievable by any developing country within the Marvel Universe. The key lies in implementing large-scale projects like the South-North Water Transfer Project, channeling water from nearby seas into Alabasta, where simple filtration and disinfection can convert it into potable freshwater. Following Crocodile's defeat, everything in Alabasta has been progressing positively, especially with a benevolent king who timely chose the right side, leading to today's rewards. Had the old world government been in charge, they would have demanded tributes from Alabasta without offering any assistance. Arriving at a vast, desolate plain, a makeshift command post has already been established, with 80,000 Alabasta troops stationed nearby, prepared to assist Feng Xiao in utterly vanquishing the old world government. The ordinary soldiers participating in this battle are filled with fervor. Those who have not lived under the Revolutionary Army's jurisdiction cannot fathom the freedom and prosperity they now enjoy, free from the fear of pirate incursions, allowing their families to experience a comfortable lifestyle with the best state support in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. To safeguard this happiness, every soldier heading to the battlefield is ready to sacrifice their lives and fight resolutely against the forces of the old world government. Members of the Kuja pirates accompany their empress, each a formidable warrior in their own right, displaying strength and combat awareness that defies their gender. No one dares to underestimate this army, as nearly all participating Kuja warriors have mastered hockey, each possessing the strength to take on numerous foes. As evidenced in previous encounters with the old Navy government, the warriors of the daughter nation have established Feng Xiao as the empress's man, and even as guardians of the queen's happiness, they are determined to end the battle swiftly to celebrate their marriage. On the other side of the battlefield, the Navy lands smoothly with hundreds of steel warships, advancing rapidly across the expansive desert with little reduction in speed. The old world government's forces include Akainu, Kizuru, Tsuru, and the newly joined warlords like Mihawk, Buggy, and Law, as well as a significant contingent of pacifists. This lineup reveals the old Navy government's commitment to victory, even deploying seasoned former admirals like Zephyr. Among those present, Zephyr's emotions are particularly complex, recalling how his current students narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of Weevil, thanks to the timely intervention of Shimada Hanzo. However, he is astonished to learn that Shimada Hanzo has turned traitor, defecting to the new government. In the mind of Shimada Hanzo, he has always been an exemplary naval officer, unwaveringly loyal to the old Navy government. Zephyr finds it difficult to accept this reality, attributing the betrayal to the corruption and moral decay of the government. He harbors resentment towards the old world government, first for the delayed support from his students, and then for the subservience shown to the celestial dragons. It is likely that he would have made the same choice if he were in their position. Had it not been for his advanced age and decades of service in the Navy, even Zephyr could not guarantee his unwavering loyalty to the world government. The newly emerged Steelbone Kong, a former naval admiral of the Sengoku era, now serves as the supreme commander of the world government's military forces. To counter the revolutionary figures who surpass even the four emperors, such as Fengxiu and Dragon, he is compelled to ally with Carp in battle. The old naval fleet has arrived at the battlefield, and both sides regard each other with grave expressions. The revolutionaries are finally ready to engage in a decisive battle. No one can defy the world government's rule that has persisted for centuries, and the notion of establishing a so-called proletarian society is utterly laughable. Grand Marshal Qi stands at the forefront, coldly addressing the revolutionary leaders, expressing that he never expected them to embrace the advanced ideals of the proletarian revolution. For someone as bellicose as you, might makes right, does it not? Fengxiu smirks and commands everyone to prepare for battle. Chapter 322: The Technological Dominance and the Despair of the Old Government Navy. All troops advance. Fight for the proletarian revolution. Open fire and annihilate the enemy's warships. The battle on the Shanghai Plains has officially commenced, with both sides unleashing volleys of missiles at each other like a meteor shower. The battlefield erupts with a cacophony of explosions, sending dust flying and illuminating the area with blinding brilliance. These adversaries are truly amusing. Employing warships manufactured by Stark Industries against me is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Tony Stark scoffs, looking down upon the Navy's actions. Witnessing the enemy launch hundreds of missiles, Wei Zhentian utilizes electromagnetic waves from his mind to disrupt the launching mechanisms, causing the missiles to veer off course like headless flies, unable to strike their intended targets. In contrast, the new government's revolutionary warships possess superior range, sinking numerous enemy vessels without being within range themselves. The old Navy government had anticipated this outcome and began organizing peacekeepers to unleash lasers, destroying the incoming projectiles. Now, they can only rely on their own manufactured weapons to gain an advantage. In terms of sheer numbers, the old Navy government holds a significant advantage. The Allied nations, eager to solidify their power, have invested heavily by deploying a vast majority of their forces to assist in the battle, outnumbering the revolutionaries by several million. However, in the world of One Piece, numerical superiority is merely a statistic in the face of the truly powerful. It does not guarantee victory in war. As Wei Zhentian transforms into a fighter jet and releases a brilliant blue beam, it triggers a cataclysmic explosion, scattering flesh and blood across the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers perish under the onslaught of this energy cannon, their lives rendered as cheap as grass beneath the might of these formidable warriors. The high-ranking officials of the Old Navy are witnessing Wei Zhentian for the first time, mistaking him for Stark Industries' latest robotic creation. Yet his combat prowess surpasses even that of the T-1000. Even dispatching an admiral may not suffice to defeat him. Excellent. Tony continues to extend the range, aiming to eradicate the enemy's grunts and diminish the Old Navy government's morale. Observing the favorable situation, Fengxiu orders with a smile, clearly noting that the amassed forces of the Allied nations are formidable. However, they have chosen to align with the opposing faction, and now they must not blame him for being ruthless in eliminating these foot soldiers. Before even nearing the territory of Alabasta, the Old Navy forces have already suffered significant casualties, tossed and overturned by the enemy's bombardments. Even those fortunate enough to evade a few shots are likely to be obliterated moments later. The gravest folly of this confrontation lies in their decision to use weapons manufactured by Tony, mistakenly believing that purchasing Stark Industries armaments would grant them ownership, unaware that Tony had already sabotaged them. With a mere thought, Tony Stark can infiltrate the enemy warship systems through the artificial intelligence Jarvis, potentially triggering self-destruct mechanisms. These contingencies were designed during the construction of the vessels. Engaging with the Holy Kingdom is akin to facing an unpredictable arsenal of advanced technological weaponry. Attempting to match them in terms of equipment is an exercise in futility. The eyes of the world's news agencies are fixated on this battle. As it pertains to the future ruling class of the pirate world, a struggle between the proletariat and aristocratic tyranny. Countless journalists brave the dangers of the battlefield to provide real-time reports, driven by the belief that the majority of the populace supports the new government in achieving victory, especially after witnessing the freedom and happiness of those living in the revolutionary zones. The brutal reality of war, with its bloodshed and fallen bodies, leaves the live audience profoundly shocked. The once revered admirals of the old Navy government now seem like mere symbols of advanced military power, yet on the plains of Alabasta. Such combatants, including robots, number in the hundreds. The battle has scarcely begun, and the old Navy forces are already suffering catastrophic losses, much to the delight of the revolution supporters. However, this situation does not persist for long. Tony Stark is indeed a troublesome figure. I have long argued that if such a scientific genius cannot be wielded under one's control, it is better to obliterate him entirely. Now, do you see the consequences? Akainu expresses his dissatisfaction, as the mounting casualties among the Navy forces significantly impact their morale. Following the departure of the Shimada brothers and the delayed disbursement of military salaries, discontent has surged within the old Navy ranks, leading to a loss of fighting spirit among the soldiers on the battlefield. What good is lamenting now? This battle marks your inaugural expedition as the newly appointed marshal. You ought to focus on executing this campaign effectively. Sengoku replies coldly, growing discontent with Akainu's attitude. Meteor Volcano. Akainu scoffs without further ado, unleashing a torrent of molten lava that transforms into a rain of meteoric fire upon the new government's forces, each strike possessing the formidable impact of a falling meteor. The first to engage is none other than Akainu's former comrade, now the general of the Revolutionary Army, Shimada Genji. Having served together for 5 to 6 years, both are intimately familiar with each other's combat techniques. At the onset of consuming the frozen fruit, naturally, Akainu held the upper hand. However, within the span of 2 years, Shimada Genji swiftly surpassed him, reaching a point where he could contend with Akainu on equal footing. Shimada Genji stepped forward, his body enveloped in frost due to the activation of his ability. Even when extending into the tropical desert, he could still generate vast expanses of freezing air that rapidly spread, transforming a radius of 500 meters into a glacial region. A towering wall of ice, reaching 50 zhang in height, rose with a thunderous crash, enveloped in a chilling mist, perfectly countering the molten lava punches raining down, with a resilient defense capable of withstanding all incoming assaults. Over the years, Shimada Genji had diligently honed his strength, determined to swiftly close the gap with Akainu and avenge the humiliation of being ruthlessly defeated during his early days in the Navy when Akainu had come to seek a sparring partner. Chapter 323, Clash of High-Level Combatants, the Navy's Terror. Such magnitude of attack cannot breach my defenses. Akainu, you truly have grown old. You have made no progress over these years. Perhaps it is time for you to retire and enjoy your twilight years. Now that I have withdrawn from the old Navy government, I no longer need to speak with you with the same courtesy as before. Shimada Genji sneered at Akainu, relishing the long-awaited opportunity to voice these sentiments. You little brat, how dare you publicly provoke me? Akainu stomped the ground, causing a thunderous explosion and leaving behind vast fissures of lava. Like a fierce tiger unleashed, he sprinted towards Shimada Genji, who had transformed into a whirlwind, and they clashed in a rapid exchange. The Navy's 6 powers melded with their devil fruit abilities, resulting in a combat style that was extraordinarily distinctive, showcasing immense strength. The fierce battle intent radiated from both combatants, their momentum shaking the heavens and the earth, as lava and ice shards erupted around them, creating a battleground of contrasting elements. Akainu harbored a deep-seated hatred for traitors. Upon recognizing that a former comrade had been an undercover agent embedded in the Navy government, his fury ignited, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of molten punches, determined to annihilate his opponent on the spot. The mere thought that someone could have infiltrated the Navy under his watch for so many years was a profound disgrace. If I cannot eliminate you here today, it would be an affront to my dignity as an admiral. The realization that he had been deceived by a traitor for so long fueled Akainu's rage, and he unleashed a torrent of lethal intent, targeting Shima de Genji's vital points with rapid-fire strikes. Any hit from his attacks would be sufficient to render Shima de Genji combat ineffective, illustrating the depth of Akainu's animosity. So, I never expected we would reach the point of duel. I will show no mercy, so beware. Rear Admiral Karp's expression was grim, seemingly harboring great reluctance to engage with Dragon. The revolutionary leader Dragon, perceiving Karp's reluctance, unleashed a violent whirlwind, propelling himself into the sky to launch an assault on Karp. His palm took the shape of a dragon's claw, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, as a formidable force descended upon Karp, who met it with his hardened, armed-colored fist. The collision sent a storm of sand and chaos swirling around, igniting a tempest. The clash of powers at the level of the four emperors was enough to unleash devastation akin to a natural disaster. As the battlefield erupted, the fierce winds drew the sandstorms into the enemy ranks. A multitude of former Navy soldiers, fresh to the battlefield, were blinded by the swirling sands, flailing their weapons in confusion, while the Revolutionary Army seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, inflicting significant casualties upon their foes. Feng Xiu had instructed them during the War Council that survival on the battlefield justified even the most despicable tactics. This was a large-scale war, not a formal duel, and living to fight another day was the ultimate truth. Karp, adept in physical combat and possessing formidable armed hockey, found himself powerless to alter the situation. Focusing solely on countering Dragon. Unlike past encounters, this time they were compelled to fight with everything they had, even at the risk of their lives. Dragon, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He had originally been troubled by concerns for the future of the Revolutionary Army. However, with Feng Xiu's emergence and the gradual realization of the ideals of a proletarian revolution and an envisioned utopia, the true obstacle to liberating the oppressed masses lay before him in the form of the remnants of the old world government. In pursuit of his noble cause, and for those still suffering, he resolved to act decisively against his former comrades. Prepare to witness my growth over the years. As Dragon unleashed his full power, dark clouds surged in the sky, seemingly summoned by some force, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In an instant, a tempest roared, rain poured down, and the cacophony was deafening, accentuating Dragon's godlike presence. The howling winds, the roaring thunder, and the rain converged, all manipulated by Dragon as they surged towards Karp with terrifying force. It was hard to fathom how Karp's aging frame would withstand such an onslaught. Karp bellowed to the heavens, his armed hockey reaching its zenith, emanating black flames that surged forth with unstoppable momentum, unleashing a torrent of energy against the incoming assault. The aftermath of their cataclysmic clash swept across the battlefield, compelling the Sword Master Atox to intervene. A swirling vortex of darkness manifested in his palm, absorbing all the energy fluctuations, nearly overwhelming him. The sheer volume of energy unleashed by the two combatants was staggering, challenging even Atox's four Emperors-level prowess. As the ordinary soldiers engaged in fierce combat, the upper echelons of the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army began to select their adversaries for battle. On this desolate plain, littered with yellow sand and devoid of human presence, their destruction would bear no consequence. Charge forth. The fate of this world hangs in the balance, and whether or not you can fight for it rests in your hands. Feng Xiu shouted, igniting the fervent spirit of the Revolutionary Army's leaders behind him. Empress Boa Hancock insisted on joining the fray, eager to prove herself not only as a devoted wife, but also as a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Flanked by her younger sisters as they advanced toward the old Navy forces. Concentrating her love energy at her fingertips, the Empress unleashed it as a laser, instantly captivating and petrifying the soldiers charging toward her, stripping them of their combat strength. Whenever she encountered a slightly more resilient Navy officer, she entrusted her younger sisters to deal with them. Noticing that Peach Rabbit possessed beauty rivaling her own and formidable swordsmanship, the Empress felt a pang of competitive spirit. In an elegant display, she leaped into the air, executing a graceful kick aimed at the enemy's rear. Such a powerful maneuver could not escape Peach Rabbit's perception. She quickly turned and parried with her sword, effectively blocking the fierce kick. Given Peach Rabbit's strength, gaining an advantage in this chaotic, high-stakes battle would prove difficult. To establish her worth, it seemed she would have to target the Empress, who is none other than the woman of Feng Xiu, the Revolutionary Army's leader. As long as she is kidnapped, it is possible to make Feng Xiu obediently submit. For even the greatest heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. He would undoubtedly be reluctant to see Boa Hancock suffer any misfortune in this battle. In Chapter 324, The Empress's Fury, a mere candidate general dares to set his sights on her. The Empress perceives the fierce assault from Tao Tu, each strike aimed at her vital points, seemingly intent on swiftly subjugating her for some hidden agenda. As the ruler of the land of women, Boa Hancock, having experienced numerous battles since her debut, quickly deduces Tao Tu's intentions. Infuriated by the audacity of her opponent to exploit Feng Xiu's affection for her as a threat, her anger erupts. With graceful yet powerful kicks, she unleashes a flurry of leg strikes that envelop Tao Tu's day. Had Tao Tu not timely encased herself in hockey, she would have been petrified by the impact. Arrow of Captivity. Boa Hancock lightly touches her lips, conjuring a heart-shaped energy in her hand, and performs a bow and arrow motion. Instantly, a multitude of pink arrows is unleashed, potent enough to petrify anything they strike. Tao Tu employs the Soru technique to enhance her speed, deftly dodging the incoming pink arrows. She then swiftly wields her sword, her movements fluid and graceful, resembling clouds shifting in the sky, evading capture. After a brief exchange, Tao Tu realizes that her adversary is not as easily dealt with as she had imagined and chooses to retreat, aware that the opponent still has two formidable subordinates. However, the Empress has no intention of letting her go. She will not easily pardon anyone who dares to threaten Feng Xiu. Both combatants unleash their hockey-imbued fists in a clash, generating a powerful wave of energy that sends ordinary soldiers in the vicinity flying. The Empress's strength extends far beyond this, prepared to receive her full might. Boa Hancock chuckles softly, her eyes suddenly turning icy, as she releases a regal conqueror-esque hockey, akin to an ancient, bloodthirsty serpent sweeping through the wilderness, instilling terror that threatens to shatter the will of her foes. Realizing the formidable power her opponent possesses, Tao Tu finds herself at a disadvantage. Lacking royal qualities, she awakens her observation and armament hockey, but is inevitably suppressed when facing such a powerful adversary. On the battlefield, Chatu, having gathered many core members of the Revolutionary Army, rushes to assist the woman he admires, attempting to ambush Boa Hancock from behind. How disgraceful for a Marine admiral to resort to such despicable tactics. Stand back. We will protect our sister. One sister wields a great sword, charging forward with unyielding fury, while another sister joins in with a serpent-like assault, successfully halting Chatu's advance with a force equal to that of any man, showcasing the innate combat talent of the Nine-Snake Warriors. Witnessing the dire situation, the warlord orders the Pacifista army to engage, swarming through the skies to join the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of laser fire upon the Revolutionary Army soldiers and occasionally employing devastating martial techniques to severely injure several commanders. How laughable! Do they dare to compare their robot's performance with Stark Industries? Tony Stark, feeling incredulous, dons his anti-natural devil fruit armor, commanding the War Machine Mark II, Iron Legion, and T-1000 robot army to retaliate. Although the Marine government has improved its technological level over the years through inspiration from Stark Industries, it remains vastly inferior compared to Tony's innovations, leading to their immediate suppression across land, sea, and air. Even the only large-scale destructive self-destruct devices fail under the electromagnetic interference of the Iron Legion. Dr. Vegapunk, commanding from a battleship far at sea, is forced to switch the Pacifista to manual mode, planning operations himself. Despite knowing that the old world government has lost its power, Dr. Vegapunk has no intention of resigning, instead comparing himself to military science genius Tony Stark, dreaming of one day surpassing him. Such thoughts seem naive to Tony. who sees that even those who imitate and counterfeit his technology will take at least a century to catch up. Ultimately, no matter how advanced the old Marine government's weapons may be, Tony Stark can always present an even more superior product, provoking Warlord Sengoku to the brink of fury, nearly unable to restrain himself from retaliating. Boom! 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 The once flat, desolate plain is pockmarked by a relentless barrage of shells. Haki, elemental energy, and sword strikes fill the battlefield, especially in clashes among those above the rank of admiral, capable of altering the very fabric of nature and affecting the climate. The battlefield where Yamada Genji and Akainu clash has transformed into a hellscape of lava and blizzards, the temperature scorching enough to induce faintness, as all moisture is evaporated, leaving rivers of lava flowing and melting much of the yellow sand. On the other side lies a glacial expanse, a realm of ice with frigid temperatures. The drastic climatic differences create a spectacular yet bizarre visual spectacle, distorting the air around them. High above, another scene unfolds, with countless flashes of lightning and torrential storms descending, all manipulated by Long to sweep towards Iron Fist Carp with unrelenting force. Regardless of the ferocity of the attacks, Carp resolutely employs his formidable armament haki to deflect the blows, seemingly risking everything. To endure this battle, he has even injected himself with a super soldier serum, rejuvenating him by decades to ensure he can withstand the intense physical exertion. In reality, from the onset of the conflict, the Marine government has been on the defensive. Their forces suffered significant losses when Tony's warships bombarded them while approaching Alabasta. Even though the later reinforcement from the Pacifista could mitigate some of this disadvantage, they struggle against the T-1000 robots. While their combat data includes numerous techniques from the Shichibukai, only Tony Stark can fully exploit this data as potential. The Old World government has dispatched many seasoned veterans in pursuit of victory, while the Revolutionary Army comprises primarily fresh blood, including numerous young powerhouses of Yonko caliber. It is evident who holds the advantage. The Shadow Army has lurked in the pirate world for over a decade, and now it is time for them to showcase their might, instilling fear in all and heralding their legendary rise. In Chapter 325, the sheer technological superiority is overwhelming. A large contingent of T-1000 robots engages the Pacifista in a fierce battle amidst the rocky canyons. Equipped with implanted artificial intelligence chips, they can detect numerous powerful entities capable of destroying them nearby. Coupled with the extreme heat from Akainu and Yamada Genji, as well as the elemental chaos, this compels them to choose this advantageous environment for their decisive confrontation. Due to the liquid metal robots created by Tony Stark possessing immunity to physical damage, Dr. Vegapunk has incorporated corrosive elements into the Pacifista's laser weaponry to enhance its effectiveness against metal. Indeed, these T-1000 robots, upon being struck by the laser cannons of the pacifists, despite their metallic liquid wounds writhing and capable of recovery, exhibit an exceedingly slow healing process. Furthermore, a considerable amount of metal has been corroded away, resulting in irreparable damage. Analyzing the combat style of the pacifists reveals that they have selected renowned masters from the Navy, such as Kapu, Akainu, and Kizaru, incorporating their battle data into their arsenal. Even the laser cannons are a modified imitation of Kizaru's techniques. With the entry of Megatron into the fray, the situation rapidly tilted in favor of the Cybertronians, whose inherent advantage in mechanical modification rendered the pacifists nearly defenseless. The battles among the Transformers had previously been mere brutal clashes of power and mechanical performance, but following Megatron's communication with the super artificial intelligence Jarvis, he seamlessly integrated the combat data of formidable opponents from the enemy's database into his own strategies. The sound of mechanical parts clattering to the ground echoed as Megatron dismantled his foes, resulting in significant losses for the pacifists, who had invested considerable resources over the past year. Witnessing this, Sengoku felt a pang of anguish. Although Tony Stark held some disdain for the scientific advancements of the pirate world, he still regarded the robots created by Dr. Vegapunk as valuable references. For instance, The integration of mechanical modifications with artificial life forms had inspired Stark to incorporate nanotechnology into his own enhancements, preserving human functions and emotions while simultaneously unleashing the formidable power of mechanical transformation. To his astonishment, Stark had managed to create robots of admiral caliber. If he could successfully capture Megatron and bring him back for Dr. Vegapunk's research, it might just reverse the Navy's current disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, showcasing his formidable strength, illuminated by a radiant halo, akin to a living deity capable of vanquishing evil. The golden light of his aura reverberated through the void as Sengoku executed a swift disappearance technique, propelling Megatron's massive frame backwards several paces, causing him to retreat in disarray. Ding! Mechanical damage detected at 10. Scanning ennemi combat information. Ding! System detects a significant disparity in strength with the enemy life form. Immediate evacuation recommended. Sengoku, having served as a naval admiral and marshal, had not become complacent despite the passage of time. He recognized the immense research value and modification potential within Megatron and decided to pursue him as his quarry. Knowing that the Navy could acquire as many robots as they desired, they were merely at a stage of enhancing their capabilities. Boom! Sengoku unleashed a powerful punch, launching a torrential flurry of attacks that forced Megatron to retreat repeatedly, dislodging numerous mechanical components. Even the alien technology of energy blades and artillery fire proved ineffective against the Golden Buddha. Do not underestimate me, Transformers. Such beings of advanced civilization are not yours to control, Stark interjected, adorned in his enhanced anti-demon fruit armor as he rushed in to intervene. Sengoku's martial prowess slightly surpassed that of Kapu, granting him a significant advantage in battles against adversaries of admiral rank. To Megatron, he represented an ideal partner for scientific experimentation and technological exchange, and he could not allow himself to be captured. A large pulse electromagnetic cannon fired, creating a unique electromagnetic field that weakened Sengoku's powers, rendering him feeble as if restrained by haki. As rockets propelled from his elbows, they struck Stark fiercely, continuously releasing electromagnetic pulses that hindered Sengoku's demon fruit abilities from reaching their usual efficacy. This exemplified the perfect amalgamation of technology and haki, leaving Sengoku infuriated yet compelled to defend himself passively. After all, the curse of the demon fruit inherently countered them, and effective defensive measures were currently lacking. Well done, partner. Leave those scrap robots to me, Megatron declared as his arm extended, wielding a laser sword, and he charged at the still rampaging pacifists, perceiving these low-end technological creations as mere scrap metal. As the Navy's elite forces began to land on the battlefield, each unveiled their capabilities to withstand the new government's relentless barrage of artillery, advancing with destructive techniques that could obliterate all in their path. Among the Navy's ranks was a robust, middle-aged man with wavy black hair, recently appointed as an admiral, known as Green Bull, standing alongside Kizaru in reputation. As a formidable dark horse in the world recruitment, it was Green Bull's first involvement in such a large-scale conflict. His eyes ablaze with fierce determination and an escalating sense of battle fervor. With a thunderous roar, he summoned a vast amount of natural wood energy into his being, enveloping his body in a network of branches and vines, transforming him into a colossal, imposing bull-like figure. His arms, imbued with the characteristics of branches and vines, rained down powerful blows upon the revolutionary forces, inflicting significant casualties and capturing the attention of all present. Is this truly the legendary ability of Green Bull? Feng Xiao, hovering in midair, scrutinized the scene with a piercing gaze, a stern expression adorning his face. If that were the case, perhaps he should send Shimada Hanzo to test the opponent's capabilities. As fellow users of wood-based abilities, their confrontation was bound to ignite extraordinary sparks, truly an encounter worth anticipating. Chapter 326. A clash between two generations of Navy admirals as Green Bull rampaged across the battlefield. An energy arrow suddenly shot forth from the distance. He instinctively caught it and crushed it in his grip, only to find that the arrow split apart and struck him in the chest with a series of successive hits. The arrows, composed of condensed wood energy, erupted into a barrage of explosive strawberry fruit bombs, causing a violent explosion comparable to high-explosive grenades. However, for Green Bull, it merely served to tickle his resolve. This master of controlling the power of greenwood and precise archery led Green Bull to deduce the identity of the assailant. None other than former Navy Admiral Shimada Hanzo. I suppose I must address you as my senior. However, I am curious as to why you have chosen to betray us, Green Bull inquired, turning to face him with his formidable eyes. He had always struggled to comprehend the ideology of the proletariat revolution, believing that regardless of whether one was a strongman or a monarch, they occupied positions of power to govern their subjects and maintain peace and stability. Why should they not be superior, possessing the authority over life and death? Their extraordinary abilities destine them for uniqueness. If the notion of equality and democratic autonomy among soldiers were to be embraced, who would still stand to uphold peace and stability? Ultimately, it was merely a divergence in stance and ideology, devoid of further discourse. Besides, I have always been on the side of the Holy Kingdom, Shimada Hanzo replied calmly. As Feng Xiu's shadow, bound to obey his commands unconditionally, whether it meant silently infiltrating the Navy for a decade or ultimately betraying them. From the moment of his inception, he was destined to exist solely for the will of Feng Xiu. Every member of the Shadow Legion regarded Feng Xiu's commands as the ultimate directive for their actions. To facilitate Feng Xiu's ultimate ambition of world domination, they would not hesitate to eliminate any adversaries obstructing his path. Green Bull, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement and then propelled himself off the ground with a vigorous leap, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mountain beast, unleashing a series of earth-shattering punches that sent shockwaves spiraling across the terrain. His combat style closely mirrored that of Admiral Akainu, both embodying a path of unyielding ferocity and overwhelming force. However, their respective fruit abilities and combat experiences differed significantly. Having worked alongside Akainu for many years, Ito Hanzo was well acquainted with such brutish tactics. He transformed into a ghostly specter, swiftly evading the opponent's onslaught while unleashing arrows that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. The power of his arrows had already surpassed that of a Gauss sniper rifle, capable of penetrating even a mountain. Thus, should one be unfortunate enough to be struck, even a formidable admiral would endure significant pain. Two streams of wooden energy clashed fiercely on the battlefield, wooden spikes erupting from the ground, yet failing to breach Green Bull's formidable physical defenses. His opponent could even unleash massive fists formed of wood from his arms in a relentless assault. A phantom of a blue dragon roared and spiraled around the arrows as they shot forth in a direct line, showcasing Ito Hanzo's signature skill, which had inflicted considerable damage on enemy commanders in previous battles. Yet, this renowned arrow technique, which had never failed, was met with Green Bull's reckless defiance as he ferociously tore the divine dragon arrows in half, undeterred by the ensuing energy explosion. This was akin to a diminished version of Kaido, the beast, yet even such a legendary beast held no fear for him, let alone his current opponent. As Ito Hanzo spoke, he unleashed an arrow imbued with radiance to its utmost limit, which instantly multiplied into a myriad of arrow shadows raining down upon Green Bull, seemingly intent on engulfing him. In response, Green Bull, with bare fists, conjured a torrent of punches, impenetrable and vigorous, defiantly blocking the incoming barrage of arrows. Growing more exhilarated with each clash, this was a confrontation befitting two admirals of the Navy, a spectacle that allowed the world to witness the valor of the newly appointed Admiral Green Bull. Faced with the former Admiral Ito Hanzo, he displayed no trace of trepidation or weakness, a fighting form etched in the minds of all. After all these years, Ito Hanzo remained a formidable force. These late-blooming talents of the sea were indeed terrifying. It was regrettable that they had turned their backs on the Navy. From a distance, Admiral Zephyr reflected on the situation, his tone devoid of reproach. Had it not been for Ito Hanzo's timely aid in rescuing many naval cadets, perhaps he too would have succumbed to the path of betrayal. Regardless, Ito Hanzo had always shown immense kindness towards them, prompting Admiral Zephyr to lead his subordinates in avoiding direct confrontation. Their involvement in battle was a matter of naval duty, yet it did not imply their willingness to assist the world government against all foes. Behind Admiral Zephyr, Ein, and Binz, naval officers who had once been saved from Weevil by Ito Hanzo grappled with complex emotions upon witnessing their benefactor align with the opposing camp. Yet they could never bring themselves to strike him down. In pursuit of the nation envisioned by Feng Xiu, even if it necessitated further bloodshed, it would be deemed justifiable. Thus, I cannot be blamed for my merciless blade. Regardless of the adversary, Fujitora would fight with unwavering resolve, especially as he faced one of the 7 warlords, Buggy, and the admiral-level T-Pig. Originally, T-Pig's strength did not meet the standards of an admiral, yet after receiving an enhanced super soldier serum, not only had his physical prowess significantly improved, but his once awkward appearance had transformed into a strikingly formidable presence. Stop your boastful rhetoric, blind fool. I fear not your sword's aura, the clown Buggy declared, his body fragmented to the point where he could negate the effects of hockey. Whenever Fujitora's swordsmanship struck him, he would simply split apart, rendering physical attacks entirely ineffective. The only source of his frustration lay in the opponent's gravity fruit ability, which often repelled his attempts to strike. Inciting his ire, it was often whispered among the masses that Buggy attained his position as a warlord due to his past as an intern aboard the pirate King Roger's ship, a mere means of establishing credibility. This battle would be his chance to prove himself, and he must seize this opportunity to achieve great merit. Chapter 327, A Clash of Emperors. Before Buggy could further contemplate his battle strategy, Fujitora unsheathed his sword and thrust it skyward, releasing a series of gravity spheres that shot into the heavens. Moments later, a colossal meteor descended from above, aimed directly at the naval fleet. Should this meteor strike, the old military government would find itself utterly trapped, unable to escape unless they completely vanquished the revolutionary forces. Damn it, not this maneuver again. Do they not realize the peril of falling objects? Buggy and T-Pig found themselves unable to counter the meteor with their hockey or fruit abilities. Moreover, with Fujitora's escalating power, the meteor's diameter had swelled to nearly 5 kilometers. Such a massive object could only be shattered through sheer force by an individual of emperor-level strength. The abilities of these devil fruits were indeed troublesome. A robust figure, with broad chest, tawny skin, and a mountain-like white mane and beard. The current Supreme Commander of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, regarded the approaching meteor with a furrowed brow. As a naval leader of the same era as Roger, the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Steelbone Kong had mastered hockey and trained the 6 forms of the Navy to transcend human limits. Even after receiving the super soldier serum, his vitality had improved, yet Steelbone Kong was already at an advanced age, yearning to emulate Whitebeard's legendary demise on the battlefield. With a sudden surge, Steelbone Kong launched himself into the sky, channeling his strength to unleash a punch akin to a volcanic eruption, obliterating the colossal meteor from within, scattering its remnants like confetti across the sky. Suddenly, a dark sword aura, reminiscent of a purgatorial abyss, cut through the air, pulverizing the fallen debris into dust that was carried away by the wind. This extraordinary swordsmanship and its sharpness startled Steelbone Kong. Had that unparalleled sword aura aimed at him from behind, he believed he would have no means to evade, likely suffering severe injury. Let not my thoughts stray too far. A true warrior possesses the dignity befitting their strength. I cannot resort to underhanded tactics. In the distance, the sword demon transformed into a fallen angel, descending with an aura as dark as ink, its terrifying visage seemingly conjured from the depths of hell. A palpable sense of annihilation enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a shiver of dread in all who beheld it. Steelbone Kong could hardly fathom the existence of such an extraordinary lineage as the Dark Blood Sword Demon. Your virtues surpass even my expectations, yet I shall not show you mercy. As Steelbone Kong's form abruptly vanished, he began to tread the air at an alarming velocity, unleashing a cacophony of sounds as he moved, creating countless afterimages that made it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Each afterimage unleashed techniques akin to the Navy's 6 powers and advanced strikes, launching an onslaught from all directions, effectively sealing all avenues of escape for the sword demon addicts. Each attack from these phantoms inflicted tangible damage, and addicts realized that every assault posed a genuine threat. Despite his superlative speed, Steel Bone Kong's prowess was truly terrifying. Fortunately, addicts managed to summon a vortex of darkness, enveloping himself before re-emerging from another location, narrowly evading the devastating impact akin to shattering the void. Feng Xiao sensed addicts was at a disadvantage and commanded Neza to assist in battle. With a roar, Neza summoned the gate of the underworld, calling forth the deity Anubis, a spectral figure embodying death and fear, with a wolf's head and a human body that sent shivers down the spine. The battlefield transformed into a realm of ominous winds and ghostly presences. By summoning Anubis, Neza could fully unleash his power, sufficient to sustain prolonged combat while desperately maintaining his magical output. Addicts sensed a peculiar connection with Anubis, as an essence of abyssal torment began to intertwine with the aura of death, allowing him to manifest an angelic ability, merging with Anubis into the form of the fallen angel, nightmarish death god. Upon merging his will with Anubis, Addict's eyes were consumed by destruction and slaughter, radiating a terrifying force capable of plunging the world into an abyss of annihilation. Feng Xiao felt this power was becoming increasingly difficult to control and covertly employed a method to ensure the fusion between the sword demon and the underworld god would only last a minute before automatically dissipating. With a fierce swing of his colossal blade, Addicts infused his dark and deadly magic, unleashing a sword shadow spanning 100 zhang towards Steel Bone Kong, launching a relentless assault akin to a frenzied beast. The space shattered, storms raged, and Addicts' devastating strikes tore apart the surrounding realm, overwhelming Steel Bone Kong, who was forced into a defensive stance, spewing forth copious blood. The sky echoed with the sound of fragmentation, as the void shattered like glass, drawing in many souls into its inky depths, which later began to mend. Once the fusion with Anubis was severed, Addicts felt utterly drained, as though all his strength had been siphoned away, while Steel Bone Kong lay lifeless in the distance. "Teacher!" cried he, Carp, and Sengoku, their expressions filled with sorrow and rage, lamenting that the first casualty of this conflict was Steel Bone Kong. All the Navy soldiers, witnessing the death of their former marshal, were engulfed in despair, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. Was this the sensation of dying gloriously in battle? Perhaps Whitebeard experienced something similar in his final moments. Steel Bone Kong's gaze dimmed, yet a hint of satisfaction graced his features as he departed this world, having fought valiantly for the Navy government throughout his life. To die honorably as a warrior, rather than languishing as a frail elder in bed, was a fate both Navy and pirate alike coveted. With Steel Bone Kong's demise, the old Navy government found itself at a disadvantage, morale plummeting. Carp, he, and others, driven by vengeance for their teacher, rushed toward the severely weakened sword demon. At this moment, the power of the Shadow Legion manifested, each member confronting their opponents to safeguard Addicts. Next, it was Feng Xiao's turn to enter the fray. Since his previous battle against Hawkeye at the Baratai, he had long awaited another confrontation, and watching the conflict unfold stirred a surge of adrenaline within him. The first to strike was Hawkeye Maihawk, who, relative to Shimin Chue Shui, suffered the most humiliating defeat under Feng Xiao's swordsmanship. His blade's aura slicing through the air like a dragon, seemingly capable of cleaving the very atmosphere. This strike was initially aimed at Addicts, but with Feng Xiao's appearance, as the leader of all Shadow members, he naturally became the target of their fierce onslaught. Absolute Zero, Fiery Tempest. All blades returned to one. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Feng Xiao smirked disdainfully, unleashing the myriad talents of the Shadow members in a display of terrifying techniques that left the old world government in utter shock, unable to fathom such diverse and potent abilities emanating from a single individual. This overwhelming power was akin to that of a deity capable of turning the world upside down. The five elders, observing through signal satellites, felt the immense strength comparable to that of Im Sama, struggling to comprehend how Feng Xiao had attained such formidable prowess after a decade of separation. Utilizing the power of universal attraction, Feng Xiu drew the revolutionary soldiers to his side, preparing to unleash a long-concocted attack to gauge its destructive capacity. Under this force, Akainu's magma giant was extinguished. Mihawk's sword aura dissipated, and Kizuru felt the space around him freeze, hindering his movements. Carp, Zephyr, and others experienced a significant weakening of their haki. With a series of explosive sounds, all the high-ranking members of the Old Navy were sent flying, yet Feng Xiu's assault did not cease there. He summoned the Gate of Heaven, from which emerged numerous formidable angelic specters, empowering the revolutionary soldiers on the battlefield, exponentially increasing their combat effectiveness. Countless dark sword auras from the abyss intermingled with the battlefield, while divine fists from the heavens descended, striking the ground with the force to shatter it, generating massive shockwaves. After expending hundreds of points to unleash his ultimate techniques, Feng Xiu's energy was replenished, bolstered by the most potent Shadow Legion system, bringing him one step closer to standing atop the world. Let us depart. These adversaries are now incapacitated, and there is no need to prolong this battle. Casting a glance at the incapacitated high-ranking members of the Old Navy, Feng Xiu felt a twinge of reluctance to execute them, leading the revolutionary forces away. For he did not wish for the game to conclude so easily. Overall, the naval forces suffered a catastrophic defeat, with all commanders of high rank perishing and the common soldiers falling by the countless numbers. The Revolutionary Army already possessed an advantage in weaponry and manpower, and ultimately, the pivotal moment arrived when Feng Xiu unleashed his ultimate technique, summoning all shadows, thereby sealing the fate of the battle. The news reverberated across the globe, thrusting Feng Xiu into the limelight as the youth of the Revolutionary Army's leader, whose powers rivaled that of deities, ignited a glimmer of hope among the suffering laborers. Given the current circumstances, once the Revolutionary Army decisively vanquished the remnants of the Old Navy government, they displayed a disregard for even the opportunity to eliminate their foes, solidifying their position as the most formidable power of the era. The previously balanced tripartite struggle between the Revolutionary Army, pirate forces, and the world government was now a thing of the past. Presently, among the four emperors, only Big Mom and Kaido remained in opposition to Feng Xiu. But for the Revolutionary Army, the threat posed by such formidable adversaries was insignificant. The true menace facing the new government was the elusive Lord Im, who resided in the Holy Land. Lord Im, a creature of more than 800 years, having undergone the ageless surgery, possessed enough power to wreak unimaginable havoc, even if others had trained for eons. This open defeat of the Old Navy government served as an early warning to Lord Im. If he chose to submit and surrender, Feng Xiu might graciously grant him a noble title to prolong his existence. However, should Lord Im insist on resisting and seek to exterminate the revolutionary forces, Feng Xiu would not hesitate to eradicate all celestial dragons from existence. As the revolutionary troops gradually withdrew from the battlefield to strategically resupply in Alabasta, the world's news agencies and journalists deployed drones to capture the harrowing scenes of battle, ensuring that the terror of the Shadow Army was etched into the minds of the populace. After centuries of celestial dragon dominion over the pirate world, a new era was dawning, inciting suspicion among various factions as they scrambled to express support for the new government. Nations that had invested substantial resources and wealth to avoid being ruled by the proletarian revolution watched in panic as they witnessed the war unfold, collapsing in despair. While cursing the Old Navy government for their incompetence, these kings realized they had chosen the wrong side, fearing the dire consequences should they fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, they began to send envoys laden with rare treasures to the Holy Land, hoping to prostrate themselves in apology, yet they were met with closed gates. Feng Xiu harbored a deep disdain for those who wavered in their loyalties, finding it audacious that they would come bearing gifts of contrition. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, knowing that once he conquered these kingdoms, their valuables would rightfully belong to him. The nations along the first half of the Grand Line were gripped by trepidation, quaking in fear at the prospect of a revolutionary invasion. They had provided the Old World government with funds, weapons, and supplies, thus participating in the conflict, and many royal families began plotting their escape. Upon the return of Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull to the Holy Land for urgent medical treatment, the higher echelons of the government finally grasped the essence of despair. Ironically, it was not the pirates or the revolutionary forces that had ultimately crushed them, but rather the very kingdom they had once trusted, the Holy Land, which had plotted to dethrone the celestial dragon aristocracy. Unbeknownst to them, the young master of the Iceman family had returned, unveiling the banners of rebellion that had long lain dormant, leading the old world government toward annihilation. The five elders, filled with rancor and resentment, plotted to release all prisoners who posed a threat to the peace and stability of the world, regardless of their past transgressions, as long as they could incite chaos within the territories controlled by the Revolutionary Army. Consequently, the underwater prison Impelled Down was swiftly emptied, much to the chagrin of Warden Magellan, who found it difficult to accept that the government would resort to such measures against the revolutionary forces. If this was the case, what meaning did his years of loyal service hold? Thus, hundreds of inmates broke free, stirring up trouble at sea and rallying their former comrades to prepare for upheaval. Initially skeptical of the Navy government's decisions, they began to mock their adversaries, reveling in the fact that the Revolutionary Army had forced them to retreat to the Holy Land. While they may have hesitated to engage in other matters, the pirates were adept at destruction and mayhem. Without hesitation, they provoked the local revolutionary forces. Feng Xiu found their actions juvenile and laughable. He felt no fear even if the four emperors descended upon him. Would he be intimidated by the escaping prisoners from Impelled Down? Should these pirates wish to join the revolutionary cause, they would be welcomed and offered a chance to expunge their criminal records. However, if they persisted in their ways of piracy, they would face annihilation at the hands of superior forces. Despite Feng Xiu's words, the pirates continued with their reckless antics, dismissing his admonitions. Flames erupted as they were consumed, leaving the escaped prisoners in shock at the extent of the traps laid by the old world government. The power wielded by Feng Xiu, capable of summoning his subordinates across space to enact swift retribution, was far beyond anything they had encountered. These government scoundrels had summoned forth such a formidable foe, dragging them into turmoil. The pirates cursed the government, lamenting that had it not been for the five elders' machinations, they would have been living comfortably within Impelled Down, free from the terror of such formidable adversaries. However, the nature of piracy instilled fear, and under the collective intimidation of the Shadow Army, many simply succumbed without a fight or chose to abandon their former ways. Even when confined within the depths of an infinite hell, those formidable pirates, nearly on par with the four emperors, were entirely awed by the terrifying power exhibited by the Revolutionary Army. They found themselves compelled to rethink their survival strategies and choose to humbly align themselves with the Revolutionary Army. The world of pirates is vast, yet much of it now falls under the dominion of Feng Xiu. Even if they sought to flee, they would find themselves aimlessly adrift. It would be wiser to remain and demonstrate their worth to survive. In the New World, on a secluded isle, the red-haired Shanks stood at the precipice of a cliff, gazing upon the Revolutionary Army's patrol fleet emerging in the distance. He couldn't help but lament that the realm now belonged to the new government, signaling the inevitable downfall of the celestial dragons. Had it not been for their prior connections with Feng Xiu, they might have already faced the Revolutionary Army's fleet head-on. After all, they still retained the title of a pirate crew, unwilling to relinquish their identity. Renaming themselves as the Red-Haired Adventure Corps seemed far too unappealing. Thus, Shanks resolutely refused to compromise, and Feng Xiu, in turn, would not seek out trouble over such trivialities. As long as Kaido and Big Mom did not create disturbances, it sufficed to let Yamamoto Motoyasu take charge of any disruptions, allowing them to navigate the seas freely, for they did not rely on plundering for survival. A band of inept fools, having gone to great lengths to release them, caused only a minor uproar. The five elders, witnessing their plan's failure, furiously berated the pirates who had been set free. They never expected them to utterly defeat the Revolutionary Army, but they had hoped to break the encirclement imposed by the Revolutionary fleet. It appeared that their only remaining hope lay with the enigmatic leader. Following the Great Battle, the Revolutionary Army required time to recuperate. Feng Xiu felt no obligation to extend hospitality to the over 100 affiliated nations choosing to ally with the Old World government, leading them to unleash their forces directly into battle. This would grant the Old World government a brief respite, hoping their higher-tier combatants could recover. Otherwise, the next encounter would lack excitement. The primary concern remained the inscrutable power of him. Feng Xiu would never act recklessly without absolute certainty. It was known that the top-tier abilities of Devil Fruit users could rival demigods. Should he provoke him to wrath, it would matter little for Feng Xiu himself. But the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army would suffer greatly. A large-scale loss would jeopardize his ability to govern such an expansive pirate world with insufficient forces. After 10 years of planning to dismantle the world government, Feng Xiu found himself at a critical juncture, requiring meticulous calculation for every step. In the first half of Chapter 330, Conquering the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Drum, the defeated King Wapol of the Straw Hat Pirates emerged from Impel Down, hastily returning to reclaim his rule. Rallying his former subordinates, he charged back with fierce determination. Without the hindrance of Straw Hat Luffy and his crew, Wapol seized power once more through sheer force, easily overcoming the former King Dalton and the Dr. Correa, who escaped after being defeated and placed under a nationwide bounty. Humph! Regardless of the outcome of the power struggle between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, I am the master of this territory, the corpulent Wapol declared, announcing the Kingdom of Drum's departure from the Revolutionary Army's control to establish an independent monarchy, resolutely asserting that this land would solely belong to him. Wapol's ability to assimilate any weapon into his body, while considered one of the lower-tier powers among Devil Fruit abilities, became formidable after consuming the advanced armaments produced by Stark Industries during his escape. He acquired the capacity to unleash devastating attacks capable of annihilating a nation, especially after consuming war machines and Jericho missiles, allowing him to continuously utilize their firing capabilities. Boom! 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 A single Jericho missile launched by Wapol was sufficient to obliterate the Revolutionary Army's station forces, instilling him with immense confidence. Upon returning to his castle, he reinstated the oppressive regime of exploitation over his subjects. The world government, in their folly, had released Wapol back into the fray, provoking the ire of former King Dalton, who sheltered in Kureha's temporary abode. Witnessing the populace, once thriving under the Revolutionary Army's guidance, plunged back into despair, he felt a surge of anguish and fury. To confront Wapol, the Old World government resorted to desperate measures, employing any ignoble tactic at their disposal. Now, with a bullet from Wapol's sniper rifle lodged in his chest, Dalton lay bedridden under Kureha's care, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration and a desire for mutual destruction. Enough of this bravado. Had Straw Hat been here, he might have had a chance to defeat that scoundrel, Dalton lamented, pondering the fate of Chopper, who had set sail long ago. Correa, taking a swig from a bottle of red wine, gazed towards the new world with concern. The last time she saw Chopper's bounty, it reached several hundred million, shocking her as a mother. Such a bounty could only be achieved by notorious pirates. The Navy would not issue such rewards without monumental deeds, demonstrating that Chopper had significantly improved since his departure. Currently, it seemed that only the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army could deal with Wapol. Kureha promptly dialed a din-din mushy, seeking to send a distress signal to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. While she was adept at healing, engaging in close combat with foes was beyond her capabilities as an elderly woman. It was known that the father of the Straw Hat was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. Surely, they would grant her this favor. The Old World government, realizing Wapol was a loose end, extended an invitation for him to return to their ranks, only to be met with a vehement rejection. Wapol, filled with arrogance, denounced them for imprisoning him in Impel Down for so long. In the past, he would never have dared to speak so brazenly to the government hierarchy, but now, all factions were aware of the Old World government's precarious predicament, leading to a loss of respect and fear. A bunch of foolish old men, only now remembering us as they faced defeat from the new government. Wapol scoffed, hanging up the phone with disdain. He sat back in his chair, smirking, contemplating that he might consider negotiations with the new government, but the old world government was out of the question. Confident in his newfound strength, Wapol received a call from the new government's representatives, who stated they did not recognize his kingship and demanded he vacate the territory of Drum Kingdom immediately, warning him of the consequences should he refuse. What nonsense is this proletarian system? The fate of this nation lies in my hands. Do not dictate terms to me. Either support my reign or get lost, Wapol declared. Having already claimed the lives of numerous revolutionary soldiers, he boldly confronted the new government. The new government promptly dispatched the formidable warrior Ishida Hanzo, who was nearest to the kingdom of Tsugu, to swiftly confront the threat posed by Warbwa, capable of launching an infinite barrage of Jericho missiles. This level of devastation had already reached the caliber of the Seven Warlords, far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary military force. They were but mere clowns, and when this general arrives, the world shall witness the fate of those who oppose the Revolutionary Army. Standing at the bow of the iron warship, Ishida Hanzo coldly remarked towards the direction of the kingdom of Tsugu. No one could invade the territories under the dominion of the Revolutionary Army. Warbwa had previously issued a warning, but the adversary obstinately refused to heed it, seeking to negotiate terms with the new government, a reckless action that left them vulnerable to the consequences. Having partially recovered from injuries sustained in the last conflict, Ishida Hanzo felt it was time to stretch his muscles after a prolonged period of inactivity. On the side of the kingdom of Tsugu, word had spread that the Revolutionary Army had dispatched none other than the former Admiral Ishida Hanzo, causing the residents to erupt in cheers. While Warbwa began to devise a series of traps, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Though he was indeed arrogant and dismissive, he had not descended into the folly of believing himself invincible. Warbwa had assumed that the Revolutionary Army was preoccupied with negotiations with the Old World government and would not send such a high-ranking officer over a trivial matter. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. If a commander of the caliber of a Seven Warlord were to appear, he might have a chance to triumph with all his might, but Ishida Hanzo stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Akainu and Kizu, a hero among men. Now, he could only silently pray that these traps would prove effective, at least to deplete some of the enemy's strength, thus creating an opportunity for a surprise attack, a potential means to secure victory. Upon successfully landing at the dock of the kingdom of Tsugu, Ishida Hanzo was greeted by a piercing cold wind. This land was perpetually blanketed in snow and ice, rendering the climate exceedingly frigid. Ordinary individuals would shiver uncontrollably, gritting their teeth to endure the biting chill. Yet for warriors like them, as long as the conditions were not excessively harsh, the environment posed little hindrance. The new government had dispatched thousands of troops to assist him in governing and commanding, but Ishida Hanzo deemed them a nuisance, asserting that he alone could handle the forthcoming battle. Many within the Revolutionary Army had followed Ishida Hanzo for years and were accustomed to his demeanor, maintaining a vigilant watch aboard the ship while only sending a handful of soldiers to accompany him. As they encountered the forces of the kingdom of Tsugu, before Ishida Hanzo could even make a move, the revolutionary soldiers behind him raised their assault rifles, swiftly eliminating the enemy with coordinated precision, a testament to their rigorous training. You will remain at the base to maintain vigilance. I shall personally deal with Warbwa. As soon as he finished speaking, Ishida Hanzo transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, unleashing a series of ripple-like energy waves beneath his feet, propelling him towards the mountain summit at an astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, he reached the towering peak. As he landed, electromagnetic sparks erupted around him, forming nets that ensnared his entire being. Immediately, several Gatling guns adjusted their aim, unleashing a hail of bullets in an attempt to bring him down amidst the crossfire. Did they truly believe such trivial traps could harm him? How naive! Ishida Hanzo deftly dodged to the side, his form flickering in and out of sight, the nets tearing apart as he escaped the trap's confines. He swiftly drew his bow, detonating the incoming projectiles with arrows. Against a foe like Warbwa, he had not even needed to employ any special techniques. Merely 3 arrows were sufficient to deliver a precise and devastating blow, leaving Warb was stunned as he gazed upon Ishida Hanzo's indifferent demeanor. Never had he anticipated such a swift defeat, which struck a severe blow to his confidence. He commanded his subordinates to capture Warb alive and bring him aboard the ship, as Ishida Hanzo temporarily represented the Revolutionary Army in restoring King Dwoluin's position, instructing him to continue the struggle for the proletariat's revolution. Considering the generally poor living conditions of the citizens of the Kingdom of Tsigu, Ishida Hanzo had brought along 1 billion belly to aid in the reconstruction of the nation, ensuring that its inhabitants could enjoy a prosperous and secure life. Meanwhile, the Old World government had no immediate plans for war, and given the Revolutionary Army's ample high-level combat strength, with Feng Xiu personally overseeing matters, Ishida Hanzo's departure would bear no significant consequences. First, a Revolutionary Army branch was established on Tsigu Island as a temporary office for Ishida Hanzo and his military personnel, followed by the formation of a revolutionary committee to reform the political system of the Kingdom of Tsigu. Dalton handed over the island's documents to the revolutionary researchers, knowing that none among them could decipher such texts. Given the abundance of doctors led by Koleha in the area, Ishida Hanzo was fortunate to oversee the construction of 5 large hospitals and the establishment of a corresponding healthcare system, adopting regulations from the former Red Cross. This approach would maximize the advantages of local physicians, ensuring that the kingdom's populace would no longer suffer from ailments, receiving timely treatment for any health issues. Clearly, the Revolutionary Army's approach differed significantly from that of the world government. Koleha, holding a bottle of wine, stood atop a high building observing the hospitals being built, gradually forming a scale model, and was profoundly impressed by their commitment to improving the medical welfare of the populace. In contrast, during the time the world government ruled this nation, they had been indifferent to such social welfare, demanding only that the citizens remit substantial tributes annually. Even when pirates attacked, their response was one of lethargy, compared to the world government's previous governance. The current actions of the Revolutionary Army exhibited a profound sense of kinship towards the citizens of the Kingdom of Tsigu. It was no surprise that news of the Revolutionary Army's successive victories permeated the air. Any rational individual would unhesitatingly choose to support such a government dedicated to the welfare of the people. Reflecting on this, Koleha also wished to contribute to the nation, aspiring to engage in the construction of the healthcare system and seeking discussions with the local staff regarding the Revolutionary Army. Given the remote location of Tsigu Island, information from the outside world was transmitted rather slowly. Thus, Koleha was only aware of the Revolutionary Army's existence, lacking knowledge of its specific circumstances. It seems you must have been with the Revolutionary Army for many years. What kind of organization is it? On this day, Koleha casually bandaged the wound of a member of the Red Party and directly inquired. The Red Party member was momentarily taken aback before passionately expressing his admiration and respect for the Revolutionary Army. In the past, the world of pirates had been dominated by the celestial dragons, leading to a widespread imitation of monarchical and aristocratic tyranny among the allied nations. Nobility and aristocracy are inherently entitled to enjoy privileges that elevate them above the common populace, while the laboring masses are destined to endure suffering and hardship, subjected to brutal exploitation that can even jeopardize their very lives. This grim reality is deeply felt by those inhabiting the world of pirates. However, everything began to transform with the emergence of Feng Xiu and the revolutionary figure, Long. If Long's arrival heralded the formation and initial growth of the Revolutionary Army, then Feng Xiu represents the embodiment of its core revolutionary ideals, meticulously refined and implemented, earning the admiration and affection of the masses. The mission of the Revolutionary Army is to liberate all laborers, dismantling the power of all aristocrats, including the Tenryubito, in pursuit of a democratic, free, and peaceful ideal realm. When that time arrives, the concept of pirates and the 7 warlords will vanish, leaving only an independent and self-governing revolutionary army as the singular authority. Devoid of war and conflict, the magnitude of the Revolutionary Army's aspirations is astonishing. Thus, let me also contribute to this noble vision. Chapter 332. core value system of the Revolutionary Army on Magnetic Drum Island, the Revolutionary Army's government branch, is gradually being established. Kureha, noticing the inadequate medical expertise within the Revolutionary Army, proactively volunteered to take on the role of a medical team mentor, ensuring her skills would not remain unrecognized. In reality, although Stark Industries produces super soldier serum that accelerates human capabilities, the sheer number of Revolutionary Army personnel renders it impossible for everyone to receive an injection. Feng Xiu believed that only exceptionally performing soldiers should qualify for this enhancement serum, fostering a strong sense of teamwork among the soldiers and significantly bolstering their morale. Consequently, the majority of ordinary soldiers must rely on conventional medical treatment, and the profession of a doctor is highly esteemed within the Revolutionary Army, with each one being sought after by various individuals. During leisurely moments, Kureha found herself perusing the Communist Manifesto, beginning to comprehend the essence of the proletarian revolution. The proletariat refers to the majority of the laboring masses, endowed with immense productive capabilities, yet harshly exploited and trampled by capitalism, leading to a decline in their motivation and relegating them to mere shells of existence, easily crushed by capitalists. The capitalists, represented by the likes of the Tenryubido and aristocracy, are fundamentally beings who disregard human life, abuse power, and scorn the law, akin to a malignant tumor for a nation's development. To eradicate this disdain for legal systems and those who regard lives as trifling, the Communist Manifesto calls upon all proponents of proletarianism to abolish private ownership and overthrow the ruling class to achieve democracy. This not only has the potential to significantly enhance productivity and indirectly foster economic growth, but also enables more effective implementation of legal systems, guiding a nation onto a path of orderly development. To realize such ideals, the present Revolutionary Army must violently overthrow the old world government and ultimately seize all political power, allowing the ideals of the proletariat to flourish globally. Only by achieving equality for all, democratic self-governance, technological advancement, and educational empowerment can a peaceful and prosperous existence be ensured, free from the ravages of war. It is no wonder that wherever the Revolutionary Army goes, they are met with enthusiastic welcomes from the local populace. With such political aspirations, it is conceivable that they can indeed bring an end to this era of great piracy. Kureha lamented that while the end of the great pirate era, coinciding with the rise of the Revolutionary Army, is a positive outcome, it is a pity that no one seeks the treasure left behind by the Pirate King, Roger. Reflecting on this, she suddenly recalled the rubber boy with a straw hat who often proclaimed, "I will become the Pirate King." Perhaps, given his spirited nature, he would not relinquish such dreams even with the end of the great pirate era. Upon observing Kureha's talent in cultivating medical practitioners, Itachi Hanzo applied to designate this island as a training base for Revolutionary Army medical personnel, swiftly gaining approval from higher authorities. This was an opportunity for significant contribution, especially since the new government would finance it, relieving them of any burdens. In a few years, Walpole would face execution. Kureha, while tending to a member of the Red Party, smiled and invited them to witness the event, knowing well the locals' deep-seated animosity towards Walpole. The core tenet of the Revolutionary Army is the eradication of exploitation and inequality. Individuals like Walpole, who embody these transgressions upon their very appearance, are destined to stand opposed to them, with little room for reconciliation. Not to mention, Walpole remains unrepentant, clinging to the notion of restoring monarchical tyranny after all these years, having previously killed numerous Revolutionary Army soldiers. His existence is intolerable to the new government. Is that so? Such a person deserves death. It would be futile to imprison him and impel down for years. Kureha nodded in agreement, as though this were a matter of course. Inspired by the Revolutionary Army's ideals, Kureha approached Itachi Hanzo to express her desire to join the organization. Itachi Hanzo, somewhat surprised, nodded in affirmation, recognizing her unwillingness to remain confined to this island at her age. The best path to elevate her medical skills is to venture into the new world, where more doctors can receive her training and the medical system can be further refined across the Red Zone. In the entire pirate world, Kureha's medical expertise ranks among the top 10. Acquiring such talent will undoubtedly save numerous Revolutionary Army soldiers on the battlefield. It is an honor that the ideals of the proletarian revolution resonate with you. Welcome to the revolutionary family. Itachi Hanzo, a former admiral of the Navy, acknowledged. Known for his cold demeanor, yet warm-heartedness towards comrades. After spending several months on Magnetic Drum Island, the kingdom's medical, commercial, transportation, and military defense systems have been progressively enhanced. Itachi Hanzo even proposed leveraging the island's perennial snow to establish ski resorts and other recreational venues, sure to attract many visitors. Walpole was then brought before the court of the Holy Land Kingdom for public trial. I am a king, a member of the world government. You cannot treat me this way. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? There is no such thing as fairness and justice in this world. To execute me for the sake of these lowly peasants is sheer madness. In the execution grounds of the Holy Land Kingdom, Walpole, shackled and clad in prison garb, knelt amidst thousands of citizens observing the execution process, feeling utterly humiliated as he shouted angrily. In his outburst, he cursed the world government, lamenting the absence of military support from his own member states, deeming them a worthless bunch. Unbeknownst to him, while he arrogantly rejected the old world government, the 5 Elder Stars and Sengoku had already completely abandoned him, finding no further utility in him. Kill him! Kill him! A multitude of merchants from the Sidu Wangwa gathered at the execution site, arriving hastily before dawn, eagerly awaiting the demise of the infamous Warabwa. Were it not for this scoundrel summoning of all the physicians within the nation, their afflicted family members would not have perished from their ailments. Had they possessed the strength to confront him, they might have even contemplated tearing him to shreds. Chapter 333. The establishment of the medical special forces. The judicial officials upon the elevated platform were predominantly government personnel trained in professional legal practices, many of whom had previously served the old world government. Upon realizing the decline of the celestial dragons, they flocked to join the revolutionary cause. Lacking a strong allegiance to the government, they quickly memorized the constitutional regulations promulgated by the Revolutionary Army. Finding themselves astonished by the absence of any loopholes within this comprehensive legal framework, they marveled at the judicial mastery of the individual who crafted these laws, and thus began to oversee various judicial cases, including the announcement of Warbo's crimes. The charges against Warbo were as follows. 1. Intentional homicide. Upon returning to the nation, Warbo had slain numerous revolutionary soldiers and local dissenters, with ample eyewitnesses and evidence to corroborate these acts. 2. Embezzlement. Warbo dispatched his underlings to seize the property of others, funneling the ill-gotten gains into the national treasury against the will of the rightful owners, leaving no room for appeal. 3. Assaulting women. After committing murder and theft, Warbo forcibly captured a young girl, and had it not been for the timely arrival of Shantian Banzi, the situation could have escalated further. The judicial officials enumerated dozens of charges, yet Warbo stubbornly refused to plead guilty, asserting that everything within the Sidu Wangwa rightfully belonged to him and questioning the wrong in fulfilling his desires. Allow me to enlighten you, Warbo. All land under heaven belongs to the sovereign. Such heinous acts cannot occur in territories governed by the Revolutionary Army. Your time has come, Warbo. With a command from Feng Xiu, the executioner raised his flamethrower and incinerated the defiant Warbo on the spot. His cries of protest silenced before they could escape his lips, reduced to mere ashes. The onlookers erupted in applause, with none lamenting the demise of Warbo. The most profound shock came from Kaleha, who could hardly believe that Warbo, who had long plagued the Sidu Wangwa, had met his end in such a manner. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her face. Once composed, Kaleha resolved to dedicate her remaining days to assisting the Revolutionary Army in constructing a proletarian society, unconditionally sharing her vast medical knowledge with the new government. Recognizing the immense significance of Kaleha's contributions to the revolutionary cause, Feng Xiu granted her permission to receive the super soldier serum, instantly rejuvenating her by decades and alleviating her chronic ailments. Though her hair remained white, her skin was now markedly smoother and more refined, allowing her to continue serving for another 50 years. Coincidentally, Tony Sitek was engaged in the research of the instant recovery potion 039, which could restore severely injured individuals by approximately 30 to 40%, enabling them to resume combat. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would undoubtedly have a substantial impact on the battlefield. As the chief physician of the Revolutionary Army, Kaleha's expertise was invaluable to this project, and she willingly collaborated with Tony in the laboratory day and night. The news of War Bo's execution did not yield significant repercussions. As the Revolutionary Army continued to conquer nations, many rulers like him, embodying incompetence and tyranny, faced a similar fate. In the first half of the Grand Line, the majority of kings had been slaughtered by the Revolutionary Army, many of whom were products of privilege, deeply entrenched in the ideology of monarchical absolutism. In the eyes of the proletarian idealists, these figures were labeled as guardians of the old world's dictatorship, destined to be swept away by the tide of history and held accountable for their transgressions. Prior to executing these monarchs, their crimes were publicly read aloud, serving as a cautionary tale for all and ensuring that such paths were not repeated, maintaining fairness and justice throughout. Any wrongfully accused individuals whose innocence could be substantiated would be promptly exonerated, as the judicial officials were held to strict accountability by Feng Xiu, who mandated adherence to his regulations irrespective of their previous affiliations with the old world government. They would not suffer in terms of salary or benefits. However, incompetence would not be tolerated, and Feng Xiu had no need for ineffectual subordinates. In the ongoing campaign to subjugate various kingdoms, any individual akin to Kaleha, possessing talents beneficial to societal harmony, would be immediately recruited. Feng Xiu understood better than anyone the importance of talent, especially for a new government poised to dominate the world. The vast expanse of the pirate-infested seas, comprising 1/10 of the continent while the rest lay beneath the ocean, presented significant challenges in governance. No historical ruler had ever unified the world, and thus Feng Xiu felt the weight of pressure, opting to use force to suppress dissent rather than engage in negotiations. Meanwhile, after being captured, Admiral Zifa remained imprisoned, receiving better treatment than ordinary soldiers, perhaps due to his connections with the Shantian brothers. Feng Hu Yixiao, a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, held a deep respect for Zifa and thus visited the prison to see his old friend. Little did he expect that the once ardent champion of justice had now embraced the enemy's embrace. Zifa, visibly displeased, coldly expressed his disillusionment with Feng Hu Yixiao, asserting that betrayal, regardless of justification, remained betrayal. How can you be certain that joining the Revolutionary Army is not the true path of justice? It seems you still harbor misconceptions about this organization. If you have nothing better to do, why not accompany me on a stroll? In a manner reminiscent of Feng Xiu's previous tactics, Feng Hu Yixiao invited Zifa to observe the happiness of the people in the Red District under revolutionary governance. He believed that anyone with a genuine sense of justice and kindness would fundamentally alter their perspective upon witnessing the lives of the Red District citizens, far surpassing any persuasive rhetoric. Considering the current predicament of the old world government, they were unlikely to send troops to rescue him. With a disdainful snort, Zifa acquiesced and followed his companion to witness the reality of this so-called socialist state. Chapter 334. Zifa's shock as they walked towards the district. Feng Hu Yixiao shared his thoughts with Zifa. Initially, he had resisted Feng Xiu's overtures with the same fervor as Zifa, vowing never to yield. However, upon hearing the Revolutionary Army's principles, he gradually began to reconsider his views. The Revolutionary Army differs significantly from other naval forces and pirates. Within the Navy, there are indeed many rogues. Being a pirate does not necessarily equate to being a malevolent villain. However, as members of the Revolutionary Army guided by the Gongchandang Xinyan, all revolutionaries are committed to the cause of revolution, pledging their lives to it. In contrast to the Navy, they adhere to a much stricter system and set of requirements, resolutely safeguarding the interests of the working class. Under the governance of Feng Xiu, the populace enjoys a life of happiness and fulfillment. Regardless of opinions, the voices of the old world government and the new government resonate among the masses, and this is evident to all. Zifa finds it difficult to refute this reality. A government lacking public support certainly lacks the qualifications to rule the world. Yet, does the Revolutionary Army truly possess the capabilities to become the world sovereign? With this question lingering in his mind, Zifa steps into the streets, initially blinded by the towering skyscrapers, vibrant nightlife, and orderly traffic signals. The bustling streets, filled with tea shops and shops, astonish him. Everyone adheres to traffic regulations and yields to one another, with patrolling officials maintaining peace and order. Under the deterrent of advanced dark technology, most ruffians retreat, for ordinary individuals find it challenging to withstand such power. Overall, areas governed by the Revolutionary Army have begun to trend towards modernization, reminiscent of cities from the 20th century. If only the world government had allocated the wealth of the celestial dragons for urban development, such results would have been achieved long ago. The world government ought to serve the people, not the celestial dragons. Tung Hu Ishao, witnessing Zifa's wavering heart, adds fuel to the fire by stating that Zifa himself harbors discontent with the actions of the world government. Occasionally, thoughts of establishing a new navy flicker in his mind. Yet lacking the stimuli present in the original narrative, he has never acted upon them. This world is rife with rampant piracy, and the former navy government has exacerbated the situation by allowing pirates to flourish instead of eradicating them, ultimately leading to the crises involving Doflamingo and Crocodile, which harmed the interests of the people. Recently, the Navy suffered a total defeat in battle, and the old world government is destined for complete overthrow. Thus, Tung Hu Ishao advises Zifa to choose wisely, cautioning against letting foolish loyalty hinder his aspirations. At this point, Zifa's resolve wavers once more. Yet he hesitates to compromise openly, for a rash betrayal of the old world government could tarnish his reputation. Moreover, his students, the Navy cadets imprisoned, represent his last ties to this world. If he fails to act promptly, the fate of these cadets in the event of the old world government's downfall is a foregone conclusion. Even for their future, Zifa feels compelled to ultimately align himself with them. He suggests visiting the nearby department store, renowned for its delectable milk tea. Since Feng Xiu took office, he has introduced recipes from various specialty shops from the past, investing in commercial entertainment venues that have yielded substantial economic profits over the years. Cold and aloof as he may be, Tung Hui Shao finds himself irresistibly drawn to the milk tea, feeling discomfort if he does not indulge in at least 10 cups daily. He learns that this area was once a garbage island, a site where refuse from neighboring nations was incinerated, leaving Zifa incredulous. The notorious reputation of the garbage island as a foul and desolate wasteland, inhabited solely by ragged beggars, is hard to reconcile with its current state. Tung Hui Shao, anticipating Zifa's reaction, begins to explain. Thanks to Stark Industries, specialized waste sorting and recycling systems have been installed, ensuring the optimal utilization of waste resources. If harnessed effectively, this waste can yield profits that entice nations to compete for it. The lives of the people here have undergone a radical transformation. They now actively travel to various countries to collect refuse. Initially, these nations showed little concern, eager for someone to remove the waste. But upon realizing that this refuse is akin to gold, they began to reject offers for it. Unfortunately, lacking Stark technology, they remain unable to exploit the waste, settling for a monetary exchange of 1 cent coin per ton. In addition to the changes in the town's scale and economic strength, the citizens, under Zifa's discreet inquiry, recount the transformations since the Revolutionary Army's arrival. Before their occupation, the garbage island served as a hunting ground for the elite, where they feared for their lives. Now, with the protection of the Revolutionary Army, the world government dares not infringe upon the residents, allowing them to earn a living and build happy lives with their families. Zifa silently contemplates whether he has erred in his previous judgments, tacitly acknowledging the Revolutionary Army's ideals. Over the course of the next month, he immerses himself in the study of proletarian revolutionary systems. If the old Navy government is destined to fall, then he shall contribute his strength to the establishment of an ideal society. Upon hearing of Zifa's decision to join, Feng Xiu warmly welcomes him, appointing him as the chief instructor responsible for training new Navy cadets for the new government. Historically, many outstanding leaders such as Huang Ying, Qi Quan, and Qing Qiji have been Zifa's disciples, attesting to his effective teaching methods, which Feng Xiu intends to leverage. As the world unifies, the Navy government will undoubtedly undergo significant restructuring, and Zifa's involvement is a boon to Feng Xiu in addressing this concern. Thus, from this day forth, I, Zifa, formally announce my resignation from the old Navy government, dedicating my life to the triumph of the revolutionary cause. I ask all to bear witness. Chapter 335. The movements of the Reaper Pirates. What? Zifa has betrayed us? This old man is truly despicable. Upon hearing Zifa's declaration of leaving the Navy to join the Revolutionary Army, the upper echelons of the Old World government nearly choke on their outrage. The five elders left speechless by his actions. Zifa has been missing for so long that they assumed he had perished, given his high-ranking position within the Navy, where severe punishment is inevitable. They had prepared themselves to receive news of his demise, only to be astonished by his announcement of defection. It is unclear what kind of enchantment he has been subjected to. Zifa, an old man whose light has dimmed, is not a significant loss. His cunning nature is to blame for this situation. Currently, the Old World government is under the control of Sengoku, while Akainu, still recovering from his injuries, is unable to assume the role of fleet admiral and manage governmental affairs. Sengoku, having sustained only minor injuries in the last war, will soon recover and regain control. As for Zifa, he is not the immediate concern. All efforts must now be focused on gathering forces in the Holy Land, determined to drag the Revolutionary Army's leadership down with them, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. In the 9th chapter, the general of the warring states, Yuan Shui, summoned all naval forces to converge upon the Holy Land of Kyamalia. Naval fleets across the globe were compelled to act immediately without the slightest delay. This plan appeared to relinquish control over the four great seas, opting instead to steadfastly defend the sacred site. Within the span of less than 2 short years, the Navy had been driven to such straits, a testament to the formidable nature of the Revolutionary Army. Victory was now within reach. Should they succeed in vanquishing the Old World government leader, the triumph would undoubtedly belong to the revolutionaries. Supporters of the new governments worldwide were exuberantly hosting grand feasts in celebration, while the old Navy government, unable to voice their indignation, feared retaliation from the revolutionary forces stationed nearby. Feng Xiu, for the time being, did not intend to engage in a final showdown with the Old World government. His immediate objective was to solidify control over the first half of the Grand Line, suppressing all remnants of royalist factions while simultaneously gaining the local populace's trust, embedding the ideals of proletarian revolution deep within their hearts. Before long, the Revolutionary Army garnered enthusiastic support from the locals, aiding them in establishing various welfare systems to enhance their quality of life. In the New World, on Volcanic Island, the Shinigami pirate crew, having remained silent for so long, decided it was time to express their stance and contribute to the construction of socialism. Yamamoto Jinryusai, Shigekuni allied with Shimanchue Shui and Uchiha Bido to launch successive offensives against the Old World government. Among the 5 emperors of the pirate factions, they finally declared their chosen allegiance, assisting the Revolutionary Army in several victorious encounters. This unexpected betrayal caught the upper echelons of the old government off guard, prompting them to urgently reach out to Kaido and Big Mom for potential alliances. Currently, only the remaining 3 Emperor pirate factions could assist the Old World government in navigating their dire situation, thus drawing their keen attention and anticipation as they offered a series of incentives in hopes of a response. Having spent considerable time in the world of pirates, the moment had arrived to showcase the strength of the Shadow Legion. Captain Yamamoto gathered elite units such as the Iceman, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Steelman, collectively known as the Shinigami, who set forth towards the Holy Land, launching an assault against the Old World government. Along their journey, they encountered the Whitebeard pirate crew, with members of the Shadow Legion sharing a common goal: to create turmoil for the Old World government until Feng Xiu could fully solidify his hold over the first half of the Grand Line. The Old World government, left with no choice, dispatched Carp the Yellow Monkey, and Green Bull to respond to the challenge. Fighting desperately, while still clinging to a shred of hope for the old regime, refusing to acknowledge the principles of proletarian revolution. Yamamoto found their obstinacy laughable, incredulous that they could not see the current state of affairs. Did they wish to accompany the old world government to its grave? Even if he were not a member of the Shadow Legion, it was evident to him that only the Revolutionary Army could bring about true justice, while the old world government merely masqueraded as its protector, upholding the rule of the celestial dragons. Knowing full well the old world government was a decayed and corrupt bourgeois regime, their stubborn resistance seemed utterly devoid of meaning. Even if they were to die in battle, no one would remember them. As for others' opinions, he could not speak to them, but he had devoted the majority of his life to the Navy, and now it was merely a matter of serving different masters. Although he acknowledged that the revolution could indeed bring happiness and stability to the people, Iron Carp sighed, yet remained steadfast in his loyalty to the old world government. With the world's networks and technology so advanced, how could he not be aware of the lives led by those in the Red Zone? Even if the rule of the celestial dragons was a fundamental error, he still had to bear the weight of his responsibilities. Like the fallen Steelbone and Whitebeard, Carp now sought only to die honorably in battle. Had he wished to defect to the Revolutionary Army, he would have done so decades ago, rather than waiting until now. The Yellow Monkey, Peach Rabbit, and others held deep respect for Carp's loyalty. Everyone knew of his familial ties to the former revolutionary leader, Dragon, and believed that should Carp choose to ally with them, he would not only attain a high position, but also avoid sharing the fate of the old world government. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Iron Carp chose to fight alongside the old world government until the very end, a loyalty and sense of responsibility that commanded respect. Carp's words became our rallying cry. Thus, let us engage in battle. General Peach Rabbit was the first to strike, wielding her sword to create a flurry of afterimages, sharp as a giant serpent, prompting Shimin Shui to step forward and engage her directly in combat. Behind him, countless sword shadows surged through the void, targeting her with relentless ferocity. To perish by the hand of the sword god is the honor of a swordsman. Brace yourself. Shimin Shui smiled coldly as massive sword shadows began to coalesce in the air, descending upon her with devastating force, unleashing a strike that could terrify gods and demons alike. The battle was imminent, and soon the old world government found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Outnumbered and continuously on the defensive, Peach Rabbit suffered the loss of all her hockey abilities in the confrontation. If she wished to recover, she might need to seek refuge within the Revolutionary Army, for perhaps Lord Fengxiu could restore her to the strength of a general. Otherwise, she would remain a mere shell of her former self. With the defeat of General Peach Rabbit, the old world government suffered another significant reduction in its high-level combatants. Faced with such formidable prowess and the alluring beauty of the general, Shimin Shui astonished all present, particularly the men, with his ruthlessness, leaving them in awe of his cold demeanor. Were they in his position, they could hardly imagine enduring the same trials Peach Rabbit had displayed in battle, let alone crippling her abilities as he had done. Had Shimin Shui been privy to their thoughts, he would have found them utterly absurd. Engaging in emotional discourse with an enemy on the battlefield was a profoundly foolish endeavor. It was either you vanquish your foe or be vanquished yourself. In the theater of war, familial bonds, love, and friendship held no significance. Only the enemy and comrades mattered, defining the ultimate victors. Death was the worst that could befall him, and he would not yield. Peach Rabbit closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. The loss of her abilities was an unbearable blow for a swordsman, and she would have preferred to perish on the battlefield than return as a broken individual. Being dismissed by the old world government and living out her days as a retired general felt far more torturous than a swift death. A waste of life unworthy of being slain by my hand. Perhaps you should consider my proposal instead, Shimin Shui remarked, sheathing his sword and turning away. Even the most stoic hearts can harbor compassion, and he could not bear to see such a gifted swordsman as Peach Rabbit die in battle. After several hours of fierce combat, the Shinigami and Whitebeard pirate crew chose to withdraw. Their objective was not to utterly defeat the old world government, but rather to create disruption and confusion among the enemy ranks. Regardless, the absence of General Peach Rabbit was a significant loss for the old world government. Upon returning, the higher-ups truly dismissed Peach Rabbit from her position, allowing her to retire early and enjoy the remainder of her days. Presently, they were too preoccupied with their own affairs to concern themselves with her feelings. Who says that the loss of grandeur precludes one from continuing to fight as a swordsman? Ingen Mihawk, feeling sympathy for the plight of his opponent, discovered the residence of Tao Tu and imparted his profound understanding of the swordsmanship of Shimin Shui Shui that he had cultivated over the years. He candidly expressed that such a method of training could engender a unique form of energy within oneself, known as Jinshi. To seek a breakthrough in swordsmanship, perhaps a dedicated comprehension of sword intent would be a superior choice. However, Ingen Mihawk found it exceedingly challenging to resolve himself to sever his meridians and start anew, which seemed to favor that fellow, Tao Tuesday. Should he undergo retraining in swordsmanship as understood by that individual? Contemplating this, Tao Tu felt a surge of reluctance, but ultimately resolved to embark on this ancient sword technique training. After several days, Feng Xiu received intelligence from Uchiha Madara, indicating that the world government had decided to ally with the Yonko pirate crew to counter the Revolutionary Army's offensive. Each pirate crew, worthy of being called a Sea Emperor, possesses formidable power capable of altering the world. It was this realization that prompted the old world government to seek an alliance, to collectively resist the advancement of the Revolutionary Army. They articulated that the original tripartite balance within the pirate world benefited everyone. However, the emergence of the Shadow Corps and the Revolutionary Army disrupted this equilibrium. Should the old world government ultimately fall, the Yonko pirate crew would also find no salvation. The new government had long declared its intention to suppress the growth of pirate forces, and now the seas were virtually devoid of pirate crews. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to unite in order to seize their rightful interests. Feng Xiu was taken aback by the recent invitation for an alliance from the old world government, especially after having just dispatched the Death God pirate crew to collaborate with the Whitebeard and Blackbeard crews in an assault. It was indeed a source of irony. They even had the audacity to frame it as being in their best interest to prevent the day when they too might be completely consumed by the Revolutionary Army. What surprised Feng Xiu even more was the appearance of the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, who had vanished for decades. He was renowned as one of the three great sea overlords alongside Whitebeard and Roger, possessing power comparable to the Yonko. The re-emergence of Shiki added an intriguing twist. It seemed that Monkey D. Luffy would inevitably confront all the adversaries he was destined to face. The news of Shiki's arrival did not instill fear in Feng Xiu. Rather, it piqued his interest. Currently, most of the influential figures in the pirate world were under his dominion, wielding unprecedented power and scale. Perhaps only the monarch who once controlled the world 8 centuries ago could rival his might. There was no immediate urgency to decisively defeat the old world government. However, it would be advantageous to draw out those illustrious figures within the pirate realm, adding an element of intrigue to the conflict. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiu did not initiate any provocation. Instead, Shiki the Golden Lion was the first to launch an attack on his merchant ships. As a user of the float fruit, Shiki had the ability to make any object he touched levitate. Utilizing this power, he established a colossal floating island in the sky as his pirate ship. Any merchant vessels belonging to the new government were swiftly sent flying, with their cargo and wealth thoroughly plundered, allowing Shiki to gauge Feng Xiu's response through this assault. Having not set sail for decades, Shiki intended to challenge the current 4 emperors and obliterate the navy government, only to find that the current geopolitical landscape was entirely different from what he had envisioned. The emergence of the Death God pirate crew as a new force, coupled with the Revolutionary Army besieging the old world government in the new world's Holy Land, placed them in a precarious situation. Reflecting on the Revolutionary Army's formidable strength, Shiki hesitated upon receiving the invitation from the old world government, seeking to further assess the character of Feng Xiu. After all, he was merely a notable figure from decades past, and yet he dared to flaunt his authority on his own turf. It was not as if only Shiki could create floating islands. Upon hearing that his merchant vessels had been attacked, resulting in considerable losses, Fengxiu couldn't help but smirk coldly. He desired to personally confront this legendary figure. After all, one who could escape from the depths of Impel Down surely possessed considerable prowess. He promptly commanded his subordinates to elevate the floating island beneath the Holy Court Kingdom and set forth toward Shiki's location, intent on delivering a stern warning. Chapter 337. The arrival of the floating island in response to Shiki the Golden Lioness provocation. Fengxiu commenced the comprehensive transformation of the floating island, augmenting its underside with hundreds of rocket thrusters and equipping various large-scale weaponry from aircraft carriers, with the assistance of hundreds of steel legions. This grand undertaking was completed within a matter of days. Upon learning of Fengxiu's movements, the personnel of the Old World government were initially taken aback. However, upon discovering that it was directed towards Shiki, they felt a sense of relief, secretly hoping that Shiki would diminish Fengxiu's strength. As a formidable pirate who had fought alongside Whitebeard and Roger, the Navy government had once deployed the legendary Garp and Sengoku for 3 grueling days and nights, ultimately demolishing nearly half of Marineford before subduing him. The float fruit's ability not only allowed manipulation of the surrounding terrain to cause widespread destruction, but Shiki himself stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, posing a threat even greater than that of Whitebeard and others. The clash between the maritime overlord of 30 years past and the rising star Fengxiu was, from the perspective of the Old World government, an opportunity to gauge Fengxiu's true capabilities. At present, they only knew that Fengxiu possessed strength surpassing that of the 4 emperors. However, in comparison to Lord M, who was stronger, remained shrouded in uncertainty. This had significant implications for the Old World government's ability to maintain its dominion over the world. High above, at the headquarters of the flying pirate crew, Shiki lamented the loss of old comrades like Whitebeard and Bonnie as he set sail once more. After Roger's public execution shortly after his capture at Impel Down, Shiki had anticipated that only the likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom would serve as worthy adversaries. However, he was taken aback to learn of Whitebeard's demise during the previous Marineford War. Not long ago, he had visited Whitebeard's grave to pay his respects, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of ruling the seas without such competition. Currently, the Whitebeard pirate crew was led by Uchinadara, posing no threat to him. As for Big Mom and Kaido, they were merely members of Rock's crew, thus hardly formidable. Yet upon hearing that the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Fengxiu, possessed power exceeding that of the 5 emperors, he could not afford to overlook this. Initially, he had intended to commence his ambitions by annihilating the East Blue, but upon realizing it had already fallen to the Revolutionary Army, he abandoned that plan. He acknowledged that the weapons produced by Stark Industries were quite lethal. However, any missile capable of flight would be countered by his fruit abilities. The attack on the Revolutionary Army's merchant ships was merely the beginning. If he could ascertain Fengxiu's capabilities through this test, he could ultimately usurp dominion over the world. At that moment, he noticed the sky above his floating island shrouded in a vast shadow. Looking up, he was astonished to see a colossal island, even larger than his own. Impossible. In this world, are there other devil fruits that match my abilities? The notorious Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, expressed his discontent, only to soon realize the underlying truth. His opponent relied entirely on the power of science to levitate the entire island. The speed at which it ascended was surprisingly comparable to his own, an impressive feat in itself. From the floating island, the voice of Fengxiu echoed. Are you the legendary Golden Lion Shiki? Among pirates, you are indeed a seasoned veteran. However, if you think you can recklessly attack my merchant ships, that is simply unacceptable. For Fengxiu, the losses incurred from attacking merchant vessels were negligible for the Holy Court Kingdom, yet such actions undeniably challenged his limits, which could not be tolerated. He discerned that his adversary was attempting to test him. Thus, he decided to showcase his formidable military strength directly, compelling Shiki to retreat lest he face a ferocious onslaught. Upon hearing this, Shiki recognized that his opponent was here to confront him and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. After all, He had been a prominent figure for decades, and to be spoken to in such a manner was utterly audacious. I will fight if it comes to that. If you have the ability, come and take it back. Feng Xiu deemed it necessary to temper this old man's arrogance. The current dynamics of the pirate world did not allow for unchecked audacity based solely on age. Any force opposing the revolutionary army would ultimately meet a dire fate. With no further words to exchange, the command was given to open fire. Below the floating island, mechanical devices extended from an aperture, swiftly assembling into hundreds of cannon muzzles, ready to unleash their assault upon the aerial island. How foolish, Shiki mocked, to think that missiles could harm me. Does he not realize that such physical entities are countered by my powers? Previously, when facing the Revolutionary Army's fleet, Shiki had effortlessly rendered the Jericho missiles powerless, floating in midair and completely unharmed. Thus, to Feng Xiu's intent to use artillery against him, Shiki could only scoff, deeming him too inexperienced and unaware of the intricacies of his abilities. In truth, Feng Xiu had long prepared for this. The weaponry he deployed consisted of energy laser cannons. Such weapons possessed immense destructive capability and immunity against Shiki's powers. The ability of the piao fruit caused any object to lose its gravitational pull, thus falling outside the effective range of the energy laser cannons, allowing for the unimpeded release of their formidable force. What is this power? Shiki soon sensed something amiss as he observed hundreds of cannon muzzles on the floating island gathering luminous particles, charging with an immense and terrifying destructive potential. This is bad. This fellow is too cunning. I must retreat at once. He had not anticipated that his opponent could devise such a strategy to counter his abilities. If struck by those energy lasers, he feared he would be obliterated to nothingness. In a panic, he activated the floating island beneath him, hastily fleeing the area at a speed rivaling that of a steel warship. Yet, could he truly escape from a target locked by an automated targeting system? Chapter 338. The exploding floating island. Dozens of brilliant azure beams shot forth, like meteors, bombarding the floating island. The sky was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, each blast shattering the earth atop the island. In mere seconds, Shiki was astonished to see his floating island being reduced to rubble. Fortunately, he utilized the piao fruit's ability to float. Otherwise, he would have plummeted from the sky. The once mighty floating island appeared insignificant under the relentless bombardment of the energy laser cannons, capable of annihilating an entire nation. Once the barrage ceased, Shiki remained in a state of shock, watching helplessly as his companion island was transformed into dust. He had not expected the younger generation to be so ruthless. Acting without hesitation, it felt like he had kicked a steel plate. Despite Feng Xiu's youth, his methods were swift and decisive, showing no fear in the face of the Golden Lion's infamous reputation. You bastard! You have successfully provoked my wrath. Shiki hovered in midair, commanding the surrounding debris and stones to freeze in place before swiftly coalescing them into a colossal lion statue that lunged ferociously towards Feng Xiu. The statue, formed from shattered rock and debris, took on a lifelike quality, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts. It grew to an imposing height of over 50 meters, a sight that could instill terror in the hearts of many. Feng Xiu observed the manifestation of Shiki's powers, awestruck by the visual spectacle before him, as if a living giant lion were poised to pounce and rend him to pieces. Truly, he was a figure to rival Whitebeard. However, he was still far from being capable of halting the Revolutionary Army. Slamming his palm upon the table, he infused various elemental energies into the energy laser cannons, igniting them with flames, ice, light, and thunder, significantly enhancing their lethality. The exertion of such diverse abilities resulted in minimal strain on Feng Xiu, and the power unleashed was even more adept than that of his subordinates. Isn't it merely the manipulation of elemental forces? As if anyone couldn't do that. In an instant, Feng Xiu vanished, transported to the periphery of the floating island by a radiant teleportation array. With a wave of his hand, the four elemental energies transformed into the forms of various beast kings, exuding an overwhelming aura, their presence rivaling that of the towering lion statue. How can one possibly control multiple natural elements? Is that even conceivable? Is there truly someone who can defy the limits imposed by consuming a single devil fruit? Shiki exclaimed in disbelief, grappling with the notion that this long-standing principle could be challenged. If that were the case, provoking Feng Xiao would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Given his already formidable power from the Piao Piao fruit, the prospect of his adversary consuming another devil fruit was unfathomable in its potential for future might. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 statues roared as they lunged through the air, unleashing a tempest of destructive energy. The lion statue, besieged by the assaults of the beast kings, began to falter, its surface splintering and scattering debris. Shiki descended onto the floating island, immediately besieged by a barrage of gunfire from several war machines. The bullets raining down with ferocity capable of obliterating a steel warship. However, having thrived on the seas for many years, Shiki possessed not only formidable devil fruit powers, but also remarkable swordsmanship. Brandishing his twin blades, he launched a flurry of rapid strikes, the winds of his sword energy sweeping across the battlefield, rendering the war machines utterly incapacitated. Shiki advanced towards Feng Xiao, his dual blades slicing through the air with lightning speed, as if intent on cleaving his opponent in two. Unlike the domineering and relentless swordsmanship of Yin Maihawk, the knife techniques of Jin Shitsi Shurji exhibit a calm and seasoned demeanor, decisive in their lethality. Each move unveils the mastery of a blade master. It is unexpected that this old fellow possesses considerable skill, making him an ideal combat data reference for the Peace Terminator. Since Feng Xiao has resolved to defeat his opponent, he must thoroughly vanquish him in the very domain where his opponent excels to derive a sense of accomplishment. Subsequently, he summoned the long-sealed Qinglong sword techniques and stood in close proximity to his adversary, wielding his sword with an intensity that emanated a profound sense of danger. The Qinglong sword quivered slightly, transforming into a streak of silver light as it clashed with Shurji in a fierce contest of several hundred strikes. The ensuing cacophony of metal reverberated with the aura of swordsmanship that spread outward. Even in a pure contest of strength, Feng Xiao exhibited no inferiority to his opponent. The explosive power emanating from his slender and well-proportioned physique astonished those around him. "Are you looking down on me by refraining from using haki and your devil fruit abilities?" Jin Shitsi Shurji was astounded by the opponent's exceptional swordsmanship, yet sensed that Feng Xiao was not exerting his full strength, which incited a feeling of humiliation within him. Casting his gaze around, he realized that even when assaulting the Navy headquarters, he required the combined might of Sengoku and Carp to be defeated. Now, being toyed with by a young lad, not yet 30, was utterly intolerable. Is this the extent of Jin Shitsi Shurji's power? How disappointing, especially in comparison to the reclusive Lord M. Feng Xiao shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. Indeed, he had grown so powerful that he found it challenging to encounter worthy opponents. Perhaps only those who surpassed the 4 emperors could pique his interest. At that moment, the majestic lion statue formed from earth and stones had been ravaged, while the 4 fiery wolves, water dragons, thunder leopards, and luminous birds continued their assault on Shurji with ferocious roars. Swat technique, wave slash. Under no circumstances could Shurji endure the disdain directed at him. He unleashed a colossal sword energy that cleaved through the air, severing a portion of the floating island. Feng Xiao, unwilling to allow the Holy Kingdom to be obliterated by this massive sword energy, swiftly intervened to dissipate the offensive strike, still refraining from utilizing haki, solely demonstrating his mastery of the sword. After such a protracted battle, Shurji finally recognized that Feng Xiao was far more formidable than he had anticipated, affirming that becoming the leader of the revolutionary army was no trivial matter. This realization struck Shurji with a sense of aging, as he observed numerous outstanding rising talents on the vast sea, realizing that their presence obstructed his ambition to unify the waters. "Well, I have gauged your strength adequately. You lack the qualifications for me to kill you. I shall leave this to my subordinates." As chapter 339 unfolds, Feng Xiao beckoned. and two figures of starkly contrasting auras soared toward him, one exuding a divine radiance akin to an angelic descent, the other cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of a demonic sword from the abyss. The arrivals were none other than the god of light and the sword demon Addicts, both of whom had achieved the level of the four emperors, making them more than sufficient to contend with Shadow'sSharingan. Shadow'sSharingan sensed the extraordinary prowess of the two newcomers, astonished that Feng Xiao could summon such formidable allies with ease. The formation resembled the legendary alliance of Sengoku and Carp from years past. As the god of light and the sword demon appeared, Feng Xiao's figure began to fade. Watching their confrontation from the shadows, the sword demon raised his dark, forsaken sword, unleashing a flurry of blood-red blade shadows that charged toward Shurji with blinding speed, igniting sparks in the air with their fearsome momentum. Following this, the god of light summoned the blade of the archangel, his luminous wings unfurling as he joined the fray against Shurji. Had Shurji faced the sword demon alone, he might have harbored a sliver of hope for victory. But with the god of light's presence, the pressure he felt was palpably overwhelming. The contrasting auras of light and darkness were so disparate that they instilled a sense of unease within him. Having suffered the lifelong disgrace of being defeated and imprisoned by Sengoku and Carp, he could not afford to be bested by these two youngsters. To maximize his strength, Shurji injected himself with an enhanced version of the super soldier serum, which revitalized him with newfound vigor, rejuvenating him significantly. In this moment, Shadow'sSharingan returned to his peak strength, his stamina, reflexes, and power markedly amplified, granting him the capability to potentially overcome the sword demon and the god of light. Feng Xiao observed this scene with a sense of incredulity. It appeared that aging warriors were inclined to inject their self-developed super soldier serum, seemingly for the sake of preserving their pride. Regardless, he remained unperturbed, as it was evident that Shadow'sSharingan was destined to become a formidable cornerstone for the Shadow Legion's growth. This would alleviate the burden of having to confront this troublesome figure later on, especially given the threat posed by his alliances with the remnants of the old world government, which must be quelled in its infancy. As the battle escalated toward a fever pitch, Shurji, the sword demon, and the god of light, all possessing the ability to soar through the skies, transitioned the battlefield from the heights of 10,000 meters to the vast ocean below. With a swift motion, dozens of golden sword energies were unleashed, their might surpassing the wave slash, cleaving through the ocean and creating a rift of monumental proportions. The spectacle was breathtaking. Shadow'sSharingan's attack was exponentially stronger than depicted in the original narrative, owing to the enhancements provided by the super soldier serum. Holy Guardian, Dread Demon Roar. The sword demon and the god of light each deployed their defensive measures to withstand the assault, only to find their protective shields shattered by the barrage of strikes, sustaining significant injuries. Fortunately, their inherent recovery abilities were remarkable. Within mere seconds, they had healed from their wounds and fearlessly surged toward Shurji. Under Feng Xiao's guidance, they temporarily set aside their emotions, focusing solely on the primal instinct of battle, their combined might striking terror into the hearts of all who witnessed. Heavenly Holy Strike. The god of light's gaze sharpened as he raised his palm toward the sky, unleashing waves of profound divine power that rippled outward like the ocean's tide, manifesting into a colossal, radiant hand that descended upon Shurji, stirring a cataclysmic wave across the sea. Facing this formidable attack, Shadow'sSharingan harnessed the power of the Moku no Mi to raise towering peaks of water, aiming to intercept the celestial hand with immense force. The colossal water mountains, imbued with tremendous impact, collided with the divine hand, forcing it to recede while inundating the surrounding area with torrents of seawater. What? You are drenched in seawater, yet remain unscathed? Shadow'sSharingan, believing his opponents also possessed abilities, felt a sense of overwhelming advantage, becoming acutely aware of the fearsome curse of the sea, compelling him to ascend even higher. However, he soon realized that the god of light and the sword demon bore no connection to any devil fruit abilities. Even submerged in the ocean, they moved with ease, unaffected by the water. As his plans unraveled, an impulse to flee surged within Shadow'sSharingan, If this continued, he feared he would be utterly exhausted. Next, it was the turn of an Yin to unleash the fallen angel form. An endless tide of abyssal miasma surged forth, emanating an aura of malevolence and terror, inverting the balance of yin and yang and disrupting the cosmos. This dark energy coiled around the blade in his hand, and with a sudden, fierce swing, he cleaved through the very fabric of the void. This stroke of infernal flame would undoubtedly bring down the golden lion Shurji on the spot. Even if he were to muster every ounce of strength to resist, it would be utterly futile, as his sword energy was being devoured by the power of the opponent's dark fruit. Moreover, with the light god behind him, stirring the waters and aiding the Jian in limiting his form, Shurji's vulnerabilities were further exposed, sealing his fate. After years of arduous development since his escape from the advancing city, Shurji still harbored ambitions, but now he found himself bested by Feng Xiao, which left him utterly unwilling to accept defeat. With a voice strained from rage, he roared, declaring that if he were to be captured, he would ensure the revolutionary army would pay dearly for it. Thinking too much, Feng Xiao retorted, "Since you refuse to submit, what use do you serve? Wait patiently for your demise." He declared Shurji's death sentence and immediately ordered for him to be imprisoned, awaiting a public execution to instill fear in those still contemplating opposing the revolutionary army. Upon hearing the news, the 5 elders of the old world government felt a wave of disappointment. If Shurji could not contend with the revolutionary army, who in this world could possibly stand against this man? Chapter 340. The Execution of Shurji. The news of the Golden Lion Shurji challenging the new government and ultimately being defeated by Feng Xiao spread throughout the world, leading many spectators to mock his audacity in daring to confront the strongest force on the planet. Numerous pirate factions and allied nations saw the revolutionary army and wished to keep their distance, yet Shurji boldly provoked them, a clear act of self-destruction. Did he not notice the multitude of elite commanders and powerful emperors under the revolutionary army's banner? The prospect of the revolutionary army supplanting the old world government seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, this battle afforded the old world government some respite. Fleet Admiral Akhenu's injuries were gradually healing, and other high-ranking forces were awakening, preparing for further stages of recovery. It would likely take another week for the old Navy's upper echelon to fully recuperate. Their physical prowess was magnitudes above the average, with formidable, self-healing capabilities. Among them, Green Bull exhibited an alarming capacity for rapid recovery, regaining vitality in mere days. Yet, even if they all restored their strength, it would not alter the dire situation faced by the old world government. Combating the revolutionary army was not merely a matter of having several high-level combatants. Moreover, the previous battle in Arabasta had already claimed numerous lives, resulting in significant losses among the libertarians and Navy personnel, causing incalculable devastation. In light of this, Sengoku had resigned his position as Fleet Admiral, but still had to endure the ire of representatives from allied nations on behalf of Akainu. Currently, with Shurji causing no losses to the revolutionary army, they could only hunker down in the Holy Land, slowly regaining strength while quietly awaiting developments. If all else failed, they had Lord M as a solid backing. They hoped that at a critical moment, Lord M could capture the upper echelons of the revolutionary army in one fell swoop, providing them with a chance for resurgence. This world was ultimately governed by the powerful, and they could not allow the revolutionary army to seize the upper hand. In the kingdom of the Holy Court, the execution was imminent. The recent execution of Walpo was still fresh in memory, and now Shurji, the Golden Lion, knelt before the high platform, his face a mask of terror as he regarded Feng Xiao seated above. His strength had been entirely restrained by the combined might of the Light God and Jian, leaving Shurji with no opportunity for escape. The prison cells were charged with high-voltage electricity, perpetually enhanced by the power of the wave wind-water gate, generating millions of volts. The slightest movement on Shurji's part or an attempted rescue would result in him being reduced to cinders by the electric current. A throng of spectators surrounded the execution platform, their idle curiosity leading them to observe these national affairs. It was evident how leisurely the lives of those residing in a prosperous society could be. They could not only witness the proceedings firsthand, but also engage in discussions as long as they did not disrupt the execution process. In non-revolutionary zones, such protections for the public were unheard of. Numerous drones hovered overhead, capturing images of Shurji, the maritime sovereign from over 30 years ago, which would be broadcast across the globe. I never imagined Shurji, would fall to such depths. Rather than this, I would have preferred to die honorably in battle like Whitebeard. I finally understand the feeling Roger must have experienced during his execution. Shurji lamented, his expression one of despondence. Having prepared for decades to reclaim his dominion, he found himself up against Feng Xiu, a prodigious talent, sealing his tragic fate. In retrospect, he thought it would have been wiser to collaborate with the Old World government against the Revolutionary Army. Yet, it was too late. After today, Shurji would vanish from this world. Despite his dire circumstances, Shurji harbored no intention of surrendering. His dignity as a maritime overlord was not to be desecrated. Criminal Shurji, you are charged with endangering public property and murder, among other offenses. According to the constitutional regulations, the Revolutionary Army reserves the right to revoke your political rights for life and impose the death penalty, to be executed immediately. The judicial officer raised his gavel, striking the table with authority, declaring Shurji's crimes and sentence. To Shurji, this seemed a mere formality. If they intended to kill him, then why complicate matters? Surrounding executioners raised their sniper rifles, aiming at Shurji's forehead, ready to execute him with a single shot. No ordinary person with suppressed strength could withstand the impact of a bullet. Is this what it feels like to face death? It is rather frightening, Shurji mused, closing his eyes. As the bullet pierced his skull, he felt a sharp, searing pain before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around him. Witnessing the once mighty Shurji unable to withstand the Revolutionary Army's advance sent ripples of silence through the pirate factions across the seas. Out of fear and dread of Feng Xiu, they chose to hide or rebrand their crews as adventure groups, signifying their shift from darkness to light. The outcome of the Revolutionary Army's unification of the world seemed predetermined. No one harbored any optimism for the Old World government, given the evident disparities in strength and military capabilities. Unless a divine being were to descend and assist the Old World government in overcoming their plight, it was nothing short of a delusion. This was the fate that befell those who opposed the proletarian revolution, a warning for certain organizations of the old era to surrender swiftly. There was no need to stubbornly resist for the sake of the celestial dragons, for such actions were devoid of significance. Once Shurji's body was removed, Feng Xiu publicly condemned the Old World government in front of all media reporters. The Old World government is destined to face defeat, and the fierce resistance from the opposing side merely results in a few additional casualties, ultimately proving inconsequential. In the sacred land of Kyamalia, nestled deep within the opulent estate, a formidable figure cloaked in shadow exudes an aura of profound strength. This individual is none other than Lord M, the mastermind behind the Old World government. Having survived for centuries, he has grown indifferent to most matters, yet he persists in utilizing his abilities to uphold the dominance of the celestial dragons over the world. Decades ago, when the dragon defected to establish the Revolutionary Army, he regarded it with disdain, convinced that such an organization could not stir significant waves. However, with the advent of a new leader, the Revolutionary Army has managed to corner the Old World government to this extent. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed, allowing these individuals to revel in their temporary triumph. Once he elevates his power to its zenith, all opposing forces will appear feeble before him. With the demise of the Golden Lion Shiki, it can be said that only the likes of Iron Fist Carp and Sengoku the Buddha remain among the prominent figures of Roger's era, still wielding their prowess. Yet, the Old World government clings to life solely through these two veterans, remaining in a state of decline. Many naval soldiers have begun to lose hope, their morale diminishing, with some even contemplating defection. Were it not for the decisive actions of Admiral Kazu, who executed the deserters on the spot to instill fear, the situation may have worsened. However, this has bred resentment among numerous soldiers. Currently, they may still obey orders due to the might of the admirals, but when the Old World government ultimately collapses, It will be these mistreated naval soldiers who seek retribution first. A motley crew. Should I discover any deserters again, I shall not hold back on my wrath. After Kizaru's stern warning, he disdainfully turned to leave. It must be said that such threats are effective, as the incidence of desertion within the Navy has now plummeted to zero. In non-revolutionary zones, upon witnessing the new government publicly execute Shiki, many were filled with envy. Had it been the old world government, they would have sought to co-opt such an individual. For the Celestial Dragons, consolidating all capable individuals to safeguard their interests is paramount. They would never resort to openly executing Shiki for crimes against the safety of the people's property. This underscores the Revolutionary Army's principle of equality before the law, as even a figure like Golden Lion Shiki must submit to legal proceedings, let alone ordinary citizens. Following this incident, crime rates in various revolutionary districts have plummeted, a testament to the orderly management of the Revolutionary Army. Now, the remaining pirate factions on the seas, seeing little profit in the revolutionary districts, have turned their predatory gaze towards the territories governed by the old world government, wreaking havoc and causing the populace to voice their grievances. Local officials have repeatedly reported their concerns to the naval headquarters, receiving no response. In stark contrast to the Revolutionary Army, where officials face severe penalties for negligence, the old world government faces widespread unrest. The rioting masses decry the ineptitude of the government, lamenting the pirate invasions, rampant thievery, and the brazen behavior of local ruffians who harass passers-by without fear of reprisal. Even the soldiers of the former naval government have begun colluding with the bandits, and in response to the unrest, they have resorted to violent suppression, exacerbating the situation. Many ordinary citizens, possessing significant martial prowess, have united to confront the local government soldiers, plunging the old naval government into further chaos. Now, faced with the relentless advance of the Revolutionary Army, they find themselves at a loss. While the unruly crowds continue to sow discord, infuriating Akainu to the point of wishing to eliminate the rioters, as an example. Such an approach, however, would only incite greater anger among the populace, ultimately leading to a complete disregard for naval authority. It is wiser to deploy personnel for pacification first. Sengoku finds Akainu's methods troublesome. His temperament makes it challenging to fulfill the role of fleet admiral. With Akiji deceased, Akainu is the only suitable candidate for the position. Otherwise, it would not fall to him. To recklessly call for violence against the rioters would tarnish the old world government's international image. If they were to eliminate the rioting populace, what would remain for them to govern? The current actions of naval soldiers against innocent citizens have incited a larger-scale uprising, with all non-revolutionary citizens yearning for the Revolutionary Army to swiftly conquer the sacred land of Kyamalia and rescue them from their dire circumstances. For them, each day the old world government remains in power is a torment. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army's warships linger near the sacred land, poised for a new round of assault. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring sword aura transcends space, obliterating all attacking Revolutionary Army vessels, reducing them to splinters, swallowed by the depths of the sea. Undoubtedly, this formidable power belongs to Lordum. Any fleet within several hundred kilometers that dares to make a move against the sacred land will be instantaneously annihilated by this sudden sword energy. This ancient monster's strength remains formidable, a source of great concern. Fengxiu feels increasingly troubled upon hearing this news. If Lordum cannot be defeated, the old world government will persist, hindering the establishment of a democratic and peaceful ideal society. Like a malignant tumor, it may not pose an immediate threat, but it will eventually deliver a crushing blow when one is at their weakest. Throughout history, which reigning monarch has allowed the remnants of a previous dynasty to endure? Based on Fengxiu's estimates, even if the strongest member of the Shadow Legion, Yamamoto Jinryu Saishigakuni, were dispatched, he would likely fall short against Lordum. After all, Captain Yamamoto is but a soul split from the shadows. The powerful figures of the pirate world, having trained for less than a century, wield destructive power. One can only imagine the might of him, a being who has lived for hundreds of years. Alas, Is this the audacity with which the celestial dragons once behaved so arrogantly, oblivious to their surroundings? Is indeed a formidable barrier to overcome. As the decade-long planning phase approaches its culmination, it is precisely Lord M who stands in the way. Even if Feng Xiao and all members of the Shadow Legion were to engage, any victory would come at a grave cost, a result he does not wish to witness. The system can indeed resurrect all fallen Shadow members, yet the requisite points are exorbitant, with the cost for stronger individuals increasing exponentially. Feng Xiao is also uncertain if the system can revive him after sustaining severe injuries. So he has temporarily commanded his subordinates to refrain from attacking Kymalia and to wait until the system has leveled up a few more times. At present, the utmost priority is to bring the old world government to utter disgrace and completely lose the support of the people, facilitating the Revolutionary Army's subsequent actions. To utterly vanquish Lord M, reliance solely on the Shadow Legion will not suffice. The power of ancient weapons must also be harnessed. He intends to refine the design and construction of the Ming Wang before proceeding, for with the power of ancient weaponry at his disposal, he is confident that he can inflict damage upon Emu. Chapter 342. A heavy blow. Emu's formidable strike repelled all the major factions coveting the Holy Land, while the Old World government, breathing a sigh of relief, resolved to expedite collaboration with the Five Emperors pirates. On the side of the red-haired pirates, Shanks observed the Old World government's alliance request with utter disinterest. The once irreconcilable navy was now seeking an alliance with pirates. Did they truly find themselves in such dire straits? Leaning against a rock, Shanks disdainfully discarded the alliance invitation, stating that the affairs between the Revolutionary Army and the Old World government were theirs alone. As long as they did not disturb his peace, he had no intention of acting as a pawn in their conflicts. Moreover, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, including Feng Xiao, Long, the Sword Demon, and the God of Light, were all formidable individuals. Even if the red-haired pirates were to join the fray, it would not alter the unfavorable circumstances. Perhaps the alliance between the Five Emperors pirates and the Old World government held some potential to defeat the Revolutionary Army. Yet neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the red-haired pirates harbored intentions of engaging in battle. Although Feng Xiao displayed a hint of youthful arrogance, his overall impression remained positive, and thus far, no conflicts had arisen. Should they choose to fight, so be it. If another great war were to erupt, Shanks would not play the role of peacemaker. After all, the transfer of imperial power has historically been accompanied by inevitable wars, a fact that cannot be altered. He possessed no desire for power or wealth, simply a penchant for adventurous voyages. His crew supported his decision, preferring to avoid entanglement in such murky waters in favor of a grand celebration. The incessant violence was tiresome to behold. If the new government could supplant the world government, it would not be an unwelcome outcome, as they had witnessed the plight of the citizens in the revolutionary district, which was indeed 100 times better than that of the government elite. In the New World, on Cake Island, the Beast Pirates made a rare visit to meet with Big Mom, discussing the prospect of an alliance with the Old World government. Although pirates and the Navy had historically been adversaries, they now shared a common enemy in the Revolutionary Army, making an alliance not entirely impossible. The long-standing grudges between Kaido and Big Mom regarding Feng Xiao need not be elaborated upon. One sought to forcibly marry his daughter to scheme for the advanced technologies of the Holy Court Kingdom, while the other aimed to coerce the former into servitude, ultimately culminating in conflict. Previously, seizing the opportunity when the old Navy government was at a disadvantage against the Holy Court Kingdom, they did not hesitate to strike. Presently, the possibility of reconciling their animosity seemed bleak, hence the decision to unite against the Revolutionary Army alongside the Old World government. Should the Revolutionary Army rise to dominance, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against their former foes. Currently, neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the red-haired pirates exhibited any inclination to participate in the battle, prompting the Old World government to focus its efforts on courting the Death God pirates. It was amusing that they dared to propose an alliance without understanding the intricacies of the relationship between the old man and Feng Xiao. Let the officials of the government experience the taste of being played. Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni stroked his beard, a cold smile gracing his lips as he instructed them to respond affirmatively to the alliance request. Of course, whether they would betray the alliance later was another matter entirely. As pirates, their credibility was inherently questionable. As the oldest and most powerful member of the Shadow Army, even if he could not assist in the fight against the Old World government, he must prevent Kaido and Big Mom from causing chaos. At his command, the Death God pirates would fight fiercely against them. The same held true for the White-Beard pirates. As the designated successor, Uchihamadara would garner the support of the other captains for any decision made. Indeed, with Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, and the backing of Kaido and Big Mom, the pressure on the Navy would be significantly alleviated. After receiving their response, Sengoku finally felt a sense of relief. While this would not help the Old World government regain control of the situation, the Revolutionary Army leaders were all on the front lines, and Kaido and Big Mom could launch an attack from the rear, ensuring that no one could stand against them. To enter the New World, the Four Seas had but one path to tread. Thus, if they could timely thwart the Revolutionary Army's reinforcements, the Old World government would be poised to seize control of the entire Grand Line. The next step involved gathering all Shichibukai in close proximity to the Holy Land to ensure its impregnable defense, protecting the high-ranking officials of the government. Vice Admiral Tsuru promptly proposed that, considering Kaido and Big Mom's willingness to agree, it was largely due to her articulation of the alliance's benefits outweighing its drawbacks, making them aware of the precarious situation they faced. The ability to persuade such formidable figures with mere eloquence demonstrated Vice Admiral Tsuru's exceptional strategy and wisdom. On Fengxiu's side, upon receiving intelligence that the Old World government had conspired with pirates, he wasted no time in issuing a press release to publicly expose this fact, inciting the wrath of countless citizens. They had long harbored hatred and disdain for pirates. It was one thing for the Old World government to refrain from expelling them, but to conspire with them against the Revolutionary Army was intolerable. This ignited their long-simmering grievances, with families seeking to escape the rule of the Old World government. In such circumstances, the Navy soldiers found it difficult to intervene, as the people's desire to go wherever they pleased was their own right. If they were to resort to violence over this matter, the soldiers themselves would feel unable to bear it. We pay so much in taxes, and this is how the government responds? They should resign. We have long been disillusioned with the world government. Otherwise, we would not consider relocating. Down with the world government. Those who wish to ally with pirates shall face the consequences. Countless enraged citizens blocked the gates of the Navy headquarters, leaving the officials of the Old World government in deep distress. Their military strength had already been significantly weakened, and after Fengxiu's revelations, the number of allied nations had dwindled from over 100 to fewer than 50. With the scandal of their collusion with pirates exposed, the Old World government's credibility suffered an unprecedented blow. Even if those allied nations wished to maintain their feudal autocracy, they were compelled to announce their withdrawal from the World Government Alliance due to domestic unrest, placing the Celestial Dragon's rule in jeopardy. Chapter 343. The Crisis of the Old Government for Ordinary Citizens. The Old World government's collusion with pirates, regardless of the motives, rendered them no different from the most vicious of marauders. It was merely a change of facade. The higher-ups lamented their predicament, feeling both helpless and unjustly accused, as the Revolutionary Army's strength had surged to a level that nearly threatened the Old World government's very existence. To break this deadlock, the only option lay in forging an alliance with the Five Emperors Pirates, leveraging their formidable military might to assist the Old World government in overcoming this crisis. Considering the circumstances, the protests of the populace were entirely disregarded. In the eyes of the Tenryubito, any action taken to maintain their dominion, no matter how absurd, is deemed justifiable. Accustomed to their lofty positions, they would rather endure the scorn of the populace than be relegated to the status of a fallen nation. Even if they were to compromise and fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, a dismal fate would await them. After all, the Tenryubito symbolize the bourgeoisie, and there exists no rationale for them not to be condemned to death by the revolutionary forces of the proletariat. Their past indiscriminate slaughter and ruthless oppression of the masses have already constituted grave offenses in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army. Even in an effort to provide an explanation to the people, every noble bearing the blood of the Tenryubido must face execution. Alas, the Navy, originally established to uphold justice and eradicate piracy, now finds itself in the absurd position of considering an alliance with the Five Emperors' pirate crew, an idea utterly ludicrous. Rear Admiral Karp, filled with rage, slammed his fist on the table, having confronted Sengoku regarding this matter. Sengoku had brazenly stated that if the world government were to lose its grip on power, would there still be time to uphold the so-called justice? No matter how well they might perform in punishing evil and advocating righteousness, all would become meaningless should they fall to the Revolutionary Army. He even admonished Karp not to remain so obstinate, urging him to recognize the current situation. Such words left Rear Admiral Karp in profound disappointment, seemingly acknowledging the notion that the Navy cannot embody absolute justice, prompting him to storm away in anger. Were it not for his lifelong dedication to the Navy, he might have contemplated defecting to the Revolutionary Army, especially as their policies and duties appear far more competent than those of the Navy itself. In the New World, at the town of Magal, following the Revolutionary Army's occupation of all territories in the East Sea, Rear Admiral Smoker and Tina were dispatched to maintain order. In their struggle against the Revolutionary Army, the world government has resorted to unscrupulous methods, even disregarding their own principles of justice. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, expressed his dissatisfaction, believing that even if they find themselves at a disadvantage against the Revolutionary Army, it is preferable to die as a Navy soldier rather than ally with those who symbolize bloodshed and violence. The actions of the higher-ups have left him deeply discontented. If even the leadership embodies such a disposition, what significance remains in his service to the Navy? Regardless, Tina vowed to stand alongside her superior, resolutely remembering her duties and mission as a member of the Navy. She found herself in agreement with Smoker's perspective on matter, reflecting on the fact that Admiral Zifa had chosen a side with the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps the revolutionary territories were not as dire as they had imagined. However, they could never entertain thoughts of cowardice or betrayal, even if the old world government were to become utterly corrupt. As long as they remained steadfast in their responsibilities and remained true to their ideals, they could continue to exist as members of the Navy. Within a lavishly adorned hall in the Holy Land, a Tenryubido scion, consumed by anger, shattered the surrounding vases and ornaments, venting his profound dissatisfaction. Previously, he could traverse wherever he pleased, whether among the four seas or the Grand Line, with local kings bowing to his whims. He could indulge in whatever amusements he desired, be it beautiful slaves or exotic sea creatures. But now he finds himself confined within the new world, unable to venture beyond, lest he become a primary target for the Revolutionary Army. His personal freedom is not the only thing restricted. Even his daily expenditures are capped, all thanks to the ineptitude of the Navy government, leaving this Tenryubido noble exceedingly disgruntled. It is precisely because of the incompetence of the Navy government that they are continually oppressed by the Revolutionary Army, and now, this unfortunate noble is forced to remain within the Holy Land, which infuriates him to no end. He is not alone in his sentiments. All Tenryubido youths share the same attitude, entirely oblivious to the current situation, causing chaos in the Holy Land until the formidable presence of Im-sama compelled them to behave. He deeply regretted having raised such unruly descendants. Im-sama felt profound disappointment towards the contemporary generation of Tenryubido. After centuries, not a single outstanding individual had emerged among them, relying solely on their lineage for support. In terms of power, talent, or political acumen, these Tenryubido descendants hold no advantage, yet they excel in oppressing the weak. It is utterly unexpected that the illustrious Tenryubido, rather than being defeated by the legendary D clan, are instead left in disarray by the Revolutionary Army. The old world government now finds itself in a position of no retreat, secretly amassing strength to prepare for a final confrontation with the Revolutionary Army, even having completed modifications to an aircraft carrier for escape. As long as Im-sama and the Tenryubido remain, there exists the potential for a resurgence. rendering it unnecessary to engage in a futile struggle against the revolutionary army. To this end, they have also prepared a substantial stock of devil fruits for the cultivation of future subordinates. In the first half of the Grand Line, conflicts between the new government and the Old World government are commonplace, yet they predominantly find themselves on the defensive, suffering continuous attrition of military strength. Although the Navy's elite forces have fully recovered, they are no longer inclined to engage further with the revolutionary army, instead awaiting an opportunity to strike when Kaido, Big Mom, and Captain Yamamoto launch a fierce assault from behind enemy lines. Continuing to retreat would ultimately lead them to a dead end, as the revolutionary army has monopolized the routes surrounding the New World. While they possess a means to address their freshwater issues, they currently face a dire shortage of food supplies, leaving them with only a few months of sustenance. Should the revolutionary army not attack, they would succumb to starvation, becoming perhaps the most disgraceful government entity in history. Chapter 344. The Giant Tribe joins the fray. The world government remains indifferent to the protests of the rebellious masses. In a bid to confront the revolutionary army, they have begun consolidating all possible forces, setting their sights on the acknowledged strongest nation, Elbaf. The warriors here are predominantly from the Giant Tribe, boasting towering heights of at least 12 meters, with lifespans extending to 250 years. Their temperaments vary from brutish to gentle, and their sheer strength is enough to cause mountains to crumble. Collectively, the warriors of the entire tribe possess astonishing power capable of shaking the world. Had any of the four emperors' factions managed to secure the allegiance of this race, they would have long since vanquished the other four emperors. To entice the giants to join the Navy, the government has offered substantial funds and resources, temporarily stabilizing their position in the New World. Leveraging the formidable strength of the giants, they quickly broke through the encirclement of the revolutionary army. In preparation for a protracted conflict, the Old World government has resorted to risky maneuvers, seeking a breakthrough while finally obtaining external supplies and equipment. The warriors of the 14 giant tribes are renowned for their formidable strength and battle experience, often managing to escape during the revolutionary army's attempts to encircle them, with the most famous among them being the Blue Demon, Broly, and the Red Demon, Brokey. Having lived for over a century, they have reached sizes akin to small mountains, wielding heavy weapons such as axes and greatswords. Ordinary missiles and laser cannons striking them are akin to mere stones hitting a passerby, causing no pain or harm. Yet, they possess the formidable capability to surge forward and sink entire fleets of iron warships. In the original narrative, their encounter with the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, remained unchanged due to Feng Xiu's intervention. They continuously sought each other for duels during their free time, yet they received an urgent notification from Elbaf. What circumstances necessitate gathering them at this particular juncture? Our confrontations have persisted for over a century. This is a predicament. Dueling is an honorable pursuit for the warriors of Elbaf, yet they cannot neglect their homeland. Witnessing this, Dong Li and Brokey reluctantly set aside their swords and axes, opting to return to the kingdom of Elbaf. Upon venturing into the outside world, they discovered that the majority of regions had succumbed to the revolutionary army's rule. Even the pirate crews they frequently encountered at sea had vanished without a trace. During their journey back to Elbaf, inquiries revealed that the Old World government was retreating under the revolutionary army's relentless assault, now confined to the vicinity of the Holy Land and facing suppression on all fronts. They further learned that the kingdom of Elbaf had resolved to ally with the Old World government, preparing to resist the revolutionary army to the bitter end. Without hesitation, they joined the battlefield. The formidable shockwaves, akin to a tempestuous tornado, surged across vast distances, sinking numerous warships of the revolutionary army and leading the Old World government to experience its first victory in the ongoing conflict. Upon hearing this news, Feng Xiu began devising countermeasures, only to find that the giant clan had also become embroiled in the war, regrettably choosing to align themselves with the Old World government. Consequently, he could no longer afford to be courteous. The advantages of the giant clan primarily lay in their immense size, combat prowess, and tremendous strength. With this in mind, Feng Xiao instructed Tony Stark to expedite the research on Pym particles from the Marvel Universe. Should this experiment succeed, the giant clan's advantages would dissipate, and the government officials, whose greed knew no bounds, would lose this vital support. For him, claiming dominion over this world was merely a matter of time. Both the giant clan and Lord M would inevitably succumb to the encroaching might of the Shadow Legion. Currently, the frequently employed high-tier combat strength, Shadow, Tianzong, had been enhanced to golden quality through the expenditure of hundreds of thousands of points. The ambition to surpass the four emperors and achieve unparalleled strength was now within reach. While Tony Stark diligently pursued the study of Pym particles, hundreds of large-scale mechanical factories were also in operation, manufacturing colossal robots designed to temporarily counter the giant clan. The Old World government, elated by their victory against the Revolutionary Army, celebrated fervently. Moreover, the awakening of high-tier forces within the Navy, such as Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull, enabled them to harness elemental energy without limitation. Inspired by Uchiha's Susanoo technique, they could also manipulate elemental particles to form colossal avatars of themselves, capable of conjuring monstrous waves upon the sea with each move. With 3 natural-type users, along with Momonosuke and Shavante, the Navy now boasted 5 admirals. They were joined by veteran figures like Iron Fist Carp and Sengoku, barely ensuring the Navy's resilience. With the government leader, Lord M, safeguarding the stronghold in the Holy Land, they could unleash their full might against the Revolutionary Army in a life-or-death struggle. This was particularly true for Akainu, whose hatred for Feng Xiao had intensified. Following the previous day's battle, the enemy had inexplicably abandoned the opportunity to eliminate them, departing with a dismissive attitude towards their lives. A moment that remained vividly etched in Akainu's memory. It was this humiliation that fueled his rage, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength upon recovery. Natural-type abilities, being the most potent among the devil fruits, could elevate them to the level of the 4 emperors upon awakening. When wielded judiciously in combat, this power could become even more formidable. For Akainu, fighting for the Navy had become entirely detached from justice. His singular desire was to eliminate Feng Xiao on the spot, and nothing more. Upon learning that there were individuals among the Fishman tribe selling forbidden drugs, capable of amplifying the latent potential of ordinary soldiers to exceed 5-fold, the government began purchasing these substances en masse, integrating them into the rations of all naval personnel. Consequently, these sailors experienced significant enhancements in strength, speed, and physical defense during their encounters with the Revolutionary Army, effectively doubling their chances of victory. The government falsely claimed that the soldiers' improved physical capabilities stemmed from the infusion of super soldier serum into their meals, a narrative that the sailors accepted without question, as those who had received the serum indeed exhibited such transformations. The newfound strength invigorated the Navy soldiers' combat zeal, enabling them to exhibit a reckless fearlessness, even holding their ground against dozens of revolutionary soldiers. Their frenzied demeanor left the Revolutionary Army considerably troubled. Chapter 345, The Panic Incited by the Forbidden Drug Incident, raised questions. How could these frail naval soldiers have gained such extraordinary strength? This was utterly astonishing. Revolutionary leader Dragon expressed his doubts during a meeting. Having personally engaged with these soldiers and noting their formidable prowess, which had surpassed their previous capabilities by several multiples. While they were merely stronger ants in their eyes, the revolutionary soldiers could not withstand such relentless torment, extracting blood from several naval soldiers for analysis. The research team discovered an abundance of specific substances capable of unlocking latent human potential through sheer life force exploitation. Such substances could only be found in the Forbidden Drug ES near Fishman Island, allowing for short-term effects but risking long-term life depletion. The Old World government's willingness to resort to such measures to defeat the Revolutionary Army was nothing short of madness. This inhumane behavior was absolutely intolerable to the Revolutionary Army. Every proletarian revolutionary was a comrade, someone to whom one could entrust their back. Although consuming forbidden drugs could enhance combat prowess, the consequences were unpredictable. Intelligence indicated that individuals addicted to this drug had no effective means of treatment once the cravings set in. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, their dominion held greater importance than the lives of countless individuals, prompting them to sacrifice as many naval soldiers as necessary to utterly crush the Revolutionary Army. The frenzied naval soldiers could only be countered by those of the naval colonel rank, employing the six styles to incapacitate the mad soldiers, while other commanders struggled to cope. This was utterly excessive. We must expose this matter and reveal the true nature of the celestial dragons to the world. Sabo, upon reading the intelligence in his hands, clenched his fists in anger, his eyes filled with fury. The actions of the world government not only disregarded human life, but also resulted in the deaths of numerous revolutionary brothers at their hands. Hearing this, Feng Xiu found it compelling and promptly announced the convening of a press conference. In the eyes of the denizens of the pirate world, Feng Xiu, as the formidable leader of the Revolutionary Army, has garnered immense attention, prompting many to rush forth upon hearing the announcement. Soon, under Feng Xiu's introduction, the shocking news that the old world government had compelled its naval soldiers to consume forbidden drugs emerged, leaving the higher-ups in a state of dread and disbelief, astonished that such a clandestine matter had come to light. It must be noted that this illicit substance had not yet circulated in the market, and without specialized channels, it was virtually impossible to sell a drug that could bestow unparalleled strength. The soldiers, who had fought valiantly for the Navy, were now subjected to such treachery. No wonder I felt my power surging. It was the effect of the narcotic. A rebellion is brewing. It became evident that the government elite viewed us with utter disdain. Following this revelation, numerous naval soldiers defected from the old world government, turning their allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. Although Feng Xiu did not require every type of subordinate, it was crucial to ensure a numerical advantage. Many low-ranking shadow members embedded within the old world government chose not to retreat, opting instead to remain within the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence and investigate military secrets, successfully inciting public outrage against the government on multiple occasions. During his speech, Feng Xiu vehemently condemned the actions of the celestial dragons, asserting that such behavior was utterly intolerable within the Revolutionary Army, where each member of the proletarian revolution would be regarded as family. The inhumane actions of the government elite were merely a desperate struggle in their twilight. Ultimately, they would be cast aside by the people in this era. The five elders attempted to vehemently defend their actions, feigning ignorance. Yet when a plethora of evidence surfaced anonymously online, they found themselves powerless and desperate to evade the relentless inquiries of the press. The Ryugu Kingdom dispatched Jinbei, the fishman, as a representative to address the situation, assuring that all drug trade operations would be eradicated and that the new fishman pirate crew would be apprehended. Only weak beings resort to such substances. For our giant warriors, we are born reaching the pinnacle of physical prowess, unleashing unparalleled strength, an aspect humanity cannot rival. The Blue Demon, Bewley, remarked with a solemn expression, expressing disdain for the deceitful tactics employed by the old world government soldiers. If the old world government intends to engage in a life and death struggle with the Revolutionary Army, they should do so openly and honorably, rather than resorting to underhanded schemes. Were it not for the substantial investments and resources allocated to the giant race, it would be difficult for them to integrate into the old world government's military. Why engage in such behavior? Are they unaware of the dire consequences it will bring to the Navy? This was the first time Admiral Karp had expressed his fury towards the five elders, his tone laced with indignation. Are not those ordinary soldiers human as well? Now that the evidence is irrefutable, the facts lay bare before the five elders, leaving them no room for rebuttal. Some of the older members, resigned, coldly retorted, "Do not forget who you are speaking to. The celestial dragons remain the rulers of this world." This statement infuriated Karp, who immediately tendered his resignation, fearing that remaining in the presence of such foolish celestial dragons would compel him to unleash a violent outburst upon them. Admiral Zifa, now serving as an instructor within the Revolutionary Army, had long since lost faith in the actions of the old world government, recognizing that victories achieved at the cost of countless naval soldiers would ultimately lead to their defeat. Jinbei and his contingent of fishmen had successfully incinerated the remaining stock of forbidden drugs. delivering a significant blow to the drug traffickers and eliminating the Navy's demand for such substances. It is prudent to eradicate such harmful entities at the earliest opportunity. Thus, those naval soldiers still reliant on the drugs would soon face the unbearable consequences of their impulsive choices. Once deprived of the substance, they would be left to endure the agonizing onset of withdrawal. Chaos erupted as individuals frantically tore at their clothing, engaging in indiscriminate violence against their comrades, plunging the situation into disarray, with their insides feeling as if swarmed by countless ants. The Revolutionary Army seized the opportunity to subdue the frenzied soldiers. Chapter 346. Forceful suppression. After the Revolutionary Army subdued the crazed naval soldiers, the credibility of the Old World government within the military plummeted. Many soldiers chose to resign, resulting in a sullen countenance among the government elite, whose mood soured in the following days. Reports soon emerged of large-scale protests erupting in the town of Marineford, with fervent demand for the government to step down. Since Feng Xiu's speech, which highlighted the stark disparity in treatment and benefits between the new government and the Old World government, such occurrences had proliferated. Daily, individuals took to the internet to voice vile and derisive opinions, condemning the government elite's heartlessness and ineptitude. It was unacceptable that, while citizens faced hardships, the government opted to have soldiers consume forbidden drugs to combat the Revolutionary Army, especially considering that many of the naval soldiers hailed from ordinary families. Witnessing their loved ones suffer, even if they resigned and returned home, they would endure excruciating withdrawal pains, rendering them nearly mad. This placed the Old World government in a precarious position, exposed to public outcry. In a bid to evade accountability, the government issued statements placing the blame squarely on an ordinary naval officer, promising severe punishment for the scapegoat. However, the common folk were not easily fooled. They quickly discerned the truth and gathered at the government gates, vocally expressing their outrage. Government officials were acutely aware that these individuals were incited by Feng Xiu's speech and were filled with rage. No matter what they did, they were always in the wrong, and the onlookers would find reasons to condemn them. Damn it! What do you ignorant mobs know? I can't take it anymore. Eventually, some hot-headed naval officers began to fire into the crowd in a fit of rage, expressing their frustration. In the past, they would have considered themselves fortunate to avoid trouble with the populace. Now, they were forced to endure their insults, which were as relentless as they were hurtful. They are killing us. Those damned government officials are turning against us, the vulnerable masses. This is utterly intolerable. If they have the courage, let them face the Revolutionary Army on the battlefield. Fleeing from the scene, fearing that those naval officers might also be under the influence of forbidden drugs, the priority became preserving their lives. Dozens of civilians lay lifeless in pools of blood, unable to survive. Upon hearing of these events, the government elite felt a sense of relief, having endured insults long enough. However, despite their outward expressions of grief and the swift arrest and punishment of those responsible, as well as compensating the families of the deceased, the majority of the populace refused to forgive the Old World government. They recognized their own powerlessness to threaten the government and could only silently hope for the Revolutionary Army to hasten their offensive against the Old World government. Marshal Akainu had long since disregarded the lives of these commoners. After all, the Old World government had already been suppressed to such an extent that even an alliance with the Five Emperors was within reach. What was there left to fear? If it were not for the intervention of Zhanghua, he would have been unable to restrain himself from teaching this group a lesson, so they could comprehend the vast chasm that exists between themselves and the strong. As a mere louse, one should possess the awareness befitting their status. The senior naval officers felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter, as they had not anticipated that after taking on the role of marshal, Akainu's temperament had grown increasingly irascible, perhaps influenced by his previous defeat against the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as one is alive, there remains the possibility of a reversal. Thus, they felt fortunate for Feng Xiu's leniency towards them, yet they harbored no gratitude, vowing instead to ensure that the other party would pay for their arrogance. On the Revolutionary Army's side, Feng Xiu understood that the tranquility in Marineford was merely temporary. They could only exert their influence over the common people to establish authority. Yet even in the face of their own troops, they were utterly demoralized. Excellent. This situation would render any chance for reconciliation between the Old World government and the civilians utterly impossible, leaving only the need to hasten the assault on the allied nations. Sitting in his exclusive office, Feng Xiu could command the tides of the world without stepping outside, including inciting the masses to protest and insult the government. A strategy orchestrated by numerous lower-tier shadows to agitate the populace. In recent days, he, along with high-ranking combat personnel, such as Long, simulated various battle data to gauge their chances of victory against Lord M, resulting in an approximate success rate of around 60%. Such a result, achieved by exhausting all high-tier combatants, left Feng Xiu feeling quite dissatisfied. However, for those of their caliber who surpassed the level of the four emperors, facing off against a general was as simple as defeating a novice, while the prowess of a general could easily wreak havoc akin to a natural disaster. Individuals at their level could shatter the void with a mere wave of their hand, obliterating everything in a manner far more terrifying. In truth, the Navy still had many excellent commanders, such as Smoker, Tina, and Garp. Such talents were rare in the Revolutionary Army, and, if possible, it would be worth attempting to win them over. At this juncture, Revolutionary Leader Long suggested that if they could, he would prefer these commanders to serve their cause, as it would be a pity to have to eliminate them in the future. With the examples of Fujitora and Admiral Zephyr's defection, he believed that this was not an impossible endeavor, especially since those with a sense of justice, upon witnessing the happy lives of the people in the revolutionary zone, would likely develop a sense of empathy. The government should belong to the people, not to the celestial dragons, and the interests of the populace should take precedence over all else. He believed that even the Old World government had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the celestial dragons. Yet they had yet to realize the benefits brought about by the proletarian revolution or to lower themselves to ally with the enemy, which led them to choose coexistence with the Navy. Knowing this, I shall arrange for individuals to attempt contact with them, hoping to gain their recognition. Feng Xiu found this reasoning quite sensible and readily agreed to the request. Primarily, talented individuals would benefit the revolutionary cause, and they would strive to win them over. It would be a grave waste for such exceptional subordinates to serve the celestial dragons, risking their lives. Long understood that Feng Xiu would once again deploy those mysterious shadow members and chose not to elaborate further, as this power could be utilized for the Revolutionary Army's cause, making it a win-win situation. To enhance the likelihood of success in this endeavor, Feng Xiu summoned all high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army for a meeting, especially those well acquainted with the inner workings of the Navy, instructing them to ensure the recruitment of any valuable personnel, leaving the Old World government with no one to rely upon. Chapter 347, The Defection Operation. During the meeting, the revolutionaries pointed out that not all individuals within the Navy were worthy of recruitment. Smoker and Tina had been stationed in Logtown for many years, without any blemishes on their records, and had actively repelled pirate incursions, exhibiting a sense of justice. Few could match their caliber within the Navy. Thus, commanders like Smoker would become their primary targets for recruitment, helping them realize the greatness of the proletarian revolutionary cause. After the kingdoms ground down by the Old World government were conquered, the local naval forces swiftly retreated, never having witnessed the societal harmony and development present there, leading to misunderstandings regarding the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps they initially joined the Navy to uphold their sense of justice, but now they were merely wasting time, serving as cannon fodder for the government's upper echelons. With such sentiments, joining the Revolutionary Army seemed far more meaningful. The revolutionaries were viewed as traitors. Yet they never contemplated why such rebellion occurred. They had long fulfilled responsibilities surpassing those of the Navy, such as driving out pirates, maintaining peace, and serving the greater populace. In stark contrast, what was the Old World government currently engaged in? Consuming narcotics, violently suppressing the populace, protecting the celestial dragons, and increasing taxes were all actions detrimental to national development and the protection of the people's interests, effectively masquerading as justice while perpetrating the deeds of pirates. In this defection operation, figures like Zhanghua, Kazuru, and Akainu, who were staunch traditionalists, need not be considered. Such individuals would invariably believe that whatever they did was justified, and sometimes necessary evils could not be tolerated for the greater good. Let us proceed in this manner. I have confidence in your abilities. Remember to remain discreet in your movements while infiltrating the Navy. After explaining the defection operation, Fengxiu encouraged these high-ranking members to exert their utmost efforts, assuring them that even if the operation failed, it was acceptable as long as they were not captured by the Navy. Their initial target would be the Iron Fist Garp, with Shida Genji expressing a strong desire to personally engage, having often sought guidance from the old man during his time in the Navy. They were quite familiar with one another. In a new world, on the balcony of a high-level apartment in Marineford, it was already deep into the night. Yet Vice Admiral Garp showed no signs of sleep. He stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow, troubled by recent events. First and foremost was the whereabouts of his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, who had been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma and was now lost somewhere. Next was the Navy's recent behavior, which bore little difference from that of the pirates, tyrannical and violent. To gain an advantage in the battle against the Revolutionary Army, the government upper echelons had not only released pirates from Impel Down, but were also preparing to ally with the forces of the Five Emperors. While he could typically tolerate the government's unwavering support for the Sky People, the recent actions of the Gorsi had left Garp increasingly disillusioned, causing him to feel a lack of belonging to the Navy that he once held dear. At that moment, a shadowy figure approached with extraordinary speed, concealing their presence without raising any alarm. I never expected you would return. I thought once you sided with the Revolutionary Army, you would never come back. As a powerful vice admiral, Garp naturally sensed the approach of a formidable presence, whose aura was at least of admiral caliber. And he recognized the figure to be the former Navy Admiral, Shida Genji. You should be able to guess my purpose for coming here, so there is no need to rush to refuse. Shida Genji's form flickered, countless ice shards coalescing into a human shape, appearing directly beside Garp. Having interacted with countless individuals throughout his life, Garp could easily surmise that Shida Genji's late-night visit was not merely for nostalgia or an assassination attempt. The most probable reason was to persuade him to surrender, likely at the behest of that fellow Long. Since the establishment of the Revolutionary Army, Long had engaged in numerous private discussions with him, all aimed at promoting the core ideals of revolutionary spirit, inviting him to cease his service to the world government. Garp, having dedicated his life to the Navy, had done his utmost. The grotesque and dark realities behind the current world government were utterly appalling, and coexisting with such a corrupt institution would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Naturally, Garp was aware of these sentiments that Long expressed, yet he remained unwilling to bear the label of a traitor, opting instead to stay and cultivate the ideal army he envisioned. If you have something to say, speak quickly, or I may be compelled to arrest you on the spot. Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, scoffed, secretly thinking that if he could be so easily swayed, it would not be necessary for Long to persuade him. Shimada Genji, perceiving the other's thoughts, coldly remarked, "You should consider returning to your hometown of Donghai Fengshe Village. I believe your impression of the Revolutionary Army will be greatly transformed. Rest assured, I have ensured that the local military will not cause you any trouble." After saying this, Shimada Genji promptly employed ninjutsu, dissipating into smoke and leaving Garp, who stood perplexed. He had expected more declarations of revolutionary spirit, yet was met only with a peculiar suggestion to revisit his homeland, a request that seemed utterly confounding. It is worth noting that after the Revolutionary Army conquered the Four Seas, he had refrained from visiting his family during festivals out of fear of the Revolutionary Army's might. The invitation to return to Donghai now felt like a potential trap laid for him. Humph, I shall go, fearing not the likes of you rebels. Should you plot any schemes, I shall make you feel the might of justice's iron fist. After much hesitation, Garp resolved to set off the following day to assess the situation in his hometown. In his view, considering his son's status, the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army would not dare to act recklessly. He believed they merely wished to showcase the improved living conditions of the locals, a mere shift towards modernization in material life, which he found unimpressive. On the other hand, Smoker and Tina, alongside their loyal Shadow Army members who had stood with them through thick and thin and received numerous promotions, were faring well under their command. Now, under the directives from Feng Xiu, they planned their next course of action, perhaps seizing the opportunity to communicate with their superiors privately, even if it meant exposing their true identities as undercover agents. Chapter 348. Departure to Donghai Red Zone. Early in the morning, Vice Admiral Karp led his entourage, including KB, towards Donghai, eager to witness the development there. Marshal Sengoku, upon receiving the news, did not take it to heart. Karp's strength was well acknowledged, and it was likely he sought to return home to check on his family. Even if he encountered high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, he would be able to protect himself. The ideal scenario would see the Revolutionary Army refraining from taking action against Karp due to his relationship with Long, allowing him the opportunity to seize Donghai and collaborate with the remnants of the Old World government to alter the current situation. After all, they were still the authoritative governing body of the world. Being besieged by a group of rebels in the New World was quite absurd. However, Karp cared little for such matters. His primary concern was the well-being of his family back home and whether the Revolutionary Army would unduly harass them due to his identity. Along the way, he encountered a fleet of the Revolutionary Army, only to be met with respectful salutes from them. These were former members of the Navy who had served the Old World government, ultimately brought into the new regime by the Shimada brothers. Despite now serving different masters, Karp remained a figure of respect in their eyes. Even with their grievances against the government's corruption, Karp's illustrious deeds served as an exemplary model for them to follow. Seeing these young men from the past, Karp nodded but said nothing, continuing on his path towards Fengche village without hindrance. It appeared that Shimada Genji had indeed kept his word, not sending anyone to ambush him. Had the legendary Feng Xiu taken action personally, Karp would have had no choice but to surrender. It was evident that Karp felt a degree of anxiety, fearing this might be a Revolutionary Army trap. If they threatened his family's lives to force his compliance, it would spell disaster. Were Feng Xiu to know his thoughts, he would surely mock him for underestimating the integrity of the revolutionaries. The Revolutionary Army was not like the Old World government, which resorted to despicable tactics. They would confront their enemies openly, rendering such schemes unnecessary. Moreover, across the pirate world, the majority of territory belonged to the Revolutionary Army, while the Old World government remained trapped within. As long as the Celestial Dragons refused to negotiate, capturing Karp would be futile. At the Navy base in the New World, Mercure and Wolverine, members of the Shadow Army, renowned for their exceptional marksmanship and adamantium claws, held notable reputations within the Navy. Despite possessing the strength to attain higher ranks, they preferred to conceal their abilities, remaining the most formidable soldiers under Smoker and Tina. It was unlikely that they anticipated the presence of Feng Xiu's subordinates lurking in the shadows, eluding the scrutiny of most Navy commanders. One day, while Smoker and Tina were enjoying afternoon tea, Mercure and Wolverine approached them directly. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Mercure, an intelligence agent of the Revolutionary Army. I have come to convey our leader Feng Xiu's desire to recruit you both." Upon hearing this news, Smoker was taken aback, astonished that someone had been an undercover agent right under his nose for so many years. "I cannot believe this. After all my trust in you, promoting you to my inner circle, you turn out to be a lackey of the Revolutionary Army." Tina, enraged, nearly drew her sword to deal with him on the spot. Wolverine, with a smile, restrained her, saying, "Tina, you are aware of my abilities. Unless you wish to turn me into a pulp, it will be quite difficult to kill me. Let us first discuss your willingness to join us." "Oomph, you are quite bold. Make your point and leave. Or, I have many means to counter your abilities," Smoker remarked impatiently, eager to hear what this individual had to say for choosing this moment to reveal his identity. Mercure's description mirrored that of Shimada Genji, urging them to visit Donghai and observe the lives of the people there. Comparing the differences between the new government and the Old World government, both of which purported to uphold justice. "Regardless, you have been undercover for so long. There must be consequences for your actions." Tina, displaying her strength as a major general, was the first to strike at Mercure, launching several iron bars towards him. Intending to teach this deceiver a lesson, under her precise control, the summoned barriers surged towards him in an orderly fashion, their force sufficient to penetrate steel. Any pirate caught within their confines would find themselves imprisoned unless they possessed strength surpassing hers. Thousands of criminals have been apprehended by her personally and confined to the underwater impelled-down prison. Mycrele swiftly regained his composure, drawing his twin pistols from his waist. With a series of nimble backflips, he evaded the opponent's encirclement while directing his fire towards Major General Tina. The bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, curving midair and forcing the adversary to withdraw. As the air crackled with tension, Tina's speed surged, transforming her into a fierce gale as she aimed to close the distance and strike at McCrae. Why must you resort to such tactics, Major General Tina? After years of collaboration, your techniques are all too familiar to me. McCrae deftly sidestepped every offensive maneuver, demonstrating mastery that surpassed even the Navy's sick style. The formidable hockey imbued within his bullets inflicted significant damage upon any devil fruit user struck. Not to mention, he carried a few sea prismstone bullets as his trump card. After half an hour of intense engagement, both combatants had exhausted much of their stamina. It was only then that Tina realized the man before her had concealed his true strength for all these years. Frustration surged within her, prompting her to cease hostilities and announce her intention to visit the East Sea. Smoker, puffing on his cigar, hesitated, curious about the Revolutionary Army's true nature. If their coup was merely a means to satisfy their own thirst for power, then their cause was hardly worth considering. Many remained skeptical of their proclaimed commitment to the people's welfare. Eloquent rhetoric often masked the reality of execution. After all, the Celestial Dragons had ruled the world government for years, instilling a deep-seated hierarchy that persisted despite the current regime's incompetence. This was a chance to uncover the means by which the Revolutionary Army garnered widespread public support. Chapter 349. A shaken decision, the simultaneous departure of Smoker and Major General Tina from Navy headquarters did not attract much attention. Many presumed they were heading to the front lines to combat the Revolutionary Army. In reality, they set sail towards the East Sea. For the sake of discretion, McCrae and Wolverine had crafted a stealthy yacht, enabling them to evade any encounters with Navy warships while maintaining swift progress. The current government was stringent in managing traitors. No one could engage with the Revolutionary Army without explicit orders. With the precedents set by Admiral Zephyr and the Shimada brothers, the government was finally apprehensive. The Navy's core strength was already limited. If the enemy continued to siphon their ranks, the old world government would be left with no defenders. However, as time passed, news of McCrae and Wolverine's exposure and their escape spread rapidly, inciting fury among the higher-ups. What was happening? Wasn't a capabilities check conducted? The five elders slammed their fists on the table, casting wary glances at the surrounding Navy personnel. Who could know how many more Revolutionary Army infiltrators lurked within the Navy? It was nearly impossible to guard against a sudden assassination. Perhaps it's simply a case of missing a few fish in the vast sea, remarked a seemingly ordinary Navy rear admiral, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The government responded by ordering the execution of the individual who conducted the checks and issued a bounty of 100,000 berries for any suspected spies. Since conventional methods proved ineffective, the old world government opted for a drastic measure, implementing mutual surveillance across the entire military, hoping to uncover these hidden traitors. With such a substantial reward, it was only natural for individuals to highlight any suspicious personnel around them. However, many of those identified turned out to be spies unrelated to the Revolutionary Army. As for their decision to revert to using berries, it stemmed from the overwhelming economic monopoly held by Feng Xiu, rendering most territories under revolutionary control. As a result, berries became useless for transactions, necessitating concessions. In light of McCrae and Wolverine's escape, the old world government began mobilizing forces to intercept them mid-journey. To their surprise, multiple Navy vice admirals fell to the duo's coordinated assault, revealing that their true strength was far more terrifying than initially perceived. Leaving Navy headquarters is indeed bittersweet. Had it not been for this incident, those Navy personnel would never have suspected me, McCrae commented nonchalantly, twirling his twin pistols with a sense of ease. Just recently, Several Navy commanders with devil fruit abilities had perished at the hands of his exceptional marksmanship, with Haki coating his bullets, allowing him to inflict severe damage effortlessly. This was made possible by his thorough understanding of each admiral's abilities within the Navy, thus enabling him to formulate multiple strategies for their pursuit. Regardless, if we can successfully recruit talents like Carp, Tina, and Smoker, losing the two of us would still be worthwhile, Wolverine stated, extracting his claws from a fallen foe, his injuries rapidly healing as he spoke with a cold demeanor. They had lost count of how many waves of pursuers they had encountered. Had it not been for the flawless coordination between Wolverine and McCrae, returning to the Holy Kingdom would have been uncertain. Before he could finish his thought, several Navy commanders aboard ironclad warships pursued them from a distance. Although the Old World government's power was waning, their combat strength remained considerable. The sheer number of bodies could wear them down. As they prepared for battle, a golden vortex materialized, revealing the figure of Wave Wind Watergate clad in the fourth Hokage's attire. A series of Rasengan spiraled forth, whipping up the ocean and striking the enemy warships with tremendous force. Wave Wind Watergate swiftly whisked Wolverine and McCrae away, teleporting them back to the Holy Palace, which now served as the stronghold of the Shadow Army and was Feng Xiu's formidable trump card for world domination. In the EC, 3 Navy warships encountered an unexpected meeting. Are you two also interested in visiting the EC? Carp recognized Smoker and Tina, having shared the same training period with them as Yellow Ape and Akainu, leaving an impression. If one were to speak candidly, the 3 of them shared profound dissatisfaction with the current state of Navy, representing some of the few just leaders left within its ranks, even Akainu adhering to his absolute justice. However, the obstinacy of the current government left Akainu powerless to argue, consumed instead with thoughts of defeating Feng Xiu to reclaim past honor, while the concept of justice appeared feeble beneath the Celestial Dragon's authority. It seems the Revolutionary Army has quite a few infiltrators within the Navy, even managing to deceive Vice Admiral Carp. If it turns out the citizens here are no different than before, it would be a colossal waste of time, Smoker remarked, still harboring skepticism towards the Revolutionary Army. Although he had heard of their core ideals, he questioned who had ever proposed such political decisions. Can true peace and development really be achieved by prioritizing the interests of the working class? Tina shared similar doubts, perplexed by why individuals like Zephyr and Fujitora, who embodied justice, would choose to betray their cause. However, answers awaited them in the EC. From a distance, they spotted the Revolutionary Army's patrol fleet. It seemed someone had alerted them in advance, as they did not attempt to intercept Carp and his companions, allowing them to sail freely through the EC. The Revolutionary Army had clearly expressed their stance. Even if Carp and his allies did not agree with the ideology of the proletarian revolution, they would not be obstructed, allowing them to depart peacefully with the promise of a fair confrontation on the battlefield in the future. Upon returning to Fengche village, I beheld that the once quaint town had begun to erect towering edifices. The former guardian of Luffy, Dayton, had opened a small tavern, its exterior adorned with exquisite glass decor and its interior equipped with modern appliances. Upon spotting Carp, Dayton warmly welcomed him, along with Smoker and Major Tina, showing no apprehension towards their naval affiliations, for after all, he was Luffy's grandfather, and their bond had not diminished. Inquiring about Luffy, who had been missing for quite some time, Dayton felt a pang of sorrow. However, she understood that the path to becoming the Pirate King was fraught with peril, and the potential for demise was a choice that Luffy had made for himself, bringing her a sense of peace. Luffy, having ventured out to sea, had not returned to visit, yet I firmly believe that he would not simply perish. A man who has dreamed of becoming the Pirate King since childhood would not fall so easily. Chapter 350. The Ideal Nation, by the way. Are there no stationed troops in this vicinity? Are you not concerned about pirate incursions? Carp casually asked Dayton while enjoying his meal. Though nostalgic about returning to this place after a long absence, they had not forgotten the purpose of their visit to the East Sea. Dayton promptly explained that the area had not experienced pirate activity for several years, as patrol fleets of the Revolutionary Army were responsible for reconnaissance and maintaining peace. Should pirates attempt an attack, they could promptly receive assistance from dozens of war machines. The Holy Land Kingdom had deployed extensive resources to uphold law and order, including the Steel Legion and T-1000 robots, ensuring a constant state of readiness. And when energy supplies ran low, they would replenish at local supply stations. Karp was taken aback by such grand measures, recognizing that only someone like Feng Xiao could undertake such an endeavor. This was merely the military force allocated to the East Sea, with such formidable military technology at their disposal. It was unlikely that any pirates would dare to disturb the tranquility of the villages here. In contrast, the affiliated nations under the outdated world government had become frequent haunts for pirates, with only the Holy Land and Marineford remaining untouched, while the rest had been nearly plundered bare. Karp had lodged protests with his superiors regarding the situation, only to receive a dismissive response, with no intention of deploying forces against the pirates. To the higher-ups in the government, the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army was deemed far greater than that of the pirates, and they preferred to conserve their strength for that conflict. As long as these civilians did not lose their lives, the loss of their possessions was considered inconsequential. In their minds, as long as the common folk had enough to eat and drink, that sufficed. This thought filled Karp with indignation towards the government elite, feeling they had become irreparably corrupted. Subsequently, Karp, Tina, and Smoker strolled through the bustling streets of the East Sea's Red District, seeking to immerse themselves in the local populace's way of life. There are such cigarettes available? How novel. Smoker entered a tobacco shop, a business owned by Feng Xiao, which stocked all manner of renowned cigarettes and fine spirits. As a user of the smoke fruit, he could smoke without harm to his health, which was his sole indulgence. Therefore, despite the stimulating and spicy flavors of cigars in the pirate world, he continued to enjoy them. He purchased several packs of Furong Wang, Nanjing, Jinling Shirsinchai, and soft Zhonghua, savoring the delightful aroma that seemed to transport him to paradise, enveloping him in a sensation of bliss. This was indeed the pinnacle of fine tobacco, far surpassing the cigars he usually smoked. After acquiring the entire stock, Smoker had the delivery crew transport it to the naval warship, regardless of the experience. He had certainly achieved something by acquiring these rare cigarettes. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and generously included several exquisite lighters as a gift. Tina, dressed in civilian attire, ventured into a large department store without any subordinates. Observing the young patrons leisurely shopping and chatting, she felt a desire to partake in this lifestyle and began to spend her savings on trendy seasonal dresses. Soon, she had purchased several fashionable outfits, drawing envious glances from those around her and becoming the center of attention, her previously subdued demeanor gradually transforming into a more vibrant and cheerful disposition. Along the way, she encountered several ruffians who attempted to exploit her beauty, but before she could retaliate, security personnel swiftly subdued them, exhibiting a level of efficiency surpassing that of naval soldiers. In the Revolutionary District, encountering such ruffians was classified as a serious incident, leading to imprisonment and several months of re-education. Soon after, Tina, still bewildered, was escorted safely home by the security staff. She reflected on how even these guards were more competent than ordinary naval soldiers, leading her to conclude that the governance of the old world government was indeed problematic. Karp, meanwhile, visited a local school and observed an educational system that prioritized teaching children moral values and enhancing personal character, preparing them to be contributors to society. He even spotted a child resembling Luffy, quietly reading on the playground, nearly mistaking him for his own grandson. Listening to the teacher impart various lessons aimed at guiding the children away from a life of piracy, Karp couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Had Luffy attended such a school in his youth, he likely would not have harbored dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Karp sighed, acknowledging that the boy was currently training under the legendary Rayleigh on Amazon Lily, and once his strength increased, Luffy would undoubtedly stir the seas again, reassembling the Straw Hat Pirates to embark on a journey into the New World. If he had been enrolled in such a school, Luffy might still have been fascinated by the treasures of the Pirate King, but he would have done so under the title of an adventurer rather than a pirate. The nature of adventurers on the high seas diverged entirely from that of pirates, as the former enjoyed the protection of the navy and government, being regarded as legitimate professions. With the emergence of shadow armies in the world, An increasing number of formidable individuals were rising, and the foes Luffy would face were growing stronger. Thus, the possibility of his demise at sea loomed ever larger. Carp had initially intended to resist the Revolutionary Army to the bitter end, a fate that would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the new government. He worried that the impetuous Luffy might foolishly seek vengeance against Feng Xiu, which would undoubtedly result in his death. Thus, each of them, having witnessed their surroundings, found themselves grappling with uncertainty about whether to continue serving the decaying Old World government, burying their righteous convictions deep within their hearts. Their actions were constantly monitored by drones, and Feng Xiu, aware of Carp, Tina, and Smoker's thoughts, awaited their arrival at the palace with quiet anticipation. It was essential to demonstrate that the proletarian revolution was not mere rhetoric. When the time came for action, the Revolutionary Army would not falter, intent on vanquishing the Old World government through Dayton. The Celestial Dragons had held power for centuries, yet failed to devise even a semblance of a sound policy. If this continued, would not the ordinary citizens living in the affiliated nations suffer even more? In the end, he intended to first gather with Tingna and Simiji for a discussion, before deciding whether to join the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. In Chapter 351, titled Kapu's Decision, Vice Admiral Kapu met with Rear Admiral Simiji and Tingna at a bar. The conclusion they reached was that the living conditions of the people here had improved significantly compared to before. At the very least, the Old World government would be incapable of achieving such progress even if given another century. Whether in terms of economic development, technological advancement, or political decision-making, the Revolutionary Army operated with the paramount objective of serving the people's interests, striving towards a harmonious society, a pursuit far superior to the old government's allegiance to the Tenryubito through lavish expenditures. The Tenryubito, with their self-proclaimed superiority, had exploited the underprivileged masses for centuries, adopting a profit-driven attitude towards combating piracy and crime. Were it not for the corruption, depravity, and moral decay of the government elite, the Yonko pirate crews would never have had the opportunity to flourish. Moreover, the founder of the Revolutionary Army, Long, established this organization specifically after witnessing their grotesque nature. Reflecting on the current state of the Old World government, it is evident that their downfall is a consequence of their own actions. Feng Xiu only expedited this inevitable decline, leaving them trapped in the new world with no escape. The comparison of the people's lives here to the past is unnecessary to elaborate on. For many years, I have felt a profound aversion to my identity within the Navy, disillusioned by their failure to uphold the justice I once believed in, while blindly condoning the transgressions of the Tenryubito. As Kapu spoke, he fell into a reverie, sensing that perhaps his fervent sense of justice had finally found a worthy cause to champion. If only the Old World government possessed even half the political integrity of the Revolutionary Army, he vowed he would unflinchingly follow them to the end. This sentiment resonated with Simiji, who, while savoring a puff from his cigar, expressed his agreement. Tingna also found herself deeply moved by Kapu's words as a certain belief within her began to tremble violently. They recognized the weakness of the Old World government, which lacked any chance of victory in this conflict. The Tenryubito-centric regime would inevitably be defeated by the Revolutionary Army, and even with the formidable presence of Lord M, it would be nearly impossible to recover from such overwhelming odds without divine intervention. Initially, they had prepared to coexist with the Old World government, but upon witnessing the improved lives of the people in the East Sea, they no longer felt lost and had come to a realization. Should the Old World government steadfastly refuse to relinquish the Tenryubito and embark on a sweeping political reform, it seemed unnecessary for them to accompany their demise. The Navy had fought for decades. They had shown considerable restraint and dedication. Dying on the battlefield was not the issue. The real problem lay in having made no contribution to the cause of justice they held dear. However, the notion of becoming labeled as traitors loomed heavily over them. For leaders like Tingna, the term traitor was a disgraceful label that could lead to their ruin, compelling them to deliberate cautiously. Vice Admiral Kapu maintained that even if they were to ally with the enemy, it would not constitute betrayal. Rather, it was a stand against the tyranny of the Tenryubito, seeking to channel their abilities into a righteous path, to realize their ideals and construct a perfect nation, even if it meant enduring scorn and scrutiny from the masses, was worthwhile. Kapu had never valued reputation, especially now that he had forged a new vision for his future. In any case, the troops they brought along were steadfastly loyal, and beyond that, there were no close associates left within the Navy. This meant they could leave without the need to return to Navy headquarters, doing so with their heads held high. The notions of peace and justice propagated by the Old World government were mere platitudes. In practice, it would take another decade for the populace to experience a genuinely harmonious society. Adding to their disillusionment was the fact that they had witnessed the Navy's inaction while pirates ravaged the innocent. With no intention of assisting the powerless civilians in driving away the marauders to restore social stability, they had become utterly disheartened by such conduct and no longer harbored any expectations for political reform from the Old World government. The blind loyalty of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and others to the Tenryubito had reached an irredeemable level, and they remained convinced that their actions stood on the side of justice, superior to the raucous efforts of the pirate factions. At this juncture, they were invited to the Holy Land to meet with Fengxiu for the first time, with the aircraft carrier already prepared for departure. "Speak. What is your true purpose in bringing us back to the East Sea?" Upon seeing Fengxiu again, the Iron Fist Kapu directly inquired about his intentions, despite their prior understanding. Simoji and Tingna posed similar questions, eager to discern what methods Fengxiu would employ to win them over. The comparison between the old and new governments was already evident to the three. Thus, they pondered, would they consider joining their ranks? Fengxiu straightforwardly stated that salary and benefits were trivial matters to him. As long as he could secure the allegiance of these three naval officers to the revolutionary cause, the assistance they would receive would far surpass anything they had previously known. After much deliberation, Kapu, Tingna, and Simoji ultimately chose to agree, deciding not to return to Navy headquarters to avoid any awkward encounters with former comrades. The Revolutionary Army swiftly arranged for 3 villas as their residences, while the remaining naval forces were placed in barracks, trained according to the standards set for Revolutionary Army soldiers. Of course, in this world, no secret remains hidden forever. The news of Kapu, Tingna, and Simoji's defection to the Revolutionary Army spread across the globe, marking yet another significant event following the departures of Fujitora and Admiral Zifa. All signs indicated that the Old World government was on a downward spiral. Even the venerable Kapu's departure dealt an unprecedented blow to the government's prestige and morale. Many naval officers were left stunned. While the betrayal of Simoji and Tingna could be understood, the fact that Kapu, after a lifetime of service, chose to desert was a glaring testament to the depths of disillusionment with the Old World government. Now, many naval officers found themselves questioning whether they should remain and coexist with the Old World government, knowing it was destined for ruin. They realized that, even if they stayed, their impact would be minimal, and it might be wiser to follow Vice Admiral Kapu's lead in abandoning the government to join the Revolutionary Army's ranks. In Chapter 352, titled Leading the Uprising, the Revolutionary Army rejoiced at the enlistment of Kapu, Simoji, and Tingna, which invigorated those naval personnel who had defected from Navy. If someone of Vice Admiral Kapu's caliber could align with the Revolutionary Army, it affirmed their belief in the correctness of their choice. The rise of the new government would inevitably lead to the downfall of the Old World government and the overthrow of the Tenryubito's rule. As a precaution, Kapu warned Fengxiu before returning to his quarters, "Should I discover that you and the Tenryubito share the same nature and are merely putting on facade, do not expect me to be courteous." Regarding the true nature of the Revolutionary Army, they would soon find out once they assumed their new roles, prompting Fengxiu to refrain from offering further explanations. Choosing to join the new government, Kapu, Tina, and Smog must play their rightful roles, assisting the Revolutionary Army in instigating an armed uprising, besides issuing a statement elucidating their genuine reasons for betraying the Old World government. They are also tasked with rallying officers within the Navy who possess a sense of justice. Since the Old World government is destined for elimination, it is prudent to facilitate its complete disintegration aligning with the prevailing tide of revolution. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's request, Kapu and his companions felt helpless and could only muster the courage to announce their withdrawal from the Old World government in front of media reporters, fully endorsing the core principles of the Revolutionary Army and committing to contribute to the creation of a peaceful and progressive society. Kapu even publicly stated on television that any brothers in the Navy who believed in him could choose to leave alongside him, exposing the injustices of this world. Why should the celestial dragons reign supreme, trampling ordinary citizens like insects? Recently, they faced a brutal reckoning, a clear case of karma. And Kapu had long harbored profound discontent with this phenomenon. Having dedicated his life to the Navy, he felt no lingering debt to them. Witnessing the Old World government contravene the so-called justice to protect the interests of the celestial dragons, colluding with pirate forces, he resolved to be the first to rise in rebellion. Although he typically kept such thoughts to himself, the image of children receiving education in schools ignited a strong resonance within him, as the Revolutionary Army could potentially prevent them from becoming child pirates through ideological education. He had long harbored disdain for those aristocratic youths who, devoid of any real abilities, enjoyed privileges and status surpassing his own, treating the rest of the populace as fools. He had no regrets about his current choice. Smog, with a soft Chinese cigarette in his mouth, spoke with palpable disdain for the celestial dragons to the reporters. His actions garnered the approval of many within the Navy, including Dasky, who expressed unwavering support, alleviating his concerns. Having little interaction with the government hierarchy in his Navy career, his decision to align with the Revolutionary Army meant he need not be troubled by their opinions. Ever since the government elite allied with the Yonko pirates, Smog had completely abandoned any nostalgia for the Old World government. Furthermore, he sought to reach out to several admirably ranked Navy vice admirals, persuading them to join the Revolutionary Army, emphasizing that it was unnecessary to sacrifice their futures for such a government. Naturally, he faced criticism from many, yet he successfully rallied several individuals to his cause, contributing to the Revolutionary Army's efforts. I do not regard myself as a traitor. I pledged to fight for justice when I joined the Navy. Even now, despite the change of camp, my essence remains unchanged. While it is the world government that has long ceased to embody a just organization, Tina stated calmly, recounting her experiences in the Revolutionary Red Zone, where not only was there no pirate harassment, but also ample security patrols ensured her safety on her way home at night. At the very least, the kingdoms maintained by the Old World government could not provide such security. Their officials were too preoccupied with combating the Revolutionary Army to address the crimes committed by thugs and ruffians, rendering such institutions utterly meaningless. The populace worldwide did not condemn their actions, but rather showed overwhelming support, highlighting the unpopularity of the Old World government's deeds. Grand Admiral Sengoku, upon receiving this news, could not restrain himself from calling Feng Xiu, stating, "If you wish for war, then let it come. What is the meaning of digging up our commanders? You have long lost the hearts of the people, so why persist in stubborn resistance? Rather than allowing capable commanders to die in vain, it would be better to let them serve the cause of revolution." Feng Xiu scoffed at this, openly mocking, "Now, you have only lured him as your trump card. Otherwise, you are surrounded on all sides by the Revolutionary Army's fleet. I have ample time to methodically grind down the government elite, leading them to their own destruction in their isolation and despair." Sengoku, however, hung up the phone, stubbornly believing that the Revolutionary Army's actions were treasonous. The aristocratic despotism had been maintained for centuries, preserving the balance of power between themselves and the pirates. It was their emergence that shattered this equilibrium. One must remember that 800 years ago, the ancestors of the celestial dragons saved the entire world from suffering. Thus, their descendants deserve the highest power and status. How could those of lowly birth ever compare? Without the Old World government to maintain order, these lower-class citizens would be nothing, and now they dare to lead the charge in supporting the Revolutionary Army against them. With this thought, Sengoku issued a directive that henceforth, any public support for the Revolutionary Army would be met with forceful suppression by Navy soldiers, permitting lethal measures if necessary. After all, the current world government was precariously positioned, and he did not mind dragging more people down with them. In the face of such a reckless act by the Old World government, the populace of the Allied nations fell silent, but their discontent grew, with many considering direct immigration to the Revolutionary Red Zone. Regardless, it was clear that life within the Revolutionary Army's territory would be better than remaining in their current situation. Little did they know that the old Navy government had already restricted travel at the ports, warning that those wishing to betray the government would face immediate execution. The Old World government, unwilling to relinquish control, would rather kill all dissenters than allow the Revolutionary Army to benefit. After all, these ignorant commoners were their source of tax revenue. If one wished to leave, they must relinquish all possessions and valuables, leaving everything behind, regardless of how they might protest. In the Revolutionary Army, Kapu, Smog, and Tina were diligently planning a series of actions when they were discovered by Grand Admiral Sengoku, who promptly led Akainu, Kudu, and Green Bull to suppress them. Even though the current admirals harbored dissatisfaction with the Old World government, they would never betray it. Moreover, they had fought several battles against the Revolutionary Army, harboring deep-seated enmity. Thus, Kapu, Smog, and Tina's choice to side with the Revolutionary Army was simply intolerable. Even if they desired retirement from the conflict with the Revolutionary Army, betrayal of the government was unacceptable, as choosing to serve the Revolutionary Army would render them enemies. Despite their past camaraderie within the Navy, should such a situation arise, Sengoku and the others would show no mercy in combat. Even within the Navy's upper echelons, betraying the government meant that no matter how great their past contributions or achievements, they would be summarily dismissed and treated as traitors, facing execution without hesitation. The two factions finally met for the first time in the New World. Kapu, you old fool, having served as a high-ranking officer in the Navy and trained alongside me, how could you commit such an act? Do you not feel ashamed of the word justice emblazoned on your cape? Grand Admiral Sengoku thundered, bewildered and enraged by his decision. Anyone could betray, but Kapu was an exception. Having spent so many years in the Navy headquarters, they had come to see each other as trustworthy allies. Now that one had chosen betrayal, Sengoku resolved to personally bring him down to prevent further mistakes. Do you mean to say that remaining in the Navy would allow one to uphold the justice within one's heart? I regret to inform you that I can discern no semblance of justice in the current government. Even if I were to betray, it would be a betrayal of the Tenryubito, not of the world government. The steadfast Iron Fist Carp declared emphatically, unwavering in his belief that his choices were not misguided. If blame is to be placed, it lies with the world government's increasing decadence and corruption, which has led these once loyal commanders to choose treachery. While Sengoku and others are willing to continue serving as the pawns of the Tenryubito, Carp, Smoker, and Tina refuse to submit to such individuals. What merit lies in a governmental institution that can even forsake the oath of justice? No matter how many times time might rewind, they would still make the same choice, particularly after their voyage in the East Blue. Alas, at this juncture, there is little left to say. Let us simply apprehend Carp and hand him over to our superiors. The yellow ape lazily suggested, expressing his impatience with the customary rhetoric before each battle. The red dog also concurred, feeling that having reached the level of awakening, they held a distinct advantage over the aging Carp. Moreover, once the conflict ensues, Carp is the only one of significance. As for Smoker and Tina, they are merely a commodore, easily vanquished with a single maneuver, paying a hefty price for their betrayal. Bah! What is so remarkable about an admiral? No matter how formidable their strength, they are merely the lackeys of the Tenryubito. What is there to fear? Smoker retorted angrily, having long prepared himself for sacrifice. For even in death, he would never serve such a government again. Tina harbored the same sentiment, although the admirals indeed instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure upon them. The disparity in forces between the two sides was immense, and it was highly likely that they would perish here today. As for this situation, Feng Xiu had already learned through satellite surveillance. How could he allow his hard-won subordinates to perish in vain? At that moment, two contrasting and terrifying auras suddenly emerged upon the sea, one radiant and holy, the other dark and eerie. As the sword demon attacks, and the god of light descended like angels and demons. A golden vortex appeared seemingly out of nowhere, revealing the figure of Bo-Fong Shui-Min, poised to unleash S-rank ninjutsu. The formidable overlord transformed into an aerial form, with a row of cannons extending, ready to accumulate vast energy to unleash earth-shattering bombardments upon Sengoku, the Red Dog, and the Yellow Ape below. In the distance, a multitude of undead beings approached, with the Desert Reaper Nethers standing atop a skeletal dragon, surveying Sengoku and the others from above, as the surrounding undead creatures encircled them. Carp, now a member of the Revolutionary Army. If you Navy personnel wish to strike, we cannot turn a blind eye. The God of Light, possessed by Feng Xiu, hovered in midair, addressing them. Faced with the Revolutionary Army's formidable lineup, Sengoku had not anticipated their high regard for Carp. Should a confrontation arise, defeat would be inevitable. This was not even the full extent of the Revolutionary Army's high-tier combat power, as even Feng Xiu himself had not personally arrived. How vexing! Underestimating the Revolutionary Army's concern for Carp and the others, Sengoku's side found themselves at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, just as they felt a sense of anxiety. The Gorosei arrived on the battlefield, leading the Navy fleet, which instantly bolstered their confidence. Carp must die today. Anyone who eliminates this fellow can take his place. The mere appearance of the Gorosei incited a fervor among the Navy soldiers. They had long harbored grievances against Carp, who continually displayed contempt for the Tenryubito in his words and frequently resisted their commands, disregarding their authority. If not for his identity and contributions to the Navy, they would have eagerly sought to teach him a lesson. Now that Carp had betrayed the world government, it finally provided them with an opportunity for personal vengeance. You old geezers, still thinking of revenge at this point? Watch as I turn you into waterlogged dogs. With overwhelming, powerful armament haki enveloping his fist, Carp unleashed a devastating blow towards the Gorosei, shattering the air with explosive force, moving with incredible speed and strength, capable of severely injuring one of the Gorosei, revealing his deep-seated loathing for these old men. The force of his punch erupted upon the ocean, generating furious waves that surged towards the adversaries. With Carp's strike, the battle was set to erupt as the Red Dog and Yellow Ape, having surpassed their limits, sought to reclaim their honor and erase the shame of past defeats. Suddenly, the Red Dog harnessed the power of the magma fruit, provoking an underwater volcanic eruption, seemingly controlling this natural force. As numerous streams of lava took the form of wolf-like creatures, coalescing above his head, exuding an aura of terror. The God of Light, is it? I know you're merely a manifestation of that fellow. To redeem myself for the last defeat, I shall first deal with you. Chapter 354. The Indestructible Shadow Legion. Based on the fluctuations in combat power, the current Red Dog displayed a might surpassing that of the God of Light, with magma wolves gathering above him, dripping with liquid fire, lunging viciously towards the God of Light. A gate exuding a divine aura appeared, attempting to intercept this assault, but was shattered by the ravenous jaws of the magma wolves. Indeed, you have finally realized that only through diligent training can one hope to surpass oneself. The God of Light wielded the great angel's sword, and after the gate of heaven was broken, he struck fiercely at the Red Dog, aiming to incapacitate him once more. However, to his astonishment, the Red Dog not only exhibited a more formidable fruit ability, but also demonstrated significant advancements in his haki mastery. Perhaps this was attributable to the super soldier serum, yet it is undeniable that his extraordinary talent allowed him to break through once again in middle age. The eruption of his magma giant fist unleashed power comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb, with each devastating blow releasing tremendous force, splattering molten rock and vaporizing vast stretches of seawater. Nethers commanded the army of the undead to charge, creating a chilling wind that howled across the battlefield, echoing with the sounds of wailing spirits, causing the marine soldiers to tremble in fear. Coupled with the arrival of the sword demon attacks, the sky darkened, shrouding the area in ominous clouds, evoking an atmosphere of impending doom, while the multitude of undead beings with their terrifying visages nearly induced panic. Except for those who had cultivated haki, ordinary Navy soldiers faced certain death against the undead. Many perished at the jaws of skeletal dragons. while others were possessed by malevolent spirits, turning on their comrades. The yellow ape activated his awakening mode, his entire body shimmering with brilliant golden light. His speed skyrocketing to the velocity of light, and the laser beams he emitted effortlessly obliterated the flesh of the soldiers they struck. On the battlefield, a multitude of beams accurately inflicted substantial damage on the Revolutionary Army, hindering their movements. In the blink of an eye, the yellow ape's figure flickered continuously, inflicting effective strikes upon the Revolutionary Army, delivering hundreds of leg strikes that left the higher echelons of the Revolutionary Army reeling. Though the damage inflicted was not severe, it gradually compounded, worsening their injuries. Sage Mode. Bo Feng Shui men retrieved the sealing scroll, exchanged with Feng Xiu, forming hand seals upon it. As countless runes spread and writhed, conjuring a dark red chakra energy that radiated an eerie, enchanting aura, forming the illusion of a fox in the air. It is truly astonishing that this does not unfold in the realm of ninjas. The QB was poised to unleash widespread devastation. Yet the presence of Bofu Sui meant destined it to fall into a passive state, losing control over its own energy and being compelled to merge into the very body of Bofu Sui men. Draped in an energy cloak, Bofu Sui men radiated a vibrant golden glow, temporarily elevating his power to a level surpassing that of the Kage, reaching the caliber of the Four Emperors. Flying Thunder God Technique, third stage. While there remained a disparity in speed compared to Kizaru, Bofu Sui men adeptly utilized space-time ninjutsu to bridge the gap, deftly intercepting each of Kizaru's strikes with his kunai. It is truly unexpected that even at the Four Emperors level, I can still be pursued by you. What astonishing potential you possess. Kizaru initially believed that in this contest of speed, the illustrious Bofu Sui men, known as the Golden Flash, was no longer his match. Yet he was taken aback by the vast room for improvement that a ninja could exhibit. That unsettling dark red energy seemed boundless, exuding an aura of ruthless destruction, leading him to believe that even a battle lasting 10 days or half a month would be sustainable for his opponent. Indeed, one must not underestimate the strength of a ninja. Upon Bofu Sui men's arrival, the summoned shadow of the QB coalesced its tails toward the center, gradually forming a pitch-black-tailed beast ball, possessing the terrifying power to annihilate an entire town, and launched it toward him with sudden ferocity. The Eight Tails Jigomo Ultimate Flash. Before Kizaru, the image of the 8 trigrams emerged, unleashing 8 astonishing golden beams of light, far surpassing the sun in brilliance, relentlessly advancing toward the tailed beast ball, creating an impasse of destruction upon the sea. The golden Buddha figure soared into the sky, its domineering and masculine fist poised to launch a surprise attack, while the dark sword of the sword demon Atakusu cleaved through the abyssal flames, creating a stark contrast against the warring state's Buddha form. The Navy government still favors underhanded tactics. It is truly a disgrace to you. The resplendent Buddha light clashed violently with the intense abyssal sword energy, triggering an explosion that sent shockwaves into the heavens, scattering the clouds above. While the violent shockwave overturned all naval vessels on the battlefield, forcing those with devil fruit abilities to precariously maintain their footing on the debris. After stabilizing himself, Akainu drew forth the ocean's depths to envelop himself, causing any encroaching waves to evaporate into nothingness. Such a degree of bombardment would not significantly harm the Four Emperors. Thus, once they regained their footing, they surged forward to attack without pause. The destructive meteor, countless streams of magma rapidly condensed in midair, forming a blazing meteor of considerable size. Its momentum continually escalating, seemingly a powerful move intended specifically for Vice Admiral Garp. It was evident that Akainu harbored great fury over Garp's betrayal, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. The leaders below the rank of Vice Admiral, including Smoker and Tina, sensed that this level of battle was beyond their capacity to participate, and thus they hastily vacated the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Come forth. The god of death Nethys summoned Anubis, whose robust arm emerged from the realm of the dead, radiating an aura of malevolence that instilled a sense of impending doom. Abruptly, catching the falling destructive meteor and redirecting it toward the Navy. The Gorosei, witnessing the flowing meteor overhead, were struck with trepidation. Being struck by this attack would undoubtedly result in their demise. At that moment, Lord M, embodying an unparalleled aura of supremacy, appeared before them, making a sword-swinging gesture devoid of a blade, instantly unleashing millions of sword beams that coalesced into a singular force, effortlessly severing the meteor into nothingness, and then ruthlessly descending upon the members of the Shadow Army. Chapter 355, Annihilation of the Shadow Army? An attack that transcends the 4 emperors and reaches the level of an emperor is beyond the capability of these Shadow Army members to withstand, resulting in their immediate obliteration, leaving the Navy in a state of profound astonishment. The Revolutionary Army suffered a significant loss of formidable warriors, which undoubtedly weakened their morale, presenting the Navy with an opportunity for a counterattack. This also led the Gorosei to gaze upon Lord M with immense reverence. It was no wonder that him had always dismissed the Revolutionary Army, viewing these mere clowns with disdain, capable of defeating them all in a single strike. It is well known that the Revolutionary Army's strength derived from Feng Xiu's leadership of the Shadow Army, breaking the balance with both the Navy and pirate factions, reaching a level of power capable of overwhelming the other 2 forces. Although Feng Xiu had not been eliminated, he had lost a significant number of subordinates, which was monumental news for the Old World government. What? They were just wiped out like that? Vice Admiral Garp struggled to comprehend the reality before him, astonished by M's might while grieving for the Revolutionary Army's plight. These were heroes who willingly sacrificed themselves for the revolutionary cause, their deeds deserving of praise. M cast a casual glance at Garp before preparing to unleash endless sword beams to eliminate him on the spot, when suddenly, Feng Xiu's true form descended, unleashing a similar sword energy that effortlessly negated the incoming assault. As the members of the Shadow Army grew stronger, he too experienced a rise in power, no longer feeling the same oppression in the presence of him. Oh, to think so many capable subordinates perished, it truly pains my heart. Feng Xiu sensed the disappearance of numerous Shadow Army auras and lamented, not out of grief for their loss, but because reviving them would require a staggering 999 points, a price discounted out of pity from the system. The Revolutionary Army's fate is sealed. I knew you rebels would not stir up much of a tempest. Marshal Sengoku exclaimed with excitement, seemingly envisioning the Old World government reaping the rewards of victory over the Revolutionary Army. As a seasoned political figure, he could discern the many merits of the policies implemented by the Revolutionary Army, yet out of respect, they could not directly emulate them. Now that Lord M has taken decisive action, if he can eliminate the approaching Feng Xiu, who could possibly obstruct his path? While the dragon is indeed formidable, he pales in comparison to Lord M, whose centuries of cultivation cannot be overlooked. A single individual is sufficient to obliterate the current Revolutionary Army. At that point, the Navy government would reclaim the territories they had lost, strip the opposition of their economic industries and wealth, and monopolize the fruits of their revolutionary labor, continuing to propagate various political decisions. Of course, the supremacy of the celestial dragons would remain unchanged, and the reborn world government would undoubtedly continue to exalt aristocratic despotism. Hey, old man, wake up. Do not indulge in daydreams in broad daylight. Who told you the Revolutionary Army's time is up? Feng Xiu interrupted Sengoku's fantasies, finding his reaction to be quite amusing. The battle has not yet reached its conclusion, and you are already envisioning such a beautiful outcome. Will you not be left disappointed? Sengoku, realizing his lapse, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and coldly retorted, "Is the dead duck still stubbornly resisting at this point? Save your strength." In his view, Garp and Feng Xiu were undoubtedly doomed today. Before the supreme combat power of Lord M, even the mightiest warriors posed no threat to them. Not even the 5 Emperors' pirate crew would be worthy of consideration. Feng Xiu let out a cold laugh after paying the required points. The shadows behind him began to writhe violently, suddenly splitting into several figures that gradually took on the forms of the recently deceased members of the Shadow Legion. This was the first time Feng Xiu had resurrected these golden-rated shadow members. Were it not for the appearance of Lord M, These high-ranking fighters had always been invincible. Upon resurrecting the members of a Shadow Legion, their previous powers remained intact, including Bo Feng Shui Min, who retained his Sage Mode state. Is this the sensation of death? It feels no different from having taken a long nap. Bo Feng Shui Min examined his condition. All his energy and stamina had been fully replenished, and he was at the pinnacle of his abilities. Thank the heavens for granting the Master the power to revive us. Otherwise, we would have perished today. The light god patted his chest in relief, feeling fortunate to be unharmed. Jian Yin Addix, a being resurrected from the depths of hell, felt no fear of death. Yet, the humiliation of being defeated by an enemy's single strike ignited his competitive spirit, prompting him to vow to double his training in the future. Even if he could not reach the level of defeating him, he at least did not wish to remain so passive, caught off guard and killed on the spot. As a descendant of the Dark Blade, failure was unacceptable. How is this possible? Are these creatures truly immortal? The existence of such a resurrection technique from shadows is utterly unfathomable. This resurrection ability cannot be limitless, can it? How are we to contend with this? The five elders were astounded by this resurrection capability, which rivaled divine methods. They recognized the terrifying ability Feng Xiu possessed to create shadows, making him a veritable walking factory of strength. Any individual in today's world who possessed such an ability could easily rise to Feng Xiu's current level, leading to global turmoil, where one person could stand against the entire world. What of infinite resurrection? I shall continue to eliminate you, and even if I defeat you, who will revive you then? Im coveted this ability, yet remained unperturbed, as if he held absolute confidence in directly vanquishing his opponent. Once Feng Xiu was slain, the myth of the Shadow Legion would be shattered, and the revolutionary army would still struggle to withstand the retaliation of the world government. Do not speak too soon. Were I present, would I allow you the chance to slay them? Without further ado, Feng Xiu unleashed a tempest, channeling the chaotic energies of heaven and earth into a divine sword shadow that surpassed any blade known to mankind. With a mere sweep through the void, it created ripples in space. He struck fiercely at him, as if an unparalleled sword light birthed from a realm, tearing the void apart and splitting the vast ocean, with torrents of seawater rushing into the gaping chasm created by the sword energy. This strike was akin to a deity's wrath upon the world. Seizing the opportunity, while Feng Xiu distracted him, Wei Zhentian transformed into an aircraft carrier, evacuating all navies opting to ally with the new government, while the remainder was transported en masse by Bo Feng Shui Min using the Flying Thunder God technique. Faced with an onslaught comparable to divine annihilation, Lord Im's gaze sharpened, forcing him to unleash all his might in a counterattack. Ultimately, the two sword energies stirred the sea, creating towering waves that surged like blooming flowers, spreading outward. Months apart had allowed Feng Xiu to demonstrate even greater power, instilling a profound sense of crisis in him, who had once deemed himself invincible, igniting a murderous intent to ensure his adversary remained forever submerged in the ocean. I shall not play with you any longer. Await your descent into despair and destruction. You celestial dragons. Feng Xiu and him exchanged several fierce blows before retreating without being hindered. Before departing, he hurled insults at the celestial dragons, inciting the ire of the five elders. Recognizing that even sealing the void would not prevent his escape, Im relinquished the pursuit, leading his naval forces back to the holy land of Mary Geos. Karp, intent on betrayal, felt his efforts were in vain. Out of respect for the decades he had dedicated to the Navy, he chose to spare the old man's life this time. This battle had once again reduced the Navy's forces by a third, inciting fury, resentment, and frustration within the upper echelons of the government. To root out the spies hidden within the Navy, Im utilized his golden hockey to sense everyone, executing several low-tier Shadow members before ceasing his investigations. In truth, most Shadow members in the Navy had heard the news and chosen to slip away quietly, leaving him empty-handed. Those worth recruiting or swaying had already been evacuated, rendering their continued presence meaningless. With the super-artificial intelligence of Tony Stark for intelligence gathering, what information could possibly elude them? Marshal Sengoku felt unprecedented pressure. The new government's influence was once again expanding, leaving him a loss for how to endure. He barely held on through sheer determination to fight to the bitter end. From the previous encounter, it was evident that Feng Xiu possessed strength equal to that of Lord M. His reluctance to launch a full-scale assault stemmed from a desire to avoid mutual destruction. In reality, the Revolutionary Army had already acquired the capability to obliterate the Old World government. Thankfully, Feng Xiu's underestimation allowed the Old World government to survive until now. Regardless, as long as they remained alive, infinite possibilities awaited in the future. What remained most concerning was Feng Xiu's ability to revive members of the Shadow Legion. As long as he remained, killing numerous shadows would yield no results. Furthermore, only him within the world government possessed the power to eliminate these shadows instantly. After amassing so many subordinates, Feng Xiu reorganized the pirate forces in the first half of the Grand Line, subjecting them to a nightmare devoid of any survival space. Even if they attempted to hide, they would be detected by drones, prompting large swathes of Revolutionary Army forces to converge. For the Revolutionary Army, sailing the seas under the banner of piracy was already an illegal act. Unless they ventured beyond the territorial waters of the new government, there was nothing more to discuss. This led to widespread complaints among the oppressed pirates, yet they dared not confront the Revolutionary Army directly. Reluctantly, they flocked to the territories of the old government. Presently, only over 50 allied nations remained as potential refuge. In the scramble for resources, many pirate crews engaged in brutal skirmishes, openly battling on the streets under the broad daylight. In any case, the Old World government was too preoccupied to concern themselves with them, inadvertently emboldening the pirates. The disparity in treatment between the residents of the Revolutionary Red Zone and those living under the old government was stark, having driven the pirates to such a plight, accomplishing what the Revolutionary Army had sought for centuries. Even the Five Emperors pirate crew seemed unconcerned about the Revolutionary Army's suppression of pirates. Seemingly wary of the Revolutionary Army's stance, the newly established government navy, bolstered by the inclusion of figures such as Kapu and Smog, has significantly invigorated the morale of previously enlisted Navy soldiers. Feng Xiu is quite pleased with this outcome, as it aligns perfectly with his intentions. To steadfastly pursue the path of revolution, it is essential to garner the full support and recognition of both soldiers and the populace to ultimately survive. During the last Great War, a single misstep led to the complete annihilation of numerous shadow members. Thus, it is prudent to remain vigilant whenever Lord M makes an appearance, to prevent a recurrence of such unfortunate events. Regardless of the abundance of system points, they should not be squandered frivolously. Feng Xiu would much rather invest them in enhancing the talents of the shadow members. Interestingly, those shadow members who faced defeat at the hands of him have returned with an even greater dedication to their training. Even Akainu and Kizuru are aware that they must exert themselves diligently, as there is no justification for them to continue living in leisure. Furthermore, Tony Stark, with his penchant for innovation, has established a power ranking for the Shadow Army, further igniting a spirit of competition among the Shadow members, who are eager to avoid the ignominy of being ranked at the bottom. The patrolling forces near the Holy Court Kingdom can frequently witness Shadow members honing their skills on the sea, their formidable presence causing the very air to tremble, inspiring a sense of longing in onlookers. To provide the Revolutionary Army soldiers with a wider array of options for their strengthening journey, Feng Xiu has enlisted the expertise of figures such as Bo Feng Shui Min, Jin Mo, and Guangming Shun to impart their unique skills, tailoring specialized training regimens based on individual talents. Over the course of a few months, Bo Feng Shui Min has successfully cultivated a substantial contingent of ninja troops, divided into factions of water, fire, thunder, and wind, each led by elite jonin responsible for covert missions such as assassination, reconnaissance, and escorting. This has provided ordinary soldiers with the opportunity to enhance their abilities through rigorous training and the consumption of devil fruits, resulting in the emergence of numerous promising talents. Adeptly navigating this novel power structure, Feng Xiu remains unfazed by the prospect of these individuals surpassing the existing shadow members. as the pirate world is home to only a select few who can ascend to the status of Yonko. Moreover, with his own presence, their potential for upheaval is considerably limited. Observing the burgeoning strength of the new government, the old world government feels increasingly impotent and eagerly awaits responses from Big Mom and Kaido. Should they succeed in allying with the giant race to assist them, the current predicament may yet see some alleviation, preventing them from remaining perpetually on the back foot. Chapter 357. 2 years. The rebirth of the Straw Hat Pirates on the Grand Line at the Shambody Archipelago, the figures of Monkey D. Luffy and the Dark King Rayleigh weave through the training ground, their overwhelming power clashing in a majestic display. Each strike reverberates through the air, and suddenly, two waves of Conqueror-s haki collide, rapidly enveloping the entire island, leaving the residents in a state of dazed astonishment. Enough. Do not amplify your aura any further. Do you wish to inadvertently harm the nearby populace? Rayleigh admonished, halting to the side and raising a cup in a hearty toast. His expression tinged with incredulity as he gazed at Luffy. He had not anticipated that he would cultivate a being of such strength, comparable to a marine admiral. Truly, the legendary D-Clan is remarkable, with Luffy's extraordinary potential, not to mention the impressive prowess of his grandfather and father. The 2 years of rigorous training have concluded, and Luffy now possesses the strength to send any adversary flying. His demeanor has matured, his height increased slightly, yet his inherent charm remains unchanged as he gazes longingly at the outside world and expresses his thoughts. The seas are no longer as tranquil as they once were. The Revolutionary Army is actively suppressing pirate forces, so when you set sail, you must adopt the name Straw Hat Adventure Corps to evade their scrutiny. Understand? Rayleigh warned gravely. Luffy, unfazed, replied with a hearty laugh. It's all good. After all, Grandpa seems to have allied with the Revolutionary Army. Being a pirate isn't so bad. If it comes to it, we can always clash with them. For the duration of the past 2 years, Luffy and Rayleigh have devoted themselves to training, remaining oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. However, during their breaks at the tavern, Luffy would glean insights into the current world affairs through television broadcasts. For Luffy, whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the old world government that rules the world is inconsequential, as long as it does not impede his quest for the One Piece. Rayleigh, exasperated by Luffy's nonchalance, feared that the moment he set sail, he might inadvertently find himself at odds with the Revolutionary Army, a scenario from which he might not be able to extricate him. It is common knowledge that the Shadow Army under the Revolutionary Army is renowned globally, and few dare to challenge those at the pinnacle of power. Moreover, when Fengxiu faced off against Lord M, even from a distance, his observation haki allowed him to perceive the terrifying force capable of annihilating the world. While he marveled at the old world government's depth, he was equally astonished at Fengxiu's remarkable growth. Even the legendary GOLD, Roger once evoked a profound sense of crisis within the marine government. Yet Fengxiu has boldly allied with the Revolutionary Army to relentlessly pursue the Marines, compressing this centuries-old force into a state of fear within the New World. Thus, even as the Revolutionary Army strives to suppress pirates, Rayleigh feels no discontent, for Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era was fundamentally aimed at toppling the world government. At the Shambody Archipelago, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence personnel monitoring Luffy's movements promptly disseminated the news. Far away in the Holy Court Palace, Fengxiu, reclining on the sofa while perusing a newspaper, realized that 2 years had elapsed. According to the original story, this was the time when the members of the Straw Hat Pirates convened at the Shambody Archipelago. Summoning both Fengxiu men, he instructed him to return to Monkey D. Luffy sighed, as the quest for the Poneglyphs and the treasure left by Pirate King Roger is a task he must oversee for any hope of success. Despite wielding authority over the Revolutionary Army, Fengxiu has been unable to uncover all the information regarding the Poneglyphs across the seas. It appears that only Luffy's protagonist aura can ultimately fulfill this endeavor. Both Fengxiu men received the command and retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing into the void towards the direction of the Shambody Archipelago. Over the years, he has trained his ninja troops to leave markers around the world, allowing him to traverse freely between them. Feng Xiu possesses ample patience as he observes Luffy's gradual maturation. Presently, Luffy stands as a formidable force on the world stage, with the potential to unify the realm within reach, possessing the capital to gradually cultivate and expand his influence, thereby driving the old world government into a state of despair. This has been his primary objective since arriving in this world. Victory is now within sight, and he finds himself in no rush, calmly witnessing the old world government's descent into oblivion. A golden vortex materializes in a remote area of the Shambadi archipelago, and Bo Feng Shui Min appears outside the tavern, only to discover that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have yet to gather. Suddenly, a swift and decisive strike comes from an unexpected angle, nearly imperceptible due to its speed. Bo Feng Shui Min, undeterred, sidesteps the attack with a smirk, moving even quicker than the strike itself. "Zoro, you rogue. Is this how you greet your comrades?" Bo Feng Shui Min exclaimed with a smile, having already deduced the identity of his assailant. "TCH, you're the one who is astonishing, still as formidable as ever, I see." Zoro emerged from the shadows, his figure towering and imposing, exuding an icy aura. His left eye remained closed, accentuating the decisive spirit of a swordsman as he sheathed his dual blades. After training for an extended period under the tutelage of Hawkeye Mihawk, he found himself still somewhat lacking compared to the likes of Bo Feng Shui Min. Truly, this man was renowned for his speed and agility, rivaling even Admiral Kizaru. Meanwhile, Sanji, casually holding a cigarette, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With a powerful kick, he unleashed an explosive strike, swift as lightning, aimed squarely at Bo Feng Shui Min's chest, matching Zoro's earlier slash in ferocity. Bo Feng Shui Min felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he was perpetually overshadowed within the Straw Hat Pirates. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing to snatch the cigarette from Sanji's mouth and toss it aside. "Smoking is detrimental to your health. It appears your father's habits have remained unchanged," he remarked. Sanji, momentarily bewildered, realized the cigarette was gone and expressed his surprise, retorting, "What is so impressive about speed? Victory in battle isn't solely reliant on swiftness." Soon after, Chopper, Nami, Robin, and Brook arrived in succession, each having undergone significant growth and enhancement over the past 2 years. The Straw Hat Pirates officially declared their return, vowing to reclaim the honor lost to the Old World government. Following this announcement, the bounties of the crew members doubled, yet the Old World government remained indifferent, intent on provoking a conflict between Luffy, who aspired to be the Pirate King, and the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 358. The Old World government's plans upon the Straw Hat Pirates' declaration of their return, contrary to rumors of being eliminated by the Navy. A tumultuous wave of reaction ensued. Many were disappointed in the Old World government, unable to believe that even a crew as formidable as the Straw Hats could elude their grasp. The government's upper echelons were taken aback, never anticipating that the Straw Hat Pirates would dare to resurface as pirates, seemingly oblivious to the Revolutionary Army's efforts to suppress pirate forces. Regrettably, the Revolutionary Army had proven more capable in this regard than the Navy itself. Sengoku and others scoffed at the situation, dismissing the Straw Hats as merely using this tactic to garner public support. If they wielded such immense power, they too could easily replicate these feats. It was nothing remarkable. The pressing concern now was to safeguard their territories and prevent further expansion of the Revolutionary Army's influence. The appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates on Sabidi Archipelago heightened the local faction's anxiety, exacerbating the already chaotic atmosphere. Many, aware of the connection between Luffy and the Revolutionary Army, sought to capture them as hostages to coerce the local revolutionary forces into retreat. This location served as a crossroads between the new government and the Old World government, attracting the most notorious villains, and the existence of Red Line had provided a geographical advantage, staving off the Revolutionary Army's incursions, thus ensuring the survival of the Old World government. "I shall refrain from intervening. Let the captain handle this bout," Bo Feng Shui Min thought, preferring not to engage with these weaklings, which would only diminish his own glory. Upon hearing this, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy showcased the fruits of their 2 years of training, each demonstrating their prowess, releasing an overwhelming aura that struck fear into the hearts of the various factions on the island. Influenced by Feng Xiu's intervention, the Straw Hat Pirates had become exponentially more powerful than in the original narrative, now possessing the qualifications to be considered warlords of the sea. Consequently, several major underground factions on the island were dismantled as Luffy and his companions resumed their journey to the New World. Thanks to their latest vessel from Stark Industries, they could transition into submersible mode without needing any special coating, enabling them to visit Fishman Island and reunite with Jinbei. Meanwhile, Hawken had already been dealt with by Feng Xiu, should he continue supplying illicit drugs to the Old World government. The Revolutionary Army would find themselves at a significant disadvantage in battle. Simultaneously, the Old World government finally received responses from Kaido and Big Mom, indicating their agreement to unite against the Revolutionary Army. Given the current circumstances and their past grievances with Feng Xiu, it was clear that once they secured dominance, they would not tolerate the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, it was prudent to strike first and deliver a significant blow to their forces. In recent years, not only had the admirals progressed, but they too had dramatically enhanced their strength, surpassing the level of the 4 emperors, positioning themselves among the top 5 combatants in the world. Only figures of unparalleled might like Im and Feng Xiu evoked any sense of trepidation. The decision to accept this alliance request stemmed from an acknowledgement of Im's extraordinary capabilities, thus increasing the odds of successfully combating the Revolutionary Army. Once Feng Xiu was eliminated, the remaining Shadow members would pose little threat. Big Mom, closely related to the Giants, joining forces with Kaido and others was enough to alter the current landscape, dominated by the 5 emperors. The government's decision to ally with pirates was born from desperation, having been driven to madness by the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of past conflicts with pirates or public dissent, their singular aim was to reclaim their status as the rulers of the world by any means necessary. Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni, and Uchiha Madara, as members of the Shadow Army, would naturally refuse the Old World government's request. Even Shanks held no interest in the strife between these factions. The benevolent and justice-minded Shanks, having traveled the world, witnessed the happiness radiating from the residents of the Red District, something he had never encountered before. Unaware of the Revolutionary Army's origins and core principles, he nonetheless believed they were more suited to govern the world, a sentiment echoed by the masses. Currently, on the red-haired pirate's ship, Bell could easily defect to join the Shadow Army and serve Feng Xiu, yet for now, Feng Xiu had not requested such a shift. The true spectacle would unfold during the final confrontation with the Old World government, revealing to the world that he had been orchestrating the grand scheme from behind the scenes for over a decade, ensuring the revolutionary cause would endure for generations to come. At the Holy Land Mariewa, the warships of Big Mom and Kaido docked at the port. Such an occurrence was a rare sight in centuries, as this location held sacred significance for the Navy, typically reserved for world meetings attended by the kings of allied nations, and pirates were forbidden from approaching within hundreds of miles. However, facing the relentless advance of the Revolutionary Army, the government leader, Im, unprecedentedly broke this protocol, inviting Kaido and Big Mom to discuss effective strategies for countering the new government. It was the first meeting between these 2 formidable figures and the Celestial Dragons, whose imperial presence weighed heavily upon them, akin to mountains crushing their spirits. Fortunately, their own substantial abilities allowed them to withstand this pressure as they began formal negotiations with them. Indeed, in those bygone days, I had dealings with that fellow, Luo Kisi. I never anticipated that you, once mere apprentice sailors aboard the ship, have grown to such an extent. Imu, with an air of antiquity, reflected upon this, as if the encounter with Luo Kisi had transpired but yesterday. The emergence of Feng Xiu has instilled within them a palpable sense of existential peril, thus rendering him a common adversary, with the allegiance of the 3 disasters and the 3 admirals under his banner. The Old World government has regained the means to confront the Revolutionary Army. They bide their time, waiting for Feng Xiu to become isolated so that they may seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, the members of the Shadow Legion, no matter how many they slay, would ultimately prove futile. To this end, they are prepared to pay any price. Chapter 359. The Giant Project Currently. Kaido and Big Mom find themselves in an exceedingly awkward position, having been significantly weakened compared to their original portrayal. Not only have their territories been seized, but the number of their pirate followers has also dwindled. This is why the Revolutionary Army, recognizing their formidable strength, refrains from engaging them, as otherwise. Even their title as pirates would be stripped away, and Feng Xiu remains indifferent to their plight. After all, Kaido and Big Mom are merely clinging to their status as the Four Emperors, awaiting a time when they can reclaim the world. Even if they join forces with the Old World government, their alliance would only hasten their own demise. For Feng Xiu does not believe their involvement will significantly alter the current situation, as large robots specifically engineered to counter the threat of the giant race are gradually being constructed. The Revolutionary Army is on the verge of overcoming this menace. In response to this phenomenon, Big Mom proposed a plan to utilize a serum to augment ordinary soldiers into giants, thereby vastly enhancing their combat prowess. Even if this shortens their lifespans, she is unperturbed. She can compel them to undergo human experimentation using the power of the soul fruit. Were it not for the Old World government's current precarious situation, she would not have dared to make such a proposition. Fully aware that the Navy is secretly conducting this very experiment on Punk Hazard Island. This research has been entrusted to the most nefarious scientist, Caesar, and the government's higher echelons, recognizing his potential utility, invited him to serve the government, continuing to refine the terrifying poisonous gas of the Death Country. This gas, upon contact with the human body, can transform a person into a wax figure. Even holding one's breath proves ineffective. Aside from the effects of sewage smoke fruit, even those of admiral rank would perish instantly upon exposure. Initially, this experiment was strictly forbidden, yet the Old World government sought to wield the Death Country to deliver a decisive blow to the Revolutionary Army. They planned to deploy a gas bomb onto enemy warships, ensuring the immediate demise of all soldiers aboard. The Yellow Monkey possesses absolute confidence in his speed, capable of deploying smoke bombs against the enemy without detection. Having resolved to coexist with the Old World government, he has no choice but to proceed in this manner. On Punk Hazard Island, a fierce duel once took place between Akainu and Shimada Genji in their quest for the position of Fleet Admiral. The brutality of their battle directly influenced the local climate, rendering one half of the island perpetually engulfed in flames, while the other half remained perpetually frosted, showcasing a stark dichotomy in temperature. Far away, on the snowy side of the island, Caesar, gazing at the successful tests of the Death Country, let out a sinister laugh. "Tony Stark, what are you so proud of? Once the Death Country annihilates the Revolutionary Army, will not all your assets inevitably belong to me?" He recalled his prior desperate attempts to join Stark Industries, only to be coldly rebuffed by Tony Stark, who deemed his experiments inhumane and dismissed him entirely. In truth, Tony Stark recognized that even if he accepted Caesar, he would pose a future threat to Stark Industries, leading to Stark's deep-seated prejudice and Caesar's intense hatred towards him. In Caesar's mind, the Death Country represents a formidable bioweapon. Since Tony Stark looked down upon this research, he resolved to let it perish under the very gas bombs he meticulously developed. "Sir Caesar, it seems several uninvited guests have arrived on the island. Should we drive them away?" A laboratory technician clad in protective gear approached respectfully, for it was this very man who, amidst the island's toxic gas and barren landscape, had utilized his abilities to disperse all the poison, rescuing them from the depths of despair. "Do not worry. We require subjects to test the toxicity of the Death Country. Let us use these individuals as our initial trials." Caesar replied nonchalantly, eager to witness the effects of the Death Country. According to the power detection devices of the drones hovering above the island, many of the newcomers possess strength at the level of the 7 warlords, presenting an impressive array. It was none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon entering the New World, had followed the magnetic currents to this forsaken island. They had intended to land for supplies, but instead found themselves amidst flames and frost, even encountering dragons spewing fire. Yet, Such formidable beasts were no match for the significantly strengthened Straw Hat crew, who swiftly dispatched them. The subsequent progression of events closely mirrored the original narrative, differing only in the absence of Doflamingo's influence and Law's desire for vengeance against him. However, conflict with local forces was inevitable. Upon witnessing numerous children captured for giant experimentation, the Straw Hats could not simply look away. With the addition of Namikaze Minato's prowess, the local forces were easily subdued, leaving only Caesar, the principal architect of these horrors, unvanquished. As they unleashed the gas of the Death Country into the laboratory, Namikaze Minato proclaimed, "Ninjutsu, 5 elements seal." Recognizing the potency of the Death Country, he extracted a scroll and sealed all the toxic gas within. Caesar, observing through the camera, was left astounded, unable to fathom that the gas of the Death Country had been so effortlessly seized from him. In a state of panic, he hurriedly gathered the experimental data and fled to report to the Navy headquarters. With this data in hand, he could swiftly recreate the gas and deploy it in the struggle against the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Tony detected movements on Punk Hazard Island and dispatched a substantial number of steel troops to apprehend the dangerous Caesar. Determined that the Death Country bioweapon must not threaten the Revolutionary Army's advance, the Straw Hat crew brought the rescued children back aboard the Thousand Sunny, which, fortunately, was spacious enough to accommodate these giant children. They would hand them over to the Revolutionary Army without delay. Upon learning of the children's forced participation in the giantization experiments, the Revolutionary Army surmised the Old World government's intentions, aiming to bolster their combat capabilities through such means. Consequently, they joined the pursuit of Caesar. Various factions became embroiled in the contest for Caesar, as possessing the data on the Death Country and giantization experiments would undoubtedly grant them strength comparable to that of the giants. The Old World government, too, was resolute in acquiring Caesar, intent on utilizing this technology to assist their forces in overcoming the current predicament. If an opportunity for a counterattack arose, it would be nothing short of ideal. Chapter 360. Tony's disdained Bofeng Shui men entrusted the toxic gas from the Death Kingdom to the Revolutionary Army, and the scroll was subsequently handed over to Stark Industries' advanced laboratory. Through a series of tests conducted by the Jarvis Intelligence System, the components contained within were directly analyzed on the spot. Caesar could hardly imagine that the biochemical weapon he had painstakingly researched for years was so easily dissected by the artificial intelligence developed by Tony, who could even produce a diluted gas immediately. A mere reaction between a small amount of the diluted gas and the toxic gas from the Death Kingdom could effortlessly resolve this crisis. How naive to think that this could pose a threat to me. My reputation as a scientific genius is not unfounded. Tony Stark then seized the completed diluted gas agent, delivering 2 electrical shocks to his chest, causing nanometal to swiftly envelop his body, and donned his anti-natural fruit battle armor to confront the situation, determined to demonstrate the vast chasm between him and Caesar. Run. This cursed gas is terrifying. Many brothers have already perished. The treacherous world government resorted to such despicable tactics, deploying poisonous gas, utterly shameless. Across the ocean, a deep violet gas, reeking of death, rapidly spread over the waters, unleashed by the swift yellow ape into the Revolutionary Army's fleet, eliciting jubilant cheers from the remnants of the Old World government. This marked the first time they had gained the upper hand against the Revolutionary Army since their conflict began, leading everyone to revere the creator of this noxious gas. Regardless of its evil and cruel nature, any invention that could secure victory on the battlefield was deemed the greatest. The figure of the dragon appeared above, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind that surged toward the toxic gas from the Death Kingdom, yet it seemed difficult to disperse. Should the wind's strength be increased, these poisonous mists would spread to neighboring nations, resulting in unimaginable consequences, claiming thousands of lives. Fortunately, Tony Stark arrived in his Iron Man armor just in time, deploying the diluted gas to dissipate the toxic mists into nothingness, leaving Caesar, who was observing the battlefield, utterly stunned. What? Impossible. How could there be an antidote for this toxic gas? Caesar, the inventor himself, felt a sense of disbelief. as he had no idea how to create an antidote, only to witness Tony eradicate the Death Kingdom's poison effortlessly, a face-slapping moment for him. Tony Stark launched micro-missiles that sank the vessel Caesar was aboard, utilizing the armor's properties to counteract the effects of the opposing Devil Fruit ability. Sea Stone combined with special metal suddenly morphed in the air, landing in Caesar's hands and binding him, forcing him back to his original form, where Tony seized him. At that moment, the Straw Hat Pirates emerged from Punk Hazard Island, colliding with the Revolutionary Army's fleet, instantly adopting a defensive stance. The Revolutionary Army was notoriously harsh on pirates, and if Monkey D. Luffy refused to abandon his identity as a pirate, he would have no choice but to confront them as enemies. Teacher, I never expected to encounter you here. Frankie, who had been studying Tony's technology at Stark Industries for the past 2 years, greeted his mentor with utmost respect upon seeing him on the scene. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Having just returned from a perilous adventure, they found themselves face to face with Tony Stark, a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, making it impossible to engage in battle. Continue your adventures. I will take care of this fellow swiftly. Be cautious when encountering the Revolutionary Army at sea in the future. Tony casually instructed before apprehending Caesar and returning him to the Holy Land Kingdom for local judicial proceedings regarding his crimes. Revolutionary leader Dragon coldly regarded his son Luffy, saying nothing more as he turned and departed, tacitly allowing the Straw Hat crew to escape. The remaining Revolutionary Army fleet, seeing the formidable backing of the Straw Hats, hastily retreated from the battlefield. Such a privileged legacy was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the current Straw Hat Pirates were not easily dealt with. In the vast sea, only the 5 emperors could continue to sail without restraint alongside them. Yash, let us set sail for the New World. No matter if the Revolutionary Army or the Navy tries to obstruct us, I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. With pirates being systematically expelled and suppressed, he found himself facing significantly fewer rivals. The 5 Emperor's pirate crews had their own affairs, which meant the Straw Hat Pirates could roam the seas freely, with little chance of encountering adversaries in their upcoming journey. Due to the world government's concern for Caesar, they dispatched powerful reinforcements to rescue him, sending Admirals Momonosuke and Chavon to ambush Tony along the way. With a swift motion, a silver streak sliced through the air, unleashing hundreds of crescent-shaped sword energies, forcing Tony to halt and descend onto a nearby island, where he soon spotted Momonosuke and Chavon gracefully descending from the sky. Tony Stark, this is where it ends. Surrender Caesar, and I'll grant you a swift end. They derided him, their icy demeanor suggesting they considered him merely an ordinary man empowered by technology, daring to confront the Navy, an act of folly. As the duo made their entrance, Tony felt exasperated by their jealousy and scornful remarks. If it were Momonosuke, her beauty might warrant some forgiveness. But Chavon's repugnant appearance was enough reason to simply eliminate him. Energy Cannon, a brilliant blue beam of destructive energy erupted from his chest, radiating intense heat and destructive force, clearing the ground in its path as it shot angrily toward Chavon. Chavon, taken aback, attempted to evade the assault, only to find his escape completely sealed off by several miniature missiles whizzing toward him. With a deafening boom, Chavon activated his armored haki, but upon being struck, he was instantly engulfed in an explosion, leaving behind a massive crater that billowed thick black smoke. Cough cough, you bastard, how dare you ambush me? Chavon crawled out of the deep pit, his clothes tattered and his appearance utterly disheveled, feeling utterly humiliated before his beloved woman. Fortunately, Tony had not unleashed his full firepower, granting him a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. What a pity. Let South engage in close combat. Do not underestimate the power of technological enhancement. Know that your techniques are all within my calculations. Tony activated the combat system, assuming a battle stance, ready to face his opponents. Chapter 361. Invincible in close combat since his debut, Tony Stark had always relied on the formidable firepower of his Iron Man armor to defeat enemies, never having showcased any close combat abilities. As the most advanced model of his suit, Tony had no need to learn any martial arts techniques. as he could flawlessly record and replicate the combat styles from the pirate world using his intelligence system. After years of adaptation, even when faced with the combined assault of Momonosuke and Chavon, Tony managed to handle the situation with remarkable ease. With a flick of his wrist, a laser blade was ejected from his arm, and in an instant, Tony transformed into a master swordsman. Utilizing combat data obtained from the legendary Mihawk to counter several of Momonosuke's powerful sword strikes. At that moment, within the calculations of his powerful, super-intelligent system, although Momonosuke's swordsmanship was formidable, it revealed numerous flaws in Tony's system interface. The system promptly identified several weak points, and with a swift motion, Tony's laser blade sliced through, inflicting a severe wound on Momonosuke's arm, causing blood to spurt forth. It's over. Although Tony had a penchant for beautiful women, he showed no mercy when confronting his enemies. The brilliance of the 043 laser cannon in his hand converged as he seized Taya Rabbit by the neck, intent on obliterating her head. Raging gale of death. Upon witnessing the imminent demise of his beloved, Chajuan leaped into action, executing a high-speed spin that conjured a ferocious whirlwind, aimed directly at Tony's arc reactor in his chest. Intelligence reports indicated that all energy cores of the armors he had created were sourced from this reactor, prompting Chajuan to attempt a ruthless strike to shatter it. However, unbeknownst to him, the energy of Tony's palm laser cannon had fully coalesced, redirecting its assault towards Chajuan in the form of a formidable crimson beam, aspiring to pierce the heavens. When the energy beam dissipated, Chajuan's chest was severely scorched, revealing a gaping wound, and he collapsed in shock. Originally, this attack was intended for Chajuan. Compared to the strikingly beautiful Taya Rabbit, eliminating this unsightly character seemed far more gratifying. Tony nonchalantly discarded Taya Rabbit and hoisted up Kaisa, continuing his journey. As a warrior, you are quite exceptional, yet regrettably on the wrong side. If you do not consider joining the Revolutionary Army, you might as well prepare for your demise alongside the world government. Sighing, Tony shook his head in pity as he soared into the skies towards the Holy Court Kingdom. The gas incident had claimed the lives of numerous Revolutionary Army soldiers, and he felt compelled to provide them with a satisfactory resolution. The deployment of Chajuan and Taya Rabbit by the Old World government was akin to a self-sabotage, destined for failure. The blame rested on the upper echelons of the government for their avarice and the shortage of capable subordinates, which forced them to utilize such weak pawns. Upon his return, Chajuan would likely be merely a symbolic casualty, with the government failing to express gratitude for his sacrifice. For them, the priority remained finding a replacement for Chajuan, as maintaining peak combat readiness was essential in their struggle against the Revolutionary Army. Truly the master, how effortlessly he defeated that fellow. When shall I transform into such a formidable being? Frankie's eyes, enhanced by mechanical modifications, allowed him to witness the battle unfold via satellite, igniting a yearning for the unnatural demon fruit-powered armor. Currently, he could only transform into a war machine or various styles of iron suits, which paled in comparison to the might of the Straw Hat Pirates. Individuals like Bluffing Shuman, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro could easily overpower him, revealing a significant disparity in strength. Rumor had it that Mr. Tony was a romantic soul, yet his ruthless actions towards women seemed contradictory. Sanji, who observed the battle through Frankie, struggled to reconcile his knightly principles with such brutal treatment of Taya Rabbit. Had he been present, he would have willingly surrendered rather than harm her, a flaw that required his comrades to compensate. Unlike Bluffing Shuman and Monkey Luffy, who could strike without mercy even against women, the lives of their allies held paramount importance. That armored uncle is quite intriguing. How I wish to recruit him onto our ship. Does anyone have his contact information? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he witnessed Tony's combat prowess, developing an interest in attracting him to their crew. The others aboard exchanged glances, bemused. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, and it was a miracle they were not apprehended as pirates, let alone the fanciful notion of Tony joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami disregarded Luffy's musings, directing the ship onward into the New World. Even with the absence of much of the original plot, they remained resolute in their determination to explore every corner of the ocean. unlike Luffy's quest for the Pirate King's treasure. Nami's aspiration was to chart the routes of the New World and the Grand Line, fulfilling a dream she had harbored since childhood. In the New World, floating islands were present. You dare to wish to kill a great scientist? Do you have any idea how many factions are vying for my allegiance? On the execution platform, where Bangdewald and the Golden Lion Shiki had perished, it was now Kaisa's turn, who was infuriated and shouted in exasperation. The prosecutor condemned Kaisa for crimes of child trafficking, illegal experimentation, and endangering lives, yet Kaisa felt no remorse for these accusations. He believed that the noble pursuit of science was meant to propel humanity forward. Thus, sacrificing a few was justifiable. Kaisa felt no guilt for those who perished in his experiments. To sacrifice for the advancement of humankind was a privilege they had earned over generations. Yet the Revolutionary Army sought to condemn him to death, a notion that was incomprehensible to him. How absurd! The deathly gas you developed is hardly a beneficial invention for humanity. It was merely designed to combat the Revolutionary Army. Spare me your excuses. Feng Shio mocked with a cold sneer, deeming Kaisa a man deserving of his fate, unrepentant and thus unforgivable. Kaisa was momentarily speechless, but attempted to argue. It's merely a matter of serving my masters in the Navy. At this point, the prosecutor, seeing that time was running out, dismissed Kaisa's feeble attempts at defense and commanded his soldiers to proceed with the execution. In this world, there were countless noble and righteous scientists, and the malevolent Kaisa was not irreplaceable. Awaiting him was the most severe and brutal punishment. You cannot kill me. Chapter 361. Invincible in close combat since his debut. Tony Stark had always relied on the formidable firepower of his iron armor to vanquish enemies, never exhibiting prowess in hand-to-hand combat. As the most powerful design among his armors, Tony felt no need to learn any combat techniques, as his intelligent system flawlessly recorded all the martial arts from the pirate world. After years of refining, even when faced with the combined onslaught of Taya Rabbit and Chajuan, Tony navigated the situation with ease. With a flick of his arm, a laser blade was ejected, transforming Tony into a master swordsman in an instant. Utilizing combat data acquired from Yin Maihawk, he effortlessly deflected several of Taya Rabbit's formidable sword strikes. In the calculations of his advanced superintelligence system, while Taya Rabbit's swordsmanship was commendable, it was riddled with flaws on Tony's system interface. The system pinpointed several weak points, and as Tony wielded the laser blade, the intense heat of the sword's edge inflicted a grievous wound upon Taya Rabbit's arm, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. It's over. This attack was originally intended for Chatten. Compared to the strikingly handsome Taya Rabbit, it is far more satisfying to eliminate this grotesque individual. Tony casually discarded Taya Rabbit and picked up Kaisa, continuing on his journey. As a warrior, you are indeed remarkable, but regrettably, you have chosen the wrong side. If you do not consider joining the Revolutionary Army, you should prepare for your demise alongside the world government. Shaking his head in dismay, Tony soared into the sky, heading towards the kingdom of Holy Court. Many Revolutionary Army soldiers perished in this gas incident, and it is imperative to provide them with a satisfactory explanation. The fact that the old world government dispatched Chatten and Taya Rabbit was akin to inviting their own defeat. One could only blame the dark-hearted upper echelons of the government for their lack of capable high-level combatants, which forced them to send these individuals as mere fillers. It is likely that upon returning, Chatten will only receive symbolic recognition, as the higher-ups will not express gratitude for his sacrifice. For them, the priority remains to swiftly find a replacement for Chatten's position. To contend with the Revolutionary Army, they must always maintain peak combat readiness. Truly, my mentor is exceptional. He effortlessly defeated that fellow. When will I be able to transform myself into such a formidable force? Frankie's eyes, enhanced through mechanical modification, allowed him to witness the unfolding battle via satellite. He became enamored with the concept of a devil fruit-powered exosuit. Currently, he could only transform into a war machine or various styles of armored suits, which seemed insufficient when compared to the formidable members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The likes of Bluffing Shuman, Monkey D, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro could easily overpower him, revealing a noticeable gap in strength. It is rumored that Mr. Tony is quite the romantic, yet he shows such brutality towards women, which seems rather out of character. Sanji, having observed the battle through Frankie, found it difficult to accept such ruthless behavior toward the lady, having been steeped in chivalric ideals since childhood. Were he present, he would undoubtedly choose to be captured rather than harm Taya Rabbit, a flaw that his companions must compensate for. Unlike Bluffing Schumann and Monkey D. Luffy, who would strike without hesitation even against women, the lives of their comrades take precedence. That armored uncle is quite fascinating. How I wish to bring him aboard. Does anyone have his contact information? Upon witnessing Tony's battle, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, intrigued by such a powerful individual and contemplating an alliance. The others on the ship gazed at him in disbelief. After all, he is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. It would be fortunate if they were allowed to leave as pirates, let alone fantasize about Tony joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Such thoughts are utterly absurd. Nami disregarded Luffy's whims and directed the ship towards the New World. Despite the narrative's deviations from the original, they remain resolute in their determination to explore every corner of the sea. Unlike Luffy's quest for the Pirate King's treasure, Nami's aspiration is to create a navigational map of the New World and the Grand Line, fulfilling a dream she has held since childhood. In the execution chamber, where Bondivard and the Golden Lion Shiki once met their demise, it is now Kaise's turn. Enraged, he cursed vehemently. The judicial officer directly sentenced Kaisa for child trafficking, illegal experimentation, and endangering lives, yet Kaisa remained unrepentant. He argued that the noble pursuit of science aims to advance humanity, and thus sacrificing a few is justified. Kaisa felt no guilt for those who perished in his experiments, believing them fortunate to contribute to human progress, while the Revolutionary Army sought to condemn him to death, which he found utterly incomprehensible. How laughable! The toxic gas of the Death Kingdom you studied hardly seems beneficial to humanity. It is clearly intended for use against the Revolutionary Army. There is no need for such excuses. Ferris mocked him with disdain, believing that a man who refuses to repent does not deserve mercy. Kaisa found himself momentarily speechless but forced a defense, claiming to be merely following orders from the Navy's high command. As time pressed on, the judicial officer, seeing no merit in Kaisa's arguments, commanded his subordinates to proceed with the execution. The world is abundant with righteous and talented scientists. Kaisa, the malevolent one, is not irreplaceable, and he shall face the harshest punishment. You cannot kill me. Chapter 362. The Old World Government's Reaction Bang. A bullet imbued with haki exploded Kaisa's head, executing him with minimal effort, much like the previous executions of Shiki and Bondivard. Seizing the moment of their demise, the Sword Demon utilized the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to extract the devil fruit abilities from their bodies and reassemble them into the fruit in his hand. It is indeed a unique ability, rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. It is far better suited as a reward for the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. Each execution is broadcasted live, and upon witnessing their talents executed, the Old World government was infuriated. Their bioweapon, which held promise in countering the Revolutionary Army, had been ruthlessly obliterated by them, leading to an immense feeling of loss. Simultaneously, Bluffing Shaman appeared near the holy land of Mary Geos, retrieving a scroll to seal the toxic gas and, taking advantage of the unprepared Navy soldiers, released it without hesitation. Boom! A symbol of a tadpole surged outward, releasing a torrent of dark purple gas that quickly enveloped the surroundings. Utilizing his super speed to his advantage, Bluffing Shaman swiftly evacuated the battlefield. The Navy soldiers, stunned by sudden appearance, were caught off guard as a wave of Death Kingdom gas engulfed them, causing their bodies to gradually succumb to poisoning and turn to wax before perishing on the spot. This bioweapon was originally theirs, now unleashed upon them by Bluffing Shaman, marking their own downfall and resulting in significant casualties among their ranks. The Celestial Dragons and high-ranking officials evacuated the premises, alarmed at the continuing spread of the toxic gas. Feeling incensed by Bluffing Shaman's actions, undoubtedly, this was yet another scheme devised by Ferris. Currently, there is no time for Bluffing Shaman to pursue. The immediate priority is to expel this terrifying gas to prevent the Holy Land from turning into a wasteland. Should they fail to defend this location, they would be forced to retreat to Navy headquarters, which would be even more disadvantageous. Although Tony Stark had developed a diluted version of the gas, he would not be foolish enough to hand over the formula to the Old World government. It would be best if they all perished under the Death Kingdom gas, saving Ferris the trouble and allowing the Revolutionary Army to have no further concerns. Those Revolutionary Army members are still as treacherous as ever. At such a critical moment, they must rely on Lord M to intervene. A sword chi sliced through the void, cleaving a spatial rift, which unleashed an endless suction that absorbed all the toxic gas in the area, rendering it invisible once more. This ambush nearly led to the annihilation of the Old World government's forces. Had it not been for M's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Dr. Bejapanka of the Navy Research Corps expressed his dissatisfaction with the government's retention of such a menace, though he refrained from voicing further complaints. Currently, the pacifists have completed a new round of optimization, but due to limitations imposed by their innate abilities, they have no new products capable of effectively countering the Revolutionary Army. The genius of Tony Stark in military scientific research is unparalleled, whether in the Marvel Universe or the world of pirates. The death of Caesar has also instilled a sense of vigilance among scientists affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, as they realize that even as key experimental personnel, if they engage in morally reprehensible actions, the new government is unlikely to show them clemency. Stark Industries is currently investigating how to reverse the gigantification of the affected children, aiming to restore them to their normal forms. Through this medical and scientific endeavor, they may unravel the inherent strength of the giant race and uncover their vulnerabilities. This issue was promptly resolved with the successful research of PIM particles, which allowed for the physical reduction of these children by several folds, thus enabling their initial return to normalcy. The remaining challenge lies in eliminating their adverse reactions to the medication. Overall, the compassion and strength exhibited by the new government far surpass those of the Old World government, earning greater recognition. The Old World government was taken aback by the Revolutionary Army's successful gigantification experiments and soon harbored intentions to steal intelligence for further research. They dispatched numerous intelligence operatives to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army within the Grand Line, particularly in the waters of the Noah Kingdom. Under the leadership of the Blue Demon and the Red Demon, the giant warriors launched a counteroffensive against the territories occupied by the Revolutionary Army, gradually reclaiming their land. As the giantification system prepared for activation, several diminutive figures descended from the sky, taking advantage of their airborne position to activate the gigantification devices on their battle suits, instantly enlarging their bodies. The Ant-Man warriors landed on the battlefield, forcefully repelling the giant warriors and skillfully launching darts to reduce their weapons in size. A sense of alarm arose among the giant warriors as they deftly wielded their weapons to deflect the incoming darts, unleashing a ferocious counterattack. However, many of the giant warriors were struck, their colossal forms diminishing to that of ordinary humans, leaving them momentarily bewildered. They could never have anticipated that Tony Stark would successfully create the Ant-Man suit, endowing them with the ability to alter their size. Thanks to Stark's modifications, this batch of Ant-Man suits boasted capabilities far superior to those described in the original narrative, allowing for seamless transitions between gigantic and miniature forms. Just as the giant warriors prepared to strike down these detestable foes, they suddenly found their forms vanishing from sight. In reality, the Ant-Man team had not disappeared, but had merely shrunk to a size imperceptible to the naked eye. The now miniature Ant-Man took advantage of the giant's unawareness to attach several miniature explosives to their bodies before reverting to their enlarged forms. As the giant warriors attempted to retaliate, they were met with a series of violent explosions, severely injuring them and causing blood to flow from their mouths. Is this the might of Stark Industries? Witnessing their comrades suffer injuries, the Blue Demon and the Red Demon ordered a retreat, recognizing their inability to contend with foes capable of freely altering their size. The Old World government, upon receiving this news, felt a profound sense of defeat as the advantage of the giant race had been neutralized by their adversaries, leaving them without better solutions to counter the situation. In Chapter 362, the Old World government's response unfolded. A bullet imbued with overwhelming force struck Caesar, obliterating his head without hesitation, reminiscent of the previous executions of Shiki and Bondewald. Seizing the opportunity, the sword demon utilized the powers of the dark fruit to extract the devil fruit abilities from the fallen, reconstituting them into the fruit in his hand. Rather than allowing such unique abilities to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, it was more prudent to reward the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. The execution process was broadcasted live, inciting outrage among the Old World government as they witnessed their talented personnel executed, rendering their research on the Death Kingdom utterly futile. The crushing disappointment of losing their biochemical weapon, which they had hoped would counter the Revolutionary Army, was palpable. Meanwhile, Wave Wind Sway Men appeared near the Holy Land of Mary Joa, producing a sealing scroll to release toxic gas, catching the naval soldiers off guard. A surge of dark purple gas rapidly spread from the tadpole rune, enveloping the surroundings, while Wave Wind Sway Men swiftly evacuated, leveraging his super speed. The naval soldiers, stunned by Wave Wind Sway Men's sudden appearance, found themselves engulfed by the toxic gas, leading to their bodies succumbing to its effects, transforming them into waxen statues in the process. This biochemical weapon, once theirs, was now unleashed against them, a fitting consequence of their own misdeeds, resulting in substantial casualties among their ranks. The celestial dragons and high-ranking officials of the government hastily vacated the premises, incensed by Wave Wind Sway Men's actions as the gas continued to spread. There was no doubt that this was yet another scheme devised by Feng Xiao. Now, with no time to pursue Wave Wind Sway Men, their primary concern was to eliminate the terrifying gas before it turned the Holy Land into a desolate wasteland. Should they falter here, retreating to the naval headquarters would render them even more vulnerable. Although Tony Stark had developed a diluted gas formula, he would never be foolish enough to share it with the Old World government. It would be best if they perished under the effects of the Death Kingdom gas, sparing Feng Xiao further trouble and leaving the Revolutionary Army without any lingering concerns. The Revolutionary Army's methods remained insidiously cunning. In this crucial moment, reliance on Lord M was paramount, as a streak of sword energy cleaved through the void, creating a spatial rift that absorbed the surrounding toxic gas, restoring the area to safety. This ambush nearly led to the annihilation of the Old World government, and had it not been for M's intervention, the outcome would have been dire. As the research on Pim Lizzie progressed successfully, the situation was swiftly resolved. By merely shrinking the bodies of these children several times over, they could initially return to normal, leaving only the task of eliminating their reactions to the medication. In summary, the new government exhibited a level of compassion and strength that far surpassed that of the Old World government, earning significant recognition. The Old World government was caught off guard, never anticipating that the Revolutionary Army would succeed in their giantization experiments first. This led them to devise plans to steal intelligence and conduct research, dispatching numerous intelligence operatives to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army within the Great Route, particularly in the waters of the Nuya Kingdom. The warriors of the Giant Clan, under the leadership of the Qingguwei and Hongguwei, began to counterattack the territories occupied by the Revolutionary Army, gradually reclaiming their land. Suddenly, the giantization system was ready, and several petite figures descended from the sky on swallows. Taking advantage of their airborne status, they activated the giantization devices on their battle suits, their bodies casting shadows as they enlarged instantly. The sound of impact echoed as a dozen giantized ant-men landed on the battlefield, swinging their fists to drive back the Giant Clan warriors several paces and effortlessly launching darts to shrink the weapons in their hands. Beware! Do not let their darts hit you. Several agile Giant Clan warriors swung their weapons, unleashing shockwaves that knocked down the incoming darts, launching a furious assault in return. Yet, many Giant Clan warriors were struck, their towering forms, once dozens of zhang tall, reduced to the size of ordinary humans, leaving them utterly bewildered. They could hardly fathom that Teng Nizitake had successfully created the Ant-Man suit, possessing the extraordinary ability to alter their size. Thanks to Teng Nizitake's modifications, This batch of Ant-Man suits boasted capabilities far superior to those in the original tale, allowing for seamless transitions between giant and diminutive forms. As the giant clan warriors wielded their weapons, poised to eradicate these pesky foes, they suddenly noticed their forms disappearing. In reality, the Ant-Men had not vanished. They had simply shrunk to the size of mosquitoes, making them nearly undetectable. The shrunken Ant-Man squad landed on the bodies of the giant clan warriors, planting several microbombs before reverting to their giant forms. Just as the giant clan warriors prepared to launch their attack, they were met with a series of violent explosions, leaving them severely injured, blood trickling from their mouths. Is this the might of Stark Industries? The Chingguwei and Hongguwei, witnessing several comrades gravely wounded, immediately ordered a retreat. Faced with foes capable of freely altering their sizes, they found themselves unable to fight back. Upon receiving the news, the Old World government experienced profound feelings of defeat, as the advantages of the giant clan's alliance had been neutralized, leaving them with no viable countermeasures. Chapter 363. Setting sail for Cake Island. The Straw Hat Pirates set sail for the New World, devoid of the series of events present in the original tale. However, this did not dampen their fervor for nautical adventures. Captain Luffy found the journey somewhat lackluster. Whenever they encountered any fleets of the Revolutionary Army, he would generously supply them with abundant provisions before departing. This left Luffy feeling a diminished sense of adventure. Nami, on the other hand, perceived the situation positively, relishing the opportunity to embark on unrestrained adventures at sea thanks to their connections. Moreover, as they traveled, they encountered few pirate forces to clash with, sparing them from numerous life and death duels. All right, if I seek a worthy opponent to hone my skills, let us head toward the island where the corpulent Big Mom resides. With his bounty now soaring to 650 million, Luffy concluded that only the Yonko pirate crew, particularly the 143, could qualify as his rivals. The Dark King Rayleigh had advised him on multiple occasions that to grow stronger, one must endure numerous life-and-death combat trials to continually surpass oneself. Yet, the current nautical experience felt excessively mundane, prompting him to challenge Big Mom. "Oh my, Captain, have you lost your mind? You actually want to provoke that woman?" The naive Choba gasped in horror at her name, jumping up in disbelief. Usopp, the crew's most life-preserving member, clutched Luffy tightly, trembling as he implored. "Can't you just stay alive? Why must you seek your own demise? Don't be impulsive, Captain. Ho ho ho. Our captain is truly spirited. I suppose I must follow you to a glorious demise, even though I'm already a dead man." Buzenk laughed exaggeratedly, gesturing with his cane toward the direction of Cake Island. Falanki promptly adjusted the ship's course toward Cake Island. "Hey, you're being far too rash. You didn't even consult us before making this decision, nor did you consider whether Salong, Sanji, or Mizu no Kaze wanted to go." Nami, hands on her hips, angrily struck Luffy on the head, fuming. Yet, Salong's attitude leaned toward desiring a duel with a true powerhouse, feeling indifferent about risking his life. As for Sanji, he had long heard of the striking beauty among Big Mom's daughters, instantly captivated and thus agreeing with Luffy's decision. "I'm fine with it. Even if Big Mom can't keep up with my speed, never underestimate the power of a ninja." Mizu no Kaze smiled amiably, confident that, at his level, the Yonko were not insurmountable foes. Appreciating Luffy's ambition to sharpen himself, he vowed to safeguard the crew's safety, regardless of the peril that awaited them on Cake Island. This was also the intent behind Feng Xiu's covert orchestration, with the next action plan aimed at altering the current balance among the Yonko. While the red-haired, Grim Reaper, and Whitebeard pirate crews would remain, Big Mom and the Beast Pirates would become their primary targets for suppression. Their alliance with the Old World government would not alter the inevitable downfall of the Old World government, but would hasten the demise of both Big Mom and Kaido. Now, they awaited the Straw Hat Pirates' arrival at Cake Island, poised to unleash chaos before executing their plan to eliminate Kaido and Big Mom one by one. Ultimately, he would continue to implement large-scale military reforms among his forces, utilizing Tengniziteke's technology to enhance their weaponry and supplies, thereby instilling fear in the Old World government. At Cake Island, The three commanders, having heard of the Straw Hat Pirates' impending assault, positioned themselves and their subordinates here, quietly awaiting their arrival. Due to Feng Xiu's intervention, the true strength of the Straw Hat Pirates remained largely unknown across the seas, leading to widespread underestimation. Even as Cake Island faced the onslaught of the Revolutionary Army, suffering casualties among their comrades, the Big Mom Pirates were not a mere new pirate crew to be trifled with. Foolish straw hats, prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. The long-legged tribe member, Samuji, stepped forward, utilizing the power of his Jaja fruit to absorb seawater and swell to a colossal size before unleashing a gigantic sword chi that surged across the ocean, causing towering waves to crash violently on either side, an unstoppable force. Oh, I almost forgot that Big Mom has a highly skilled swordswoman among her ranks. Let me have a word with this individual. Zoro unsheathed the cursed blade, Yao Dao Gue Che, its blade gleaming with a mesmerizing and sinister radiance. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, racing across the surface of the sea, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword beam that dispersed the incoming colossal sword energy. Unexpectedly, Sanji, upon spotting the numerous beautiful women on Cake Island, was instantly captivated, stepping lightly as he made his way toward their camp. Sanji, can you occasionally be a bit more reliable? Nami exclaimed, feeling exasperated. With such formidable foes ahead, if Sanji maintained this demeanor, he might easily meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Straw Hat Luffy, utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, sensed that among the sweet commanders Katakuri, the user of the Machi Machi no Mi was the strongest. He immediately activated his Gear 3rd and roared towards his opponent. The two unleashed a ferocity in battle that far exceeded that depicted in the original narrative, their conquerors' haki clashing together, stirring up a tempestuous whirlwind that seemed to resonate with the terrifying force of a hurricane concealed in their midst. The overwhelming auras enveloped the surroundings, causing creatures within a radius of several hundred miles to tremble as if they had encountered something dreadful. Who would have thought that Straw Hat Luffy's strength was so terrifying? Truly, he was the son of the revolutionary dragon. However, Katakuri smugly thought, your techniques are all within my grasp. Let me test your skills. Awakening in that moment, Katakuri transformed the surrounding waters into a Machi domain, ensnaring Luffy within it. With his arms hardened through haki, he executed a move reminiscent of the 57 Gomu no elephant gun. In essence, his Machi could achieve effects akin to rubber, and coupled with the enhancement of haki, he could replicate any technique his opponent unleashed. In an instant, both warriors swung their colossal arms, unleashing a barrage of punches that erupted like an explosive collision, shattering the Machi domain around them, sending everything nearby flying in a violent tempest. Among the sweet commanders, only the Biscuit Knight Cracker remained, a foe easily handled by their remaining comrades. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze transformed into a golden flash, swiftly intercepting Big Mom, determined to halt her advance single-handedly. Sage Mode, activate. Chapter 363. Departure to Cake Island. The Straw Hat Pirates set sail towards the New World, devoid of the series of events from the original story. Yet this did not diminish their fervor for nautical adventure. Captain Luffy found himself somewhat bored. Any Revolutionary Army fleets they encountered would be met with abundant supplies dropped off before they continued on their way. This lack of thrilling encounters left Luffy feeling a bit deprived of excitement, while Nami appreciated the situation, relishing the freedom to cruise the seas without consequence. Moreover, their journey was marked by a scarcity of pirate forces to clash with, thus sparing them from life-and-death confrontations. All right, if I'm seeking an opponent to hone my skills, then we shall navigate towards the island where that rotund lady resides. Monkey D. Luffy's bounty had risen to 650 million, and he concluded that only the Yonko crew, the red-haired pirates, might qualify as worthy adversaries. He recalled Rayleigh's words that one must endure various life-and-death battles to achieve true strength, yet the current voyage felt too monotonous, prompting him to challenge Big Mom. Oh my, Captain, you've gone mad. You actually wish to provoke that woman? Chopper exclaimed in disbelief, startled by the mention of her name. Usopp, the most cautious among them, clung tightly to Luffy, trembling as he pleaded, Can't we just stay alive? Why must you seek death? Don't be impulsive, Captain. Ho ho ho. Captain, your spirit is commendable. If that is your wish, then I shall follow you to a glorious demise. Even though I'm already a ghost, Brooke chuckled exaggeratedly, gesturing towards the direction of Cake Island with his cane. Frankie promptly turned the ship toward their destination. Hey, you're being too reckless. You didn't even consult us before making this decision, nor did you consider whether Zoro, Sanji, or Minato wanted to join. Nami crossed her arms, angrily tapping Luffy on the head. However, Zoro's stance was one of eager anticipation for a duel with a true powerhouse, willing to risk his life for the challenge. Sanji, too, had heard tales of the strikingly beautiful daughters under Big Mom's command and found himself drawn to Luffy's resolve. I'm not concerned. Even if Big Mom comes after me, she might not keep up with my speed. Do not underestimate the power of a ninja. Minato remarked with a calm smile, confident in his abilities. Given his prowess, the Yonko were not insurmountable foes. With Luffy determined to sharpen his skills, Minato resolved to ensure the safety of the crew, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. This was also in line with the directive from Feng Xiu, whose next strategic move involved altering the balance of power among the Yonko. While Shanks, the Grim Reaper, and the Whitebeard pirates would remain intact, Big Mom and the Beast pirates would become primary targets for suppression. Their alliance with the Old World government could not alter the inevitable demise awaiting them, but would only hasten their downfall alongside Kaido. Now, they awaited the Straw Hat Pirates' arrival at Cake Island, ready to unleash chaos and eliminate Kaido and Big Mom one by one. Only then could they continue their extensive military reforms, utilizing Tony Stark's technology to enhance their weaponry and pose a formidable threat to the Old World government. At Cake Island, upon hearing of the Straw Hats' impending arrival, the Sweet Commanders took position, quietly awaiting their demise. Due to Feng Xiu's interference, the true strength of the Straw Hat Pirates remained largely unknown, leading to their underestimation by the forces present. Even with the Revolutionary Army's assault on Cake Island, resulting in numerous casualties, the current Big Mom pirates were not a mere new generation crew capable of being easily defeated. Foolish Straw Hats, you shall pay for your arrogance. The Long-Leg tribe member, Smuggy, stepped forward, utilizing the powers of the Zaza fruit to absorb seawater, his form expanding to colossal proportions as he unleashed a massive sword energy across the sea, summoning towering waves that crashed violently to either side. Oh, I had forgotten that Big Mom has a highly skilled swordswoman among her ranks. Allow me to engage her. Zoro drew Yao Dao Gui Che once more, its blade shimmering with an eerie brilliance, and swiftly charged forward, racing across the sea, effortlessly slicing through the incoming massive sword energy. Unexpectedly, Sanji, upon spotting the numerous beautiful women on Cake Island, was instantly captivated, stepping lightly as he made his way toward their camp. Sanji, can you occasionally be a bit more reliable? Nami exclaimed, feeling exasperated. With such formidable foes ahead, if Sanji maintained this demeanor, he might easily meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Two formidable presences swept across the scene, causing creatures within a radius of hundreds of miles to experience a momentary tremor in their very souls, as if they had encountered something dreadfully terrifying. It was astonishing to witness the sheer power of Straw Hat Luffy. He truly lived up to being the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. However, alas, your techniques are all within my capacity to replicate. Let me test your mettle. Katakuri awakened right then and there, transforming the surrounding sea into a realm of glutinous rice, ensnaring Straw Hat Luffy within its grasp. His arms, fortified with the glutinous rice-armed color, initiated a technique reminiscent of the 57 rubber giant elephant. Overall, his glutinous rice could achieve effects akin to rubber, enhanced further by the might of haki, allowing him to mimic any technique his opponent unleashed. In an instant, the two adversaries swung their massive arms, creating a flurry of fist shadows that collided with explosive force, shattering the glutinous rice domain around them, sending a tempestuous wave crashing through everything in the vicinity. Among the three commanders, only the Biscuit Knight Cracker remained, a foe that could be managed by the remaining comrades working in unison. Meanwhile, Wave Wind Minato transformed into a golden flash, moving at high speed to intercept Big Mom, aiming to single-handedly halt her advance. Sage Mode awakened. Chapter 364. Winning Hearts over at Cake Island. Luffy and his crew engaged in a fierce battle with the Big Mom pirates, with neither side willing to yield, unleashing a cacophony of energy blasts and violent roars. The inhabitants of the myriad islands had grown accustomed to such chaos. Since Big Mom's rise, countless adversaries had dared to provoke and invade. Yet for the first time, they faced an opponent of such formidable strength. Currently, the Straw Hat Pirates boasted a power level akin to that of the Seven Warlords. And with the addition of Wave Wind Minato, their overall combat prowess had reached new heights. On this front, Robin wielded her hands gracefully, shattering the Biscuit Soldier Legion with her delicate yet powerful strikes, while Frankie, transformed into a fifth-generation war machine, unleashed a barrage of missiles upon the enemy. Since Big Mom had allied with the remnants of the Old World government against them, Feng Xiu resolved to have Wave Wind Minato weaken the enemy's combat strength first. The Revolutionary Army had dedicated most of its forces to confronting the Old World government, leaving Feng Xiu with 300,000 troops from the 07th Division at his disposal. After careful selection, only 100,000 met Feng Xiu's stringent criteria. These troops were collectively referred to as the Navy Special Operations Forces, each soldier armed to the teeth, embodying the pinnacle of human physical capability. On the battlefield, this unit would serve as the sharpest blade, piercing through enemy vulnerabilities and tearing open a path directly to their heart, rendering any adversary incapable of offense, forced to endure a defensive stance. Among the Navy Special Operations Forces were those endowed with Devil Fruit powers, the Holy Court Legion, and Tony's Mechanized Army, which not only functioned as war machines but also retained their human consciousness. To effectively enhance this unit's overall strength, the new government invested hundreds of billions of berries in the market to procure devil fruits and weaponry. The outcome was evident. At the very least, no group of 10 Old World government soldiers could hope to defeat a member of the Navy Special Operations Forces. Naturally, this was still insufficient against higher-tier combatants, ultimately necessitating the intervention of their senior officers. Aside from the devil fruit users, the remaining members could submerge into the depths of the sea, capable of holding their breath for extended periods, which proved extraordinarily useful for launching surprise attacks. Furthermore, to express trust in humanity, a select group of elites from the Fishman Forces was established as the Fishman Special Operations Forces. Through years of policy adjustments by Feng Xiu, the animosity between humans and fishmen had been gradually diminishing, necessitating cooperation against the celestial dragons. King Neptune was responsible for coordinating the relationship between fishmen and humans, and countless fishmen had witnessed the formidable power exhibited by humanity. It was laughable that some among their race still wished to annihilate humans to dominate the land, failing to recognize the strength of human warriors, whether in hockey or devil fruits. Humanity was never lacking in such power. Feng Xiu sought to emulate the grand military parades of the past, showcasing the might of the new government through military drills to win the hearts of the populace. He aimed for the citizens to feel a profound despair towards the Old World government, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion, thus facilitating future control over them. All media outlets were contacted to broadcast this parade, which commenced a 4-hour display. The Fishman Special Operations Forces swiftly maneuvered across the sea, forming various formations under Feng Xiu's command, effectively approaching enemy warships undetected. Given that fishmen possessed tenfold the strength of humans, a mere handful could unleash punches comparable to missile strikes. Through this demonstration, many humans found their animosity towards fishmen diminishing significantly, as they too joined in the resistance against the celestial dragons. To the celestial dragons, both humans and fishmen were alike, subject to abuse and humiliation at will. With a shared enemy, cooperation became an inevitability. It was truly astonishing that the Revolutionary Army's technological prowess was so formidable. The world government faced peril. It remained uncertain whether the revolutionaries possessed the capability to swiftly topple the old world order. The onlookers witnessing the new government's display felt an overwhelming sense of relief. For them, a powerful nation was the foundation of their survival. The live broadcast attracted numerous viewers, all contemplating how to sever ties with the old world government in pursuit of survival opportunities. Feng Xiu's intentions were transparent. He wished for the Navy government to buckle under pressure, descending gradually into the abyss, until only a handful of supporters remained. As a result of this incident, many member nations of the old world government had quietly begun to withdraw, actively surrendering to the Revolutionary Army, yielding remarkably significant outcomes. Damn it, who allowed you to watch this nonsense? From now on, no one is permitted to view such broadcasts without my command. The high-ranking officials of the government, noticing the recent changes, erupted in anger as numerous kings and Navy soldiers discreetly exited their ranks. Anyone who dared to leave would find the 5 elders and the attending Navy generals unwilling to stand idly by, ready to eliminate any fleeing individuals on the spot. Rather than allowing them to escape, it would be better to eradicate all these traitors right here, in the eyes of these individuals. The Transformers had long been seen as harbingers of doom. Yet, despite the government's desperate attempts to suppress the news, they could not contend with the might of Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, which effortlessly manipulated the information and interface to convey desired messages. The live broadcast showcased the simultaneous drills of the land, sea, and air special operations forces, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Their formation was impeccably orderly, movements swift and precise, with an unparalleled synergy among them. The disparity in effectiveness compared to Navy soldiers was akin to a chasm. The Revolutionary Army decisively outmatched the old world government by several streets. Although the 3 million strong forces had been reduced to 1 million, their combat effectiveness soared, making it abundantly clear that even if the opposition deployed 3 times their number, they would still be more than sufficient. Feng Xiu did not harbor disdain towards the naval soldiers and kings who sought refuge. As long as their allegiance was genuine, past grievances could be disregarded. However, should any individual be discovered attempting to exploit the revolutionary forces for personal gain, he would not hesitate to expel them without mercy. The pivotal question now rests on how long the old world government can sustain itself, for soldiers retained by coercive means ultimately relinquish their loyalty. Chapter 365. Demonstration of new vessels. The military exercises of the Revolutionary Army continued to unfold on screens across various locations, serving as an effective means to dismantle the faith of the old world government's naval soldiers and garner public support. Dozens of magnetic storm speedboats surged forth, emitting waves capable of attracting nearby sea kings. A monstrous creature resembling a deep-sea crocodile, towering 50 zhang, approached with a fearsome open maw, ready to strike at the magnetic storm boats. Suddenly, the speedboats levitated and united, unleashing high-voltage electric currents of up to tens of millions of volts into the depths below, incapacitating the Sea King. In a display reminiscent of the Thunder Fruit, the speedboats also released spherical lightning, targeting foes a kilometer away. The explosive power was sufficient to annihilate all structures on a small island, showcasing the capacity to engage with over 100 naval warships simultaneously. Following this was the introduction of mini submarines, each capable of accommodating 1 person, characterized by their agility and speed, able to launch a barrage of torpedoes at enemy weak points. In dire circumstances, these mini submarines could self-destruct, inflicting damage and disruption on enemy vessels for a full 30 seconds, potentially altering the tide of battle and creating opportunities for the fleet to obliterate the adversary. At this juncture, the high Tianyi vessels made their appearance, capable of seamlessly transitioning between flight and naval modes. Equipped with weapon systems that could engage both ground-to-air and air-to-ground assaults. The old world government, witnessing this ostentatious military display, erupted in anger, chastising their naval scientific research teams for failing to produce weaponry that could rival that of the singular genius, Tony Stark. They felt a sense of grievance, as no one could have anticipated Stark's emergence, bringing forth weaponry and vehicles that were centuries ahead of their time. The moniker of super genius was not merely for show. Stark wielded a power that rivaled that of the divine, his iron armor rendering him nearly invincible. While government officials publicly expressed disdain, they privately coveted the new vessels displayed before them, determined to seize them, even if it meant resorting to firearms. With a reference model, Dr. Vegapunk could swiftly decipher the structural designs and fabricate similar vessels. After the Revolutionary Army concluded their vessel demonstration, they proceeded to showcase various missile types, each more destructive and functionally advanced than the Jericho missile. Some missiles could burrow underground to strike designated targets, while others allowed soldiers to navigate towards specified objects via GPS. Essentially, all modern and gaming missile technologies have been successfully crafted by Stark, with only interstellar weaponry remaining unstudied. Given the rarity of individuals in the pirate world capable of traversing space, Stark temporarily abandoned such pursuits. Following this were the unveilings of the Apocalypse tank, Athena cannon, dual-blade helicopters, and Tengu mechs, all representing weaponry that the technology of the pirate world would take centuries to develop. With these advanced weapons and mechs, Fengxiu had established a formidable military force capable of overwhelming the naval forces, even presenting a significant challenge to him. All showcased military weaponry circled the vicinity of the Holy Land, inciting envy among government officials, who longed to acquire them but dared not act. Fearing a strong retaliation from the Revolutionary Army that could result in the downfall of the entire world government, the old world government maintained a calm, observatory stance, contemplating how to covertly acquire the weapon data, knowing they could not reveal such intentions in front of the Revolutionary Army. This military exercise was far from over. The moment the Revolutionary Army deployed the Japanese-style Oni King mech, it captivated the attention of all present. Towering 6 stories high, the mech resembled a fearsome samurai capable of demolishing any structure encountered, with its eyes capable of unleashing devastating energy beams to breach enemy defenses. The cost of this colossal war machine was astronomical, equivalent to an entire year's economic output of a small nation, making it feasible only for the financially robust new government to produce 50 units at once. To destroy such a mech would require extreme caution, even from naval admirals, as a single misstep could result in severe injury from the energy beams. The Oni King mech operated autonomously, capable of remote control from great distances, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary admirals to dismantle. The latest generation of peacekeepers from the Old World government appeared feeble in comparison to the Oni King mech, easily obliterated with a mere flick of its might. Consequently, all allied nations under the Old World government announced their withdrawal, unwilling to risk further antagonizing the revolutionary forces and their leaders, such as Akainu. Presently, aligning with the Revolutionary Army permitted them to retain their minimal wealth. Otherwise, facing the shared destruction with the Old World government would jeopardize their very lives. Facing unprecedented humiliation, the isolated Old World government felt the sting of betrayal and rebellion, a sensation intolerable to the self-important celestial dragons. Dominating the seas for centuries, they had commanded respect from all factions, yet now found themselves repeatedly thwarted by the emergence of Fengxiu. The revolutionary leader himself had become the primary target for assassination by the Old World government, with a staggering bounty of 10 billion berries, a sum capable of drawing the attention of any faction or powerful individual. However, upon recognizing the target as Fengxiu, all felt it was a futile endeavor. If they possessed the power to eliminate such a formidable adversary, would they truly concern themselves with the bounty? In the realm of financial might, Fengxiu would only make them acutely aware of their own humiliation, openly pricing the 5 elders, Wano, Akainu, and others at mere hundreds to thousands of berries, a value so shockingly low it was almost laughable. The bounty itself was inconsequential. Fengxiu merely wished them to understand that in his eyes, these remnants of defeat were worth little more than that, employing an alternative method of mockery and humiliation. As the day of Lord M's emergence drew closer, the upper echelons of the government could only choose to endure in silence, awaiting the time when old and new grievances would be reckoned together. Chapter 366. A deepening despair. The conclusion of the Revolutionary Army's military exercises left the world in awe of the showcased weaponry. instilling a sense of reverence among the lower classes while plunging the government elite into despair. The advanced technology exhibited by the enemy was overwhelmingly impressive, rivaling the legendary ancient weaponry and possessing the potential to reshape the entire world. The naval government currently finds itself retreating to Marinfando, lacking the strength to break through the encirclement set by the revolutionary forces. The lower-ranking Navy soldiers are still discussing yesterday's military drill, expressing their concerns about the future and revealing a complete loss of will to resist against the revolutionary armies. The opposing forces, whether in terms of equipment, combat prowess, or weaponry, surpassed the Navy soldiers honed by the Old World government. It is not a matter of cowardice. Rather, they have resigned themselves to the grim reality that they would merely become cannon fodder on the battlefield, rendering any valiant resistance utterly meaningless. Many Navy soldiers, unable to bear the fear of death, have instigated riots in a desperate bid to escape the grip of the world government. The result was tragic. Those individuals were incinerated by the molten fist of Akainu, leaving no room for any uprising. The attitude of the high-ranking officials in the Navy is clear. All soldiers must fight to the death, or else they must persevere as members of the Navy, bearing the identity of 433 until the end. This has led to a growing discontent among the remaining millions of soldiers, laying the groundwork for a passive attitude towards future battles against the revolutionary forces. It can be said that the upper echelons of the Old World government are recklessly steering towards their own demise, sensing the increasingly somber atmosphere among the Navy troops. The government ordered them to cease watching such broadcasts, suggesting that they would be better off honing their skills instead. This was particularly directed at those Navy commanders who had consumed devil fruits, already advantaged over ordinary individuals, and were subjected to training intensities amplified tenfold by Akainu. To prevent further dips in morale, the government sought to suppress information regarding the recent military drill. However, they could not withstand the power of online dissemination. Although the Navy government had trained numerous computer experts, breaching the firewalls set by Tony Stark was virtually impossible. The content of the new government's military exercises spread across the internet, showcasing a formidable strength that could potentially replace the Old World government. The suffering populace in the New World, still under the oppressive rule of the Old World government, eagerly anticipated the rapid takeover by the revolutionary forces, hoping for their complete liberation. Their properties had already been confiscated by the government, and able-bodied men were forcibly conscripted into the Navy to join the struggle against the revolutionaries. Any sign of dissent was met with brutal violence, and even when confronted by pirates, they refrained from engaging, often attempting to coerce them into joining the Navy. To counter the revolutionary forces, they sought to rally any potential combatants. The attitude of the Five Elders was one of indifference, with the position of world dominion slipping away. The fates of these commoners mattered little to them. Furthermore, they felt that the civilians who incessantly clamored for the revolutionary forces to defeat the world government ought to be taught a lesson to curb their annoyance. Despite the Old World government having maintained global peace for centuries, witnessing the burgeoning strength of the Revolutionary Army and their unwavering support for it was utterly ungrateful. The naval government found itself unable to contend with the revolutionary forces, yet they believed they could easily subdue these lowly commoners. The oppressed populace, intimidated by the Navy's ruthlessness, harbored deep resentment while remaining silent, merely waiting for the opportune moment to erupt. At the naval headquarters in Marinfando, in a high-level meeting room, the Five Elders expressed their outrage towards Tony Stark, who flaunted his newly developed weapons, merely an ordinary man relying on his iron armor. They lamented that in the past, no one would dare showcase their superior wares before them, as anything used by the celestial dragons was of the utmost quality. Resolving to steal Stark's technology became their priority. They could not allow him to maintain an advantage in armaments, lest the Old World government descend into further turmoil. The proposal for a military drill, suggested by Sengoku, was met with skepticism. He could not believe that their weaponry was so inferior to Stark's. However, the others scoffed at this notion, unwilling to acknowledge the vast technological gap between them. It was feared that this military exercise would not unite the hearts of the people, but instead highlight the disparity between them, leading to further disdain. As the initiators of this exercise, they would face public disgrace, a humiliating failure. Wait, our current restraint is merely temporary. Once our strength becomes overwhelmingly superior, we shall teach those revolutionary scoundrels a lesson. Akainu declared coldly, confident in his and Kizu's rapid training progress, as they were among the elite injected with the super soldier serum. Originally, reaching the level of the 4 emperors was their limit. Yet surpassing them now seemed increasingly within reach. Green Bull was also demonstrating a stable and explosive growth in strength, almost matching Akainu and the others, showcasing remarkable potential and talent. Now, all 3 of them were regarded as favored disciples by Emu, entrusted with the profound techniques of hockey and combat skills. Should all else fail, they might have to resort to stealing enemy military secrets, as the intelligence capabilities of the C9 group were no mere boast. The 5 elders were supportive of such actions. If they could decode the enemy's weapon data through this method, it would be a sound strategy. After extensive discussion, they decided to place their hopes for a counteroffensive on Emu and the 3 main forces of the Navy, as they were the only ones capable of contending with the high-level enemy forces. The blame lay squarely on Feng Xiu for his arrogance in selling the super soldier serum, inadvertently granting them the opportunity to break through their limits. After the new government conducted military exercises, a pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped the Navy forces. The overwhelming disparity made many contemplate surrendering their resistance. At this critical juncture, the Old World government announced a delay in salary disbursement, reallocating all funds to the development of new weaponry. The Navy soldiers had grown accustomed to such behavior, aware that the Celestial Dragons still held sufficient funds to sustain the Navy government for years to come. The announcement of salary delays was aimed at turning them into free cannon fodder, banking on their fear of public defiance. With seasoned veterans like Zifa and Garp absent, no one in the Navy government dared to speak up for them. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials, the Navy soldiers merely played a role in leading the charge, existing at the level of expendable fodder, incapable of altering the outcome of a war. Under such circumstances, the Old World government deemed providing food and shelter sufficient, viewing the delay in salary as inconsequential. To stabilize the emotions of the Navy soldiers, Sengoku assured them that their current hardships were merely temporary. Once the Revolutionary Army was defeated, the world government would reward the Navy soldiers manifold. However, those with intellect are well aware that such statements are merely empty promises. The preemptive assurances of benefits ultimately lead to nothing but disillusionment. In the confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the Old World government, the majority of soldiers may not survive until the end, rendering these so-called rewards little more than a jest. The only force capable of extricating the Old World government from its predicament is the Wuhuang pirates. Should they choose to ally with the Navy, they would undoubtedly obstruct the advance of the Revolutionary Army. Initially, the mere apprehension of the strength of Whitebeard was sufficient to leave the world government in utter disarray. Not to mention that among the Wuhuang, there are those who are less than agreeable. I can only express my profound sympathy for the government's plight. Regrettably, the red-haired pirates have no intention of joining the fray, so any notion of forming an alliance should be set aside for the time being. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, has repeatedly dismissed emissaries from the island with an air of indifference, having clearly articulated his stance. He is far more inclined to support the Revolutionary Army in becoming the dominion of the world, and he is acutely aware of the strength of Feng Xiu's crew. To engage in reckless battle would only lead to the needless demise of his comrades. Having previously dealt with the Old World government, he understood that the rule of the Celestial Dragons was destined to be ephemeral, and it was unexpected that this situation would be disrupted by the Holy Land Kingdom. Even if they assisted the Old World government in vanquishing the Revolutionary Army, those in high office would certainly seek to eliminate him afterward to prevent a recurrence of such events. The red-haired pirates have no enmity with Feng Xiu and see no need to offend such a formidable being for the sake of this motley crew. Thus, adopting a neutral stance and observing from afar is the most prudent choice. How vexatious! A gaggle of corrupt government officials believes they are worthy of an alliance with me. From now on, upon hearing such news, simply refused without further need for my report. In the Jingling court, Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni sat cross-legged on the ground, tearing apart the letter in his hands, his expression one of impatience. Were it not for certain reservations, he would have long since revealed the nature of his relationship with Feng Xiu to dissuade those in the upper echelons of government from their futile hopes, who would wish to oppose their own shadow. The entire crew of the Death God Pirates stands ever ready to serve as a reserve force for Feng Xiu, poised to spring into action at the slightest command. Following the suppression of pirates in the New World, many formidable pirates opted to join the Death God Pirates. Unaware of the true nature of their ties with Feng Xiu, many expressed curiosity. Logically, the Death God Pirates should have no fear of the Revolutionary Army. Yet Captain Yamamoto has consistently refrained from any conflict with them, even during the recent aggressive actions taken by the Revolutionary Army against pirate forces. Aside from the Straw Hat Pirates, only the Death God and Whitebeard Pirates emerged unscathed, leading them to speculate that the captain must have some clandestine connection with the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army. The recent frequent assaults on the Navy headquarters by the Death God Pirates suggest they're indeed allied with the revolutionaries, seeking to assist in toppling the Old World government. The Whitebeard Pirates share a similar stance, remaining steadfast in their refusal to collaborate with the Old World government, regardless of the enticing offers presented. It is well known that Whitebeard perished at the hands of the Navy's Admiral Akainu and suffered further grievous injuries from Kazu. They have no time for vengeance, let alone to ally with their adversary. Uchiha Madara, representing the will of his comrades, publicly declared that should a decisive battle ensue between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy government, the Whitebeard Pirates would undoubtedly join the fray. This left the Navy government at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. The animosity forged during the Top War, due to Whitebeard's demise, has only intensified the enmity between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates. Prior to this, they even contemplated the public execution of Portgas D. Ace. The government hierarchy harbors no expectations, merely striving to entice any potential allies, yet they are met with unwavering resistance. Over 2 years have elapsed since the Top War, yet the hatred between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy has only grown, underscoring the profound impact of Whitebeard's death on their morale. Yet, war is a matter of life and death. Moreover, even had Whitebeard chosen to retreat gracefully at that time, he would not have lived long regardless, so why should all blame be placed upon them? Ultimately, only Kaido and Big Mom have actively responded to the world government summons, pouring all their resources into opposing Feng Xiu. The Straw Hat Pirates, during their previous battle at Whole Cake Island, left the island in disarray, ultimately retreating successfully under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, inciting Big Mom's fury. Once regarded with disdain, the Straw Hat Pirates now possess the strength to contend with the Wu Huang Pirates, a rate of growth that is nothing short of astonishing. Following his encounter with formidable adversaries, Monkey D., Luffy has resolved to challenge each of the 5 emperors before seeking the treasure of the Pirate King, startling Usopp, Chopper, and the others into fainting spells. They do not wish to be led into peril by their captain. At times, could he not consider the welfare of his less formidable crewmates? On the side of the Old World government, after regaining his position, Admiral Akainu swiftly convened a meeting, demanding that the Gorosei compel the Celestial Dragons to provide financial support for the development and manufacturing of weaponry. Should the Old World government be breached, guarding such immense wealth would be meaningless. It would be better to commit fully and engage the Revolutionary Army in a desperate battle. During the meeting, Akainu insisted that the Celestial Dragons furnish substantial funding as support. Otherwise, the world government would face an even graver predicament. The nations that once stood with the Old World government have largely abandoned them. Their only option to confront the Revolutionary Army is to rely on their own strength. Previously, the Celestial Dragons liquidated numerous invaluable treasures during the currency transition, which, if used judiciously, could sustain the Navy for a decade. The Navy's high command hesitated to voice their needs, but with the recent departures of Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Zephyr, and the recent death of T-Pig, should the Celestial Dragons continue to hoard their wealth, they would find themselves with no alternative. Rather than humbly seeking cooperation from the Wuhuang pirates, Akainu would prefer to strive for independence, strengthening technological advancement while stabilizing public sentiment. Recently, during a naval engagement, Akainu unleashed his formidable technique, the 050 Dogtooth Red Lotus, severing an arm from the Ghost King mecha, significantly enhancing the Navy's technological prowess. As the Revolutionary Army intensifies its assaults, they unwittingly provide the Old World government with a continuous supply of research materials. Thus, Akainu personally retrieves these components each time. In light of this situation, Tony Stark remains unfazed. After all, what they salvage are merely remnants of his outdated projects. He can effortlessly conjure high-tech weapons from Marvel's technological civilization within his mind, even inventing technologies that do not belong to Earth, albeit at a gradual pace. Furthermore, he genuinely looks down upon the Navy government's technological standards and perceives little merit in overpowering them. Thus, he merely offers guidance to prevent future humiliations. Tony is well aware of the Navy's chief scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, whose relentless pursuit of surpassing him makes him an ideal candidate for mentorship. With everything in place, the only thing lacking is substantial financial support. Upon hearing such a proposal, the Gorosei hesitated but ultimately recognized its validity. There is nothing more paramount than reclaiming world dominance. If we hesitate to let go now, we shall inevitably lose even more in the future. This matter needs to be communicated to those noble celestial dragons, as it is beyond our authority to decide, nor is it necessary to consult Lord Im regarding it. In the Holy Land, there are fewer than 500 celestial dragons remaining, each controlled by several prominent families, with their wealth meticulously guarded. Gaining financial support from these individuals is not an easy task, even for the Gorosei. It requires mutual negotiation. Even the Gorosei themselves, at times, must request funding from these families, which gradually breeds their dissatisfaction. To protect the interests of these celestial dragon families, the Gorosei have engaged extensively with other powers and endured the prejudice and scorn of the world. Despite the ongoing war between the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army, they continue to indulge in an opulent and extravagant lifestyle within their palatial abodes. Given this circumstance, it would be prudent to allocate this year's taxes towards enhancing naval research and technology, which would undoubtedly facilitate the unraveling and manufacturing of the core technology for the Oni King mech. Sengoku has unprecedentedly chosen not to side with the Celestial Dragons, consistently viewing matters from the perspective of the Navy. While the Celestial Dragons may be of noble lineage, prioritizing their interests above all else, the current situation necessitates a more discerning approach. Truth be told, the Navy government has endured untold pressure and suffering for the sake of the Celestial Dragons over the years. Yet these noble sons and daughters show no gratitude. What did you say? How dare the mere Navy encroach upon the property of the Celestial Dragons? That belongs to our taxes. Dare to touch it and see what happens. The conversation among the high-ranking Navy officials was overheard by a Celestial Dragon representative passing by the conference room, who barged in and pointedly insulted Admiral Akainu. Their words were profoundly contemptible and infuriating, yet Akainu appeared remarkably composed, though his inner rage had reached its zenith. With a swift and fiery punch, he struck, piercing the chest of the Celestial Dragon representative with the swiftness of a meteor. Before the pain could register, the representative's eyes widened in death. What have you done, Admiral Akainu? The death of the Celestial Dragon representative cast a pall over the Gorosei and the Navy's upper echelons, even if they harbored discontent towards him. Publicly killing a Celestial Dragon was an immensely serious crime. However, Akainu's strength was unmatched in the room, and given the Navy government's current need for personnel, who could truly sentence him to death? Let them blame me. If the Celestial Dragons wish to retaliate, so be it. As Lord Im's disciple, our status is nearly as noble as yours, and this is something you must acknowledge. Kizaru expressed his agreement with Akainu's actions, as he too had felt the urge to discipline the Celestial Dragons. They desperately strive to maintain the dominion of the Celestial Dragons. Yet some arrogant nobles seek to instigate chaos. While their greed is typically tolerable, The Navy government now requires substantial funding to combat the Revolutionary Army, which is not for their own benefit. Yet these celestial dragons remain self-centered. After Akainu dispatched the celestial dragon representative, he displayed an air of indifference, welcoming any blame from the old world government. Without the protection of these Navy commanders, the celestial dragons would have long been reduced to dust, leaving them no ground to be arrogant today. The body of the celestial dragon was removed by Navy soldiers. After all, he was merely a low-ranking member of a celestial dragon family, and his death was inconsequential enough not to provoke the current Navy admiral's ire. Thus, this matter was settled. Anyone who dared to oppose would have to speak with their fists. Akainu's tone was laden with a sense of threat, demonstrating an undeniable dominance. Unlike Sengoku, he would not entertain complaints. If they were dissatisfied, they could resign. When the Revolutionary Army strikes, let the celestial dragons take up arms to defend themselves. They will bear the consequences. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word, tacitly accepting Admiral Akainu's decision, and simultaneously shocked by his audacity to kill a celestial dragon. Considering he was a disciple of Lord M, the Gorosei felt it inappropriate to say much more, merely advising Akainu to communicate more calmly in the future rather than acting impulsively. However, this incident directly incited a rebellion among the celestial dragon soldiers. Chapter 369: The Wrath of the Celestial Dragons. In a new world, Holy Land, Mary Geos. The news of Admiral Akainu's killing of the celestial dragon representative spread rapidly throughout the Holy Land, stunning the celestial dragons momentarily before igniting their furious wrath. For centuries, regardless of changes within the Navy government, they have always treated the celestial dragons with the utmost reverence, akin to loyal sycophants following their every command. No matter how high-ranking the Navy officer, they have always approached the celestial dragons with the utmost caution, making today's shocking event unprecedented. Hearing that they intended to allocate this year's heavenly gold for weapon development directly threatened their interests, prompting them to rally their armies and surround the conference room. The leaders of this movement included Saint Charlemagne and Saint Muscarud, with Saint Kemiel also at the forefront, each wielding powerful magnum handguns loaded with sea prism stone bullets. The Holy Land's military is not part of the Navy forces, comprising roughly several thousand personnel, each equipped with 7th-generation steel battle suits and armed with Gauss sniper rifles. A considerable expense to arm this unit. Bring that Akainu out. How dare that mere Navy Admiral rebel against us? I doubt he can hold on to his position now. He should come out and face justice. Indeed, how dare he publicly kill one of our own? Just because he is a disciple of Lord M does not grant him the right to act so arrogantly. The most despicable part is that he wishes to seize the heavenly gold that rightfully belongs to us. This is utterly intolerable. If you cannot defeat the Revolutionary Army, it is your own incompetence. Even spending vast amounts of money will be in vain. A multitude of celestial dragons blocked the doorway, demanding Akainu pay for his blood debt, as the dignity of the world nobility must not be so blatantly challenged. They have been cornered too tightly lately, constantly pressed by the Revolutionary Army's onslaught. And now even the Navy has dared to rebel, igniting their pent-up frustration. Admiral Akainu holds some esteem within the Navy, and seeing the celestial dragons clamoring to remove him from power, a considerable number of Navy soldiers surrounded them with weapons drawn. What the hell are you shouting about here? Do you wish to revolt? Do you think you can just see Admiral Akainu whenever you want? Just because one celestial dragon died. We Navy soldiers face death on the battlefield every day without complaint. Is the life of a celestial dragon worth more? Get as far away as you can. With such arrogance, why don't you go battle those valiant revolutionary soldiers instead? The Navy and Holy Land guards confronted each other, nearly escalating into violence, threatening to result in a bloody conflict. If a fight were to break out, it would likely lead to a life-or-death struggle, with neither side willing to back down until mutual destruction ensued. Enough! A resounding roar echoed as General Chi Quan appeared at the entrance of the conference room, displaying no regard for the media's presence. The death of the Tianlongren was a fact, and no amount of justification could alter that reality. Chi Quan reprimanded the reporters for their fervent disputes while displaying a lack of such fervor in combat against the Revolutionary Army. The naval soldiers overwhelmingly supported Chi Quan, believing they had risked their lives to uphold the Tianlongren's dominion, only to be met with disdain. Should Chi Quan exhibit any signs of treachery against the government, they would undoubtedly follow him without hesitation. I had previously stated that those who harbored grievances should voice them with their fists. Donning steel armor would not grant them immunity. For beneath their own strength, such armor was akin to worthless scrap. A glimmer of murderous intent emanated from Chi Quan's gaze, sending tremors through the Tianlongren forces, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs, as if they were facing an impending volcanic eruption. Chi Quan dismissed these individuals entirely, capable of annihilating them at will. Yet he refrained, mindful of Lord Im's reputation. For this remaining cadre of Tianlongren was all that stood in the present world. They could not simply be executed at whim. Withdraw at once, he commanded. We are at a critical juncture in our battle against the Revolutionary Army. This year's Tianshangjian shall serve as funding for the Navy, and I hereby represent their consent to this demand. Ultimately, this matter reached Lord Im's ears, though he did not appear in person, his voice echoing from several kilometers away, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The request regarding Tianshangjian was trivial, and Lord Im could easily allocate further resources to enhance the Navy's overall capabilities. As for the matter of Chi Quan slaying the Tianlongren representative, Lord Im could choose to overlook it. After all, the man was already dead. Could one truly condemn General Chi Quan to death for such an act? At this moment, conflicts arose within the Old World government, which bore no benefit for them. Before the Revolutionary Army could strike, they would be led to ruin by their own internal strife. You younger generations are quite amusing. Ziguan Zima. For centuries, you have thrived under the Tianlongren's name, and now is your time to prove yourselves. Take up arms and confront the Revolutionary Army. With Lord Im's orders, the Tianlongren present were taken aback, astonished that he not only endorsed Chi Quan, but also intended to send them into the perilous battlefield. Many Tianlongren members expressed their dissent, refusing to engage in combat against the Revolutionary Army, believing the Navy government was sufficient for such violent endeavors. It was not their place to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, those who had protested found their lives swiftly extinguished as a silver flash swept across their necks, as if transcending time and space, the sharpness of the blade catching them unawares. If Chi Quan had the audacity to eliminate those disobedient Tianlongren, then Lord Im, as their master, would not yield either. He felt profound disappointment towards these Tianlongren descendants, noting that hardly any of them possessed the potential to achieve greatness. They squandered their days in debauchery, neglecting the cultivation of their haki, and even rejected the consumption of the devil fruits, treasures that could significantly enhance their combat prowess, merely because they disliked the taste. Even the Tianlongren should not rely solely on external power. Without formidable strength, they would eventually face retribution. Regrettably, this generation of Tianlongren was not only lacking in combat prowess, but also possessed rather ordinary qualities. In contrast, the training talents displayed by Chi Quan, Huang Yuan, and Lunyo piqued Lord Im's interest. Chapter 370. Descending into panic upon the conclusion of the military parade by the Revolutionary Army. An influx of military enthusiasts from various regions sought to join their ranks in a collective effort to overthrow the Old World government. Among them were many spies dispatched by the Navy government, intent on pilfering research materials on newly developed weaponry and ships to create advantageous opportunities for a future counteroffensive. Despite the futility of such endeavors, they clung to the last remnants of hope, steadfast in their belief that they stood on the side of justice. In these times, joining the Revolutionary Army was no simple task. One had to memorize the Communist Manifesto and the core values of the proletariat, demonstrating a profound understanding to gain initial recognition. Ultimately, there was the Mind Probe device, created by Tony Stark, which would interrogate them regarding their identities and motivations for joining the Revolutionary Army. The results were predictable. Most spies from the Old World government found themselves unable to pass this test, promptly detained and imprisoned, with a success rate of less than 5%. Even those few who managed to pass were unlikely to steal the core documents stored on Stark's computers, for their current technological capabilities were centuries behind the mark. Feng Xiu was well aware of the identities of these spies, but chose not to alarm them, instead sending them to the front lines as cannon fodder destined to perish on the battlefield. As spies, their true identities remained unknown even to the Navy soldiers on the battlefield, sealing their tragic fates. The actions of the Old World government effectively provided the Revolutionary Army with a vast labor force for war, yet they would achieve none of their objectives regarding the theft of research materials. If you wish to play the game of deception with me, allow me to teach you how to conduct yourselves, Feng Xiu commanded. Following his orders, members of the Shadow Army concealed within the Navy exploited their positions to lure numerous Revolutionary Army spies into their ranks, even employing disguise techniques to deceive Navy commanders. Whatever targets they sought to impersonate, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence department could effortlessly retrieve their life stories and detailed information. These infiltrating spies, aside from monitoring the Navy government's movements, were also tasked with generating overwhelming propaganda proclaiming the Revolutionary Army's inevitable victory, instilling a sense of panic throughout the Navy forces. The remaining Navy soldiers already harbored such thoughts, and after the revolutionary spies' persuasive tactics, they became even more convinced, living in a state of constant dread. The higher echelons of the Navy detected this phenomenon and, due to their unwavering resolve, were not swayed. However, they struggled to trace the source of the propaganda. On the battlefield, the morale of the Navy soldiers waned further, and they found themselves unable to muster any resistance against the Revolutionary Army's assaults, leading to their gradual retreat amidst an already precarious situation. It appeared that spies still lurked within the Navy, and it would be necessary to request Lord M's intervention to root them out. The elders of the Five Elders, after careful consideration, concluded as much. Although the spies previously within the Navy had been eradicated, it was impossible to prevent the entry of enemy infiltrators. One could not refuse the admission of any new members. Without the infusion of fresh blood, the Navy, given its current staggering mortality rate, would likely face extinction within a few years. The pirate world was not lacking in population, which explained the rampant lawlessness among pirates at sea, a phenomenon that the world government had struggled to suppress for centuries. However, before Lord M could take action, these spies received intelligence and swiftly fled the Navy headquarters overnight, inciting fury among the senior officials. They were also astonished by Feng Xiu's intelligence department, whose capabilities seemed to grant them omniscience over every move made by their adversaries. Even if all surveillance devices and cameras were dismantled, the sense of unease would remain undiminished, causing them great distress. In reality, they were being monitored by artificial satellites suspended in space, and Feng Xiu had invested heavily in the surveillance efforts, ensuring his subordinates were on watch around the clock. Even the formidable Lord M found it challenging to destroy satellites located far above in the cosmos, rendering the Navy in a distinctly passive position. Upon learning that the lofty Tenryubito had been ordered to join the battlefield, Feng Xiu could not help but find it amusing. Their belated realization seemed rather dull-witted. Those pampered young masters and ladies would undoubtedly perish more swiftly than ordinary naval soldiers, perhaps even causing more trouble than assistance. They might bully the common folk and oppress the vulnerable in everyday life, but when it came to the brutal struggle for survival, they would be the first to falter. While Lord M desired these Tenryubito to meet their demise, Feng Xiu would not allow his subordinates to be courteous. The Navy soldiers were already preoccupied with their own survival and had little capacity to ensure the safety of the Tenryubito. The tide of revolution had already risen, and no force could impede their advance. The Old World government faced only a dead end. In the New World, territories belonging to the Old World government were dwindling, compelling Kaido and Big Mom to muster all their forces to converge with them. With the addition of the three calamities and the three commanders, the Revolutionary Army's progress had slowed considerably, yet could not deter the upper echelons of the revolutionaries. The sword demon Atakusu, the god of light, the Thunderfire, the Shimada brothers, and Sabo would render the Old World government's advantage utterly non-existent. The Whitebeard pirates, led by Uchiha Madara and Shimin Chue Shui, launched a ferocious assault against the naval government amidst the revolutionary tide. They had previously proclaimed that when the Revolutionary Army attacked the naval government, they would come to their aid with all their might, seeking vengeance for their father, Whitebeard. Amidst the chaos, Akainu was engaged in battle when a figure enveloped in dark purple flames descended nearby, accompanied by Uchiha Madara, clad in a blood-patterned trench coat. A ragtag group of defeated soldiers dared to resist the world government's dominion. Did they wish to perish alongside that old man Whitebeard? This provocation ignited the fury of the Whitebeard pirates, with Fire Fist Ace and Uchiha Madara launching a fierce counterattack. I shall not be defeated by you again. Brace yourself. The temperature soared as the dark purple flames approached the core of the earth, and Uchiha Madara manifested Susanu's armored form around Ace, warping the space surrounding Akainu into a distorted haze. Countless naval soldiers were reduced to ashes under this onslaught, as only those of vice admiral rank or higher could hope to withstand such an assault. This level of attack finally stirred a reaction from Akainu, who felt the imminent threat of death and unleashed a torrent of magma in a desperate defense. Chapter 371. The Vinsmoke family joins the fray after the Navy successfully repelled the Revolutionary Army's assault. It suffered considerable injuries, with Admiral Akainu nursing a severe burn on his chest inflicted by a punch. He had dealt significant damage to Whitebeard with his magma fist, only to find himself on the receiving end of similar treatment today. Ultimately, the Old World government had too few forces engaged in the battle, leading Big Mom to recruit the giant race into her ranks, turning her attention to the Vinsmoke family. As a family renowned for their formidable physique and advanced technology in the pirate world, the potential of the Vinsmoke family was immeasurable. Initially, they had sought to halt the Revolutionary Army's advance in the North Sea, refusing to cede the region, only to face defeat and subsequent labor reform. Now, their period of labor reform had concluded, and the three brothers, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, had undergone genetic extraction by Tony Stark for the development of an enhanced super soldier serum. They had been subjected to multiple serum injections daily, not only augmenting their strength, but also gradually rectifying the defects in their genetic lineage, allowing them to regain their human emotions. King Garci observed the remarkable biotechnological prowess of Tony Stark with astonishment, realizing that remaining with the Revolutionary Army might not be so unfavorable after all, since they could rectify the defects in their genetic lineage. The Super Soldier Serum Project certainly held significant research value, prompting Garci to apply for participation in the study. The ambition of unifying the North Sea seemed less pressing at this time, and Feng Xiu promised him that with commendable performance, he might once again be entrusted with governance over the North Sea. It appeared that Big Mom's faction intended to lure the Vinsmoke family back to the Old World government, oblivious to the fact that they had already resolved to pledge their loyalty to Lord Feng Xiu. After receiving a secret message, Reiju hurried to Feng Xiu to declare her loyalty, which greatly pleased him, perhaps due to the Vinsmoke family's reacquisition of human emotions. Feng Xiu found himself more favorably inclined toward Reiju and the three brothers. Overall, they were merely in their 20s, yet already possessed formidable strength, if utilized wisely. They could become powerful allies in the future. Under the influence of the super soldier serum and mutant genes, they now wielded strength comparable to that of vice admirals, and they were undergoing further intensive training. Regrettably, after months of psychological evaluations, it remained uncertain whether they had fully overcome the defects in their genetic lineage. Thus, Feng Xiu refrained from involving them in the war. It seemed that Big Mom was resolutely intent on becoming the world government's lackey, tirelessly working to recruit combatants for them. Feng Xiu had long ceased to feel apprehensive about Big Mom. It was her recruitment of giant warriors into the Navy that had led to significant casualties within the Revolutionary Army. Now, it was evident that even the Vinsmoke family was not spared, highlighting the extent of the Old World government's manpower shortage. They might assume that the Revolutionary Army's occupation of the North Sea would incite the Vinsmoke family's wrath. But little did they know that the entire family had chosen to serve under Feng Xiu's banner. Reiju's demeanor toward her was somewhat ambiguous, while Garci became engrossed in research with Tony Stark, particularly as the three brothers exhibited personalities ranging from aloof to optimistic and humorous. This was an undisclosed side of them, quite distinct from their previously domineering, ruthless, and cold-hearted nature. In light of this, it seemed appropriate to expel her from the Five Emperors pirate crew. Feng Xiu would show no mercy to any adversary. Big Mom's numerous offspring had amassed an extensive network through marital alliances, posing a significant threat to him. Therefore, plans to dismantle the Big Mom pirates must be swiftly set in motion. Reiju directly rejected Big Mom's overtures, asserting that as long as she could remain by Feng Xiu's side, that was sufficient. She would not even mind serving alongside the Empress and Robin. A man of such power and status, standing atop the world, deserved the devotion of many exceptional women, with the upper echelons of the Vinsmoke family choosing to defect. The original military forces were reallocated into various combat units based on their strength after labor reform. As clones, they retained their innate combat instincts and performed on the battlefield with prowess comparable to that of Revolutionary Army soldiers. Even when injured, they felt little sensation and could maintain a high level of combat output. As for the scientific teams, they were integrated into Tony Stark's laboratory, tasked with enhancing the biochemical science projects. The Vince Smoke family's scientific endeavors prominently featured cloning technology, which, after being manipulated by Tony and Jarvis to decipher experimental data, was rapidly put into production. The clone soldiers who perished on the battlefield could be resurrected as long as their genetic data was retrieved, equating to a ceaseless army for the Revolutionary Army. Months passed, and the three brothers, Ichi, finally passed psychological evaluations, possessing complete human emotions and sound mental qualities. After experiencing the myriad joys of humanity, they felt that their previous years had been squandered, spent in a hellish regimen of training. Now, living as normal humans, they owed their gratitude to Feng Xiu, who had defeated them and brought them here for transformation. Upon learning that Sanji was now a chef in the Straw Hat Pirates, they felt a sense of relief regarding their younger brother and diminished their previous disdain for him. With little else to occupy their time, the three brothers decided to join the fight against the Old World government. Feng Xiu supported their decision, as their involvement in the war would undoubtedly bolster the Revolutionary Army and further undermine the Navy government. Even Big Mom herself was taken aback by the Vince Smoke family's choice to oppose the Old World government, nearly sending her into a fury. Just as she contemplated annihilating the Vince Smoke family, a series of assassination plans targeting her began to unfold. Several of her children from the Big Mom pirates were assassinated, and numerous scheming officers chose to betray her, joining the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. Feng Xiu boldly declared that Big Mom must pay for her misguided choices, and the loss of her treacherous children was the most effective form of retribution. Ultimately, he intended to eliminate Big Mom entirely, ensuring the Big Mom pirates vanished from the seas. Chapter 372, The Fusion of Iron and Ant-Man Suits, Tony Stark. Perhaps eager to flaunt his scientific advancements before the Navy government, directly combined clones, Iron Man suits, and PIM particles. The PIM particles required human genes as a medium, and when infused with the power of the Iron Man suit, the resulting force was beyond imagination. At sea, the Navy's giant troop, led by Qiao Jian, wielded their weapons to unleash a terrifying shockwave that obliterated hundreds of Revolutionary Army warships in their path. The members of the giant pirate crew had all been integrated into this unit, and the government, in a bid to enhance their combat capabilities, provided them with a final batch of super soldier serum. This made their already imposing figures even more formidable, with one soldier equating to an army of thousands, serving as a robust defense against the Revolutionary Army's assaults. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea emerged several towering robots, resembling Iron Man suits, each operated by a clone soldier, showcasing movements far more agile than mere mechanical control. The end of the giant race had arrived. These colossal iron ant mechas appeared, extending launch devices from their shoulders, raining missiles down upon the giant troops in a relentless barrage. Fortunately, the Navy's giant troops, having undergone enhancements, managed to withstand the onslaught, sustaining injuries but retaining their combat effectiveness. Their palm energy cannons continuously fired, creating towering waves upon the ocean, making it nearly impossible for the giant warriors to defeat their foes without closing the distance. The waves surged forth, engulfing the sky and transforming into torrential rain, subsequently followed by cooling missiles launched by the Iron Ant Legion, freezing numerous giant warriors amidst the seawater. Laser blades ejected from their arms, and the Iron Ant Legion charged at the giant warriors, creating ripples that spread outward, ensnaring their limbs. With energy from their reactor converging, they unleashed blinding beams that pierced through the enemy. When necessary, they could rapidly shrink, surprising their foes with ambushes that led to the complete rout of the Navy's giant troops. Damn Tony Stark for developing such technology. A swift retreat was in order. The enemy's firepower was ferocious, and the Navy's giant troops fought desperately to delay their advance, allowing their subordinates to withdraw from the battlefield, leaving a few behind to manage the aftermath. The Vince Smoke family also acquired this PIM particle technology, and due to their robust superhuman physique, they could inject it to achieve a giant state, maintaining this for approximately 11 hours without side effects. Big Mom's relentless attempts to recruit the Vince Smoke family were also aimed at obtaining this technology, hoping to gain the formidable strength of the giant race for herself. Reiju consistently declined, fearing any notion of betraying Feng Xiao, setting aside her fondness for him. The fact that he could imprint every clone soldier with a mental mark ensured she could never act against him. In light of these events, Reiju privately approached her father, Judge, expressing that the Vince Smoke family's past ambition to unify the North Sea now seemed laughable. Surviving amidst the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and the Navy government was no easy feat. Even a single battle could obliterate the German kingdom. It would be wiser to seek refuge with one faction to ensure the Vince Smoke family's continuation. Presently, the Revolutionary Army appeared to be a commendable choice, making betrayal tantamount to self-destruction. The conditions offered by the Navy government could just as easily be obtained here. Moreover, with the genetic flaws of the Ichi brothers rectified, the Vince Smoke family felt immense gratitude towards Feng Xiao, making subservience to him seem acceptable. Had they not once bowed to the world government? Now, with a better option available, there was no need to court disaster. The Revolutionary Army becoming the world's dominion was merely a matter of time, and the Vince Smoke family would inevitably have to make a choice. At this juncture, Feng Xiao appeared, having heard of their situation, and resolved to have Judge play along for the time being, as it was time to teach that woman a lesson. Witnessing Feng Xiao's murderous intent towards one of the sea's reigning emperors, Judge felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that only Feng Xiao dared entertain such thoughts. For centuries, no one had ever contemplated harming one of the 5 emperors, with the sole exception of Feng Xiao. Faced with this reality, Judge could only brace himself and comply. To lure Big Mom into a trap, he deliberately expressed anger and dissatisfaction during their phone conversation, even suggesting that he would summon the Ichi brothers back to serve the Navy together. Big Mom had witnessed the Ichi brothers' performance on the battlefield, and the prospect of them becoming her subordinates lifted her spirits considerably. She instructed that when they escaped, they should ensure to deliver the research data on PIM particles, Iron Man suits, and super soldier serum, allowing Feng Xiao to experience despair. With these research materials, the old world government could swiftly bridge the gap in weaponry and commence a counteroffensive. Most importantly, the cloning experiment data could provide the Navy government with sustained operational capabilities for prolonged engagements, alleviating concerns over loyalty. After arranging to meet in a specific maritime location several days later, Dama anticipated being personally escorted away, unaware that she was unwittingly stepping into a trap set by Feng Xiao. That will suffice. I shall handle the remaining matters. Feng Xiao declared upon learning of their gathering place, intending to disguise himself as Jiaji to seize the opportunity to eliminate Dama. Meanwhile, Dama, filled with self-satisfaction and blind confidence in her own strength, failed to recognize the impending danger. She believed that someone of Jiaji's caliber posed no threat to her, as she could easily defeat him without relying on her devil fruit powers. As long as Feng Xiao refrained from intervening, Dama was certain that her escape would be effortless, and she would not easily perish on the battlefield. Of course, the most significant gain would stem from the research data. Star's creations were renowned for their excellence, and acquiring the genius's scientific achievements would greatly enhance the Navy's weaponry. With this in mind, Dama boarded a pirate ship toward the designated rendezvous point, careful not to attract the attention of Revolutionary Army vessels. Chapter 373. The outbreak of the Zou incident. The Straw Hat Pirates continued their adventures in the New World, eager to leave their mark on every island, with each member longing for the imminent escapades. During this time, observing Bo Feng Shui men practice various ninjutsu became an impromptu entertainment for the crew, occasionally requesting demonstrations. The abilities of ninjutsu were astonishing, encompassing 7 elemental transformations and bloodline techniques, captivating Luffy and the others. Bo Feng Shui Min was accustomed to this, incorporating the training of the Raijin fruit into his lightning-based ninjutsu, unleashing S-class techniques without hand seals. In terms of strength, he was now regarded as a vice admiral-level powerhouse, comparable to the right-hand men of the 4 emperors, even outclassing Luffy to some extent. Despite being surpassed by his subordinate, Luffy held no shame, often thinking that since Bo Feng Shui Min was so formidable, he should take on more combat responsibilities in the future. Within the Straw Hat crew, Robin, Nami Chopper, and Usopp lacked close combat abilities. Thus Bo Feng Shui Min also took on the role of their martial arts instructor. He imparted basic ninjutsu and chakra refining methods, allowing them to train and enhance their skills based on their strengths, potentially increasing their combat prowess in future battles. Sanji and Zoro showed some interest, albeit for differing and somewhat peculiar reasons. Zoro frequently employed the shadow clone technique, engaging in sword duels with his shadow on the ocean's surface, which significantly improved his swordsmanship. It is said that one's greatest enemy is oneself, and the shadow clone technique allowed him to share his consciousness and power with his shadow, gaining double the experience upon dispersing the clones. Sanji, on the other hand, was fascinated by the 8 Gates technique, and in his spare time, he excitedly developed his own seductive techniques, much to Bo Feng Shui Min's chagrin, who found it surprising that Sanji possessed a talent akin to his son Naruto, albeit not directed toward any noble cause. In a bid to extend the duration of his clones, Sanji diligently practiced chakra daily, quickly catching up to the level of hockey mastery. Luffy chose to study a portion of the multiplication techniques from the Akimichi clan. Although it was a secret of the ninja family, there was no ninjutsu that Bo Feng Shui Min was unfamiliar with. This led to Luffy being able to exponentially increase his size, even against giant warriors, effortlessly utilizing the power of his gum-gum fruit to send them flying. Since Doflamingo had been defeated by Feng Xiu in advance, the Dressrosa incident did not unfold, yet the rest of the narrative continued to progress. In the New World, Zou Island rested upon the back of an ancient elephant. After Kaido of the Beast decided to ally with the Old World's government to combat the Revolutionary Army, he began to consolidate power on the island, intending to bring its forces under his control. Capturing this location would enable the Beast pirates to rapidly bolster their strength, which would be crucial when battling the Revolutionary Army in the future. Unlike the original storyline, the Revolutionary Army was currently suppressing pirate forces, preventing the formation of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, which ideally would have comprised 7 major powers. Nevertheless, the Straw Hat Pirates still maintained a significant advantage. Upon learning that Zou Island was being ravaged by one of the calamities, Jack the Drought, they swiftly set off to declare war. Having previously clashed with Dama and relishing the thrill of battle, Luffy displayed a fierce resolve towards the Beast Pirates. Is the disowned member of the Vinsmoke family here? Come along with me. Don't forget that you are still bound by a marriage contract. At that moment, Dama's subordinate, Capone Beach, arrived with a message. As one of the supernovas and captain of the fire tank pirates, he was currently merely carrying out Dama's orders without ulterior motives. Sanji shook his head in refusal, asserting that he had little connection to that family and had no intention of honoring the marriage contract. Capone Beach initially intended to threaten the lives of the Straw Hat members to compel Sanji to comply. But considering their current strength and the presence of Bo Feng Shui Min, a vice admiral-level first mate, he reconsidered. To coerce Sanji into accompanying him to Whole Cake Island to fulfill the engagement, Capone Beach revealed the current state of the Vinsmoke family. It turned out that Jiaji, following Feng Xiu's instructions, had brought substantial research data to meet with Dama, leading to an ambush by nearby Revolutionary Army forces. Enraged, Dama realized she had been deceived, fearing that even the research data in her possession was fraudulent, and she entered a rampaging state, her power exponentially increasing. The three calamities intervened in the battle, delaying the Revolutionary Army's high-level forces, while Dama seized the opportunity to abduct Jiaji, planning to bring him back to Whole Cake Island for severe punishment. Her desire for Sanji and Broly to fulfill their engagement was rooted in her recognition of the Straw Hat Pirates' potential, intending to recruit them into her fold. Anticipating that Sanji would not comply willingly, Dama instructed Capone Beej to take several photos of Jiaji being mistreated. Testing Sanji's resolve to see if he could truly remain indifferent to his father's suffering. Feng Xiu initially considered intervening, but concluded that involving both Feng Shui men would render any further action redundant, allowing the events to unfold as they may. Damn it! Sanji struggled with his resolve, slamming his cigarette to the ground, leaving a message before setting off for Whole Cake Island. He was familiar with Charlotte Broly, finding her appearance appealing, but disliking the notion of being coerced. After Luffy and the crew dealt with Jack the Drought, Zoro suggested that he, Frankie, Brook, Robin, and others should head to Wano country to resolve matters there. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not allow Kaido to continue wreaking havoc in Wano and must rescue the nation from its dire plight. Once accomplished, they would promptly make their way to Whole Cake Island to reunite with Luffy. Lacking a ship, both Feng Shui men resorted to summoning Sea Kings using summoning jutsu, commanding them to carry him to Whole Cake Island, determined to arrive before the wedding commenced. Luffy would never passively watch as his crew members were coerced into marriage, thereby becoming forever under the control of the formidable Big Mom. He vociferously declared his intent to send this corpulent matriarch flying. Whenever he encountered the forces of the Big Mom pirates along their journey, Luffy would unhesitatingly sink their ships, thereby declaring war on Big Mom. He was resolute in his ambition to become the Pirate King, and he wished death upon anyone who sought to make him submit. Chapter 374. The beginning of the Whole Cake Island arc. On their way to Cake Island, the Straw Hat crew found themselves at ease, riding on the broad back of a Sea King. However, the absence of their chef, Sanji, led to a food crisis within the crew. Despite the vast ocean teeming with seafood, they lacked cooking utensils and a stove. Luffy, being utterly inept in the culinary arts, nearly starved Nami and the others. Ultimately, it was Namake's Minato who utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse between the Holy Land and deliver mountains of prepared food, thus alleviating the crisis. These delicacies were unique to the Holy Land, and when asked about his relationship with Feng Xiu, Minato merely described them as acquaintances. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a close friend of Luffy's father, Feng Xiu, being affluent, was generous enough to provide the food. While en route, they encountered a ship from the Vinsmoke family, where Reiju and the Ichiji brothers were hastily arriving to rescue their father, Judge, who had been captured by Big Mom. With a shared goal, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to ally with the Vinsmoke family and set sail for Cake Island. After their previous uproar at Cake Island, Luffy had not yet fully unleashed his power as he was forcibly taken away by Minato. This time, having learned a portion of the multiplication technique, he was determined to engage the foe with fervor. In fact, upon returning from the Holy Land, Minato had brought along 1,000 clone soldiers clad in anti-giant armor, a potential trump card to ensure the downfall of the Big Mom pirates. Upon successfully reaching the island, they found themselves lost in the Temptation Forest in the southwest. Within the forest, they encountered numerous replicas of Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, appearing both real and illusory, exuding an eerie aura that made it difficult to discern the truth. Minato launched a barrage of shurikens, but soon another batch of clones was produced, seemingly endless. It appeared that the forest itself was the source of this phenomenon and needed to be eradicated. Surveying the 10-kilometer expanse of the forest, Minato raised his hand to the sky, summoning a multitude of violent lightning bolts that crashed down, converging into his palm. Simultaneously, a large amount of wind elements gathered in his hand, forming a blue spiral, expanding to a diameter of several meters, with the powers of wind and lightning clashing intensely within, showcasing an extraordinary might. This was a technique that fused the powers of the devil fruit and ninjutsu, incorporating wind attribute changes into the spiral and attempting to integrate lightning energy. Ringan, Minato hurled the spiral, resulting in a deafening explosion within the Temptation Forest, where hurricanes and furious thunder wreaked havoc. Once the storm subsided, the entire forest lay barren, and the Straw Hat crew emerged, astonished by the desolation. How impressive! Can you teach me this technique? It's so cool, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, eager to learn this skill to confront future adversaries. The SS-class ninjutsu required precise control over chakra and substantial theoretical practice, necessitating about 2 years of study to master. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Luffy immediately shook his head in refusal, deeming the tedious knowledge unworthy of his time. After effortlessly demolishing the Temptation Forest, Minato remarked that it was a trivial matter. If he entered Sage Mode, he could confidently obliterate the entirety of the whole Cake Island. At the Cake Palace, during a tea party, Big Mom spared no effort in capturing the finest pastry chef from the revolutionary Red Zone to create the exquisite 10-layer matcha mousse cake before treating her esteemed guests with expensive milk tea. The attendees were royal kingdoms and pirate factions sheltered by Big Mom, none daring to offend Charlotte Linlin. Sanji, now clad in his new postal uniform, sat in a room, gazing sorrowfully at Judge, who lay unconscious on the bed. Aware that he had been abandoned a decade prior, he now faced an unpleasant marriage to save Judge's life. If only he could adventure alongside the Straw Hat crew across the seas for a lifetime. As he gazed out the window, he speculated that they must have already set sail for Wano. Just as he was engulfed in gloom, a thunderous explosion erupted from the southwest of Cake Island, accompanied by a roaring thunder emanating a powerful energy wave. This wave was one that Sanji, having developed chakra, was particularly attuned to, and he recognized it as a technique exclusive to Minato. This indicated that Luffy and the others were en route to rescue him, igniting a surge of excitement within Sanji. With their assistance, rescuing his father no longer seemed impossible. Had a powerhouse like Minato not joined, Sanji would have resolutely severed ties with Luffy to accept his fate without dragging them down. However, the situation had changed. He was determined to refuse this marriage and resist Big Mom's control, yearning to reunite with the Straw Hat Pirates and continue their adventures. Go if you must. I can escape on my own. At that moment, Judge regained consciousness, observing Sanji's complex expression, astonished that his seemingly inconspicuous youngest son displayed such loyalty and affection when it mattered most. To avoid being a burden, Judge forcibly injected adrenaline to regain a fraction of his strength, realizing that while fighting might be uncertain, escaping was still within reach. At the tea party, Big Mom savored the aroma of the cake with great anticipation, eager to claim the wedding cake as her own. Suddenly, the sound of thunderous explosions, mingled with a roaring thunder, startled Big Mom and her 3 sweet commanders, prompting them to swiftly mobilize. This is bad. The Straw Hat Pirates have arrived. It seems they intend to cause chaos. Among those present, Katakuri, possessing the strongest observation haki, immediately detected the presence of the Straw Hat crew and foresaw a confrontation with Luffy. Unfazed, Big Mom remarked that their arrival was fortuitous, as it would serve to hone her skills. Should they refuse her, they would have to perish here. She dispatched the Biscuit Knight, Cracker, to gauge their intentions, threatening to incapacitate them if they dared to rebel. Big Mom was adept at forcing others to comply, and perhaps she could leverage Luffy to extract valuable resources from the Revolutionary Dragon, making the prospect quite appealing. Chapter 375, Luffy versus Cracker. So it's you, Brad. Are you still unsatisfied after the last ruckus you caused here? Cracker fumed upon seeing Luffy. Not long ago, the whole Cake Island had been thrown into disarray by the Straw Hat Pirates, culminating in Minato's calm escape, which turned the once mighty Big Mom Pirates into a laughingstock among the New World powers. The fact that they could not retain 2 newly emerged pirate factions was utterly inconceivable. Who could truly comprehend the formidable nature of the legendary flying thunder god technique? With a mere press, it can transport adversaries to an unknown realm. A divine skill for evasion and pursuit. At that moment, Monkey D. Luffy experienced a sense of exhilaration, yet it left the enraged Big Mom in a rampage, resulting in the demise of numerous siblings before she finally calmed down. Enough with the trivialities. Hand over Sanji swiftly. Anyone attempting to snatch my comrades shall be sent flying. Monkey D. Luffy, having significantly enhanced his strength, was now qualified to confront the three sweet commanders. Upon witnessing Big Mom's son, he immediately proclaimed his challenge. Countless cookie fragments hastily assembled, forming cookie soldiers that surged forth, brandishing their weapons in a sweeping assault towards Luffy. These cookie soldiers boasted formidable defenses and impressive combat abilities, easily capable of overwhelming their foes by sheer numbers. Gear 4th Bowman. Luffy's body surged with heat as he hardened his form with haki, compressing the air within, causing him to swell into a robust figure with dark red skin. Utilizing his extraordinary bouncing capability, Luffy combined it with a portion of his multiplication technique to shatter the bodies of these cookie soldiers effortlessly. However, to halt this offensive, he needed to eliminate Katakuri entirely. There was no point in wasting time with this fellow. A swift resolution was necessary. Konoha's Kakashi hurled kunai, forming hand seals to unleash the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, unleashing a torrent of shurikens that rained down upon the cookie army. Even though these cookie warriors possessed hard bodies, they stood no chance against the kunai infused with wind chakra, which pierced through them on the spot. Kakashi, whose strength surpassed Katakuri's, transformed into a golden flash, striking from behind with a series of Leaf Village techniques that left Katakuri battered and struggling to defend himself. Attempting to counter with the power of his devil fruit, he suddenly found the fruit's abilities suppressed by the opponent's sealing technique. Crash! In his Gear 4th form, Luffy burst through the ceiling, entering Sanji's room, seizing him by the collar and reprimanding. "Curse you, Sanji! Do you have any idea how poorly we've fared without you?" Sanji, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion upon seeing Luffy and the others, nonchalantly retrieved a prepared bento box, feigning indifference. "You all know you can't manage without me. Hurry up and eat before we leave this place." After wolfing down the bento, Luffy felt his strength significantly restored, and he dashed out of the island with Sanji. Is this Sanji's partner? They seemed quite reliable. Meanwhile, the injured judge was carried away by Chopper in his human form. However, Big Mom, Smoothie, Katakuri, and other high-ranking officers surrounded the tea party venue, blocking Luffy and the others from escaping. "Halt! Stauhat Keet. Do you think Cake Island is just a place you can come and go as you please?" Big Mom, having plotted so long to encounter Luffy, Kakashi, and the others, wore a sinister smile as she sealed off all exits, vowing that if she could not subdue him today, she would let the members of the Straw Hat Pirates perish. "My abilities are well known here. Cake Island is not a place one can traverse freely," Big Mom declared. Kakashi's words momentarily stunned the opposition, who recognized that as a ninja, his unparalleled speed and ability to traverse the void posed a significant threat. Last time, the Straw Hat Pirates had managed to retreat safely thanks to this advantage, making him a considerable nuisance. Hearing this, Big Mom gripped her blade, prepared to strike should Kakashi make any move before he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, members of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju and the three brothers, clad in nano-battle suits and propelled by rockets, swiftly arrived on the battlefield. Initially, they had no objections to the marriage, but Big Mom's act of capturing Judge to threaten Sanji and Broly into wedlock, thereby acquiring the formidable strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, was excessively outrageous. The esteemed Emperor resorting to such tactics? I believe this marriage should be called off. Sanji is still a member of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju stated, her anger palpable as she confronted Big Mom regarding Judge's injuries. "Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't comply. Once I extract your souls and transform them into my homies, let's see how you remain defiant," Big Mom threatened, her children rallying behind her, bolstered by numerous homies infused with soul power, encircling Luffy and the others. having chosen to side with the Old World government. Big Mom was determined to strike the Revolutionary Army, and if she couldn't capture Luffy, she would use him as leverage against them. The battlefield was poised for conflict as Sanji, unwilling to strike a woman, directed a kick towards Perospero, harboring deep resentment for his proposal of the marriage. Ha ha ha. No one dares defy mother's wishes. I advise you to marry my sister. Honestly, your captain's constant boasting about becoming the Pirate King is utterly ridiculous. Perospero manipulated sugar to form a giant Iron Maiden, its menacing ivory fangs lunging at the opponent, ensnaring any target caught within. Evil Wind Foot, Multi-Tornado, Kick. Upon hearing the mockery of his captain's dream, Sanji was filled with uncontainable rage, summoning 10 shadow clones that executed high-speed rotations. Their feet ablaze as they unleashed a barrage of kicks. On the path to becoming the Pirate King, regardless of the obstacles, we shall accompany him. Any hindrance must perish. The swift kicks shattered the giant Iron Maiden, and Sanji soared into the air, executing a moonwalk towards Perospero, producing explosive sounds in the air. Perospero, dismissive of Sanji's clone technique, underestimated his capabilities, believing that he would soon be defeated. However, upon Sanji unlocking the 8 gates, the explosive power emanating from him astonished Perospero. Chapter 376. The arrival of the Iron Giant Brigade. Sanji unleashed 3 gates, his haki and chakra energies igniting in a fiery blaze at his surface, continuously releasing the constraints on his brain domain, alleviating fatigue, and enhancing his attack speed. With his strength amplified, Sanji was able to move with the swiftness of the Navy's 6 powers, his already agile and ruthless leg techniques now elevated to an extraordinary level. He felt as though he had shattered some form of shackles. Aside from a slight disruption in his meridians causing discomfort, he was flooded with an unending source of power, as if it were inexhaustible. Of course, he understood that this sensation was merely temporary. Prolonged use could easily lead to bodily harm from overexertion. Sanji's form flickered, unleashing a powerful gust of energy as he charged towards Perospero with relentless fury, too swift for the latter to utilize his devil fruit abilities for defense. Reiju and the 3 brothers engaged in fierce combat with the foe's offspring, their superior skills allowing them to dominate the battlefield, employing various modern combat techniques, while their goggles calculated the enemy's vulnerabilities. Upon the restoration of human emotions, the Ichi-san brothers engaged in battle with diminished decisiveness in their lethal strikes. Yet their techniques remained sharp, skillfully targeting the vulnerabilities of their adversaries with effortless precision, conserving energy to confront truly formidable foes. As for Dama, she launched a joint assault with Bofeng Shui Min and Straw Hat Luffy, vowing to seize this opportunity to determine superiority. The fiercely powerful sword energy cleaved through the very ground of the island, howling towards the necks of Bofeng, Shui Min, and Luffy, marking yet another narrow escape from the brink of death. Crash! Raijin Zeus summoned a bolt of lightning measuring tens of millions of volts, relentlessly crashing down, oblivious to the fact that Bofeng Shui Min was an adept of the Raijin fruit, who effortlessly absorbed the incoming thunder with a mere gesture. Rasengan of 10,000 thunder. Bofeng Shui Min hurled a vibrant blue Rasengan imbued with the might of wind and thunder towards Dama's direction. The explosive sound of thunder and the roar of wind created a cataclysmic disturbance, causing Cake Island to tremble as if it were enduring a seismic upheaval. With brilliant light erupting from the site visible from afar, the cake-shaped edifices on the island crumbled, engulfing everyone in rubble. Yet the fierce battle continued unabated. "How dare you turn my home into this?" Dama roared in a furious frenzy, her mind consumed with rage and bloodlust. Wishing to obliterate everything in her vicinity before finding peace, her combat prowess exponentially amplified. With a thunderous cry, she summoned towering tidal waves, eerie faces emerging from the depths to sweep across the island's inhabitants. The members of Dama's pirate crew fled the battlefield, unable to withstand the sea's grasp due to their consumption of devil fruits, while simultaneously feeling exasperated by Dama's indiscriminate attacks. "It is time to unleash the giant Iron Legion," Bofeng Shui Min declared as he retrieved a box from the sealing scroll. which contained hundreds of iron giants that swelled to colossal heights, resembling titanic war deities that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Suddenly, several beams of freezing light shot from his palms, instantly freezing the monstrous waves that approached, rendering Damas' assault ineffective. At that moment, enormous glutinous, rice-like arms surged forth, delivering a powerful punch to the frozen sea, shattering countless ice blocks into the air. It was Katakuri, awakened after injecting himself with the super soldier serum. The area within a 5-kilometer radius transformed into a realm of glutinous rice, allowing Katakuri to effortlessly coalesce into giant glutinous fists to restrain the movements of the iron giants, while also spewing large amounts of glutinous liquid to clog the barrels of their weapons. Utilizing the unique properties of the mochi fruit, Katakuri had previously thwarted Stark Industries' mechanized army by this very tactic, a challenge Tony Stark had yet to overcome. To neutralize these glutinous threats, one merely needed to activate engines that generated heat. Injured yet determined, Cracker arrived on the battlefield, witnessing Damas' crew under siege by the iron giants. Unable to tolerate such a sight, he commanded countless cookie fragments to form towering cookie constructs, resembling valiant soldiers clad in armor, their stature rivaling that of the iron giants. Hundreds of cookie warriors marched with heavy steps, wielding colossal cookie swords, exacerbating the destruction on Cake Island while attempting to hurl the iron giants into the sea. After executing these maneuvers, Cracker exhausted all his stamina and collapsed on the ground, utterly fatigued. The most pressing threat to Damas' pirate crew was the iron giants. Thus all captains and offspring paused to consolidate their strength and repel these mechanical foes. Those capable of contending with the iron giants unleashed their unique abilities to combat the enemy. Katakuri had already engaged the giants, while Smoothie absorbed vast amounts of moisture, significantly enlarging her form, swinging her blade to dismantle the mechanical appendages of her foes. The remaining, less powerful siblings continued to engage in skirmishes against the Straw Hat Pirates and the Vinsmoke family, ensuring that this strength remained on Cake Island as leverage against the Revolutionary Army in the future. Straw Hat Luffy intended to rescue Sanji and retreat immediately, but Bofong Shui Min suggested seizing this chance to obliterate Damas' crew entirely, thereby eliminating a rival from their future maritime journeys. The group unanimously agreed to this course of action, having already irreparably offended Damas. It was only fitting to confront her to the death. For only one side could prevail in the ocean. Impossible. This is a military weapon recently developed by the Revolutionary Army. How can you possess so many? Upon witnessing the emergence of the iron giants on the battlefield, Damas was initially taken aback, quickly succumbing to panic, suspecting that Tony Stark had also arrived. To her astonishment, Bofong Shui Min commanded such a multitude of iron warriors, evidently infused with Pym particles, leading her to believe that he must have connections with the Revolutionary Army. Realizing this, Damas broke into a cold sweat, as it dawned on her that Feng Xiu had long infiltrated the Straw Hat Pirates as an undercover agent, a cunning and resourceful strategy that was exceedingly difficult to guard against. Chapter 377. The surrounding assault on Damas. Did you not know about the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and Monkey D. Luffy? Upon hearing this, Damas recalled that the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was indeed the father of the Straw Hat Kid, making it plausible for them to provide support with these Iron Legions in secret. Fortunately, Dragon himself had not come. Had he appeared, not only would the wedding be thwarted, but Damas' entire crew might face annihilation. After releasing a portion of the Iron Giants, Bofong Shui Min prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to summon the remaining Shadow Army members. Golden whirlpools materialized in the arena, revealing the figures of the Sword Demon Atox, the God of Light, Uchiha Madara, Shimin Shui Shui, and Hitsugaya Toshiro. These were among the finest combatants from the White Beard Pirates, the Soul Reaper Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army, united to eliminate the empowered Damas, a sight that was undeniably terrifying. Is it so? You claim not to wish to partake in this matter, yet secretly conspire with the Revolutionary Army. Such tactics are truly remarkable. Damas remarked with a mix of astonishment and indignation as she witnessed Bofong Shui men summoned so many formidable allies to encircle her. If all went as expected, it seemed the entire Dama pirates would face an inescapable catastrophe today, having never anticipated Bo Fong Shui Min's capabilities within the Straw Hat Pirates. Not only could he summon an abundance of iron warriors, but even the likes of the Soul Reaper and Whitebeard could be called forth to join forces against her. Whom we choose to ally with is our prerogative. The Revolutionary Army's dominance is inexorable. No one would be foolish enough to oppose them, the Iceman replied coldly. Suspended in the air, emanating an aura of frost, Hitsugaya Toshiro unsheathed his ice blade, pointing it towards Dama, stating, "To eliminate you is Captain Yamamoto's intention. It is time to conclude the era of the Four Emperors." After clashing with the Dama pirates for so long, today they would finally determine life and death. Uchiha Madara coldly declared that in his eyes, Dama was as good as dead. The members of the Shadow Legion present had previously encountered the formidable Dama, and under the influence of Feng Xiu, they were now prepared to strike her down. Any faction openly supporting the Old World government would be ruthlessly eliminated. The Navy government sought to align Dama and Kaido with their ranks, yet the Revolutionary Army was indifferent to extinguishing their final hope. To slay a monarch was the honor of a swordsman. Shimen Shui's eyes glimmered with a cold light, as the ethereal sword energy swirled around him, ever poised to launch an assault on the enemy. At this moment, Dama found herself in a dire predicament. Her senior officers rushed to offer support, but she halted them with a wave of her hand, declaring that they should keep their distance. For she was about to reveal her pinnacle power that surpassed the Four Emperors. As a sovereign among pirates, Dama possessed the ability to awaken the powers of the Paramecia-type devil fruit. Even though this would lead to her emotions spiraling out of control, she was determined to obliterate everything in her path. Awaken Domain of Souls. As Dama's aura reached its zenith, not only did her haki surge violently from her body, but the entire territory of the Wangwa Islands was plunged into darkness. An eerie glow enveloped the surroundings, and countless vengeful spirits filled the sky, howling in anguish, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the underworld. The spirits soaring above were the souls of those Dama had slain over the years, now serving as her last resort in the face of imminent peril. Throughout the waters of the Wangwa Islands, every fish had its soul extracted, transforming into myriad luminous points that converged towards Dama, bestowing upon her an explosive power to resist her adversaries. Every individual present felt a tumult within their own souls, as if they might be forcibly extracted from their bodies. Fortunately, by enveloping themselves in haki, they managed to quell the tumultuous energies within. Having absorbed an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power, Dama's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, resembling a demonic entity from the depths of hell. All the vengeful spirits within the domain of souls fell under her dominion, and many of their powers infused themselves into various entities, manifesting as potent homies with unique characteristics. Annihilate all, destroy everything. The homies, animated by Dama's essence, grew immensely powerful. The colossal Napoleon, transformed into a giant blade, lunged toward Shimen Shui, its radiant sword light sharp enough to rend the heavens. In response, Shimen Shui summoned myriad swords to form a barrier, ensnaring the rampaging Napoleon within, rendering it incapable of breaching his defenses and gradually reducing it to scrap metal. A monstrous figure, reminiscent of a demonic tidal wave, surged skyward, intent on engulfing everyone above Cake Island. Dama seemed to command the very waters of the domain of souls. The Iceman, compelled by the dire situation, unleashed his full arsenal, releasing a wide-ranging ice attack that crystallized the descending deluge of water into massive ice blocks, using his hands to support and slow their fall. This woman truly is a madwoman in battle. Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato, witnessing the chaos, summoned their formidable powers, the complete Susanoo and the Nine-Tails Beast, roaring as they caught the massive ice blocks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. No one had anticipated that the awakening of the Soul fruit could yield such terrifying might. With a roar akin to that of an ancient beast, Dama transformed the entire Cake Island into a colossal rock giant, raising its hand to strike down upon her foes. The ensuing shock waves generated monstrous waves, evoking an apocalyptic scene. The god of light transformed into a divine form, his expansive sacred wings casting a shadow over the land as he conjured a spear of light, unleashing a flurry of piercing strikes toward the rock giant, moving with such speed that it was nearly incomprehensible. The rock giant towered several times larger than the form taken by Pika, standing 500 jong tall. Any opponent of slightly lesser strength would easily be crushed under its immense power. The sword demon Aatrox and Hitsugaya Toshiro, wielding their weapons, launched a simultaneous assault on Dama, only to be met with her bare fists, producing a clang reminiscent of metal clashing. Her strikes alone summoned gusts of wind, creating whirlwinds that resonated with the force of a divine being, fracturing the surrounding air in a manner akin to the legendary Whitebeard unleashing his tremor powers. The pitch-black sword energy and the chilling brilliance of ice clashed, yet were forcefully shattered by Dama's might. At that moment, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, draped in the remnants of a sunken day, unleashed a terrifying heat that evaporated the ice above. Upon entering her awakened state, Dama's peak power overwhelmed the members of the Shadow Legion, who found themselves in a harrowing struggle. Just a single homie was sufficient to pose a significant challenge. Charlotte Linlin, it has been quite some time, greeted Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, holding his katana with a calm demeanor. As the towering ice was melted by the searing heat of his blade, a thick fog enveloped the entire Wanguo Islands, unveiling the venerable yet vigorous figure of Captain Yamamoto. Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato left the battle to him, rushing toward the senior officers. Dama, already burdened by numerous offspring, also had over 40 husbands, all of whom were formidable in their own right. Otherwise, Charlotte Linlin would not have taken notice of them. The appearance of Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni darkened Dama's countenance, particularly given the formidable strength he wielded. She had not anticipated that, among the 5 emperors, aside from the ambiguous stance of Shanks, the Grim Reaper and the Whitebeard pirates had all aligned with the Revolutionary Army. Coupled with the emergence of the Iron Giants, the Old World government's advantages had been utterly obliterated. Initially, she had aimed to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates and the Vinsmoke family, but had inadvertently drawn out numerous powerful figures from behind the scenes, tipping the scales of battle dramatically against her. Damn you, old man Yamamoto! Even if I perish today, I will drag you down with me. Dama felt a premonition of her impending doom. Even if Kaido arrived, it would be too late. She resolved to fight with all her might. Imperial Sword. Shadow the blade. Raising her flaming sword, she swung it with the force of thunder, the blade's radiance tearing through the void, clashing violently with Yamamoto's katana in an exchange of millions of strikes. Given the soul-related nature of the soul fruit, Dama possessed means to inflict severe damage upon a soul entity like Captain Yamamoto. The 2 sovereigns of the seas ascended into the skies to engage in their duel, shattering the very fabric of space around them, leaving onlookers in awe as if someone had punctured the heavens. Sword demon Aatrox and Hitsugaya Toshiro freeing their hands, assisted in vanquishing the enemy, their superior numbers overwhelming the opposition. The Vinsmoke family members unleashed a torrent of elemental attacks, lightning, fire, air pressure, and toxic mists, forming a rapidly spinning vortex that descended from the heavens like a meteor, delivering blows capable of penetrating anything. Sanji donned his specialized nano-combat suit, joining the fray to strike at the elite members of Dama's pirate crew. A thunderous explosion erupted, fragmenting Cake Island and the nearby isles into countless pieces, even affecting the rock giant, whose movements became sluggish as a result. The final judgment. Observing this, the god of light unleashed his ultimate technique, summoning dozens of luminous arrays inscribed with arcane runes that radiated a dazzling brilliance around the rock giant. These arrays converged slightly towards the giant S-form, releasing powerful golden beams in his direction, intertwining and obliterating the soul energy within him into nothingness. Remarkable. Are these warriors here to assist me? It seems I have begun to qualify for the title of Pirate King. Monkey D. Luffy, witnessing the multitude rallying to his side against the Big Mom pirates, rejoiced exuberantly, feeling a sense of pride. Nearby, Usopp, who was continuously firing, felt an urge to silence Luffy, thinking it absurd that he could still be so boastful at such a critical moment, especially considering his fortunate lineage. After defeating Katakuri, Straw Hat Luffy, noticing the fierce battle still raging in the distance, shouted eagerly to join the fray. "We should retreat. This level of conflict is far beyond our capability," advised Namikaze Minato, appearing beside Luffy with a grave expression. Nami and Usopp, already overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle, nodded in agreement upon hearing Minato's words and quickly pulled Luffy away from the battlefield. On the surface of the sea, the Iron Giant Legion continued to fire energy cannons, their arms wielding laser blades that pierced and shredded the Biscuit Giant's body, subsequently launching an assault on the remaining high-ranking officers. Smoker, towering over 10 meters, darted through the Iron Giant Legion, seizing their laser blades with relentless vigor. Her sword strikes were fierce and unparalleled, effortlessly incapacitating any Iron Giant struck by her blows. Having spent years studying Stark Industries, Smoker knew well that the arc reactor located in the chest of the iron suit was their Achilles heel, and she wielded her sword with utmost precision. "That woman's swordsmanship is impressive. You should feel honored to fall beneath my blade," declared Hitsugaya to Shiro, appearing with his ice blade, Hyarinmaru. Upon fully releasing his powers, he transformed into a youth of remarkable beauty. It was evident that Smoker was utterly indifferent to him, having devoted herself entirely to Big Mom. Smoker found little interest in anything beyond combat and fulfilling her missions, including matters of the heart. With numerous siblings in her family, her absence would hardly be felt. Moreover, today, the Big Mom pirates faced inevitable doom, a consequence of crossing paths with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lord Feng Xiu, leading them to pay the price for their poor allegiance. Witnessing so many formidable opponents in the world, she felt a profound sense of defeat. "I will not be defeated. Let our true abilities clash." Channeling her power, she unleashed colossal sword energy that churned the sea into furious waves. The 13 sword strikes radiated a destructive brilliance capable of tearing through anything, instilling fear merely by their sight, let alone confronting them directly. For Realms of Ice, Hitsugaya released his most powerful technique, and wherever his blade swept, all would be frozen in time, including time and space itself, though only for a fleeting 4 seconds. Yet, in the eyes of true warriors, that brief moment could determine victory or defeat, as Smoker's massive sword energy storm was instantaneously crystallized into ice. He raised Hyarinmaru and swept it across the foe's form. Upon sheathing his blade, the frozen entities began to stir once more. With a gasp, Smoker slowly descended towards the sea, succumbing to defeat. Chapter 379, The Fall of Big Mom. With Katakuri gravely injured, and both Smoker and Katakuri dead, the morale of the Big Mom pirates plummeted. Big Mom beheld the scene before her, filled with sorrow and rage. Feeling powerless to do anything but unleash her fury upon Captain Yamamoto. Summoning Prometheus, she imbued herself with the capacity to wield hellfire, charging towards her opponent with a thunderous assault. Raising her hands to the sky, Big Mom commanded the storm clouds to unleash a torrential downpour, causing thunder and lightning to illuminate the battlefield. A sinister face appeared in the sky, laughing maniacally as it unleashed a deluge, aiming to incapacitate all devil fruit users present. The sea has always been the nemesis of devil fruit users, with only a few capable of avoiding or resisting its curse, while the vast majority would suffer its backlash. The torrential rain soaked the members of the Shadow Legion, yet did not render them exhausted or immobilized. How can this be? The curse of the devil fruit should be insurmountable, Big Mom exclaimed in confusion. This was an unyielding law established through hundreds of battles. Even those who surpassed the Yonko level would avoid contact with the sea at all costs. Should Big Mom wish to touch seawater, she would first need to transform it into homies using her soul fruit powers. This was the true strength of the Shadow Legion, thus rendering her schemes futile. They must accept their fate. Unlike ordinary humans, who would be affected by the devil fruit's curse and unable to touch seawater, the members of the Shadow Legion were different. They had emerged from Feng Xiu as Shadow, appearing to possess all human characteristics but unable to alter the inherent nature of shadows. To mitigate this troublesome curse, Feng Xiu had expended considerable resources to exploit a loophole, allowing the Shadow Legion members to evade the curse's effects. While the shadowy members possessed human traits to be granted powers by the devil fruit, their unique shadow physiology prevented the curse from taking effect. Hellfire Blade, 10 trillion dead burial array. Captain Yamamoto drove his sword into the ground, resurrecting the ashes of those who had perished beneath his hellfire. Summoning them as skeletal warriors charging towards Big Mom, she commanded flame and lightning to obliterate the Shadow Legion, only to face a terrifying horde of skeletons behind her. These skeletal warriors, driven by vengeful spirits and hatred from their former lives, rushed forth, continuously summoned by the Hellfire Blade, culminating in a seemingly endless wave. In contrast to Katakuri's ability to endlessly summon biscuit soldiers, Captain Yamamoto's eerie and chilling presence sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. The Shadow Legion surged forward, and one could faintly sense the dread and terror they had felt when slain by the Hellfire Blade, which weighed heavily on Big Mom's spirit. Enough noise. Do you think you alone can employ the strategy of overwhelming numbers? Big Mom fiercely shook her head, casting aside the wails of the skeletons echoing in her mind. She summoned her soul power to draw forth the souls deprived of their essence within the soul domain, allowing them to withstand the relentless assault of the skeletal army. Immediately, Captain Yamamoto unleashed the technique of annihilation, with fiery blade light tearing through the void, significantly enlarging the aperture in the sky. This allowed the spatial storm, capable of bringing down deities, to be drawn towards the location of Big Mom. In response, Big Mom summoned all her haki to form a solid shield above her head, even at the cost of depriving countless souls of marine creatures from the depths of the ocean, transforming them into glimmers of light that ascended from the sea's surface and infused into her being. With a whoosh, the ocean below was violently stripped of all its water, creating a vacuum that extended to the seabed, continuously spewing flames that pushed the surrounding seawater aside until the two adversaries were locked in a battle of life and death. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Uchiha Madara activated his Rinnegan, his azure eyes seemingly possessing the ultimate power to either obliterate the world or create all things. He unleashed the ultimate force of repulsion, risking blindness to eradicate Big Mom entirely. An endless wave of repulsion surged towards her, shattering the entire seabed and driving her form deep into the earth, creating an unfathomable abyss. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Yamamoto withdrew, leaving the severely injured Big Mom to be mercilessly engulfed by the rushing sea, ensuring her death was beyond doubt. To be slain by two sovereign-level pirates, Big Mom's demise, though tragic, was marked by a sense of honor. The Big Mom pirates, along with the three Sweet Commanders and Big Mom herself, were utterly annihilated. The remaining children and relatives were no match for the remaining Shadow Army members and are taken back to the Revolutionary Red Zone for punitive labor, with a select few high-ranking officers who had committed heinous crimes awaiting execution on a designated day. The entire battle, from inception to conclusion, transpired in a little over 4 hours, unbeknownst to the Old World government and Kaido's faction, due to the reckless use of the Rinnegan's ultimate technique. Uchiha Madara lost his sight, yet this did not impede his ability to wield ocular techniques. Upon returning to the Revolutionary Army, he could learn from Fujitora how to cultivate Kinbunchika haki in lieu of sight. From this moment forth, the Grim Reaper and the Whitebeard pirates declared their unwavering commitment to the Revolutionary Army, causing a stir worldwide as the Old World government was deemed utterly doomed, with not only Big Mom's death, but also the emergence of two formidable pirate sovereigns as rivals. Upon hearing of Big Mom's demise, Kaido, who perpetually sought death, felt an inexplicable fear and withdrew from the Wano Country Alliance, planning to take the calamities and settle at the Navy headquarters. As an ally in the same camp, he believed it necessary for the Old World government to safeguard his safety, secretly wishing for the strongest figure within the government, Lord Emu, to protect him. When the upper echelons of the government learned of the situation, they realized that the 5 emperors were not invincible in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army. Subsequently, They publicly declared that all ties with the Big Mom pirates have been severed to avoid giving the new government any justification for war. After suffering setbacks, the Navy government concluded that rather than lamenting Big Mom's death, it would be wiser to hastily seize Stark Industries' technological data and gather a plethora of devil fruits to cultivate greater combat power. Chapter 380. Aftermath of the battle with the demise of the Big Mom pirates, this incident stirred a tempest across the globe for the five emperors. In the eyes of the common folk, were second only to the Pirate King. Since the conclusion of the Rocks era, the five emperors had established their dominance over the seas, leaving even the world government feeling powerless against them. The five emperors represented absolute military might and status, with few capable of utterly extinguishing them. Even Whitebeard fell due to age during the Marineford War. However, the Big Mom pirates were at their peak of power, with Big Mom capable of unleashing strength surpassing that of an emperor, supported by her three sweet commanders and numerous strong offspring, each a formidable user of devil fruit abilities. Such a formidable alliance being defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army was a testament to the new government's astonishing strength. The relationship between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army was laid bare, becoming a source of trepidation for countless maritime forces. Now, upon learning of Monkey D. Luffy's impending passage, the leaders of various factions would instruct their subordinates to temper their dispositions and avoid conflict at all costs. Hey kid, it was one thing when you didn't join the Navy, but now that we're paving the way for you in the Revolutionary Army, why don't you hurry up and enlist? After the fierce battle, Vice Admiral Garp arrived aboard the Thousand Sunny, chiding Luffy with frustration. The era of piracy was coming to an end, as all pirate factions chose to retreat into hiding amidst the conflict between the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army. Yet, that stubborn Monkey D. Luffy disregarded the promising future before him, opting instead for a life of piracy and adventure. Shut up. You switch sides? Don't drag me into it. I still Haven T found the Pirate King's treasure. Whoever wants to be a Navy can go ahead. The grandfather and grandson at odds erupted into a brawl, ultimately leading to Garp intentionally holding back his strength, landing a powerful punch on Luffy's cheek, which calmed the situation. In truth, Garp was concerned about the dangers of the sea, fearing that if Luffy ventured deeper into the New World, he could meet a fatal fate at any moment. Upon hearing the old man's worries, Minato Namikaze handed him a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, assuring him that should any danger arise, he would teleport Luffy back to Garp's side in an instant. Hearing this, Iron Fist Garp had no further objections and retreated with a stern expression, returning to the Revolutionary Army to deal with matters related to the battle. The Straw Hat Pirates, with their formidable official backing and combat prowess, began to show signs of replacing Big Mom as the new five emperors. Even more disheartening for the Old World government was the Grim Reaper Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates finally declaring their allegiance, unhesitatingly choosing to side with the Revolutionary Army. Admiral Akainu had killed Whitebeard, harboring an irreconcilable grudge against the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet even the Grim Reaper Pirates publicly announced their membership in the Shadow Army. Now, everything fell into place, reflecting on past events. The Grim Reaper Pirates had hardly ever clashed directly with the Revolutionary Army, but had frequently launched fierce attacks against the Navy headquarters at critical moments. It was laughable that they had previously aimed to win over Captain Yamamoto, only to realize he had always been under Feng Shio's command, rendering their efforts somewhat self-deprecating. The government elite, in a bid to find means to combat the Shadow Army, scoured extensive records concerning devil fruits, but found no references to cultivating strong warriors from shadow splits. It was as if Feng Shio's emergence was divinely orchestrated to confront the celestial dragons and the world government, and in less than 20 years, he had amassed the power to overturn the world government. At this juncture, the Navy Scientific Division reported progress in the biochemical experiments involving the zombie virus obtained from Gecko Moria. Should they manage to control the poison fruit user Magellan with these viruses, they could instantly revive the deceased with their pre-mortem strength and maintain control over them. In terms of toxin manipulation, the poison fruit held unparalleled advantages. Indeed, after being injected with the zombie virus, Magellan not only remained unaffected, but instead became even more formidable. Visually more robust, the chronic issue of frequent diarrhea has been alleviated. Apart from a newfound penchant for consuming raw meat, Mazelin has effectively ascended to a level of strength comparable to that of the four emperors, capable of contending with the formidable Kaido. The high-ranking officials of the government were elated by this development, hastily transferring Mazelin to the naval headquarters and promoting him to the rank of admiral. In an effort to bolster the military might of the navy and government, all naval soldiers were dispatched to scavenge the remains of fallen powerful foes, such as Doflamingo, Crocodile, Bonnie, and Katakuri. These once mighty warriors, who had succumbed to the Shadow Army led by Feng Xiu, were resurrected by Mazelin utilizing the powers of the zombie virus. Rising slowly from the ground, aside from their now milky eyes, their pallid skin bore eerie markings, retaining the grudges they held in life, ready to attack any target at Mazelin's command. Overall, the desecration of these powerful corpses seemed morally questionable. However, given the dire circumstances facing the old world government, any hesitation would lead to irrevocable ruin. Fortunately, Mazelin remained loyal to the Navy government, fully committed to combating the Revolutionary Army, perceiving this as a prime opportunity to demonstrate his strength. Having previously confined to the depths of Impel Down as its warden, his achievements might have stagnated there. Yet with the acquisition of the zombie virus ability, the prospect of becoming a fleet admiral was not beyond reach. It is noteworthy that even Akainu, the fleet admiral, might not be able to best Mazelin, whose ability to rapidly regenerate flesh after sustaining severe injuries makes it exceedingly challenging to inflict fatal damage upon him. Once the zombie army was established, aside from their preference for devouring human corpses, they were effectively manageable, a fact not lost on the government officials. They merely needed to capture a few homeless individuals from the slums, satiate them, and allow the zombie army to consume them. The government's actions sparked public outrage, with the majority of the populace deeming the world government a terrorist organization, an evil institution that would resort to any means necessary to counter the Revolutionary Army. Such public sentiment held little weight for the world government. History has always been written by the victors, and as long as they could subdue the Revolutionary Army, they would continue to uphold the facade of an organization dedicated to world peace. Chapter 381. The fear of the celestial dragons. The emergence of the zombie army has significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of the Navy government, leading the celestial dragons, still undergoing training in the military, to adopt a more complacent attitude. In their eyes, the arrival of the zombie army rendered their efforts against the Revolutionary Army seemingly invincible, eliminating the necessity for these exalted celestial dragons to step onto the battlefield. I'm done with this. Why should we, of all people, be the ones to fight? What purpose do these naval soldiers serve? Roma Zhao, Shang exclaimed as he discarded his firearm, expressing disdain for the arduous training regimen. In times past, he would have been comfortably lounging in bed, enjoying the ministrations of a maid while leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. All of this he blamed on Akainu, who not only stripped away their celestial privileges, but also brutally slaughtered fellow celestial dragons, compelling them to participate in this war on the orders of Lord Emu. In their view, the admirals of the Navy were mere lackeys, and the audacity of Akainu to defy them now that he had grown stronger incited considerable ire among all celestial dragons. I refuse to participate. This is the first time I've been forced to wield such a heavy weapon. Is this not a deliberate attempt to make our lives miserable? That Akainu fellow has gotten too bold. He seems to have forgotten who recommended him for the position of Fleet Admiral, essentially burning bridges. We should not be afraid. We must trust that Lord Emu is always on our side, merely granting Akainu a semblance of authority due to his utility. With one celestial dragon leading the strike, many others swiftly followed suit, discarding their weapons and heading back to their mansions. They believed Lord Emu's insistence on their participation was merely a ruse to allow Akainu to save face, and they felt secure in their belief that there would be no repercussions for abandoning the battlefield. Stop right there. Akainu's deep, resonant voice echoed from behind, as he and several stoic Navy commanders approached, blocking their path. Do you treat Lord Emu's words as mere wind? To retreat in the face of battle is a grave offense. Do you understand the implications of your actions? However, The celestial dragons turned their backs, dismissing Akainu's words entirely. How could the Navy, mere dogs to the celestial dragons, dare to lecture them? Roma Zhao Sheng stepped forward, confronting the stern-faced Akainu with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Who do you think you are? A mere Navy lapdog daring to give us orders. You were never this arrogant, even before the times of Sengoku. Seeing his opponent at a loss for words only fueled Roma Zhao Sheng's arrogance. You Navy soldiers, no matter how strong, are still the dogs of the celestial dragons. Do not presume to rise above your station. Are you finished? Akainu interjected, his silence broken by the simple query. Before a response could be rendered, he struck with a fist, exploding Roma Zhao Sheng's head in a spray of blood and brain matter. The gruesome scene left the remaining celestial dragons in shock, momentarily forgetting that Akainu was a merciless maniac. Hearing the commotion, nearby patrolling Navy forces rushed to the scene, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. They had not anticipated such ferocity from Fleet Admiral Akainu, who soon after killed another celestial dragon. With the celestial dragon race dwindling, this trajectory could result in their complete annihilation at the hands of Akainu. Upon witnessing the Navy troops' arrival, the celestial dragons hastily sought protection, but the soldiers retreated in unison, wary of becoming embroiled in the conflict between Akainu and the celestial dragons. It was unlikely that the combined forces of the Navy headquarters could withstand even a few of Akainu's powerful attacks, and, as Fleet Admiral, he was not someone they could hope to oppose. Sengoku and the Gorosei felt the gravity of the situation. Witnessing the slaughter of the celestial dragon on the ground sent chills down their spines. Fleet Admiral Akainu, please be mindful of your actions. The massacre of celestial dragons is a capital offense, and you continue to commit such transgressions. Do you not adhere to the Navy's regulations? Although Akainu possessed the strongest authority and might within the Navy, there were still those who could restrain him. Sengoku, as the supreme commander of the Navy, held a higher status. Ultimately, the old world government existed to protect the interests of the celestial dragons, and Akainu's repeated killings of their kin had created a highly detrimental impact. While Lord Emu had not made his stance clear, should the Revolutionary Army be defeated in the future, Akainu, as a provocateur against the celestial dragons, would undoubtedly face retribution. The Navy headquarters is under my command now. If these celestial dragons refuse to fight, they should remain silent. Otherwise, I do not hesitate to send them into battle and see if they still possess their arrogance in the face of the enemy. In response to Sengoku's condemnation, Akainu cast a cold glance, unfazed as the primary force capable of countering the Revolutionary Army. The Gorosei felt that Akainu's actions were excessive. They frowned but refrained from further comment, recognizing that the Navy government could not function without Akainu's presence. In former times, with figures like Iron Fist Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, Steel Bone, the Shida brothers, and Akiji still in play, Akainu's arrogance would have been unthinkable. However, the current situation is markedly different. To impose punishment on Chi Chuan for the assassination of the Celestial Dragons would be exceedingly detrimental to the fight against the Revolutionary Army. Following the successive defeats of the Big Mom Pirates and the Giants, every high-ranking combatant within the Navy government has become exceedingly precious. It is likely that Lord M is also considering this aspect, opting to exercise restraint towards Chi Chuan for the greater good. Sengoku and others felt it necessary to issue a warning, stating that if Chi Chuan were to err again, they would have to resort to decisive measures to suspend him. After all, with Magellan's power surging and his command over a legion of zombies, the absence of Chi Chuan would not lead to a complete rout by the Revolutionary Army. Should the Celestial Dragons be provoked to the point of inciting Lord M to eliminate Chi Chuan, Magellan's zombie legion would gain yet another admiral. Were it not for Chi Chuan's decades of loyalty to the Navy government, the higher-ups would truly wish to avoid escalating the situation to an irreparable state. Let these Celestial Dragons learn to speak with more respect in the future. Do they still believe they enjoy the same privileged treatment as before? Ji Guan, with a face full of disdain, waved his hand and turned away, ignoring the shouts of the Celestial Dragon offspring behind him. Sooner or later, he would show these scoundrels their true worth. To his surprise, the Celestial Dragon offspring remained relentless, demanding that Chi Chuan pay for his sins and blood. They deemed the previous incident as forgivable, but any further tolerance for Chi Chuan's malfeasance would be an affront to their dignity. Chapter 382. The Decline of World Nobility. It must be said that while these celestial dragons may lack combat prowess and political acumen, their capacity for insults is astonishingly infuriating. Boom! A fist imbued with the heat of molten lava surged forth, ferociously aimed at the celestial dragons, the force capable of obliterating them on the spot. Tiquan? Cease this at once. Just as disaster loomed over the celestial dragons, Sengoku's golden Buddha apparition emerged behind him, directly intercepting the attack with a fist that crushed the momentum into nothingness. After all, the 5 elders were present. Chi Chuan's unrestrained aggression was simply intolerable. The vociferous celestial dragons were taken aback by Chi Chuan's murderous intent, scattering in all directions, refusing to return to the battlefield. Having been pampered since childhood, they were unwilling to even consume a devil fruit when presented with one, preferring not to sacrifice themselves in battle. Let these worthless creatures learn to restrain their tongues. I do not believe you can protect them forever. Chi Chuan departed with an expression of cold indifference, having grown weary of lingering in the Holy Land, feeling nothing but disdain for these celestial dragons. Soon after, the celestial dragon offspring stirred up trouble, bringing the matter to Lord Im's attention and even damaging Chi Chuan's reputation within the Navy ranks, ultimately provoking the higher-ups to take action by bringing these disruptors before a military tribunal. Lord Im and the 5 elders could no longer tolerate their arrogance. This course of action was also intended to pacify the emotions of Admiral Chi Chuan, ensuring he would not falter during the inevitable conflict with the Revolutionary Army. As for whether Chi Chuan might turn against the Navy like carp and side with the new government, they were not particularly concerned. Chi Chuan's volatile and irritable nature made him prone to offending others, coupled with his past grievances with figures such as Whitebeard. Over the past few years, he had eliminated numerous high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, and this animosity would ensure he could never ally with the new government. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army had ample high-ranking combatants, rendering any leniency towards Chi Chuan unnecessary. At the military tribunal, the unruly celestial dragons were declared guilty. Despite repeated appeals from their families, once Lord Im's support solidified, they could only endure their fate and accept the harsh reality of their execution. However, the hatred harbored by these family heads towards Chi Chuan was duly noted. When the opportunity arose, they would ensure he paid a severe price. Admiral Chi Chuan's demeanor remained expressionless, as if the celestial dragons deserved their fate, disregarding the grievances of the family heads. In this era, many sought to kill him. He would not miss these few insignificant individuals. In the end, a dozen celestial dragon offspring were publicly executed, causing a sensation in the outside world. This was the first time a military tribunal had openly executed celestial dragons. In the past, even those who committed heinous crimes would have been granted clemency. It must be said that such actions by the Navy government significantly improved the sentiments of the citizens of the affiliated nations. The ability of the world government to hold the celestial dragons accountable for their crimes offered some benefits to the lower classes. Feng Xiao, upon learning of the news at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, scoffed, believing this was merely a ploy to placate Chi Chuan's emotions. The sacrifice of a few celestial dragons in exchange for stabilizing the military morale was, in his view, a worthwhile transaction. However, fundamentally, the old world government had not altered the essence of aristocratic despotism. As long as the Navy's upper echelons were not provoked, the celestial dragons would continue to torment the commoners at will. Major newspapers reported extensively on the incident, emphasizing the necessity of dethroning the celestial dragons from their lofty status as world nobility, a lifestyle that was now irretrievably lost to them. For the remaining young celestial dragons, this was undoubtedly a severe blow, yet they dared not harbor resentment towards the 5 elders or Lord Im. Instead, they directed their ire at Chi Chuan. In a bid to weaken Chi Chuan's influence within the Navy, they began courting Magellan, convinced that he would inevitably be capable of assuming the position of admiral. In time, they could enhance his voice within the Navy. Once Chi Chuan's utility was exhausted, They believed that Lord M would no longer oppose any actions taken against him. The reality of survival within the Navy government was stark. Even these celestial dragons would be unceremoniously discarded by M and the Five Elders if they could not demonstrate overwhelming might to reclaim the territories seized by the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru began employing near-light-speed movement to deploy zombie viruses across major revolutionary red zones. Aside from those with Haki or Devil Fruit powers, the majority of the populace fell victim to the infection. Once transformed into zombies, the only option left was to kill them. Their former friends and family could only endure the pain and eliminate the zombies surrounding them. The zombie virus spread through the air, enabling Magellan's Navy fleet to sweep through with unstoppable force, reclaiming over 80 affiliated nations while stationing high-ranking combatants from the Zombie Legion in those regions. As the Navy forces scoured the seas, they quickly uncovered more corpses of powerful beings and discovered the strongest of the giants, the Demon UZ, transforming him into a fierce warrior filled with violence and bloodshed. Those infected with the zombie virus faced a grim choice: surrender to the Revolutionary Army or watch themselves transform into repulsive monsters. Only Magellan possessed the ability to cleanse their toxins using the powers of his Devil Fruit. To prevent any escape, Magellan heeded the advice of the Five Elders, diluting the virus every few months. For those wishing to flee, death was the only outcome. Although his methods were ruthless, the populace was powerless to resist. Some even found solace in the fact that remnants of the virus had healed their past ailments and enhanced their physical constitution. Losing such vast territories was not significant for the new government, but the use of zombie viruses to control nations had thoroughly enraged them. A portion of the Tenryubito was incensed, clamoring for blood vengeance against Akainu. However, Akainu showed no mercy, promptly sending this group of Tenryubito to a military tribunal, where he announced their charges and executed them without hesitation. His methods were exceedingly harsh, supported by the Gorosei and backed by Lord M. The Tenryubito realized that their lofty days had irretrievably vanished. Major newspapers issued statements declaring the end of the privileged existence of the Tenryubito. In Chapter 383, titled The Intractable Virus Serum, it is noted that overall, there were no outbreaks of the zombie virus within the territories governed by the Revolutionary Army in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Feng Xiu was astonished to discover that a substance akin to the T-virus had indeed been researched by the scientific division of the Old World government. It appeared that Dr. Vegapunk had strayed from his principles, embarking on a path of illicit experimentation. The creation of such a viral agent mirrored the actions of Caesar, who had studied the death gas, indicating that the Navy government had abandoned all moral boundaries in its efforts to combat the Revolutionary Army. Feng Xiu hastily transmitted the virus data to Stark Industries, urging rapid research into a virus serum. In this situation, Feng Xiu could only issue commands, noting that such serums were not available in the system's marketplace, as they were uniquely developed by Magellan in conjunction with the abilities of the Dokunomi. Possessing a remarquably distinctive structural composition. Tony Stark sensed the urgency of the matter and promptly set aside everything, dedicating himself day and night in the laboratory to study the antibody for the zombie virus. Overall, developing a virus serum was not a daunting task. However, the absence of Magellan's antibody component created a bottleneck in the experiments, indicating that defeating Magellan was essential to procure that antibody. On another front, Akainu held reservations about the actions of the world government, yet the evident achievements rendered him reluctant to voice his dissent, knowing that the higher-ups were unlikely to heed his counsel. To enhance his influence, he firmly believed that ultimate victory could only be attained through the application of absolute force. Rumor had it that Kaido had recently retreated into seclusion, stimulated by Big Mom's demise, and had significantly bolstered his strength, enabling him to contend with formidable figures such as the Sword Demon, Kurizumi. As the Sovereign of the Seas, Kaido's enhanced prowess could even compel Akainu to acknowledge his superiority. To secure victory against the Revolutionary Army, an alliance with Kaido appeared increasingly necessary. It was unexpected that those who were once adversaries could find common ground. The pressure from the Revolutionary Army had indeed forced them into collaboration. On board the pirate vessel, Kaido and Akainu sat face to face, with attendants serving wine to one another. In these extraordinary times, unconventional measures were required. If Kaido wished to continue his reign over the seas, an alliance with the Navy government was imperative. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Beast Pirates and Akainu had reached an irreconcilable enmity with the Revolutionary Army, ensnared in a situation of mutual destruction. The downfall of Big Mom's pirate crew served as a stark warning for Kaido. However, he was unwilling to serve the Navy, as it would portray him as weak and dependent on the old world government for survival. He had no need for wealth or jewels, and thus proposed a position within the government, with privileges surpassing those of the Shichibukai. After all, the strength of the Shichibukai was not on par with that of the four emperors. The two parties deliberated for nearly an entire day and night, with Akainu capable of mobilizing resources to provide hundreds of Zoan-type devil fruits to Kaido, enabling him to swiftly assemble an animal army. When the meeting concluded, Akainu publicly announced that Kaido would officially become a part of the Navy government, pardoning all past transgressions, and henceforth, they would join forces against the Revolutionary Army until the end. Photographs of the two were published in newspapers, inciting condemnation and discontent from various factions. The Navy government refrained from extensive commentary, as they had initially intended to dispatch representatives to ally with the four emperors against the Revolutionary Army. Thus, Akainu's ability to persuade Kaido was, in fact, advantageous for them. The primary dissent came from major news outlets, which had long harbored grievances against pirate forces. Upon witnessing Kaido's official designation within the Navy and the pardon of his past crimes, their dissatisfaction erupted. For centuries, the pirate forces had thrived despite the world government's relentless oppression, and now, just as the Revolutionary Army was on the verge of subduing all pirate factions, the Navy government stepped in to complicate matters. Akainu's actions, under the scrutiny of those with vested interests, directly thrust him into the eye of public opinion. Charges of collusion with pirates, seeking personal glory, and a penchant for bloodshed were flung at him, leaving Akainu in a precarious position. Aside from the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, the masses clamored for his ousting, while the Tenryubito reveled in the situation, hoping for his early dismissal. Kaido was quite pleased with this phenomenon. Now that his status was comparable to that of Akainu, he could rely on the power of the old world government to exact revenge on Feng Xiao, not solely for himself, but also for the fallen Big Mom, who had once shown him favor decades ago. The notion that she had perished at the hands of the Revolutionary Army felt unjust. Even though the pirate forces had chosen to remain hidden and endure, they expressed profound dissatisfaction with Kaido's actions. The comments on official websites were filled with vitriol directed at Kaido. The Navy had already eliminated numerous pirate members, entrenching their opposition to the world government. Kaido's choice to join at this moment undoubtedly appeared as treachery, making it difficult for many to accept, even with his title as a four-emperor. For Akainu, these online detractors were merely vocal critics. If it came to action, no one could impede their alliance with the four emperors, as long as they could reclaim dominion over the world and thoroughly defeat the Revolutionary Army. Uniting with past adversaries was inconsequential. The criticisms from news outlets were not worth heeding. If they possessed the capability, they should confront him openly. Otherwise, their words would hold no weight. On the Revolutionary Army's side, to develop an antibody for the virus, the Shadow Army, under the leadership of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, advanced menacingly toward the Navy headquarters, simultaneously aiming to eliminate the troublesome Kaido. Anyone daring to obstruct the Revolutionary Army's progress would not be spared, not even the Pirate King. With the demise of an existence like Big Mom, they would not hesitate to ensure Kaido met a similar fate. The battleground was set on Punk Hazard Island, a desolate wasteland where the devastation would bear no consequence. Should it come to pass, they could engage in combat within the water, as they had no concerns about the curse of the sea. Conversely, the Navy government, featuring figures like Kizaru, Akainu, and Kaido, needed to exercise caution to avoid contact with seawater. In Chapter 384, titled Kaido's Crisis, the Beast Pirates were stationed on an island several hundred kilometers from the Navy headquarters, which had originally served as the base for the G3 Division, making it an ideal location for Kaido to defend against the Revolutionary Army's onslaught. Since Feng Xiu had already obliterated Big Mom's pirate crew, he naturally would not spare Kaido, who stood in opposition to him. To recount the enmity between him and Kaido, it all began a decade ago when the latter sought to forcibly recruit him into the 100 Beast Pirates, which sowed the seeds of discord. Since revealing his identity, he frequently sought opportunities to create trouble for Kaido. After showcasing his prowess that surpassed even the four emperors, 100 Beast Kaido found himself in a state of perpetual unease, fearing the day he might confront Feng Xiu alone. The once invincible and fearsome beast finally experienced the chill of death's embrace. The Death God pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had already mobilized, and the grievances among pirates were to be settled by them. With the likes of Yamamoto, Jin Ryusai, Shigekuni, Uchiha Madara, and Shimin Chueishua stepping into the fray, the 100 Beast Pirates would undoubtedly feel the weight of an existential threat. By the time Kaido received word, the Death God and Moby Dick were already nearing the headquarters of the 100 Beast Pirates. The world began to stir. The balance of power among the 5 Emperors of the Sea was gradually waning, now teetering towards a mere 3. From their perspective, the 100 Beast Pirates were destined to lose this battle without question. The downfall of the Big Mom Pirates served as the finest testament to this. At this critical juncture, their survival now hinged solely on their own capabilities. Kaido, fully armed and clad in the iron armor tailored by the Navy, wielded a massive alloy staff, leading the All-Stars in a state of high alert. Due to the suddenness of this conflict, they awaited the arrival of naval reinforcements in vain. Recently, Magellan had dispatched a diluted zombie virus, which, when applied to those possessing animal-type devil fruit abilities, significantly enhanced their physical defenses and awakened various extraordinary functions. Hence, even when besieged by 2 formidable 4 Emperor pirate crews, the members of the 100 Beast Pirates remained remarkably composed. The Navy headquarters had already sent personnel to seize the antibody created by Magellan, leaving the Death God and Whitebeard pirates solely responsible for annihilating the 100 Beast Pirates. Kaido had not anticipated that the Revolutionary Army had yet to declare war. Instead, he was confronted by Captain Yamamoto and Uchiha Madara, both fellow pirates. With this in mind, they had no reason to hold back. Today, Yamamoto, Jin Ryusai, Shigekuni finally had the chance to settle a vendetta from years past. They were about to experience the terror wielded by the dragon. Kaido and the All-Stars roared in unison, their garments bursting apart, their eyes flickering with a fierce light, and peculiar veins sprawling across their skin, resembling monstrous beasts emerging from a hellish apocalypse. Their visage was fearsome, but it concealed an explosive power that was astonishingly formidable. Yamamoto looked upon this transformation with disdain, astonished that Kaido had resorted to becoming such a ghastly creature to augment his strength. All things reduced to ash, the flow of blades like fire. He unleashed his Bankai, alongside Hitsugaya Toshiro, the clash of ice and fire affecting the weather within 100 miles. The sweltering heat of summer and the frost of winter coexisted, creating an unbearable disparity that left Navy soldiers feeling unwell, while the stronger among them turned pale, struggling against the oppressive spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure and the overwhelming aura of the conqueror's haki exerted similar effects on the mind and soul. Kaido engaged simultaneously with Uchiha Madara and Captain Yamamoto, wielding his staff with the ferocity of thunder, creating sonic booms with each strike that shattered the air, as if the void itself were cracking like glass. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara maximized the repulsive force of his Rinnegan, but found that it merely slowed Kaido's movement slightly. Rather, the gravitational force enhanced Kaido's potential, making him even more formidable in battle. The flames of Amaterasu struggled to leave a mark on Kaido's astonishingly resilient body, quickly absorbed and refined by the dragon's fire. With a colossal force crashing down, shadows of Kaido surged towards his opponents, a sight that finally pressured Captain Yamamoto and Uchiha Madara, revealing that Kaido was no longer the easy target he once was. It was evident how significant the power boost from the zombie virus serum had been. Kaido reveled in this surge of strength, focusing his aggression on Captain Yamamoto, eager to test how much this old warrior could endure. Roar! The flame disaster, Jin transformed into a toothless dragon human form, towering 30 zhong, his body ablaze with crimson flames. Sharp bone blades forming on his wrists, capable of creating ripples in the air with mere swings. Once transformed, he charged toward Marco the Phoenix and Shimin Shueishue, his wings propelling him forward, leaving only the sound of his bone blades slicing the air at blinding speed. With no time to react, Marco was caught off guard and sustained deep wounds on his shoulder. Were it not for his own flames possessing healing properties, he would have been severely incapacitated. Shimin Shueishue struggled to predict Jin's attacks, maneuvering his several hundred sword shadows into a defensive array against the onslaught. Now, I have long since surpassed my previous self. Today, let me demonstrate why I am the world's foremost swordsman. Drawing upon his formidable physique, Jin withstood the impact of Shimin's sword array, gradually closing the distance to raise his razor-sharp bone blade, aimed directly at Shimin's head. Left with no choice, Shimin had to draw his Qinglong sword and engage in close combat with Jin, while Marco stood by to assist. What? The Death God and Whitebeard pirates have already made their move? Admiral Akainu had just returned to Navy headquarters, barely settling in before being informed of the situation, prompting him to order the naval fleet to set sail to support Kaido. After all, he had invested considerable effort in forging this alliance. Should the 100 Beast pirates suffer any losses in this battle, the hard-won alliance would be rendered moot. Most crucially, Kaido's life was of utmost importance. Without him, they would find themselves lacking capable hands to confront the Revolutionary Army's onslaught. Just as they were about to depart, the sword demon Addix, the god of light, and the thunderfire descended upon Marineford, forcefully demanding the Navy government surrender the antibody for the zombie virus. Naturally, Akainu refused, leading to an immediate clash. Chapter 385. The Zombie Legion emerges at the Navy government. Upon hearing that numerous experts from the Revolutionary Army had arrived, Magellan, filled with vigor, was eager to engage and test his own abilities. Ha ha ha! So you desire the virus antibody? Defeat my zombie legion, and I shall gladly hand it over. Otherwise, you may as well stay and join them. Magellan proclaimed arrogantly, eyeing the formidable figures in the Revolutionary Army with envy. These powerful beings were merely specimens in his eyes. Gaining control over more zombies would significantly enhance his influence within the Old World government, perhaps even allowing him to dominate the world. Unfortunately, his ambitions were destined to be thwarted. The Shadow Legion, as a unique life form, would vanish upon death, only to be revived by Feng Xiu's system with minimal cost. Magellan remained blissfully ignorant of this fact. For him, the immediate goal was to vanquish the approaching high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army. The zombie Katakuri, discovered by the Navy on Cake Island, obediently followed Magellan's commands after undergoing transformation by the zombie virus, extending his arms made of machi hundreds of meters to ensnare the flying Idita brothers. Weibel has successfully resurrected as a zombie, harboring intense resentment towards Ishida Hanzo, the one who caused his demise. With a formidable sword raised high, he unleashed his overwhelming power, striking fiercely at his adversary. Such a troublesome ability, it instantaneously summoned formidable foes he had previously defeated. Ishida Hanzo lamented, fortunate that in the years since his opponent's death, his own strength had markedly improved, equipping him with the experience necessary to confront former adversaries once more. However, after being struck by several energy arrows aimed at his vital points, Weibel remained utterly unfazed, even after suffering grievous injuries, as he continued to wield his sword, mercilessly cleaving Ishida Hanzo into pieces. It can be said that Magellan's current abilities have reached a level where he can nearly contend with the Shadow Legion. Feng Xiu felt a pang of regret for allowing the enemy to take the experimental data on the zombie virus back with him. Who could have anticipated that the power of the Doku no Mi would possess a profound affinity for any toxin, far surpassing the expertise of Reiju in toxin manipulation? Fortunately, the members of the Shadow Legion had progressed rapidly in the early stages, allowing them to engage their former opponents with relative ease, albeit requiring some effort to maintain a stalemate. Meanwhile, the 100 Beast pirates awaited rescue, prompting Akainu to dispatch the still-on-vacation Ryakujiu and Kizuru to the battlefield in haste. In the depths of a new world, Monkey D. Luffy, feeling bored aboard the Thousand Sunny, perused the day's newspaper, and noted yet another fierce battle unfolding at the Navy headquarters. He eagerly tugged at Minato Namikaze, insisting on being transported to the battlefield. For how could the future Pirate King miss such a monumental clash? No, the Hiraishin no Jutsu is meant for life-saving moments, not for frivolous ventures. Despite Luffy's relentless pleas, Minato steadfastly refused his request, ultimately leading Nami to knock Luffy unconscious to quiet him down. Zoro, upon seeing the likeness of Shimin Chue Shui in the newspaper, felt intrigued by his ability to manipulate sword shadows at will. He resolved to challenge this renowned swordsman, who had even bested Mihawk, once he further enhanced his own prowess. On another battlefield, Plague Queen transformed into a Brontosaurus, his rock-like skin adorned with dark purple patterns radiating an eerie allure. At a length of 100 feet, his tail could create tumultuous waves. Affected by the zombie virus, Queen's explosive power had surged, leading his subordinates, the Six Flyers, to mount a counterattack against the Grim Reaper pirates while engaging in fierce combat with Hitsugaya Toshiro. Both the Iceman and Hitsugaya could manipulate ice elements, and when they fought together, they unleashed a frigid tempest that spread across the surroundings, freezing the seawater as if plunging the world into an ice age. The waves within a 1,000-mile radius were instantly frozen. Yet this did not hinder the performance of other fire-type users. After a brief period of being encased in ice, Queen, through sheer brute force, shattered all the ice surrounding him. With his power greatly amplified, belonging to the dragon lineage, he possessed formidable resistance against both ice and fire, allowing him to agilely roll and whip his long, saber-toothed tail at his foes. His massive form, weighing thousands of tons, crashed down upon the ground, fracturing the ice and causing violent tremors that sent shards soaring high into the air. Occasionally, the teeth he shot forth could inflict significant damage upon his opponents. Queen curled his body, his back lined with saber-like teeth, creating a spinning wheel as he charged across the battlefield, inflicting injuries upon the reinforcements sent by the enemy. The members of the Shadow Legion were taken aback by the formidable resilience of the zombie-fied Calamity commanders. In the distance, a tangle of branches and vines extended over the ocean, with Ryakujiu and Kizaru moving with incredible swiftness to join the fray, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni. Fujitora and Kizaru arrived just in time. The four former colleagues from the Navy now found themselves on opposing sides, immediately engaging in combat, well acquainted with each other's techniques. Kizaru's light-speed movements appeared flawless. Yet Kizaru, the one with the ability to perceive the future, could anticipate his opponent's attacks with his Kinbunchika haki, effortlessly intercepting hundreds of his leg strikes in an instant. It was rare to face off against a mentor. Recalling the guidance he received from Vice Admiral Kizaru during his student days filled him with a bittersweet nostalgia. "Come at me. I, the old man, have no regrets for betraying the Navy," Kizaru declared, urging his opponent to hold nothing back. Having served his comrades in the Navy for decades, Kizaru understood that deep down, Kizaru harbored discontent towards a world government led by the Celestial Dragons, though he had yet to find a suitable opportunity to choose a different path. As an admiral, Kizaru's reputation was not well regarded among the masses. A hasty rebellion would only cast him into the depths of infamy. Consequently, Kizaru merely engaged in a friendly spar, without resorting to lethal force. In Chapter 386, Feng Xiu appeared, and Boa Hancock seemed somewhat bored. "Why not join me at the front lines to see how my subordinates deal with the government's minions?" Feng Xiu said, wrapping his arms around the Empress's slender waist, relishing the soft and silky touch of her body, while the intoxicating scent enveloped him in pleasure. Boa Hancock nestled against Feng Xiu, allowing him to lead her wherever he wished, aboard an aircraft carrier transformed for Megatron. With the Cybertron propulsion system igniting beneath them, they swiftly ascended to the height of the war's eruption, opening the hatch to witness Queen raising his dragon head and roaring fiercely at Feng Xiu. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted as Queen launched his teeth towards the airborne carrier. "A mere trifle," Boa Hancock exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate her prowess. Channeling her newfound strength, She released a barrage of pink arrows that instantly petrified the incoming bone projectiles into dust. As Queen prepared to unleash another assault, Hitsugaya Toshiro felt a surge of indignation. Attacking while in battle was a sign of disrespect towards one's foes. Sit upon the frost sky. Hayarimaru. Upon activating his Bankai, Hitsugaya's aura surged dramatically, and his Zanpakuto danced in his hands, summoning a magnificent ice crystal red lotus dragon that surged towards Queen, lunging to seize him by the neck and plummeting towards the ocean below. The sword energy contained within unleashed a torrent of frigid fury that dealt immense damage to Queen. The Iceman supported the offensive, conjuring dozens of sharp ice spikes that rose from the glacial sea, striking Queen once more as he fell. Gushing blood, Queen struggled to rise, determined to continue the battle until the bitter end. Both sides in the fray noticed Feng Shio's arrival, with Kaido of the 100 Beast Pirates sensing an overwhelming pressure. Seeing that Feng Shio had yet to engage, he resumed the fight. Aatrox and the God of Light transformed into their respective fallen angel and holy light forms, creating an atmosphere of chilling darkness and pure sanctity that weighed heavily upon all present. In the eyes of the beast Kaido, whether divine or demonic, all who stand in his path are obliterated without distinction. The Green Bull stands firm against the God of Light, unperturbed by the presence of a foe of the Yonko caliber, channeling verdant energy to conjure a spectral dragon that matches his opponent blow for blow. The Marine Admiral cannot fully exhibit his prowess. Confronted by a formidable old adversary, the Green Bull only grows more resolute, continuously enhancing his strength in battle as if there were no limits. 10 billion deaths, great burial array. Yamamoto, Genryusai, Shigekuni unleashes his signature move, plunging his Zanpakuto into the ground. Countless gray explosions rise around him, forming endless phantoms of the deceased that surge toward Kaido with unrelenting ferocity. These souls, having perished at the hands of the residual fire of the Taicho, awaken and perceive their target as a delectable morsel, charging forth with no fear of death, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Yet, before these spirits can even approach within 50 meters of the beast Kaido, they're instantly crushed by his overwhelming aura, scattering into the wind with pitiful wails. With a powerful strike, he unleashes a tempest of energy that shatters the heavens, casting down countless shadows of his fists, obliterating the souls summoned by the residual fire of the Taicho. He does not hesitate to endure the searing heat akin to the sun itself, striking directly at the body of the residual fire Taicho. Yamamoto, connected to his Zanpakuto, feels the impact resonate through him as he wields the blade, sealing all released flames within it. He carves a rapid trajectory through the air, aiming to cleave Kaido's head, determined to eliminate this foe once and for all. A pillar of fire ascends toward the heavens, revealing Kaido within, enduring the flames as he vaporizes vast stretches of the surrounding sea, causing the water levels to drop amidst this relentless battle. Suddenly, Kaido transforms into his dragon form, bursting forth from the inferno, his scales a vivid crimson, engulfed in flames. His formidable presence overwhelming the battlefield, making countless marine creatures tremble in fear, cowering low in submission. Kaido's displayed might proves to be even more formidable than that of Yamamoto. If this battle continues, Captain Yamamoto may well find himself facing defeat. Ding! Successfully spent 5,000 points to exchange for a Hogyoku. Feng Shio, ever protective of his subordinates, does not allow harm to befall them, retrieving the Hogyoku and tossing it to Yamamoto. Upon receiving the Hogyoku, Yamamoto realizes that in the original narrative, he would never have wielded such power. However, as a member of the Shadow Legion, he is bound to obey Feng Shio's orders and overcome any obstacles in his path. In that case, I must resort to powers that surpass even that of the Shinigami. Activating the power of the Shinigami, he embeds the Hogyoku into his chest, causing his spiritual pressure to surge dramatically, creating an invisible storm that envelopes the battlefield, shaking the very souls of all present. Upon entering the first fusion state of the Hogyoku, Captain Yamamoto's recovery rate significantly increases, healing his prior injuries in an instant, and his spiritual energy seems boundless. Kaido, opening his mouth, channels the forces of wind, rain, and thunder to form a beam of destructive light, radiating dazzling brilliance as it hurtles toward Captain Yamamoto, intent on obliterating him. With a thunderous roar, Yamamoto unleashes the residual fire Taicho, which ignites in an intense blaze, cleaving the incoming beam of destruction in half. The Hogyoku on his chest glimmers, bestowing immense power, enabling him to draw nearer to Kaido. The destructive energy of the light beam scatters widely, shaking Punk Hazard Island to its core, as if it might fracture at any moment. Occasionally, stray beams target aircraft carriers but are swiftly absorbed by Feng Xiu's use of the powers of the Dark Fruit, replenishing the carrier's energy. He never anticipated that Captain Yamamoto, in Hogyoku form, could withstand such a ferocious assault. Possessing Imperial-level strength himself, he manages to hold his ground. However, facing Kaido as an equal opponent, without the support of the Hogyoku's power, Yamamoto would have likely succumbed to defeat long ago. Though the Shinigami possess longevity, they are not impervious to destruction. To resurrect this most powerful golden shadow, it would require Feng Xiu to expend significant resources and points. The battle raged on for hours, as high-ranking forces of the Revolutionary Army arrived in succession to assist. The Steel Titan was the first to defeat the Sky Six. His massive form, brimming with power, was sufficient to shatter mountains and cause the earth to tremble. A blow to his body instantly crushed the internal organs of the Sky Six, sending them to a watery grave. The speed of the flame disaster remained astonishingly rapid, even when encircled by the sword formation, as it fiercely resisted, attempting to break through the curse formation using sheer brute force. 4-9 Thunder Calamity, Sword Chi. Shiminchue Shui, a sword practitioner, walked the path of cultivation, and having broken through to a certain level, could invoke fear in the realm, summoning destructive heavenly thunder in an attempt to reduce the rebellious sword practitioner to ashes. Hundreds of sword shadows pointed skyward, causing dark clouds to swirl and form a cataclysmic vortex as a blood-red thunder gradually coalesced, locking onto the target of the flame disaster. This peculiar technique provoked a natural phenomenon, instilling a sense of oppressive awe before the might of heaven. Within the eyes of the flame disaster, no such calamity existed. Yet even so, the thunder unleashed by the user of the Thunder Fruit was no match for the brewing heavenly tribulation above. As Shiminchue Shui directed his sword skyward, all sword energies merged and shot upward, culminating in a thick pillar of lightning infused with sword energy, crashing down upon the flame disaster, engulfing him within the scope of its assault. The flame disaster shrieked in agony, hurled into the sea by the thunderous beam, the excess lightning creating chaos on the battlefield, prompting many strong warriors to retreat, wary of the thunder's devastating power, waiting for the storm to subside before re-engaging in combat. Drought Jack, witnessing the catastrophic demise, let out a furious roar, transforming into a colossal mammoth nearly 100 feet tall, his long trunk swinging violently, hurling the Steel Titan back to its original form. Crashing into an island, the outcome uncertain. With Jack's transformation, the surrounding temperature surged, causing the glaciers beneath to rapidly melt away. Shiminchue Shui seized the moment of respite to unleash a powerful strike, charging toward the now massive Jack. Thousands of sword shadows coalesced, releasing an overwhelming brilliance aimed at him. Alas, while the sword's radiance was sharp, it only managed to leave superficial wounds on Jack's extraordinary hide, failing to inflict serious damage and instead inciting his ferocity as he trampled toward Shiminchue Shui. Recognizing the impenetrable nature of Jack's flesh, Shiminchue Shui resolved to attack from within, merging his essence with the sword, transforming into a streak of light that pierced Jack's foot, surging through his body with relentless vigor. No one could endure the agony of their organs being shredded. Even the towering Drought Jack was no exception, as his immense size became a means for his adversary to claim victory. When Shiminchue Shui emerged from Jack's body, the latter had already been utterly shattered. His heart was reduced to a gruesome pulp, not only sent back to his original form, but also perished on the spot. Among the three disasters, only the plague, Shoin, remained to fight alone. It was unimaginable that our 100-beast pirate crew would meet such a fate. Under the combined assault of Roronoa Zoro and the Iceman, plagued Chiyoyin's body had been completely pierced by a sharp icicle, blood gushing forth as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. At that moment, Akainu and Kizaru finally shook off the Revolutionary Army's entanglement, only to find the three disasters had all perished, and the situation was dire. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was filled with resentment. How could the Navy have arrived so late? However, he had no path of retreat, facing the onslaught of numerous formidable foes. He had no choice but to resist with all his might. Meanwhile, Magellan was furious after the Revolutionary Army's higher-ups drained a significant amount of his blood, and he commanded his zombie army to charge forward. Former foes defeated by the Revolutionary Army, now transformed into zombies, surged toward him. Such troublesome abilities. Was the Navy government declaring an all-out war against us? Feng Xiu narrowed his eyes, observing these resurrected beings, and felt an immense threat, instructing the shadows present to ensure the complete destruction of these zombie bodies. Without physical forms to support them, Magellan's powers would naturally be rendered ineffective. Suddenly, Bonniwald appeared, magnifying the ammunition fired from his submachine gun by several dozen times, causing significant casualties among the Grim Reaper and the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the Revolutionary Army soldiers. Seeing the urgency of the battle, Bluffing Shuemin, taking advantage of Monkey D. Luffy's moment of slumber, unleashed the power of the Nine-Tails Fox and entered Sage mode onto the battlefield. The tailed beast bomb, brimming with destructive lightning, coalesced and shot toward the zombie army, aiming to obliterate these troublesome foes. However, at that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo appeared, manipulating countless sharp threads to slice through the tailed beast orb. Across the entirety of Punk Hazard Island, explosions of astonishing magnitude erupted, reminiscent of a nuclear bomb carpet bombing. The vast island could no longer withstand such impacts, fracturing instantly. The raging flames and ice snow upon the island vanished, completely obliterated by the might of the strong present. Mushroom clouds of explosions rose, creating a scene of overwhelming shock. Captured by the news bird high above, spectators from distant lands, witnessing such a breathtaking, decisive battle, felt as though they were witnessing a clash of divine beings, inciting a sense of fear towards such formidable strength. Clearly, only the Revolutionary Army could contend with these powerful entities within the Navy. They were mere mortals, likely perceived as insignificant as ants in the eyes of their opponents. Nevertheless, the combatants on our side did not forget that the goal of this battle was to slay Kaido of the 100 Beasts, with the three disasters already dead. If they could defeat the unparalleled beast Kaido, the Navy would find itself utterly isolated and helpless, much like when the Big Mom pirates fell, leaving the Navy government to watch helplessly as events unfolded. The 100 Beast pirates could be regarded as their last trump card against the Revolutionary Army. As the battle approached its climax, Shanks the Red-Haired continued to observe from a distance, aware that no matter his influence, he could not persuade the Revolutionary Army and the Navy government to reach a truce, to attain dominance over the world. Both sides would have to face off to the bitter end. In Chapter 388, the Warlords of the Sea joined the fray, responding to the call of the world government. Members of the Warlords began to appear on the battlefield, including Dracule Mihawk, Gecko Moria, and Trafalgar Law. Initially, they had no intention of getting involved, but with the Revolutionary Army aggressively suppressing pirate forces upon the seas, their survival necessitated their role as pawns for the Navy government. Who would have thought that the combination of the Doka no Mi and the zombie virus could yield such results, allowing this fellow to gain such an advantage? Undoubtedly, Moria harbored the deepest envy and resentment towards Magellan, as he had originally developed the zombie virus but failed to control its toxic components effectively, leading to repeated failures. Now witnessing Magellan wielding this power to manipulate recently deceased strong foes, he felt infuriated. Desperate to seize this world-altering power, Moria did not hesitate to betray his allies. Launching an attack on the defenseless Magellan, the shadows on the ground began to twist and intertwine, bursting forth to bind Magellan's neck, attempting to strangle him and seize the powers of the Doku no Mi for himself. It is indeed true that one can only consume one devil fruit in a lifetime. However, he could have his subordinates consume the Doku no Mi, thus making the zombie army his own. Damn it, you traitor! Do you not fear the wrath of the Navy government by attacking at such a crucial moment? Fortunately, the zombie Sararyuma arrived just in time to rescue Magellan, averting an embarrassing demise on the battlefield. I don't care. This power I have studied for decades must be under my control. Anyone who obstructs me will be killed without mercy. Moria's expression had turned frenzied as he sought to eliminate Magellan. However, Magellan had already taken precautions, commanding a toxic dragon to charge toward Moria. Those who betray the Navy government shall die. Admiral Akainu also took note of the situation, furious at Moria's betrayal. He unleashed the most powerful punch of molten lava, ready to obliterate him on the spot. As the Navy government faced internal strife, it provided a golden opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to fight fiercely. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni also exerted himself to strike at Kaido's vital points. No matter how formidable Kaido's physique, he still possessed weak points. And if Captain Yamamoto sought to achieve victory through surprise, he must target those vulnerabilities. With a heavy alloy club weighing several tons, Kaido swung with all his might. The multitude of club shadows nearly overwhelming Captain Yamamoto. Even the intense heat from his flaming sword could not compel Kaido to retreat. Witnessing the three disasters fall one after another, Kaido would not easily retreat without exacting blood for blood from the Revolutionary Army. Without the support of the 100 Beast Pirates executives, the entire crew would be left as nothing but an empty shell. Kaido's fists roared with the sound of dragons and tigers, transforming into his dragon-human form, wielding immense power at his peak. I wish to see just how much punishment you can withstand. Suddenly, he enveloped Captain Yamamoto in his embrace, exerting all his strength, rendering the latter unable to escape the overwhelming force. With a violent stomp, they soared thousands of meters into the air. Following this, Kaido began to plummet toward the ground at breakneck speed, akin to a shooting star, aiming to crush Captain Yamamoto into a pulp. How naive! Did you think you could restrain the Grim Reaper? Captain Yamamoto, Jinryusai Shigekuni, would not be so easily bound. He directly utilized a spirit technique to transform his body into a spectral form, escaping Kaido's grasp. If Kaido had been wise enough to use haki against him, perhaps he would have succeeded. With a sound akin to a meteor impact, the sea surged with towering waves as Kaido's attack missed, prompting him to charge at Captain Yamamoto once more. The captain first concentrated his immense spiritual pressure into flames of 1,000,000 degrees, enveloping both his body and blade before unleashing his most powerful technique, the end of heaven and earth. The blade seemed to tear through the void, its domineering and chilling radiance slicing through the air with unmatched ferocity, akin to the blazing sun concentrating all its heat upon this strike, causing one's heart to tremble and blood to ignite. With a sudden gasp, Shokai Duo gazed in horror at his arm severed by the gleaming blade, which traced an arc in the air before plummeting to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He had never anticipated that his unparalleled physique would be so easily cleaved. Indeed, no matter how formidable one may be, there exist limits. The strike from Captain Yamamoto contained a heat rivaling that of the sun's core, capable of melting this realm with ease, let alone a creature like Kaiduo. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni plunged his Zanpakuto into his opponent's heart, inflicting upon Kaiduo a torment of searing flames that he endured until his last breath. I curse you. You shall meet a fate worse than mine. Kaiduo spat out this curse, his body enveloped in the flames of the remnant fireblade, which continued to burn until nothing but ashes remained, thereby avoiding the fate of being reforged into a zombie by Magellan. Such an adversary was sufficient to confront just once. Henceforth, the seas would witness only 3 pirate emperors, with the demise of Big Mom and Kaiduo heralding the Revolutionary Army's might to the world. Admiral Akainu, after incinerating a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, was consumed by rage at the death of Kaiduo, yet could only command the Navy to retreat swiftly, halting near the Holy Land. This conflict saw the Marine headquarters at Marineford become a bastion for the new government, further diminishing the territory of the Old World government. Akainu and his elite forces now faced little resistance in their retreat, while Feng Xiu chose not to pursue aggressively, for the joy of savoring victory was paramount. Observing the Navy brought forth a sense of disdain. Why not seize this opportunity to annihilate them? Boa Hancock felt perplexed, based on Feng Xiu's displayed prowess. It seemed a simple task to obliterate the enemy, yet he allowed them to escape. Feng Xiu shook his head with a gentle smile, indicating that a final decisive battle with the Navy government awaited, and the day of the Revolutionary Army's complete triumph was not far off. There was no need to relentlessly pursue these government lackeys. He sensed Lord M's aura was steadily reaching its zenith, and when that moment arrived, a full-scale assault would be far more exhilarating. Victories obtained effortlessly held little significance. I wish you, Lord Feng Xiu, a swift ascension to dominion. Do not forget your humble servant then. As Chapter 389, Unstoppable Force, unfolded, the announcement of the Death God Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates joining the new government sent shockwaves through the world. The five emperors had seen two of their own extinguished, while two factions pledged allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. The red-haired pirates now stood alone among the emperors, achieving a status akin to that of the Pirate King. Discussions erupted worldwide as Shanks emerged as the greatest victor, firmly establishing himself as the sole sovereign of the seas. The title of Pirate King felt burdensome to him. It was better left for the Straw Hat Boy to contest. Realizing he was the last remaining emperor, Shanks felt a sense of resignation, but had no intention of aligning with any faction. The conflict between the Old World government and the Revolutionary Army had reached a definitive point. His absence made little difference. For the Navy government, the opportunity to recruit another formidable force like the four emperors had vanished. Only by developing a zombie army could they muster the strength to continue their resistance. The red-haired pirates had resolutely chosen to distance themselves from the strife, and anyone opting to ally with the Navy government at this juncture would be courting death. Witnessing the downfall of fearsome figures like Big Mom and Kai Duo under the Revolutionary Army's onslaught, even the so-called immortal beast, Kai Duo, had met his end. How could any others hope to escape that fate? The most distressed were the representatives of the allied nations who had initially supported the Old World government, now constantly on guard against potential incursions by the Revolutionary Army. When that time arrived, the Navy government would likely be unable to protect them, as they too were struggling for survival. Observing other allied nations choose to join the new government, even without the privileges of nobility, they found comfort in their lives and retained their wealth, igniting feelings of envy and regret. Had they known the Navy government would falter so disgracefully, they would have left this place at any cost, for the societal advancements in the revolutionary red zone had reached postmodern standards, far exceeding their own. While the government officials fretted over their predicament, the Revolutionary Army headquarters thrived in leisure, untroubled by any potential retaliatory strikes from Navy. Any pirate faction was now compelled to steer clear of them, fearing annihilation at the hands of the Revolutionary Army's fleet, and the Navy was no exception. As long as the Revolutionary Army remained still, they felt a sense of triumph, especially with the Shadow Army instilling terror in the hearts of the populace. Feng Xiu had built his strength upon this very force, having fled from the Navy government a decade prior, now forcing the world government to cower within the Holy Land. The Revolutionary Army stood but a step away from global supremacy. Soon, Feng Xiu would completely usurp Lord M's position, becoming the most powerful entity in the pirate world. Only the Empress understood the true extent of the terrifying power Feng Xiu wielded. His ability to overturn this world was more than sufficient. In the royal palace of the Holy Land, in the garden, Feng Xiu felt the moment had arrived. He retrieved a meticulously crafted diamond ring, elegantly engraved with exquisite curves, imbued with a series of enhanced attributes. It is time for the world to witness our love. Are you ready, Boa Hancock? Feng Xiu turned to the Empress beside him. Boa Hancock, feeling bewildered, watched as Feng Xiu knelt, casually presenting a bouquet of flowers alongside the ring, formally proposing to her. Surrounding soldiers and officials gathered in curiosity, extending their heartfelt blessings, filling the Empress with a profound sense of happiness. But weren't we supposed to defeat the Old World government before you could marry me? she shyly inquired. Feng Xiu's response was simple. Defeating the old world government was now merely a matter of a single battle. And victory for the Revolutionary Army was all but assured, making complete annihilation unnecessary. Thus, before the gathered crowd, Boa Hancock accepted Feng Xiu's proposal, a dream she had long cherished. Upon hearing the news, the Navy government was incensed, wallowing in despair while cautiously anticipating the Revolutionary Army's fierce attacks, only to witness a wedding celebration unfold. Despite their complaints, they resolved to send numerous spies to infiltrate the wedding, hoping to create chaos and potentially assassinate Feng Xiu amid the festivities. As the news of the Revolutionary Army leader Feng Xiu's wedding spread, it became a global sensation, with major news outlets rushing to cover the event live. Since the decision to marry has been made, Feng Xiu naturally intends to host a grand wedding to wed Boa Hancock, which nearly causes the Empress to faint with excitement. In preparation for the wedding venue, the members of the Shadow Legion exerted their utmost effort. Uchiha Madara and Minato Namikaze collaborated to employ Earth release techniques, constructing a dreamlike island upon the sea. Tens of thousands of Shadow clones were tasked with arranging the wedding site, adhering to the standards of royal weddings from a past life, marked by exquisite opulence. The Nanomechanical Legion swiftly completed the architectural structures on the island, evoking a sense of entering a fairy tale realm. The sprawling castle will serve as the venue for Feng Xiu and the Empress to unite in matrimony. Tony Stark set aside his research to oversee the wedding and related affairs, with vibrant displays illuminating the sky, broadcasting this joyous occasion to the world. As for the naval spies attempting to infiltrate, they were swiftly neutralized by Shimin Shue's energy lock, with flying swords dispatched to eliminate them on the spot. The marriage between the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a member of the Seven Warlords is of paramount significance, rendering any attempts by the naval government to disrupt the event virtually impossible. The upper echelons of Daughter Island were invited to attend, and it was rumored that the Straw Hat Pirates, at Luffy's behest, clamored to join as well. This posed no difficulty, as both Dragon and Carp held prominent positions within the Revolutionary Army, allowing their pirate affiliations to be overlooked. It seems Feng Xiu's alteration of the storyline has led to Luffy encountering many significant events and adversaries, prompting his curiosity to witness the wedding firsthand. In the year 1525 of the Great Voyage era, the union of the world's most celebrated man and the Empress heralds the dawn of a new era. Chapter 390. The wedding in progress. Given the vast expanse of the dreamlike island, Feng Xiu graciously permitted citizens from various kingdoms to attend, welcoming all sincere blessings with open arms. It is likely that only the naval government's faction failed to receive notification, as even their allied nations were formally invited, the implications of which were unmistakable. The government officials strictly forbade their attendance, leaving the representatives of those allied nations to begrudgingly forfeit such a golden opportunity to align with the celebratory event. Based on their understanding of the world government, any attempt to participate in the wedding would result in the immediate annihilation of their ranks by naval admirals, branded as traitors for colluding with the enemy. Alas, such a plethora of delectable food would be a pity to forego. Upon arrival, the Straw Hat crew presented the Heart of Gold, a gift acquired from the New World, rumored to bestow eternal youth upon those illuminated by its golden light. Since this artifact held little personal value to them, they opted to bestow it as a blessing for Feng Xiu and the Empress. Nami and Robin expressed envy at the wedding's grandeur, as the entire setup fulfilled every woman's dream of romantic beauty. The kings from various kingdoms, along with the fishman Shichibukai, Jinbei, and Neptune, and their queens, all arrived, presenting their most treasured gifts with both hands. Witnessing Luffy devour the food voraciously, Jinbei could only shake his head at his nature, fortunately joining him for a hearty drink. Zoro seized the opportunity to consult Shimin Shui on swordsmanship, eager to compare the techniques of this swordsman with his own. Frankie, naturally, was compelled to assist with the preparations, as his mentor Tony Stark was present. Merely receiving the kings from different nations consumed half a day, and the gifts piled high. A mountain of treasures from various realms. The God of Light, clad in a white suit, represented the Holy Kingdom in dealings with other kings. Noticing Nami's eyes sparkle at the sight of the gifts, he gestured for her to take anything she fancied. After all, he found little value in these treasures and preferred to please this fair lady. Sanji returned to the Vinsmoke family, seated with Judge and others at a banquet, astonished to find the three brothers had become remarkably composed and reserved, leaving him to wonder if he had mistakenly entered the wrong gathering. Having mastered the 8 gates, he had intended to spar with his brothers to avenge past humiliations. Brook, unlike the others, as a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, felt an endless array of topics to discuss with the Desert Reaper Nethersis, even showcasing some necromancy spells for mutual exploration. In such a jubilant setting, the two most steeped in the aura of death were naturally relegated to the periphery. Iron Fist Carp and Dragon occupied the central area, observing Monkey D. Luffy's carefree demeanor and beginning to strategize on how to guide this young man towards the path of revolution. The Great Age of Pirates had concluded, rendering Luffy's continued adventures unnecessary, especially since the treasure of the Pirate King remained but a legend, unseen by any. Soon, the members of the Shadow Legion began to assemble, with Yamamoto Jinryu-sai and Uchiha making a grand entrance, their formidable presence still commanding respect despite their subdued demeanor. Naturally, the red-haired Shanks made an appearance to honor Feng Xiu, drawn by the allure of the diverse beverages offered at the wedding, which was indeed the most captivating aspect for him. Then came the entrance of the Empress Boa Hancock, gracefully approaching Feng Xiu with the assistance of her bridesmaids. The Empress, with skin like cream and a captivating beauty akin to a celestial being, required no further embellishment. However, such exceptional beauty could only be tamed by Feng Xiu, and together, they epitomized the world's most admired couple. Revolutionary soldiers intensified their patrols near the wedding venue, ensuring that no disruptions would occur at this critical moment. Tony Stark, as the master of ceremonies, fluently guided the wedding proceedings in English, allowing the media to capture the tender moments of their shared kiss. The naval government, witnessing this scene, furiously switched off their monitors, lamenting the ineptitude of their spies for failing to instigate any unexpected incidents. In the waters adjacent to the dreamlike island, countless mermaids surfaced, joyously celebrating this grand event. In truth, Feng Xiu had long anticipated this wedding. After arriving in the pirate world, he focused on expanding his influence, only to be pursued by the naval government to the Holy Kingdom, where he clandestinely developed the Shadow Legion. It was his serendipitous encounter with Boa Hancock that provided his spirit with a sense of belonging, always envisioning a grand and lively wedding once he became the world's sovereign, inviting all to bestow their blessings. The wedding festivities continued, with Boa Hancock now ensconced in the castle's bridal chamber, awaiting Feng Xiu and the assembled guests for a toast. This time, he refrained from utilizing any abilities to mitigate the effects of alcohol, welcoming all who approached with open arms, relying solely on his physical prowess to consume hundreds of barrels of red wine without appearing the least bit affected. This astounding capacity for alcohol left the attendees in awe, as they anticipated witnessing the leader of the Revolutionary Army inebriated, but it seemed he had no intention of granting them that opportunity. With no choice but to delegate the task of managing the drinks to the members of the Shadow Legion, he intercepted the majority of representatives from allied nations. "Sing, you are the legendary Feng Xiu, and I am the future Pirate King. Please treat me kindly." Monkey D. Luffy, with his characteristic exuberance, approached Feng Xiu directly to propose a toast, his face adorned with a broad smile. This marked their second formal encounter, and even the mere act of shaking hands allowed Feng Xiu to sense the tides of fortune surging towards him, resulting in an astonishing acceleration in his cultivation speed that astounded onlookers. "A commendable young man. Continue to strive for your dreams," Feng Xiu encouraged, patting Luffy's shoulder before making his way to the bridal chamber. Upon unveiling the Empress's wedding gown, he was once again mesmerized by her beauty, unwilling to let such a moment of intimacy slip away. Their previous encounters had merely flirted with connection. This time, they truly united, cherishing this beautiful interlude together. Chapter 391. Strengthening Shadows. Following the wedding, the attendees enjoyed several days on the Dream Island before gradually returning to their respective kingdoms. escorted throughout by the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Shanks, initially intending to leave post-ceremony, found himself irresistibly drawn into the Revolutionary Army due to the earnest invitations from figures such as Vice Admiral Garp and Captain Yamamoto, joining them in a haze of confusion. To accommodate their identities, Feng Xiu conferred upon him a legitimate pirate status, permitting them the freedom to roam the seas as long as they refrained from illicit activities. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy stealthily slipped away, vowing to Shanks, "You are now my sole rival upon the seas. Let us see who ultimately claims the title of Pirate King." Traditionally, only those who conquer the latter half of the Grand Line are deemed worthy of the title of Pirate King. However, the current circumstances have shifted, as the Revolutionary Army has completely seized this territory. Despite Luffy and his crew's formidable strength, they could not contest the Revolutionary Army for dominion. Hence the path to inheriting the title lay in discovering the treasure left behind by the former Pirate King. This political decision has led to a resurgence of pirates setting sail for adventure, as the prospect of wealth is attainable without resorting to plunder. Naturally, encounters with the Revolutionary Army's fleet require a halt for inspections, ensuring they are recognized as legitimate pirates before being allowed to continue. The Marines, particularly in Shanghai, have become indifferent to them, harboring a greater animosity towards the Revolutionary Army than towards pirates. Indeed, in the eyes of the government elite, pirates have ceased to pose a significant threat, while the Revolutionary Army has become a grave concern for the world government. Magellan, intrigued by the emergence of these pirates, frequently leads his zombie legion to launch attacks, seeking to transform those with promising potential into members of his undead army. Taking advantage of this situation, Feng Xiu enhanced the shadow members of the red-haired pirates. Name: Belcrony talent. Hero's wish: golden in any dire situation. There lies a possibility for a comeback. This key trump card, prepared for the foolish child who dreams of becoming a hero, allows one to unleash an attack with more than 80-fold destructive power in seemingly unwinnable battles. It can only activate 3 times per battle and may be reused only after exceeding 8 hours post-battle. Power: S Physique, S Speed, S Will, S Fruit Type, Storm Fruit, Storm LV5. Awaken the ultimate skill, Divine Wrath of the Storm, stirring the winds to create a violent tempest that annihilates everything in its path. Observation: Hockey LV5 Armament. Hockey LV5 Overall Rating. His name: Abomination Rating. Golden Power: S Physique, S Speed, S Will, S Talent. Gluttony, gaining temporary attribute enhancements through consumption. Each meal sustains for 24 hours. Alternatively, can rapidly recover from injuries through eating. Armament: Body Strength increased 20-fold, creating a transparent armor akin to a suit of armor. Transformation LV5, acquired abilities from consuming a devil fruit. Can transform into a half gorilla or a black gorilla. In half gorilla form, all attributes are 5. In black gorilla form, Physique 12, Power 12, Will 20. Current Strength, S-Class Powerhouse. Staff Technique LV5, Transformation LV5, Armament Hockey LV5, Armament. Glutton Ding, Abomination acquires Bu cells, gaining infinite regeneration ability. Bloodline Level LV2. Name: Namikaze Minato. Quality: Golden Talent. Ninja Technique Training Aptitude. Genius Type: Power, S Physique, S Speed, S Will, S Skills. Rasengan Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique, proficient in Fire, Wind, Lightning, Yin, and Yang Attribute Ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Summoning Technique, and Sealing Technique Mastery. Thunder Fruit inherits all skills of Enel and all lightning-based ninjutsu. Nine Tails Power merges with Tailed Beast Chakra for unlimited regeneration, embodying Yin and Yang attributes, also enabling the activation of Sage Mode. Experience required for resurrection: 1 hour. To strengthen these 3 shadows, Feng Xiu unhesitatingly spent 150,000 points, elevating the Shadow Army's high-tier combat capabilities to their utmost potential, with these talents readily available for invocation. As for the Marine government, only Im-sama and the Zombie Legion remain as hidden cards. Should the Revolutionary Army recklessly engage in battle, Ensuring minimal casualties while overcoming the opposition would be challenging. However, if he were to take matters into his own hands, the situation would be markedly different. Days after the wedding, Feng Xiu instructed the empress to patiently await his triumphant return. In a bid to liberate the world's marginalized laborers, he resolved to launch a comprehensive assault on Mariehua, receiving enthusiastic support from various allied nations. Before the Holy Palace, in Times Square, to bolster morale and enhance public cohesion for the Revolutionary Army, Feng Xiu delivered a speech before a live audience. Today marks a pivotal moment in the Revolutionary War, as it is time to confront the old world government that has lingered in its decay for too long. Friends supporting us, I hope to hear your blessings. As Feng Xiu's words concluded, an eruption of cheers resounded from the gathered crowd and viewers at home, filled with fervent hope for the Revolutionary Army to supplant the world government. The oppressed populace, long victimized by the nobility, secretly rallied behind the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. The Celestial Dragons had dominated this world for far too long. The time had come for someone to dismantle their reign. With Feng Xiu's command, the Revolutionary Red District mobilized all islands and ports, setting sail towards Mariehua to encircle it. The day they had anticipated had finally arrived. However, no matter the circumstances, I will never compromise with these scoundrels, the Admiral Akina seethed, slamming his fist onto the table upon hearing the news. Subsequently convening a high-level meeting to strategize on how to make the Revolutionary Army pay a heavy price. Adhering to the principle of preferring to be shattered than to be compromised, ensuring that these revolutionaries suffer grievous injuries. Magellan was the first to engage, enveloping the seas near the Holy Land in a thick toxic fog containing elements of the zombie virus, with even the slightest contact resulting in immediate infection and a merciless assault on nearby living beings. He doubted the Revolutionary Army had developed an antidote for this virus, preventing them from even approaching. How foolish! Do we not have the means to infiltrate from beneath the sea? Feng Xiu lamented Magellan's lack of insight, issuing orders for the entire fleet to submerge and ascend within the Holy Land. Chapter 392. The final battle news of the new government's impending total assault on the old world government swept across the globe like a whirlwind. For them, the old world government had long been overdue for ousting, yet the Revolutionary Army delayed their actions, which only heightened their impatience. Shadow members from all corners of the globe gathered, and among them were the most formidable warriors. There was no need to elaborate on the revolutionary leader, Long, who had been directly appointed as the supreme commander of the three armies, possessing strength that surpassed even the four emperors. His determination to completely overthrow the world government was resolute. Additionally, the former Marine Vice Admiral Karp, despite his advanced age of 80, actively joined the revolutionary tide, bravely fighting for the liberation of the oppressed masses. Even when encountering former allies, he showed no mercy, for the old world government was rife with corruption and obstinacy, making bloodshed and sacrifice inevitable for its replacement. Fire Fist Ace fought alongside Uchiha Madara, supported by the immortal Marco and others, determined to carry forth the will of Whitebeard, believing that the Revolutionary Army could bring true peace to the world. Moreover, they had grievances to settle with the Marine government, particularly with Admiral Akainu, the one responsible for Whitebeard's death. This war demanded that he pay in blood for his sins. The Revolutionary Army's chief of staff, Sabo, needed no introduction as Ace's brother. He was equally committed to fighting alongside them, prompting Straw Hat Luffy to rush to join their ranks. The Straw Hat Pirates, with each member possessing formidable strength, posed little concern for danger, providing a solid assurance for Luffy's involvement. The overthrow of the world government was a shared objective for all maritime forces, and they were eager to seize this opportunity to exact revenge for years of oppression by the government's elite. Shinigami Yamamoto Jinryu Sai, alongside Pika and the powerful elemental warriors, effortlessly repelled the encroaching poisonous miasma with towering ice walls. The chilling air formed a 50 Shanghai barrier, effectively freezing the zombie virus gas, thereby suppressing these abilities. Hundreds of warships surged toward the Red Continent, aiming to obliterate the last stronghold of the old world government, capturing global attention. They believed this would be the final confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the Old World government. After this battle, the victor would reign supreme over the pirate world. The three Emperor's pirate factions and the Revolutionary Army advanced from four directions to besiege the world government, preventing any escape from the higher-ups. Hundreds of thousands of war machines and iron legions took to the skies, poised to unleash a torrent of firepower upon their adversaries. Each revolutionary soldier was equipped with semi-automatic mechanical armor, ensuring victory with minimal manpower. Feng Xiu also hoped to recruit the remaining naval soldiers after defeating the world government, making high-tier combat strength pivotal in determining the battle's outcome. Facing the ever-expanding poisonous miasma, Long conjured a tempest that altered the skies, violently tearing apart the poisonous clouds, which instead blew towards the Holy Land. The Revolutionary Army was truly excessive, insisting on a life-and-death struggle with no apparent benefit for themselves. A group of insurgents, if provoked, could lead to mutual destruction. It seemed they could only rely on Lord M to intervene. Otherwise, they stood no chance of victory. Urgently, they called for Magellan to engage, hoping the numerous zombie legions could withstand the onslaught momentarily. The celestial dragons were of utmost importance, and in dire circumstances, they would activate secret passages to escape and wait for a future resurgence. In the Holy Land's conference hall, government officials and the five elders convened to discuss their retreat. However, as discussions turned to plans for escape, the participants felt a wave of embarrassment for the elders. Bang! Admiral Akainu, unable to contain his frustration, slammed the table, demanding silence, and declared with righteous indignation, rather than cowering in fear, they should confront these rabble, for he had awaited this moment for far too long. He disregarded the celestial dragon's desire to flee, but warned against disturbing the morale of the troops. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to summon Lord M to deal with these old men and reveal their cowardice in the face of crisis. In reality, among the millions of soldiers in the Navy, fear and dread were pervasive, as they faced a battle they deemed unwinnable with little desire to fight. The enemy outnumbered them by the millions, and their formation was terrifying, with numerous Shadow Army members each surpassing the strength of an admiral, far exceeding the past Navy government. Although Magellan's zombie legion was stationed, the sight of those flesh-eating creatures repulsed them, making it unbearable to remain in their presence. The Navy government, in their madness, to maintain the combat effectiveness of these high-tier zombies, had chosen the most notorious offenders among the millions of naval soldiers to serve as their sustenance. If their families weren't under the government's control, many would have defected to join the Revolutionary Army. During the battle, they were ordered to fight earnestly. Any soldier who hesitated would face the fate of becoming zombie fodder. As the principal force in this battle, Magellan was extremely dissatisfied with the despondent demeanor of the naval soldiers. This was his first time commanding an army, and he could not afford to be hindered by them. Facing the Revolutionary Army's assault, the Old World government saw no alternative but to fight to the death. They had no retreat. Even if they managed to repel the enemy, the revolutionaries would return with renewed vigor, and a single failure would spell their doom. At that point, all celestial dragons, including Lord M, would face execution, and any naval soldiers unwilling to surrender would meet a grim fate. Many among them still held respect for Karp and Zifa, wishing to follow them to the revolutionary side. Yet they could not voice such thoughts in front of their superiors. All units on high alert, maximum combat readiness to defend the honor of the Navy. Akainu, leading Kizaru, Fujitora, and the five elders, stood at the Holy Land's port, ready to confront the Revolutionary Army's oppressive advance. This battle was not akin to their previous skirmish near Alabasta. Should they lose, Feng Xiu would not grant them another chance to retaliate. In preparation for the decisive battle, the Navy government emptied their armories and ammunition depots, knowing full well that if these resources were not utilized now, they would never have another opportunity. 5,000 pacifists and 1,000 robots, along with various missile types, fortified the Holy Land, Mariehua, into an impregnable stronghold. Any enemy within range would be annihilated by this ferocious firepower, as long as Feng Xiu dared to attack. The government brass would teach him a lesson in no time, even if these weapons were obtained from Stark Industries. However, It was precisely the presence of Tony Stark that instilled a sense of caution in them, fearing the revolutionaries might possess hidden trump cards that could lead to an unexpected assault. Should he design a program that caused these armed missiles to detonate mid-flight, the embarrassment would be tremendous. How foolish to think they could use the genius inventor Tony Stark's weapons against their foes. The government high-ups were truly delusional. It could be said that the deployment of these weapons serves merely as a deterrent. Their actual use on the battlefield remains uncertain. When the conflict erupts, the distance from the missiles will be significant, so as to avoid casualties from unforeseen explosions. Several naval rear admirals began to murmur among themselves, expressing skepticism about the efficacy of conventional weaponry against the revolutionary forces. They harbored deep uncertainties regarding their ability to withstand this impending assault, particularly in light of the formidable Shadow Legion, which had even compelled the most powerful pirate factions to seek refuge. In this world, what other forces could possibly stand in their way? Aboard the aircraft carrier, within the central command room, the enemy's fortified positions appeared too formidable to assault directly without incurring severe losses. It was suggested that a solution be sought to neutralize this predicament first. Long, observing the naval government's armament layout, revealed a flash of concern in his brow. Each soldier of the Revolutionary Army was a cherished ally, and he hoped to avoid any casualties unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Tony Stark, the mastermind behind the weaponry, as no one better understood how to dismantle such a defensive arrangement. Some proposed that he create a system code to disrupt the enemy's weapon launches, which would render them devoid of their thermal weapon advantages. Such a task is hardly a challenge for a mind as brilliant as mine, Stark replied. But there is no need for such complexity. We shall simply deploy the newly developed Red Missile to obliterate the enemy's stronghold. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic model of the weapon, along with detailed specifications, materialized on the table before him. Weapon name: Red Missile Range, 8,000 kilometers weight, 40 tons rate of fire, 2,000 meters per second power, equivalent to 100 tons of explosives incorporating numerous new technologies. This missile exhibits significant advancements in size, precision, survivability, and penetration capabilities, far surpassing any missile in the history of Stark Industries. For Stark, continually surpassing his own inventions was a routine endeavor. The revolutionary forces were the first to launch 10 Red missiles, their rocket trails glowing a striking red as they traversed thousands of kilometers, catching the naval government completely off guard. What the hell? When did missiles gain such an extensive range? We must evade. Several naval vice admirals, utilizing their observation hockey, sensed the approaching Red missiles and quickly dove into the sea, swimming desperately towards the depths. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles struck the waters near the Holy Land, resulting in violent explosions that sent crimson mushroom clouds billowing into the sky. The radiation from the blast incinerated nearby naval soldiers, turning them into liquid. The toxic gas released from the missiles began to spread, yet was entirely absorbed by Magellan, who remained unharmed under the joint defense of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Undeterred, Magellan commanded Bon Clay to increase the speed of the Jericho missiles 100-fold, launching them towards the aircraft carrier, where they collided with the Azure defense shield. Fortunately, Bon Clay's Moku no Mi could only enhance one attribute of an object several times. Otherwise, they would risk catastrophic destruction. Subsequently, Magellan directed Bon Clay to unleash dozens of missiles, which split into thousands of smaller projectiles mid-flight, poised to inflict substantial damage on the revolutionary fleet. Super Shinra Tensei Uchiha Madara, despite having yet to regain full vision, unleashed his powers, returning the missiles to their origin. The Golden Lion Shiki of the Zombie Legion skillfully manipulated the surrounding islands to form a protective barrier, successfully blocking the counterattack. Unfortunately, Big Mom's body remained unfound. Had it been recovered, it would have represented a formidable asset. As the two sides engaged in a relentless exchange of firepower for an hour, it became evident that the naval government would face inevitable defeat if they continued to deplete their ammunition reserves. I maintain that a genuine confrontation is far more pragmatic. What purpose do these trivial tricks serve? Admiral Akainu initiated his assault, magma flowing from his arm as he launched hundreds of colossal magma fists skyward. Their power and size vastly superior to previous iterations, aimed directly at the revolutionary fleet. Should we clash in a battle of flames? Allow me to demonstrate your inadequacy, he declared, vowing vengeance for Whitebeard. You will experience the might of the Phoenix Flame. Marco, Ace, and the fire-wielding members of the crew began their coordinated assault against the now-augmented Akainu. The air was thick with magma and flames, as dark purple infernos clashed upon the sea's surface, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. Fortunately, the Iceman, the Winter Mushroom Lieutenant, and Yamato were present to moderate the battlefield's heat, lest the conflict become untenable. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace hoisted a sphere of dark purple flames, comparable in temperature to the Enma's sword, launching it towards Akainu to defy the elemental law that dictated the magma fruit's superiority over the flame fruit. To stand a chance against him, Ace had practiced countless times with Uchiha Madara, amplifying his power exponentially. Chapter 394, The Power of the Five Elders. Boom. 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 The Revolutionary Army commenced another round of artillery assault, launching thousands of rocket-propelled missiles towards the Holy Land of Mariehua. Should this onslaught succeed, the naval forces would undoubtedly suffer grave losses, severely undermining their position in the ensuing battle. The relentless barrage was becoming increasingly exasperating. How long must we endure this incessant assault? Yellow Monkey grumbled, yet his form suddenly vanished, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot skyward, his legs creating multiple afterimages that enveloped the heavens. All incoming missiles were obliterated by his kicks, leaving the revolutionary forces with little opportunity to utilize their thermal weaponry. A ripple in the surrounding space indicated the swift approach of shurikens that narrowly missed Yellow Monkey's face. Among the entire pirate crew, only Namikaze Minato could match his speed. You seem to have a penchant for targeting me in every battle. You truly are a nuisance. Of course, for we are both renowned for our swiftness, Minato replied as he and the wasteland's silhouette flickered in the air, leaving a sequence of afterimages that eluded the naked eye. In another high-altitude confrontation, the flames of Lu Shihua spun rapidly around Akainu, forming a fiery tornado that surged skyward, with countless fireballs bombarding him from all directions, showcasing tremendous power. Unfazed, Akainu transformed his arm into magma, deflecting the incoming fireballs and unleashing a devastating punch that shattered the fiery vortex before him. He could withstand even the temperatures released by Captain Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, let alone the capabilities of those who wielded fire. Suddenly, the fiery tornado unleashed by Lu Shihua transformed into a dark purple inferno, as Fire Fist Ace infused his flames into it, causing the temperature to escalate dramatically and increasing its destructive power. Akainu, you shall pay dearly for the death of Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace emitted a chilling chuckle, as 9 dark purple flames circled ominously behind him, poised to unleash a devastating assault on his opponent, determined to reduce them to ashes. Unbeknownst to him, even 2 years after the Summit War, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates remained consumed by resentment, directly attributing Whitebeard's demise to Admiral Akainu. The Admiral was well aware of this animosity, but refrained from probing further, confident that these defeated foes would soon realize the bitter taste of failure should they dare to confront him. As the magma of his arm clashed violently with the dark purple flames, Admiral Akainu's expression darkened, astonished that Ace's flames could inflict such a searing discomfort. Marco summoned the azure flames of the Phoenix, diligently healing Ace and Lu's injuries. As the flames of the Phoenix had the miraculous ability to rejuvenate any level of wound. Thus began a protracted tug-of-war between the 4 combatants, each vying to outlast the other. One of the elders, clad in a gray robe, drew a traditional sword from his waist and unleashed his conqueror's haki, charging into battle. With a swift, furious slash aimed at Feng Xiu's position, the blade's arc sought to pierce through the opponent's chest. Just then, several radiant sword flashes streaked from the distance, intercepting the elder's assault and forcibly interrupting his technique. It was Shimin Shui, arriving to provide assistance as he sensed the dire situation. Though the elders typically engaged in high-level meetings to voice their opinions and were not renowned for their combat prowess, their accumulated experience in battle was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Shimin Chue Shui found it well within his capabilities to fend off 2 or 3 of the elders simultaneously. The remaining warriors of the giant clan surged into the fray, utilizing their colossal stature, towering nearly 60 to 70 feet tall, to crush the revolutionary army's vessels. The sturdy steel warships crumbled beneath the might of these titanic warriors, reducing them to mere fragments with a single blow. Fortunately, Tony Stark had prepared in advance. Employing his advanced technology, several Iron Man suits soared overhead, dispersing a multitude of anti-giant Ant-Man suits that inflated in the wind, transforming into mechanical giants nearly 100 feet tall to counterattack. The giant clan warriors, eager to wield their weapons against the Iron Giants, typically required numerous powerful strikes to disable their systems. However, before they could execute such maneuvers, the Iron Giants unleashed their formidable offensive capabilities. The intense lasers emitted from their palms were sufficient to melt the heads of the giant clan warriors. Even if defeated, they would endeavor to take their enemies down with them. With a roar, Namikaze Minato unleashed the ferocious chakra of the Nine Tails, forming a colossal fox shape of dark red energy, filled with fury and destruction, which he directed against the strongest members of the giant clan, the Aoi Oni and Akai Oni. Uchiha Madara, observing this, activated his Sharingan, enveloping the Nine Tails in dark purple energy that formed an armored weapon, charging ferociously at the Aoi Oni and Akai Oni. With 2 extraordinarily powerful ninjas joining the battle, it was only a matter of time before they could subdue and defeat their opponents. The 9 enormous tails of the Nine Tails ascended, stirring the ocean into tumultuous waves and fierce whirlwinds, causing chaos across the battlefield. Numerous naval warships were swept away by these tails, leading to a significant increase in losses. The absence of ninjas in this world was indeed intriguing, presenting an opportunity for considerable upheaval. Upon regaining consciousness, the Nine Tails observed the fierce clash around it, a cold smile creeping across its lips. In its recollection, only the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, with their formidable ocular techniques and wood release, could contend with such foes. It was unexpected to find that even non-ninja abilities could wield powers formidable enough to instill caution. Encountering numerous formidable adversaries who could command wind, rain, and lightning purely through their fruit abilities was frustrating for the Nine Tails. Noting that at least dozens of presences around it surpassed Namikaze Minato in strength, the Nine Tails begrudgingly turned its attention to the lesser foes. Meanwhile, Megatron transformed into his Decepticon form, aiding the Iron Giants in their struggle against the immensely powerful warriors of the Giant Clan. Utilizing Cybertronia technology, he could even repair and optimize the performance of these robots on the spot. The Revolutionary Army began to land on the Holy Land of Mariehua, clashing with naval soldiers on the ground, revealing a stark disparity in weaponry and combat capabilities that left the Navy in a vulnerable position. Chapter 395, Zoro's Counterattack. Oi, Luffy. How could you engage in such an exhilarating battle without calling us? If you do this again, I swear I will personally chop you to pieces. From a distance, Frankie, transformed into his battle machine form, rushed to join the fray alongside Zoro and Sanji, for they had nothing else to occupy their time. Frankie had arrived out of sheer fascination with controlling robotic combat. If these Iron Giants could be commanded under his direction, their combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. The thrill of controlling so many Iron Giants on site was exhilarating. Frankie excitedly struck peculiar poses in the air before turning to enter the control room of the Iron Giant. When the Iron Giants switched to manual mode, their power was unparalleled. With Frankie's precise command over the iron armor, he could often defeat enemies with minimal effort. To win the favor of all the girls in the world, I must demonstrate my valiant demeanor in this battle, Sanji declared, swiftly leaping through the air with Moonwalk, aiming a kick at the remaining elders. He believed that dealing with these old geezers required no advanced techniques, as he could simply obliterate their heads with a single strike. Executing a series of fluid, elegant kicks, Sanji's purpose for joining the battle was solely to bask in the spotlight. ensuring that the girls watching the live broadcast could admire his gallant display. As for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, they refrained from joining the fight due to their inferior strength, recognizing that without the capabilities of warlords, they would merely serve as fodder, easily forgotten even in death. Zoro, wielding dual swords with a blade of Enma clenched in his mouth, landed on the ground and fixed his gaze on the distant Admiral Momotaro, equally skilled in swordsmanship. For he had come to the battlefield with the intent of defeating the renowned swordsman. Though Momotaro's swordsmanship surpassed his own, Zoro was eager to challenge himself, determined to strike down even a beautiful opponent without hesitation. How dare this mere supernova come to disgrace himself? Does he not fear death? How would I know unless I try? It seems I have yet to slay an admiral of the Navy. What a regret. Free sword style, tiger hunt. Roronoa Zoro's swords gleamed, his gaze sharp as he swiftly dispatched the Navy soldiers attempting to ambush him from behind. In an instant, several Navy soldiers fell, blood spraying, as they clutched their wounds, collapsing to the ground lifelessly. This act provoked Momotaro's wrath. How dare he slay her subordinates before her very eyes? She drew her sword, positioning herself before him. Roronoa Zoro, this battle is not one you can partake in. Today shall be your demise. Tao Tuda Jiang unleashed a fierce attack, wielding a sword with exceptional skill. Each strike was potent enough to slay an ordinary swordsman on the spot. Yet, Zoro consistently parried these blows with his blade. Upon hearing the taunts of his adversary, who vowed to take his life, a cold smile crept across Zoro's lips, filling him with an unusual exhilaration. The very intent to kill signified that Tao Tuda Jiang would exert his utmost effort, making Zoro's victory over him truly deserving of acclaim. Free sword style, Azure Dragon Roar. As Zoro's dual blades danced with increasing velocity, the sword aura coalesced into an ethereal azure dragon, swiftly spiraling around him. With a sudden flourish, the dragon surged forth towards Tao Tuda Jiang, imbued with a multitude of sword energies poised to shred the enemy apart. A seemingly ordinary maneuver, devoid of lethal force. Tao Tu deftly evaded the sword energy strike, acknowledging that had he been hit, he would undoubtedly have suffered grievous injuries. However, he deemed it regrettable that it would never connect. Are you certain? Zoro retorted with a cold smirk, manipulating the azure dragon to abruptly pivot and swiftly appear before Tao Tuda Jiang. With a piercing thrust, Tao Tu was left incredulous as he gazed at his pierced abdomen, blood surging forth as he knelt on the ground, astonished that he had been bested by a mere child. In another battlefield, Shimin Shui commanded thousands of sword shadows, encircling the gray-robed elder with an overwhelming display. Countless sword shadows overlapped, accumulating sword energy to its zenith, ultimately manifesting as a colossal sword shadow that descended with fury, severing the heads of 3 members of the 5 elders. After dispatching his target, a massive wave of sand surged from behind him, forming into the shape of a lion's head, as the golden lion Shiki sought to ensure the demise of this legendary swordsman. Just in time, I was lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. At this moment, the Iron Giants unleashed energy cannons from their chests, releasing dozens of brilliant beams of light that shook the very earth. The opposing giant warriors, the Red Demon and the Blue Demon, perished under this onslaught. As the world's most adept race in large-scale warfare, even their vast experience and size could not withstand the onslaught from the Revolutionary Army's high-ranking officials. Today was a veritable nightmare for the giant warriors. As more of their ranks fell, the Iron Giants grew ever more valiant, willing to engage in mutual destruction to obliterate their foes. Their bodies could be repaired, but these giants were flesh and blood. Once slain, they would vanish from this world entirely. Until the last giant warrior fell, several Iron Giants remained, leveraging their size advantage to trample the enemy forces. With a stomp of their foot, hundreds of Navy soldiers were sent flying, creating a tremendous splash. Bandewald commenced an assault on these Iron Giants, firing bullets from his firearms that had been enhanced 100-fold, causing them to explode upon impact with their metallic forms, rendering them scrap metal. Do you think creating these Iron Giants comes without cost? Tony Stark arrived on the scene, donning his anti-superhuman battle armor, and unleashed a magnetic pulse towards Bandewald, utilizing the principles of Haki to nullify his super abilities. Subsequently, several miniature tracking missiles detonated, obliterating his opponent's body. Tony's appearance significantly suppressed the resurrected zombie army. No Devil Fruit user could withstand the Haki's influence, and those struck by the electromagnetic pulse were destined for death. This time they learned their lesson, completely annihilating the enemy corpses to prevent Magellan from reviving them again. Next, it was Magellan's turn to face Tony Stark's relentless pursuit, determined to obliterate the Navy's trump card. Chapter 396: The Ancient Weapon and the Power of the Sea King. In this decisive battle that would determine the fate of the proletariat, the entire force of 50,000 fishmen under the leadership of Jinbei surged forth from the ocean surface, launching a surprise attack on the Holy Land from the rear. Princess Shirahoshi, as the ancient weapon Poseidon, also arrived, prepared to utilize her abilities against the Navy government. Feng Xiu sensed her unfamiliarity with this power and placed his hand on her back, amplifying her abilities with his psychic energy. Instantly, the surrounding seas erupted in turmoil, provoking monstrous waves as the Sea Kings from the New World surged towards them. Receiving the command from the Sea King, these colossal creatures began a frenzied assault on the island housing the Holy Land, crashing into it with the intent to shatter the massive island into pieces. Observing this, Tony Stark ordered the Iron Giants to form a bridge, enabling the Revolutionary Army forces to retreat swiftly onto the island. Uchiha and Fujitora, grinning, activated their gravity abilities, causing the entire island to break free from the pull of gravity, aiming to elevate the Holy Land Mariehua into the sky, indifferent to whether they pierced the atmosphere. The outcome hinged on who could endure until the end. Both sides converged upon the Holy Land, the pivotal point where the fate of this war would be decided. The Sea Kings, seeing their target suspended in the air, unleashed a devastating assault upon the remaining Navy fleet, resulting in substantial casualties among the ordinary Navy soldiers. "You are far from defeating me." Akainu erupted with torrents of magma, energy coalescing within him as his might surged. Several canine-shaped, red-hot attacks were unleashed, targeting Fire Fist Ace, Marco, and the Thunder Fire with tremendous force. The immortal bird Marco sustained severe injuries, plummeting from the sky and losing the ability to fight. Ace and Thunderfire also suffered varying degrees of wounds, spitting blood as they continued to unleash their ultimate techniques, amplifying their power exponentially. A searing fireball, radiating intense heat, was compressed and detonated before Akainu. Admiral Akainu coughed up blood, wounded by the terrifying explosion, and was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a stop. With an indomitable spirit, Akainu struggled to rise from the ground, resolutely refusing to be outdone by these youngsters. Elsewhere, War Peach Maru led several hundred pacifistas to the battlefield, aiming to ascend into the sky to assist the Navy government in battle. Frankie, accompanied by the T-1000 robots, also arrived, clashing head-on with the opposing mechanical army. The techniques of the pacifistas were mirrored by the T-1000 robots, showcasing superior performance. After unleashing a barrage of new laser cannons, they inflicted overwhelming damage on their enemies. In Frankie's eyes, these pacifistas were mere imitations, incapable of measuring up to the original Stark Industries robots. The superiority of one over the other was apparent in their conflict. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni did not rush to attack deep within the Holy Land. Instead, he planted his remnant fire blade into the ground, summoning an endless legion of skeletons from the ashes of the awakened dead, encircling the high-ranking Navy officials within the Holy Land. Fortunately, the Navy government's Green Bull appeared, transforming the entire Holy Land into a thorny forest with countless branches and vines striking, easily tearing the approaching skeleton army to shreds. His control over plants surpassed even that of Yamato Hanzo, prompting him to seek a worthy opponent. The two engaged in a battle of plant manipulation, launching attacks without holding back their abilities. At this critical juncture, any hesitation would be tantamount to seeking death. The divine dragon arrow and the green wood dragon clashed violently upon the surface of the sea, producing a series of resounding booms that reverberated through the hearts of the onlookers. as the audience fervently cheered for the revolutionary heroes. Their hearts were also gripped with concern for their safety. The Revolutionary Army represented the sole hope for the oppressed masses yearning to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the Tianlong people. Should they fail, an interminable period of darkness would inevitably ensue. Within the sacred land, throngs of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide. Should ordinary revolutionary soldiers engage with them, they risked succumbing to the virulent infection of the enemy, merely serving to bolster their ranks without any effective resistance. Warriors from the underworld, summon the wrath of destruction upon your foes. The Desert Reaper, Nises, chanted incantations that opened the gates of the netherworld, resurrecting countless undead beings from the earth. Armed with blades and clubs, they charged against the advancing army of generals, inflicting grievous casualties upon the enemy zombies. Yet troubles did not cease. A multitude of agile zombie dogs, commanded by Magellan, surged forward. At this moment, it was the turn of Yamada no Orochi to take the stage. Manipulating an ethereal energy into the form of Kanai, which he deftly hurled at the approaching zombie dogs, pinning each one against the wall without fail. Though his training as a ninja diverged from that of the likes of bluffing sway men, he still wielded his fundamental skills with great finesse. In the midst of this chaotic melee, the situation appeared overwhelmingly skewed against the enemy. Unable to bear witness any longer, Sengoku transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, his palms raised in a gesture that echoed with the thunderous sound of impending doom. Multiple high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army were struck in the chest by Sengoku, sustaining significant injuries. At this juncture, his former comrade, Iron Fist Carp, attempted to intervene, but was met by the formidable figure of the sword demon, Aatrox. Embracing his fallen angel form, he emanated a chilling aura that starkly contrasted Sengoku's presence. Wielding a massive blade, now imbued with dark energy, he swung it towards Sengoku in a furious arc. The clash of the heavy sword against the golden Buddha resonated with a cacophony of metallic echoes, as the sword's aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving behind indelible traces of hellfire in the void. Yield. The naval government is destined for annihilation. Why not choose to ally with the Revolutionary Army? The sword demon, Aatrox, felt a pang of admiration for Sengoku, unwilling to see such a talent perish alongside the old world government. However, Sengoku, valuing his dignity above all else, had no intention of succumbing to betrayal. His conviction in the righteousness of his cause remained unshaken. How could he allow mere words to uproot his beliefs? Chapter 397. The Death of Sengoku. Observing Sengoku's silence, Aatrox discerned his resolve not to betray the naval government. Thus, for the sake of the Revolutionary Army's ultimate victory, he had no choice but to unleash his full power and defeat Sengoku, despite the latter being a worthy adversary. This battle was entirely within Aatrox's capability to handle, and thus the remaining members of the Shadow Corps refrained from joining the fray. Among the ranks of the Shadow Corps, Aatrox's prowess was second only to Yamamoto Motoyasu. Upon achieving the golden level of strength, the sword demon wielded his massive blade, cleaving open a trial space that unleashed a fierce suction force, drawing Sengoku within. This realm belonged to the abyssal sword demon, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with dread. In this trial space, Aatrox's power surged significantly, rendering his defeat nearly impossible. Rather, he aimed to convert this locale into Sengoku's final resting place. With a pointed finger towards the heavens, dark, ethereal flames coalesced into chains that bound Sengoku, restricting his movement. Aatrox then charged forth with righteous fury, targeting all of Sengoku's vital points with his enchanted blade. In a fit of rage, the golden Buddha struck his chest, transforming into a three-headed, six-armed form, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches that shattered the chains, catching Aatrox's massive blade with his bare hands. The friction between the dark energy of the blade and Sengoku's golden aura produced a shower of sparks, as both warriors engaged in a primal contest of strength. The arena of the trial space began to crack under the immense force of their confrontation, fragments of stone levitating into the air, showcasing the ferocity of their might. It seems that only by defeating you can I escape. Thus, you shall perish here. Forgive me, but this grave has been prepared specifically for you. Hence, it is you who shall meet your end." As the sword demon continued to clash with Sengoku, he quietly amassed a reservoir of sword energy within, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. The dark aura around his massive blade thickened, enhancing his demonic presence. With a fist enveloped in pitch-black flames, he struck Sengoku's chest, creating a shockwave that sent him hurtling backwards for hundreds of meters, still unable to halt his momentum. Sengoku, though wounded and spitting blood, managed to withstand the force, his spirit slightly wavering. The trial space, steeped in darkness, was inhospitable to humans, affecting his ability to breathe and making any chance of a counterattack exceedingly difficult. In a moment of desperation, Sengoku ignited all the energy within him, unleashing a brilliant golden light. The sudden surge of battle intent caused Aatrox to furrow his brow, taken aback by the difficulty of subduing this formidable opponent. Sengoku swiftly wielded his 6 arms, launching a tempest of punches akin to a Buddha descending from the heavens, aiming to suppress and obliterate all evil in his path without mercy. The sword demon unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, generating a tempest of sword energy capable of rending space itself, battering against Sengoku's golden form and gradually eroding his divine aura. The abyssal essence swirling around Aatrox formed a dark shadow that lunged towards Sengoku, consuming him whole. As the energy fluctuations subsided, Aatrox emerged from the trial space, dragging Sengoku's lifeless body behind him. He cast it onto the battlefield, provoking sheer terror among the ranks of the naval soldiers. The death of the Buddha of the Navy, who had commanded for decades, instilled an unimaginable dread within their hearts. Impossible. That is Sengoku, the Buddha. Even the pirate king struggled to defeat him. It's over. If even Sengoku is not our match, we must flee. We surrender. We choose to join the revolutionary army. Please spare our lives. Such turmoil led many naval soldiers to abandon their weapons, fleeing in all directions, unwilling to endure the relentless threat of death in what appeared to be an inevitable defeat. The psychological strain was overwhelming, pushing them to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officers of the Navy, wishing to execute a decisive strike, found themselves ensnared by the relentless enemy forces. The Old World government has suffered catastrophic losses, with several members of the 5 elders perishing in succession. The warriors of the giant clan have all met their demise, while the Shadow Legion descends with an overwhelming force. Despite the formidable strengths of Akainu and Kizaru, they are gradually becoming battered and fatigued under the relentless assault of multiple powerful adversaries. The death of Sengoku has left the morale of the entire Navy in tatters, extinguishing any desire to continue the fight. With the Gear 4th activated, Monkey D, Luffy's body is enveloped in white smoke, transforming him into a towering figure. His elasticity reaches an astonishing level as he extends his arms to strike the zombified Katakuri, utterly obliterating his form. For Luffy, defeating the Navy government is a favorable outcome, sparing him the anxiety of guarding against these individuals who might covet his treasures. Moreover, the Navy fleet had previously resorted to numerous underhanded tactics to thwart their departure. As Magellan witnesses the annihilation of the zombie army, he attempts to flee, only to be ensnared by countless sealing runes. It is Namikaze Minato who, concerned that Magellan's abilities might become a future threat to the Revolutionary Army, decides to seal him away using a scroll. Once the battle concludes, they plan to hand him over to the courts for judgment. On the Navy's side, in the face of the Revolutionary Army's fierce onslaught, they find themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. Even the top-tier combatants are merely struggling to withstand the assault. Suddenly, Lordum emerges from seclusion, unleashing an unfathomable aura that darkens the sky, igniting thunder and roiling the waves. The Sea Kings in the vicinity flee in terror, as if time itself has frozen. Within the domain enveloped by this overwhelming presence, everyone feels their breath hitch, and the world around them slows to a crawl, rendering them devoid of any capacity for resistance. Feng Xiao, though slightly affected, swiftly regains composure, summoning Imperial-level strength to counteract this formidable aura. Has he finally decided to take action? How intriguing. It seems today he shall face an ancient being that has lived for centuries. After Feng Xiu dissipates Im's terrifying momentum, all present feel a profound sense of relief. As the last trump card of the old world government, the might of Lord Im, honed over centuries, surpasses their imagination. Fortunately, the revolutionary army has Feng Xiu at the helm. Had it been Dragon in his place, he too would yield to this overwhelming presence. All members of the Shadow Legion retreat, leaving the battlefield to Feng Xiu and Im, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being caught in their clash. Observers from around the world, watching the live broadcast, are drawn into the scene, sensing the profound and sacred dignity emanating from Lord Im, the strongest card of a government that has endured for 8 centuries. How audacious! Im declares, when I ruled the seas, your ancestors were not yet born. This world is meant to be dominated by us, the celestial dragons. The revolution you speak of is utterly meaningless. Im dismissively remarks, his tolerance towards the revolutionary army stemming from his anticipation of their ultimate confrontation in the Holy Land, a moment when the world government will retaliate. As a peak warrior who has cultivated for centuries, he has perfected the 3 types of haki. Should he so desire, he could easily annihilate the entirety of a new world. Feng Xiu senses the depth of his power and mobilizes the talents of all Shadow members, opening a space to invite Im within, testing his courage. Im, clad in resplendent golden armor, finds little merit in such tactics. With a mere flash, he enters the space, moving so swiftly that observers struggle to perceive his trajectory. Even the speeds of Kizaru and Namikaze's Minato pale in comparison, transcending the confines of time and space. Legends speak of speeds so extraordinary that they can effortlessly alter the fabric of time. Lord Im embodies such an essence. However, this capability can only be harnessed at the zenith of one's power, and thus Feng Xiu need not worry as Im traverses the temporal tunnel, evading detection. The current space resembles a celestial paradise, exuding a sacred and solemn air, with countless ethereal islands floating in the sky, each vast beyond measure. Of course, these are mere illusions conjured by Feng Xiu's intent. He seeks not to ensnare him in a harsh environment. The battlefield resembles a pristine mirror, allowing the Navy government and revolutionary army outside to witness the unfolding events within. Members of the Shadow Legion abandon their assault on Akainu and Kizu, realizing that the true crux of this war lies between Feng Xiu and Im. The fate of all hinges upon which side survives, determining whether they forge a society of equality and harmony or continue under the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons. The resolution of all this rests within the thoughts of Feng Xiu and Im. Name: Feng Xiu talent. All shadow talents combine strength. SSS physique, SS speed, SSS will, SSS skill, shadow manufacturing enhancement system experience, producing shadows ranging from white to gold, 3-color haki, Vax swordsmanship, supreme swordmaster. This is the pinnacle of Feng Xiu's power, sufficient to dominate any realm. Time and space freeze. Lord Im strikes first, unleashing a mysterious and intangible wave that solidifies the space surrounding Feng Xiu, rendering any escape impossible. After obliterating what he thought was Feng Xiu, he realizes it was merely a substitute. He deftly counters Feng Xiu's kick, generating a shockwave that reduces the once ethereal landscape to desolation, shattering islands in an instant. With the Rinnegan and Sharingan spinning in his eyes, Feng Xiu pulls Lord Im into a mental realm. In the span of mere seconds, they engage in a furious battle, shattering countless mental worlds. Ultimately, it is Im's godly observation haki that breaks through Feng Xiu's mental confinement, returning him to reality, wary of the ocular techniques his opponent possesses. Even as Amaterasu flames burn upon him without concern, extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wrist, Im engages Feng Xiu with swordsmanship. The two exchange swift strikes, their forms appearing motionless, yet they have clashed multiple times, with the very fabric of space trembling under the onslaught of their sword energy. Occasional bursts of sword energy pierce the distance, carving deep trenches into the ocean floor, a display of power that inspires dread. One can only imagine the impossibility of the Revolutionary Army defeating the Old World government were it not for Feng Xiu's sudden emergence. Crack! Crack! Ultimately, the battle space collapses, unleashing waves of destructive energy potent enough to obliterate the entire new world. Yet, Feng Xiu harnesses the power of the dark fruit, absorbing all this energy until calm is restored. Lord Imu never anticipated that there existed individuals capable of transcending the curse of the evil nightmare fruit. Individuals who even dared to confront the ocean itself. This was indeed most peculiar. Even he, to prevent others from discovering his vulnerabilities, devoted himself solely to the mastery of hockey and swordsmanship, culminating in his current status as the mightiest of beings. This accomplishment, despite the countless prodigious practitioners that emerged following the establishment of the Navy government, remains unsurpassed. The number of individuals willing to sacrifice their lives to perform the ageless surgery for others is exceedingly rare, and now he stands as the sole survivor. His years of relentless training are sufficient to astonish the entire pirate world, even during the formidable era of the Four Emperors. To perpetually maintain his physical form in peak condition, he refrains from acting unless faced with life-threatening calamities, resulting in his appearance remaining that of a man in his 40s. Feng Xiu, unwilling to allow the pirate world to suffer damage due to this duel, ascended into the skies, traversing the atmosphere to the vastness of outer space, where he casually found a meteorite to stand upon. The cosmos, boundless and infinite, rendered their current powers merely a drop in the ocean. Thus, releasing his full strength bore no concerns, and Lord Imu delighted in the prospect of vanquishing his foe amidst the vastness of space, an endeavor he had never before undertaken. Chapter 399. Cosmic Warfare. With a thunderous roar, Feng Xiu manipulated gravity, extracting hundreds of meteorites from the countless clusters and hurling them violently towards his adversary, each exceeding 5 kilometers in size and possessing tremendous force. However, these meteorites were utterly obliterated by a single beam of sword light from Imu, resulting in a brilliant explosion of radiant energy that transformed them into cosmic dust. Recognizing the prowess of his opponent's swordsmanship, Feng Xiu immediately wielded both the ice wheel and the flowing blade, initiating an unprecedented dual bankai. The combined might of ice and fire unleashed a ferocious shockwave, a testament to his formidable physicality. Otherwise, an ordinary individual attempting to master such diametrically opposed Zanpakuto would surely have their soul torn asunder. Meanwhile on Earth, spectators were intently observing the battle via satellite. Yamamoto Jinryu Sai, Shigekuni, and Hitsugaya Toshiro relinquished control of their Zanpakuto, temporarily ceding power to their counterpart. Despite their considerable distance, the vibrations from the clash reverberated through the world, as if the very earth trembled in anticipation of their decisive confrontation. For beings of such caliber as Feng Xiu and Imu, survival in the vacuum of space was a trivial matter, even without the need for breath. Their conflict expanded further into the cosmos, shattering countless stars along the way. At that moment, a colossal Halley's Comet approached at an unimaginable speed. Feng Xiu's eyes turned icy as he manipulated gravity to draw the comet closer, directing it towards Imu. What a terrifying force! Imu was taken aback that his opponent possessed the strength to alter the comet's trajectory and single-handedly resisted the 500-kilometer-sized celestial body. Clenching his palm, he halted the comet's advance, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Feng Xiu's forehead. The ultimate heaven's sacred fist. This technique surpassed even the might of the god of light. From the depths of the void, a massive, radiant hand descended from the heavens, seemingly capable of suppressing all existence. Imu unleashed a fierce blow, his arm enveloped in golden haki, countering the attack with an equally forceful strike. The colossal fist collided with an earth-shattering impact, fracturing the surrounding meteorite clusters and even affecting the comet itself, as the comet carried a vast quantity of water vapor. Both Feng Xiu and Imu found themselves enveloped by these celestial waters. Channeling the powers of the Iceman and the Ice Wheel, they unleashed a torrent of water akin to that of an ocean, which froze into immense glaciers, upon which they stood as they continued their journey deeper into space. At this juncture, Imu discerned that Feng Xiu's abilities mirrored those of the Shadow Legion members, yet he realized that ordinary elemental energies posed little threat to him. With this understanding, he transformed his sword into a silver holy spear, launching thousands of spear shadows that blotted out the sun, sweeping towards Feng Xiu in an attempt to obliterate him. Even if Feng Xiu attempted to evade into a spatial rift, the sheer force of the spear shadows would tear through the void to strike him. Slamming his hand upon the ground, numerous sharp ice spikes erupted, forcing Imu to evade this onslaught by leaping into the air, generating powerful gusts of wind as he landed. The glacier shattered into countless fragments, and noticing a black hole approaching, he forced Feng Xiu towards it. It was said that anyone who fell into a black hole met with inevitable death, as even light could not escape its grasp. Imu's intent was to ensnare Feng Xiu within the black hole, thereby securing victory in this battle. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, and a formidable spear shadow shot forth, golden flames igniting around Imu's form, colliding with Feng Xiu's Zanpakuto, propelling him backward. No force could obstruct this clash of titans. Feel the dread of being consumed by darkness. Feng Xiu was drawn into the black hole, where time ceased to exist and life was utterly extinguished, enveloped in pure darkness. However, for one possessing the dark fruit, this realm was akin to his dominion. Observing his opponent's entrapment in the black hole, Imu smirked, confident that escape was impossible. Although the technological prowess of the pirate world was limited, basic astronomical knowledge informed them that no one had ever successfully escaped the clutches of a black hole, equating to a permanent disappearance from existence. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the swirling blackness, drawing closer to Imu. What? This creature has not perished yet. Imu attempted to flee, but was inevitably drawn in, enduring Feng Xiu's relentless barrage of attacks. Ultimately, he forced his way through the rift, narrowly escaping further onslaught and hastily retreating towards Earth, seeking refuge in his domain. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Xiu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Minato Namikaze, gathering elemental energies from all directions to unleash a final assault. Let us also contribute our strength to this cause. Members of the Shadow Legion infused their powers into Feng Xiu, resulting in a convergence of ice, fire, winds, thunder, and earth elements, forming a radiant beam of destruction capable of annihilating the world. Ultimate finishing move, Starburst. Feng Xiu harnessed all elemental energies combined with ninjutsu to unleash this ultimate technique, launching it skyward. Just as Imu broke through the atmosphere, he was struck by this overwhelming attack. Endless elemental energies coalesced into a binding force, immobilizing his body. He sensed the slicing sword energy, searing flames, freezing cold, tearing winds, and thunderous blasts converging upon him. Most terrifyingly, a mysterious energy within him sealed his haki prowess, causing the three-colored haki to diminish drastically, rendering him unable to escape this onslaught. No! In a final, desperate cry, Imu's voice resonated as his entire being was enveloped by elemental energy. Countless moving runes emerged upon the surface of his form, and in that moment, Feng Xiu exiled him directly into the vastness of cosmic space, leaving him to fend for himself. Thus, with the banishment of Lord Imu, the victory of this war was decisively claimed. Introduction: create shadows, then grow stronger, overpowering them. Whether they be pirates or naval forces on my territory, my word is law. No one could defy me. Under the radiant lights, hundreds of figures revealed their faces. Among them were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, renowned swordsmen celebrated far and wide, and formidable sovereigns from the dark underworld, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, their true identities were merely shadows of a singular individual.